I was reborn 1 month before the spiritual energy resurgence, and was even invited to watch a movie by the girlfriend who would personally kill me in the future. In this life, I directly dumped her face to face and decisively cut ties. I never expected to activate the heaven-defying infinite contract rebate system. As long as I form contracts with powerful individuals, any cultivation or strength improvements they achieve, I could receive equivalent or even stronger rebates. This means I can grow stronger even while lying down. The first target from the start is to lock onto the class beauty in our class, the one with a poor family background now but destined to become the Blazing Heaven Empress in the future. As long as I cling tightly to this mightiest thigh, I can strut through the impending apocalypse. However, when I tried to approach her, I discovered she seems to be hiding an even greater secret. Chapter 1, I've been reborn. I'm not dead, I'm still alive. At the entrance of a milk tea shop, Liu gazed at the bustling traffic and the lively crowds on the street, whispering in disbelief. He clearly remembered that just moments ago, his wife of 5 years, whom he had lived with day and night, had actually conspired with Zhao Long to betray him. She personally plunged a sharp dagger into his chest, piercing his heart. The reason turned out to be simply that Liu couldn't provide the life she desired. Just as Liu's consciousness was fading away, he was reborn, returning to 1 month before the spiritual energy resurgence began 5 years ago. At this time, he was just an ordinary high school senior. Liu, the milk tea is ready, we can go watch the movie now. Just as Liu's mind was unsettled, a girl's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Liu was slightly startled, snapping out of his thoughts. He turned to look. To his surprise, he found a graceful and elegant young girl standing behind him. The girl appeared to be around his age, dressed quite exquisitely. That stylish short skirt she wore clearly looked expensive. On the other hand, Liu, dressed in his modest casual attire, stood out awkwardly beside the girl. But when Liu clearly saw the girl's face, his expression abruptly changed. His eyes locked onto her, his fists clenched with a creaking sound, and between his teeth escaped a low, murderous growl, Li Momo. Good. This girl is none other than Li Momo, the woman Liu pursued for 3 years, who would later become his wife and ultimately be the one to kill him with her own hands. Are you crazy? Why are you yelling at me so fiercely? Li Momo, caught off guard, was startled. Liu was momentarily stunned by the other party's reaction, suddenly realizing it wasn't 5 years later. At this moment, spiritual energy has not yet revived, and the conspiracy between Li Momo and Zhao Long to kill me hasn't happened either. Li Momo naturally had no idea that she would do that to Liu in the future. Liu, what's wrong with you? You look kinda strange. Li Momo snapped back to reality, eyeing Liu up and down with a peculiar gaze. Ha! Liu let out a long breath, looked at Li Momo, suppressed the hatred and murderous intent in his heart, and after a while shook his head and said, it's nothing. Really nothing or just pretending? Really? Then, alright. Li Momo had originally wanted to ask Liu if he was feeling unwell somewhere or if he needed to see a doctor, but after hearing him say so, she didn't voice her concerns. Because a really good new movie is playing in theaters today, and she's been waiting for it for a long time, she doesn't want to miss it. Since it's nothing, shall we go watch a movie then? Li Momo took a sip of her milk tea and said sweetly to Liu. In the past, Liu might have fallen for this act, but knowing what the other person would later do to him, he instantly felt nothing. Liu glanced at the milk tea in Li Momo's hand and immediately smiled. I sent her 50 yuan to buy milk tea, but she only bought one for herself, the most expensive one in the shop, costing 34 yuan and 50 cents. Even so, she wasn't willing to casually bring Liu the cheapest 6 yuan lemon water. Li Momo noticed Liu looking at the milk tea in her hand and froze slightly, pretending to just realize, oops, I forgot to buy you one. Look at my memory, the college entrance exam prep has been frying my brain cells lately. At this point, Li Momo paused before continuing, but it's fine. When we get to the cinema later, we can grab a cola while buying popcorn, okay? She said sweetly, stepping forward to try linking arms with Liu. But Liu took a step back and dodged it. Li Momo was slightly stunned. No need for all that trouble, it's over between us. Liu shoved his hands into his pockets, looking at Li Momo calmly. Li Momo's smile froze. What did you say? I said it's over between us. Starting today, there's no connection between you and me. Yeah, there was never anything between us anyway. There's no need for us to meet again. Liu sniffled lightly, uttered these words softly, then turned and walked away without the slightest hesitation. Because he feared that if he stayed with Li Momo too long, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from wanting to kill her. Li Momo was completely baffled. Weren't things fine just a moment ago? Why the sudden change of expression? Could it be because I didn't buy him milk tea earlier that he got angry? This is just too petty. By the time Li Momo came to her senses and wanted to confront Liu for an explanation, he had already disappeared into the crowd. Li Momo looked around but still couldn't spot Liu, stamping her foot angrily on the spot. That damn Liu, what kind of nonsense is he up to? Doesn't he know the movie's about to start? After leaving the milk tea shop, Liu went straight home. As he pushed open the slightly rusty front door and saw the familiar home setting, his eyes involuntarily grew warm and moist. Everything at home remained unchanged, so Dad, Mom, and older sister should all be fine, right? I still remember in my past life, due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, wild beasts underwent ancestral reversion, transforming into fierce and brutal mutated creatures that formed massive beast tides to attack human cities. Luyu's location, Ruzhou City, bore the brunt of the beast tide assault. At that time, it was the second day of the national college entrance exams, and everyone's attention was fully focused on them, completely unaware of the impending disaster. At that time, Luyu was in the college entrance examination hall, protected by police officers maintaining order, so he was well shielded and narrowly escaped the disaster. But his parents and sister perished in this beast tide. In this reborn life, he would never allow the tragedy to repeat itself. Luyu's eyes were resolute as he took a deep breath and stepped through the long unseen threshold of his home. With familiar ease, he made his way to his room and lay down in his slightly messy dog's nest. His heart was filled with indescribable contentment. Though his bed was merely a simple bunk bed with an upper and lower layer, lying on it gave him the long-lost warmth of home. But none of this would last for long. Because 1 month later, spiritual energy began to revive. Beasts underwent ancestral reversion, and humanity's proudest thermal weapons completely lost their effectiveness. Long-dormant cold weapons once again took center stage. Yet even so, humans were no match for those mutated beasts. Until the appearance of the divine beings, the gods descend to save humanity. They were immensely powerful, using the most primitive and brutal means to protect humanity from the slaughter of the beast tides during the early stages of the cataclysm. Back then, no one knew where those deities had come from, they only knew they were there to help, and that was all. This also included Lu Yu. Later on, Lu Yu gradually came to realize that those so-called deities were actually human martial artists. A cultivatable human. You can simply and crudely think of it as superhuman. When people realized that human martial artists could contend with exotic beasts, the training and cultivation of martial artists rapidly became widespread across the globe. It was also during this time that Lu Yu from his previous life first began to delve into martial arts cultivation. However, Lu Yu possessed mediocre talent, always lagging a step behind in cultivation. Despite his arduous training enabling him to surpass most peers in strength, he still fell far short of the top-tier geniuses among the elite. The gap between him and the latter was like an invisible chasm. This was his regret, yet also something he was powerless to change. The level of one's cultivation talent was determined at birth. Lu Yu couldn't change it either. In his memory, among the strongest group of powerhouses, there was an unparalleled, peerless existence who was born in the very school he attended. That person was none other than Yi Qingcheng, the campus belle of Ruzhou No. 1 High School. And, by an incredible coincidence, Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng were even in the same class. In Lu Yu's few remaining memories, it seemed that this school beauty's family situation wasn't very good. Is this an opportunity? As they say, it's easy to enjoy shade under a big tree. Given Lu Yu's lack of natural talent, firmly clinging to a strong ally would be an excellent outcome for both him and his family. And now there's just over a month left until the day of the great calamity's arrival and the resurgence of spiritual energy. Lu Yu could seize this opportunity to help Yi Qingcheng, striving to earn more of her favor and establish a connection. When the true catastrophe begins, who would dare provoke me? Lu Yu grew more convinced the more he thought about it. The idea seemed increasingly brilliant. In his previous life, due to his average talent and weak strength, he endured countless contempt and bullying from others, which led to a profound change in his mindset. He doesn't care about saving face as long as it benefits him. Just as Lu Yu lowered his gaze to ponder the feasibility of this matter, suddenly, a cold, mechanical electronic voice abruptly rang out in Lu Yu's mind. Ding! Detected host has been reborn, rewarded with the infinite contract return system. Does the host accept delivery? Chapter 2 Unlimited Contract Reimbursement. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu froze in place. A system? Isn't that something only found in web novels? How could it appear on him? Or was the voice I just heard merely an illusion? Just as Lu Yu had this thought in mind and was still looking around for the source of the voice, the emotionless mechanical electronic voice sounded once again. Ding! Host, would you like to receive the system? This time, Lu Yu finally heard it clearly. That voice was coming directly from his own mind. In his previous life, Lu Yu was also a teenager addicted to the internet, but his addiction wasn't to games or online chatting, it was immersing himself in various web novels. Thus, he was no stranger to the system. This is the kind of golden finger that only the protagonist of a novel can possess. The protagonists in those novels basically transform instantly after obtaining a system, becoming tall, rich, and handsome, marrying beautiful and wealthy women, and ascending to the peak of life from then on. Thinking of this, Lu Yu's gaze grew intense, his breathing heavier and rougher. Sign for it. Ding! Congratulations, host, your sign-in is successful. System loading. Loading complete. Congratulations, host. The infinite contract return system has been successfully bound. As soon as the binding was completed, Lu Yu couldn't wait to ask, System, what functions do you have? The infinite contract return system, as the name suggests, allows you to establish unlimited contracts with others and receive proportional returns when they enhance their strength. No requirements or restrictions?
The initial system contract slot is 1.
When intimacy with another person reaches 80, a contract can be established. Every time intimacy reaches 95, the next contract slot will be unlocked.
After listening, Lu Yu completely understood.
The function of this system is to have him build intimacy with others, form contracts, and then receive strength boosts through the contracted individual's improvements, thereby enhancing his own power.
Moreover, this is not even the main point.
The key point is that this system has slots for contracted individuals, and these slots can gradually increase over time. In other words, as long as the contracted individuals are strong enough and numerous enough, even if Lu Yu lazes around every day without cultivating, he can still become the world's strongest. Of course, lazing around every day is just a joke, but from this, it's clear that the system's abilities are truly game-changing. Originally, Lu Yu planned to latch onto someone powerful, hoping to secure more cultivation resources and opportunities to strengthen himself when spiritual energy resurgence occurs in the future. This way, he could gain the power to protect his loved ones. But now with this system, Lu Yu doesn't need to do that at all. He can completely rely on his own strength to protect those he wishes to protect with dignity.
The more Lu Yu thinks about it, the more excited he becomes.
In his past life, those extraordinarily talented top-tier human experts dominated the entire era's stage. Yet in this life, Lu Yu also has the opportunity, starting as an ordinary working-class child and student, to ascend to that grand platform where the eyes of all humanity converge, competing on equal footing with those top-tier powerhouses.
This was something Lu Yu never dared to imagine before. And now, this very thing is becoming a possibility. Phew!
Lu Yu closed his eyes and took several deep breaths, barely managing to suppress his excitement and joy. For him, the arrival of the system brought no less joy than the happiness of being reborn. The latter gave him a second chance, while the former opened infinite possibilities for his future. With this system, it will definitely be of great help for what I need to do next. But the previous line of thought still shouldn't be abandoned.
Although this system allows unlimited contracts, the number of contracts that can be established initially is very limited.
To find a contract partner, one must seek someone with potential. It has to be her. Lu Yu sat on the bed, lost in thought, until the name Yi Qingqing surfaced in his mind. The blurred face from his memories gradually overlapped with that of the Flame Empress from his past life, the woman who single-handedly held back the beast tide. 2 or 3 hours later, in the bedroom, Lu Yu suddenly heard the sound of a door opening outside.
Faint voices of a man and woman in conversation could also be heard. Mom and Dad are back.
Lu Yu got off the bed, pushed open the bedroom door, and saw a middle-aged couple changing their shoes at the entrance.
His eyes instantly reddened. Dad, Mom. Hearing this, Lu Xingguo was momentarily stunned. He turned his head and smiled. Huh? Didn't you go to a classmate's house to study? Why are you back so early? Song Meijin also looked at Lu Yu. She was Lu Yu's mother.
Review? Lu Yu, who had been immersed in the excitement of seeing his parents again, was slightly stunned when he suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he had hidden his relationship from his family because he feared his parents would worry that dating might affect his academic performance. Originally, he had planned to wait until after the college entrance exams to tell his family.
As a result, the cataclysm began. Finished reviewing, so I came back.
Lu Yu told a white lie as he stepped forward to help take the bags from his parents' hands.
Were you busy today? Why are you home so late?
Just had a bit of work left to finish, so the boss kept me for a while. Your mom went to the factory to wait for me.
Lu Xingguo chuckled as he changed his shoes, then looked at Lu Yu and said, don't just stand there at the door like a fool, come on in.
Lu Yu looked at his seemingly unchanged parents, who didn't notice anything unusual about him, and smiled slightly. Okay. Having said that, he took the groceries he had just bought and hurried into the house.
That kid. Song Meijin chuckled, shaking her head as she watched Lu Yu's retreating figure, then closed the door. Half an hour later, Lu Yu's elder sister, Lu Jinyu, also returned home.
She was 5 years older than Lu Yu and worked at a financial company, making her the undisputed breadwinner of the family. Most of the time, Lu Yu would ask his sister for pocket money, and Lu Jinyu was very kind to her younger brother. The siblings got along quite well. When Lu Yu saw his sister standing alive before him, his emotions overflowed. He remembered in his previous life, after the beast tide surrounded the city, his sister, covered in blood, found him. She told him their parents had perished in the mouths of the mutated beasts before passing away in his arms.
That scene.
It was like a thorn that had been stuck in his heart, never forgotten. He hated himself for not returning home sooner after his morning exam that day. And now, her sister was standing in front of her completely unharmed. That feeling, truly indescribable in words.
What's wrong? Who bullied you?
The attentive Lu Jinyu noticed Lu Yu's unusual demeanor, walked up to him, ruffled his hair, and asked with a smile.
And no, nothing.
Lu Yu stared at his sister for a long moment, discreetly wiping his eyes to steady his emotions before changing the subject. Sis, don't you have work today?
You dummy, it's Sunday today, why would I be going to work?
Lu Jinyu feigned anger, extending a slender jade-like finger to give Lu Yu a light tap on the head.
Don't hit my head, it'll stop me from growing taller. Alright, what were you just doing? Why did you have that expression when you saw your sister? Maybe it's the cold weather making my nose itch a bit. Bullshit, it's only May now. Chapter 3, The 5 Elements Qi Cultivation Method.
Bickering with his sister daily brought back a familiar sense of home for Lu Yu. Everything seemed largely unchanged. A heavy weight lifted from Lu Yu's heart.
The family of 4 shared a warm, cozy dinner together.
Lu Yu couldn't linger with his family for long. After a quick shower, he hurried back to his room and shut the door.
What's gotten into my brother? Suddenly striving so hard?
Lu Jinyu, who was watching TV, heard the commotion, glanced at her brother's door, and blinked.
In the room.
Instead of pulling out his books to study, Lu Yu climbed straight into bed, determined to attempt cultivation. Before the revival of spiritual energy, the college entrance exam was a crucial opportunity to change one's destiny. But after the spiritual energy revival, its importance had diminished significantly, or rather, this conventional knowledge-based exam had become somewhat obsolete. The world's environment had changed, its underlying logic had shifted. The scale of transformation was so immense it had shattered the original order and rules of this world. This was precisely why Lu Yu was so desperate to strengthen himself. He needed to gain the power to protect his loved ones before the world underwent its great transformation. Huff! Lu Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, his hands forming a lotus position as he rested them flat on his knees.
Simultaneously,
a cultivation technique titled 5 Elements Qi Gathering Cultivation Method materialized within Lu Yu's mind. This was the cultivation method refined and perfected by the most powerful martial artists of his previous life.
Every detail and essence of cultivation was contained within it.
His version was the latest and ultimate complete edition, perfectly suited for cultivation by human martial artists. Based on the current timeline, it would take at least a year after the spiritual energy revival for a cultivation technique identical to the one in Lu Yu's mind to emerge. It could be said he had gained a significant head start over others. Lu Yu cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and recalled the key principles of the 5 Elements Qi Gathering Cultivation Method.
5 elements.
These refer to the human body's primordial nature, primordial spirit, primordial qi, primordial emotion, and primordial essence. Primordial essence is the quintessence of life, the foundation of existence. Primordial spirit is innate spiritual essence. Primordial nature is the fundamental nature of life. Primordial emotion is human sentiment, and primordial energy is true qi, true essence. This cultivation method required practitioners to immerse their minds and senses to perceive their 5 elements, reaching a state where they could communicate with the energies of heaven and earth. Only then can one harness cosmic energy, transforming it into personal vital force along specific cultivation pathways. This strengthens the physical body, integrating cosmic energy into one's own power. A typical beginner attempting this 5 Elements Qi cultivation method for the first time would likely require over 10 days just to barely perceive the existence of cosmic energy. It takes a month to barely begin cultivation. But for a prodigy, this step might be completed in just 3 days. Lu Yu vividly recalled witnessing a 6-year-old child in his previous life perceive the primordial energies of heaven and earth in just half a day, cultivating a single strand of vital energy, a feat that astonished all who saw it. It had taken him a full month. This lifetime, armed with the cultivation experience from his previous life, Lu Yu should progress far faster than before. He slowly closed his eyes, and darkness instantly enveloped his vision. Yet he did not perceive the faint glimmers of light that signified the presence of primordial energy within this dark space. Still, Lu Yu remained undeterred, his patience unwavering. The first step of cultivation. Perceiving the energy drifting through the heavens and earth, also known as primordial energy or spiritual energy. This energy was the very foundation for martial artists to strengthen their power. If one couldn't sense it, it meant they likely lacked the innate talent for cultivation. Lu Yu knew full well he possessed cultivation talent. Though his talent was ordinary, not exceptional, it far surpassed those without any aptitude for cultivation. He possessed immense patience. He maintained this perception for a full hour. Finally, within the pitch-black void, Lu Yu located a white light cluster the size of a grain of rice. That was pure heaven and earth energy, completely free of any impurities. Lu Yu's heart leapt with joy. He immediately activated his cultivation technique, drawing the white light sphere into his body. Then, it took Lu Yu 2 or 3 hours to refine that faint primordial energy into his own vital energy, storing it within his dantian. Yet after all that effort, he gained only a wisp of energy as thin as smoke, utterly useless. The enhancement to his physical body was practically zero. This clearly showed his cultivation talent was truly ordinary. Lu Yu put away the cultivation technique and slowly opened his eyes, a wry smile involuntarily curling his lips. His speed in sensing the energies of heaven and earth had indeed increased, but that was merely the result of his accumulated experience and intuition. His cultivation talent remained as abysmal as ever. But it was still within expectations. It seems I must fully leverage the system's capabilities to rapidly enhance my strength and match those top-tier prodigies. Lu Yu murmured softly. The next day, Lu Yu rose early. Today was Monday, and he had to go to school. With the college entrance exams approaching, time was growing tight. Lu Yu had a pretty good idea of what might happen over the next month. But nothing had happened yet. Everything remained calm and peaceful. If he went out now shouting about the apocalypse coming in a month, with a great catastrophe destroying human society, he'd likely be labeled a lunatic, arrested, and locked away in a mental institution. So Liu Yu had no desire to be the one to stick his neck out, to play the role of some world-saving hero. He only wished to possess the ability to protect those he cared about. That would be enough. Ruzhou First High School, Senior 3 Class 4. The moment Liu Yu stepped into the classroom, a slightly tall and burly figure lunged at him, one hand reaching for his throat. Crack! Before Liu Yu could even see who it was, his expression turned cold. Instinctively, he grabbed the other person's wrist, executing a textbook joint lock. He twisted the arm backward and drove his foot into the back of the knee. Thud! The tall figure instantly dropped to his knees, yelping in pain. Holy crap, Liu Yu, it's me! What the hell are you doing? The entire class turned to look. That voice sounds so familiar. Liu Yu froze at the words, snapping back to his senses. His gaze shifted, and he was stunned to discover that the person charging at him was none other than his deskmate, his best friend and brother Yan Xiaokuan. In his previous life, Yan Xiaokuan, like Liu Yu, had narrowly survived that terrifying beast tide due to the college entrance exams. But good fortune didn't stay with his best friend for long. During a food-gathering expedition, Yan Xiaokuan sacrificed his life to save Liu Yu from the jaws of a monstrous beast. This incident had become a deep-seated guilt and regret buried within Liu Yu's heart. He never imagined he'd one day see his best friend alive again, something no amount of money could buy. Damn it, don't stare at me like that. It's creepy. Yan Xiaokuan wriggled free from Liu Yu's grasp, his eyes wide with feigned terror as he met his friend's oddly amused expression. Chapter 4, Yan Xiaokuan. Pervert my ass. With looks like yours, you'd be lucky if anyone took you even if you paid them. Liu Yu snapped back to reality, breaking into a cold sweat. Of course, it was just a joke. Yan Xiaokuan wasn't the delicate type like Liu Yu. His looks leaned more toward ruggedly handsome, enhanced by his height and build. Even if you didn't call him handsome, he was pretty close. Yan Xiaokuan dismissed the remark with confidence in his looks. Pfft. If I put out word I'd pay women to date me, the line of girls chasing me would stretch from Ruzhou First High all the way to the capital. Before he finished speaking, Yan Xiaokuan glanced around furtively like a thief, grabbed Liu Yu's arm, and strode straight out of the classroom, stopping in a secluded corridor. What are you doing? Liu Yu asked. Yan Xiaokuan replied nervously, I need to ask you something. Answer me honestly. What is it? Yan Xiaokuan hesitated before asking, did you dump Li Momo? Liu Yu froze at the question. Who told you that? Yan Xiaokuan retorted, who cares who told me? Just tell me, is it true or not? Liu Yu looked at Yan Xiaokuan's earnest expression and pondered for a moment before replying, I didn't dump her. I just stopped pursuing her. You know, she never actually agreed to be with me. Yan Xiaokuan waved his hand dismissively. None of that matters. What matters is you're not with Li Momo anymore. Is that true? Liu Yu thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. Smack. Before Liu Yu could finish his sentence, Yan Xiaokuan delivered a sharp smack to the back of his head. Caught off guard, he took it right on the forehead. Like hell you do. Yan Xiaokuan cursed under his breath. Ouch. Clutching his head in pain, Liu Yu took a small step back and glared at Yan Xiaokuan. We were just talking. Why hit me? Are you crazy? Heh, you messed with me earlier, so now we're even. Yan Xiaokuan chuckled smugly under his breath, then his smile vanished as he turned to Liu Yu with a puzzled look. Hey, weren't you and Li Momo getting along just fine? Why did you suddenly call it off? Liu Yu rubbed his head, speechless. I just don't want to anymore. Holy. You're so bold, bro. Yan Xiaokuan exclaimed. You chased Li Momo for 3 years, all that time, effort, and money you put in? Just say you don't want to date anymore? Liu Yu remained calm. She's not right for me. But she said she'd agreed to your advances after the college entrance exams, right? Yan Xiaokuan pressed, determined to get to the bottom of it. Liu Yu waved his hands repeatedly. That's my business. You still haven't answered my question. How did you find out about this? Did Li Momo tell you? Yan Xiaokuan rolled his eyes. Did I need her to tell me? The moment I stepped onto campus today, I heard at least 18 versions of your story. And in every one, you're the leading man. That's not so bad, is it? Liu Yu countered. Yan Xiaokuan retorted, the real-life models for all these leading men are scumbags, faithless jerks, chin-shimmy, player types. You think that's good? Liu Yu. Damn it. Who the hell was spreading rumors about him behind his back? Yan Xiaokuan lowered his voice and continued, I just heard those rumors were so exaggerated, so I rushed over to confirm with you. Never thought it'd actually be true. Damn it, my youth is gone. As he spoke, Yan Xiaokuan feigned deep emotion, as if he'd weathered countless storms. The legendary tale of Liu Yu pursuing Li Momo for 3 years had long spread throughout First High School. The once envied divine couple, admired by countless juniors, would one day come to an end. No wonder Yan Xiaokuan was feeling sentimental. But upon hearing this, Liu Yu felt nothing but irritation. Only he and Li Momo had been present yesterday, and he would never reveal it. The only possible source of the rumor was Li Momo herself. Given her petty nature, it was entirely possible she'd embellish and exaggerate the story.
Lu Yu didn't know what Li Momo's purpose was in saying this, but regardless, if it got out, it would certainly damage his reputation. He didn't care what others thought, but he feared Yi Qingcheng might hear about it and form a negative impression of him. Then, not only would he be unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River, but he would also lose any chance of climbing the social ladder. That was the truly terrifying prospect. Hey, bro, don't stress over it. Since you've decided to let go, the sooner you do, the better. Seeing Lu Yu's troubled expression, Yan Xiaoquan didn't press further. He patted Lu Yu's shoulder and offered comfort. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fixate on just one? I told you before, Li Momo's personality just isn't right for you, but you wouldn't listen. It's still early to turn back now. After you finish the college entrance exams, then you can tackle the whole dating thing. Besides, you still have your brothers here, right? Brothers? Lu Yu looked at Yan Xiaoquan, a strange flutter rising in his heart. What is a brother? Sharing blessings and bearing hardships together. Simple 8 words. How many in this world can truly live up to them? Let alone those brothers willing to risk everything just to save your life. I know, I'm fine. Lu Yu smiled faintly at Yan Xiaoquan. Yan Xiaoquan wrapped his arm around Lu Yu's neck. Glad you're okay. I'll always have your back, bro, haha. The two brothers chatted and laughed as they walked back to the classroom together. No sooner had they sat down than Lu Yu sensed some subtle, peculiar glances from around the room. Lu Yu glanced over. About 2 rows of desks away, 7 or 8 female classmates huddled together, occasionally stealing glances at Lu Yu while whispering among themselves. Among them stood Li Momo, her face clearly twisted with resentment. It seemed she was still holding a grudge over yesterday's incident. But that had nothing to do with Lu Yu anymore. Just then, a fresh-faced, beautiful girl entered through the back door of the classroom, carrying a backpack. She had a sweet face and skin as white as jade, yet she was very quiet. She walked silently to her seat without drawing any attention from her classmates. Yet she immediately caught Lu Yu's attention. For she was none other than Lu Yu's target for the day, the school beauty of First High, the future empress of Burning Heaven, Yi Qingcheng. Hey! What are you doing? You wouldn't be crushing on the school beauty, would you? Yan Xiaoquan nudged Lu Yu discreetly from the side. Lu Yu snapped back to reality and shook his head. No way. Don't be shy. If you like her, go for it. Yi Qingcheng is way better than Li Momo. Trust a brother's judgment. Yan Xiaoquan patted his chest, swearing solemnly. Lu Yu shot his buddy a sideways glance. When had he never noticed his buddy being so enthusiastic and gossipy before? The class period flew by. After class. Just as Lu Yu was pondering how to strike up a conversation with Yi Qingcheng, suddenly, a fierce argument erupted somewhere in the classroom, catching Lu Yu's attention. Chapter 5, The Money Theft Incident Part 1. Why did you steal my money? I didn't. No? Then why is my money missing? I don't know. You don't know? Fine, then. Take out your backpack and let everyone search it. If there's no 2,000 yuan inside, I'll kneel and apologize to you. But if there is, then I'm sorry, I'll have to call the police and tell our homeroom teacher. The sound of a heated argument drifted out from the crowd. Lu Yu caught only fragments of the conversation but quickly grasped what was happening. Deep within the crowd, Yi Qingcheng huddled against the wall, clutching her backpack tightly. Before her stood a smug, pockmarked girl named Kai Fong, Yi Qingcheng's deskmate. Earlier, Kai Fong had accused Yi Qingcheng of stealing 2,000 yuan from her, drawing the attention of their classmates who had gathered to watch. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu suddenly recalled something. In his previous life, something similar had happened. Kai Fong accused Yi Qingcheng of stealing her money. Yi Qingcheng vehemently denied it, but in the end, a group of classmates rummaged through Yi Qingcheng's backpack and found 2,000 yuan bills. Even when Zhao Long from the neighboring class testified that he had given her the money, Yi Qingcheng refused to take the easy way out. She stubbornly insisted she hadn't taken Kai Fong's money. And she had no idea where the money came from. Of course. Lu Yu, reborn into this life, knew full well that Yi Qingcheng hadn't stolen the money. This money had been deliberately placed in Yi Qingcheng's backpack by her deskmate, Kai Fong. The purpose? To frame Yi Qingcheng, giving Zhao Long from the neighboring class a chance to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress so he could pursue Yi Qingcheng. And this Zhao Long was the very same Zhao Long who would later conspire with Li Momo to plot Lu Yu's death. He attended the same school as Lu Yu, in the same grade but a different class. Moreover, Zhao Long was notorious throughout the school as a bully and troublemaker, few dared cross him. But Lu Yu didn't care about any of that. Not only was he stubborn as a mule, the kind who would retaliate fiercely if provoked, but the fact that Zhao Long and Li Momo later conspired to kill him was reason enough for Lu Yu to kill them both 1,000 times over. Not to mention, Yi Qingcheng was now Lu Yu's most crucial ally. Lu Yu's future advancement into the ranks of the elite powerhouses hinged entirely on his ability to cultivate a strong relationship with Yi Qingcheng. At such a critical juncture, how could Lu Yu possibly let this opportunity slip? Just then, Lu Yu heard footsteps approaching outside the classroom. Zhao Long and the others were coming.
Lu Yu's eyes flickered. He turned back to retrieve something before stepping forward again to push through the crowd. When Lu Yu appeared at the center of the crowd, under everyone's gaze, many classmates watching nearby couldn't help but stare in surprise. Clearly, none of them had expected Lu Yu to show up. Kai Fong was also a bit bewildered. She asked, "Lu Yu, what are you doing here?" "I came to see what's going on," Lu Yu replied calmly, looking at Kai Fong. Kai Fong snapped back with a cold sneer, "What business is it of yours?" "Mind your own damn business." Lu Yu smiled faintly. "I am the class monitor, after all. With the homeroom teacher absent, I should have the right to intervene in matters concerning the class, shouldn't I?" Kai Fong frowned slightly at his words, about to retort. A group of 7 or 8 people, led by Zhao Long, entered the classroom. Zhao Long's purpose was crystal clear: he was here for Yi Qingcheng. "What's going on? What happened?" Zhao Long pushed his gang of troublemakers through the crowd, asking with a broad smile. Kai Fong spotted Zhao Long as if he were a savior. "Young Master Zhao, you've got to settle this for me. Tell them what happened today." Zhao Long feigned ignorance. "What's going on?" Kai Fong immediately recounted the earlier incident, embellishing it with dramatic flair. Those who had just arrived heard her version, and their opinion of Yi Qingcheng plummeted instantly. Zhao Long feigned surprise. "Ah, so that's how it is. I never thought Qingcheng would be that kind of person." Kai Fong retorted, "Young Master Zhao, you can't judge a book by its cover. No one knows what's in someone's heart or mind. Only what you see with your own eyes is real. I took out my 2,000 yuan during class to secretly count it. No one could have seen that. Plus, I only stepped away for a moment, and when I came back, the money was gone." "She must have stolen it." Prices weren't high back then, so money was valuable. An average person's monthly salary was around 1,000 yuan. Kai Fong's 2,000 yuan was gone. Such a large sum could warrant calling the police directly to request assistance in finding it. The police station would certainly take it very seriously. 2,000 yuan is certainly no small sum, but I really don't think Qingcheng is the type to steal your money. Zhao Long glanced at Yi Qingcheng, looking somewhat troubled as he spoke. Yi Qingcheng's beautiful eyes remained cold and distant. She didn't utter a word, barely glancing at Zhao Long. Clearly unaware of his intentions, she showed signs of guardedness and resistance. Kai Fong grew anxious upon hearing Zhao Long's words. "Then my money is just gone for nothing?" Zhao Long feigned reassurance. Don't worry. I'm here to help settle this, aren't I?" His gaze shifted to Yi Qingcheng, a fleeting, intense spark flashing in his eyes. His voice deepened as he continued, "Qingcheng, look, Kai Fong's money vanished mysteriously. She suspects you took it, but you insist you didn't. Here's what we'll do, show everyone your backpack. If there really isn't 2,000 yuan inside, I'll make Kai Fong apologize to you. How does that sound?" Yi Qingcheng furrowed her delicate willow leaf brows, her voice clear and melodious. "Her money isn't in my bag. And why should I show you? If you want to call the police, go ahead. Let the officers search it." Zhao Long's brow furrowed slightly at her words. He shot Kai Fong a subtle glance. Kai Fong immediately caught the hint and addressed the surrounding students. "I am absolutely certain Yi Qingcheng has my money in her backpack. Please, everyone, help me find it. I will reward you handsomely." The crowd of onlookers stirred. If Kai Fong was so adamant that the money was on Yi Qingcheng, then it must be on Yi Qingcheng, right? Besides, Yi Qingcheng's family background wasn't good to begin with. Coupled with her reclusive personality and tendency to keep to herself, she did fit the stereotype of a thief somewhat. Stirred up by Kai Fong's words, some students couldn't contain themselves and were about to search Yi Qingcheng's backpack. "Hold on." Just then, Lu Yu stepped forward, blocking Yi Qingcheng. He looked at Kai Fong and said, "You said you lost money?" "Of course." Kai Fong grew increasingly annoyed with Lu Yu. Lu Yu nodded. "How much money did you have on you in total?" 2,000. "Where did you lose it?" "My backpack." Lu Yu nodded once. "You said your money was stolen. Did you check your backpack first to see if the 2,000 yuan was still there?" Kai Fong froze. "I definitely checked before saying anything." Lu Yu countered, "Then show your backpack to everyone here first. If those 2,000 yuan aren't in there, I won't stop you from searching Yi Qingcheng's backpack. How about it?" Chapter 6, The Money Theft Incident Part 2. Kai Fong froze at his words, unsure what Lu Yu was up to. The crowd of students watching nearby began murmuring among themselves. "I think Lu Yu has a point. We need to confirm whether the money is missing before jumping to conclusions." "Yeah, what if the money isn't missing after all? Wouldn't that be unfair to Yi Qingcheng?" I support Lu Yu's suggestion. Since starting school, Lu Yu had always excelled academically, consistently ranking at the top of his class. He served as class president throughout all 3 years of high school. Combined with his generally agreeable personality, he maintained decent rapport with his classmates. Therefore, many classmates were backing him. Lu Yu smiled and nodded his thanks to his classmates, then turned to Kai Fong and said, "This request of mine shouldn't be too much to ask, right?" "Excessive? Of course not." It was just a glance at his backpack, a simple check, nothing more. "Those 2,000 yuan?" Kai Fong had already slipped them into Yi Qingcheng's backpack.
There wasn't a single penny in Kai Fong's own backpack. Fine. But if that 2,000 isn't in my backpack, you can't stop me from checking Yi Qingqing's backpack, Kai Fong declared with absolute confidence. Lu Yu nodded. Agreed. Hearing this, Kai Fong's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Immediately after, Kai Fong pulled out her backpack without hesitation and dumped its contents out in one go. See for yourselves, there's no money in my bag. Before she could finish her sentence, a small stack of red bills fell out along with the books inside the backpack. She stared in shock. It was over a dozen red 100 yuan bills. Kai Fong froze, looking as if she'd seen a ghost. No, where did this money come from? This isn't mine. Lu Yu swiftly snatched the money, counting each bill one by one in front of everyone. Finally, he spread them out on the table, exactly 20. Every student present saw it clearly and heard it plainly. 20 bills, exactly 2,000 yuan. That matched perfectly. What the hell was going on? Lu Yu held out the money to Kai Fong. Is this the money you lost? No. My money wasn't in my backpack. Kai Fong took 2 steps back, flatly denying it. Lu Yu pressed her relentlessly. Then whose money is this? I don't know. It's definitely not mine. Who put this money in my backpack? Kai Fong dared not look at the money, glancing nervously at the classmates around her. Lu Yu suddenly snapped. Who would go out of their way to put extra money in your backpack? Kai Fong jolted. Lu Yu, isn't this a bit much, questioning your own classmate like this? At that moment, Zhao Long approached with a dark expression, glaring at Lu Yu as he spoke. Zhao Long. The enemy who conspired with Li Momo in my past life to kill me. Blood feud. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed deep within Lu Yu's pitch-black eyes. But it vanished just as quickly. No one noticed. Not even Zhao Long, standing mere inches away, detected the slightest change in Lu Yu. Lu Yu stared at Zhao Long for a moment before suddenly chuckling. I did get a bit carried away just now. With that, he tossed the money onto Kai Fong's desk. Here's your money. I didn't touch a single bill, okay? With that, Lu Yu pushed through the crowd and returned to his seat. The classmates left behind stared at the money on the desk, exchanging bewildered glances, none daring to speak. Kai Fong claimed she'd lost 2,000 yuan, yet moments ago she'd emptied 2,000 yuan from her own backpack. What did that mean? It proved Yi Qingqing hadn't stolen her money. Kai Fong had misunderstood Yi Qingqing, and the whole incident had been nothing but a farce. Once they understood the truth, the crowd dispersed in a flurry, leaving one by one. Realizing she was in the wrong, Kai Fong offered a vague apology to Yi Qingqing and never mentioned the incident again. Yi Qingqing, however, paid Kai Fong no mind. At that moment, she was gazing thoughtfully at Lu Yu's back in the front row, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, seated back in his place, didn't glance back once. He acted as if nothing had happened, afraid of frightening Yi Qingqing. Yes. You read that right. Lu Yu was afraid of scaring Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing was a transfer student who joined Lu Yu's class only in their senior year. By this point, Lu Yu had been pursuing Li Momo for over 2 years. There was no way he'd flirt with Yi Qingqing. Beyond the minimal interactions required for academic purposes, their chances for any other contact were practically non-existent. Therefore, now that Lu Yu had resolved to win over this future empress and befriend her, he couldn't rush things. Otherwise, it would backfire. He needed to find the right time and opportunity. The day passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was time for school to let out. As Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan were about to head home together, Yi Qingqing suddenly appeared around the corner, blocking their path. Whoa! Yi Qingqing? You haven't gone back yet? Yan Xiaoquan froze in surprise. I'm here to see you. Yi Qingqing fixed her gaze on Lu Yu. Yan Xiaoquan glanced at Lu Yu, surprise in his eyes. Looking for Lu Yu? Lu Yu showed no surprise. Sure. Yi Qingqing glanced at Lu Yu, then turned and walked away. Don't wait for me. You go ahead. Lu Yu turned, patted his good buddy on the shoulder, and took 2 steps at a time, following Yi Qingqing out. Whoa! Yan Xiaoquan stared dumbfounded at their retreating figures, muttering under his breath. He claimed he wasn't interested in the school beauty, yet he snagged her so quickly. How could he not be interested? Rougeau First High School was vast, boasting every imaginable facility. On the northwest side of campus stretched a long avenue lined with cherry blossom trees on both sides. Many students often chose to stroll here. Now was the season when the cherry blossoms bloomed, turning the sky itself a shade of pink. Lu Yu followed Yi Qingqing to this spot. Watching her slightly gaunt silhouette, memories of her past life suddenly surfaced. How she had single-handedly held back the tide of monstrous beasts, standing alone against 2 terrifying creatures of beyond 9th tier power. All of this had been accomplished by the seemingly frail girl before him. Reflecting on it now, it felt nothing short of miraculous. After all, in his previous life, Lu Yu hadn't even been worthy of looking up to her. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Yu suddenly jolted back to reality when Yi Qingqing halted abruptly ahead. Caught off guard, Lu Yu collided with her. Ouch! The pain made Lu Yu stumble back 2 steps, clutching his forehead as he looked ahead. Yi Qingqing wasn't much better off, nearly knocked off balance by the collision.
Seeing this, Lu Yu acted swiftly, grabbing Yi Qingqing's arm and pulling her back. Only then did he prevent her from falling. Her flawless, porcelain-like face flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Yu, seeing she had regained her footing, immediately released her. Yi Qingqing blinked in surprise, staring at Lu Yu. After a moment of silence, she reached into her backpack, rummaged around, and pulled out a small stack of red bills. She tossed them directly at Lu Yu. "Here's your money. Take it back." Lu Yu looked down and froze slightly. Chapter 7, I want to be friends with you. Lu Yu looked down and froze slightly. What he held in his hand was nothing else but 20 red 100 yuan bills. 2,000 yuan. But this money wasn't the 2,000 Kai Fong had pulled out of her backpack. "What's this?" Lu Yu asked, feigning ignorance. Yi Qingqing replied calmly, "This is Kai Fong's money." "Kai Fong gave you her 2,000 yuan to apologize?" Lu Yu asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Yi Qingqing." Lu Yu remarked, "Who would have thought? Kai Fong really is a good person. When I see her tomorrow, I'll make sure to commend her to the teacher. But since this money is from Kai Fong, it wouldn't be right for me to keep it. You should just take it back and use it yourself." Saying this, Lu Yu reached out to return the 2,000 yuan to Yi Qingqing. But Yi Qingqing refused. "Lu Yu, you don't need to pretend anymore. I know it was you who put the money in Kai Fong's backpack." Yi Qingqing stared at Lu Yu, enunciating each word clearly. Lu Yu froze slightly, taken aback. "How did you know it was me?" "I guessed." Yi Qingqing replied. "Guessed?" Lu Yu felt even more astonished upon hearing this. But he didn't show it. He asked, without any evidence, "What makes you think I put it there?" Yi Qingqing brushed back a strand of hair ruffled by the wind and replied, "Because you said to search Kai Fong's backpack first. That money could only have been planted by you. And there's no way my backpack could hold that much money. So there's only one explanation, the money in my backpack was secretly planted by Kai Fong. And the money in Kai Fong's backpack was placed there by you." Lu Yu was utterly stunned by this revelation. Because Yi Qingqing's deduction was completely accurate. Apart from some hidden motives lurking in the background, she hadn't missed a single detail. This deepened Lu Yu's admiration for Yi Qingqing, the future empress, from the bottom of his heart. To become that peerlessly brilliant empress of burning heaven, it was indeed not merely a matter of cultivation talent. Mental acuity. That was also a crucial factor. Seeing Yi Qingqing had already pieced together most of the truth, Lu Yu saw no point in keeping her guessing any longer. "Yes, you're right. The money in Kai Fong's backpack was placed there by me," Lu Yu admitted. "Why?" Yi Qingqing was puzzled. "Kai Fong did this because I must have offended her somehow. But we're not close, are we? Why would you help me?" Lu Yu replied, "Because I want to be friends with you." "Friends?" Yi Qingqing's expression turned slightly peculiar. "Why would you want to be friends with me?" Lu Yu looked at Yi Qingqing with clear eyes. "There's no reason. I just want to be friends with you. That's all." Yi Qingqing didn't believe him. She sneered coldly and retorted, "You're the class monitor, top student, rich, and have a girlfriend. Why would you need to be friends with me? I heard you just broke up with Li Momo yesterday, and today you're already hitting on me? That's a bit too fast, don't you think? Could it be that today's incident with Kai Fong was orchestrated by you?" Yi Qingqing's accusations grew increasingly wild. She even pinned Kai Fong's incident on Lu Yu. Sure enough, women's ability to make connections has always been exceptional. Fortunately, Lu Yu had never harbored such intentions from the start. He only wanted to possess sufficient strength to protect the loved ones he cared about. Nothing more. Lu Yu looked at Yi Qingqing and said, "If I truly wanted to seduce you, I wouldn't stoop to such underhanded tactics. I'd be upfront about it. But right now, I only want to be your friend. If my actions have caused you to misunderstand, I won't do them again." Yi Qingqing looked at Lu Yu's earnest expression, feeling a twinge of doubt. She didn't quite believe his words. Yet Lu Yu's earnest expression just now seemed to suggest he was telling the truth. If she were still the person she was a year ago, she would be overjoyed to befriend Lu Yu. But after what happened a year ago, Yi Qingqing harbored a deep-seated loathing and distrust toward so-called friends, especially male beings. This had led her to live a solitary, reclusive life for years. "I don't care if what you're saying is true or false. Just take this money. That's final." With that, Yi Qingqing grabbed her backpack and turned to leave. She didn't linger for a moment. Lu Yu watched Yi Qingqing's receding figure, clutching the money in his hand, yet he didn't chase after her. He knew. When it came to making friends and building intimacy, you couldn't rush it. Otherwise, it would only backfire. At least he'd taken the first step toward Yi Qingqing. The rest would unfold in time. After all, there was still a month left. It wasn't urgent, but it wasn't exactly leisurely either. Just as Yi Qingqing's figure was about to vanish from Lu Yu's sight, suddenly, the system's electronic voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the functions to view intimacy levels and cultivation aptitude. Currently limited to viewing one person. Do you wish to view? Lu Yu watched Yi Qingcheng, who was about to vanish, and immediately replied, "View Yi Qingcheng." The words fell. 2 lines of text appeared above Yi Qingcheng's head. Affinity, 5. Talent, SSS. But soon, Yi Qingcheng vanished from Lu Yu's sight. The 2 lines of text vanished along with her. The next moment, a pale blue light screen slowly unfolded before Lu Yu's eyes. Brief information appeared on the light screen. Name, Yi Qingcheng. Level, none. Affinity, 5. Talent, SSS. Lu Yu gave it a cursory glance and finished reading it with ease. This was an extremely rudimentary information file. It merely outlined the current level of bond between Yi Qingcheng and himself. This saved Lu Yu a great deal of trouble. All he needed to do was cultivate his intimacy with Yi Qingcheng to a value of 80. Lu Yu could then sign a contract with Yi Qingcheng, gaining an equal return of power whenever his contract partner enhanced their strength. When the true revival of spiritual energy begins, Lu Yu can ride Yi Qingcheng's momentum to soar to new heights. You must understand. Cultivation talent was broadly categorized by later generations into 9 tiers: SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. SSS represents the pinnacle of talent, existing only in the rarest of cases worldwide. Yi Qingcheng is one such individual. Therefore, Lu Yu had struck gold by finding such a powerful ally. It was like his ancestors were smiling down on him. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Even though we still have plenty of time, we need to hurry. This intimacy level is too low. Trying to hit 80 within a month feels a bit tough. Lu Yu felt a slight headache coming on. As he walked home, his mind drifting to memories of Yi Qingcheng from his past life. Suddenly, 5 individuals roughly his age blocked his path. Lu Yu halted in his tracks and looked up. He was shocked to discover they were all from the neighboring class, and the leader was none other than Zhao Long. Chapter 8, The Threat Lies Within. Zhao Long. What a small world. Was he so eager to come looking for trouble? Lu Yu stared at Zhao Long for a long moment, his mind churning with turbulent emotions and surging murderous intent. If murder weren't illegal, Lu Yu would have found a way to eliminate Zhao long ago. But now, the time wasn't right. Lu Yu took several deep breaths, closed his eyes, and opened them again, forcing himself to regain clarity and calm. He ignored the group and attempted to slip away. Zhao Long gave a subtle signal. One of his henchmen flashed a sneer, striding sideways to block Lu Yu's path. Lu Yu kept his hands in his pockets, trying to slip away to the other side. But at Zhao Long's signal, another attendant beside him lunged forward. Once again, he blocked Lu Yu's path. Their intent was clear, they would not let Lu Yu leave. Lu Yu understood this and stopped moving, halting his steps to stare expressionlessly at Zhao Long. Zhao Long spotted Lu Yu with his hands in his pockets and a sneer spread across his face. Who knew our big shot class monitor Lu was such a show-off? With all of us here, you still dare keep your hands in your pockets? After all, he is the squad leader. How else would he win over the girls in the squad without putting on airs? Exactly. If I could act as cool as class leader Lu, I'd definitely be dating a bunch of girls. Hey! Not so fast. I heard Sergeant Lu is actually quite devoted. He chased after Li Momo for nearly 3 years before finally getting dumped yesterday. Not bad, huh? The 4 hangers-on beside Zhao Long chimed in with sarcastic remarks. Lu Yu caught the mockery in their voices. Without the experiences and mindset from his previous life, he might have been provoked into anger. But, having been reborn into this life, Lu Yu is no longer the same man he once was. Such words barely registered with him. Put yourself in his shoes. Having endured the apocalypse, having faced life and death. Then in this world, the things that could hurt you again are few and far between. Lu Yu remained impassive, asking with a faint smile, you've been waiting here for so long just to spout this nonsense? At this remark, the group that had been chattering about Lu Yu fell silent for a moment. Zhao Long also showed a hint of surprise, who knew class leader Lu had such an unexpectedly positive mindset. Truly worthy of being a squad leader. I'm impressed. Lu Yu remained expressionless, saying nothing. Zhao Long chuckled, I've been waiting here to ask you a few questions. Just answer honestly. Lu Yu remained silent. Zhao Long stared at Lu Yu and pressed on, the 2,000 yuan in Kai Fang's backpack this morning, did you put it there? Lu Yu calmly retorted, which dogs I saw me put it there? What the hell did you say? How dare you talk to young Master Zhao like that? The tall bodyguard immediately stepped forward, his voice filled with rage, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Seeing this, Lu Yu's innate wariness of danger kicked in, his nerves instantly taut. It felt like encountering a beast attack in his past life. Lu Yu's hackles rose. Though he no longer possessed the strength of his past life, the combat experience and techniques he'd honed then remained etched in his memory. He was confident he could handle a few schoolyard troublemakers. The henchman who had been about to make a move caught a glimpse of the icy glint in Lu Yu's eyes. An inexplicable chill shot up from his feet to the top of his head. It was bone-chilling. Danger. But the sensation vanished almost as quickly as it had come. As if it had been a mere illusion. This left the attendant utterly baffled. Don't touch him yet. Zhao Long, unaware of Lu Yu's unusual state, nearly reached out to stop him.
Yes, young Master Zhao.
The tall attendant scratched his head, shot Lu Yu a glare, and stepped aside. Zhao Long looked at Lu Yu, his tone laden with meaning.
Lu Yu, you're the first person who dared to speak to me like that.
Then, abruptly shifting his tone, he added, I won't waste my breath on this nonsense. I don't care if you put the money in Kai Feng's backpack or not.
I won't pursue it further.
But from now on, you'd better stay far away from Yi Qingcheng.
Otherwise,
Before he finished speaking, his 4 henchmen, ever the yes-men, stepped forward.
They glared at Lu Yu with ill intent.
The whole scene was a blatant threat. Lu Yu watched the scene unfold before him without so much as a blink. His expression gave nothing away. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking.
That's all I have to say. If I ever catch you messing with my plans again. Your family is all in Rougeau, right?
Zhao Long cut himself off abruptly, then left the place with his 4 henchmen in tow. Lu Yu stared at Zhao Long's retreating figure, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. His fists clenched slightly.
Crackling sounds. Zhao Long's status and connections were no small matter.
Although Lu Yu's family had just entered the ranks of the moderately well-off, compared to Zhao Long, it was worlds apart. How dare this Zhao Long threaten him with his family? Rest assured, you will die. Lu Yu spoke each word coldly, his expression utterly blank.
Back home. It was already 6:30 p.m.
Summer days were long, and at this hour, the sky hadn't yet turned completely dark. However, Lu Xinghua and Song Yuha had long since finished work and prepared a fairly substantial meal for Lu Yu. They were waiting for him to come home and eat.
Meanwhile, Lu Yu's older sister, Lu Jingyu, hadn't finished work yet. She lived and ate at the company. She only returned home on weekends.
But Lu Yu had little appetite for dinner, hastily wolfing down 2 bowls. He returned to his bedroom and locked the door.
Lu Xinghua and Song Yuha glanced toward Lu Yu's room, wondering what had happened. Is Xiao Yu feeling overwhelmed with the college entrance exams approaching? Song Yuha asked.
Lu Xinghua scratched his head.
I don't know.
We haven't said much to him lately.
Song Yuha rolled her eyes. Watch how you talk to our son. Don't put too much pressure on him.
The college entrance exam is one path, but life offers many others. Don't push our son to the point of illness.
I know. I get it without you saying it. Let's eat.
Lu Xinghua called out, picking up his bowl and devouring his food like a whirlwind.
You old man. Song Yuha scolded playfully. Back in his room,
Lu Yu climbed into bed, his mind replaying Zhao Long's words over and over.
To be honest,
if Zhao Long had threatened Lu Yu personally, he wouldn't have felt a thing. But if he threatened his family, Lu Yu would absolutely dare to kill the entire family. Even if the other party were the King of Kings himself, nothing could stop Lu Yu. Zhao Long's words reminded Lu Yu that in this world, environment, resources, external enemies, and so on, are not the only threats to a person's safety.
Sometimes, the threat comes from people themselves. Chapter 9, A Mess. Huff. Lu Yu exhaled a deep breath of stale air before finally steadying his composure. It wasn't that Lu Yu was overreacting.
In his previous life, Li Momo had given him a reason to kill power and money. He must quickly cultivate formidable strength to secure his foothold in the impending chaos. Fight for a place to survive. Logically speaking, Lu Yu should be focusing all his efforts on cultivation right now.
But then again, his cultivation talent was truly abysmal.
A month of his cultivation likely yielded less progress than 3 days of training for those gifted prodigies. If Lu Yu now devoted most of his time to cultivation, then reincarnating once would truly hold little meaning. What he must prioritize now is to leverage this month. Leverage the knowledge from his past life and utilize the system to gain a head start. That was the correct approach. I still need to find a breakthrough through Yi Qingcheng.
I recall her family background wasn't particularly affluent. Perhaps we can find a way through that angle.
Lu Yu's family wasn't exactly wealthy, but they certainly weren't poor either.
His parents earned money. His sister earned money too. The entire family doted on Lu Yu.
When it came to money, they never spared him anything. Otherwise, Lu Yu wouldn't have been able to scrape together 2,000 yuan to slip into Kai Feng's backpack. Lu Yu sat on his bed pondering for a long time before finally settling on a plan. He pulled out his phone and dialed Yan Xiaokuan's number. Hey? Bro, what you up to? Eating? I need to ask you something. Rougeau City was a fairly large city. But like many other large cities, it wasn't all prosperity. Poverty and backwardness were intertwined within it.
Suxian District, an urban village.
Halfway up the mountain, along a winding, twisting path, stood a cluster of corrugated iron shacks. Among them, a low, rust-stained green tin shack was Yi Qingcheng's home. By the time Yi Qingcheng returned home, the sky had already grown completely dark. Due to her family's tight finances, Yi Qingcheng couldn't even afford the 2 yuan bus fare home. As Yi Qingcheng reached her doorstep, she pulled out her key, ready to unlock it. She suddenly realized the iron gate had already been opened. Yi Qingcheng froze in surprise. Usually, her home door remained locked. Even when her mother returned, the door would be securely fastened. This was an unfortunate precaution taken to prevent a certain animal from entering. So when Yi Qingqing saw the wide-open gate, her heart skipped a beat. At that moment, a commotion erupted from inside the house, accompanied by waves of sobbing and curses.
Dashin, I beg you, stop looking. We really have no money left. No money? Bull. You sweep streets every day, how could you possibly have no money? Dashin. I'm not lying to you, we really have no money left.
Anin is going to college, she needs to eat at school.
She needs to eat, but what about me, her father? Ha? You only give money to her and not to me? I'm telling you, even if you don't have money today, you'll find it. You have to hand it over to me. Otherwise, you'll be sorry.
The tin-roofed house echoed with clanging sounds.
Outside the door, Yi Qingqing's expression darkened upon hearing the commotion.
Her heart sank, and she stormed into the room, her face ashen.
Inside, chaos reigned.
A frail middle-aged man, his face flushed crimson, frantically searched the room. A middle-aged woman, her eyes tear-filled, clung desperately to the man's thigh,
trying desperately to stop the man's actions. But
the woman's strength was too feeble to hold back the seemingly frail man.
These two were Yi Qingqing's parents, Qin Shan and Yilan.
Yi Qingqing's father was a good-for-nothing gambler and drunkard who was never home. He frequently subjected both mother and daughter to violent abuse. Yi Qingqing's mother, however, was a kind-hearted soul. She worked as a sanitation worker and raised Yi Qingqing alone. The door to Yi Qingqing's home was always tightly shut to keep out that beast Qin Shan. Forgive Yi Qingqing for addressing her father this way, she doesn't consider this man her father. At that moment, Qin Shan and Yilan had their backs turned to Yi Qingqing. Qin Shan rummaged under the rice cooker and found over 10 coins, plus 200 yuan bills.
Together, they amounted to nearly 300 yuan. This was every last penny saved in this broken-down home. Damn it! Sweeping the streets for so long, and this is all you get?
Useless piece of trash. Qin Shan snatched the money in a fit of rage, kicked Yilan aside with his foot, and snarled, I told you both long ago, don't ever think you can escape my sight.
Did you think moving here would make me lose track of you? Damn it! Mark my words, don't even think about running away or trying any tricks. Next month, I'll be back for more money. If it's less than today, it won't just be a beating.
Qin Shan cursed as he kicked Yilan hard with his foot, leaving her body covered in bruises.
Not a single inch of her body was spared.
Ignoring her own pain, Yilan clung desperately to Qin Shan's pant leg, wailing, Dashin, and is still in school.
This money is for her meals. If you take it, what will she eat? Daughters grow up to get married. What's the point of wasting money on all that schooling? It's a waste. Qin Shan snapped. Anin's getting old enough anyway.
She should start working soon, earn some money for a few years, then get married.
That'll settle everything.
When she comes back, I'll find her a good match like that village chief's dim-witted son back home.
He seems decent enough. Anin was Yi Qingqing's childhood nickname.
The village chief's mentally disabled son Qin Shan mentioned was already 40 years old. Yilan stared at Qin Shan, tears welling in her eyes, unable to believe what she was hearing.
She stammered, you're a beast. You're not human. Anin is our daughter. You want her to marry some stupid old man? I'll never agree to it. I refuse. Is it even up to you to agree? Qin Shan sneered. What's wrong with the village chief's dim-witted son? Sure, he's a bit slow, but he's got money.
If Anin marries him, she'll live in luxury, and we'll all benefit from it.
This matter is settled. As soon as I see Anin, I'll tell her about it. No way. You're dreaming. Hey, you old hag. You dare talk back to me? Tired of living?
Qin Shan beat Yilan mercilessly, punching and kicking her.
Yilan clung desperately to Qin Shan, refusing to let him go.
No one noticed Yi Qingqing had returned.
Chapter 10, A Rusty Serrated Kitchen Knife.
Yi Qingqing stood right where she'd entered, watching the scene unfold and listening to their exchange. Every word Qin Shan uttered fell into Yi Qingqing's ears without exception. The indescribable emotions within Yi Qingqing were suddenly stirred to the surface.
From childhood to adulthood.
In her memories, her mother had single-handedly raised her and funded her education. This man, who should have been her father, had never been a source of protection. Instead, he had been a constant source of disaster. This shaped Yi Qingqing's character from a young age, independent and fiercely determined. And ever since her mother brought her here to live, Yi Qingqing hadn't seen Qin Shan for over a year. She had no idea how he tracked them down. Seeing Qin Shan show no mercy toward her mother, then turn around and walk away with the money, a surge of fury erupted within Yi Qingqing. She charged into the kitchen, grabbed a serrated kitchen knife, and emerged.
At that moment,
Qin Shan broke free from Yilan's grasp and was about to slam the door shut. But as he reached the doorway, he saw a figure standing there, blocking his path. Qin Shan stared in shock. It was his own daughter.
Yi Qingqing. Ha! Anin, when did you come back? How come I didn't know?
The mere sight of Yi Qingqing's face filled Qin Shan's mind with overwhelming joy.
Speak of the devil.
He had just been thinking about marrying his daughter off to get money and live it up, and now she was back so soon. Shin Shan could almost see stacks of cash beckoning to him.
On the ground, Yilan, barely clinging to life.
Like a final burst of strength before passing. Summoning the last of her strength, though her vision was fading, she shouted at her daughter, "Anan, run!
Your father's gone mad. He's lost his mind. Run now.
Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. You've lived here so long, but I haven't seen you in a year.
I've missed you terribly."
Shin Shan's gaze swept over Yi Qingqing's face before instinctively drifting downward.
Two gently rounded hills, radiating youthful vitality, already taking shape.
This sight nearly left Shin Shan speechless. Yi Qingqing was naturally stunning, a rare beauty in the making.
Even the plain, inexpensive blue and white school uniform couldn't conceal her radiant glow.
Had it not been for that uniform, Yi Qingqing wouldn't have been crowned the school flower of Ruzhou First High School. But Shin Shan, that beastly creature, dared to harbor such thoughts toward his own daughter.
"Anan, come here. Let daddy take a good look. Have you been working hard and enduring hardships this past year?"
Shin Shan stuffed the money into his pocket, his eyes gleaming lecherously as he approached Yi Qingqing, arms outstretched to embrace her.
How sharp-witted was Yi Qingqing? How could she not see the filthy thoughts churning in that beast's mind?
Without a word, Yi Qingqing's arm shot up, pressing a gleaming kitchen knife against Shin Shan's throat. Shin Shan froze instantly, cold sweat pouring down like a torrential downpour. A cleaver pressed against his throat. The slightest movement could mean bidding farewell to this beautiful world.
My father? Don't disgust me.
Yi Qingqing held the knife steady, her voice icy.
Take out the money in your pockets and get out. Shin Shan froze. "Anan, what do you mean? This money was saved by your mother for me to spend. You want me to hand it over? Your mother would never agree to this. Are you going to hand it over?"
Before he could finish, Yi Qingqing pressed the knife against his throat with a cold expression. A chill seemed to run down Shin Shan's neck.
A faint bloodstain.
A trickle of blood seeped out. Shin Shan sobered instantly, every impure thought vanishing from his mind. Trembling and shaking, he fumbled out the money he'd stuffed into his pocket not long ago, still cold to the touch, and placed it on the coffee table. Yi Qingqing gripped the knife tightly in one hand, pressing it against Shin Shan's chest.
"Daughter, my dear daughter, is this acceptable?"
Shin Shan asked cautiously, raising his hands high after placing all the money on the table.
"Get out," Yi Qingqing said. Shin Shan immediately nodded like a bobblehead. All right. I'll leave. I'll leave right now. Please don't be angry, daughter."
He backed away cautiously, inch by inch, slowly moving toward the front door. Yi Qingqing held the knife pointed at him, saying nothing, her face utterly expressionless.
Shin Shan kept up his apologetic smile until he reached the doorway, establishing a safe distance from Yi Qingqing.
Only then did he turn on his heel and sprint away without looking back.
"Yilan, Yi Qingqing, you think you're so clever. I remember what you did to me today.
Mark my words, this isn't over." As his footsteps faded into the distance, his shouts grew weaker and weaker. Only after watching the man disappear did Yi Qingqing lower the knife. She hurried to Yilan's side, carefully helping her up and guiding her to the torn sofa.
Mom, how do you feel now? Should I take you to the hospital?"
Yilan's condition looked dire, barely an inch of her skin was unscathed.
Bruises and contusions marred her entire body. Her face was disfigured, a mess of scars, grime, and bloodstains.
It was clear at a glance that she had suffered severe injuries. Yilan's health was already fragile, and with these new injuries, Yi Qingqing genuinely feared for her mother's life.
"My dear daughter, I'm fine.
There's no need to waste money on a hospital.
As long as I know you're safe and sound, Mom will be just fine." Yilan forced a smile.
Yi Qingqing watched her, tears welling up in her eyes. Her mother, a woman alone, had raised her all these years. How much hardship she must have endured, how much toil she must have borne. Now that she was about to enter university and finally have the means to repay her mother's nurturing kindness, she was terrified something might happen to her mother. Yilan was dazed and confused as she watched her daughter crying. Forcing a smile, she tried to comfort her. "Don't cry, Mom's fine.
Let's tidy up and make some food."
Before she could finish, a sharp pain erupted in her head and she suddenly fainted. Yi Qingqing's face turned pale as she cried out, "Mom, what's wrong?"
"Don't scare me." At the foot of the mountain, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan arrived by taxi. "This place is truly remote. If you hadn't guided me here and told me about it, I might never have found it."
Lu Yu surveyed the pitch-black surroundings and murmured softly,
"Don't thank me. If you're going to thank anyone, thank my girlfriend."
She gave me detailed directions over and over until I barely managed to memorize them. Yan Xiaoquan said with a hint of pride. "All right, I'll treat you and your girlfriend to dinner later," Lu Yu said.
"No problem. Wishing you all the best. I'll be off now, no need to be a third wheel." Yan Xiaoquan waved at Lu Yu and drove away. Chapter 11, The Hospital. After Yan Xiaoquan left,
Lu Yu straightened his clothes, glanced at the path leading up the mountain, and immediately prepared to ascend. Just then, Lu Yu suddenly spotted a figure in the distance. The person was walking toward him, sobbing softly, carrying another person on their back. Lu Yu froze slightly at the sight. The sky had grown dim, with little light around, so he couldn't make out the details clearly. Only when the figure drew near did Lu Yu recognize the person carrying the burden. It was Yi Qingcheng. "It's you! What are you doing here?" The two sentences came out one after the other from Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng. Clearly, neither had expected to encounter the other here. "What happened to you? And who is this?" Lu Yu glanced at Yi Qingcheng, then shifted his gaze to the middle-aged woman on her back. He hurried forward to offer his support. Lu Yu had never met Yi Qingcheng's mother before, so he didn't recognize her. Yi Qingcheng was already panting heavily from exhaustion, but she stubbornly held her ground, her face flushed crimson. "This is my mother. She fainted. I need to take her to the hospital." Yi Qingcheng had no desire to interact with someone like Lu Yu. His presence here only deepened her distaste. The reason was simple: she had pigeonholed Lu Yu into the category of those playboy types who toyed with girls' emotions and saw thrills. Her sole focus now was to get rid of Lu Yu quickly, so he wouldn't interfere with taking her mother for medical examination. Lu Yu had no idea what Yi Qingcheng thought of him. He noticed two details. First, tear stains still lingered on Yi Qingcheng's face. Her eyes were red and slightly swollen, clearly having cried recently. Second, the middle-aged woman Yi Qingcheng carried on her back, her mother, had a bloodied face and looked utterly disheveled, clearly in poor condition. To summarize, Yi Qingcheng was now facing a very thorny problem. "How are you getting to the hospital? Driving her there?" Lu Yu asked. "I don't have a car." "No car?" Lu Yu froze. "You're not seriously thinking of carrying him to the hospital on foot, are you?" Yi Qingcheng asked. "What's wrong? Is that not okay?" "It's possible, but the nearest people's hospital is still over 10 minutes away on foot." Lu Yu explained. "If you walk there like this, carrying someone on your back, it'll take at least half an hour. You said your mother passed out, and you've been wasting time here this long. What if something really happens? Can you bear the consequences?" Yi Qingcheng was breathing heavily, her cheeks flushed, tiny beads of sweat glistening on her pale skin. She stared intently at Lu Yu. She desperately wanted to retort. But deep down, she knew Lu Yu was right. Getting to the hospital as quickly as possible was undoubtedly the best course of action now. Timely treatment. The damage to her mother wouldn't be as severe. But the money in Yi Qingcheng's family was limited. Barely 300 yuan. If they take a taxi and spend a few dozen yuan on that, what if it wasn't enough? But what if taking mom there too late meant missing the optimal treatment window? A starkly realistic dilemma loomed before Yi Qingcheng. She didn't know how to choose. Lu Yu noticed Yi Qingcheng's distress. As she agonized over her decision, he immediately hailed a cab with his phone. An urgent express ride. In less than a minute, a private car pulled up in front of them. Lu Yu pulled open the door and looked at Yi Qingcheng. "Let's get Auntie to the hospital first. We can discuss everything else later, okay?" Yi Qingcheng glanced at the car, then at Lu Yu. To be honest, she really didn't want to owe Lu Yu a favor. Why? No good deed goes unpunished. Although Lu Yu had previously offered an excuse that he wanted to be friends with her, it felt far too contrived to her. Going from complete strangers to suddenly wanting to be friends the moment they spoke. Anyone would be wary of that. Especially Yi Qingcheng. But the situation was urgent now, leaving her no choice. Seeing Yi Qingcheng hadn't moved, Lu Yu walked straight over to her side. Without a word, he steadied Jilan, lifted her up, and laid her down on the back seat. "Aren't you getting in?" Lu Yu asked. "Thank you." Yi Qingcheng wasn't entirely willing, but Lu Yu was indeed helping her. A simple thank you wasn't too much to ask. "Hold on tight," Lu Yu urged. Yi Qingcheng gave Lu Yu a serious look, then stopped dawdling. She got in, closed the door, and as the car started moving, it sped off. Suxian District People's Hospital. This was a top-tier tertiary hospital, rich in medical resources with comprehensive departments, and most importantly, it was nearby. It took less than 10 minutes. Lu Yu hailed a taxi and arrived at the hospital. He headed straight for the emergency department. A person in a coma is already in a very serious condition. One wrong move and he'd be dead as a doornail. Therefore, this is why it's called racing against death. Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng escorted Yilan all the way to the emergency room before sitting separately on chairs on either side outside the ward. The surroundings were quiet as they waited for encouraging news to emerge from the emergency room. Yi Qingcheng sat on the hospital bench, her mind elsewhere, lost in thought. Lu Yu walked over and sat beside her. "Don't worry. Auntie is a good person, she'll be fine." Yi Qingcheng looked at Lu Yu, about to speak. Suddenly, a female nurse hurried over, addressing them both. "Excuse me, who is the family member of patient Yilan?" "That's me." Yi Qingcheng shot to her feet, her nerves taut as she stared at the nurse. She feared hearing bad news from the nurse. "The patient is fine. She's just weak and had low blood sugar. Combined with her serious injuries, that's what caused her to lose consciousness. The nurse explained concisely, however, since her wounds were just sutured and disinfected and her body is weak, she'll need to stay in the hospital for a week to recuperate. We'll then assess her recovery progress. Come with me to the counter to pay. After saying that, the nurse turned to leave. Yi Qingqing quickly stepped forward and asked nervously, "Excuse me, how much do you think it will cost?" The nurse glanced at Yi Qingqing and replied, "About 1,000 yuan or so." Yi Qingqing paled slightly and asked, "Does that include hospitalization fees?" "Yes." "What if I don't stay overnight?" "Not staying overnight?" The nurse paused, taken aback. "Even without hospitalization, it'll still cost 5 or 600 yuan. Yi Qingqing froze at the words. 5 or 600 yuan. She only had less than 300 yuan on her right now. What should she do? "Nurse, could you possibly reduce the fee? I might not have that much money on me." Yi Qingqing tried to negotiate. The nurse's smile vanished instantly at her words. "You think this is a vegetable market? Like you can haggle over prices? No money? We can't even stop the bleeding or stitch you up. Pay up or leave, it's your call." Chapter 12, Strike while the iron is hot, press your advantage. "Nurse, that's not what I meant." Yi Qingqing urgently explained, "What I meant was, I'll give you all the money I have on me now. If it's not enough, I'll come back later to make up the difference." "Would that work?" The nurse shook her head. "I'm afraid not. The hospital doesn't offer credit services." Yi Qingqing pleaded, "Can't you make an exception?" The nurse replied, "I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. If you haven't paid the full amount, the patient may be sent to the emergency room immediately. I have other duties to attend to." "Excuse me." With that, the nurse turned and walked away. Yi Qingqing looked helpless, unsure what to do. She was still short 200 or 300 yuan. That was nearly half a month's wages. Where could she possibly get that much money so quickly? Not far away. Lu Yu took in the entire scene unfolding before him. He understood Yi Qingqing's feelings all too well. For in his previous life, he had experienced similar feelings. Yi Qingqing needed help, now it was time for him to step in. Lu Yu approached Yi Qingqing and said, "Don't worry. I'll cover this bill for you." Yi Qingqing, who had been on the verge of despair, froze in surprise and turned to look at the person approaching. It was Lu Yu. "What did you say?" Yi Qingqing asked, barely able to believe her ears. Lu Yu pulled out the 2,000 yuan from earlier that day and handed it to Yi Qingqing. "I happen to have a little extra cash on me. Take this to pay auntie's fees and get your wound treated first. You can pay me back later when you have the money." Yi Qingqing stared at Lu Yu, then at the 2,000 yuan, feeling a sense of unreality wash over her. All these years, she hadn't made any friends. Those who approached her under various pretexts and excuses had ulterior motives in mind. Why was this class monitor suddenly being so kind to her? What did he want? Yi Qingqing's mind was spinning, but she desperately needed this money now. Her mother was still in the emergency room, desperately needing this money to save her life. She had no choice but to make a decision. Yi Qingqing stared at the money in Lu Yu's hand. After hesitating repeatedly, she clenched her teeth and snatched it away. Looking up at Lu Yu, she asked bluntly, "What do you want?" Lu Yu froze slightly. "What do you mean?" Yi Qingqing replied, "You approached me out of nowhere and helped me, isn't that because you want something? Just say it. Whatever you want, if I can give it to you, I will. But if what you ask for is too much, even if the money isn't repaid, I won't be able to give it to you." Yi Qingqing's home was bare as a church mouse. What could possibly be worth coveting? She knew that herself. She just wanted to see what this Lu Yu was really up to. The moment Lu Yu heard this, he knew Yi Qingqing had misunderstood. She must think he was trying to hit on her. Lu Yu shook his head. "I've already said it before, I just want to be friends with you. There's nothing else to it. You don't need to be constantly on guard around me. If you don't believe me, just watch how I act from now on. Now, let's hurry and pay auntie for the treatment, shall we?" Yi Qingqing snapped back to reality. Her mother was still lying in the emergency room, waiting for the money for treatment. "All right. Regardless, I still need to thank you. Thank you for helping me. I will definitely repay you for this money someday." Yi Qingqing looked at Lu Yu earnestly. Lu Yu nodded. "All right." Yi Qingqing didn't hesitate any longer. She turned and rushed after the nurse. Ding! "Congratulations, host. The subject's affinity towards you has increased by 10. Current affinity, 15. Keep up the good work." The system's electronic voice chimed in Lu Yu's mind. With a flicker of his thoughts, a pale blue light screen slowly unfolded before his eyes. Name, Yi Qingqing. Level, none. Affinity, 15. Talent, SSS. Not bad. A 10-point jump in intimacy, well worth the late-night trek all the way out here to find Yi Qingqing. And this is only the first day. Such incredible results already, and there's still a whole month left. Reaching 80 intimacy points would be a piece of cake. Once he establishes a contract with Yi Qingcheng, whenever she boosts her strength, Lu Yu's power will skyrocket alongside hers.
By then, what threat from the beast tide could possibly worry him? Lu Yu couldn't help but think to himself with delight. Soon,
Yi Qingcheng returned after paying the fees. The light above the emergency room door flickered on.
In the corridor, an eerie silence hung heavy.
Yi Qingcheng sat on a chair some distance away from Lu Yu, her hands folded, staring blankly at the floor. Occasionally, a flicker of tension and worry crossed her expression. Her face, still slightly immature yet already hinting at the peerless beauty she would one day possess, made it hard to imagine that this girl would become the savior of the human race, the Empress of Burning Heaven. Lu Yu sat on the chair opposite the emergency room door, his gaze secretly observing Yi Qingcheng. The worry etched upon Yi Qingcheng's lovely face did not escape Lu Yu's keen eyes. Lu Yu glanced at the number above her head.
Intimacy, 15. Today's gains were already bountiful. But he was not easily satisfied. He pressed his advantage. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu rose and walked over, sitting beside Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng, sensing someone approaching, instinctively looked up. Upon recognizing Lu Yu,
Yi Qingcheng instinctively furrowed her delicate brows, but they soon smoothed out. She averted her gaze and continued staring at the floor.
She showed no intention of speaking to Lu Yu. In a previous life, Lu Yu would have been at a loss for words in this situation, scratching his ear and turning beet red with embarrassment. But the Lu Yu of today, having weathered so many trials, possessed a face thicker than the ancient walls of Luoyang City itself. Lu Yu showed no trace of nervousness or awkwardness as he casually asked, "So, how are you? Thirsty? Want me to grab you a bottle of water?"
Yi Qingcheng didn't even lift her head.
"Is this your standard pickup line, guys?"
Lu Yu chuckled. Opening lines are always tricky, just like writing a novel. The beginning is the hardest part.
Once you get that right, the rest flows naturally.
Yi Qingcheng tilted her head slightly toward Lu Yu.
"You know how to write novels?"
"I've written a few, but they all flopped."
Lu Yu didn't hide it. Yi Qingcheng casually asked, "So, do you think the opening you're writing now will flop too?"
Lu Yu froze at the question, blurting out instinctively, "That depends on the heroine." Before he could finish, Lu Yu suddenly realized he'd said the wrong thing. Glancing at Yi Qingcheng again, he saw her face had already flushed slightly.
Lu Yu quickly backtracked, explaining, "I didn't mean it like that. What I meant was..."
Yi Qingcheng cut him off, "I know.
Lu Yu. I haven't even finished speaking yet, what do you know, huh?" Chapter 13, Closing the Distance. After a little joke and a few light-hearted remarks,
the awkwardness and distance between Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng melted away significantly.
Their interactions were no longer as stiff as before. Many topics could now be discussed more freely. After chatting idly for a while, Lu Yu suddenly asked, "Auntie, how did you end up like this?"
Yi Qingcheng froze slightly at the question, falling silent.
No answer. Seeing this, Lu Yu instantly guessed Yi Qingcheng's father. He remembered.
Yi Qingcheng's family background wasn't exactly ideal. The primary reason was her father, a hopeless gambler and drunkard. It was said her father frequently stole money from home to gamble and drink. He would beat her and her mother at the slightest provocation. Her mother had been beaten to death by her father in this manner.
Almost no one in her class knew about this tragedy.
As a transfer student, Yi Qingcheng was quiet and reserved, leaving few who truly understood her. Even Lu Yu from her previous life remained completely unaware of it. By the time Lu Yu learned of these events, Yi Qingcheng had already become the most dazzling and powerful rising star among the human race.
Later, what became of Yi Qingcheng's father? No one knew.
Some said he perished in the onslaught of the beast tide, while others claimed he starved to death from lack of food. In any case, no one ever saw him again.
Lu Yu remembered this past episode with exceptional clarity.
This wasn't merely because he sought to cling to the future Empress's coattails, but because the brilliance of this future Empress in her previous life was simply too dazzling. So much so that this story was etched into Lu Yu's mind like a carving.
Seeing Yi Qingcheng's unsettled expression, Lu Yu didn't press further and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, would you like something to drink? I can go get it for you?"
"No, I'm not thirsty," Yi Qingcheng replied, licking her parched lips.
Lu Yu noticed this detail and stood up. "Look at you, your lips are parched. I'll go get you something to drink and some snacks. Who knows how long we'll be waiting at the hospital."
Since Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng had brought Yi Lan to the hospital earlier, it was now 10:30 p.m. They had been at the hospital for nearly 2 or 3 hours.
"No, really, don't buy anything. Why waste money?" Yi Qingcheng protested. "If you need to go back, then go ahead. Don't worry about me here. I'll be fine staying here alone."
Lu Yu opened his mouth to respond.
Suddenly,
Yi Qingcheng's stomach growled loudly. Her expression changed slightly as she hurriedly clutched her stomach.
Lu Yu looked at Yi Qingcheng, bewildered. "You haven't eaten yet? None of your business."
Yi Qingcheng flushed slightly, her tone cold.
"All right. I'll grab you some late-night snacks on my way back." Lu Yu smiled faintly. "Would you like rice noodles or congee?"
Yi Qingcheng remained stubborn. I said, no need.
Alright, I got it. Wait here, I'll go get it for you right now.
Lu Yu glanced at Yi Qingcheng before turning and walking down the corridor.
I said I don't need it, you.
Yi Qingcheng grew flustered. She genuinely didn't want to waste Lu Yu's money, but seeing his resolute departure, she sighed helplessly. You just lent me all your cash.
Do you have any left on you? I do. Lu Yu didn't even turn his head, just waved dismissively before disappearing around the corridor corner. Watching Lu Yu's receding figure, Yi Qingcheng's crystal clear eyes blinked rapidly.
A peculiar gleam flickered deep within her gaze.
Just then, the emergency room door swung open.
A group of doctors emerged, pushing a hospital bed.
On the stretcher was none other than Yi Qingcheng's mother, Yilan.
Yi Qingcheng turned at the sound, all other chaotic thoughts cast aside. She hurried forward and bent down to look at her mother. Yilan's entire body was wrapped in bandages, her face marked by deep scars. Her eyes were slightly closed, her breathing faint yet steady. It seemed she had passed the critical stage.
Doctor, hello. How is my mother doing now?
Yi Qingcheng turned to the group of doctors and asked. The attending physician pulled down his mask and addressed Yi Qingcheng. The patient sustained multiple bleeding wounds, fractures in the thigh and spine, and 3 broken ribs. Her injuries have been stabilized. With proper rest and recovery, she should make a full recovery. Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng felt both heartache and relief.
Good, good. Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
The attending physician replied, You're welcome.
It's our job.
With that, the attending physician replaced his mask and signaled to his colleagues with a glance. The group transferred Yilan to a regular ward.
Outside the hospital,
Lu Yu browsed through all the surrounding shops, buying plenty of food and drinks. He didn't know what Yi Qingcheng liked to eat or drink. So, he opted to buy a variety of options. After all, he still had plenty of money on him.
Buying some food wouldn't cost him much.
By the time Lu Yu returned to the hospital with his purchases, it was nearly midnight. Yi Qingcheng hadn't eaten dinner and was starving. She still held the few hundred yuan left after paying the hospital fees, but she dared not spend a single cent on food. Because she knew this money was a loan from Lu Yu. It had to be repaid. If she spent it so recklessly now, how would she ever pay it back later? Just as hunger had made Yi Qingcheng's forehead break out in a fine, prickly sweat, Lu Yu gently pushed open the ward door and stepped inside. Yi Qingcheng turned her head and was startled to see Lu Yu carrying large and small bags. The aroma wafting from the bags was irresistible, the kind that made your mouth water the moment you caught a whiff. Startled by the sight, Yi Qingcheng exclaimed, Lu Yu, why did you buy so much food? How could we possibly finish it all? Lu Yu gently closed the door, carried the bags inside, and placed them on the cabinet beside the bed. His voice was soft and gentle.
Auntie will wake up soon. Won't she need to eat too? I figured I'd buy extra so we wouldn't have to go back out later.
Yi Qingcheng looked at the mountain of food again and felt both amused and exasperated. The quantity Lu Yu had bought was enough to feed 4 or 5 people heartily, and they might not even finish it all. No wonder Yi Qingcheng felt a bit helpless. Lu Yu seemed completely unaware. Standing beside the cabinet, he fiddled with it slightly as he said, Quick, come eat while it's hot. It won't taste good once it cools down. Yi Qingcheng gazed at Lu Yu's profile, feeling an inexplicable wave of emotion wash over her. Thanks. Lu Yu's movements abruptly halted as he turned to look at Yi Qingcheng, flashing a grin.
You're welcome. At that very moment, the system's electronic voice chimed. Ding.
Congratulations, host. The subject's intimacy with you has increased by 10, currently at 25.
Chapter 14, Friends. The intimacy level has risen again.
Lu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Inside, he was extremely happy and excited. With this new increase, he was one step closer to his goal of 80 intimacy points. Before the spiritual energy revival and impending disaster in a month's time, he was certain he could complete his contract with Yi Qingcheng ahead of schedule.
Once completed, it would be like securing a ticket to the ranks of the elite. What could possibly be more thrilling and exhilarating than that? Beside him,
Yi Qingcheng, who was taking small bites of her food, noticed Lu Yu grinning like an idiot.
She furrowed her brows and asked, What's up? What's got you so happy? Ah, nothing. I just suddenly remembered something happy. What is it? My neighbor's sow gave birth.
Gave birth?
Yep. What's so funny about that? I don't know.
Yi Qingcheng rolled her eyes and stopped talking. She feared that continuing might make her want to strangle Lu Yu.
Thanks for today. Consider those 2,000 yuan alone.
I'll pay you back after the college entrance exams when I earn money from my part-time job. Yi Qingcheng said politely while eating, glancing at Lu Yu.
After the college entrance exams? Paying back with part-time work?
Lu Yu's lips curved into an inexplicable smile at her words.
1 month later, spiritual energy revived and the apocalypse arrived. When humanity's order and rules cease to exist, where exactly would one find part-time work to repay it? Ha 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 ha. Lu Yu knew about this, but he couldn't tell Yi Qingcheng yet.
He feared Yi Qingcheng would dismiss him as mentally unstable and have him committed to a psychiatric hospital with a single phone call.
Who would he appeal to then? Sure thing. No problem. Whenever you have the money, you can pay me back. I'm in no rush.
Lu Yu looked at Yi Qingcheng and said with a slight smile. Yi Qingcheng's cheeks flushed slightly.
She nodded and said nothing more. Both ate in silence. Neither spoke. For a moment,
the hospital room felt a bit quiet. Except for the occasional beep from the monitoring equipment. There was no other sound.
After a long silence, Liu broke the quiet. By the way, Xingchang, regarding your mother's condition, didn't the doctor say she needs to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days? MHM.
Yi Qingcheng nodded, her expression looking rather poor.
Hospitalization. That would cost a lot of money. But given her mother's current condition, wouldn't discharging her prematurely risk complications or adverse effects?
Yet all she had on her now was less than 300 yuan of her own money. And the few hundred yuan Lu Yu had lent her. Combined, it doesn't even add up to 1,000 yuan.
How many days could that cover in the hospital? What will she eat these days?
Lu Yu said, given your situation, auntie, managing on your own would be quite difficult. But with the exam approaching, it's not very practical for you to stay here and look after things either. Yi Qingcheng remained silent upon hearing this. Yet the hatred she felt toward her father only grew deeper within her heart.
If it weren't for this man, how could such a tragedy have befallen their family?
Lu Yu cautiously observed Yi Qingcheng and suggested, how about this? I'll find a caregiver to assist with auntie's care, so you can attend classes normally. That way, it won't interfere with your studies or hinder auntie's recovery. Yi Qingcheng immediately refused, no.
I've already taken enough money from you. I can't accept any more.
Otherwise, I'd never be able to repay this debt in my lifetime. Lu Yu looked at Yi Qingcheng earnestly and asked, how many chances in this world do you get to take the college entrance exam? Time and opportunities once used, they're gone forever. If this situation distracts you from studying and affects your exam results, imagine how heartbroken your aunt would be if she found out she's the one who's been supporting your education all this time.
Yi Qingcheng froze.
She turned to look at Yi Lan lying in the hospital bed, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Her mother had sacrificed so much for her. Everything she did was so that Yi Qingcheng would study hard, get into a good university, land a decent job, and live a life free from poverty. That was all. If her college entrance exam results fell far short of her expectations, how deeply disappointed would her mother be? If you won't think of yourself, at least consider auntie.
Don't place too much importance on this money. There's plenty of time ahead. You can earn it back slowly. Paying it back later is perfectly fine.
Lu Yu said. Yi Qingcheng heard this and abruptly looked up at Lu Yu. Lu Yu didn't flinch, meeting her gaze directly.
I'm stating the facts. Nothing more.
Yi Qingcheng stared intently at Lu Yu for 2 or 3 minutes.
Lu Yu faced her calmly.
He truly had no ulterior motives, his conscience was clear. Yi Qingcheng slowly averted her gaze, turning her head away.
Thank you for your kindness, she said. I understand your meaning, but I don't want to owe so many favors. I fear I might never be able to repay them all.
Lu Yu smiled.
Aren't friends supposed to help each other? If you can't lend a hand when a friend is in trouble, can they still be called a friend?
Yi Qingcheng was deeply moved by his words. Lu Yu's words struck a chord deep within her heart.
Then it's settled. Do as I say. We can keep track of the amount.
You can repay me later when you have the means. Seeing Yi Qingcheng wavering, Lu Yu pressed his advantage, hammering out the agreement decisively. With that, he stood up and headed for the door.
Lu Yu rose and headed for the door.
Before Yi Qingcheng could utter a word, he had already closed the door and walked out of the hospital room. Yi Qingcheng stared at the closed door, her red lips parting slightly as she murmured, friend. Lu Yu hired as 7-day caregiver for Yi Qingcheng's mother, costing him nearly 1,000 yuan. After personally briefing the caregiver on all necessary matters in front of Yi Qingcheng, only then did Yi Qingcheng feel reassured enough to leave. Lu Yu had suggested Yi Qingcheng shouldn't return home to stay, offering to find her a new place to live. But Yi Qingcheng politely declined. She said she had already caused Lu Yu enough trouble and didn't want to burden him further. Moreover, even if her father returned, she could handle it.
Lu Yu couldn't persuade Yi Qingcheng otherwise and ultimately relented.
After safely escorting Yi Qingcheng home, Lu Yu lingered outside for a long while, observing until he detected no signs of danger before turning to leave. What Lu Yu didn't know was that in the corner of a broken window in the tin-roofed shack, Yi Qingcheng stood quietly by the window, secretly watching Lu Yu's retreating figure until he vanished from sight. When Lu Yu returned home, took a shower, and lay down on his bed. It's already 2:30 in the morning. After tossing and turning all night, Lu Yu spent over 3,000 yuan and poured in considerable time and energy, but the reward was well worth it. Keep pushing forward. Lu Yu's bright eyes stared at the pitch-black ceiling as he muttered to himself, drifting into a drowsy slumber.
Chapter 15, Bro, do you believe the apocalypse is coming? The next day, the sun rose as usual. Lu Yu woke up promptly when his alarm went off. It was a habit he'd cultivated in his previous life.
In that perilous world, sleeping too soundly could easily get you killed by ferocious beasts. Those beasts, devoid of reason, wouldn't bother with logic to them. You were nothing but a fresh, bloody meal. Lu Yu finished his morning routine and hurried out the door. For some reason, despite having gone to bed late the night before, Lu Yu felt inexplicably energetic today. Perhaps it was the joy of good news lifting his spirits. Lu Yu arrived at school and entered the classroom. He still caught plenty of discordant remarks directed at him. As his gaze swept across the room, the female classmates who had been gossiping about him all fell silent. Lu Yu instantly felt his spirits dampened. He thought he might find something to occupy himself with, but these people were surprisingly well behaved. Just then, Lu Yu suddenly sensed a gaze fixed on him from behind. Lu Yu turned to look. Li Momo, surrounded by 5 or 6 girls, approached the classroom door. And the one staring at Lu Yu? None other than Li Momo herself. Speaking of which, Li Momo's family background was actually quite respectable. Slightly less privileged than Lu Yu's. Her looks were among the top in the class. If not for Yi Qingqing's presence, she would undoubtedly be the undisputed class beauty. But alas, because of Yi Qingqing, she could only settle for second place, forever overshadowed. In the past, Lu Yu would patiently comfort her, telling her she was the most beautiful person in the world. But now, oomph. If he didn't slap her twice in public the moment they met, it would be a testament to Lu Yu's restraint. Lu Yu completely ignored Li Momo's resentful glare, striding back to his seat. He shut out the world around him, focusing solely on his studies. That damn Lu Yu! Li Momo stomped her foot in fury. Several female classmates nearby immediately rushed over to console her, spitting venom as they launched into a tirade about Lu Yu, how he was no good, how he deserved worse, how she'd find someone better someday. But once Lu Yu returned to his seat, he paid them no mind whatsoever. Even if they gossiped about him behind his back, he couldn't care less. As long as the person he cared about didn't hear it or believe it, that was enough. When Lu Yu entered the classroom earlier, he hadn't seen Yi Qingqing. She must still be on her way. Lu Yu wasn't in a hurry. There was still plenty of time before class began. He pulled a history textbook from his backpack and began reading it with relish. The awakening of spiritual energy heralded the end of the world. The fundamental rules governing many worlds undergo earth-shattering transformations. At that time, much of the knowledge and skills learned today would become obsolete, rendered useless. Martial arts began to revive. Martial arts flourish, and profound, powerful martial arts dominate the world. Lu Yu stared at the contents of the history book, then connected the dots. As he envisioned the apocalyptic scenes that would follow the revival of spiritual energy, an overwhelming sense of unreality washed over him. The changes between the two worlds were too vast, the disconnect too severe. From his current perspective, the apocalypse seemed utterly impossible. Yet Lu Yu, who had lived through the entire apocalypse in his previous life and survived by sheer luck, could not help but believe it was real. 1 month later, the world would be transformed beyond recognition. Then, a brand new world, one where the weak are preyed upon and the strong reign supreme, will become the new norm. Lost in thought, Lu Yu was suddenly startled as a hand slapped his shoulder. Yan Xiaoquan slid into the seat beside him. Hey, bro, what's got you so engrossed? Lu Yu snapped back to reality and looked at the visitor, a history book. Why are you suddenly reading history? That stuff doesn't add many points. Focus more on Chinese and math, those are the real deal. Yan Xiaoquan said casually. Lu Yu set down his textbook and smiled. Heh, just browsing. Not studying for anything. True. With your grades, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University should be a breeze. Why bother cramming like us underachievers? Yan Xiaoquan said, a hint of envy in his voice. He was speaking the truth. At first high school, among his peers in the same grade, his grades had never fallen below the top 3. Lu Yu was undoubtedly a top contender among this year's college entrance exam candidates. Hearing his best friend's words, Lu Yu shook his head, torn between laughter and tears. In his previous life, Lu Yu had thought the same. If things had followed the usual script, Lu Yu would have gotten into a decent university, found a stable job, married, had children, and lived out a quiet life. But the sudden awakening of spiritual energy and the descent of the apocalypse changed everything. It also altered Lu Yu's life trajectory. His life, once that of a favored son of heaven, plummeted to the depths, ultimately blending into the crowd. He lost his loved ones and the spotlight that once followed him everywhere. This feeling of falling from grace was so unbearable that the Lu Yu of his past life felt an overwhelming urge to end it all. It was his best friend who stayed by his side, offering guidance and support. It was only through their steadfast support that Lu Yu managed to overcome those dark thoughts. This lifetime. Having been reborn, Lu Yu was determined not only to change his own life, but also to transform the life of his dearest friend. Damn it, why are you looking at me like that? You're not thinking about doing something, are you? Lost in thought, Lu Yu hadn't noticed he'd been staring at Yan Xiaoquan for quite some time. Bro! What's up with you? Did things not go well last night, so now you're into that? Yan Xiaoquan waved his hand in front of Lu Yu's face and asked in a hushed voice. Lu Yu snapped back to reality.
Hearing his buddy say that, he couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. What the hell are you talking about? Ah. Guess it's nothing then. Yen Xiaokuan realized.
Listen, when you're chasing girls, don't rush it. Take it step by step. This is only your first day, just getting started.
Slow and steady wins the race.
Yen Xiaokuan seemed to transform into a relationship guru, delivering his analysis to Lu Yu with great earnestness.
Lu Yu.
Seriously, as your good bro, I wouldn't lie to you.
Seeing Lu Yu didn't argue, Yen Xiaokuan felt even more convinced he was right. I'm telling you, this girl. Cut it out. Lu Yu interrupted. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Yen Xiaokuan froze.
Lu Yu had intended to tell Yen Xiaokuan about last night's events, but seeing his friend's gossipy expression, he instantly lost the urge to speak.
Forget it. Let's not talk about that. I have something else to tell you. Something to talk about. Yen Xiaokuan's eyes lit up, the flames of curiosity roaring. What is it? Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, then looked at Yen Xiaokuan with a serious expression and asked, Bro, do you believe the apocalypse is coming? Yen Xiaokuan froze. What? Chapter 16, Past Memories. Lu Yu repeated earnestly, I said, do you believe the apocalypse is coming? Yen Xiaokuan froze. What's up? Why bring up the apocalypse out of nowhere? Been reading too many online novels? Lu Yu shook his head. I'm being serious. Yen Xiaokuan froze again. He blinked, studying Lu Yu's expression. He really did seem serious. Finding it odd, he asked, why?
Even if you are serious, there's no way what you're saying could happen.
It's 2024 now.
This isn't like the Mayan apocalypse prophecy back then.
That stuff is long outdated. The Mayan prophecy.
That was just a rumor deliberately hyped up by the West to stir up panic and achieve some shady, undisclosed objectives. Even Pike, a pure-blooded Maya elder, couldn't help but speak up. There's absolutely no truth to this. But then again, Yen Xiaokuan didn't believe a word of it, and he wasn't the least bit surprised. If he hadn't lived this life twice himself, he probably wouldn't have believed such absurd nonsense either.
Xiaokuan, I'm not joking with you. 4 months now, I've been having the same dream almost every night, dreaming of spiritual energy awakening and the apocalypse descending.
That dream feels so real, it doesn't seem fake. Lu Yu looked at his best friend, his words still earnest, but his voice carried a hint of solemnity.
The dream itself was obviously fake.
Lu Yu just needed a reason, an excuse, to convince his brother to believe him. Yen Xiaokuan looked at his brother. He'd initially thought it was just a joke, but seeing how serious and earnest Lu Yu was, he found it odd and grew slightly intrigued.
So what did you dream about?
I dreamt of ordinary insects and beasts transforming into powerful, ferocious creatures.
They gathered into terrifying waves of beasts, storming human cities. Countless people perished in the onslaught.
Lu Yu said, half serious, half joking, when that happens, many of the people around us will perish in this catastrophe. Yen Xiaokuan's jaw dropped wide enough to fit a duck egg.
You mean, we'll die in the jaws of those beasts? Yes. How could that be possible? No matter how powerful those things become, how could they possibly stand a chance against our advanced technology? A single burst from a machine gun or a high-yield missile could wipe out entire hordes of them.
Yen Xiaokuan dismissed the idea. Historical records showed humans had dominated Earth for millions of years.
Creatures that once stood at the apex of the food chain had either been eradicated by humans or reduced to human sustenance. When did the world's affairs shift back to being ruled by those unthinking beasts?
Let alone insects with no brain capacity whatsoever. Yen Xiaokuan felt Lu Yu was telling him fairy tales. Seeing his brother still skeptical, Lu Yu showed no sign of impatience. After all, in this peaceful world, the idea did sound rather far-fetched.
To win Yen Xiaokuan's trust, Lu Yu knew it would take time and concrete proof that his words held truth.
Yen Xiaokuan patted Lu Yu's shoulder reassuringly. I know you just broke up with Li Momo, and the college entrance exams are approaching.
The pressure is immense. But you shouldn't dwell on it so much. With your abilities, as long as you perform normally, getting into Kyoto University should be a piece of cake, right?
Lu Yu froze at those words. Seeing Yen Xiaokuan's earnest expression, he couldn't help but let out a knowing smile. His only brother truly cared for him. Precisely because of this, Lu Yu couldn't let the events of his past life repeat themselves. He had to find a way to change Yen Xiaokuan's fate.
Hey, didn't you start dating someone?
Lu Yu suddenly changed the subject.
Huh? Yeah. Why?
Yen Xiaokuan froze for a moment before nodding.
Nothing. Keep it up.
Lu Yu chuckled.
What nonsense. We're getting along great.
Yen Xiaokuan shot Lu Yu a sideways glance before ignoring him completely, lowering his head to rummage through the books in his backpack. Lu Yu still wore a smile on his face, but as he watched Yen Xiaokuan's profile, not a trace of joy remained in his heart. This brother of his and his girlfriend had been trying to date since middle school. By now, it must have been 5 or 6 years.
In his previous life, Yen Xiaokuan had indeed died saving him.
But the root cause of that incident was Yen Xiaokuan's girlfriend being too selfish. She'd hidden all the food and water. Yen Xiaokuan, unaware of this, genuinely believed their supplies were running out. He sought Lu Yu to venture out for food and resources. After finding provisions, they were spotted by another group scavenging for supplies. A fight erupted between the two parties. Outnumbered and outmatched, Lu Yu and Yen Xiaoquan were nearly killed. But Yen Xiaoquan sacrificed himself, staying behind to cover Lu Yu's escape, allowing him to narrowly survive. When Lu Yu returned, utterly devastated, intending to deliver the tragic news to Yen Xiaoquan's girlfriend, he witnessed the very person who had killed Yen Xiaoquan walking into the house, laughing and chatting with Yen Xiaoquan's girlfriend. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu understood everything. It turned out Yen Xiaoquan's girlfriend was behind it all. She had killed him. This was no accident. Rage surged within Lu Yu at that moment, but he did not confront her immediately. Instead, he lurked around the area where Yen Xiaoquan's girlfriend lived, waiting for those who had participated in killing him to be alone. One by one, he killed them with his own hands. Lu Yu still remembered it clearly, Yen Xiaoquan's girlfriend kneeling before him, tears and snot streaming down her face as she begged for forgiveness. But in the end, he still plunged his blade into that vicious woman. Though his actions couldn't bring his brother back to life, they did vent the bitter hatred burning within him. This time, you'll live properly, Lu Yu murmured in a voice only he could hear, barely audible. After several classes, the teacher covered key points for exam preparation, focusing on targeted review to help students score higher on the college entrance exams. Lu Yu paid little attention, however. With his academic standing, the teacher had complete confidence in him and he had confidence in himself too. But his mind simply couldn't be fully focused on this now. He needed to seize the moment and pave his future path. That was the paramount task. Lunchtime arrived, and Yen Xiaoquan called out to Lu Yu, "Let's go. Time to eat at the cafeteria." "Sure." Lu Yu agreed without hesitation. Just then, Yi Qingqing approached Lu Yu's desk, pausing to look at him. "Ha? Need something?" Lu Yu looked up and asked. Chapter 17, Love Lunchbox. "This is for you." Yi Qingqing stared at Lu Yu for a full 2 or 3 minutes, as if making a difficult decision. Finally, she slowly brought her hand from behind her back to the front, placing it on Lu Yu's desk. It was a pink Peppa Pig plastic lunchbox, looking quite new. Yet, the 5 or 6 fine cracks on the surface revealed its age. It was definitely not brand new. Lu Yu glanced down and recognized it immediately, though he had no idea why Yi Qingqing was suddenly giving him a lunchbox. "Lu Yu, I'm truly grateful for what you did yesterday," Yi Qingqing said, her eyes fixed on him as she spoke in a soft, clear voice. "But I have nothing to repay you with. I wanted to treat you to a meal, but I can't afford it. This lunchbox is something I made myself. It tastes okay, I guess. If you don't mind, consider this meal my treat." Treat him to a meal? And it was cooked by Yi Qingqing herself? Lu Yu was momentarily stunned, a wave of disbelief washing over him. The future Empress of Burning Heaven, a peerless beauty of unmatched power, had actually cooked for him herself? Even a president wouldn't get this kind of treatment. Beside them, Yen Xiaoquan's mouth gaped open like a hippopotamus's in utter astonishment. In just one day, his best friend's relationship with Yi Qingqing had progressed this far? They were already cooking meals together? That speed was practically rocket launch level. Of course, Yen Xiaoquan was unaware of the incident that had occurred at Yi Qingqing's home yesterday. He naively assumed Lu Yu had simply spent the night keeping her company. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing and Lu Yu's situation had drawn the attention of surrounding classmates. Those heading to lunch stopped in their tracks, casting surprised glances their way. Their expressions varied as they whispered among themselves. "Hey! Look, Yi Qingqing actually offered Lu Yu a meal. Pfft, who'd want her cheap lunch? I bet there's not even a single piece of meat in it." That's not the point. The point is Yi Qingqing gave her lunch to the class monitor. That's unprecedented. I've never seen her give anyone her food before. Maybe she's got a crush on him? Cut it out, or Li Momo might hear us. The students chattered away, each voice chiming in with their own take. Yi Qingqing caught snippets of the conversation. When she heard remarks about her and Lu Yu, a fleeting flicker crossed her face before vanishing. Yet she paid no attention whatsoever to the other gossip swirling around her. She believed that if you're upright, you have nothing to fear. She only needed to know what she was doing herself. That was enough. Let others say whatever they wanted, it wouldn't hurt her a bit. She just wanted to thank Lu Yu. If not for Lu Yu yesterday, her mother truly wouldn't have known what to do. "If you don't want it, it's fine. I'll find another way to thank you later." Seeing Lu Yu make no move, Yi Qingqing assumed he disliked it. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out to take back the pink lunchbox. Just then, Lu Yu snapped back to reality and suddenly reached out, pressing his hand down on the lunchbox. Yi Qingqing's hand was right on top of it, creating a moment of zero-distance contact. Yi Qingqing instinctively yanked her hand back without a second thought. Staring at Lu Yu, she demanded, "Lu Yu, what are you doing?" Lu Yu flushed with embarrassment and apologized to Yi Qingqing. "Sorry, I didn't expect you'd cook for me. I wasn't quite prepared for that. I want this meal." Yi Qingqing looked at Lu Yu's sincere expression and suddenly flushed. The hand he'd touched felt like a red-hot iron bar, burning red and scorching. She couldn't understand what was happening to her. "Fine, you can have it. If you don't want it, you can give it back anytime. I'm leaving now." Yi Qingqing felt Lu Yu's gaze on her was odd.
Unable to meet his eyes, she turned to walk away. Wait! Lu Yu called out as he stood up.
Yi Qingcheng halted and looked back at him.
If you give me your meal, what will you eat? Lu Yu asked.
Yi Qingcheng replied, I'll go to the cafeteria.
With that, Yi Qingcheng walked out of the classroom without looking back.
The other students who had gathered to watch gradually dispersed as Yi Qingcheng left.
Whoa! Who knew you had it in you? Less than a night, and you've already got someone cooking for you. Not bad, big bro.
Yan Xiaokuan glanced at the lunchbox and said with a sarcastic tone.
Lu Yu didn't seem bothered in the slightest.
He just chuckled, guys, it's just my charisma.
Can't help it. Put. Cut the crap. Someday I'll get my girlfriend to make me a love lunch too. See ya.
Yan Xiaokuan waved dismissively, unwilling to waste time chatting with Lu Yu, and walked off on his own.
Aren't you coming to the cafeteria? Lu Yu called after Yan Xiaokuan's retreating figure. You already got a love lunchbox, so why the hell would I need one? Get lost.
Yan Xiaokuan's voice faded into the distance. Lu Yu smiled, turning his gaze back to the pink lunchbox. His heart swelled with delight. The future empress cooking for him, the thought alone was pure bliss.
If only she could cook for me every day.
The thought suddenly popped into Lu Yu's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a long silence, he shook his head. Yi Qingcheng was destined to become the radiant empress of the burning heavens. What was he, after all? If he didn't succeed in forming a contract with Yi Qingcheng before the spiritual energy revival, then in the future, he might not even have the privilege of seeing her again. Reality could be so cruel. The tides of fortune could shift in an instant. Who would have thought that a top student, once at the pinnacle of achievement, would become utterly useless after the great cataclysm, cast into the dust? It truly echoed the timeless maxim from ancient scriptures, fortunes rise and fall like the tides of the river. Countless thoughts raced through Lu Yu's mind, yet most were beyond his current power to alter. Only by forging a contract with Yi Qingcheng could he obtain the ticket to resolve every problem. It could be said that Yi Qingcheng was his college entrance exam, his own personal gaokao. He had to succeed in establishing a contract with her before the spiritual energy awoke. Huff! Lu Yu exhaled a breath of stale air, blinking his eyes clear. Though the path ahead held uncertainties, the current situation was highly favorable for him. Just moments ago, when Lu Yu had retrieved the lunchbox, the system alerted him that his intimacy with Yi Qingcheng had increased by another 10 points, bringing their current intimacy level to 35 points. Chapter 18, for you. 35 points of intimacy, just 45 points short of the 80 needed to establish a contract. He never imagined that in just 2 days, he'd already surpassed half the required progress. Reaching 80 within a month would be a piece of cake. Lu Yu felt elated inside, but his joy was fleeting. Until he actually established the contract and witnessed the system's effects firsthand, he wouldn't let his guard down. Time to eat. Lu Yu opened his lunchbox and froze in surprise. Beneath a remote, dilapidated classroom building, few people passed by. After the students left for lunch, the area grew even more desolate. Then, a petite figure sauntered over. She glanced around cautiously, confirming no one was nearby before settling into a corner. She carefully pulled a crumpled plastic bag from her pants pocket. Holding it in her hands, she slowly unfolded it to reveal a slightly stale steamed bun inside. Judging by its appearance, it had been sitting around for at least 2 or 3 days. Yet Yi Qingcheng treated it like a precious treasure. She pulled a packet of pickled mustard greens from another pocket. Clearly, these 2 items were her lunch for the day. Yi Qingcheng's family was poor, but they weren't so destitute that they couldn't afford meals. It certainly wasn't the case that treating Lu Yu to a meal would leave her unable to eat. But last night's incident at home, her mother's accident and hospitalization had drained their savings. Though Lu Yu had covered the costs, it was borrowed money that would eventually need repayment. With the college entrance exams approaching, Yi Qingcheng certainly couldn't go out to earn money. She could only scrimp and save on her own, cutting back wherever possible to repay Lu Yu as quickly as she could. That way, she wouldn't owe him a favor for so long. Just as Yi Qingcheng was about to eat her lunch, she suddenly heard faint footsteps. The sound grew clearer and clearer, approaching her. Startled, Yi Qingcheng quickly gathered her things and rose to leave. Wait! A familiar voice called out from behind her. Yi Qingcheng froze, turning to look. It was none other than Lu Yu. Lu Yu? What brings you here? Yi Qingcheng's pretty face flashed with surprise as she asked, her eyes flickering slightly. I'm full now and have nothing else to do, so I thought I'd come find you for a chat. Lu Yu grinned, baring his teeth. Yi Qingcheng asked, why did you want to chat with me? Aren't you going to take a nap after lunch? Lu Yu replied, I'll rest soon, but before that, there's something I want to give you. Yi Qingcheng's curiosity piqued. What is it? This. Lu Yu pulled his hand out from behind his back, revealing a takeout box clutched in his palm. This. Yi Qingcheng froze in surprise. It's for you. Lu Yu handed it over. Yi Qingcheng glanced down and protested, why give it to me? I just finished eating at the cafeteria. I can't eat this now. Before she could finish, Lu Yu cut her off. Exams are coming up soon. You need to keep up your nutrition, or it'll definitely affect your performance. Don't be polite.
You treated me to a meal, so I'm treating you. That's how it is.
He finished with a smile, forcefully placing the food into Yi Qingqing's hands. With a wave, he turned and walked away without pausing for a second. Lu Yu knew Yi Qingqing came from a poor family, and her pride was formidable. If he made her feel like he was giving her charity, she would surely develop aversion and guardedness toward him.
If that happened, Lu Yu's plan to build intimacy and establish a contract would likely go down the drain.
That's why he chose to cut through the mess decisively, without wasting a single word.
Yi Qingqing clutched the steaming meal she just fetched from the cafeteria,
intending to return it to Lu Yu. But before she could utter a word, he had vanished from sight, leaving her with words she could only swallow, unable to utter a single syllable.
Ding!
Congratulations, host.
Intimacy with the observation target has increased by 5 points. Current intimacy, 50.
Lu Yu had just rounded a corner when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind.
This filled him with excitement and thrill. Why? Because it meant he was on the right track with what he was doing.
Meanwhile, Zhao Long arrived at the entrance of Senior 3, Class 4 with several henchmen in tow. He craned his neck to scan the classroom but didn't spot the person he was looking for. A slight frown creased his brow. Just then, Kai Fong emerged, her face plastered with a fawning smile.
Young Master Zhao, are you here to see Yi Qingqing?
Yeah, where is she?
Zhao Long nodded and asked.
Oh, her.
Lu Yu asked her out on a date. No idea where she went.
Kai Fong lied with her eyes closed.
A date? Zhao Long froze. Kai Fong feigned surprise. Ah, young Master Zhao, you haven't heard?
At lunchtime today, Yi Qingqing personally cooked for Lu Yu, and then he asked her out. Hearing this, Zhao Long's face darkened instantly. Just yesterday, he'd warned Lu Yu to stay away from Yi Qingqing. And today, this kid dared to ask her out? It seemed the brat hadn't taken a single word of his warning to heart. Kai Fong had been secretly observing Zhao Long's expression.
Seeing his reaction, she silently confirmed she'd made the right call.
That damn Lu Yu had nearly embarrassed her yesterday. Today, she'd used Zhao Long's hand to teach that class monitor Lu a lesson.
Young Master Zhao, I think Yi Qingqing going out with Lu Yu shows she lacks discernment. She doesn't realize there's only one man worthy of her, you, young Master Zhao. Kai Fong flattered him.
If it were me, I'd only ever be with young Master Zhao. Zhao Long snapped back to reality and glanced at Kai Fong. The pockmarks on her face were enough to make anyone with trypophobia feel intensely uncomfortable. He only managed to hold his gaze for a second before looking away.
You're right. But I've got business to attend to now.
If Yi Qingqing surfaces with any new leads, make sure to report it to me immediately.
Money won't be an issue, you'll be well compensated.
Zhao Long spoke without looking at Kai Fong's face again. Kai Fong's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Zhao Long. At the word money, she nearly jumped up.
Thank you, young Master Zhao. Thank you. I'll make sure to handle this properly. MHM.
Zhao Long nodded once, then pulled 500 yuan bills from his breast pocket and handed them to Kai Fong before turning to leave.
I'm rich. I'm rich.
Kai Fong stared at the bills in her hands, overcome with ecstasy. Yet Lu Yu remained utterly unaware of these events. At that moment, his path was blocked by several girls led by Li Momo.
Chapter 19, Anticipating Your Anticipation.
Seeing Li Momo's face always reminded Lu Yu of what she had done to him in his previous life, and an inexplicable surge of rage would well up inside him. That rage constantly urged Lu Yu to kill Li Momo immediately. But each time, his reason would forcefully pull him back, telling him, now is not the time. Lu Yu glanced at Li Momo and her group, whose hostile intentions were plain to see. His expression remained impassive as he prepared to walk around them. Just then, a girl stepped forward, blocking Lu Yu's path. Lu Yu halted, lifting his gaze. Momo needs to talk to you, declared the girl blocking his path, speaking with unabashed boldness.
What does it have to do with me? Lu Yu asked.
Of course it's your business, Momo's looking for you, the girl asserted with righteous indignation.
Lu Yu's frown deepened. Lu Yu, do you hate me that much?
Li Momo, standing among several girls, suddenly addressed Lu Yu.
Yes. Lu Yu nodded. Li Momo looked puzzled. Why? What did I do wrong? Why do you hate me so much? Heh, you tell me why?
Lu Yu chuckled, suddenly losing the urge to leave.
He looked at Li Momo. I don't know why. Li Momo clenched her fists.
She felt utterly wronged. In her view, she and Lu Yu had gotten along perfectly well. Yet he had suddenly broken up with her. No matter how she looked at it, this was clearly Lu Yu's fault.
Lu Yu looked at Li Momo, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. You really want to know?
Yes.
Li Momo nodded.
I'll tell you.
No problem at all.
Lu Yu smiled faintly.
But before I do, show me your phone. Phone?
The girls froze in surprise.
Why did this guy suddenly want Momo's phone? Li Momo froze too, unsure why Lu Yu wanted her phone. Why do you need my phone? Li Momo asked. Nothing much.
I just want to check your chat history, Lu Yu stated plainly. At the words chat history, Li Momo's heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to remain calm.
Why do you need to see my chat history? Nothing much, just curious. I'll tell you why after I look, Lu Yu replied with a smile. Several girls overheard this and looked at Lee Momo with some confusion.
A fleeting, barely perceptible flicker of panic crossed Lee Momo's face.
Why are you all looking at me?
He's saying that on purpose to stir trouble.
Yes, to stir trouble. Seeing Lee Momo's flustered state, Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. I only said I wanted to see your chat history. I haven't said anything yet. Why are you so eager to jump to conclusions? You. Lee Momo's embarrassment turned to anger.
Lu Yu glanced at the girls beside her and said, I can show you my chat history with a clear conscience.
Do you think she dares to do the same? I've never done anything to betray Lee Momo all these years. But what has she done?
She is juggling 3 guys, me, Zhao Long, and that freshman from number 2 high school, right? Besides me, Zhao Long knows about it.
But does he know about that freshman?
The words had barely left his mouth when several girls were left dumbfounded, staring at Lee Momo with looks of utter disbelief.
Lu Yu's account was far too detailed to sound fabricated.
They were close friends who hung out together, but they weren't naive or blind to right and wrong. In their daily interactions with Lee Momo, they'd never seen her as this kind of person. Therefore, they still harbored doubts about Lu Yu's claims. Yet, his account was so convincing that they found themselves compelled to believe it. Meanwhile, Lee Momo's face darkened visibly upon hearing Lu Yu's words.
How did he know? Lu Yu, don't make baseless accusations. I never did the things you're talking about. Lee Momo denied.
Lu Yu smiled wryly, knowing full well she wouldn't admit it.
You know whether you did it or not. If you want to prove your innocence, show everyone the chat records. Let them see if I'm framing you. Lu Yu. Lee Momo snapped angrily.
Just then, one of Lee Momo's friends chimed in, Momo, if you've got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to fear. Just show him the chat history and see whose fault it really is.
Lee Momo froze, staring at her friend in shock, about to speak.
Another friend beside her chimed in, I agree.
Just show him. If there's nothing wrong, let's see what he has to say. Yeah, Momo, just show him. Right.
Once one person started, the others, convinced Lee Momo couldn't be wrong, eagerly agreed with the idea.
Only by doing this could they thoroughly humiliate Lu Yu and expose his true colors as a scumbag.
However, upon hearing Lee Momo's friends speak thus, Lu Yu showed not a trace of panic. Instead, a cold smile spread across his face. He wasn't the least bit afraid that Lee Momo's phone would be opened and reveal nothing of what he had claimed. In his previous life, Lu Yu had accidentally glimpsed Lee Momo's phone multiple times and discovered her infidelity. Back then, Lee Momo and Lu Yu had muddled through the mess, and he hadn't thought much of it because he trusted her.
That trust lasted until Lee Momo personally raised a knife and lunged at him. So Lu Yu wasn't afraid of the search at all. It was Lee Momo who should be scared, not him. Listening to her friends speak up for her, Lee Momo nearly burst into tears. She was so damn touched. Were they here to help her, or to help Lu Yu? Just as Lu Yu had anticipated, Lee Momo dared not pull out her phone to check. The contents inside were 100 times more explosive than anything Lu Yu knew about, and she hadn't even had time to deal with them yet. Lu Yu never touched her phone, but she frequently checked his. What to do? She absolutely couldn't take it out to look. Lee Momo appeared calm on the surface, but inside, she was panicking like crazy, her mind racing. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She snorted coldly and retorted, Fine, I'll show you my phone. But why only mine? Why not show me yours? The moment she said this, her friends agreed it made perfect sense. Why should only Momo's phone be checked? I think Momo's right. If we're doing this, both of you should show yours. It can't just be one person, said the girl who had spoken first. The group expected Lu Yu to hesitate, but to their surprise, he readily agreed, sure, no problem. With that, Lu Yu pulled out his phone. Yi Momo saw this and immediately wore a look of triumph, about to speak up. Lu Yu said calmly, You were going to say that I've already deleted everything I should have, right? Chapter 20, Clear Self-Awareness. Are you trying to say I've already deleted everything I should have? His words were spoken calmly, not loudly, yet they fell clearly into everyone's ears. Lee Momo froze on the spot. She had indeed intended to say that, but now that Lu Yu had beaten her to it, repeating it would make her sound, well. Lu Yu looked at Lee Momo calmly. You know exactly what I've done and what you've done. Let's part ways amicably. I won't bother you. But if you keep harassing me like this, I'll expose every single thing you've done. You're threatening me? Lee Momo could scarcely believe her ears. Lu Yu nodded. Yes, I'm threatening you. You dare to try me? Try? His words felt like a butcher's knife pressed against her throat, leaving her utterly flustered. She'd never imagined Lu Yu would speak to her like this. The Lu Yu of the past had been so gentle with her. At that moment, Lee Momo's friends witnessed the scene. Even if they couldn't grasp the full picture, they could tell that Lu Yu and Lee Momo harbored secrets they knew nothing about. Especially Lee Momo, she was definitely involved in far more than what met the eye. Thus, at this critical moment, Lee Momo's friends all fell silent. Lee Momo's aura had already faltered. Lee Momo, too, sensed the tense atmosphere. Frustrated and flustered, she blamed Lu Yu for everything, snapping, "Lu Yu, do you think you can fool everyone by making up stories? Haven't you ever done anything to betray me?"
Lu Yu looked into Li Momo's eyes and suddenly smiled.
"I haven't."
With that, Lu Yu had no desire to continue this argument with Li Momo. After all, more words would only be a waste of breath and time.
He'd rather channel that energy into something meaningful.
Lu Yu withdrew his gaze and turned to the girl blocking his path.
"Move aside," he said flatly.
The girl was fairly tall and sturdy, not exactly frail in Lu Yu's presence.
She looked at him and said, "We haven't cleared this up yet. You can't leave. Don't push me."
Lu Yu met her gaze calmly, his voice soft but firm. Those light words sent a chill through the girl's heart. Despite the May heat, she couldn't help but shiver slightly. This time, without waiting for Lu Yu to speak, the girl quickly stepped aside, clearing a path for him.
Lu Yu didn't glance back at them once, walking straight away.
Only after Lu Yu had departed did the girls begin to chatter among themselves.
"That Lu Yu seems to have changed a bit."
"You bet." His eyes were kind of scary.
"Yeah.
But what Lu Yu said earlier sounded legit.
Momo, have you ever done what he mentioned?" The girls crowded around Yi Momo, their voices overlapping. "I swear, absolutely not." Li Momo raised her hand without hesitation, lying through her teeth. "Those words were made up by Lu Yu to frame me. I never imagined he could spin such a convincing story, it even fooled me."
Several girls who were close friends with Li Momo had harbored some doubts, but seeing her swear so earnestly, they ultimately chose to believe their good friend.
"You're right. Momo's such a good girl, how could she do something reckless?"
Sure, Lu Yu pursued her for 3 years, but think about how many suitors she turned down during that time, one girl protested indignantly on her behalf.
She was telling the truth.
Before Yi Qingqing transferred to First High in their senior year, Li Momo had always been the school's most popular girl. She was also known for her kindness. Otherwise, Lu Yu wouldn't have agreed to date her.
Yes, it was Li Momo who pursued Lu Yu initially.
Only later did Lu Yu begin reciprocating her feelings. Gradually, without either realizing it, Li Momo had turned the tables on him.
Exactly. I heard Lu Yu went to pursue Yi Qingchun?
Not sure if it's true, but if it is, then Lu Yu breaking up with Momo was most likely because of that, another girl analyzed.
If that's the case, we absolutely can't let them get away with it.
Listening to her friend's words, Li Momo felt a wave of relief wash over her.
Yet, at the same time, her resentment toward Lu Yu deepened.
Because of him, she had nearly suffered a devastating blow to her image.
"Lu Yu, you think you can dump me to be with that broke loser? I'll make sure you never get your way." Li Momo thought fiercely.
But she seemed to have forgotten that she hadn't actually agreed to be with Lu Yu. Her promise after college was merely a task Xiaolong had assigned her, claiming it would make toying with her even more thrilling.
But that was a story for another time.
After shaking off Li Momo and the others, Lu Yu returned alone to the classroom, unaware of what gossip they were spreading behind his back. By now, the classroom was filled with students, as it was lunchtime and most were resting. The moment Lu Yu stepped inside, his gaze immediately sought out Yi Qingqing's seat.
Empty and deserted, no one was there.
Lu Yu pondered for a moment, then shifted his gaze to his own seat.
Yan Xiaoquan was hunched over, seemingly absorbed in something. Smack! Lu Yu returned to his seat and slapped Yan Xiaoquan on the shoulder. "What's up, bro?"
Yan Xiaoquan jumped at the sudden noise, snapping his head up and quickly shoving something under the desk. But when he recognized the intruder, he felt an overwhelming urge to beat the crap out of him.
"Holy, you psycho. You scared the hell out of me. I was just playing a game, and you nearly scared the life out of me." Yan Xiaoquan cursed angrily. "Shoo!" Lu Yu quickly covered Yan Xiaoquan's screaming mouth and grinned. "Everyone's cramming right now, and you're still gaming? Aren't you scared your dad will beat you?" Yan Xiaoquan rolled his eyes, swatting Lu Yu's hand away. "Like hell he will. What do you think I am? My dad knows more about manure than any farmer. He's given up on me long ago." Yan Xiaoquan's grades hovered in the middle of the class, neither outstanding nor failing. In an ordinary family, that might have been his life. But luckily, he knew how to pick his parents, a wealthy construction contractor for a dad and a mom who invested in large supermarket chains. With a family like that, he was decades ahead of everyone else, right? So even if Yan Xiaoquan couldn't get into a top university, he could still use his family's money to attend a decent one.
Then graduate, start a business, fail at it, and inherit the family fortune.
Chapter 21, I'll prove it to you. Looking at it this way, Yan Xiaoquan's mindset becomes quite understandable. After all, who hasn't had moments of wanting to give up and just coast through life? Of course, this absolutely doesn't mean people are born wanting to slack off.
Often, it's the helplessness of facing circumstances beyond one's control. Yan Xiaoquan was in that exact situation now. His academic talents had been laid bare for all to see, and his level was what it was.
You couldn't very well hold that against him as a person, could you?
Lu Yu chuckled upon hearing this, sat down, and said, "True.
Actually, I understand Dafan pretty well too."
Yan Xiaoquan was about to pull out the game console from under his desk when Lu Yu's words made him pause.
He then waved his hand impatiently, shooing him away. Go on, go on. Go somewhere cool and quiet. Stop bothering me. Ha!
Lu Yu chuckled, seeing his buddy still intent on gaming.
He reached out a hand to stop him. What are you doing? Why don't you go flirt with your girl instead of always interrupting my game? Yan Xiaoquan looked at the large hand on the controller and raised an eyebrow.
Lu Yu chuckled.
About what I mentioned this morning, I think we should discuss it further. What was that?
Yan Xiaoquan clearly had no recollection.
Lu Yu patiently explained, the apocalypse is coming. Ah. You mean that? A look of realization flashed across Yan Xiaoquan's face. How come you still remember that? Weren't you just joking with me? I wasn't joking.
Every word I said to you was serious, Lu Yu said earnestly, his smile fading. Yan Xiaoquan lowered his hand from the game console and studied Lu Yu's expression.
Including understanding the great manure? If you need it, I can look into it, Lu Yu replied. Yan Xiaoquan.
Lu Yu chuckled.
Alright, enough about that. The thing I told you this morning? It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. How?
Yan Xiaoquan perked up slightly, not because he believed the apocalypse was coming, but because he was intrigued by Lu Yu's ability to spin such elaborate tales with such conviction. Lu Yu often teased and joked with him. Today, Yan Xiaoquan assumed it was more of the same, wondering if Lu Yu had picked up some new trick somewhere. Noticing the peculiar look in Yan Xiaoquan's eyes, Lu Yu, who'd known him since elementary school, instantly guessed what his friend was thinking.
But he had no intention of explaining just yet. I can show you.
Lu Yu thought for a moment before turning to Yan Xiaoquan.
See? Yan Xiaoquan froze. How do you see the apocalypse? Are you going to show me special effects? No special effects. It's the real deal. Lu Yu shook his head. What's gotten into you today? Why are you acting so weird talking about the apocalypse and wanting to show me something? Bro, is something bothering you? Don't scare me.
Yan Xiaoquan instinctively took a step back, creating some distance between them, a hint of unease in his tone. Seeing this, Lu Yu felt both amused and exasperated. He knew his friend had completely misunderstood. But mere words wouldn't convince him now.
Hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing.
Only by letting Yan Xiaoquan experience it firsthand could he fully trust that his words were true.
I don't have any troubles. My mindset is perfectly healthy. And I'm not scaring you. Lu Yu swatted away Yan Xiaoquan's hand as it reached out to touch his forehead, emphasizing, if you believe me, after school today, I'll take you to see it.
Yan Xiaoquan looked at Lu Yu, half convinced yet wary.
Where? Follow me after school and you'll see.
Lu Yu withdrew his hand from the game console, gave a smile, then sat up straight, ready to take his afternoon nap.
This whole sequence left Yan Xiaoquan utterly baffled. He genuinely had no idea what Lu Yu was up to.
Yan Xiaoquan watched Lu Yu's retreating figure, pondering for a long time but still unable to make sense of it. The world seemed incredibly peaceful and harmonious now. It certainly didn't look like the apocalypse was upon them.
Forget it. I'll see what you're up to after school.
Yan Xiaoquan shook his head, muttering under his breath before turning his gaze back to the game console and resuming his gameplay.
Finally, the school day ended.
Evening study sessions were scheduled for extra tutoring, but Lu Yu, who never missed them, unexpectedly declined. The reason was simple: he wanted to take Yan Xiaoquan to witness the apocalypse firsthand, to make him believe his words. This would benefit Lu Yu's upcoming plans.
Ruzhou First High School, faculty office. Knock knock knock.
A series of knocks sounded at the door. The homeroom teacher, bent over grading papers, didn't even look up as he said, "Come in." Lu Yu exhaled softly and stepped inside, stopping beside the teacher's desk.
"Teacher, I'm here."
Hearing this, the teacher paused her work, lifted her head slightly, and immediately broke into a smile.
"Lu Yu, you're here. Come on, grab a chair and sit down." "Teacher, it's okay. I have something urgent to do and am running a bit late." Lu Yu replied. "Oh, all right." The homeroom teacher nodded, not dwelling on the matter. "I hear you're going away?"
"Yes," Lu Yu nodded.
The homeroom teacher nodded.
"You have business to attend to, and it's not a major matter. But you know, this is the critical period for preparing for the college entrance exams.
You can't afford to slack off for even a moment now, understand?" Lu Yu replied, "I understand, teacher." "All right, I won't say more."
"Just fill out this leave request form, sign it, and you're free to go," the homeroom teacher instructed.
Lu Yu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher. Do your best on the exam. Achieve a good score.
That's how you'll do yourself and your teacher proud." The homeroom teacher pushed up his glasses, took out the pre-prepared leave slip and pen, placed them on the desk, and smiled.
"I will."
Lu Yu picked up the pen and nodded firmly.
A few minutes later,
Lu Yu stepped out of the office to find Yan Xiaoquan waiting outside for quite some time.
"It's always you. Just asking for a leave, and the teacher gives you a whole lecture. Unlike us, they don't even ask a single question," Yan Xiaoquan said with a mix of envy and jealousy. "Ha, why bother with all that nonsense? Let's go."
Lu Yu nudged Yan Xiaoquan, and the two walked off, disappearing into the depths of the hallway.
In the classroom,
Yi Qingcheng, attending evening self-study, glanced at the spotlessly clean pink lunchbox in her desk drawer. A barely perceptible smile flickered across her usually icy, pretty face. Stepping outside the school, Liu hailed a taxi and ushered Yan Xiaokuan inside. He instructed the driver, "Hello, sir. Take us to the western outskirts of the city." Chapter 22, Wanshan Mountain Range. "Ha? What are we doing out in the suburbs this late at night?" Yan Xiaokuan asked. "Just come along. You'll understand once we get there." "Get in," Lu Yu urged. Observing Lu Yu's demeanor, Yan Xiaokuan suddenly felt he seemed a bit unreliable, and a twinge of unease crept into his heart. But now that he was already here, if he refused to go, wouldn't he be mocked for cowardice? Yan Xiaokuan gritted his teeth and climbed into the car. Vroom. The car's engine roared to life, and the vehicle sped off. On the way to the western outskirts of the city, Liu first stopped by his home to grab some things, strapping on a camping-specific backpack before returning to the car. Yan Xiaokuan eyed Lu Yu's bulging backpack, his unease deepening. "Bro, what's this all about? If I've ever wronged you, just say so. No need to pull stunts like this to scare me." Hearing this, Lu Yu had no intention of explaining. He simply delivered a lightning blast to Yan Xiaokuan's body. Unexpectedly. After taking that hit, Yan Xiaokuan's expression actually relaxed considerably. At least Lu Yu was acting like his usual self, not so terrifying anymore, man. After roughly 2 hours, the driver dropped Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan off at the western outskirts of Ruzhou City. Shops and buildings grew sparse here, and passers-by on the road were few and far between. This area marked the edge of Long'an District, one of Ruzhou's 3 urban districts. A little further west lay the city limits, beyond which lay the true outskirts. It was still around 8 o'clock. Lu Yu paid the fare, and he and Yan Xiaokuan stepped out onto the solid asphalt road. Yan Xiaokuan surveyed his surroundings. He had never been here before and felt completely unfamiliar with the place. Rubbing his palms together, he asked, "Lu Yu, what are we doing here?" Lu Yu shot him a sideways glance. "Scared? Like hell I am. I'm just curious." Yan Xiaokuan straightened up immediately upon hearing this, puffing out his chest defiantly. Lu Yu looked at his best friend, believing only about 10% of what he said. It was funny, really. Yan Xiaokuan was big and burly, usually bold and aggressive. In a brawl, he'd be the first one charging in, a total troublemaker. But he had one fatal flaw: he was terrified of ghosts and spirits. Yan Xiaokuan's explanation was that it was better to believe in their existence than to doubt it, that there were spirits watching over us from above, and so on. In any case, he harbored a deep-seated reverence for such things. Lu Yu found this a bit hard to believe, but there was nothing he could do about it. Everyone has something they fear deep down, no one is exempt. If you're not scared, stop asking so many questions. Once we get there, you'll find out naturally. Lu Yu didn't elaborate further. Shouldering a large backpack, he strode toward a rental car shop. Yan Xiaokuan saw this and hurried after him. Buying or renting? A middle-aged man with a tattoo on his right arm swayed over as soon as Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan entered the shop. He glanced at them and asked. "Rent?" Lu Yu replied. "Sure thing." The tattooed man nodded. $50 an hour, 200 for the whole day. This price wasn't a rip-off, it was actually quite reasonable and cheap. Lu Yu said, "I'll take it for a day. Hook me up with one." Hearing this, the tattooed man walked over to the silver compact car parked at the far left of the lot. He opened both doors and said, "How about this older model BMW from a few years back? It's a gas-powered car, drives pretty well. $250 for the day." Lu Yu inspected it, circled the car once more, and seemed satisfied. "I'll take this one." "Alright, I'll need a copy of your ID and 1,000 yuan deposit," the tattooed man said. "No problem." Lu Yu agreed. Yan Xiaokuan followed behind. He had seen the car too, but it didn't particularly appeal to him since his family owned better vehicles. He had originally suggested to Lu Yu that they take his Hongqi, but Lu Yu had refused, citing it as too conspicuous. After completing all the paperwork and filling the tank, Lu Yu received the keys. He and Yan Xiaokuan got in and drove straight out of the lot. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yan Xiaokuan was taken aback by Lu Yu's skilled driving. "Hey, Xiaoyu, when did you get your driver's license?" "I haven't." Lu Yu replied. "Bull. How else could you drive so well? But that doesn't make sense either, your family hasn't bought a car yet, right?" Yan Xiaokuan asked curiously. "Are you playing why me? Can't I just be a natural?" Lu Yu snapped. Yan Xiaokuan, 6. 2 high school students, one bold enough to speak his mind, the other bold enough to believe, drove straight into the uninhabited wilderness of a mountain range stretching thousands of miles. Yan Xiaokuan watched Lu Yu drive farther and farther into the distance. He was beginning to understand, yet still felt uneasy. "Xiaoyu," he asked, "are you really heading into the heart of the Wanshan Mountains?" The Wanshan Mountains lay west of Ruzhou City, a vast, uninhabited wilderness stretching for thousands of miles. Few ventured here, even passing vehicles skirted only the outer edges, with no permanent settlements within. News reports frequently documented cases of mountaineers or thrill-seekers venturing into the mountains by car or on foot, only to perish from exposure or wild animal attacks, their remains discovered months later. Thus, this place carried inherent danger, a concern that weighed on Yin Xiaokuan's mind. While they joked about it casually, matters of life and death demanded caution. Lu Yu drove carefully and replied, "Right, but not exactly. We'll just stop at the outskirts, we won't go in." Hearing this, Yin Xiaokuan relaxed, patting his chest and saying, "Thank goodness. I thought you were really going to lead us brothers to our deaths." Lu Yu glanced at Yin Xiaokuan's expression in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile inwardly. "Silly brother, I haven't taken care of you properly in this lifetime yet. How could I bear to take you with me to die?" After driving another 10 minutes or so, the car finally came to a stop at the foot of an unnamed mountain. This spot marked the edge of the Wanshan mountain range, where it met the deeper, more rugged terrain. Any further in, the road surface became too rough for driving. "We're almost there. Get out," Lu Yu called out, turning off the engine, pulling the key, and reaching for the travel bag in the back seat before stepping out. Yin Xiaokuan glanced at the pitch-black darkness ahead, feeling a chill run down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that ghostly spirits were watching him from the shadows. But there was no turning back now. He steeled himself and stepped out of the car. By now, it was around 10 o'clock. The sky had grown completely dark, and the stars above shone brightly, illuminating the path ahead for Lu Yu and Yin Xiaokuan. Chapter 23, Into the Mountains. "Xiaoyu, is this the place you said the apocalypse began?" Yin Xiaokuan shone his phone around, his eyes filled with doubt. "Bro, when have I ever lied to you?" "Ah, true enough. But you've never been this outlandish before," Yin Xiaokuan retorted. "Did you ever drag me out to some remote mountain valley in the middle of the night to wander around?" Lu Yu looked at Yin Xiaokuan, who seemed a bit nervous, and suddenly felt like teasing him. He chuckled, "Well, with the college entrance exams coming up, I was worried you'd be too stressed. So I brought you out here to the mountains to connect with nature and unwind, you know?" Yin Xiaokuan instantly snapped. "Holy, you bastard. Are you even listening to yourself? I skipped gaming and sleep in the middle of the night to tag along with you to witness the apocalypse, and now you tell me you brought me here to feel nature? You think I'm gonna believe that? I'll scratch you to death, you hear me?" His eyes blazing, Yin Xiaokuan lunged at Lu Yu. Yin Xiaokuan was tall and burly, but Lu Yu wasn't much smaller. Both were notorious schoolyard fighters. Lu Yu burst out laughing, leaping backward to dodge Yin Xiaokuan's sneak attack. "Just kidding. You took me seriously? Relax. If I said I'd bring you to see the apocalypse, then I'll definitely bring you to see the apocalypse. That's the only decent thing you've said all day." Yin Xiaokuan muttered under his breath, his temper finally cooling. "Ha! Come on, let's go inside and take a look," Lu Yu called out with a smile. "Go? Where? Into the mountains? Or up the mountains?" Yin Xiaokuan asked, momentarily stunned. Lu Yu countered, "What difference does it make? We're going in either way. When we get there, I guarantee you'll see something that'll blow your mind. Not manure, I hope?" Yin Xiaokuan shot back with dark humor. Lu Yu shot him a sideways glance. "If you really want some, I can produce a little for you. Get lost." Yin Xiaokuan snapped. The two bantered and joked as they walked along the narrow mountain path. After walking for less than 2 minutes, Yin Xiaokuan suddenly stopped, slapped his forehead, and looked at Lu Yu. "Holy, bro, did you bring a map for this mountain?" "Nope. Then how are we gonna find where we park the car and get back?" Yin Xiaokuan frowned. "Forget it, I'll just check my phone and pinpoint our location." Saying this, Yin Xiaokuan pulled out his fruit brand phone to check the map. But the moment the screen lit up, the signal bars displayed no signal. Yin Xiaokuan's heart sank. Then he suddenly remembered, wasn't Lu Yu's phone a foreign brand? Yin Xiaokuan hurriedly turned to Lu Yu. "Xiaoyu, my phone has no signal. I can't see the map. Take out your phone and see if you have signal." "Oh," Lu Yu responded, pulling out his phone. Yin Xiaokuan took it, lit up the screen, and saw 3 or 4 bars of signal. It wasn't full, but it was enough to check the map. Domestic phones really are awesome. Yin Xiaokuan praised before opening the navigation app. The signal flickered briefly before the map appeared surrounded by mountains, with no road markers in sight. How is this possible? Didn't we drive in? Yin Xiaokuan froze in disbelief, stubbornly trying to check again. Lu Yu watched his reaction with a hint of pity. The road we drove in on hasn't been uploaded to the cloud database yet. That's why you can't see it. Even if you could see the road, mountain paths like this one that no one walks on wouldn't show up." Yin Xiaokuan froze instantly. Staring at Lu Yu in disbelief, his voice shot up an octave. "What? Are you saying we don't have a way out now?" Lu Yu thought carefully for a moment before replying, "Theoretically, yes." Yin Xiaokuan. "Lu Yu. I'll kill you." Yin Xiaokuan snapped, lunging at Lu Yu in near hysteria. "No signal, no exit map. Could they even get out tonight? Could they even get back?" Facing Yin Xiaokuan's frenzied punches, Lu Yu showed no sign of panic. Just as the other's hands were about to grab him, Lu Yu spoke softly, "I know the way." Yin Xiaokuan froze mid-punch, staring blankly.
What did you say? I said I know the way. Don't you understand? Lu Yu asked. Yan Xiaoquan relaxed instantly, a broad smile spreading across his face. You bastard. I've always known you were capable. Why didn't you say you knew the way? You had me so worried. Lu Yu replied, you didn't ask. How could I tell you? Didn't you just ask for my phone map? Yan Xiaoquan. Let's go. Keep heading in. If luck's on our side, you'll see it. With that, Lu Yu stepped forward onto the mountain path under the starlight, continuing onward. Yan Xiaoquan, left alone behind, felt a surge of fear. He dared not linger where he stood and hurried to catch up. They walked for 1 or 2 hours. Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan crossed 4 mountain peaks, trekking over 10 to 20 kilometers of mountain trails. Yet Yan Xiaoquan still hadn't seen the apocalyptic scene Lu Yu had described. On the contrary, Yan Xiaoquan was so exhausted he felt like cursing. The fatigue, the relentless bites of mountain insects, and the constant vigilance against venomous snakes, all these trials were enough to push someone accustomed to city life to the brink of collapse. Lu Yu, meanwhile, was also struggling to keep up. Sweat soaked his clothes, his face flushed crimson, yet he regarded this exertion as nothing. In his previous life, to evade the onslaught of those monstrous beasts and avoid death, you wouldn't just run dozens of kilometers through the mountains as long as you had a breath left in you, you'd drag your body along the path. Without that resolve, survival in the ferocious beast tide was impossible. Those who endured were the chosen few. The weak had already been weeded out. Yan Xiaoquan was actually in decent shape and exercised regularly. But hiking mountain trails like this? That was a first. The sheer physical exertion was one thing, but the environment alone was enough to give him a run for his money. That's precisely why Lu Yu gave Yan Xiaoquan all the mosquito repellent. He had his own little tricks for dealing with insects and venomous snakes. But the main reason was that Lu Yu's endurance far surpassed Yan Xiaoquan's. After another 10 minutes of walking, Yan Xiaoquan was utterly exhausted. Bent over, hands braced on his knees, he turned to Lu Yu and asked, Xiaoyu, how much longer until we get there? I can barely keep going. Lu Yu halted his stride, turning to face Yan Xiaoquan. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, he suddenly caught a faint, peculiar sound drifting from the foot of the mountain ahead. Chapter 24, The Search. Xiao Yu. I never imagined your stamina would surpass mine, even though I run every day. I'm genuinely impressed. Aren't you tired? I'm seriously struggling here. Yan Xiaoquan plopped down onto a patch of clean grass beside the path, muttering his complaints. But at that moment, Lu Yu's attention was completely absorbed by the faint sound coming from the distance. He listened intently, his brow furrowing slightly. Yan Xiaoquan had been talking for what felt like ages. Expecting Lu Yu to come over and offer some comfort, he turned his head only to find Lu Yu frozen ahead, seemingly lost in thought. His frustration boiled over instantly. Xiao Yu. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? I said I'm tired. Yan Xiaoquan immediately stood up, walked behind Lu Yu, and reached out to tug at him. Just then, Lu Yu abruptly turned around, covering Yan Xiaoquan's mouth with one hand and making a shushing gesture. Shoo! Don't make a sound. Seeing Lu Yu suddenly become so serious, Yan Xiaoquan froze, puzzled. He forced himself to suppress the urge to speak his mind, blinking his eyes innocently, his gaze clear yet foolish. Tonight you're in luck, you might see things you don't normally get to see. Seeing Yan Xiaoquan quiet down, Lu Yu slowly lowered his hand and whispered. What kind of things? Yan Xiaoquan's curiosity was instantly piqued by the words, his weariness seemingly swept away. Lu Yu shook his head. I don't know either, but it'll definitely open your eyes. You'll see soon enough. You're teasing me again. Yan Xiaoquan pouted. Lu Yu smiled but offered no explanation. He truly didn't know what lay ahead, but he was certain something was undergoing ancient beast transformation and it had only just begun. If asked how he knew, Lu Yu could only say he'd heard it in the sounds. With the revival of spiritual energy, these flying beasts, fierce animals, insects, and other creatures were the first to be eroded by the spiritual energy, causing their bodies to undergo changes. Whether growing stronger or weaker, this transformation was undoubtedly excruciating for them. The metamorphosis process was brutally simple and violent, spiritual energy flooding their bodies to induce mutation, entirely different from the human race's method of absorbing and expelling spiritual energy. Many beasts, unable to endure the immense agony of this metamorphosis, perished during the process. Yet those that successfully transformed grew stronger at a far faster rate than humans, achieving far greater power. This is precisely why the beast tide is so terrifying. After mutating, these beasts are already formidable. Once they gather in large numbers to attack, the destructive force they unleash is truly horrific. Modern human cities, with their reliance on heat weapons, would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Let's go. Follow me. Keep your voices down and tread lightly. Lu Yu cautioned. Got it. Yan Xiaoquan agreed without hesitation. Though he could be a bit of a chatterbox at times, he knew exactly what mattered when it counted. Lu Yu nodded and crept silently toward the faint sound. With the sky as their canopy and the stars as their blanket, the two youths journeyed through the night toward the unknown. Yan Xiaoquan, trailing behind, failed to notice Lu Yu's hand resting on the bulge at his waist. His expression was intensely alert and grave, a stark contrast to his usual self, as if he were a completely different person.
No one saw it, not even Lu Yu himself could have noticed the change. For him, it was nothing special. Having survived the onslaught of the beast tide in his previous life, who wouldn't have a few tricks up their sleeve? At that moment, Lu Yu and Yen Shokuan were halfway up a small mountain. The strange sound Lu Yu had heard came from somewhere near the base of the hill. While Lu Yu had clearly heard it, Yen Shokuan looked utterly bewildered, detecting nothing beyond the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects. The pair crept toward the base of the mountain. After traversing a dense forest, they arrived at a small stream. The water flowed swiftly, and occasionally small fish leapt from the surface. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Just then, Lu Yu abruptly halted. Yen Shokuan, who had been following nervously behind, stumbled forward and collided with him. He took a couple of steps back and looked up at Lu Yu. Lu Yu ignored him, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as if searching for something. Yen Shokuan instinctively wanted to say something to Lu Yu, but seeing the other's intensely serious expression, he forced himself to swallow his words.
Xiao Yu, what did you see? There doesn't seem to be anything here.
Yen Shokuan scanned the surroundings, finding nothing unusual, and whispered to Lu Yu.
Shu. Listen for the sound. Lu Yu whispered.
Yen Shokuan froze at the command, immediately quieting himself to listen for the sound Lu Yu mentioned. Within seconds, Yen Shokuan immediately heard the strange sound like some wild beast, intermittently emitting low, agonized whimpers and whines.
The sound came and went, faint and barely perceptible. Without focused listening, it would be impossible to detect. But how had Lu Yu heard it just now? From such a distance. Yen Shokuan watched Lu Yu with a touch of admiration for his hearing.
He thought to himself, next time, I definitely can't sneakily badmouth Lu Yu.
Otherwise, it'd be bad if he heard me.
Thus, the two remained hidden behind the thicket for about 3 or 4 minutes. Suddenly, Lu Yu's eyebrows twitched slightly.
He whispered to Yen Shokuan, come on, follow me. Yen Shokuan dared not fall behind and immediately followed. Hiding behind the bushes, they didn't venture out into the open clearing.
They moved cautiously and quietly, following the stream downstream for about 5 or 6 minutes.
Finally, Lu Yu stopped. This time, Yen Shokuan didn't question further. He sensed Lu Yu might genuinely have something to show him.
For an 18-year-old youth, courage and confidence were in no short supply. Yen Shokuan was now eager to see what Lu Yu would show him. Lu Yu led Yen Shokuan to crouch down in a thicket of dense bushes. He parted some leaves, but his gaze was fixed on a large, exposed rock beside the stream.
Is there something there?
Yen Shokuan looked in that direction too, but he saw nothing.
Lu Yu nodded. There should be. But that rock's blocking the view, it's not easy to see clearly. If it's there, why are we still waiting here? Let's just go check it out. Yen Shokuan said, standing up. Lu Yu yanked him back, hissing, don't go like that. It's dangerous. What danger could there be? Yen Shokuan asked innocently. Lu Yu. Chapter 25, The Saber-Toothed Evil Turtle. Seeing Lu Yu didn't respond, Yen Shokuan tentatively asked, so should we go check it out now? Lu Yu. Fine, I won't go.
Yen Shokuan muttered under his breath as Lu Yu's expression darkened further.
He obediently crouched down and asked, so what are we supposed to do now? Just sit here and wait? Lu Yu didn't answer.
He stared at the giant boulder, his mind racing.
What kind of monstrous beast lurked behind it? How mutated was it? Would it be aggressive? Indeed, mutant beasts came in many forms. Beyond common animals, insects were among the most frequently mutated species. After mutation, these creatures gained special abilities, making them extremely difficult to deal with. If Lu Yu still possessed the strength of a level 5 martial artist from his previous life, he wouldn't need to worry or overthink about such a beast still in the midst of mutation. He could simply charge and it couldn't possibly harm him anyway. But things were different now. Lu Yu hadn't even cultivated a single decent strand of chi within him yet. With his current physical condition, it was highly unlikely he could stand up to a mutated beast. Even if this beast were the weakest tier 1 mutant, the same held true. Having fought countless beasts in his past life, Lu Yu knew exactly how formidable these creatures were. That's precisely why he was being so cautious. But now he wasn't alone. His good brother was right beside him, and he had to ensure his safety. The atmosphere grew heavy as both men fell silent, waiting motionless in place. Time ticked by. Just as Lu Yu was about to lose his patience and go check things out himself, suddenly, a small deer bounded joyfully out of the distant woods and dashed toward the stream. The direction it headed was precisely toward the massive boulder. This unexpected turn of events left both Lu Yu and Yen Shokuan momentarily stunned. Lu Yu was the first to snap out of it, shouting at Yen Shokuan, turn on your phone. Record video. Ha. Okay. Yen Shokuan froze at the shout, then fumbled to pull out his phone, opened the camera app, and aimed it toward the boulder. Lu Yu's gaze locked onto the boulder, his heart racing with excitement, tension, and adrenaline as if he'd been transported back to his previous life, battling strange beasts with wit and courage. Meanwhile, the agile fawn, whether unaware of the presence behind the boulder or utterly unafraid, strolled straight to the stream beside it and began licking the water contentedly. 1 second. 2 seconds. Over 10 seconds passed without incident.
The fawn continued drinking the sweet stream water, and nothing emerged from behind the boulder.
Xiaoyu, is there really nothing back there?
Yan Xiaoquan had been recording for several minutes without capturing anything unusual.
He turned to Lu Yu and asked. Impossible. It must be there. It's hiding behind that boulder. But why isn't it coming out? Lu Yu stared intently at the boulder, equally puzzled and perplexed.
Yan Xiaoquan suggested, then let's go check it out.
Waiting here is a waste of time.
What if a snake or something suddenly bites us?
Lu Yu hadn't paid much attention to Yan Xiaoquan's rambling until the last sentence struck a chord.
He realized he hadn't heard a sound from that strange beast in quite some time.
The realization made Lu Yu's expression change instantly. He shouted at Yan Xiaoquan, "We're in trouble. We've been spotted. Run!"
Startled by the shout, Yan Xiaoquan froze for only a moment before immediately leveraging his physical advantage. He darted back along the path they'd come, covering over 10 meters in a single bound.
Lu Yu's reaction was no slower, staying a step behind Yan Xiaoquan.
The moment their feet left the ground, a massive, flattened black shadow materialized silently, like a ghostly apparition, seemingly out of nowhere. Its gaping maw snapped shut on the spot where they had just been standing.
Crunch!
The unidentified shadow snapped at empty air. Its sharp fangs glinted with a cold gleam as it turned its gaze toward the direction Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan had fled.
Its eyes betrayed an almost human look of confusion. It seemed to be thinking, how did these monkeys know I was going to ambush them?
But this fleeting thought vanished in an instant.
Within half a breath, its eyes reignited with bloodthirsty fury. Its forehooves pounded the ground as it charged after Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan's escape route.
Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan had already covered over 100 meters.
Exhausted, Yan Xiaoquan paused briefly and asked, "Xiaoyu, what was chasing us? I didn't even get a good look just now."
Before he could finish, an agonized beastly cry erupted from the direction of the boulder.
Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan froze, both looking up.
Beside the boulder, a monstrous turtle half a man's height, its flesh oozing blood and glowing faintly red, had sunk its jaws into the neck of the fawn that had been drinking. The fawn struggled frantically, its hooves kicking wildly, yet it couldn't break free from the beast's bloody jaws. Finally, drained of blood, it collapsed lifelessly. But the monstrous turtle did not release its grip, nor did it begin to eat the flesh. Instead, its gaze shifted toward Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan. In its eyes, there was pain, but also a hint of mockery.
Was it mocking them for hiding and spying from afar just moments ago?
A flash of shock crossed Lu Yu's eyes. Before he could think further, the creature that had ambushed them from the bushes earlier burst through the dense foliage. Moving with astonishing speed, it charged straight toward where Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan stood. Bathed in the silver starlight, Lu Yu and the others finally saw what had ambushed them, a massive, man-sized, saber-toothed monstrous turtle. Judging by its appearance, it was identical to the one by the stream, differing only in size. These two beasts were a pair. As the saber-toothed beast charged toward them, Lu Yu instantly drew the 84 series dagger he'd kept ready at his waist. He shouted to Yan Xiaoquan, "See that? Run!" Yan Xiaoquan was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined a turtle could grow so enormous, so terrifying, and move so swiftly. It no longer resembled a turtle at all, but a bloodthirsty beast. That gaze made Yan Xiaoquan feel as if the saber-toothed monster turtle wanted to tear him apart. The chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. "What are you standing there for? Move! You want to die?" Seeing Yan Xiaoquan frozen in place, Lu Yu lost his temper, cursing loudly as he slapped Yan Xiaoquan hard across the neck and shoved him violently forward. Chapter 26, True Colors in Adversity. Yan Xiaoquan staggered several steps backward, nearly falling, but the jolt snapped him back to his senses. Swallowing hard, he stammered, "Run together. You go first. I can walk." Lu Yu gave him another shove, urging him on. Yan Xiaoquan glanced at the saber-toothed turtle closing in on them. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his fists into his thighs twice and broke into a run. He hadn't even noticed earlier that fear had made his legs tremble. Seeing his brother flee, Lu Yu felt a little relieved. Just as he was about to follow, a wave of foul wind swept over him from behind, sending a chill down his spine. Blazing speed. It's catching up. Though Lu Yu's reborn body had lost all its former strength, his innate experience and awareness remained ingrained. Sensing imminent danger behind him, he clenched his teeth, spun without looking, and thrust his blade forward. Squeak! The sharp 84-style dagger didn't pierce the beast's paw. Instead, it struck like hitting solid rock, emitting a bone-chillingly shrill sound. The blade only left a thin, white gash on the thick, fleshy claw. The massive saber-toothed turtle possessed tremendous strength. Its palm slammed down on Lu Yu's knife-wielding hand, nearly dislocating it and sending the dagger flying. Lu Yu himself was knocked to the ground by the saber-toothed beast. Its massive frame, weighing visibly over 200 or 300 pounds, proved too much for Lu Yu's frame to withstand the impact. In just one exchange, the outcome seemed decided. At that moment, Yan Xiaoquan, who had barely run a short distance away, suddenly halted upon hearing no sound of Lu Yu following behind. Turning around, he saw Lu Yu pinned beneath the saber-toothed beast, which was about to sink its jaws into him. "Damn it!
You dare bully my brother? Yan Xiaoquan's eyes instantly turned red with rage. He cursed furiously, halting his escape. His gaze swept the area as he bent down, scooped up a boulder the size of 2 heads, and hurled it straight at the saber-toothed turtle's shell. Clang! The hard stone struck the shell covered in sword-like armor, producing a dull, solid thud. The stone bounced off, and the saber-toothed turtle's shell merely trembled slightly, completely unscathed. Instead, the saber-toothed turtle lifted its head slightly, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it fixed its gaze on the human who had attacked it. Yan Xiaoquan felt a shiver run down his spine, but his gaze remained resolute. He chose not to flee. Picking up a reasonably hard stone from the ground, he aimed it squarely at the saber-toothed turtle's head and hurled it with all his might. This time, Yan Xiaoquan landed the blow squarely. The saber-toothed turtle let out a low, pained cry, violently shaking its head to ease the agony. It seemed this beast wasn't of such a high rank after all. But Yan Xiaoquan had no way of knowing that. All he knew was that hitting the turtle's head with stones was effective. Yan Xiaoquan moved swiftly, gathering more stones from the ground and smashing them relentlessly into the saber-toothed turtle's skull. As he pounded, he shouted at Lu Yu, "Xiaoyu, get out now!" Hearing Yan Xiaoquan's voice, Lu Yu felt a bit annoyed that he hadn't run farther away. Yet deep down, he felt touched and warmed. People willing to risk their lives to save yours were rare in this world. Still, with his brother coming to help, it made a huge difference in Lu Yu's escape. The saber-toothed monster's attention was now completely focused on Yan Xiaoquan. Seizing this fleeting moment, Lu Yu flexed the wrist holding the knife. A wave of pain shot through him, jolting his nerves. Gritting his teeth, he clenched the dagger tightly and aimed a thrust at the beast's jaw. Thud! A cold gleam flashed as the sharp dagger pierced the beast's jaw without resistance. Blood immediately gushed out through the dagger's blood groove. Roar! The saber-toothed turtle let out a pained roar, violently retracting its neck. The dagger embedded in its jaw was yanked by the force, leaving a long, thin trail of blood as foul-smelling fluid spurted out. Below, Lu Yu was drenched head to toe in turtle blood. But that wasn't the main issue. The wounded saber-toothed turtle, driven by agony, lunged backward violently. Lu Yu's grip on the blade was forced out of alignment, dragging him backward with it. Lu Yu, what the hell are you doing? Let go. Drop that knife. Yan Xiaoquan, clutching a pile of rocks, shouted at Lu Yu, his face flushed with panic. Dragged along the ground by the saber-toothed turtle, Lu Yu felt a searing pain across his back. He heard his brother's words, but he knew better. This was the only weapon he had that offered any real offensive capability. If he lost it, facing this enraged beast alone would spell certain doom. So even though Lu Yu heard Yan Xiaoquan's warning and understood his meaning, he couldn't let go. The saber-toothed monster roared in agony. The strange sensation on its jaw was unbearable. It retreated frantically, violently shaking its head in a desperate attempt to shake off the irritation. But the dagger seemed embedded too deeply. No matter how violently it thrashed, the blade remained firmly lodged in the beast's jaw, not budging an inch, its blood staining the ground thickly. Lu Yu, dragged along by the saber-toothed turtle, fared no better. His body was covered in abrasions, 2 ribs were broken, his wrist was severely sprained, and his arm was dislocated. Lu Yu, what the hell are you doing? Yan Xiaoquan watched from afar as the saber-toothed turtle descended into a frenzy, refusing to let go of Lu Yu. Frantic, he paced back and forth, utterly at a loss. If Lu Yu got hurt here, how could he ever explain it to Lu Yu's parents? Soon, the once overgrown area was churned into a flat, blood-soaked wasteland, a scene of utter devastation. Just then, the saber-toothed turtle, weakened by excessive blood loss, entered its final frenzy. It violently whipped its head, finally flinging Lu Yu dagger and all flying through the air. Thud! Lu Yu flew over 10 meters, crashing heavily into a tree before tumbling to the ground. The enraged saber-toothed turtle hung its head, staring at the ground as blood dripped steadily from its wounds, motionless. Yan Xiaoquan tensed as if facing a formidable enemy, gripping the stone in his hand tighter. He took a slight step back, his gaze fixed intently on the beast, wary of its every movement. He feared it might attack him, but even more so, he feared it might attack Lu Yu. Meanwhile, Lu Yu lay flat in the grass, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to shatter. His chest felt tight, as though a lump had lodged in his throat, making it impossible to vomit. A bitter smile escaped Lu Yu's lips as he realized he'd clearly overestimated himself. His current physical condition was less than 1/10,000th of what it had been in his previous life. Chapter 27, Battling the Vicious Turtle. But now was no time for dwelling on such thoughts. The danger hadn't truly passed. At any moment, the two of them could face another attack from that vicious turtle. With that thought, Lu Yu struggled to his feet. He grabbed a relatively clean branch, clenched it between his teeth, and in the next instant, he violently straightened his right arm, forcibly snapping the dislocated joint back into place. The excruciating pain made Lu Yu gasp sharply, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ignoring the pain, he spat out the branch, grabbed the 84 dagger, and stepped out of the thicket. The moment he emerged, Lu Yu spotted the saber-toothed beast he had wounded earlier. It lay motionless, head drooping, blood dripping steadily. Not far away, Yan Xiaoquan held a hard stone in his left hand and wielded a thick wooden club as thick as an arm in his right, using it as a weapon to guard against the strange beast. Lu Yu's attention was firmly fixed on the vicious turtle. He had dealt with this type of mutant beast in his previous life, but one couldn't simply generalize about them. After mutation, these beasts became incredibly diverse in species, each with unique weaknesses and abilities. However, they shared one common trait: thick, tough skin and extraordinary regenerative powers. So when Lu Yu saw the state of this vicious turtle, he immediately realized it was waiting for its wounds to heal. After Lu Yu emerged, Yen Shokuin spotted his good buddy first. Seeing his friend unharmed, his eyes reddened slightly as he cursed, "Damn it, I thought you were dead. You're too damn fierce, man, you actually took down a monster like that." "I'm fine. This beast." Lu Yu kept a wary eye on the vicious turtle as he hurried toward Yen Shokuin, intending to give a quick explanation before making a hasty retreat. Just then, a shadow half a man's size suddenly lunged forward. Carrying a foul, fishy stench, it pounced toward Yen Shokuin with blinding speed, leaving no time to react. Yen Shokuin's attention was entirely focused on the larger vicious turtle. He hadn't noticed anything else sneaking up on him. Completely unprepared, he was easily knocked to the ground. "Damn it!" Lu Yu cursed furiously, clenching his 84-style dagger as he charged forward. Roar! The smaller of the two vicious turtles pinned the 183 centimeters Yen Shokuin to the ground with its limbs. Its eyes glowed red with bloodlust. Its gaping maw was wider than Yen Shokuin's head. It let out a furious snarl and bit down without hesitation. Yen Shokuin struggled but couldn't move. Staring at the gaping maw growing ever larger, he felt death closer than ever before in his life. In that moment, he truly understood what despair meant. At the critical moment, Lu Yu burst forward with superhuman speed, reaching Yen Shokuin's side. With lightning reflexes, he struck swiftly and precisely, plunging the Type 84 dagger into the vicious turtle's gaping maw. The saber-toothed turtle recoiled in pain, instinctively snapping its jaws shut. Lu Yu swiftly pulled the dagger free, took a small step back, tossed the blade aside, and gripped his machete with both hands. With every ounce of strength, he thrust it upward through the jaw of the saber-toothed turtle. Unlike the larger saber-toothed turtle, the smaller one clearly wasn't as thick-skinned and tough, or rather, it hadn't fully mutated yet, making it more of a half-finished product. Relatively speaking, it would be easier to deal with. Lu Yu's blade pierced the beast's jaw with a precise thud, meeting no resistance. The creature recoiled in pain, instinctively trying to retreat, but Lu Yu held the advantage. There was no way he'd let it escape. Lu Yu stepped forward, flipped his blade, and thrust it toward the monster turtle's eye. The saber-toothed monster turtle hadn't expected this two-legged ape to be so fierce. It instinctively retracted its neck, trying to dodge the attack. But Lu Yu had planned this strike long ago. How could he let this newly mutated beast evade? His speed outpaced the beast's reaction, piercing and blinding one of its eyes. Roar! The saber-toothed beast was genuinely wounded. It roared in agony, not thinking of retreat. With its remaining eye, it lunged forward, aiming to bite Lu Yu. Lu Yu crouched low, lowering his center of gravity into a fighting stance. As the beast charged, he locked onto its remaining eye and thrust forward with all his might. Thud! Lu Yu's blade pierced the beast's remaining eye, but he himself was knocked down and pinned beneath it. Now able to see clearly, the beast lunged forward and bit down with savage precision. The blade slipped from Lu Yu's grasp. "Damn it!" Lu Yu cursed furiously as the gaping maw closed in on him. His free hand groped blindly along the ground, snatching up a large rock and shoving it directly into the beast's mouth. The beast choked, twisting its head to spit out the stone before it could finish tearing apart the hairless monkey that had dared to attack it. At that moment, Yen Shokuin, who had been frozen in shock, finally snapped out of it. Roaring with fury, he gripped the sturdy wooden stick with both hands and swung his arms wide, smashing it down hard onto the vicious turtle's head. Thud! Rip! The solid wood struck the vicious turtle's skull with a dull thud. A deep gash split open its head, blood spurting everywhere. Yen Shokuin's wooden club cracked under the impact. Yen Shokuin showed no mercy, swinging the club with all his might at the beast's head once more. Snap! The wooden club snapped in two. A gaping, bloody hole was smashed into the evil turtle's skull. It let out an agonized hiss, its body swaying unsteadily. Seeing this, Lu Yu seized the moment. He leapt up, spotted the dagger embedded in the beast's skull, and closed the distance in 2 strides. Judging the gap perfectly, he grabbed the dagger's hilt. "Watch out!" Yen Shokuin shouted urgently, no time for warnings. Lu Yu remained calm and composed. Holding his breath, he pulled the dagger free with a swift motion, sending blood spattering everywhere. The blinded beast entered a frenzied state, violently charging and snapping at everything around it. The foul-smelling blood was flung everywhere with its violent movements. By then, Lu Yu had already retreated to a relatively safe position, avoiding the onslaught. Standing nearby, Yen Shokuin stared in stunned silence. He had never seen Lu Yu so ferocious before. The intensity in his eyes surpassed even that of the vicious turtle. Was this really the Lu Yu he knew? The blinded beast continued its frantic attacks within its confined space. Lu Yu fixed his gaze upon it, dagger clenched in his hand. Seizing a moment when the beast paused between charges, he lunged forward and slit its throat. Swish! A cold gleam flashed as a gaping wound appeared on the beast's neck.
Blood gushed out, and its massive body, over half a meter long, froze instantly where it stood.
Chapter 28, Unexpected Rescue. Dead? Who knows? Mutated beasts possessed formidable regenerative abilities.
Most wounds could heal, and even a partially mutated beast retained this capacity. It was merely a matter of how strong that ability was. Luyu wasn't certain if the vicious turtle was dead, but he certainly wasn't going to stand there and wait for it to die.
Ha!
Luyu let out a low growl, gripped his dagger tightly, and lunged at the wound on the vicious turtle's neck, stabbing it frantically.
Thud! Thud!
In mere moments, the monstrous turtle's neck was riddled with holes beyond recognition. Its half-meter-long body collapsed with a thud, crashing heavily to the ground.
Huff! Luyu heaved a deep breath, finally relaxing when the monstrous turtle showed no further signs of life.
This half-mutated beast was truly dead. But before Luyu could relax, the ground trembled behind him. Luyu spun around abruptly, his gaze darting toward the source. The evil turtle, which had been hanging its head moments ago, suddenly went berserk and charged toward Luyu at breakneck speed, like a cannonball launched from a barrel. Weighing over 300 pounds, its momentum carried terrifying force enough to crush a person dead.
Luyu, watch out! Yan Xiaoquan, standing some distance away, couldn't intervene in time and could only shout a warning. Seeing the beast's blinding speed, Luyu's heart sank.
He knew evasion was impossible. Instinctively, he raised both hands in front of him, daggers pointed forward, hoping to offer some resistance.
It was a bit presumptuous, but it was all he could do. Just as Luyu closed his eyes, expecting to be knocked flying by the saber-toothed monster turtle, suddenly, the sharp clang of blades rang out before him. He waited for what felt like an eternity, yet nothing happened. Startled, Luyu opened his eyes.
There, pinned under the foot of a white-robed youth, was the saber-toothed turtle, unable to move. Behind it, a girl in a blue robe watched them with an expression of calm detachment. Luyu's gaze swept over the two figures, causing him to pause in surprise.
Do you know us?
The girl in green robes noticed this subtle change and asked softly.
Luyu withdrew his gaze and replied, No, I don't. Snap.
The white-clad youth applied slight pressure with his foot on the saber-toothed turtle's shell.
The once hard carapace visibly cracked like a spider web.
With a sharp snap, the creature let out a mournful cry and died instantly.
It's dead?
Yan Xiaoquan watched in disbelief as the white-clad youth crushed the 300-pound saber-toothed turtle underfoot. He had witnessed firsthand how relentless that saber-toothed monster turtle had been capable of ambushing, deceiving, and above all, thick-shelled and ferocious. Yet this creature, monstrous in every sense, had been crushed to death with a single stomp? This was simply too absurd. Just moments ago, the two of them had nearly perished in the monster's jaws. I thought the ones around here were supposed to be formidable, making such a huge commotion.
Turns out they're so weak. The white-clad youth withdrew his foot, kicked the carcass of the beast listlessly, and addressed the green-robed girl. The girl in green robes didn't reply, only looking at Luyu and Yan Xiaoquan and asking, Are you both okay?
We're fine. Just as Luyu was about to speak, Yan Xiaoquan rushed over and answered eagerly for the girl.
The green-robed girl glanced at Yan Xiaoquan and said, What were you doing out here in the mountains late at night? This place is dangerous.
If you're not in trouble, please leave immediately.
Yan Xiaoquan nodded vigorously.
We were just about to leave when this monster attacked us.
Hey, did that turtle get mutated by nuclear radiation or something?
Mind your own business and leave immediately, the white-clad youth said coldly. Yan Xiaoquan sized up the man, itching to retort. But remembering how he'd crushed that saber-toothed turtle with a single kick, a chill ran down his spine.
He wisely kept his mouth shut. Shall we go? Yan Xiaoquan looked at Luyu.
Luyu nodded, his eyes conveying gratitude to the pair before he turned to follow Yan Xiaoquan out.
Wait.
The green-clad girl's gaze swept over the mess on the ground before she suddenly called out.
Luyu and Yan Xiaoquan halted. Yan Xiaoquan turned, baring his teeth in a question, What's up? Anything else, beauty?
What were you two doing here tonight? The girl in green asked.
Yan Xiaoquan froze, then stammered, We came to camp. Luyu interjected before Yan Xiaoquan could finish. Camping? That's right.
The girl in the green robe furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her gaze sweeping over Luyu.
Luyu remained calm. Junior sister Meng Yun, they might genuinely be here to camp. Look at the backpack he's carrying, isn't that camping gear?
The young man in white glanced at Luyu's backpack and chuckled lightly.
At that moment, Meng Yun also noticed Luyu's backpack.
Yet she found it hard to believe he was camping, for his reaction bore no resemblance to that of an ordinary person suddenly attacked by a beast.
He seemed a bit too calm. What's wrong, Meng Yun? What are you looking at?
After Luyu and the other had walked far away, the white-clad youth, Zhao Mingzhi, approached Meng Yun and asked with a smile. Meng Yun replied, That guy earlier, he seemed a bit strange.
What was strange about him? Zhao Mingzhi inquired.
Meng Yun thought for a moment, then shook her head. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I could sense that this person wasn't like an ordinary person. Zhao Mingzhi froze at her words, then chuckled.
Junior sister, you're overthinking this. Maybe all these months of high duty frequency have left you stressed and sleep deprived?
No, Mangyun replied calmly. Once this month's patrols are done, you should take some time off. Being out on patrol nearly non-stop for half a year takes a huge toll on both body and mind. Zhao Mingjie reassured her. Mangyun knew he hadn't truly heard her words, so she dropped the subject. Let's go then. Alright. Zhao Mingjie agreed readily. As they departed, Mangyun cast one last glance at the smaller saber-toothed turtle, its neck and skull bearing horrific gashes carved by daggers. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Yin Xiaoquan retraced their steps. Along the way, Yin Xiaoquan was bursting with questions for Lu Yu, his expression as strained as someone suffering from constipation. It was clear he was struggling to contain himself. Lu Yu found it slightly amusing and said, if you have something to ask, just ask. Alright, here goes. Yin Xiaoquan rubbed his cold, dry palms together. Xiaoyu, when did you get so damn powerful? What kind of monster was that mutated turtle just now? And how did you even know this place had such terrifying creatures? Chapter 29, Natural Disaster? Man-made catastrophe? Yin Xiaoquan fired off a barrage of questions like a curious child. Lu Yu momentarily didn't know which question to answer first. Can we take it one question at a time? Lu Yu massaged his temples, a headache forming. Yin Xiaoquan, then tell me first, how did you get so strong? You used to be worse at fighting than me, but now you seem like a martial arts master. No, even martial arts masters aren't as awesome as you. Because they'd never dare fight monsters like that. Lu Yu replied, I'll tell you, I learned it from watching TV. You believe me? Don't bull me. Yin Xiaoquan clearly didn't buy it. Ha! Lu Yu chuckled. I learned it in my dreams. Dreams? Yin Xiaoquan froze. Lu Yu explained, ever seen those TV shows or movies? The main characters always wake up one morning and suddenly master unparalleled martial arts. I think that's exactly what happened to me. Bull. Total nonsense. Yin Xiaoquan cursed in frustration. If everyone could just wake up and master legendary martial arts, wouldn't the world be crawling with masters? Give me a break. Lu Yu spread his hands helplessly. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I've told you the truth. Otherwise, where do you think I learned it? Who knows where you learned it? Yin Xiaoquan grumbled irritably. Forget it. Enough about that. Didn't you say you'd show me the apocalypse today? Is this it? Yep. Lu Yu nodded. Yin Xiaoquan placed his hands on his hips. Comrade Xiaoyu, you're in the wrong here. You call this the apocalypse? This junk only works because we don't have proper tools. Give us guns and cannons, and whether this thing survives a single second is another matter entirely. Lu Yu smiled softly. What if the guns and cannons malfunctioned? What if all signals were cut off? What did you say? Yin Xiaoquan froze. Lu Yu's smile vanished. What if all our high-tech weapons suddenly became useless? What if only cold steel could harm these monsters? Yin Xiaoquan froze. Lu Yu continued methodically, if it were just one or two, it wouldn't be a problem. With so many of us, we could overwhelm them with sheer numbers. But what if it came to that point? The numbers wouldn't be just one or two anymore, they'd be hordes upon hordes, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Could we hold them off then? Yin Xiaoquan stammered at Lu Yu's dire assessment. Why would they become ineffective? I don't know either, but it will fail. Lu Yu stated with absolute certainty. Having lived through it in his previous life, he understood precisely what the future held. He held nothing back, sharing everything he knew with Yin Xiaoquan. Yin Xiaoquan fell silent. He couldn't fathom where Lu Yu's confidence came from. He didn't understand, but as a brother he'd known for so many years, there was no reason and certainly no need for him to deceive him. He trusted Lu Yu. I don't know where you got this info, but as your brother, I trust you completely. No more questions, I'm counting on you, bro. Yin Xiaoquan looked at Lu Yu earnestly. A faint warmth touched Lu Yu's heart. Don't worry. I'd never lie to you. So when's this thing you mentioned happening? That thing looks pretty terrifying. Oh, and who were those two guys earlier? Why did the man just stomp that monster to death with one kick? Yin Xiaoquan felt much more relaxed after letting go of his doubts about the story's truthfulness, and his chatter flowed freely. Lu Yu responded patiently, his voice soft, in about a month. A month from now? Yin Xiaoquan froze. That's really close to the college entrance exam. Exactly. It's very likely to be on the day of the college entrance exams. Lu Yu replied. Yin Xiaoquan exclaimed in shock, what? On the day of the college entrance exam? That's right. That's a complete disaster. If these monsters unite to attack humanity, who could possibly stop them? Yin Xiaoquan voiced his concern. Earlier, Yin Xiaoquan had encountered the strange beasts himself and knew full well how powerful they were. If conventional weapons proved ineffective and people had to resort to hand-to-hand combat, it would undoubtedly turn into a bloody massacre. Whether they could hold out was anyone's guess. Lu Yu noticed his brother's worry and smiled. While these beasts are powerful, they're not invincible. We can definitely hold them back, but it'll come at a huge cost. Hey! Then once we get back, why don't we leak this information? Let everyone prepare? Yin Xiaoquan suddenly thought of what he considered a decent idea.
Lu Yu shook his head. It won't work. Why? Yan Xiaoquan was puzzled. Lu Yu didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, do you remember those two people from earlier? You mean the two who helped us earlier? Yeah. Of course I remember them. If they hadn't shown up, we'd probably be dead by now. Yan Xiaoquan patted his chest, still feeling the lingering fear. Were they strong? Lu Yu asked a seemingly random question. Strong?
Yan Xiaoquan froze at the question, suddenly recalling the scene when Zhao Mingjie and Mangyun appeared earlier. He hadn't even seen where they'd come from. It was as if they'd materialized out of thin air. By the time he focused, the man had already subdued the monster while the girl appeared beside him. Recalling Zhao Mingjie crushing that vicious turtle underfoot, Yan Xiaoquan answered without hesitation, powerful. Then guess what do you think they know about the existence of these beasts? Lu Yu pressed further. Yan Xiaoquan froze, his brain feeling like it was about to overheat. Lu Yu continued, suppose they do know, and suppose they possess formidable power. Why haven't they made this public? For them, it wouldn't be difficult to do. Why? The question was beyond Yan Xiaoquan's comprehension. Lu Yu cut straight to the heart of it, because they never considered it an issue at all. I don't get it. Seeing Yan Xiaoquan's blank expression, Lu Yu suddenly realized it was premature to discuss these matters with him now. Lu Yu reorganized his thoughts and words, in short, if we blow this whistle now, no one will believe us. They'll just suppress the whole monster incident and cover up the evidence. Yan Xiaoquan protested, but this is a disaster. Why? Lu Yu whispered, because of profit. Profit? Yan Xiaoquan was bewildered. He couldn't fathom how such a matter could possibly be tied to profit. Lu Yu sighed inwardly, saying nothing more. He knew explaining wouldn't change anything, so he chose silence, better not to dwell on troubles that only bred more worries. Chapter 30, A Restless Night. Lu Yu murmured softly, because of profit. Interests? Yan Xiaoquan was bewildered. He couldn't fathom how such matters could possibly be tied to interests. Lu Yu sighed softly to himself, saying nothing. He knew speaking up wouldn't change anything, so he chose silence, sparing himself the trouble of dwelling on troublesome thoughts. The atmosphere grew heavy. The two trudged back along the path they had come, neither uttering a word. Lu Yu reflected that today had exposed his brother to just the tip of the iceberg of this apocalyptic world. The shock to his psyche must have been considerable. Perhaps he himself had spoken too much earlier. The world appeared calm and peaceful now, with people coexisting relatively harmoniously. Yet, an invisible storm had already begun gathering quietly. Should any uncontrollable force shatter this delicate equilibrium, it would become the fuse igniting catastrophic disaster. The terrifying tide of monstrous beasts was precisely that force. Just as Lu Yu pondered whether he should say something lighthearted to distract Yan Xiaoquan, a sudden, piercing pain shot through his chest. He stumbled to a halt, bending over in agony. Yan Xiaoquan, who had been walking ahead, took a couple of steps before noticing the absence of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he immediately saw Lu Yu's distress. Lu Yu, what's wrong? Yan Xiaoquan hurried forward, supporting him. I accidentally injured my ribs and arm during the fight with that beast earlier. Lu Yu gasped heavily, his voice faint. The tension had eased, allowing the suppressed pain to surge back. Being rammed by a monster weighing over 300 gene, injuries were inevitable given Lu Yu's current physical condition. It was only because Lu Yu was skilled and bold, drawing on years of experience battling beasts from his previous life, that he survived. Anyone else in his place would likely have perished in the beast's jaws, with no chance of escape. Seeing Lu Yu like this, Yan Xiaoquan grew anxious. Are you okay? Be careful, don't move so much. We'll take you to the hospital right away. All right. Lu Yu gave a slight nod and smiled. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. The return trip took considerably less time than the journey out. After about 2 or 3 hours, Yan Xiaoquan drove Lu Yu to a hotel on the western outskirts of Bin City. They cleaned the bloodstains first, then drove to a small hospital in the suburbs to have Lu Yu's injuries examined. Why didn't they go to a hospital in central Ruzhou City? Yan Xiaoquan feared delaying treatment could endanger Lu Yu. After all, Lu Yu had taken the full brunt of that saber-toothed monster's attack. Lu Yu's external injuries were limited to some bloody scrapes and bruises on his skin. Nothing else was immediately apparent. Yan Xiaoquan's primary concern was whether Lu Yu had suffered any serious internal injuries. Lu Yu, however, remained remarkably composed despite the occasional pangs of pain. In his previous life, surviving the alien beast tide and battling those creatures had left him with countless injuries. Having endured so much, he had become his own best doctor and understood his current condition perfectly. Moreover, during his earlier battle with the saber-toothed turtle, Lu Yu had taken precautions to protect his vital areas. The critical parts of his body were actually unharmed. Thus, Lu Yu himself wasn't overly anxious. Seeing Yan Xiaoquan rushing about nervously on his behalf, registering him, consulting the doctor made him feel both amused and deeply touched. What more could one ask for in life than to have a brother like this? Lu Yu remained silent, simply watching Yan Xiaoquan bustle about until he finally led him to the emergency surgery ward. Doctor, hello. Could you please take a look at my brother's condition? Yan Xiaoquan handed the medical record to the on-call doctor and spoke politely. The doctor glanced casually at the medical record before turning to Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan.
Who needs to be examined? Me.
Lu Yu stepped forward, carefully supported by Yan Xiaoquan.
What happened?
The doctor scanned Lu Yu's face, covered in scratches, and began the consultation. After briefly asking Lu Yu where it hurt and how he got injured, the doctor arranged for him to get X-rays.
This was standard procedure.
Since Lu Yu had internal injuries invisible to the naked eye, an X-ray was the most appropriate option to quickly identify the problem.
Only by pinpointing the problem could the doctor treat Lu Yu.
Another flurry of activity ensued, and half an hour passed.
Lu Yu's test results came back quickly, largely matching his own assessment: fractured ribs and varying degrees of sprains in his arm and wrist.
Additionally, his right forearm had a minor hairline fracture and both thigh muscles were strained. These were the more significant injuries. The superficial cuts and scrapes seemed less critical in comparison.
Lu Yu joked, as long as my looks aren't ruined. Yan Xiaoquan sighed softly, you've got nerves of steel. If you ever ask me to do something like this again, I'm out. This is playing with death. Lu Yu gave a faint smile and said nothing. After wrapping up at the hospital, the bone injuries were properly immobilized, while ointments were purchased for the muscle strains and other superficial wounds. By the time Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan returned to Suxian district after sorting out all the messy affairs, the sky was already turning light. They had just 1 or 2 hours before they had to head to school. Yan Xiaoquan was on the verge of collapse. After staying up all night and dealing with so much chaos, he was utterly exhausted both physically and mentally and sleepy as hell. Lu Yu, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed, even somewhat energized. Last night's actions weren't driven by boredom-seeking thrills, nor were they merely to prove to his brother that the apocalypse might be imminent. His primary motivation was to prove something to himself. He needed to prove that this world hadn't changed since his previous life. If the events of his past existence were destined to repeat, then the preparations he was making would hold meaning. Otherwise, he'd be nothing but a laughingstock. Through last night's events and the people he encountered, Lu Yu felt even more certain the great catastrophe was inevitable. It would erupt without fail. We're heading to school soon. No need to go home, just take us straight to first middle school. Yan Xiaoquan, sitting in the back seat, yawned repeatedly as he addressed the driver. Before Yan Xiaoquan could finish, Lu Yu cut him off. Driver, skip first middle school. Take us to the Regent Hotel instead. Chapter 31, Lijiang Grand Hotel. Yan Xiaoquan perked up at the mention. Lijiang? You mean the Lijiang Grand Hotel? This was a renowned 5-star hotel in Suxian district, ranking among the most prestigious establishments in all of Ruzhou City. Even though Yan Xiaoquan came from a well-off family, he himself rarely visited such a place. Beyond the strict limits on his allowance, the place symbolized not only high-end luxury but also served as a frequent haunt for those with deep-rooted backgrounds and connections. Thus, those who frequented this grand hotel were regarded as wealthy and influential social elites. In Yan Xiaoquan's memory, Lu Yu was notoriously stingy except when it came to his ex-girlfriend. That's precisely why Yan was so astonished and delighted when Lu Yu suggested going to the Regent Hotel. Today must be the day the sun rises in the west. Lu Yu shot Yan Xiaoquan a sideways glance. Not the Regent Grand Hotel. The Regent Grand Hotel. Regent Grand Hotel? What's that? Yan Xiaoquan froze, blinking several times in confusion. A newly opened hotel. Haven't you heard? It's pretty famous. Lu Yu asked. Yan Xiaoquan replied truthfully, well, I really don't know about that. But I was just wondering what's the connection between the Lijiang Grand Hotel and the Lijiang Grand Hotel? Lu Yu replied, no connection whatsoever. Just a similar sounding name. Yan Xiaoquan. Just then, the driver turned his head and asked, are we going to the Regent Grand Hotel or the Regent Grand Hotel? The Grand Hotel. Do you know the way? Lu Yu inquired. The driver replied smugly, you've asked the wrong person. Everyone knows I'm Suzhou's walking map. Buckle up, we're rolling. Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan froze, still unsure what the driver meant. They heard the driver skillfully start the engine, engage the clutch, and slam the accelerator. The once ordinary old car erupted with a speed rivaling that of a luxury sports car, surging forward 10 to 20 meters in a single second. The two passengers in the backseat felt an intense surge of force press them back into their seats, as if they might be thrown forward at any moment. Lu Yu was fine having seen it all in his previous life. This sudden burst of speed was unexpected but not unbearable. Yan Xiaoquan, however, never imagined riding in a taxi could deliver such an experience. He scrambled frantically to find and fasten his seatbelt. After all, one's own life was best cherished by oneself. Relying on others simply wouldn't do. At the driver's breakneck speed, the two were soon whisked away to a somewhat secluded neighborhood. Compared to the bustling city center, this area was much quieter, yet it still drew a crowd of visitors. We're here. The driver slowed to a stop and turned to shout at Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan. How much? 30. Can you knock it down? Young man, with my driving skills, do you really think a discount is appropriate? You've got a point there, but I still think.
After a few more words, Lu Yu was still haggling with the driver.
Yan Xiaokuan couldn't take it anymore and stepped in to complain, damn it, could you be any more obvious? You just want me to pay the fare, right? Forget it. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu burst out laughing. Exasperated by Lu Yu's shamelessness, Yan Xiaokuan turned to the driver and said, I'll give you 30. Your driving skills aren't bad, I'll bump it up to 50. Fair deal. The driver gave Yan Xiaokuan a thumbs up before taking the 50 from him. This is my first fare today, kid. You've given me a lot of confidence. Hearing this, Yan Xiaokuan's chest puffed out proudly. Bro, let me tell you, I live by one rule, brothers everywhere, no matter where you're from. Lu Yu. This skilled driver sure is a peculiar guy, Lu Yu thought to himself. After paying the fare, the two got out of the car. Immediately upon stepping off, they spotted a modest hotel by the roadside. Its name? The Crystal Grand Hotel. Yan Xiaokuan's heart sank at the sight of the shabby facade and narrow entrance. Lu Yu, you're not exactly broke. Why be so stingy? You weren't like this when you were chasing Li Momo. Yan Xiaokuan protested immediately. Lu Yu chuckled. There's a deeper meaning to coming here. You'll understand soon enough. Yan Xiaokuan rolled his eyes. Yeah, right. You're just a dirty old man. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Yan Xiaokuan shifted the conversation irritably. Even if you want to sleep, couldn't you find a decent place? Why pick somewhere so remote and run down? It looks totally unsafe. Lu Yu chuckled. It's just sleeping. As long as there's a place to lie down, anywhere will do. Stop complaining. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. Yan Xiaokuan took another look at the so-called Grand Hotel. It was nothing like the places he was used to staying at. Basically, it resembled one of those rural inns, Spartan and monotonous. He really didn't want to go in, unsure what Lu Yu was up to. But seeing his buddy head inside, Yan Xiaokuan hesitated before finally holding his nose and following. Little did he know that the moment he stepped inside, he was in for a huge surprise. First off, the hotel wasn't nearly as shabby as its exterior suggested. On the contrary, the moment you stepped inside, a profound sense of home washed over you. The warm lighting and thoughtful arrangement of furnishings created an atmosphere like basking in gentle sunlight. In that instant, Yan Xiaokuan felt as though he had already grown fond of this place. Why am I feeling this way? Yan Xiaokuan felt a bit startled and instinctively glanced at Lu Yu. At that moment, Lu Yu was observing the hotel's interior, seemingly lost in thought. Xiao Yu? Yan Xiaokuan asked curiously, have you been here before? Yes, Lu Yu nodded. When? How come I didn't know? Yan Xiaokuan pressed. Hearing this, Lu Yu suddenly recalled the scene from his first visit here. In his previous life, the initial wave of the beast tide had been exceptionally fierce. Lu Yu and the other college entrance exam students had narrowly escaped the first wave thanks to the protection of security forces. Most believed surviving the first wave meant safety, but who could have known a second, even more ferocious wave of beasts would follow immediately? At that time, Lu Yu had unfortunately been separated from the main group. Alone, he faced the ruins of the city and the constant dangers. As a student, how much strength could he possibly have? Had the shop owner not intervened to save him, he would likely have starved to death on the streets. Chapter 32, The Lame Uncle. Memories played like a movie in Lu Yu's mind, growing clearer and more vivid, as if those events had happened just yesterday. After a long moment lost in thought, Lu Yu snapped back to reality. His eyes regained their clarity as he grinned at Yan Xiaokuan. Would I tell you why I came to a place like this? You're such a jerk. Are we even brothers anymore? Going out to have fun behind my back? Yan Xiaokuan sounded displeased, clearly misinterpreting the situation. Lu Yu noticed the misunderstanding but offered no explanation. Just then, a weathered man in his 40s, limping slightly, emerged from a small room beneath the stairs. His gaze swept over Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan as he spoke in a hoarse, low voice, looking to rent a room? This abrupt question shattered the cozy feeling Yan Xiaokuan had felt upon entering, pulling him back to reality. Deep down, he'd imagined the owner of a place decorated with such thoughtful details, cute stuffed animals and warm, soft lighting would surely be an incredibly gentle and kind woman. How could it be an uncle instead? Are you the owner here? Yan Xiaokuan asked, unwilling to give up. The limping middle-aged man nodded. The last shred of hope in Yan Xiaokuan's heart shattered instantly, leaving no trace behind. Lu Yu didn't let Yan Xiaokuan continue leading the conversation. He stepped forward and said to the man, hello, we'd like a room. I have double beds and one-bedroom suites. Both come in standard and deluxe options, ranging from 100 to 300 a night. Which would you prefer? The lame man's voice was utterly emotionless, calm and devoid of warmth. He gestured toward the price list on the wall. Just a standard double room will do. Oh, and make sure it has a window. Lu Yu spoke softly, acting as if he knew the place well. However, the lame uncle seemed to lose his smile as he replied, all right, 100 a night. You have your IDs with you, right? Got it. Lu Yu pulled his ID card from his bag. The lame uncle took them, gave them a cursory glance, and showed no particular reaction. Satisfied that Lu Yu was an adult, he proceeded to register them.
Throughout this process, Lu Yu quietly observed the man's facial expressions.
But from start to finish, the lame uncle showed no unusual reactions whatsoever.
Even upon seeing Lu Yu, he remained completely unmoved.
This meant the limping man didn't recognize Lu Yu at all.
Yet, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity toward him.
The lame man's name was Zhangli, a native of Ruzhou.
He had lost his wife years ago and had a lovely daughter. However, 3 years prior, his daughter had tragically perished during a school field trip. Her body was never found, only fragments of her clothing remained. The incident alarmed the police, but their investigation yielded little. They only determined that Zhang Li's daughter appeared to have been attacked and eaten by wild animals. When Zhang Li received this news, he was naturally filled with doubt.
With so many students on the field trip, why did it happen to his daughter? Moreover, no one knew the cause, not even the teachers or other responsible adults.
Unsatisfied and unconvinced by the investigation's findings, Zhang Li decided to uncover the truth himself. Ultimately, he discovered that powerful beasts had undergone a regression into monstrous creatures. His daughter had most likely perished in the jaws of such a beast. He knew nothing of the spiritual energy revival or the chaotic events surrounding it. He simply wanted to uncover the truth, hunt down the beast that had killed his daughter, and avenge her.
That was all.
Yet every time he reported his findings or attempted to expose the truth, he encountered relentless resistance, as if someone was secretly obstructing him. Zhang Li paid no heed until one day, the person behind it all appeared before him. What was said in that meeting remains unknown, but from that day forward, Zhang Li, who had toiled for 2 or 3 decades as a manual laborer, suddenly found himself the owner of a modest hotel. His life improved vastly compared to before. Yet whether this life brought true happiness, whether it felt right, whether it was the life he truly desired, only Zhang Li himself knew the answer. In his previous life, Zhang Li had saved his own life. The other man had also been a tragic soul. Now, given the chance in this lifetime, Lu Yu was determined to find a way to help him to exact revenge. But Zhang Li didn't recognize him now, and Lu Yu didn't say much either. After all, speaking too much might only arouse suspicion, especially since Zhang Li was consumed by anger and hatred at the moment. At the front desk, Zhang Li fiddled with an old computer for a while before finally processing Lu Yu's check-in. He handed over the registration form along with the ID card.
Room 501, twin beds. 200 a night, plus 100 deposit.
After paying, Lu Yu took Yen Xiaokuan upstairs. Zhang Li paid him little mind, there were plenty of surveillance cameras in the building anyway. He turned and headed back to that small room, lost in whatever he was doing. As the elevator doors were about to close, Lu Yu cast one last glance at the small room. His eyes flickered briefly before he quietly withdrew his gaze. A few minutes later, Lu Yu and Yen Xiaokuan arrived at room 501 on the 5th floor, the hotel's highest level.
Both the interior decor and spaciousness made it worth every penny.
This room's actually pretty decent. I thought it'd be filthy and run down, but who knew a hotel run by a grown man could be this clean? Yen Xiaokuan flopped onto the bed closest to the door and sighed with pure comfort.
Lu Yu walked over to the other bed and sat down.
Then I'll sleep here. I'll head to school after I wake up. Did you take leave? It's almost time for class. Yen Xiaokuan glanced at his phone and reminded him.
Lu Yu replied, I've already taken the day off. If you want to take time off, you'll have to do it yourself.
As he spoke, Lu Yu began taking off his shoes and socks, preparing to wash up and sleep. Last night's turmoil had thoroughly exhausted him. He wasn't a martial artist anymore, he still needed to eat when he was hungry and sleep when he was tired. That was why Lu Yu had chosen to book a room for proper rest. He dared not return home, fearing his family would worry too much. Upon hearing Lu Yu's utterly heartless words, Yen Xiaokuan immediately leaped off the bed.
Staring at Lu Yu, he exclaimed urgently, Are we even brothers anymore? You're asking me to take leave, all by myself?
Seeing the other man's panic, Lu Yu remained silent. After nearly a minute, he finally continued, Calm down.
I wasn't finished. I've already arranged your leave for you. Chapter 33, Night Talk About the Future.
Hearing this, Yen Xiaokuan froze, his gaze softening considerably as he looked at Lu Yu.
At least you have some conscience left. You haven't forgotten how I've treated you all this time. Lu Yu cut him off. Cut it out. If you keep being this disgusting, you can go take the leave yourself. Yen Xiaokuan's expression shifted, his smile fading. Look at you. I was just joking around. Why are you getting so worked up? Are we even still good brothers? Lu Yu shot Yen Xiaokuan a withering look. Enough. Go wash up and sleep. I only took half a day off. I still have to go to school this afternoon. Ha? Yen Xiaokuan's expression instantly fell. I have to go to school today? Of course. Lu Yu said sternly, this is the critical period for the college entrance exams. Getting you half a day off was already difficult enough. What more do you want? A full day off? If I could, I definitely would. Yen Xiaokuan replied almost without hesitation as he flopped onto the big bed. It's practically the end of the world. Why bother with the college entrance exams? Lu Yu was at a loss for words. True, but it hasn't actually happened yet, has it?
Suddenly, Yan Xiaoquan sat up in bed, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Lu Yu.
Hey! What if I told my dad the world is about to end? Do you think he'd let me skip school? Lu Yu, I have a feeling you'd probably get a good beating.
You're right. Yan Xiaoquan sighed dejectedly.
Lu Yu said, alright, stop thinking about that. The most important thing right now is to sleep. Nothing else matters. Glancing at Yan Xiaoquan, Lu Yu asked, who should shower first, you or me?
Yan Xiaoquan jumped off the bed.
Me first. I shower faster. Are you even clean? Lu Yu asked with a sly grin. Yan Xiaoquan snapped, get lost.
10 minutes later, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan were both washed and lying in bed. In the pitch-black room, the faint sound of their breathing could be heard. Yan Xiaoquan had been quite sleepy, but after his shower, he felt unusually alert.
He tossed and turned on the bed, unable to fall asleep no matter what. Hey! Xiao Yu, are you asleep?
Yan Xiaoquan, restless and irritable, turned his head toward Lu Yu's side of the bed and softly called out his name.
Not yet. What is it?
After a short pause, Lu Yu's voice drifted faintly from the darkness.
I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Could you answer them for me? Yan Xiaoquan inquired. What kind of questions? Lu Yu inquired. Yan Xiaoquan said, how did you know these monsters existed? And how did you know that a month later, the world would undergo a massive change and the apocalypse would arrive? Lu Yu replied, didn't I already explain?
I saw it in my dreams.
Is that so?
I remember you telling me that, but my instincts tell me it's a lie even though my emotions urge me to believe you. Yan Xiaoquan lay back on the bed, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling.
Lu Yu paused slightly at this, asking, your instincts? Yeah. My eighth sense.
Lu Yu. Several minutes passed in silence. Yan Xiaoquan waited for Lu Yu's response, but none came.
He didn't press further. Alright, let's say you're telling the truth. What else did you dream about afterward? Yan Xiaoquan asked.
Lu Yu kept his eyes closed, immersed in the dark space, and said, I dreamt that we would become incredibly powerful, ultimately standing at the pinnacle of this world.
Yan Xiaoquan paused slightly, and then?
Lu Yu declared, we'll weather this danger and emerge with lives far better and more wondrous than now.
It's a world brimming with infinite possibilities.
As he spoke, a hint of longing lingered in his voice.
Yan Xiaoquan asked curiously, really? Absolutely. Lu Yu replied without hesitation. Yan Xiaoquan brightened slightly.
That's good. Your earlier dream was so accurate. I hope the dreams you have from now on will come true just as well.
Lu Yu murmured softly, they will. I believe it too.
Yan Xiaoquan's voice grew fainter and fainter until it faded away completely.
Xiaoquan?
Lu Yu called out after a long silence, but there was no reply.
Xiaoquan? Lu Yu called out again.
This time, there was a response though not words, merely faint snoring.
This guy.
Lu Yu shook his head and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing no movement on the bed opposite him, he stared at the ceiling, his expression slightly twisted. The injuries inflicted by that saber-toothed monstrous turtle last night were quite severe. Though treatable, they required time to heal, and the pain was something he simply had to endure. Ever since emerging from the 10,000 Immortals Mountains, Lu Yu had been enduring the agony of his wounds until just now.
Thank goodness I came prepared. Otherwise, I might have really blown it.
Lu Yu recalled last night's harrowing scene. That vicious turtle had sent him flying with a single charge he hadn't been able to resist at all. It was utterly absurd. For last night's operation, he brought special weapons in that travel bag filled with a bundle of fluffy cotton quilts that served as both cushioning pads and shields. Without these items, Lu Yu estimated he would have suffered internal bleeding, leaving his injuries far worse than they were now. This beast hasn't changed much from my previous life, still as formidable as ever. Clearly, I must never underestimate it in future encounters.
Lu Yu thought to himself.
Though he'd gained extensive experience battling beasts in his past life, human nature often bred complacency, the tendency to assume others are weak while viewing oneself as strong. Thus, Lu Yu had ultimately let his guard down slightly, a lapse that now cost him dearly. Sleepiness wasn't too much of a problem for Lu Yu. Pulling an all-nighter wasn't a big deal for him. But the pain throughout his body was becoming unbearable. He needed space and time to rest. That was why Lu Yu had brought Yan Xiaoquan to take leave and come to the hotel to recuperate. He didn't want to go home and have his parents see him wrapped in bandages, worrying them. Thus, tossed between waves of drowsiness and pain, Lu Yu finally succumbed to exhaustion. He drifted off to sleep, unsure exactly when it happened. Half a day passed quickly.
Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan both sprang out of bed like they'd been injected with adrenaline, ready for action. With their spirits restored, the two left the Regent Hotel. Before leaving the hotel, Lu Yu cast one last lingering glance at the small room. But he said nothing. Rougeau, class 4 of senior 3 at number 1 high school. A group of female classmates were making snide remarks. Lu Yu didn't come to school today. He must have been seduced by some vixen. Otherwise, how could class monitor Lu pull something like this right before the college entrance exams? The group buzzed with speculation. Chapter 34, Rumors.
Just then, Yi Qingcheng, who had finished washing her lunchbox and was walking back to the classroom for her afternoon rest, heard the murmurs coming from inside as she approached. Yi Qingcheng's footsteps halted abruptly, her expression stiffening. Inside the classroom, over a dozen female classmates were gathered together, gossiping about recent events. At the center of it all was none other than Kai Fong. Li Momo sat at her desk, surrounded by her close friends. She crossed her arms, watching with a cold smile. "You're wrong. That vixen is still attending classes, right? So why is Lu Yu the one taking a leave of absence? It doesn't make sense." "Yeah. Why is that?" As the gossip circulated among the dozen or so listeners, someone turned to Kai Fong with a question. "Ha ha. Isn't that obvious? Only oxen get worn out, not fields. After working hard all night, it's perfectly normal to be too tired to get up, right?" Kai Fong explained matter-of-factly. I guess you have a point. True. That guy's no pushover. Class monitor Lu Yu must have been charmed too, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen for it. Honestly, I think Momo's a pretty decent person. Exactly. Who knows what Lu Yu was thinking? Among the girls, someone sighed in exasperation. Outside the classroom, Yi Qingcheng overheard the comments. Her hands clutching the lunchbox tightened several notches, making a faint creaking sound. The breakup between Lu Yu and Li Momo had sent shockwaves throughout the entire school. They had been the epitome of a campus romance, never actually dating, yet supporting each other academically, which had led to Li Momo's grades skyrocketing. For all these reasons, the story of Lu Yu and Li Momo had long spread throughout the schools of Ruzhou, receiving nothing but praise. But a couple of days ago, Lu Yu suddenly broke up with Li Momo for no apparent reason. When news of this spread, it naturally sparked a lot of speculation. Yi Qingcheng was among them. At first, she too believed Lu Yu wasn't as good as the rumors claimed, that he was actually a jerk. If that weren't the case, why would Lu Yu have sought her out immediately after breaking up with Li Momo, declaring he wanted to be friends? But as she spent time with Lu Yu, Yi Qingcheng realized he might not be the person she had imagined. Over the past 2 days, she had gradually let down some of her guard around him. Yet lowering her guard slightly didn't mean she no longer cared about the matter. She had heard the rumors, so the voice of doubt inevitably lingered in her mind. Add to that what she'd overheard classmates saying in the classroom earlier. The matter Yi Qingcheng had initially brushed aside surged back into her mind, stirring up a wave of unexplained agitation. "Qingcheng, what are you doing here? Why aren't you going in?" Just then, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan, who had recently returned to school after reporting to the homeroom teacher's office, approached from behind her. The one who spoke was naturally Lu Yu. He remembered all too well that Yi Qingcheng's intimacy level with him was only 50, still a long way from 80. Yi Qingcheng froze slightly at the familiar voices, then turned to see Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan. "You two came back after taking leave?" "Sort of. We only took half a day off. We had some things to take care of and couldn't help it," Lu Yu explained. "I see," Yi Qingcheng murmured softly. Noticing Yi Qingcheng's lack of enthusiasm, Lu Yu keenly sensed something was off with her mood. He tentatively asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Feeling down? Is it?" "Auntie. It's nothing. My mom is doing fine." "Oh, and about that hospital bill, I'll definitely pay you back some of it early," Yi Qingcheng said. "Pay me back? Where would she get the money? Exams were coming up soon, she couldn't possibly be working part-time to earn it." Lu Yu froze momentarily. Before he could gather his thoughts to respond, Yi Qingcheng turned and walked into the classroom, clutching the lunchbox. Lu Yu watched her go, utterly bewildered. They'd been getting along fine just the night before. Why the sudden 180-degree shift in attitude? Just then, Yan Xiaokuan approached with a teasing tone. "Hey, Xiaoyu, did you bully her? Why does she sound so sharp?" "You're asking me? Who should I ask? I didn't do anything." Lu Yu was equally puzzled, unable to figure out why she'd changed. Yan Xiaokuan observed the situation and remarked, "It's normal. Women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea. Trying to figure them out is harder than climbing to the moon. So, don't sweat the small stuff. Just keep trying to connect with her when you get the chance." Lu Yu understood Yan Xiaokuan's meaning, but still said puzzledly, "We'll see." "I'm completely baffled. I have no idea what's going on." Inside the classroom, the female students who had been gossiping instinctively lowered their voices upon seeing Yi Qingcheng appear. Some simply returned to their seats, acting as if nothing had happened. Yi Qingcheng seemed oblivious to their whispers, walking straight back to her seat and fiddling with her belongings, paying them no mind whatsoever. Led by Kai Fong, the group fell silent upon seeing the main subject arrive. They gradually dispersed, yet the words they had spoken lingered like seeds planted deep within Yi Qingcheng's heart. "Oomph." Nearby, Li Momo shot Yi Qingcheng a glance, snorting coldly through her nose. Her eyes flashed with scorn and derision. "She thinks she can steal my man? She's not even worthy. I'll make sure she hands Lu Yu back to me willingly." Outside the classroom, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan entered. Noticing the seating arrangement and the positions of Li Momo and Kai Fong, Lu Yu suddenly realized something. He understood why Yi Qingcheng's attitude toward him had changed so drastically.
Yan Xiaokuan observed the huddled group and instinctively quipped, not even taking a nap during lunch break? All here for an internal competition meeting, huh?
The other classmates exchanged glances upon hearing this, and the last few people scattered back to their seats. Lu Yu returned to his seat and stole a glance at Li Momo. To his surprise, her gaze was fixed entirely on Yi Qingcheng. When Lu Yu followed her gaze to the right, he saw Yi Qingcheng's desk partner, Kai Feng. She didn't look at Lu Yu but instead locked eyes with Li Momo. This made Lu Yu's suspicions even clearer.
What are you staring at? Didn't you get enough of the other day?
Yan Xiaokuan pulled out his Nintendo game console and turned to ask Lu Yu.
Lu Yu ignored him completely, his eyes fixed intently on Li Momo. Chapter 35, lacking a sense of urgency.
At that moment, Li Momo seemed to notice someone watching her. She turned her head and was startled to discover that the person staring at her was none other than Lu Yu.
Li Momo froze for a moment.
Lu Yu turned back expressionlessly, no longer looking at Li Momo. He already knew what was going on. It had to be Li Momo and Kai Feng stirring up trouble.
That Lu Yu.
Seeing Lu Yu's decisive and ruthless demeanor, Li Momo's blood pressure shot up in anger, nearly breaking her composure.
What's wrong, Momo? What did Lu Yu do to you? Did Lu Yu bully you again? Tell us. If you're in the right, we'll definitely fight for justice for you. Exactly. Even if he is the class monitor, bullying you is unacceptable. The group of female classmates surrounding Li Momo were filled with righteous indignation. It's okay, girls. Lu Yu might just be misled by certain people for now.
Once he comes to his senses, he'll realize I'm the only one who truly cares about him.
Li Momo quickly explained.
She wasn't genuinely concerned for Lu Yu, she was more afraid he might suddenly blurt out something unexpected. Though Li Momo had no idea where Lu Yu had gotten his information, every detail he mentioned about her was true, the kind that would expose her if she nitpicked even slightly.
So Li Momo was scared too.
She feared Lu Yu might know other things, and if that happened, her entire image would collapse. Then, forget about Lu Yu, even Zhao Long, the one hiding behind her, would abandon her without a second thought. Coming from a modest background, Li Momo absolutely couldn't tolerate such an outcome. She had to control how far this escalated, not only avoiding fully enraging Lu Yu, but also finding a way to win him back, to make him her money bag once more. Otherwise, who would clear her shopping cart? Who would pay for her cosmetics and handbags? It could be said that at this moment, Li Momo still harbored a tiny sliver of hope for Lu Yu. As long as he gave her a chance to speak, she was utterly confident she could win him back. After all, those years of PUA experience hadn't been wasted. Li Momo was supremely confident in her abilities. Unfortunately, her confidence didn't earn her a second glance from Lu Yu. He didn't even look at her, and all her efforts only brought her colder treatment. This left Li Momo, who was used to manipulating young men's hearts, feeling utterly defeated. Moreover, she sensed a hint of humiliation. She thought, I've been so humble and submissive toward Lu Yu, yet he won't even look at me? Isn't this like throwing my dignity on the ground and trampling it repeatedly? Watching Lu Yu's retreating back, Li Momo's anger flared. The fleeting satisfaction she'd felt from getting back at Yi Qingcheng vanished completely in that moment. Fine. You're indifferent to me, huh? You think I, Li Momo, can't live without you? Lu Yu. Let me tell you, you're dreaming. Just you wait, I'll make you pay. Li Momo was furious, her lungs about to burst. Staring at Lu Yu's retreating figure, she cursed him viciously in her heart. Lu Yu, of course, remained oblivious to all this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care much. Anyone daring to provoke him would only need a quicker end. As for Li Momo, Lu Yu had already grown cold toward her in his previous life. Man, you're so weird. It's like you're not even listening when I talk to you. What the hell are you thinking about? Still dwelling on the apocalypse? Yan Xiaokuan set down his game console and asked quietly. Lu Yu glanced at Yan Xiaokuan and nodded softly. When you're here, you might as well make the best of it. We still have a month left, plenty of time to prepare. Yan Xiaokuan declared confidently. He believed Lu Yu's words, yet he still didn't feel a strong sense of urgency about the grave events Lu Yu had warned of. Their environment was simply too comfortable, too peaceful. Aside from extremely unlikely accidents, there was virtually nothing threatening their personal safety. So it wasn't entirely unreasonable for Yan Xiaokuan to approach the impending apocalyptic upheaval a month hence with his current attitude. But this relaxed attitude would lead to extremely serious consequences when the final event struck, consequences he might very well be unable to bear. In his previous life, Lu Yu had already experienced the excruciating pain of losing loved ones. That feeling of helplessness, of being unable to save them, was something he never wanted to endure again. Time-wise, we still have some leeway, but we need to formulate a plan and start making preparations. You must understand, not everyone will believe this. Lu Yu stated the facts in a low, solemn voice. Yan Xiaokuan paused at the words before nodding in agreement. You're right. My parents would never believe something this outlandish. Seeing this, Lu Yu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared his brother might give up and become stubborn again. So, there are many things we can actually start doing right now. Like what? Yan Xiaokuan asked. Lu Yu delivered the line he'd rehearsed, solve the problems of food, clothing, shelter, and transportation after the apocalypse hits.
That's it? That's simple? Yan Xiaoquan stared blankly, questioning. Simple?
Lu Yu smiled faintly and replied softly, brother, if you're thinking about doing this under current conditions, then sure, it's simple. But if a tide of beasts were to slaughter the city, plunging the world into chaos, or even walking the streets could get you killed, would you still think it's simple then? Yan Xiaoquan listened intently to Lu Yu's words. Though he understood each individual word, the meaning as a whole remained unclear to him. It wasn't that he didn't grasp it, it was just that the concept hadn't fully formed in his mind yet. Lu Yu observed Yan Xiaoquan's expression, a mix of innocent bewilderment and slight confusion, and rephrased his question, where else do you eat besides at school?
I eat out. Yan Xiaoquan blurted out almost instinctively. What kind of food? Everything, beef hot pot, fish head congee, sometimes barbecue and beer. But what does that have to do with what you're saying? Yan Xiaoquan asked. Lu Yu replied, then let me ask you this, where do the vegetables and meat in these restaurants come from? Yan Xiaoquan replied, from the wholesale markets, slaughterhouses, and such. Then where do those places get their supplies? They're grown or raised, obviously. Can these things just appear out of thin air? Of course not. But what if one day the environment suddenly changes drastically, extreme temperature swings, extreme weather, plus terrifying waves of monstrous beasts attacking human settlements? Would you still have places to dine out? Or to put it another way, would the food you order even be served? And even if it were, would you still pay the price to taste it? Lu Yu stared at Yan Xiaoquan, asking each question slowly and gently, guiding him step by step. Chapter 36, Troublesome Matters. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Yan Xiaoquan froze again. What Lu Yu described seemed all too real. Though he enjoyed having fun and didn't dwell on things, he wasn't stupid. Growing up in his environment, even if he were truly foolish, he would have absorbed things through osmosis. His horizons were undoubtedly broader than those of children from ordinary families. Before Lu Yu spoke, Yan Xiaoquan had been tense, especially recalling last night's ferocious beast. The memory still sent shivers down his spine. Yet once people returned to the city, spending time in this safe, comfortable environment, those searing memories of terror faded away without a trace, replaced by the natural ease of habit. Yan Xiaoquan took Lu Yu's words to heart. He pondered the issue, or rather, how to address the problem Lu Yu had raised, how to ensure basic necessities like food, clothing, shelter, and transportation when the apocalypse struck. After a long silence, Lu Yu studied Yan Xiaoquan's expression and suddenly smiled. Of course, what I just said could only happen without any preparation. But if we prepare in advance, not only will we not worry about it, but we'll actually live quite comfortably. Oh? How so? Yan Xiaoquan inquired. Lu Yu smiled faintly. Since resources will be scarce in the apocalypse, why not start preparing now? Stockpiling a large amount of supplies shouldn't be too difficult for us, right? Yan Xiaoquan's eyes lit up. Lu Yu continued, then, even if the supply chains completely break down, we can still live quite comfortably. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Yan Xiaoquan felt like he'd discovered a whole new world. The plan seemed incredibly feasible except for one major hurdle: how to convince his parents. Yan Xiaoquan pondered for a moment before turning to Lu Yu with a troubled look. Stockpiling supplies isn't the hard part, funding is. Unlike you, whose parents and sister let you spend freely, mine aren't like that. If you just asked me to stash a little, I could have handled it myself. But at the scale you're suggesting? With what's in my pocket, I couldn't even buy enough to last 3 days. He was telling the truth. While Yan Xiaoquan's parents were wealthy and generally generous with their child's spending, when it came to large sums of money, Yan Xiaoquan simply didn't have the authority to decide. Lu Yu had known Yan Xiaoquan for years and understood his family situation. This was a tricky problem. How could he convince Yan Xiaoquan's parents to willingly contribute? Lu Yu's family wasn't poor. His parents could support themselves, and with his hard-working older sister, they were well on their way to a comfortable life. Their savings had already surpassed 1,000,000 yuan in less than 3 years. Even so, this sum felt stretched thin for Lu Yu. After the Great Cataclysm, the environment had changed drastically, making it far less suitable for growing crops or raising livestock. It would take at least 3 months before things could barely return to normal. And even then, it wouldn't mean an immediate return to pre-cataclysm levels. It would simply mean the broken supply chains would start to slowly, gradually recover. So what would his family eat and use during this interim period? That was Lu Yu's real concern. In his previous life, he had survived by eating tree bark and grass roots, enduring days of hunger between meals. He knew that taste all too well. This was the primary reason Lu Yu wanted to bring his good brother into this venture. With sufficient funds, they would have more options and could prepare more thoroughly. A brief silence fell as both pondered. Yan Xiaoquan studied Lu Yu's expression before murmuring, "Forget it. I'll head back in the next few days and try to sway my parents. This is too big. It involves that old man's money. I can't make this decision on my own." Lu Yu paused slightly upon hearing this. He said nothing, merely patting his brother on the shoulder. 1,000 words were conveyed without a single one spoken. Lunchtime passed and they plunged back into the intense, drawn-out review sessions before the college entrance exams.
Though this wasn't particularly challenging for Lu Yu, his mind was elsewhere.
Yi Qingcheng. How was she? What had those people just said to her? What had they done? Why was she acting this way toward him? What if their intimacy level dropped?
Every time these thoughts surfaced, a raging fire of fury ignited within Lu Yu toward Li Momo and the others for their scheming behind his back.
Did they really need to wait until he struck back to no fear?
It wasn't that he was unwilling to teach that woman a lesson, it was purely because Lu Yu himself had more important matters to attend to, and the timing simply wasn't right.
Did this woman really think he was afraid? That he was soft-hearted?
A chill flashed through Lu Yu's eyes. If you're so eager to play, then I'll play alone. Finally, the bell rang for dismissal. Yi Qingcheng packed her things into her backpack and, as always, walked out of the classroom alone without a word. No one dared to approach her. She radiated such coldness that it repelled anyone who dared to draw near.
Remember what we discussed, get it done. Hurry up. Lu Yu shoved his books haphazardly into his bag and called out to Yin Shokuan, I'm leaving first. Message me or call if anything comes up.
By the time he finished speaking, Lu Yu was already 2 or 3 meters away from his desk.
Got it. Go handle your stuff. Yin Shokuan waved at Lu Yu.
Bye. Bye. Lu Yu followed closely behind Yi Qingcheng as she exited the classroom, only to find her gone.
At a normal pace, that was impossible.
Instinctively, Lu Yu guessed she might be avoiding him.
It seemed the scheme orchestrated by Li Momo and the others was already bearing initial fruit.
The thought sent a chill through Lu Yu. If Yi Qingcheng had formed negative opinions about him based on Li Momo's words, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Rage boiled within Lu Yu, but he forced himself to calm down. The absence of the system's notification tone meant Yi Qingcheng's favorability toward him hadn't dropped yet. He still had a chance.
Li Momo.
Lu Yu silently repeated the name before grabbing his backpack and dashing toward the stairs. Meanwhile, Yi Qingcheng walked briskly along the school path, head down, not uttering a word. The words she'd overheard outside the classroom echoed relentlessly in her mind.
Seductress, stealing someone else's boyfriend.
These words left Yi Qingcheng feeling crushed and furious, for she had never once entertained the thought of stealing someone else's boyfriend.
Chapter 37, Heart to Heart.
If Lu Yu hadn't suddenly appeared behind her, then Yi Qingcheng would have stormed in to confront them, demanding answers.
How could she have kept her anger bottled up until now?
I should just keep things casual with Lu Yu.
After all, he and I aren't from the same world.
Yi Qingcheng was flustered and didn't know how to handle the situation, so she could only think to herself. Just as she was about to cross the street, a voice suddenly called out from behind her.
Yi Qingcheng.
Wait. A familiar voice rang out behind her. Yi Qingcheng froze for a moment, then turned to look in the direction of the sound. To her surprise, she saw Lu Yu running up, panting heavily. Yi Qingcheng froze in shock. She had walked away so quickly precisely to avoid Lu Yu, not wanting to speak with him. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Yu had still chased after her.
Lu Yu? What are you doing here? Yi Qingcheng asked. Lu Yu gazed into Yi Qingcheng's beautiful eyes and said, I need to talk to you. What is it? There are so many people here. It's not very convenient. Let's find a quieter place to talk?
All right. Yi Qingcheng had intended to refuse, but somehow, as if compelled by some unseen force, she found herself agreeing without hesitation. They crossed the street and walked along the road ahead, eventually coming to a wooden bench by the roadside. They sat down, keeping a distance between them. Lu Yu felt a bitter smile in his heart. It seemed Yi Qingcheng had already developed a barrier toward him.
Just say what you need to say. I have things to do and don't have much time to listen to you. Yi Qingcheng's words were blunt and unyielding.
Lu Yu sighed inwardly once more, though his expression remained unchanged.
After a moment's hesitation, he looked directly at Yi Qingcheng and tentatively asked, What's wrong with you today? Seeing me seems to make you unhappy?
Yi Qingcheng replied, Nothing.
I'm exceptionally empathetic. I can sense your mood just by looking at you. Lu Yu insisted. Then your perception is wrong.
I'm not unhappy, Yi Qingcheng replied calmly.
Lu Yu studied her face. Did you hear something unpleasant today?
Yi Qingcheng flinched slightly but shook her head.
No.
Seeing this, Lu Yu had already pieced together most of the puzzle in his mind.
It seemed Li Momo was indeed behind this.
Only she could organize enough people in the class to bully Yi Qingcheng.
What did those people say? Lu Yu pressed. Yi Qingcheng's pretty face showed impatience. Nothing. Lu Yu, what exactly are you trying to say? Lu Yu remained composed. I believe friends should be honest with each other. There shouldn't be secrets.
If you feel I'm lacking in some way or have opinions about me, as a friend, you can tell me. That's what true friendship is. Yi Qingcheng gave a self-deprecating smile, meeting Lu Yu's gaze.
Are we really just friends? Absolutely.
Lu Yu met her gaze directly. In his previous life, she had been the peerless empress of burning heaven, while Lu Yu was merely a lowly commoner. Even in this rebirth, despite possessing the system, he dared not entertain any improper thoughts toward her. For Yi Qingcheng was the 9 heavens mystic phoenix destined to soar through the skies and roam the celestial realms. Lu Yu's only path to strength lay in his system.
Without it, he would forever remain a second-rate figure.
Thus, Lu Yu's sole focus now was to reach at least the minimum intimacy threshold. Otherwise, he risked another lifetime of mediocrity, forever gazing up at the truly mighty. Yi Qingqing wasn't surprised by Lu Yu's response, as he had expressed similar sentiments before. She had few friends, and truthfully, she didn't want to snap at Lu Yu like this. She recognized he treated her well. It was just that the words she overheard at the classroom door that afternoon had left her feeling irritated. Seeing Yi Qingqing fall silent, Lu Yu keenly observed her expression. If he guessed correctly, Yi Qingqing didn't actually dislike him. She was likely upset about something else evidenced by the system not prompting a drop in intimacy. Something bothering you? Lu Yu asked. Yi Qingqing remained silent, not moving a muscle. Is it because of what those people said in the classroom this afternoon? Lu Yu asked again. Yi Qingqing froze, suddenly turning to look at Lu Yu.
Bingo!
Seeing her reaction, Lu Yu thought to himself. If this is what's troubling you, rest assured starting today, I guarantee they'll keep their mouths shut and never dare say another word. Lu Yu declared. Yi Qingqing froze slightly.
What are you planning to do? Don't do anything rash. Lu Yu smiled. I won't. It's not worth breaking the law over those people.
I'll just give them a proper warning to rein them in. Yi Qingqing looked at Lu Yu hesitantly, wanting to dissuade him, but the words died on her lips.
Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Aren't you going to the hospital to see Auntie later? Lu Yu changed the subject. MHM. Yi Qingqing nodded. Lu Yu said, I don't have anything else planned today. How about I go with you?
This. Yi Qingqing hesitated to refuse.
Lu Yu cut her off with a laugh. It's settled then. Let's go. With that, Lu Yu stood up and began walking forward.
He had been to Yi Qingqing's home before, so he knew the way. The journey to her place was actually quite a distance. Walking the entire way would take a long time, and Lu Yu was well aware of that. However, he didn't suggest taking a taxi to Yi Qingqing because she usually walked everywhere and only rode a bicycle when the weather was nice. By the time Yi Qingqing tried to call out to Lu Yu, he was already far ahead. She bit her lip lightly and hurried after him. Ruzhou People's Hospital. Yi Qingqing's gambling, boozing father, Qin Shan, staggered into the hospital reeking of alcohol. He approached the front desk where two young nurses were busy at work. Hey, beautiful, I need some info. Qin Shan leaned on the counter, his lecherous eyes fixed on the cleavage of one of the nurses as he spoke with a slightly frivolous tone. What is it? One of the nurses looked up, frowning as she asked.
I'd like to know if there's a patient here named Jilan? Qin Shan inquired. Why do you ask? What's your relationship to the patient? The nurse replied. I'm her husband. I'm here to see her. Qin Shan declared.
The nurse caught the smell of alcohol on him and frowned.
If you're her husband, why are you drinking so much? Who's taking care of her? I know. Isn't that why I'm here to see her?
Qin Shan said impatiently. Just tell me where she is.
Why all the nonsense?
Hearing this, the nurse felt irritated, but upon learning he was the patient's husband and had come to visit, she held her tongue. She pointed him in the right direction before returning to her duties.
Thanks a bunch.
Qin Shan said with a flippant tone before heading off in the direction the nurse had indicated.
Chapter 38, Mother-Daughter Bond.
Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing walked for a while. Eventually, Yi Qingqing felt awkward having Lu Yu accompany her on foot and decided to hail a cab. When it came time to pay the fare, Lu Yu offered to cover it, but Yi Qingqing refused. Yi Qingqing felt it was unfair to Lu Yu, who had consistently made sacrifices for her. She believed friends should be open and honest with each other. Lu Yu understood her feelings and didn't insist. Some things couldn't be rushed, they needed to be built gradually. Upon arriving home, Yi Qingqing barely acknowledged Lu Yu. She dropped her backpack and immediately bustled into the kitchen she was cooking. Lu Yu peeked in from outside. The ingredients were simple: 3 tomatoes, 1 egg, and 2 scallions. Yi Qingqing was preparing scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Who would have thought this future empress could actually cook? But then again, hadn't she personally cooked his meal yesterday? Lu Yu watched from behind her. It was clear Yi Qingqing's home was indeed very frugal. He only saw tomatoes and eggs, nothing else. He watched silently, saying nothing. Before long, Yi Qingqing finished stir-frying the dish. She packed it into a thermos container, then scooped cold rice from the rice cooker into the iron wok and began stir-frying it with practiced ease. 10 minutes later, Yi Qingqing finished everything, prepared the meal, and stepped out carrying the lunchbox. She spotted Lu Yu standing by the door the entire time. Startled, her cheeks flushed slightly. Why didn't you sit down and wait for me? What are you doing standing here? Lu Yu watched Yi Qingqing, her face flushed and her sweat glistening as she worked, her delicate beauty almost irresistible. At this moment, the future empress of Burning Heaven hadn't yet fully matured. She carried an air of youthful innocence, lacking the distant coldness that would later define her. Having lived another lifetime, Lu Yu was certainly not the type to be easily overcome by lust. In his mind, he always saw himself as significantly older than Yi Qingqing. But he forgot that he was now merely a rising youth, not much older than her.
What are you looking at? Yi Qingqing asked.
Hearing this, a voice in Lu Yu's heart urged him to stay rational. Yet, deeper within, another voice urged him to act impulsively.
Lu Yu instinctively resorted to insincere politeness, attempting to distance himself.
Yet the words that escaped his lips instead formed a single sentence: I find you incredibly beautiful. Yi Qingqing froze instantly, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Lu Yu. Only after the words left his mouth did Lu Yu snap back to reality, realizing he'd said the wrong thing.
Xingqiang, no. I didn't mean it like that, Lu Yu explained.
Let's go, Yi Qingqing cut him off. Hearing her cool tone, Lu Yu silently cursed himself for his slip. Turning away, he wished he could slap himself twice in private. He'd finally managed to placate her, only for this one careless remark to undo all his efforts. What Lu Yu didn't know was that the moment he turned away, 2 patches of crimson flushed across Yi Qingqing's cheeks. After hailing a cab to the hospital, Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing headed straight for Yi Lan's ward. The moment they entered, the caregiver attending to Yi Qingqing's mother stood up, smiling warmly at them. You're here. Thank you for taking care of my mother. Yi Qingqing said gratefully. You're welcome, it's my job, it's what I should be doing, the nurse hurriedly replied, stepping aside. Go see your mother. She's been cleaned up today.
All right. Yi Qingqing nodded, stepping to the bedside.
Her eyes filled with heartache as she gazed at her mother, her head wrapped in gauze, sleeping peacefully. Her mother's fate had been fraught with hardship from the start, and then she had to encounter such an unscrupulous man. Seeing Yi Qingqing seated by the bed, Liu gave the nurse a discreet nod. The two quietly slipped out, leaving the mother and daughter alone together.
Outside the ward, Liu glanced inside the room before turning to the nurse.
Beyond what she's already paid, I'll give you extra money.
You have my contact info, I'll transfer it daily.
But if I see any part of her mother's care neglected, I won't give you a single cent. Worse, I'll demand you return every penny you've received.
Understand? The nurse's face flushed slightly, and she nodded hastily.
Of course. Young man, rest assured.
My reputation in this field is well known. Just ask around, you'll see I'd never dare to neglect a patient.
Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction, his expression softening slightly.
Then I'll count on you, Auntie. Please take extra care.
Of course. It's my job, the nurse assured him immediately. After settling things with the nurse, Lu Yu didn't linger outside the ward. Instead, he headed to the nurse's station to arrange the follow-up matters for Yi Qingqing's mother's hospitalization, ensuring Yi Qingqing had no worries. However, just as he was paying at the hospital counter and communicating with the nurse, Qin Shan was secretly hiding behind a wall at the far corner of the corridor, watching Lu Yu with his eyes darting about, lost in thought.
Inside the hospital room,
Yi Qingqing placed the meal box on the cabinet beside the hospital bed. She gently tapped her mother's shoulder and whispered softly, Mom, wake up.
It's time to eat.
It was this very motion that caused Yi Qingqing to accidentally tap Yilan's arm. With her eyes tightly shut, Yilan's brow involuntarily furrowed before slowly opening her eyes.
Mom! Yi Qingqing's pretty face lit up with a smile. Nun. Recognizing her daughter, Yilan's face lit up with joy. Aren't you supposed to be studying? Why did you come here? You'll fall behind on your homework. It's fine, Mom.
I finished everything before coming over.
Yi Qingqing replied. Yilan shook her head. Don't you know me? Don't think my matters should interfere with your studies. This is your most crucial time, don't leave any regrets. I know, Mom. Let's not talk about this. Come on, eat first.
I'll leave right after we finish. Yi Qingqing's nose stung seeing his severely injured mother still worrying about him. He turned away to grab the lunchbox, hiding his slightly reddened eyes. After patiently feeding her mother, Yi Qingqing took an apple and a peeler from the fruit basket. Sitting on the stool beside the hospital bed, she carefully began peeling the skin.
Daughter, why haven't you gone back yet? Yi Lan asked. I'm just getting you some fruit.
I'll leave after you finish eating, Yi Qingqing replied without looking up.
Go home, my dear. I want some fruit.
Just ask the friend who's taking care of me.
Why should you waste your time? Yi Lan said.
Yi Qingqing lifted her head slightly to look at her mother, smiling sweetly. It tastes sweeter when your daughter prepares it herself.
Chapter 39, Calling on Big Sis.
You stubborn child.
If this affects your studies, I'll.
Yi Lan began sternly.
Enough, Mom. Stop talking about it. If you keep this up, I'll get angry. Yi Qingqing's smile vanished.
Yi Lan froze, falling silent.
Mom, relax. My grades are solid. Whether I study a little more or a little less won't make a difference. Just enjoy your fruit.
I promise I'll leave right after I finish eating. Yi Qingqing coaxed with a smile.
You stubborn child. Yi Lan couldn't argue with her daughter. Shaking her head, she let it go.
She didn't want to waste her daughter's study time, especially with the college entrance exams approaching. Children from poor families grow up fast, learning to do everything themselves. Though still a teenager in her early teens, Yi Qingchang was already quite skilled at caring for others, and her knife skills were particularly impressive, something Lu Yu had noticed long ago.
A small paring knife danced like a butterfly. A perfect strip of fruit peel was separated.
Yi Qingchang held it in her hand, cut off a small piece, speared it with a toothpick, and offered it to her mother's lips. Yilan felt a bit helpless, but she still chose to eat it. The fruit was fresh, juicy, and exceptionally sweet. Lu Yu had run around to several places, specially selecting this fruit basket. He had put his heart into it.
Is it good?
Yi Qingchang asked with a smile.
Quite sweet, Yilan nodded. Yi Qingchang smiled. Glad you like it. Eat more, it'll help you recover faster.
At those words, Yilan fell silent.
How had she ended up in the hospital? Wasn't it all because of that useless, irresponsible man?
She'd avoided him for so many years, yet the moment they met again, he'd caused such a huge mess.
Now that man had come knocking again. How were she and her daughter supposed to live their lives from here on out?
Seeing her mother's unease, Yi Qingchang silently cursed herself for bringing it up, talking about the very thing that hurt her. She knew full well her mother was hospitalized because of that man.
The atmosphere grew heavy.
Yilan broke the silence, changing the subject.
And then, how long will I be staying in the hospital this time?
Probably a little while longer, Yi Qingchang replied vaguely.
How long is a little while?
Yilan pressed, determined to get to the bottom of things. Oh, Mom, just focus on getting better.
Once you're fully recovered, we'll leave the hospital.
Yi Qingchang resorted to her best sweet-talking tactics, trying to brush off the question.
Her family simply couldn't afford the hospital fees for so many days. Seeing this, how could Yilan not understand what was going on? She sighed softly and asked, so, the money for the hospital stay, it's coming from the young man who came with you, right?
Yi Qingchang froze.
Yilan pressed, did he lend it to you?
Yi Qingchang fell silent. I'm not asking to blame you, dear, Yilan explained gently. I just want you to remember that kindness deserves gratitude.
You must repay it someday, understand?
Seeing her mother wasn't scolding her, Yi Qingchang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, Mom, I understand. At the nurse's station, Lu Yu was settling his bill. Halfway through, he suddenly realized he didn't have enough money. He was over 1,000 yuan short. He hadn't much to begin with, and these past few days had drained his funds like water flowing down a stream.
His entire month's living expenses were nearly gone.
Sir, you can pay now, a young nurse wearing glasses told Lu Yu.
Lu Yu flushed slightly with embarrassment. Could I wait a moment? I'm a bit short on cash.
The bespectacled nurse nodded.
Certainly.
I'm sorry for the trouble. Lu Yu apologized, then walked over to the window of the hospital's fire escape. He opened his phone contacts and dialed a number.
Hello?
A sultry, lazy female voice answered on the other end. Hearing that voice, Lu Yu nearly dropped his phone in his flustered hands.
Xiao Yu?
Why aren't you speaking? Came the voice from the other end. Lu Yu clutched the phone with both hands, holding it to his ear. He gave a wry smile and said, Sis, I'm here.
Really? Then why didn't you say anything just now?
Lu Jinyu's lazy voice came through again. Lu Yu thought to himself, I wanted to say something, but you scared the hell out of me. Of course, he couldn't say that to his sister. Lu Yu feared she'd beat him to death if she found out. Lu Yu composed himself and said,
Sis, I need your help with something. What is it?
Lu Yu gathered his thoughts and quickly explained his situation in concise terms.
So you're saying your classmate's family had an accident and needs money for the hospital? Lu Jinyu asked. Yes. Lu Yu nodded. How much? Lu Jinyu didn't press further, instead asking directly how much Lu Yu needed.
His sister's immediate agreement made Lu Yu feel awkward about asking. She was working now and earning a lot, but that money didn't just blow in on the wind, it was hard-earned cash from countless overtime nights. In contrast, Lu Yu was still a student. He was the only one spending money in his household, only outflow, no inflow. Even though he wouldn't squander this money, he couldn't help but feel guilty.
What are you thinking about? Just tell me how much you need. If your big sis has it, she'll definitely give it to you. We're family, if I can help, I will. Lu Jinyu said.
Lu Yu felt warmed and deeply touched by her words. His sister truly meant the world to him. Most of his daily spending money came from her. Sis, then, just transfer me 2,000, Lu Yu said after a moment's thought. Alright, I'll transfer it directly to your card. Keep an eye on your phone notifications later, Lu Jinyu reminded him.
Got it. Thanks, sis.
Lu Yu replied gratefully.
No need to thank me. Just treat me to a nice meal when you start earning money. Lu Jinyu said. You bet. Lu Yu replied.
The siblings chatted casually for a moment.
Lu Jinyu said, alright, no more small talk. I've got things to do. Anything else? Nope. Alright, that's all for now. Call me if you need anything. Got it. Beep beep beep.
The call ended, and Lu Yu's phone immediately received a notification from the bank, 5,000 yuan deposited. This was his own sister.
Thanks, sis.
Lu Yu silently murmured his thanks as he stared at the transfer notification, then turned and walked out through the fire escape.
Back at the nurse's station, Liu paid the remaining balance before returning to the door of Yi Qingqing's mother's hospital room.
The elderly nurse aide was still seated beside the door, seemingly having never left.
Seeing Liu return, the caregiver stood up warmly and greeted him. Mr. Liu, you're back? Chapter 40, Liu, do you like me? Seeing Liu return, the elderly nurse aide stood up warmly and greeted him. Mr. Liu, you're back? Have you been here the whole time? Liu approached, asking with a faint smile. Yes.
The nurse seemed a bit tense, as if startled by Liu's earlier warning.
No need to be so tense.
I don't eat people, Liu remarked with a glance at her, his tone light.
No.
The nurse paused, shaking her head repeatedly. Seeing this, Liu smiled but said nothing. He merely nodded to the nurse before gently pushing open the ward door and stepping inside.
After watching Liu walk in, the nurse stood there for a long moment, her face still showing lingering fear.
However, she had always done her job with a clear conscience, so she quickly recovered.
Liu hadn't intended to scare anyone.
His aim was simply to ensure the nurse would properly care for Yi Qingqing's mother and avoid any unnecessary complications. As Liu understood, industries like nursing or domestic help were notoriously murky.
Finding truly reliable personnel was no easy feat.
His earlier warnings were essentially laying the groundwork, letting her know that Yi Qingqing's mother had connections. If she failed to perform her duties properly, she would face serious consequences. Liu shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside.
He entered the hospital room.
Yi Qingqing was still chatting animatedly with her mother, Yilan, about something. Seeing someone push the door open, both women stopped talking simultaneously and turned their gaze toward the entrance.
Ah! Auntie and Qingqing were still talking? Did I interrupt you? Liu asked with a smile. Not at all.
Yi Qingqing shook her head.
Are you heading back? Liu replied, not yet. I just came to see Auntie.
Yilan froze at his words, her gaze studying Liu. This was her first time meeting him.
Anan, is this your classmate? MHM.
Yi Qingqing stole a glance at Liu and nodded lightly. Yilan's face immediately lit up with gratitude as she looked at Liu. Young man, thank you so much for helping my Anan.
You've helped our entire family.
She tried to sit up to speak with Liu. Yi Qingqing, standing nearby, was startled and quickly stood up to support her mother.
Mom, you're still recovering.
The doctor said you shouldn't move around too much, or it'll slow down your healing. Yilan brushed it off with a laugh.
It's fine. I've been lying here for 2 days.
I need to move around and stretch my limbs.
Otherwise, even if I recover, my body will be worn out. How will I work later?
Yi Qingqing was momentarily speechless. Liu approached the other side of the bed and helped support Yilan.
Auntie, Qingqing is right. You really shouldn't move around now. Otherwise, the casted area could get re-injured. Not only would it hurt, but it might leave lasting complications.
Yilan paused, then smiled.
Alright, I'll listen to you.
I don't want to cause you any more trouble. With that, she stopped struggling to sit up and, supported by Liu, slowly reclined back against the headboard. Yi Qingqing, seeing this, retorted with a touch of jealousy, how is that listening to us? You're clearly just listening to him.
Liu was speechless. Yilan chuckled, but didn't you say that first? Isn't this me listening to you?
Yi Qingqing pouted indignantly, you're just splitting hairs. Yilan smiled faintly, choosing not to engage her daughter further. Instead, she turned her gaze to Liu and began to study him. Liu wasn't the conventionally handsome type, but he was undeniably pleasing to the eye. His features were delicate and refined, his demeanor sunny and cheerful. In Yilan's mind, Liu made a favorable first impression.
Young man, Yilan asked, looking at Liu, and then mentioned your name as Liu? An? Liu froze for a moment.
It was the first time he'd heard that name, but since it came from Yi Qingqing's mother, it must refer to Yi Qingqing.
Yes, Auntie. It's the Liu from the Southern Song Dynasty poet Liu, and the Yu from Yu the Great who tamed the floods, Liu replied truthfully. Yilan praised, it's a wonderful name. It's a blessing for our Anan to have a classmate and friend like you. Liu replied, Auntie, you're too kind.
Yilan said earnestly, young man, rest assured.
Once I'm discharged from the hospital, I will repay every single penny you paid for us. You needn't worry about that. Liu paused slightly before saying, Auntie, it's fine. There's no rush. I don't need the money urgently.
Your main task now is to focus on getting well.
We can discuss other matters later.
Yilan shook her head. No, this matter must be settled properly. We can't let a kind person who helped us out suffer a loss and feel disheartened.
Liu fell silent.
Observing this middle-aged woman, a sanitation worker who possessed such profound understanding, Liu felt a quiet respect welling up inside him.
In this day and age, many people still failed to grasp even this most fundamental principle.
After a brief exchange, Yilan dismissed Liu and Yi Qingqing, citing the late hour. Before they left, she entrusted Liu to take good care of Yi Qingqing. These words caused Yi Qingqing, standing right beside him, to blush ever so slightly, though it was barely noticeable.
Ding!
Congratulations, host.
Intimacy with the observation subject has increased by 5 points. Current intimacy level, 55. Lu Yu, huh? Leaving the hospital. Lu Yu hailed a cab, and he and Yi Qingqing began their journey home. Lu Yu had intended to sit in the front passenger seat, but Yi Qingqing stated in a tone that brooked no argument, "Sit in the back." Oh. Lu Yu paused, having assumed Yi Qingqing wanted the front seat. Without further thought, he left the passenger door open for her and headed toward the back seat. Once Lu Yu was seated, Yi Qingqing didn't take the front passenger seat either. Instead, she followed him and sat down in the back seat too. This left Lu Yu somewhat bewildered. What was she doing? Did she have something to discuss with him? Still, Lu Yu kept quiet, waiting for her to speak first. But as the car started moving, Yi Qingqing didn't utter a single word the entire ride. This left Lu Yu thoroughly bewildered. Even as the car approached Yi Qingqing's neighborhood and she stepped out, not a single word had passed between them. Was he overthinking it? Lu Yu shook his head, dismissing the thought, and prepared to ride home in the car. Just then, Yi Qingqing suddenly turned to face Lu Yu and said, "Lu Yu, get out." Huh? Lu Yu froze. Yi Qingqing offered no explanation. After speaking, she turned and walked away. Damn it! What the hell is this? Lu Yu had no idea what Yi Qingqing was up to. Assuming she had something difficult to tell him but was too embarrassed to say it, he got off the car, chased after her, and stopped her. Panting, Lu Yu asked, "What's up? Did you need to tell me something?" Yi Qingqing stopped, tilted her head slightly, looked Lu Yu straight in the eyes, and asked, one word at a time, "Lu Yu, do you like me?" Huh? Lu Yu nearly choked on his own spit. Chapter 41, The Young Man and Woman. Yi Qingqing stopped, tilted her head slightly, looked Lu Yu straight in the eyes, and asked, one word at a time, "Lu Yu, do you like me?" Huh? Lu Yu nearly choked on his own spit. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my question? Yi Qingqing asked, noticing Lu Yu's strange reaction. Lu Yu shook his head hastily. No. Then what is it? Yi Qingqing pressed. Lu Yu replied, I just didn't expect you to ask that out of the blue. Yi Qingqing blinked her beautiful eyes at his words. She looked into Lu Yu's eyes and asked, so, do you like me? Like me? This question left Lu Yu utterly flustered. The woman before him was destined to become a radiant and powerful empress, while his own future remained shrouded in uncertainty. Deep down, he harbored a lingering sense of inferiority. Why do you ask? Lu Yu inquired after a long silence. Yi Qingqing replied, I see you treat my mother very well, but you haven't become friends with her. Why are you so kind to her? My mother has nothing to offer you, except me. As she spoke, Yi Qingqing's eyes seemed to sparkle with a certain radiance. For a moment, Lu Yu thought he glimpsed the shadow of that mighty empress from his past life reflected in her. But after hearing Yi Qingqing's words, Lu Yu finally understood why she had suddenly asked him that question. It was because of the few words he had exchanged with her mother at the hospital. Qingqing, I think you've misunderstood. Auntie and I are just interacting normally. She's an elder, and it's only right that I respect her, Lu Yu explained after a moment's thought. So you're saying you don't like me? Yi Qingqing asked. That single sentence instantly silenced Lu Yu. To say he did like her, the lingering fear in his heart made him hesitate to speak. But to say he didn't? With the Empress herself speaking so plainly, if he didn't seize this chance, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? As Lu Yu's mind raced with conflicting thoughts, Yi Qingqing looked at Lu Yu, her expression earnest, her voice soft as she said, Lu Yu, you mustn't like me. Your family background is so different from mine, we're worlds apart. Thank you for everything you've done these past few days. I've taken it all to heart and will repay you someday. You will always be my best friend. With that, Yi Qingqing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She flashed Lu Yu a smile, exhaled deeply, and turned to leave. Perhaps it was Yi Qingqing's sudden question that caught Lu Yu off guard, or perhaps it was her words, forever friends, that stung his heart. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Yu found himself involuntarily calling out, wait. Yi Qingqing halted, turning to face Lu Yu. I don't want to be your forever friend. Staring at that familiar yet distant face, Lu Yu clenched his fists and shouted at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing froze at his words. That's all I have to say. Lu Yu met Yi Qingqing's questioning gaze but ultimately couldn't hold his ground. Within 3 breaths, he broke down and fled in disarray. Yi Qingqing watched Lu Yu's retreating figure in bewilderment. His words still echoed in her ears. A faint blush spread across her cheeks as the evening breeze stirred her dark hair. A captivating smile curved her lips. On the taxi ride home, Lu Yu recalled his own pitiful state moments ago, his face flushing hot with embarrassment. He silently cursed his own weakness, 2 lifetimes wasted, and now he was blushing over confessing to a little girl? If anyone found out about this, how could he possibly face anyone? Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Intimacy with the observation target has increased by 15 points. Current intimacy, 70 points. 70. The intimacy level finally hit 70. Lu Yu's heart surged with joy. Now, only 10 points separated him from 80. With a little more effort and determination, reaching 80 intimacy was within reach. Once the contract was established, Lu Yu could hitch a ride on Yi Qingqing's fast-track rocket to leveling up. Just thinking about it made him feel incredibly excited.
Liu knew well that in this dog-eat-dog world, if your strength wasn't formidable enough, even the deepest affection meant nothing. Even if Yi Qingcheng had feelings for him, so what? Could she protect him forever? True strength came only from personal power. Liu disliked hiding behind a woman's skirt. It wasn't his style. Perhaps only after successfully establishing a contract with Yi Qingcheng could Liu finally shed that lingering trace of inferiority buried deep within his heart. At this thought, Liu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It seemed the shadows cast by his past life's experiences still lingered profoundly. But before all this began, he needed to keep Li Momo in line and prevent her from stirring up trouble again. Otherwise, if any misunderstandings arose, all his efforts these past days would truly be wasted. With the college entrance exams drawing ever closer, Liu couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. What scheme could he devise to deal with this trashy woman? Liu fell deep in thought. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Friday arrived again. Ever since Li Momo deliberately had someone spread rumors about Yi Qingcheng in the classroom that day, things had remained calm these past few days. Everyone was busy reviewing their lessons, immersed in the tense yet exciting atmosphere that preceded the college entrance exams. During this time, Li Momo had been secretly observing Liu and Yi Qingcheng, hoping to see if her actions had any effect. Unfortunately, Liu and Yi Qingcheng seemed perfectly normal together. Not a single issue. Not a single rift. This can't be right. How is this possible? Yi Qingcheng must have heard those words that day. Why hasn't she reacted at all? Li Momo stood outside the classroom window, watching Yi Qingcheng reading her book, puzzled. Could it be she didn't hear us? One of Li Momo's friends asked. Li Momo shook her head immediately. Impossible. Xiao Li saw her heading back to the classroom with her own eyes. Her friend replied, then it's strange. If she did hear it, why would she act like nothing happened? You're asking me? Who should I ask? Li Momo rolled her eyes. Hey! Could it be we weren't harsh enough? That's why she didn't react, another friend suggested. Yeah. That could be it. I think so too. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. The girls exchanged malicious glances. Li Momo listened and found their reasoning sound. Alright then, after school, we'll corner her and confront her face to face. No more beating around the bush. The group of friends heard this and had no objections, all agreeing enthusiastically. Just then, Liu arrived carrying a kettle of hot water. As he ascended the staircase, he caught sight of Li Momo and the others huddled by the window, whispering and scheming. A cold expression flashed across his face. Without a word, he walked straight into the classroom. Chapter 42, Subtle Feelings. Finally, school let out. Li Momo and her group rushed out of the classroom, determined to ambush Yi Qingcheng on her way home and give her an earful. Girls, you've done me such a huge favor, I don't even know how to thank you. If this works and Liu changes his mind and comes back to me, I'll treat you all to a free feast in spa day. Li Momo beamed at her friends. Her friends lit up instantly at the thought. Oh my goodness, Momo. You're really overreacting here. We've been best friends for years. Do you really think I'd help you just for this little favor? Exactly, Momo. You're underestimating our sisterhood. The group of sisters chimed in all at once, pledging their loyalty. Li Momo listened with a beaming smile, but inside she was cursing their hypocrisy. Their words sounded sweet, but if she hadn't slipped each of them $50 beforehand, who knows if they'd even show up. Inside the classroom, Yi Qingcheng was packing her bag, preparing to head home after school. Beside her, Kai Fong was doing the same thing, though she had actually packed most of her things long ago. For some reason, she hadn't left yet, still dawdling over something. Just then, Liu and Yin Xiaokuan approached. Qingcheng, all set? Liu asked with a smile. All set. Yi Qingcheng finished packing, stood up, walked around Kai Fong, and headed straight out. Shall we go together? Liu invited. Yi Qingcheng thought for a moment, then nodded without much hesitation, sure. Yin Xiaokuan wore a delighted smile throughout, his gaze toward Liu filled with admiration. He never imagined Liu could win over this aloof campus beauty so quickly. Liu and the other two left the classroom. Only then did Kai Fong, who had been pretending to fiddle with her phone, turn her head toward the direction they'd departed. She frowned. Why are Liu and Yin Xiaokuan leaving with that little? This is going to be trouble. Kai Fong quickly pulled out her phone and dialed Li Momo's number. In another senior classroom, Zhao Long and his entourage were also preparing to leave. Before they could exit, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Someone was messaging him. Zhao Long halted, pulled out his phone, and frowned upon reading the message. What's wrong, brother Zhao? One of Zhao Long's trusted followers noticed his unease and asked. Zhao Long casually deleted the message and replied indifferently, nothing. Just some junk text. The loyal follower nodded in understanding. Let's go. Zhao Long tucked his phone away and said. The group prepared to leave. Just then, Zhao Long's phone buzzed again with a new message notification. Zhao Long ignored it. He took 2 steps forward, and the phone in his pocket buzzed twice more. Brother Zhao, didn't you block that number? His trusted aide asked. No. Zhao Long snapped irritably. He pulled out his phone, ready to delete the spam messages. But when his gaze casually swept over the content of the messages, his expression suddenly darkened. Brother Zhao, what does it say? His trusted aide inquired. Inside the school grounds, on the path. Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng walked almost side by side, while Yan Xiaokuan trailed behind Lu Yu on the other side, looking somewhat out of place, like an intruding third wheel. Fortunately, Yan Xiaokuan wasn't overly sensitive. He walked without blushing or flinching, neither doing anything nor speaking, just quietly trailing behind. Why did you suddenly decide to walk with me today? Yi Qingcheng asked. Lu Yu smiled. Nothing much to do today. Thought I'd walk with you. Yi Qingcheng's cheeks flushed slightly without her noticing. Oh. Silence fell between them as they stood facing each other without words. Ever since that confession that wasn't quite a confession last time, the relationship between Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng had grown somewhat peculiar. Friends? Definitely more than that. Boyfriend and girlfriend? It didn't quite feel like that either. In short, it was hard to pin down. These past few days, they'd both been unspokenly avoiding the topic. Lu Yu, who had lived 2 lifetimes, felt no urgency. He understood that such matters couldn't be rushed, they required time to gradually accumulate and slowly ferment. And wasn't that, in itself, a rather wonderful experience? The three walked out of the school gates in silence. Yi Qingcheng turned to Lu Yu and said, Lu Yu, I appreciate your kindness. The college entrance exams are approaching, and you have things to attend to. Why don't you head home and focus on your studies? No rush. Let's walk a bit longer, Lu Yu replied. Walk? I rode my bike here today, Yi Qingcheng asked, puzzled. Lu Yu smiled. Then you ride. The two of us will walk. Yan Xiaokuan chimed in, yeah. We'll walk. You ride. Yi Qingcheng felt something was off about these two, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Puzzled, she pushed her bicycle out. In the distance, Li Momo and the others huddled together, watching Lu Yu and the others from afar. A few minutes earlier, Li Momo received a tip-off call from Kai Feng. That actually got Lu Yu to leave with her. Or maybe Lu Yu wanted to go with her. If that's the case, we're in trouble. If we try to block her, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan won't let us off the hook. Li Momo's sisters began to lose their nerve. Who was Lu Yu? They knew full well. Yan Xiaokuan was a rich kid. 2 people like that were not to be messed with. Li Momo's face darkened as she stared at Lu Yu with a complicated look, saying nothing. Could it be that Lu Yu had genuinely fallen for that? With the plan going awry, Li Momo was pondering how to fix this mess when suddenly, her phone in her bag rang. Who would be calling her at this hour? Li Momo froze, pulled out her phone, and her expression shifted slightly. Momo, who's calling you? One of her girlfriends asked. Ah. No one. It's my dad. I'll just take this call. Li Momo discreetly covered the phone screen, forcing a smile before stepping aside to answer. Her dad was calling her? Her friends exchanged puzzled glances. Hadn't her father passed away long ago? Meanwhile, Lu Yu and the others hadn't actually gone far from campus. Instead, they were stuffing themselves at a nearby snack shop. Yi Qingcheng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. So this is what you meant by walking with me, coming here to eat snail noodles? Heh, you're just gonna cook it yourself at home anyway. Might as well eat here first, then go back. He's treating. Lu Yu was sweating buckets as he pointed at Yan Xiaokuan. Damn it! You're ripping me off again? Yan Xiaokuan immediately protested. Lu Yu chuckled, who else would we fleece if not you? You're the one with the cash. Yan Xiaokuan. Chapter 43, The Big Show. Lu Yu's earlier words were obviously a joke. Given their relationship, covering a meal was no big deal. Yi Qingcheng wasn't familiar with their dynamic, so she thought Lu Yu's remark was a bit inappropriate. But just as Yi Qingcheng instinctively opened her mouth to warn Lu Yu, the words caught in her throat. After all, she and Lu Yu were merely friends. Such a warning might overstep boundaries. Lu Yu might even find her annoying. After a moment's thought, Yi Qingcheng decided to keep her concerns to herself. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was completely immersed in his snail noodle feast, oblivious to the subtle shift in Yi Qingcheng's expression. As he ate, he mentally calculated the time. 2 days prior. Lu Yu had racked his brain to devise a grand scheme, all to teach Li Momo a lesson and make her behave. Now, the unfolding events were entirely under his control. Yan Xiaokuan sat to Lu Yu's right, devouring his food with lightning speed. He'd only heard Lu Yu mention there'd be a show today and that he should come watch the spectacle, so he'd come. As for what exactly it was or what would unfold, Yan Xiaokuan had no idea. He trusted Lu Yu wouldn't deceive him. Watching Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan devour their food with no regard for manners, Yi Qingcheng felt like crying. In the entire restaurant, only these two were eating like starving ghosts reincarnated. Students from nearby tables and other patrons couldn't help but glance their way. Yi Qingcheng wished the ground would swallow her whole. After several minutes of eating, Lu Yu finally rubbed his belly, still wanting more, and declared, I'm full. He had eaten 2 bowls. I'm done too. Yan Xiaokuan declared, refusing to be outdone. He'd polished off 3 bowls. Yi Qingcheng. Lu Yu eyed Yan Xiaokuan and urged, go pay the bill. We need to get ready to leave.
If we're late, we'll miss everything. Yan Xiaokuan perked up and scurried off to settle the bill. Is this okay? Yi Qingcheng watched Yan Xiaokuan's retreating figure and couldn't help but ask. Lu Yu immediately understood Yi Qingcheng's concern and explained, don't overthink it. He's my brother. Brothers? Yi Qingcheng's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she murmured softly. School entrance. Li Momo returned after finishing her call, looking troubled. Something unexpected came up. I need to handle it and might be a bit late. At her words, her friends exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. But don't worry, today's plan still goes ahead. That is still with Lu Yu, right? It doesn't matter if we're a bit late. You guys go ahead and follow me. I'll catch up later. Li Momo delivered the pre-planned excuse she'd rehearsed. Her friends exchanged glances, none speaking. Momo, how long will you be delayed? After a brief silence, Kai Fong was the first to speak up. She had arrived at the meeting spot while Li Momo was on the phone. About half an hour. Li Momo thought for a moment before saying, no more than an hour. I'll definitely be there. Momo, we haven't even eaten yet. One of the girls whispered softly. Li Momo nearly lost her temper. Was this taking advantage of the situation? Yeah. Momo. Why don't we grab a quick bite first before going? We'll have more energy that way, another added. Li Momo was furious. Had they ever dared to blackmail her like this before? Just because Lu Yu hadn't gotten together with her, did they all suddenly become so calculating? We definitely can't go eat now. Who knows where that Yi Qingcheng will be later. Fine, you guys go help me follow her first. I'll cover dinner tonight. Li Momo declared grandly. Deal. Long live Momo. The girls cheered. Li Momo felt her heart bleeding. After settling the bill, Lu Yu and the others left the shop. Lu Yu, where are you taking me? Yi Qingcheng looked ahead, noticing the path didn't lead home, and asked Lu Yu. Lu Yu had intended to keep her guessing, but seeing Yi Qingcheng's serious expression, he dropped his smile and replied earnestly, didn't someone bully you last time? I promised to help you resolve this issue. Now I'm taking you to see it. Now? Yi Qingcheng asked, puzzled. Lu Yu nodded and smiled. Yes. What are you going to do? Yi Qingcheng asked, a hint of tension in her voice. Lu Yu whispered softly, don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. I'm just inviting you to watch a good show. Yi Qingcheng was puzzled, unsure what Lu Yu had up his sleeve. Qingcheng, trust me, my best buddy wouldn't lie to you. Come on, let's go see it. He scammed me out of a meal, and if it's not spectacular, I'm making him pay me back. Yan Xiaokuan declared, pounding his chest. Is that really the case? Yi Qingcheng inquired. Lu Yu nodded. Yes. Alright then, I'll come with you. Yi Qingcheng hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. A park not far from the school. A boy with a babyish voice sat on a park bench in his school uniform, holding a bouquet of red roses and a delicate cake, as if waiting for someone. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the distance as a graceful figure ran toward him. She looked closely, it was Li Momo. When she saw the flowers in the boy's hands and the cake beside him, she paused in surprise and asked, why are you here? I missed you, so I came. The boy, looking adorably childlike, was overjoyed to see Li Momo. He set down his things and moved to embrace her. Li Momo instinctively tried to push him away. This spot was close to their school, but seeing his elated expression, she couldn't bear to dampen his spirits. She hugged him back, then looked up into his arms and asked, smooth talker. Tell me the truth, why did you come find me? The boy scratched his head with one hand, hesitated, then said, isn't today your birthday? I wanted to celebrate it with you. My birthday? Li Momo was taken aback. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and his two friends strolled leisurely into the park where Li Momo was. Casually, they spotted her in the arms of a strange boy. Yi Qingcheng and Yan Xiaokuan were stunned. What was going on? Wasn't Li Momo just talking with Lu Yu earlier? How could this be? At that moment, Lu Yu also looked in that direction. Seeing the scene, he had already anticipated it. After all, that boy was the one he had messaged to come. This was only the beginning. Behind Lu Yu and his two companions, Kai Fong and her group quietly followed. When they saw Lu Yu and his group stop, they found it odd. But when they followed their gaze, the entire group froze in place. What Kai Fong and the others failed to notice was that about 100 meters away on the path diagonally opposite them, Zhao Long stood surrounded by his henchmen, his face ashen as he glared at Li Momo. Chapter 44, A Broken Drum Gets Beaten by 10,000 Hands. That's right. We've been together for almost a year, and I've never celebrated your birthday with you. Today is the perfect chance, let's celebrate properly. The boy looked down at Li Momo, his voice tinged with shyness. Hearing this, Li Momo felt no joy whatsoever, only a flood of confusion. How did you even know my birthday? I don't recall telling you. And today isn't my birthday anyway. The boy froze. It's not? Exactly. My birthday is still days away. Li Momo retorted. Who told you it was today? I. The boy hesitated. Seeing this, Li Momo grew even more puzzled. What's wrong? The adorable boy wrestled with himself for a moment, his gaze fixed on Li Momo as he debated whether to speak. Clap. Clap. Clap.
Suddenly, applause erupted behind Lee Momo.
Good, good, good. That's great, Lee Momo.
A familiar voice followed immediately, dripping with mockery and sarcasm.
Lee Momo turned around and froze in place. The person approaching was none other than Zhao Long. Zhao. Brother Zhao? What are you doing here?
Lee Momo's face drained of color as she stammered.
Ha! Why shouldn't I be here?
Zhao Long sneered, arms crossed over his chest.
Lee Momo, I never expected you to be so skilled at playing games. You even dared to deceive me?
Lee Momo's face paled slightly.
The cute boy stepped forward. Who are you people? What are you doing here? Can't you see I'm talking to my girlfriend? Your girlfriend? Poof.
Ask her if she'll admit it, Zhao Long sneered.
The cute boy froze, turning to Lee Momo. What is he talking about? Lee Momo looked at the two men, her mind in turmoil, unsure what to say. Can't say it, huh? Fine, don't bother. I don't care anyway.
She's just a pair of worn-out shoes nobody wants. Even if someone gave her to me, I wouldn't want her. Zhao Long tossed out the words indifferently before turning to leave. His henchman showed no surprise at all, merely shooting mocking glances at Lee Momo and the boy beside her before preparing to follow him out. Then, unexpectedly, the soft-spoken boy suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Zhao Long's arm and snapping, "Who the hell are you calling a piece of trash? Explain yourself." Neither Zhao Long nor his entourage had anticipated the boy daring to make a move. Just as his henchmen moved in to teach the boy a lesson, Zhao Long shot them a warning glance, signaling them to hold back. The boy remained furious. How could a hot-blooded young man tolerate his girlfriend being insulted? Zhao Long fixed his gaze on the boy and demanded, "Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are." "You insulted Momo, so you'll apologize," the boy declared, gripping Zhao Long's arm tightly. Zhao Long chuckled softly. "Let go." "Apologize," the boy barked. "Not letting go?" Zhao Long asked. "I'll let go once you apologize," the boy retorted. Thud. Zhao Long suddenly kicked the boy in the stomach. The boy staggered back 2 steps, clutching his stomach in pain, and plopped heavily onto the ground. Seriously, day after day, people think they can pull a tiger's whiskers. Zhao Long bent down, brushed imaginary dust off his pants, and remarked indifferently. Zhao Long's henchmen burst into raucous laughter. Lee Momo watched the boy sprawled on the ground, yet remained where she stood, making no move to help him up. In the distance, Kai Fong and the others, who were also watching the commotion, looked utterly shocked. Lee Momo and Lu Yu were the model couple when had she suddenly become involved with some unknown guy and even Zhao Long from the neighboring class? Momo, what's going on? No idea. Who's that guy? Why is Zhao Long here too? Kai Fong and the others were buzzing with gossip, furious beyond belief. They had come under the pretense of helping Lee Momo drive away the other woman, only to turn around and discover that Lee Momo herself was the culprit. In just a moment, they'd gone from being righteous heroes to accomplices to evil. This sudden reversal was too much for them to bear. Worst of all, Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng had witnessed the entire scene. No way. I need to confront Momo and demand a proper explanation. One of Lee Momo's close friends grew increasingly furious, abandoning her pursuit of Yi Qingcheng altogether and charging straight toward Lee Momo. The others exchanged glances and hurried after her. Meanwhile, Yi Qingcheng and Yan Xiaoquan shared the same confusion. They too had always believed Lu Yu and Lee Momo maintained a polite distance. Who could have imagined such a melodramatic turn of events? This Lee Momo, you really can't judge a book by its cover. I never would have guessed. Yan Xiaoquan sighed. Yi Qingcheng stole a glance at Lu Yu. She noticed his eyes were slightly red. Yi Qingcheng froze for a moment. Not far away, the boy who'd been pushed to the ground felt his anger surge. He immediately scrambled to his feet, ready to attack Zhao Long again. At that moment, Zhao Long didn't need to lift a finger. Zhao Long's henchmen surrounded him, forming a barrier in front of their leader. The boy clenched his fists and shouted, "What kind of man hides behind others? If you've got the guts, come out and fight one-on-one like a man." Zhao Long pushed aside his henchmen and stepped before the boy. Towering a head taller than him, he sneered, "One-on-one? Do I even need to fight you? Use your brain and think about it." The boy froze, unable to grasp the meaning behind the words. Zhao Long shook his head, his interest waning. He turned to Lee Momo, who was still staring blankly, and asked, "What do you think about this?" Lee Momo snapped out of it, immediately stepping forward to grab Zhao Long's arm affectionately. "Brother Zhao, I've always been yours. I don't know this guy." Boom! The boy was struck dumb by her words, as if struck by lightning. "You, what did you just say?" "I said, my boyfriend has always been Brother Zhao and only Brother Zhao." "We're done." Lee Momo brushed a strand of stray hair aside and said calmly. "This can't be true. It's impossible." The boy stumbled back in disbelief. "Ha ha ha ha." Zhao Long burst into laughter, feeling utterly satisfied. Just then, Kai Fong and the others arrived. "Momo, what are you doing?" asked one of her close friends sharply. "Shaoli, you, how did you all get here?" Lee Momo froze in shock. Zhao Long also frowned.
He didn't want too many people knowing about his business with Li Momo. He still had Ji Qingqing to pursue. Why shouldn't we come? If we hadn't, we'd still be kept in the dark. Who knew you were this kind of person? Xiao Li exclaimed angrily. Li Momo panicked. Wait, let me explain. Just then, a sharp slap landed on Li Momo's face delivered by Zhao Long. Brother Zhao. Li Momo clutched her face, asking in disbelief. I've long despised your promiscuous, unreliable ways. Let's go. Zhao Long said coldly before turning to leave. His henchman hesitated for a moment, then followed suit. Chapter 45. I told them, but they won't believe me. Brother Zhao, it's not like that. Listen to me. Li Momo chased after him, desperate to explain, but Zhao Long and his crew moved swiftly, disappearing without a trace in moments. Panting, Li Momo stopped, her face blank with confusion. Li Momo, we misjudged you. You're on your own from now on. The girl named Shelly coldly spat out before adding, let's go. Everyone, including Kai Feng, walked away. Xiao Feng. Don't go. Let me explain. Li Momo chased after them, desperate to stop him, but her former friends showed no mercy, walking away decisively. Li Momo collapsed onto the ground, her eyes vacant. At that moment, the boy Li Momo had invited came to his senses and walked over, his expression blank. Li Momo lifted her tear-streaked face. I only have you. Thank you for not. It's over. Goodbye. The boy placed the carefully chosen cake and roses beside Li Momo, then turned and walked away without looking back, his steps heavy with loneliness. Li Momo stared blankly at his retreating figure. Her emotions finally overwhelmed her, and she burst into tears. This scene was witnessed by Lu Yu and his two friends standing nearby. Lu Yu remained expressionless, having anticipated this very scene. Li Momo was playing the field, but she was good at hiding it. Once he exposed her, she would be utterly ruined. Today's events were merely an appetizer. The days ahead would be pure agony for Li Momo. Logically, seeing Li Momo punished and abandoned by Zhao Long and her sisters should have filled Lu Yu with satisfaction. Yet inexplicably, a pang of pain pierced his heart. After nearly a decade together in his previous life, Lu Yu had poured out his heart and sincerity for so long, yet he had never managed to soften Li Momo's heart. He couldn't quite put his finger on the taste that lingered in his mouth. Though Lu Yu had long since come to terms with it, human nature was stubbornly self-defeating. The thoughts and feelings buried deep within were impossible to erase completely. From this moment on, Lu Yu vowed never to let this person stir a single flicker of emotion within him again. It wasn't worth it. Lu Yu pretended nothing was wrong as he wiped the corner of his eye. Turning to look at the two of them, he suddenly realized Yi Qingqing was staring at him. Lu Yu paused, taken aback. Yi Qingqing spoke first, there shouldn't be anything else behind us. Shall we go? All right. Lu Yu agreed, then turned to Yan Xiaokuan, who was still gawking like a spectator. He grabbed the boy's ear and snapped, what are you staring at? Let's go. Ouch. Damn it, ease up. Don't pull so hard. Yan Xiaokuan yelped. Lu Yu quickly covered his mouth with his hand, making a shushing gesture. Shoo. Keep it down. Yan Xiaokuan gave Lu Yu a shy look, unable to speak, and could only nod. Soon, the three of them left the park. On the way back, Yi Qingqing asked, Lu Yu, did you handle all this? Lu Yu nodded. You could say that. Yan Xiaokuan chimed in from the side, bro, how did you pull that off? That was absolutely brilliant. Didn't you see Li Momo crying her eyes out just now? Wow, you're too good. Lu Yu replied softly, I didn't do much. I just made sure to call in everyone who needed to be here. The people who needed to be called in were, of course, those three groups. Combined with Lu Yu's own side, Li Momo's usual facade was completely shattered. But then again, given what Li Momo had done, it was no wonder Lu Yu had stopped pursuing her. Anyone in his shoes would have found it unbearable. Yi Qingqing and Yan Xiaokuan began to understand Lu Yu. After today, Li Momo won't cause any more trouble. She won't even have the energy to try. You can rest assured from now on. Lu Yu told Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled that Lu Yu had deliberately orchestrated today's events for her sake. Thank you, Yi Qingqing said sincerely, looking at the young man before her. No need to be so formal, heh? Lu Yu smiled faintly. So, are you heading back? Of course I do. Yi Qingqing replied without hesitation. Lu Yu asked, then let us see you off. No need. I can go back on my own. I don't need to go to the hospital today, I'll just head straight home. Yi Qingqing replied. Are you sure? Lu Yu pressed. Yi Qingqing shook her head. No, thank you. I'm off. With that, Yi Qingqing hopped on her bike, waved goodbye to Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan, and rode off. Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan walked home together. Wow. You're moving fast. Already at this stage? Yan Xiaokuan suddenly remarked with a hint of envy. Lu Yu replied, not bad, but I haven't done anything yet. You haven't done anything? You've never even spoken to her before, and now look at her attitude, thanks. That ice queen, you've totally won her over. Yan Xiaokuan exclaimed. Lu Yu retorted, what are you talking about? I don't get it. You're still pretending with me? Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth off.
Yan Xiaoquan made a move as if to grab him.
Smack! Lu Yu flicked Yan Xiaoquan's hand away. So, how's the situation at home?
Yan Xiaoquan's smile faded at these words, replaced by a look of reluctance.
Well, I did say it, but what? But when I did, they didn't believe me. My parents even asked if I'd lost my mind and said they wanted to take me to get my head checked.
Yan Xiaoquan said, sounding aggrieved. Lu Yu froze for a moment, then burst into laughter.
Damn it, stop laughing. Yan Xiaoquan snapped. It's all because you kept going on about the end of the world that I even mentioned it. And here you are laughing. Lu Yu reined in his laughter and asked curiously, how did you put it? What else could I say? I told them the truth that the world was ending and monsters would attack humanity, Yan Xiaoquan replied. That's it? What else could I say? Lu Yu. Yan Xiaoquan sighed. Anyway, I feel like I can't say it anymore. They just don't believe a word I say. Fine. Lu Yu felt a bit helpless upon hearing this, not toward his brother's parents, but toward his brother himself. How could such a blunt explanation possibly convince anyone? It seemed relying on his brother to explain this clearly was about as likely as Cao Cao admitting he didn't covet other men's wives, utterly impossible. Yan Xiaoquan shot him a hopeful look. Xiao Yu, how about you talk to my parents? Lu Yu. Otherwise, it's really over. Yan Xiaoquan insisted. Lu Yu. After a moment of silence, Lu Yu finally agreed to Yan Xiaoquan's request. After all, this matter was a crucial part of his preparations, directly impacting the post-catastrophe situation. I can talk to them, but it'll have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Lu Yu thought for a moment before replying to Yan Xiaoquan. Chapter 46, Reaching the Threshold of Cultivation. Yan Xiaoquan nodded immediately upon hearing this. The day after tomorrow it is. You go talk to them, your chances of success are much higher than mine. Lu Yu. After parting ways with Yan Xiaoquan, Lu Yu walked home. His system quest was nearly complete, and matters concerning his brother's family were almost settled. All that remained was for him to clarify things. Yet the most crucial task lay untouched. That was Lu Yu's family. Regarding the revival of spiritual energy and the Great Cataclysm, Lu Yu hadn't uttered a single word to his family. He feared that if he simply blurted it out to his parents, his fate might mirror Yan Xiaoquan's. In this peaceful era, no one would believe the world was ending for no reason. Even under normal circumstances, Lu Yu's parents were generally receptive to what he had to say. I'll have to start with my sister as the breakthrough. Once she believes me, Mom and Dad will surely follow. Lu Yu pondered as a complete plan formed in his mind. Back home. It was late. Lu Xinghua and Song Yuhai had cooked rice but hadn't prepared any dishes yet, waiting for Lu Yu to come home for dinner. Dad, Mom. Haven't you eaten yet? Lu Yu walked in and saw only his parents. Glancing at the washed vegetables on the table, he asked them. Not yet. We're waiting for you to eat together. Lu Xinghua had been watching TV but immediately got up upon seeing Lu Yu arrive. He walked into the kitchen, put on an apron, and prepared to cook. Lu Yu had intended to say he'd already eaten, but the words stopped at his lips. His parents had waited so long for him to come home for dinner, and he hadn't even called to let them know. So, how'd it go? How was reviewing your homework today? Was it hard? Song Yuhai came over to Lu Yu's side and helped him take off his backpack. Lu Yu replied, it's okay. It's all stuff I've studied before, so it's not too hard. Song Yuhai took the backpack and smiled. Even if you've studied it before, you can't be careless. You must take things seriously and never be sloppy, understand? Got it, Mom. Lu Yu nodded, then asked, by the way, Mom, is my sister not coming back today? She probably won't be back today. She just called home and said she'll return tomorrow. Song Yuhai placed the backpack on the living room sofa as she spoke. Oh, I see. Is she really busy? Lu Yu sat down on the sofa. Song Yuhai poured a glass of water and placed it on the table in front of Lu Yu. She mentioned being quite busy, but I don't know the details. Why? Did you need to talk to her? Lu Yu paused, then grinned, showing his teeth. Nothing, I just missed her. She should be back tomorrow. I'll go help your dad in the kitchen. Dinner will be ready soon. Song Yuhai said before heading into the kitchen. Tomorrow? It wasn't too late. There was still time. Lu Yu felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. After the family of three finished their meal, Lu Yu sat chatting with his parents for a while. After taking a shower, he went into his room, closed the door, and got to work on his problems. Of course. Studying was out of the question. Lu Yu tossed his backpack aside and eagerly climbed into bed, diving straight into his cultivation practice. These past few days, whenever he had free time, Lu Yu practiced the 5 elements qi gathering cultivation method. Though his progress was slow, he wasn't entirely without gains. A faint yet noticeable strand of qi had already begun to form. The emergence of this energy strand signified that Lu Yu had touched the threshold of cultivation, officially qualifying him as a novice martial artist. This was excellent news for Lu Yu. In his previous life, it had taken him a full month to take this step. This time, he had achieved it in less than 5 days. He was already overjoyed.
Lu Yu spent some time reflecting on this achievement. He concluded that it must be due to the memories and experience from his previous life. In this life, his sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was far greater than it had been before, allowing him to achieve this level. However, achieving this level did not mean his innate talent had improved.
Cultivation aptitude depended on the individual themselves.
While Lu Yu had indeed been reborn, his body remained the same as before.
Lu Yu understood this perfectly well. After completing one full cycle of cultivation, the clock struck past 1 a.m.
By then, Lu Yu's body was burning hot, his skin oozing a layer of light gray impurities with a faint foul odor.
This was the impurities expelled from his body as spiritual energy was refined into force during cultivation.
Eliminating these impurities lightened a martial artist's body, allowing for more fluid control of their force. Having experienced this during his cultivation in his previous life, Lu Yu felt no surprise. What bothered him, however, was the sticky layer of impurities clinging to his skin. The strange odor was unpleasant, and the sensation of it rubbing against his clothes was unbearable. Lu Yu ceased his practice and rushed straight to the bathroom, scrubbing himself thoroughly.
Only after half an hour did he emerge. Even on the second sniff, it's still hard to stomach. Lu Yu let out a helpless, bitter laugh.
Yet, as he sensed his body growing stronger once more, a surge of excitement washed over him.
Long overdue, this sensation of power coursing through his body.
Unlike before when his body lacked any vital energy, Lu Yu now tangibly felt the presence of power coursing through him. He sensed that a single punch could deliver 300 Jin of force. If he gave it his all, even 400 or 450 Jin wouldn't be impossible. Consider this, the world boxing champion's record punch was only around 440 Jin. Lu Yu, a high school senior, had never studied professional boxing nor undergone specialized physical training. Merely cultivating a thread of qi through the 5 elements qi cultivation method had brought him to such terrifying heights. One could only imagine how formidable a true martial artist would be. It was no wonder, then, that when the beast tide erupted and electromagnetic weapons failed, martial artists swiftly rose to prominence. Their strength was formidable enough to withstand the terrifying onslaught of beasts. Just waiting for my sister to return tomorrow to discuss that matter. Lu Yu lay on his bed, staring at the pitch-black ceiling. Lost in thought, he soon drifted off to sleep.
The next day at noon. Hey, little bro. Wake up. The sun's already high in the sky, still not getting up?
A piercing E6 level shriek, lasting a full 10 beats, exploded right next to Lu Yu's ear. Startled awake from a deep, dream-filled sleep, Lu Yu jolted upright in bed, his eyes meeting the smiling, beautiful face of Lu Jinyu.
Sis, why scare me like that first thing in the morning?
Lu Yu's tense body instantly deflated as he spoke weakly.
Lu Jinyu held her watch up to Lu Yu's face. Early morning? Look at the time. It's almost noon, lunch is almost ready. Chapter 47, the one I like. Noon?
Lu Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at the watch's hands.
Sure enough, as his sister had said, it was already noon.
It seemed that after last night's body tempering, his sleep quality had improved significantly.
Got it, sis. I'll get up now. Could you step out for a sec? I need to change clothes.
Lu Yu stretched lazily, yawning at his sister with a look of sleepiness still clinging to his face.
Lu Jinyu rolled her eyes. Sleep till you drop.
With that, Lu Jinyu walked out of the room and closed the door behind her.
That's my sister for you.
Lu Yu rubbed his nose and chuckled bitterly. After changing clothes and finishing his morning routine, before Lu Yu even reached the dining room, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air. His sister was bustling about in the kitchen.
Sis, you're cooking today? Where are mom and dad?
Lu Yu strolled over to his sister. Usually, even when mom and dad worked, they'd come home for dinner.
Mom's pretty busy at work today and can't make it back. Dad grabbed 2 takeout meals to join her. Just the 2 of us eating at home tonight.
Lu Jinyu held a ladle, testing the flavor of a pot of pork rib and corn soup. The broth was clear and bright, with a beautiful blend of red, yellow, green, white, and gold hues that made the stew look incredibly appetizing. His sister's cooking skills were quite impressive.
Sis, when did you learn to cook? This looks pretty good. Lu Yu was seeing his sister in the kitchen for the first time. I know plenty of things, kid.
Learn slowly, or else when you get a girlfriend, she'll dump you if she finds out you can't cook.
Lu Jinyu shot Lu Yu a glance and delivered the blow without mercy. Lu Yu's cooking skills weren't actually that bad.
Hearing his sister's words, he thought of Yi Qingcheng. She seemed pretty good at cooking too. The boxed lunch she'd made for him that day, with the fried eggs and greens, had turned out quite well. It seemed like there was nowhere for his own skills to shine.
That was a problem. What are you still standing there for? Go get the bowls and chopsticks, it's time to eat. Lu Jinyu urged. Lu Yu smiled. Got it.
A couple of minutes later. The siblings sat across from each other, ready to dig in. 3 dishes graced the table, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup. For the siblings, it was quite a feast. In Lu Yu's memory, the times he'd eaten his sister's cooking could be counted on one hand. He'd barely tasted any of her cooking before. Today, it seemed his luck was finally turning. Without much chatter, they dug right in.
Hey kid, how do you like these dishes your sis cooked? Give me your review. Lu Jinyu asked, holding her bowl. Lu Yu feigned deep contemplation, scrutinizing the dishes before nodding. Not bad. I think they're even better than restaurant food. Sis, how did you do it? That's amazing. Lu Jinyu beamed at his praise. You know how to talk. If you dared say it wasn't good, I'd have made you order takeout yourself. Lu Yu. After eating for a while, just as Lu Yu was trying to figure out how to broach the subject with his sister, Lu Jinyu suddenly asked casually, by the way, how's the mom of that classmate you helped out the other day? Lu Yu hadn't expected his sister to remember. He answered honestly, she's doing okay. She's still in the hospital waiting for her wounds to heal. Once she can walk again, she should be discharged. Lu Jinyu picked up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs, bringing it to her rosy lips as she chewed. That's good. As long as she's okay. Your classmate must be worried sick, right? Yi Qingchang, huh? Lu Yu recalled Yi Qingchang's panicked expression and tears that night when he took her mother to the hospital. He said, she was pretty worried, but it's all over now. You mentioned on the phone that your classmate's mother is a sanitation worker, right? How did it get so serious? If it happened on the job, they'd have to report it as a workplace injury. Families like that tend to be pretty honest about these things, Lu Jinyu murmured softly, chewing the meat. Lu Yu paused, taken aback. Don't misunderstand me as pressuring them for money. I'm just reminding you any rights you're entitled to, you should fight for. Besides, your sister isn't the type to kick someone when they're down. Noticing Lu Yu's change in expression, Lu Jinyu calmly added. Lu Yu sighed. It's not work-related. It's because of my classmate's father. Domestic violence? Lu Jinyu asked. Lu Yu nodded. Yes. My classmate grew up with just her mom, a single-parent household. Her dad's a gambling addict. A couple days ago, he showed up at their place demanding money and beat her mom. That complicated? Lu Jinyu looked slightly surprised. What about your classmate's father? No idea. He left right after beating her mother. No one knows where he is now, Lu Yu replied. Lu Jinyu furrowed her brow slightly and asked, did you report it to the police? Would it do any good? Lu Yu paused. Of course it would. With a complete medical report and eyewitness testimony, as long as the evidence chain is intact, your classmate's father could be sent to prison. But, have your classmate's parents divorced? Lu Jinyu inquired. Lu Yu thought for a moment and replied, I don't think so. If not, you can take the hospital's injury assessment report directly to court to file for divorce. Plus, he'll never dare harass your classmate again because that's a crime, he'll go to jail. Lu Jinyu's reasoning was crystal clear. Lu Yu was surprised. Sis, didn't you study finance? How come you know so much about the law? Lu Jinyu flicked a strand of hair and replied casually, I had a classmate who studied law. I happened to hear some things from her. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Alright, if it can be resolved, I'll talk it over with my classmate and see how we can settle this once and for all. Lu Jinyu cautioned, but listen, if you decide to help, don't take any action on your own, okay? You can explain the situation to your classmate, but don't take on any responsibility. Lu Yu felt a warm surge in his heart. After all, she was his own sister. Alright, I know. I'm not stupid. Lu Jinyu relaxed. Is this classmate male or female? Is it that desk mate you're really close with? Lu Yu shook his head. No, it's a female classmate. A female classmate? Lu Jinyu paused slightly, then seemed to realize something. A mischievous smile spread across her face as she teased, don't tell me, it's someone you like? The girl he liked? Yi Qingchang hadn't agreed to be his girlfriend. Yet the way their conversation had unfolded that day, it felt almost like that. Feelings might be deceiving, but the intimacy level the system gave wouldn't lie. A 70 intimacy rating couldn't be fake. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before replying, yes, she's the one I like. Chapter 48, Big Sis's Judgment. Wow. I actually guessed right. What kind of girl is she? That she'd even look at my silly little brother? Got any pictures? Let your big sis see. Lu Jinyu's face lit up with gossipy excitement, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling. Lu Yu felt a headache coming on. He sighed helplessly, I just like her. We haven't even agreed to take things further yet. Where would I get a photo? Lu Jinyu tapped her forehead. Oh my, you're right, I almost forgot. You guys have college entrance exams coming up soon. This really isn't the time for that. Lu Yu. Turns out his big sister remembered this whole thing. He felt like she didn't care at all about his college entrance exams. Fine, since you don't have any, I won't ask for them. After your exams are over, if there's any progress, remember to bring her back for me to take a look. Big sis will help you vet her. Lu Jinyu said. Lu Yu was at a loss for words. Nothing was even close to happening yet, how could he possibly think that far ahead? But then, his sister's next words caught Lu Yu's full attention. Honestly, I didn't want to say much about you and your classmate. But since you mentioned the possibility of her becoming my sister-in-law someday, I'll add one more thing. Lu Yu perked up his ears. Lu Jinyu continued, you mentioned that the father of the person you like is a gambling addict, right? Yeah, Lu Yu nodded. What defines a gambler?
They're stubborn to the point of death, especially those who resort to domestic violence. Such people are beyond redemption.
The only way to protect yourself is with the law. Lu Jinyu's expression turned grave. And from what you said, your sister-in-law only has her and her mother, right?
If that gambling addict father of hers decides to take revenge, 2 women won't be able to stand up to him.
Lu Yu's expression instantly darkened. Right. How could he have forgotten something so crucial?
Regardless of whether Yi Qingcheng was the powerful ally he sought to align with, given their recent mutual confessions, Lu Yu couldn't allow anything to happen to her. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted.
Moreover, he would be betraying a young girl's heart.
At this moment, Lu Yu no longer viewed Yi Qingcheng as the future empress. To him, she was simply a girl, an innocent girl untouched by the world.
What's wrong? Did something occur to you? Lu Jinyu asked, noticing the change in Lu Yu's expression.
Lu Yu looked at his sister.
Sis, I'm fine. I just think what you said makes a lot of sense. I hadn't considered that before.
Lu Jinyu exhaled softly.
Glad to hear it. But don't worry so much. It's just a possibility it might not happen.
If you're still uneasy, just give her a call. That'll clear things up.
Alright, sis, give me a minute.
Lu Yu stood up, grabbed his phone, and headed toward the balcony. Lu Jinyu watched her brother's retreating figure, a thoughtful expression on her face.
Ring ring.
On the balcony, Lu Yu dialed the number.
Within 10 seconds, it was answered. Hello? Lu Yu?
Yi Qingqing's voice came through.
Lu Yu relaxed the moment he heard it. It's me. Why did you suddenly decide to call me?
Yi Qingqing sounded relaxed.
Lu Yu thought for a moment before replying, nothing, really. Just wanted to see what you were up to. I just finished eating.
Now I'm cooking for my mom and will take it over to her later, Yi Qingqing replied honestly.
Oh. Lu Yu heard this and didn't notice anything amiss. Doesn't Auntie have a caregiver looking after her?
Why does she still need to cook herself?
I'm not sure if Mom will adjust to the hospital food.
I thought I'd make her something myself, Yi Qingqing replied, busy cooking at the moment. Lu Yu listened and felt everything seemed normal.
Thankfully, nothing was amiss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have time to regret it. Lu Yu, did you call me because something's wrong? If there is, just say it.
No need to beat around the bush, Yi Qingqing prompted when he remained silent.
Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before asking, Qingqing, since that night Auntie was beaten, has your dad been around? My dad?
Yi Qingqing paused slightly before replying, no.
Not at all? Could it be Yi Qingqing's father hadn't considered revenge?
As far as Lu Yu knew, Yi Qingqing's father hadn't gotten the money at home that night.
Did he give up because he realized there was no money there? No. Impossible.
Yi Qingqing and her mother had evaded her father for so long, only to be found eventually.
How could he have given up just because he didn't get the money that one time?
Not to mention, Yi Qingqing's home was still in the same place. Noticing Lu Yu's prolonged silence, Yi Qingqing heard the clatter of pots and pans clanging together on the other end of the line.
Why did you suddenly stop talking? Is something wrong with my dad?
Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before chuckling, nothing.
Just checking in on you. Hey, Qingqing, I haven't eaten lunch yet.
I was thinking of crashing your place for a meal.
Got room for me? Crash your meal? Yi Qingqing asked.
Yep. You're poisonous. Why not just eat at your own place?
I want to see you.
Even though Lu Yu had lived 2 lifetimes, he admitted that when he uttered such sappy sweet talk again, he still got goosebumps all over.
Yi Qingqing. Are guys this direct nowadays? Well, if you want to come, then come.
But I'm afraid you won't make it in time. I'll be done soon and need to take it to my mom. Yi Qingqing's hands kept moving busily.
10 minutes. Lu Yu replied. Yi Qingqing hesitated, be careful. Got it. Lu Yu nodded.
Yi Qingqing said, see you soon. With that, they hung up.
The smile vanished from Lu Yu's face.
His brows furrowed slightly, his expression turning grave. For some reason, Yi Qingqing's father hadn't troubled her or her mother since that day, which was rather odd.
But if things unfolded as his sister had predicted, then something bad was bound to happen later.
Lu Yu remembered from his previous life how Yi Qingqing's bastard father had indirectly caused her mother's death. In the end, after the beast tide erupted, Yi Qingqing had killed him with her own hands.
He couldn't let that happen again.
After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu tucked his phone away and stepped into the house.
What about my future sister-in-law? Lu Jinyu asked casually. Future sister-in-law? That change in address was faster than Apollo landing on the moon.
She said she's fine over there, but now that you've reminded me, I don't think where she's staying is safe.
I want to find them a new place to live, then report it to the police, Lu Yu said softly. Lu Jinyu nodded in satisfaction and smiled, let's do it that way. Somewhere at the foot of a mountain in the city.
Qin Shan arrived with a group of local thugs. Their leader, known as Brother Knife, was a notorious gang boss in this urban village area. But why had he brought his men here today? Chapter 49, Father and Daughter. At home. After hearing his sister's words, Lu Yu had intended to tell her about the impending catastrophe in a month.
But clearly, Yi Qingqing's safety was far more urgent now. The future Yi Qingqing would play an irreplaceable role in the survival of humanity. She was also the key to Lu Yu's path to becoming a powerful figure. Lu Yu would never allow anything to happen to her. Sis, I'll head over to Yi Qingqing's place first. Lu Yu stood up, his appetite completely gone. What Lu Yu hadn't anticipated was that his sister, Lu Jinyu, also stood up. I'll go with you. You? Lu Yu froze in surprise. What? Is that not okay? Lu Jinyu asked. Of course not. Lu Yu shook his head. But sis, what are you going there for? Lu Jinyu replied matter-of-factly, to meet my future sister-in-law, of course. Lu Yu. Ahem. Lu Jinyu cleared her throat softly, looking at Lu Yu. One more person means one more pair of eyes. I'm worried you'll run into trouble if you go. Got it? Lu Yu listened and realized his sister had a point. He possessed the experience of 2 lifetimes, but that knowledge was useless now. The great cataclysm hadn't yet unfolded, and order still prevailed, a situation ill-suited to Lu Yu's usual tactics. To accomplish anything now, one still had to follow certain rules. It was entirely different from the law of the jungle in later eras, where might made right. Alright, let's go together. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before finally agreeing. Without delay, the siblings didn't even wash the dishes. Lu Jinyu drove, carrying both of them straight to Yi Qingqing's home. A row of cramped, makeshift tin shacks. The middle-aged man with the scar, nicknamed Brother Knife, had a peony tattoo on his right arm. He and his gang approached. Leading the way was Yi Qingqing's gambling-addicted father, Qin Shan. At that moment, he resembled a dog, bowing and scraping with a mix of reverence and fear as he led Brother Knife and the others to this spot. Qin Shan, with his excellent memory, stopped precisely in front of one of the tin shacks. Brother Knife and the others halted their steps. The leader, Brother Knife, scanned the area ahead, frowned at Qin Shan, and said, Old gambler, you better not try any tricks on me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. Qin Shan shuddered and forced a laugh. Brother Dao, I wouldn't dare deceive you. My wife and daughter live here. But my wife's in the hospital, so only my daughter should be home now. Brother Knife's expression softened slightly. Qin Shan continued, from what I know, my daughter might have a very wealthy boyfriend. If you just kidnap her and threaten her boyfriend for money, then, forget about the 20,000 I owe you. Even if it's 30,000, 50,000, that boyfriend would have to pay. Before he could finish. Smack! A sharp, resounding slap landed on Qin Shan's cheek. The force of the blow sent him spinning in a circle. Brother Dao, why did you hit me? Qin Shan asked tremulously, clutching his face as his ears rang. Brother Knife replied coldly, you think I'm an idiot? Why would a rich man fall for your daughter? And be willing to pay 300,000, 500,000? Is that even possible? As soon as he spoke, the 6 thugs behind Brother Knife glared at Qin Shan menacingly. They were clearly ready to beat Qin Shan senseless if he didn't back down. I swear, Brother Knife. That man likes my daughter because she's beautiful. And every word I said is true. If I had the guts to lie to you, how could I have dared bring you here? Qin Shan's legs were shaking. These were desperate men. One wrong word, and they might send him straight to the afterlife. Brother Knife studied Qin Shan's face and saw he wasn't lying. He waved his hand dismissively. The 6 thugs stepped back. Brother Knife stepped forward, towering over the relatively slight Qin Shan like a small mountain. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he said, if I find out you lied to me and aren't planning to pay me back, I'll kill you and sell your body parts to cover the debt. Got it? Qin Shan nodded like a chicken pecking at grain. You can rest assured, Brother Knife. That guy will pay up. If he doesn't, I'll sell my daughter to repay you. She's pretty. I can definitely get a good price for her. Brother Knife waved him off abruptly. Enough. No more talk. I only want you to tell me the truth. Otherwise, you won't get a second chance to run. A second chance to escape? Qin Shan shuddered involuntarily at the words. Yes, all these years he'd spent hiding from his debts. He'd thought that after so long, no one would remember. He'd only just returned to Ruzhou, hoping to find his ex-wife and daughter and demand money from them enough to get by. But instead of getting any money, he'd been caught red-handed, locked in a dark cell, and tortured for 3 whole days, nearly dying. The memory filled Qin Shan with seething rage. If his wife hadn't refused to give him money, leaving him starving and homeless, would he have risked stealing from the repair shop only to get caught red-handed? The wounds beneath his clothes seared with hatred. Yes, it was all that fault. And that little bastard too. They were the ones who had driven him to this desperate end. He would take revenge. He would vent his fury. Go, Brother Knife said flatly, his tone brooking no argument. Qin Shan snapped back to reality and nodded hastily. Yes, yes. He walked to the door, straightened his clothes to look presentable, paused for a moment, then raised his hand and knocked once. Brother Knife signaled to his 6 henchmen with a glance. They scattered and hid in spots invisible from the doorway. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing, cooking in the kitchen, caught a glimpse of a dark shadow flickering outside the wire mesh window.
But when she looked up, nothing was there.
Had she imagined it?
Before Yi Qingcheng could figure it out, a series of knocks suddenly sounded at the door.
Who could be knocking in broad daylight?
She and her mother had no relatives or friends here, and it was even less likely anyone would visit at this hour.
Could it be Lu Yu? A thought flashed through Yi Qingcheng's mind.
Her previously icy expression suddenly blossomed like 100 flowers, revealing a breathtaking smile.
Could he really be here to scrounge for a meal?
Without a second thought, she turned off the stove and went to answer the door. The door creaked open, but instead of Lu Yu, Yi Qingcheng saw that sleazy, revolting man standing there. Her smile vanished instantly. Without a word, she tried to slam the door shut.
Qinshan quickly braced his body against the door, urgently protesting, "What are you doing, daughter? Your father finally came to see you, aren't you happy?" Chapter 50, The Intruder. Get lost. Who says I'm your daughter? I don't have a father like you.
Yi Qingcheng snapped, reaching for the door handle. Qinshan, stunned that his daughter wouldn't even give him the slightest chance to save face, erupted in anger. "You little brat. Have you forgotten who gave birth to you and raised you all these years? Now that you've grown wings, you dare speak to me like this? My father died long ago. You're nothing but a beast." Yi Qingcheng spat out the words without mercy.
"Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I'll kill you." "Kill him." Qinshan froze, overcome with rage. Just moments ago, Brother Dao had threatened to kill him, and now his own daughter was screaming for his death? 3 days of torment had already pushed this inherently dark man to the brink of despair. Now his own daughter was saying such things. It was undoubtedly the final straw that broke the camel's back. Qinshan's eyes turned bloodshot. Fine. 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 You refuse to listen to reason, do you? Very well.
Don't blame Daddy for being ruthless. Qinshan braced himself against the door, his expression mad.
The angle of his face fell squarely into Yi Qingcheng's line of sight. Father and daughter locked eyes. But strangely, Yi Qingcheng's face showed not a trace of fear. On the contrary, deep within her eyes surged an intense killing intent. Yes, she actually wanted to kill Qinshan.
Yi Qingcheng remembered clearly, when she was very young, before even starting school, she had to help her mother with the handicrafts she brought home.
Her father not only loved gambling but also drank heavily.
If there was no money for liquor, she and her mother would inevitably face brutal beatings, torment, and even be denied food.
It was precisely those childhood experiences that shaped Yi Qingcheng's character. Fortunately, she hadn't chosen cowardice.
When you came back last time and disrupted my mother's and my life, I wanted to kill you. Now that you're back, it saves me the trouble of hunting you down, Yi Qingcheng murmured to herself. Qinshan didn't catch every word, but he heard fragments. Seeing the look in Yi Qingcheng's eyes, he felt a sudden pang of fear deep within.
Wasn't this little bastard just a child? Why did that gaze look so vicious?
In fact, Qinshan felt Yi Qingcheng's gaze was even more terrifying than that of Knife Brother, the man with the scar on his face.
No.
Qinshan shook his head vigorously. This little brat was just a child. Where could she possibly get such ferocity?
Right. This little brat was just bluffing. Qinshan's eyes lit up.
His gaze toward Yi Qingcheng instantly cleared, tinged with a hint of scorn.
This little brat actually dares to challenge me? What did she have to fight him with?
Realizing this, Qinshan felt a wave of calm wash over him. He looked at Yi Qingcheng and said, "My dear daughter, these past years haven't been easy for your father either.
What happened the other day? I feel deeply remorseful. I shouldn't have laid a hand on your mother. I've come back now to atone for my sins.
What I did before was truly wrong."
Admitting fault? Atoning? Yi Qingcheng froze. Her father actually wanted to make amends? How unbelievable.
Just as Yi Qingcheng was lost in thought, Qinshan suddenly flashed a sinister smile, his eyes taking on an eerie glint.
No!
Yi Qingcheng had remained vigilant against Qinshan. Seeing that expression on his face, her subconscious immediately sensed something was wrong.
She instinctively tried to slam the door shut.
But it was already too late. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Qinshan threw his entire body weight against the door, slamming it open with a violent crash. Though Qinshan was short in stature, he was still a grown man. His strength far surpassed that of a young girl.
With a loud bang, the metal door swung open.
Yi Qingcheng was knocked to the floor.
Qinshan had entered. "My dear daughter, it seems you've been guarding against me." Qinshan stepped inside, looking down at Yi Qingcheng.
Yi Qingcheng glanced back at him. Gritting her teeth to ignore the pain in her buttocks, she scrambled to her feet and turned to run toward the kitchen.
The kitchen? She's after a knife again?
The hairs on Qinshan's body instantly stood on end.
Was this little brat also a lunatic? Don't even think about it.
Qinshan reacted, chasing after Yi Qingcheng and reaching out to grab her arm, trying to restrain her. But just as Qinshan seized her arm, Yi Qingcheng abruptly stopped and turned to face him. Qinshan froze, unsure of her intentions.
Thud.
Without a word, Yi Qingcheng delivered a kick straight to Qinshan's vital spot.
Fast, precise, and brutal.
It was unclear if Qinshan was crippled by this blow, but the severe injury was evident as a piercing scream erupted from his mouth.
Outside the house. Brother Knife and the others heard the agonized scream. One of the men rushed over to ask Brother Knife, it sounds like Qin Shan? Wasn't he inside dealing with his own daughter? How could? Is he playing games? Another man suggested. Brother Knife frowned. He wouldn't dare. If he tries to run this time, I'll make sure he dies a miserable death. The subordinate asked, so what do we do now? Go check it out. After a moment's hesitation, Brother Knife led the way out. Seeing this, the other henchmen followed suit. At the same time, Lu Yu and his sister arrived near Yi Qingqing's residence, just in time to witness several figures bursting into her home. Oh no, Yi Qingqing's in trouble. Lu Yu caught sight of them entering and silently gasped. Lu Jinyu followed her brother's gaze. Is that your girlfriend's house? Girlfriend? He had no time to correct his sister on this matter. Yes, just like I told you. Her father might be back to cause trouble, Lu Yu said in a low voice, about to rush forward. Lu Jinyu grabbed his arm. Lu Yu looked at his sister in confusion. Those men don't look like good people. How can you, a student, and I, a weak woman, save them? Lu Jinyu asked pragmatically. Lu Yu replied, it's fine. With me here, dealing with those few is no problem. It's dangerous. What if they're armed with knives or something? You could get hurt. Lu Jinyu insisted. Sis, if we're too late and something happens to Yi Qingcheng, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Lu Yu pleaded urgently. Let's call the police first. We'll wait for the officers to arrive before going in together, okay? Lu Jinyu suggested. She rarely asked her brother to do anything. Lu Yu understood his sister's concern for his safety, but he was no longer the same person he once was. With the combat experience from his past life and this newfound inner strength, these men posed no threat to him. But how could he convince his sister? Just as Lu Yu was frantically searching for a solution, he suddenly spotted a rock not far away on the ground, a rock the size of a head, incredibly sturdy. Got it! Inside the tin-roofed shack, Yi Qingqing burst into the kitchen, instinctively grabbing the cleaver before charging out. Just then, Knife Brother and his 6 men stormed in. Seeing the number of intruders, Yi Qingqing's face paled slightly. Chapter 51, Demanding Money. Outside the house. What are you doing? Lu Jinyu noticed her brother acting strangely, even feeling nervous for once. Lu Yu looked at his sister and said, Sis, I'm fine. But I need to prove to you that your little brother has the capability to handle certain situations. Capable of handling certain matters? Lu Jinyu scrutinized her brother anew. Her brother was well-rounded in every aspect: morals, intellect, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor skills. His intelligence and physical abilities showed almost no obvious weaknesses, except for fighting. It seemed he'd never known how to fight since childhood. Lu Jinyu recalled how, when he was very young, he had expressed a desire to learn some form of martial arts like sanda or combat techniques. He said he wanted to use his fists to protect his family. But that suggestion was quickly shot down by their parents. Because the world had long moved beyond settling disputes with fists. Modern society valued civility, reason, and justice. Though they didn't let him pursue martial arts, they offered him a new path: training in law. Physical training to build strength and resilience. Law his weapon. All these years, my brother had followed this path. Therefore, Lu Jinyu believed that for safety's sake, they should devise a secure plan before acting. Sis, you saw them too, those aren't good people. They're just a bunch of local thugs. If they really go in and do something, Yi Qingcheng will be in grave danger. Lu Yu said in a deep voice. Danger? Not going in puts my future sister-in-law at risk. Going in puts my brother at risk. What should they do? Would those thugs really dare to hurt someone? Seeing his sister still hesitating, Lu Yu walked over to the boulder the size of a man's head and smashed it with a single punch. Boom! The stone shattered into a pile of rubble. Lu Jinyu stared at the scene in disbelief, rushing forward to examine Lu Yu's hand. You? Lu Yu held out his hand, palm facing up. Sis, look, nothing happened. Lu Jinyu glanced at it and saw it was indeed unharmed. But that rock was a pebble. Brother, how did you do that? Lu Jinyu was stunned. I'll explain later. Right now, call the police. I'm going in to rescue Yi Qingcheng, okay? Lu Yu said. Seeing the urgency in her brother's eyes, Lu Jinyu knew she couldn't stop him. Lu Jinyu looked at Lu Yu and said, stay safe. Lu Yu grinned. Same to you, sis. With that, Lu Yu sprinted toward the tin shack. Lu Jinyu wasted no time either, immediately pulling out her phone to call the police. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Lu Yu and his sister, worried about Yi Qingcheng's safety, rushed over only to find several shady-looking guys storming into her house. Worried Yi Qingcheng was in danger, Lu Yu wanted to rush in to rescue her. His sister, fearing for her brother's safety, refused to let him enter. Instead, she insisted they wait together for the police to arrive before attempting a rescue. While this approach was safer, it only increased the danger for Yi Qingcheng still trapped inside. After all, no one knew what might happen next. Fortunately, Lu Yu's sister wasn't stubbornly inflexible. After a brief exchange between the two, she quickly made a decision.
Even if it wasn't the optimal solution at that moment, it was far better than sitting idle, agonizing over answers.
Inside the house.
Leaning against the kitchen wall, Yi Qingcheng held the still dripping cleaver in her hand, her face tense with vigilance as she stared at the people before her. Qin Shan, who had nearly been kicked to the ground by Yi Qingcheng, staggered to his feet. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at her clearly. Her earlier actions had succeeded in enraging him. Brother Knife frowned slightly at the knife in Yi Qingcheng's hand.
You think brandishing a knife will let you off today? What do you want?
Yi Qingcheng gripped the knife handle tightly, struggling to suppress the tension surging within her. Don't be nervous, Brother Knife said casually. Your good-for-nothing father lost a lot of money gambling and owes me big time. He said your boyfriend would pay it back, so I'm here to collect.
Dat? Boyfriend? Money? A barrage of keywords flooded Yi Qingcheng's mind, and for a moment, she couldn't make sense of what he was saying.
Simply put, your dad owes me 230,000 yuan.
He can't pay it back now, so I'm here to collect from you.
You have to give me this money, Brother Knife explained calmly. Having his secret exposed in front of Yi Qingcheng, Qin Shan's expression twisted in agony, like he'd swallowed. Yet he dared not erupt now, knowing he was no match for Brother Knife.
Qin Shan could only direct his resentment and fury toward Yi Qingcheng.
It was all because of that little. If not for her, he wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament.
After hearing Brother Knife's words, Yi Qingcheng was utterly baffled.
He owes you money, she asked. Why should I pay it back?
You're his daughter.
He said you could pay it back for him, Brother Knife replied. Yi Qingcheng turned to look at Qin Shan. Qin Shan wore an indifferent expression, looking utterly carefree. Looks like this useless man had truly latched onto her and her mother.
But that was 23,000, not 23 yuan. It wasn't a small sum. I don't have that much money.
You're asking for too much, I can't afford it, Yi Qingcheng replied honestly.
Brother Knife burst out laughing upon hearing this. Relax, your dad isn't asking you to pay. He's asking your boyfriend to cover it. Yi Qingcheng froze. Boyfriend? Exactly. Brother Knife regained his composure and sneered coldly. Didn't your dad say your boyfriend is quite wealthy? As long as he pays this money, I guarantee I won't bother you or your dad anymore. Boyfriend? When did I have a boyfriend?
Yi Qingcheng froze, then suddenly remembered something.
You mean Luyu? What's this about sea-base or whatever? I don't care. I just want the money. I went through all this trouble to come here. It wouldn't be right to leave empty-handed, would it? Brother Knife sniffed, his expression unreadable. It really was him. They actually mistook Luyu for her boyfriend.
While she did have strong feelings for Luyu, they were not a couple.
No, wait.
Yi Qingcheng suddenly realized something. She and Luyu had only been friends for a short while. Not only outside school, but even within their own class, some people still didn't know they were friends.
So how did this man find out? How did her father know?
Earlier, the man had said it was her father who mentioned her boyfriend was wealthy. That meant the words came from her father.
But the question remained, how did her father know? Could it be? Yi Qingcheng grasped the only possible explanation. You were following me?
Yi Qingcheng stared at Qin Shan in disbelief.
That's right. I followed you. Didn't see that coming, did you?
If I hadn't followed you, I'd never have known your boyfriend was so rich.
What can I say? Now that you've got money, now that you're rich, you want to forget about me, huh? Have you forgotten? When you and your mother were starving, wasn't it me who brought you back?
Qin Shan roared, his face contorted with rage. Chapter 52, A Gambler's Words Are Not to Be Trusted.
Just as expected.
It was this useless man who had been secretly following her, following Luyu. Upon learning this truth, Yi Qingcheng actually calmed down. She looked at Qin Shan with a trace of scorn.
And you have the nerve to say you went out to find food for me and Mom? If you hadn't gambled away every penny Mom had, would we have been starving? Ha! You little brat. What did you say? How dare you speak to me like that?
Qin Shan snarled, his eyes narrowing. Yi Qingcheng's eyes brimmed with scorn. For this man, she now felt nothing but utter contempt. She had once believed that despite his fatal flaws, he was still a man. But now it seemed she'd been deluding herself. Yi Qingcheng ignored Qin Shan and turned to Brother Knife. What should I call you? Folks in the underworld give me face, so they call me Brother Knife, Brother Knife said indifferently.
Brother Knife, is it?
Yi Qingcheng murmured to herself before lifting her head with a smile.
I suppose my father was mistaken. That person isn't my boyfriend, just a classmate of mine. A classmate? Exactly. After my father beat my mother that night, she needed to go to the hospital. As a girl, I couldn't manage it alone, so I had to call my classmate for help. Therefore, the person my father saw wasn't my boyfriend, it was my classmate. Yi Qingcheng stated calmly. Is that so?
Brother Knife frowned, turning to Qin Shan, his voice turning icy.
Impossible.
Brother Dao, that bastard paid nearly 10,000 yuan for that hospital bills.
I saw it with my own eyes. That jerk definitely has money.
Qin Shan denied it outright, his voice trembling as he explained.
Oh? Well, that's strange. One says yes, the other says no. Who should I believe?
Brother Knife's face twisted into a faint smile, but Qin Shan knew it wasn't happiness, it was the urge to strike.
Brother Dao, believe me. I saw it with my own eyes.
Qin Shan panicked, glancing at Yi Qingcheng with a look of desperation.
Daughter, could you bear to watch your father get beaten to death?
Hurry and get your little boyfriend over here to help Dad pay back the debt. I swear I'll quit gambling for good, treat you and your mother right from now on.
Is that okay?
Yi Qingcheng stared at Qin Shan's expression, and suddenly, a scene from long, long ago flashed before her eyes. Back then, this man had knelt before her mother with the same expression and tone, promising he'd never gamble again. He begged her mother to give him her savings so he could start a business and win back what he'd lost.
The outcome was obvious.
Mom believed him, but he chose to deceive her. Instead of investing in a business, he took the money straight to the gambling tables. Naturally, he lost it all. During the hardest times, she and her mother survived by eating leaves and weeds. This scenario played out over and over. She couldn't imagine what her mother thought, but Yi Qingcheng herself was sick of it. She couldn't possibly believe this man's excuses, and even if she did, she wouldn't help him.
Sorry, that's just a classmate. You've got the wrong idea. If you don't believe me, I'll give you his number.
Call and ask him yourself, Yi Qingcheng said, a mocking smile curling her lips as she looked at Qin Shan.
What? That's impossible. If that guy isn't your boyfriend, why would he pay your mother so much money?
Qin Shan remained unconvinced. Yi Qingcheng replied calmly, because I borrowed that money.
Borrowed?
Both Brother Knife and Qin Shan froze in shock.
Yes. Borrowed.
Yi Qingcheng's mockery deepened as she looked at Qin Shan. I borrowed high-interest loans from him 10,000 yuan, with 20,000 yuan due back each month.
What? Brother Knife's frown deepened. Impossible. How could your classmate lend you money at such high interest rates? What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Shan shouted. Why not? Does he only lend to you and not to me? Yi Qingcheng retorted. Brother Knife frowned tightly. High-interest loan? What's going on here?
Brother Dao, trust me.
This little brat is just spouting nonsense. Wait here, I'll go get the money.
Qin Shan said ingratiatingly. If you don't produce the money today, you're finished, Brother Knife said coldly. Qin Shan shuddered violently, his gaze fixed on Yi Qingcheng as hatred surged within him.
Anan, must you kill your father? You're not my father. My father died long ago, Yi Qingcheng replied. Dead?
Qin Shan froze, his expression darkening.
So that's why you refuse to bring your boyfriend here, is it?
Yi Qingcheng frowned slightly.
Can't you understand what I'm saying? I told you, he's not my boyfriend. Fine, not your boyfriend. Then bring him here to me. That'll do, won't it?
A cold gleam flashed in Qin Shan's eyes. His gaze shifted, and he suddenly changed his tune.
Bring Lu Yu here? Then have you two threaten him for money? Do you really think I'm that stupid?
Yi Qingcheng sneered coldly.
Why should I? What? Qin Shan froze.
Yi Qingcheng said coldly, he's just my classmate.
He wouldn't come here. Besides, why should I call him just because you tell me to? You.
Qin Shan sensed this little brat had changed. Just then, Brother Knife interrupted their exchange. Enough of this useless bull.
I'm here for the money. Tell me where it is. Exactly. Where was the money?
Yi Qingcheng and Qin Shan didn't have any money to give him. Qin Shan's face flashed with panic at the words. He had no idea what to do. Yi Qingcheng didn't utter a single word, only tightening her grip on the kitchen knife once more. Brother Knife sized them up, pondered for a moment, then ordered, tie these two up. If I don't get my money today, I'll take them to buy parts to pay off the debt.
Should have done this ages ago, Brother Knife.
Two burly henchmen rolled up their sleeves, revealing bulging muscles, and approached Yi Qingcheng and Qin Shan with malicious intent. No, Brother Knife, don't tie me up.
I'll definitely get you the money today.
Qin Shan cried out, a hint of fear visible on his face. Shut up, or I won't hesitate to beat you first. One thug frowned as he approached Qin Shan, pulling out a pair of disposable handcuffs he prepared. He clamped them tightly around Qin Shan's wrists. Qin Shan's heart was filled with despair. Meanwhile, another burly henchman approached Yi Qingcheng, spotting the knife in the little girl's hand.
Are you sure you still want to hold on to that thing? That thing referred to the kitchen knife.
Yi Qingcheng's heart sank slightly at the words, her palms breaking out in a cold sweat. If you're going to cause trouble for me, I can only use this to protect myself. You know this won't do anything to me, the burly thug grinned.
Is that so? I don't believe it.
Yi Qingcheng refused to accept that anyone could be unafraid of a knife.
Chapter 53, Blackmail? You don't believe I'm afraid of knives?
The burly thug paused thoughtfully.
Actually, yes, I am afraid of knives.
Yi Qingcheng froze, unsure of the meaning behind his words. But my fear depends on who's wielding it.
If it's only in your hands, I don't see anything to be afraid of.
The burly middle-aged man stretched his limbs, looking at Yi Qingcheng.
What?
Yi Qingcheng still couldn't grasp his meaning. But in that instant, the burly man seized upon Yi Qingqing's momentary distraction and lunged forward. By the time Yi Qingqing regained her senses, the burly man was already standing right before her. So fast. Seeing the burly man mere inches away, Yi Qingqing knew instinctively he intended to snatch her blade. He had been bluffing her earlier. Yi Qingqing felt a flicker of panic, but thankfully she didn't lose her composure. Behind her was a wall, there was nowhere left to retreat. What should she do? In the blink of an eye, Yi Qingqing couldn't think of a solution. Instinctively, she dodged to the right, trying to evade his attack before assessing the situation. Yes. She still hadn't swung the kitchen knife at him. Seeing this, the burly man's lips curled into a smirk. It was exactly as he'd anticipated. He was betting that this schoolgirl wouldn't dare actually harm anyone with the knife. Even if he offered his neck, she wouldn't dare strike. Since you won't strike, then hand over the knife. The burly man lunged at empty air, then turned slowly, his voice dripping with mockery. But before he could finish, Yi Qingqing swung the knife with all her might, slashing viciously at the burly man's arm. Swish! Ah! The cleaver sliced through flesh, sending a spray of blood flying. The burly man let out a piercing scream, his face contorted in agony as he clutched his arm and stumbled back several steps, staring at Yi Qingqing in sheer terror. Blood gushed from the wound. Third brother. Dejage and his crew never expected Yi Qingqing to actually draw her blade. Yi Qingqing ignored them, swiftly creating distance between herself and the attacker. She leaned back against the wall, maintaining a safe distance from the others, her expression cold. Meanwhile, the other two henchmen who had accompanied Knife Brother immediately rushed over to check Third Brother's injuries. Yi Qingqing remained expressionless, saying nothing. You really did pull a knife? Well done. Impressive. I underestimated you. Brother Knife appraised Yi Qingqing with his gaze. His words were praise, but his expression betrayed his true feelings. I told you, the money he owes you has nothing to do with me. If you want your money, go get it from him. Yi Qingqing declared. Brother Knife narrowed his eyes. That may be true, but you've injured my brother now. That's not my problem. You were the ones who attacked me. I was just defending myself, Yi Qingqing replied calmly. Self-defense? Poof. You're quite the scholar, aren't you? Knows a lot. A flicker of surprise crossed Brother Knife's face, but it was quickly replaced by contempt and coldness. Too bad. In this place, what you say doesn't matter. I'm the one who calls the shots here. Yi Qingqing's heart sank slightly at his words. Though she didn't know these men, she could tell they weren't good people. But what could she do? Her father had brought the scum to her home to arrest her. How could she not fight back? How could she just surrender? Enough talk. The game's over, little girl. I'll admit you've got some guts, but money matters more to me. Brother Knife's calm words felt like a death sentence to Yi Qingqing. Though his tone remained unchanged, Yi Qingqing sensed something amiss. Yet resistance was her only option. Her phone lay abandoned on the living room coffee table, she couldn't even call the police. As Brother Knife finished speaking, two other henchmen emerged expressionless from beside him. With a flick of their wrists, black iron rods materialized in their hands. These two were far more troublesome than the first one. That was the thought racing through Yi Qingqing's mind. She might be different from other girls, but she hadn't trained in martial arts or anything like that. She had no weapon at hand. She was just a bit more daring than others, that was all. What should she do now? As the two men closed in, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on Yi Qingqing's forehead, barely noticeable to the casual observer. She was terrified, yet no solution came to mind. Just then, a low shout erupted like a sudden spring thunderclap, halting everyone in their tracks as they turned toward the source of the sound. Stop! At the doorway stood Lu Yu. Lu Yu? He came? Yi Qingqing gazed at the familiar figure, suddenly feeling inexplicably reassured. She couldn't explain why. At that moment, Brother Knife also spotted Lu Yu. He didn't recognize the man, but judging by his appearance, he seemed to be just a kid too? Who are you? Brother Knife demanded coldly. Lu Yu. Lu Yu? Brother Knife frowned. Don't know him. No need to know. Lu Yu stepped inside alone. His gaze swept the room, taking in the bound middle-aged man on the floor, another man with a slashed arm, and further away, Yi Qingqing defending herself with a kitchen knife. A single glance was enough for Lu Yu to grasp the situation. Moreover, the middle-aged man with his hands bound was most likely Yi Qingqing's father. Lu Yu hadn't seen him before. He deduced this entirely from the current situation. When Lu Yu's gaze inadvertently met Qin Shan's, the man's face suddenly lit up with wild joy despite his earlier despair. He shouted at Brother Knife, Brother Knife! Brother Knife! This man is my daughter's boyfriend. What? This man is? Brother Knife exclaimed in shock. Yes. I saw him at the hospital. He was the one who paid for my daughter's medical bills. Qin Shan clung to this lifeline desperately, trying to explain. Oh? Brother Knife's expression softened slightly. Who'd have thought that when you plant flowers with intent, they won't bloom, but when you plant willows without intent, they flourish? I hadn't even come looking for you, yet you've come knocking on my door to meet your end.
Lu Yu remained silent, but questions swirled in his mind. Yi Qingqing's father had seen him at the hospital? But he hadn't seen the man. How could he have recognized him? And why was the scarred man threatening to come find him?
Seeing you're a bit lost, I'll do you the favor of explaining. Brother Knife waved off his henchman about to attack Yi Qingqing, turning to Lu Yu. Simply put, your girlfriend's father owes me 230,000 yuan. He can't pay it back now, so you'll have to settle it for him.
What? 230,000? Lu Yu was stunned. Yes, that's what Qin Shan owes me.
Oh, and your girlfriend slashed my brother. Medical bills, emotional distress compensation, lost wages. Let's round it up to 100,000 for that.
Total comes to 330,000. But I'm feeling generous. I'll knock off a zero and make it an even 300,000.
Knife brother tilted his head, did some quick math, and with a smirk, threw out an outrageously inflated figure.
Chapter 54, The Duel. 300,000? What an enormous sum of money.
An ordinary person might not earn that much in 10 lifetimes, yet this brother Knife dares to demand it all at once.
This wasn't debt collection, it was outright extortion.
Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at the burly man wounded by Yi Qingqing.
The gash on his arm was indeed deep, but did that alone warrant 100,000 yuan in compensation? That was simply outrageous.
Besides, Yi Qingqing hadn't intended to hurt anyone. These men had forced their way into her home. She'd only acted in self-defense.
How could Lu Yu possibly be the sucker to hand over the money? Lu Yu, don't pay them. That money is my father's debt.
If they want repayment, let him pay it.
It has nothing to do with you.
Just as Lu Yu was trying to figure out a solution, Yi Qingqing suddenly shouted at him.
You little bastard, are you trying to get me killed? Qin Shan's eyes turned bloodshot.
Hearing this, Brother Knife looked at Yi Qingqing expressionlessly, saying nothing. Yet the two middle-aged men wielding batons already approached her with ill intent. Yi Qingqing felt utterly defeated, her hands gripping the kitchen knife tightly, her small face cold and pale. Just as the two men were about to attack Yi Qingqing, Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and said indifferently, "What kind of men are you, bullying a little girl?
If you've got the guts, come at me." What? You? Brother Knife doubted his own ears. Lu Yu remained calm.
If you beat me today, I'll pay the full 300,000 yuan. If you can't beat me, you won't get a single cent, and I'll make sure you crawl out of here. At these words, everyone froze.
This kid's lost his mind?
With those skinny arms and legs, I could crush him with one hand.
You believe me?
If you want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress, you better have the skills to back it up.
Dao Ji's henchmen all sneered in derision.
Brother Knife himself thought Lu Yu had lost his mind.
Just a student, ever been in a fight? Got any knife scars? Seen blood or dead bodies?
A sneer spread across Brother Knife's face, his eyes brimming with contempt.
Kid, do you even know what you're saying? Hand over the money now, and I'll pretend you never uttered a word. Otherwise, not even your parents could save you. Try me?
Lu Yu stepped forward, his expression calm and composed.
Brother Knife frowned. Was this kid completely out of his mind?
He was alone against 6 of them.
Did this kid really think he was some kind of hero?
Just as Brother Knife debated whether to beat the crap out of this fortune god, one of his underlings stepped forward.
Brother Knife, let me have a go with this hero. Brother Knife turned to see the speaker was Little Six, the youngest among their crew. Though young, he was skilled in a fight, having trained in a few moves. He was the toughest among them. Xiao Lu usually stayed close by, protecting his boss. Sending Xiao Lu to teach this kid a lesson was no problem, but who would pay the 30,000 after that? That was Brother Knife's concern. After pondering for a moment, Brother Knife glanced at Lu Yu and said, "Xiao Lu, you can go ahead, but be careful not to hurt him too badly. I'm counting on this money god to bring me some fortune." Having been by Brother Knife's side for years, Xiao Lu instantly understood the implication: don't beat Lu Yu to death. Got it, Brother Knife.
Xiao Lu gave a cold chuckle, striding to a spot 3 or 4 meters in front of Lu Yu. He flexed his bulging muscles and declared, "Kid, show me what you've got."
Are you sure you want to fight?
Lu Yu's expression remained unchanged.
What did you say? Xiao Lu frowned. Nothing. Lu Yu shook his head. Playing games. Xiao Lu sneered. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll stand right here and let you throw 3 punches without fighting back. If you can knock me down with 3 punches, I'll admit defeat immediately. If you can't, well, don't blame me for making you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. 3 punches, huh? Feels like a bit too many. Lu Yu muttered under his breath. What? Xiao Lu was enraged. Lu Yu lifted his head slightly to meet his gaze. If you can take even one of my punches, I'll hand you 300,000 yuan right then and there. No questions asked. Kid, you wanna die? Xiao Lu's expression turned icy. Lu Yu replied calmly, this is a fair deal. Isn't money what you want? I'm offering it to you, why the reluctance? You? Xiao Lu was about to curse. Deal. Brother Knife interjected, fixing his gaze on Lu Yu as he pointed at Xiao Lu. If you can knock Xiao Lu out with 1 punch, I promise I won't ask you or this little girl for money again. Deal? Lu Yu asked. Deal. Dao Gu replied. Alright, let's do it. Lu Yu nodded, turning his gaze back to the middle-aged man named Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu couldn't help but frown at Lu Yu's gaze. He sensed something peculiar about this kid. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Xiao Lu just sensed that this kid seemed overly confident, quite different from most people his age. Forget it. Who cares what's strange about him? If he can't knock me down with one punch, then he's the one who'll be on the ground. And there's 300,000 yuan at stake, enough for me and brother knife to eat, drink, and be merry for who knows how long. The more Xiao Lu thought about it, the more his heart burned with excitement and his furrowed brow smoothed out. Kid, you say one punch? Fine, I'll give you one punch. But if you can't knock me down with it, ha! Xiao Lu didn't finish his sentence, but his words dripped with menace. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, saying nothing. Lu Yu. Yi Qingchang was trapped between two burly men, unable to escape. Cornered, she turned her gaze toward Lu Yu, her eyes filled with deep concern. She feared something might happen to him. Just as Lu Yu was about to act, a series of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. The next moment, a beautiful figure burst into the scene, none other than Lu Yu's sister, Lu Jinyu. She had just finished calling the police and rushed over immediately, equally afraid for her brother's safety. Xiao Yu, are you okay? Seeing the scene inside, Lu Jinyu rushed to Lu Yu's side without hesitation, ruffling his hair with a look of intense concern. In Lu Yu's memory, his sister rarely showed such anxiety. Sis, I'm fine. Lu Yu gently moved her hand away and smiled. Dejage and the others froze slightly at Lu Jinyu's appearance, then frowned. Sis, I'm in the middle of a duel. Step back a bit so you don't get splattered with blood, Lu Yu said. A duel? With whom? With him? Lu Jinyu pointed at Xiao Lu. Lu Yu nodded. Yes. No way. It's too dangerous. I won't allow it. Lu Jinyu declared sternly. Chapter 55, One Punch. Brother Knife's face instantly turned cold. What did you say? I said I won't allow it. Lu Jinyu met Brother Knife's gaze without flinching. My brother can't fight. I won't let him duel with you. Lu Yu couldn't fight? A chill ran through Yi Qingqing's heart. She looked at Lu Yu, then at Lu Jinyu beside him. The girl possessed an extraordinary aura compared to her. Yi Qingqing felt like dirt beneath the clouds. This woman was Lu Yu's sister? She really is beautiful. Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's words, Brother Knife's expression darkened instantly. What did you say? Lu Jinyu shielded her brother behind her, refusing to back down. Sis. Before Lu Jinyu could speak, Lu Yu suddenly tugged at his sister's hand. Lu Jinyu paused, turning to face her brother. Trust me this once, Lu Yu said earnestly. Lu Jinyu froze. Little brother, you wouldn't. I will, Lu Yu replied. That single sentence left Lu Jinyu speechless. When did her brother learn how to fight? How could she not know? Back when they were in school, whenever her brother got bullied and ended up crying, she always had to step in and take revenge for him. Not once had it been any different. But this time. Just this once. If I messed it up, you can call the shots from now on. Lu Yu scratched his head uncomfortably under his sister's scorching glare. Thump! Lu Jinyu tapped Lu Yu's head with her finger. Whether you handle it well or not, you still have to listen to me. Lu Yu. Are you two done with your chatter yet? Or have you changed your minds? Xiao Lu asked impatiently. Lu Jinyu whispered, don't get hurt, or I'll deal with you when I get back. After speaking, Lu Jinyu stepped back 2 or 3 paces, giving Lu Yu some space. She felt a twinge of unease, but she trusted her younger brother more. Besides, she had already called the police. The officers should be on their way. Lu Yu bared his teeth in a grin, fixing his gaze on Xiao Lu. He exhaled a heavy breath and declared, ready? I'm starting now. Bring it on. Xiao Lu stood directly before Lu Yu, his eyes flashing undisguised contempt. Every vulnerable spot on his body was exposed to Lu Yu's scrutiny. Lu Yu could have easily resorted to underhanded tactics, attacking below the belt, using techniques like the childless kick, but he had no such intention. He intended to test the newly cultivated force within him, to gauge its true power. Xiao Lu stared back at Lu Yu, his eyes equally filled with disdain. He dared expose so many vulnerabilities to Lu Yu precisely because he wasn't afraid of any dirty tricks. His physical prowess and the techniques he'd mastered were more than sufficient to handle a mere student. If this kid dared to play dirty, he wouldn't be held responsible for striking ruthlessly. The two stood facing each other. All eyes in the room turned to them. Each wondered, would Lu Yu's punch prove more devastating, or would Xiao Lu's physical prowess prevail? Come on. Xiao Lu crouched low, weight shifted, eyes gleaming as he locked Lu Yu down. He did look like he had some martial arts training. But in Lu Yu's eyes, he still seemed somewhat lacking. In his previous life, Lu Yu had survived the beast tide, rolling through mountains of corpses. Then you'd better be ready to take it, Lu Yu said calmly, eyeing his opponent as he assumed a stance, power building in his right fist. The moment Xiao Lu saw Lu Yu's punching stance, he nearly burst out laughing. Could this kid even fight? Punching with such a stiff, upright posture, how could he possibly generate any power?
In his eyes, this kid was nothing but a show-off, spouting empty boasts.
He knew nothing, yet dared to play the hero? Absolutely laughable. Looks like this kid was destined to cough up those 300,000.
At this thought, a sneer crept onto Xiaolu's face.
Any initial respect he'd had for Lu Yu vanished completely.
In his eyes, with Lu Yu's level of skill, handling him would be a piece of cake.
Daoj and the others watched the scene unfold and began to see through it. So this kid had been faking it the whole time? Lu Jinyu knew nothing about fighting.
When she beat up bullies for her brother at school, it was with wild, uncoordinated punches. But she could read the situation. Seeing her brother's unskilled fighting stance and catching the expressions on Brother Knife and the others' faces, her heart tightened. Yi Qingcheng desperately wanted to shout at Lu Yu to leave immediately and forget about her, but she dared not make a sound. She feared it would distract Lu Yu. "Why are you so foolish, getting involved in this mess?"
Yi Qingcheng murmured.
"Catch this." Lu Yu ignored the other's stares, muttering to himself as he activated the 5 yuan qi gathering technique. The thread of energy within his dantian immediately began circulating along the technique's prescribed path.
Still pretending?
Xiaolu sneered with even greater disdain, his contempt for Lu Yu now absolute. "Hurry up, kid. I'm waiting for your 30,000 yuan. The words had barely left his mouth.
Lu Yu moved. Everyone present clearly saw Lu Yu's fist.
Slow in speed, light in force like the tender caress of a TV drama's lead characters, his fist landed precisely on Xiaolu's chest. If that's all this kid's got, he's bound to lose. Brother Knife's eyes locked onto Lu Yu, his heart surging with delight.
But the next moment, boom! A piercing, muffled explosion erupted like a miniature bomb detonating.
The moment Lu Yu's fist made contact with Xiaolu's chest, a shrill, ear-splitting blast erupted. Xiaolu's body was violently propelled backward by the immense force, slamming hard into the wall behind him before crashing heavily to the ground. His body curled up like a shrimp, convulsing violently.
He couldn't get up. How is this possible?
Brother Knife's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with disbelief. Xiaolu's physical prowess far surpassed that kid's.
How could he not even withstand a single punch? And that kid didn't even seem to be using his full strength.
The other henchmen exchanged glances, their gazes toward Lu Yu shifting subtly.
Lu Yu. Is this your confidence?
Yi Qingcheng witnessed Lu Yu knock a grown man to the ground with a single punch, her heart filled with shock.
Lu Jinyu, standing closer to Lu Yu, jumped at the commotion.
Staring at Xiaolu sprawled on the ground, she was stunned.
When had her brother become so incredibly strong?
Lu Yu glanced at Xiaolu on the ground, then at his own fist, muttering to himself, not bad.
I thought one punch wouldn't be enough. Guess I overestimated him.
Brother Knife overheard this and nearly choked on his own blood.
This kid, is he just showing off? Lu Yu lowered his fist and asked Xiaolu, how about it? Can you get up? Get up, and I'll give you the money. Ugh, ah.
Xiaolu's mouth occasionally emitted whimpering sounds. Hearing Lu Yu's words, he tried to answer through the pain, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a large mouthful of bright red blood gushed out. Chapter 56, how about 2 more guys for practice?
Xiaolu. Brother Knife roared, rushing to his side and crouching down to check his injuries.
Xiaolu, how are you? Xiaolu, who had been writhing in agony, felt somewhat better after coughing up that blood, though only compared to how he'd been 2 minutes prior.
Brother Dao. I'm fine.
Sweat beaded on Xiaolu's forehead as he gritted his teeth through the agony.
Are you really okay? Brother Knife demanded. I'm fine.
Xiaolu's voice was barely audible.
Dao Ji's heart eased slightly.
He then turned to Lu Yu, his eyes darkening.
You dare hurt my brother?
Lu Yu withdrew his fist and regarded the man indifferently.
Didn't we agree he'd take 1 punch from me? Looks like you couldn't handle this 300,000 after all. Lu Jinyu, listening nearby, was completely confused. What 300,000?
Brother Knife's face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it. He remembered the wager clearly, but that had been based on Xiaolu winning outright. Now, Xiaolu clearly couldn't even stand. Under these circumstances, the wager was null and void.
Are you sure you want to renege?
You just said that if he couldn't withstand my punch, you'd stop bothering Yi Qingcheng and her mother.
Forgotten?
Before Brother Knife could speak, Lu Yu calmly interjected. This. Brother Knife's other brothers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they fell silent. They had indeed made that promise. Brother Knife's expression darkened further. This kid, was he deliberately saying this? Do you keep your word? Lu Yu's question was directed at Brother Knife. Brother Knife's mind was in turmoil.
300,000 yuan? How could that good-for-nothing Qin Shan possibly come up with that?
If he let Qin Shan leave today, this debt would become a bad debt.
No. Absolutely impossible.
A sinister glint flashed across Brother Knife's face as he stared at Lu Yu.
What did you just say? I don't recall a thing. Got any proof?
Lu Yu stared at Brother Knife.
So, you're deciding to renege on the debt? You have no proof.
Why should I believe you? Brother Knife seemed to gain the upper hand. My brother spoke to you politely just now, yet you injured him. How do you propose we settle this?
What are you talking about? It was clearly your friend who tried to hurt my brother. He was defending himself. How did that become him intentionally hurting someone? Lu Jinyu protested. Then your brother got hurt? Knife brother pressed. You? Lu Jinyu choked on her words. Sis, I'm fine, Liu chuckled softly. Like I said earlier, either don't touch us, or if you do, they'll all crawl out of here. That promise still stands. What? Brother Knife snorted as if hearing the biggest joke ever. You want us brothers crawling out? MHM. Lu Yu nodded.
Brother Knife's smile vanished, his voice turning cold.
Then let's see. The words fell.
The two henchmen who had been about to subdue Yi Qingqing turned and started walking toward Lu Yu.
You too. Lu Jinyu stepped in front of Lu Yu.
Big sis, give me the time it takes to sing a song, Lu Yu said with a smile.
Ha? Lu Jinyu froze. These punks?
They're no match for your little brother, Lu Yu chuckled, as if discussing the most ordinary matter.
They outnumber us.
By some time, Lu Jinyu whispered, glancing between her brother and the group led by Brother Knife.
All right.
Seeing his sister's concern, Lu Yu nodded without further protest.
Lu Jinyu relaxed, glared fiercely at Brother Knife and the others, then turned toward the door.
She might not be able to help much in the fight, but she could guarantee she wouldn't cause any trouble.
Approaching Lu Yu were two more of Knife Brothers' men, number 4 and number 5. Both were armed. And by the looks of it, they weren't about to hold back. You two are bullying a kid, and you're bringing weapons? Lu Jinyu shouted from the doorway.
Old Five sneered coldly, he's no child. Why waste words with her?
Attack! Old Four roared, swinging his baton toward Lu Yu's head.
The blow was vicious and merciless. He held nothing back.
Good thing you didn't hold back. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel right about fighting back, Lu Yu murmured, watching the baton swing toward him. What did you just say? Fourth brother froze in shock. The next moment,
Lu Yu took a step back. The baton in fourth brother's hand landed precisely on the ground, a miss.
Damn fast.
That was the first thought that flashed through fourth brother's mind. As he pulled the baton back, ready to swing it at Lu Yu again, Lu Yu delivered a lightning-fast kick to his midsection.
Thud. A dull thud echoed as the fourth brother spat blood and collapsed face first onto the ground. Looking for trouble.
Seeing his fourth brother get beaten, the fifth brother roared in rage, swinging his baton horizontally at Lu Yu.
Too slow. Lu Yu murmured. Playing tricks. Old Five spat coldly, his momentum and speed unabated. Just as the baton was about to strike Lu Yu. At that moment, Lu Yu did something no one could have imagined. He reached out and grabbed the baton. He seized it firmly.
No matter how fiercely Old Five tugged and jerked, he couldn't wrest the baton from Lu Yu's grasp.
How is this possible? How could he possess such immense strength? Brother Knife was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Fifth brother, enraged, saw he couldn't retrieve his weapon.
He simply let go and aimed a fairly standard left hook at Lu Yu's face, the punch whistling through the air as it came straight at him. Lu Yu saw it coming, tilted his head, and effortlessly dodged the attack.
The next instant,
he swung the stolen baton with all his might, smashing it into Old Five's arm.
You little bastard.
Old Five's face drained of color.
He immediately tried to pull his arm back and dodge. The baton's solidity far exceeded ordinary expectations.
A blow of that force would shatter bones, if not fracture them cleanly. His reflexes were quick, but his movements couldn't keep up. Once Lu Yu had struck, escape was impossible.
Snap. Ah.
Old Five let out a pained scream, collapsing to his knees instantly. Clutching his arm, his face contorted in agony. Lu Yu swung his left leg upward, aiming for Old Five's head. Old Five gritted his teeth against the pain, instinctively raising both hands to shield his right cheek.
But it was a feint.
Lu Yu's left foot hadn't lifted very high at all. Instead, his right foot shot out at lightning speed, striking Old Five squarely in the face.
Thud.
Lao Wu was sent flying 3 or 4 meters away, knocking him unconscious on the spot.
In less than half a minute,
2 of Knife Brothers' most capable enforcers had fallen at Lu Yu's hands. Lu Yu, however, remained calm and composed, his face unflushed and his breathing steady, as if nothing had happened.
This scene left everyone in the room utterly stunned. How did this youth manage it?
Lu Yu glanced at the 4th and 5th men, who had been so easily taken down, and seemed unsatisfied.
He turned to Brother Knife. How about we bring in 2 more for practice? Chapter 57, who's next in line for a beating? 2 more for practice.
Brother Knife's expression darkened, his eyes clouded with menace. If Lu Yu had dared say this just a minute ago, Brother Knife would have mocked him without hesitation. After all, Lu Yu was all talk and no action. But now, Lu Yu had knocked out 2 of his brothers in just over 10 seconds.
Truly knocked out the kind where they couldn't get back up. Brother Knife had to reassess this youth. Brother Knife, this kid seems to have some real skills. What should we do?
Second brother and 7th brother, holding Qin Shan hostage, approached Brother Knife alongside 3rd brother, whose arm was injured, and whispered the question.
The strongest fighter, Little Six, wasn't Lu Yu's match.
Even 2 against 1, they couldn't beat him and they had weapons. Now, out of 7 men, 3 were incapacitated. They had 4 left. With old Three's arm injury, their odds against Lu Yu looked increasingly slim. Yeah. What should they do? Brother Knife fixed his gaze on Lu Yu, his mind racing for a solution. Behind them, Yi Qingcheng held her knife in a defensive stance. Yet, seeing Lu Yu unscathed, the tension in her heart eased considerably without her even realizing it. She had assumed Lu Yu chose to get involved just to show off his courage in front of her, but now it seemed he possessed not only courage but genuine skill. At the doorway, Lu Jinyu watched her younger brother take down 3 middle-aged men in mere moments. His strength and fighting techniques mirrored the martial arts scene in action movies. However, this was the first time Lu Jinyu had witnessed the devastating power of martial arts and real-life power that rendered 3 grown men utterly helpless, unable to react or defend themselves. Shocked, Lu Jinyu couldn't help but wonder. When had her brother learned martial arts? Lu Yu maintained an expression of utter indifference, as if these thugs were utterly beneath his notice. And indeed, that was precisely how Lu Yu felt. Having cultivated a thread of inner strength, Lu Yu was already a cut above ordinary men. Even if that difference was slight, it was more than sufficient for Lu Yu now. After all, he hadn't forgotten a single bit of his combat experience from his previous life. So, have you decided? Who's going to take the first beating? Lu Yu's gaze swept over the remaining 4 men. Without wasting any more time, he strode toward them. This kid actually wants to strike first? Brother Knife's expression darkened as he glared at Lu Yu. Kid, you sure you want to start this? We're already halfway through the fight. You expect us to just stop now? Lu Yu replied indifferently. You, just stand there. Let's talk. Brother Knife barked. Hearing this, Lu Yu actually stopped. Standing 3 or 4 meters away from Brother Knife and the others, he wore a look of interest. What do you want to talk about? A cold gleam flashed in Brother Knife's eyes as he suddenly barked, Number 2, you and I will hold this brat down. The rest of you, go grab that girl. The other 3 hesitated for a moment before snapping to attention. Yes, Brother Knife. At this moment, it became abundantly clear that Brother Knife's small team possessed an execution capability far beyond that of ordinary people. The moment he gave the order, 3rd brother and 7th brother charged toward Yi Qingcheng. No questions asked, no wasted words. Brother Knife himself, along with his right-hand man's 2nd brother, stepped forward. Their expressions were intensely vigilant as they fixed their gaze on Lu Yu, ready to strike at any moment. The tension was palpable, the fight seemingly about to erupt. Upon hearing Brother Knife's words, Lu Yu instantly grasped his intent without hesitation. He planned to use Yi Qingcheng as leverage to force Lu Yu's compliance. Realizing this, Lu Yu remained unflustered and composed. If he were in Brother Knife's shoes, he'd likely have devised the same plan. This realization wasn't surprising. Lu Yu had anticipated this possibility even before taking action. The reason Lu Yu remained utterly composed now was his absolute certainty that he could completely thwart Brother Knife and his cohort's schemes. Kid, I admit you're a tough fighter, but what good is that? Once I get my hands on that little girl, I'll make you suffer. Brother Knife glared at Lu Yu, his expression dark and menacing. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. Trying to stall for time? What? Brother Knife froze in surprise. A sharp gleam flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He lunged forward in a single stride, his fist hurtling toward Brother Knife's face. Brother Knife's expression shifted. Having witnessed Lu Yu's strength earlier, he dared not block it head-on. Instead, he raised both hands to deflect the force, managing to retreat only 2 steps. 2nd brother, standing nearby, snapped out of his daze. His expression twisted into a vicious grimace as he let out a low growl and launched a right hook at Lu Yu. 2nd brother, don't! Brother Knife shouted, trying to stop him. But it was too late. Once the attack was launched, it couldn't be recalled. Lu Yu didn't even glance at old Number 2. Hearing only the whistling wind in his ears, he clenched his left fist and swung it out. Thud! Snap! Ah! 2nd brother let out a piercing scream as his right hand snapped. Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he bent over, instinctively trying to retreat. But how could Lu Yu give him that chance? Lu Yu withdrew his unscathed fist, glared at the 2nd brother, stepped forward, and delivered a clean, swift roundhouse kick to the back of his neck. A dull thud echoed as the 2nd brother's vision went black. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Old 2nd. Brother Knife was about to rush to his aid, but the fight was already over. Shock and rage surged through him. Lu Yu didn't spare old 2 a glance, turning his attention instead to Knife brother. Dao's heart sank. Without a word, Lu Yu unleashed a punch. Damn it! Brother Knife cursed furiously, never intending to clash head-on with Lu Yu. Seeing the punch coming, he instinctively tried to dodge. You dodged once, but do you think you can dodge twice? Just as Brother Knife prepared to evade, Lu Yu's fist suddenly accelerated. Before Brother Knife could react, he took a solid punch square in the face. Thud! Snap! Brother Knife flew backward through the air, spewing 2 or 3 blood-stained white objects. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be teeth. Brother Knife felt as if his head had been struck by a car. After that punch landed squarely on his face, his skull buzzed. Immediately, stars danced before his eyes, his pupils rolled back, and he lost consciousness.
In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu had taken down both middle-aged men. Lu Jinyu covered her mouth in shock, utterly stunned. Lu Yu had barely finished with Knife Brother and old number 2 when he heard struggling and Yi Qingqing's shrieks erupting behind him. Oh no! Yi Qingqing was in trouble. Lu Yu's expression darkened slightly as he turned around. There she was, struggling desperately. The kitchen knife in her hand had fallen to the floor at some point, its blade still glistening with blood. Third brother and seventh brother both bore shallow knife wounds, but they paid them no mind. Their eyes bloodshot, they fought to pin Yi Qingqing down. Chapter 58, Injured. Lu Yu's expression darkened as he charged forward, grabbing one of them by the collar and flinging him backward. The third brother, who was fairly tall, flew through the air like a small chicken, easily lifted and slammed hard against the metal wall behind them. Thud! The third brother was knocked senseless, feeling dizzy and disoriented. His legs went weak and he couldn't even stand up. At the same moment, the seventh brother, still violently tugging at Yi Qingqing, noticed one of his men gone. A bad feeling washed over him, and he instinctively turned his head. Swish! Lu Yu's expression remained impassive as he delivered a punch. The seventh brother saw only a fist rapidly expanding before his eyes, growing larger and larger until it slammed into his face. His entire body flew backward, crashing to the ground where he instantly lost consciousness. Yi Qingqing stared ahead in panic, clearly shaken by the recent events. As the darkness cleared, she looked at Lu Yu, unable to recover for a long moment. Compared to her peers, she was already quite capable. Yet even she might not have imagined these thugs would be so relentless, fearless even of knives, determined to capture her at all costs. Lu Yu dealt with the two men, then turned his gaze toward Yi Qingqing. Their eyes met. Lu Yu saw the lingering terror in Yi Qingqing's eyes. Though she tried desperately to control it, the emotion deep within her gaze was impossible to hide. It's over. You're safe now. Lu Yu withdrew his gaze, stepped toward Yi Qingqing, extended a hand, and spoke softly to her. Yi Qingqing lifted her head slightly to look at Lu Yu. Don't worry. I'm here, Lu Yu said softly. Yi Qingqing gradually came to her senses, her eyes slowly regaining their clarity. Lu Yu breathed a silent sigh of relief. Just as he reached out to pull Yi Qingqing to her feet, a sudden chill ran down his spine. A sense of impending danger crept over him. In his previous life, Lu Yu had fought countless battles against both humans and beasts, honing his sense of danger to an almost inhuman level that had become second nature to him. But now, with everyone here incapacitated by his own hand, where could the danger possibly come from? Watch your back. Lu Yu, get out of the way. Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Yu's mind. He instinctively tried to dodge to the side, but suddenly, his sister's terrified scream echoed behind him. In front of him, Yi Qingqing's face turned pale as she grabbed Lu Yu's hand, trying to pull him back. But that single movement delayed Lu Yu's evasion by a mere 0.01 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the third brother, whom Lu Yu had just knocked down, had somehow picked up the kitchen knife from the ground and swung it viciously at Lu Yu's back. Lu Yu had already sensed danger. Now, with both his sister and Yi Qingqing warning him simultaneously, his mind instantly registered the threat coming from behind. Unable to see the situation behind him, his first instinct was to dodge. But Yi Qingqing grabbed Lu Yu, delaying him just a fraction of a second. The third brother swung the cleaver down. Lu Yu's body dodged most of the blow, but his arm was a fraction too slow. The cleaver sliced through, leaving a gaping wound that tore the flesh beneath the skin open, blood gushing freely. Lu Yu, you. Yi Qingqing realized she had distracted Lu Yu and quickly released her grip. I'm fine. Lu Yu's face was slightly pale as he steadied himself. He pressed his hand against the wound on his arm and forced a smile at Yi Qingqing, knowing she hadn't meant to hurt him. You little brat. Today, I'll see if you're really bulletproof. Old Third struggled to stay upright, his mind growing clearer. His face twisted into a ferocious expression as he roared at Lu Yu. With that, he temporarily abandoned Lu Yu and swung the cleaver at Yi Qingqing. Old Third knew Lu Yu was a tough opponent, so he targeted Yi Qingqing first. He held nothing back with this swing. If it connected, it would likely inflict a severe wound. Seeing the opponent's fierce momentum, Yi Qingqing's confidence shattered under the weight of danger and fear. How many people could remain as steady as a mountain when faced with a gleaming kitchen knife hurtling toward them? Especially since Yi Qingqing was a girl. Looking for death. Lu Yu spotted the third brother's move and cursed inwardly. There was no time to tend to his own wounds now. His gaze locked onto the hand wielding the knife. You little, die. Third brother snarled, swinging the cleaver viciously at Yi Qingqing's shoulder. Cornered against the wall, Yi Qingqing stared fixedly at the blade. The exquisite beauty of her face had drained of color. Facing imminent danger, she felt utterly helpless. She closed her eyes in despair. At the critical moment, Lu Yu picked up a small rice cooker that had fallen to the floor. Aiming precisely at the third brother's wrist, he channeled a surge of energy within his body and hurled it with all his might. The speed was blindingly fast, too quick for anyone to react. Clang! The pain shot through third brother's wrist, nearly causing him to drop the knife. Yet, summoning strength from somewhere, he clenched his fist around the blade and lunged toward Yi Qingqing once more. However, This strike carried far less force than the previous one. Yet even so, the blade's lethality remained undeniable. After all, it was a sharp weapon. Lu Yu hadn't expected this guy to be so resilient. At that moment, Lu Yu had nothing left to use nearby. Third brother's blade was about to strike Yi Qingcheng, who was already completely immobilized. This blow was aimed straight for Yi Qingcheng's throat. A hit meant certain death. Damn it! Lu Yu cursed inwardly, forcing himself forward despite the pain. He shouted, "I'm your opponent." The third brother naturally paid no heed. Lu Yu hadn't expected him to listen. His shout was merely to distract the opponent. Yet, precisely because of that shout, third brother hesitated for a split second. Seizing the moment, Lu Yu delivered a fierce kick to the third brother's chest. Thud! Old 3 gasped for air, his grip on the knife weakening. Lu Yu had been watching the knife in the man's hand. Seeing his opponent slow down, he immediately lunged to grab the blade and shouted at Yi Qingcheng, "Qingcheng, run!" Yi Qingcheng's eyes snapped open. She saw Lu Yu and the third brother locked in combat, while the deadly cleaver remained poised before her. Her first instinct was to flee, but her legs, paralyzed by fear from the earlier scene, refused to move. Just then, a hand seized Yi Qingcheng's arm. Startled, Yi Qingcheng turned to see who it was. "Go!" Lu Jinyu's voice was deep and commanding as he grabbed both her arms and pulled her forcefully away from the danger zone. "Damn it! You're asking for death." Seeing this, third brother was both shocked and furious. He cursed loudly, clenching the knife tightly, ready to strike Lu Yu. Lu Yu, seeing Yi Qingcheng escape, felt his earlier worry vanish. His gaze turned icy as he stared at old third, as if looking at a freshly minted corpse. Chapter 59, Stopping the Bleeding. Third brother completely missed the look in Lu Yu's eyes. All he could think about now was killing this guy before him to avenge his brothers and vent his own rage. He swung his knife at Lu Yu. Just as he tensed his arm to strike, he froze in shock. His hand felt utterly powerless. He whipped his head around to see a hand that wasn't his own wrapped tightly around his wrist. Lu Yu's hand. "Damn it, let go of me." Third brother cursed furiously, struggling to break free. "Let go?" A sinister smile spread across Lu Yu's face. The next instant, he tightened his grip slightly. Snap! Ah! The third brother's wrist snapped with a crack. He let out a piercing scream of agony, nearly collapsing to his knees. Thud! Lu Yu didn't let up. His knee drove forward, slamming into the third brother's midsection. Ugh! Third brother doubled over instantly, spitting out clear saliva in agony. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He whipped his hand back and delivered a sharp slap across the third brother's face. The crisp, resounding crack echoed like a sudden spring thunderclap. The third brother let out a wretched scream and crashed to the ground with a thud. Lu Yu snatched the knife from the man's hand without flinching, casually tossing it aside before delivering a kick to his throat. The single blow knocked the third man unconscious. After finishing this, Lu Yu scanned the room. All 7 men, led by Knife Brother, lay knocked out. His heart relaxed and the pain from the wound on his arm surged back instantly. Gah! Lu Yu's face paled slightly as he sucked in a sharp breath. He pressed his hand against the wound, trying to stop the bleeding, but it was useless. The gash was too large, pressing it only slowed the flow slightly. Brother! Lu Yu! Lu Jinyu and Yi Qingcheng rushed over, both women looking at Lu Yu with concern, their eyes fixed on the wound on his arm. Brother, how do you feel? Lu Jinyu felt heartbroken and panicked seeing her brother so badly injured, though she managed to keep her composure outwardly. Yi Qingcheng stood beside him, her face filled with guilt as she looked at the wound on Lu Yu's hand. It was all her fault that Lu Yu had suffered this injury. If not for her, he wouldn't have been hurt at all. It's fine, sis. Just a minor cut. Once the bleeding stops, I'll be okay. Lu Yu's lips were pale and cracked. He looked at the 2 women, a faint smile still lingering on his slightly childish face. Stop the bleeding? Right. We need to stop the bleeding immediately. Lu Jinyu snapped out of her daze, setting aside her sadness. She turned to Yi Qingcheng and asked urgently, Sis, do you have any medical gauze or hemostatic agents at home? Yi Qingcheng nodded eagerly. Yes. I bought some recently and haven't used it all. It's in my room. I'll go get it. Wait here. With that, Yi Qingcheng stood up, shot Lu Yu a guilty glance, and hurried into the room to fetch the supplies. Lu Jinyu shed her blazer, spread it out flat, then wrapped it around the injured area of Lu Yu's arm. She pulled it tight, knotted it secure. With any wound on the body, bleeding must be stopped first. She needed to stop Lu Yu's bleeding first. Seeing his sister's tense expression, Lu Yu forced a smile through the pain. Big sis, don't worry. This little scratch is nothing to your little brother. Don't be nervous, my foot. Since we were kids, Mom and Dad couldn't even bear to touch you. Now look at this huge gash. If they find out. Lu Jinyu spoke while bandaging, tears welling in her eyes. Lu Yu paused, then let out a soft sigh. It's fine. A real man has to take a few knocks to grow up. Besides, let's not tell Mom and Dad. We don't want to worry them. You know not to worry Mom and Dad? But aren't you afraid of worrying me? Lu Jinyu asked, her eyes wide. I am afraid. I'm scared.
Lu Yu conceded defeat, fearing a smack on the head, and could only mumble, "But you're here, sis.
Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have told you." Lu Jinyu's expression darkened instantly. She raised her hand as if to smack Lu Yu on the head. Sis. I'm the injured one here, be gentle with me." Lu Yu surrendered. Lu Jinyu made a menacing gesture before letting him off. She continued to stop the bleeding and said, "I won't tell mom and dad, but you, don't get too bold. That was dangerous. Remember, you're my only brother. Mom and dad only have one son." Lu Yu felt a slight relief wash over him. His heart warmed, tinged with emotion. Beyond his family, who else would care for him selflessly, always looking out for his best interests? Even if such people existed, they were few and far between. "I know, sis." Lu Yu gave a faint smile. In a nearby corner, Qin Shan, his hands bound, had kept his distance during the fight. Seeing Lu Yu emerge victorious, he began creeping toward the door without hesitation. Yes, he intended to make his escape. If even Brother Knife and his tough crew had been taken down by Lu Yu alone, how could a frail weakling like him possibly stand a chance against him? Did he even have the strength? Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best course. Just as Qin Shan crept closer to the door, waiting for the perfect moment to slip away, a detached voice sounded behind him. "If you dare step outside this door, I swear I'll break one of your legs and make you walk with a crutch for the rest of your life." The speaker was none other than Lu Yu. Qin Shan's body froze abruptly. He stiffly turned around, looking toward Lu Yu, and forced a smile. "Haha, little brother, you're still watching me?" Lu Yu stared back at him, saying nothing. This was Lu Yu's first encounter with Yi Qingqing's father, a short, dark-skinned man in his 40s with a somewhat shifty-eyed appearance. It was truly hard to imagine this man could be Yi Qingqing's father. Lu Yu couldn't help but wonder if Yi Qingqing was even his biological child. A heavy silence hung in the air for a long moment. Lu Yu exhaled a breath of stale air and looked at the man. "We came here today for you. If not you, then who else would we be after?" "For me?" Qin Shan was baffled. "You knew what I was going to do all along." Lu Yu shook his head. "We didn't." "Then?" "We guessed," Lu Yu replied. Qin Shan was speechless. "Do you think what you're doing is right?" Lu Yu suddenly asked. "What do you mean?" "You went gambling, didn't win any money, and now you have to dip into your family's savings. How can you live with yourself?" Lu Yu pressed. At those words, Qin Shan sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, screaming hysterically, "Whether I feel ashamed or not is none of your business. This is my family's business. If it weren't for that damn woman and this little bastard stubbornly hiding that money and refusing to give it to me, I would have recouped my losses and made a fortune long ago. How else would I end up in this mess with people coming to my door demanding repayment?" Lu Yu frowned deeply at these words. He had intended to say much more, to confront Qin Shan on behalf of Yi Qingqing and her mother. But seeing the man's state and reaction, he suddenly abandoned the thought. Qin Shan hadn't the slightest clue what he'd done wrong to his wife or daughter. This man was probably beyond redemption. Lu Yu thought for a moment and decided to be straightforward. After Qin Shan finished venting, Lu Yu suddenly pointed at the unconscious Brother Knife. His expression calm, he looked at Qin Shan and asked slowly, "How much money do you owe this man?" Chapter 60, Negotiations Break Down. "What do you mean?" Qin Shan froze. Feeling the dull ache in his arm, Lu Yu looked at the bewildered Qin Shan and asked, "You really owe this man 230,000 yuan? Brother Knife?" Qin Shan froze again, his gaze shifting to Brother Knife. After a moment's hesitation, he stammered, "There's no way I owe that much. It started at just over 30,000, but then the interest kept piling up." Lu Yu heard this answer and felt not a shred of surprise. A gambler. Not surprising. Lu Yu pressed further, "So you came here today just for the money? You're not exactly shooting yourself in the foot." Qin Shan blurted out, about to curse, but seeing Lu Yu's gaze, he backed down, offering a sheepish smile. "Yeah." After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu proposed, "How about we make a deal?" "What kind of deal?" Qin Shan felt uneasy inside. Lu Yu spoke calmly, "I can give you 100,000 yuan to settle your debts. The conditions are, you must divorce Auntie, relinquish custody of Qingqing, and guarantee you'll never bother her or her daughter again." "What do you say?" Beside them, Lu Jinyu, who was bandaging Lu Yu's wounds, froze upon hearing this. 100,000 yuan. That was no small sum. Qin Shan, hearing Lu Yu's words, was even more astonished. "What? You say you'll give me 100,000 yuan, then demand I divorce and relinquish custody of my child?" "Yes." Lu Yu nodded. Now it was Qin Shan's turn to be baffled. He couldn't fathom what Lu Yu meant by this deal. Why would this kid willingly hand over money just to sever his ties with Yilan and? Could it really be that this kid and his daughter were just classmates? 100,000 yuan. It wouldn't cover all the debt he owed Brother Dao, but it would definitely let him live comfortably and enjoy a second spring. Countless thoughts flooded Qin Shan's not-so-sharp mind as he pondered Lu Yu's intentions. Suddenly, it clicked, he understood why this kid wanted him to sever ties with his wife and child. If he truly made this deal as Lu Yu suggested and severed this legal bond, Then, if he ever tried to demand money from Yilan and again, it would be absolutely illegal. He'd go to jail. This kid was ruthless.
As the realization sank in, Qin Shan's face darkened.
Kid, are you trying to destroy my entire family? Does someone like you even care about that? Lu Yu said indifferently. If you want the money, we'll make this deal.
This way, it's good for you, for Qin, and for Auntie and the others.
What if I don't? Then you can try. Qin Shan fell silent, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Lu Yu's meaning was crystal clear: if he wanted the money, he'd have to agree to his demands. If Qin Shan refused, they'd have to settle it by force. Qin Shan's situation was actually quite precarious.
He'd brought Brother Dao and the others to collect the money, only to leave empty-handed and beaten. Once Brother Dao and the others sobered up, they'd definitely come looking for trouble.
And now, he couldn't get any money from his wife, so agreeing to Lu Yu's request seemed like the most appropriate choice. But 10,000 yuan to make him abandon his wife and child forever? That price was far too low. I admit, your offer is tempting. But asking me to never contact them again, isn't that price too low?
I owe Brother Dao alone 230,000 yuan, plus other debts totaling tens of thousands.
Look, this is incredibly difficult for me.
Qin Shan made up his mind, his face clouding with distress as he spoke. Lu Yu watched Qin Shan calmly, saying nothing.
Ahem.
After a long silence, seeing Lu Yu didn't respond, Qin Shan cleared his throat and said, If you could add a little more, I might consider it?
How much more? Lu Yu asked.
This could work. Qin Shan's heart leapt with joy, though his expression remained composed as he forced himself to suppress his excitement.
Add another 400,000. I'll fulfill every single one of your demands and conditions without the slightest hesitation. How about that? 40,000? That would make it 500,000 in total. Reaching that figure startled Lu Jinyu.
Working in finance, she handled investments worth tens of millions at minimum, yet her personal savings barely exceeded $1 million.
This guy dared to ask for $500,000 right off the bat? Upon hearing the quote, Lu Yu instantly guessed the other party's intentions and couldn't help but smile.
Seeing Lu Yu smile, Qin Shan grew even more excited.
It seemed like a major deal was about to be sealed.
Young man, let me tell you this: give me that 500,000 yuan, and I guarantee I'll handle things beautifully until you're completely satisfied.
Plus, you won't lose a penny on this investment. Aren't you courting my daughter? Think of it as covering the dowry too, killing two birds with one stone.
Qin Shan pressed his advantage, rushing to persuade Lu Yu.
Lu Yu's smile only deepened at these words. What are you laughing at?
Qin Shan paused, slightly taken aback.
I find you laughable.
Selling off your wife and daughter like merchandise, Lu Yu said, his smile fading into utter indifference. Young man, now that's a bit harsh.
You're just inexperienced, aren't you? What's a wife and child worth? With money, you can have as many as you want, right?
Qin Shan had his own set of values.
Lu Yu couldn't agree. Enough of this nonsense. 50,000? I won't pay that. I can only agree to 10,000.
And after this, you'll never see Auntie or Qin again.
Lu Yu gathered his thoughts and stated.
Qin Shan frowned slightly.
That's far too little. Lu Yu cut him off. Don't get it twisted. I'm not negotiating with you, and I certainly don't need your approval. Qin Shan froze.
You have two choices: either agree, finish the job, take the money, and leave, or refuse, and I'll finish it for you, though in that case, you won't get a single penny.
Make your decision.
Lu Yu delivered his ultimatum, then ignored Qin Shan completely. At the doorway, Qin Shan's expression was as grim as if he'd swallowed something foul. Agreeing was no good, refusing was no good. He was caught between a rock and a hard place.
How could he not see that Lu Yu was forcing him to make a decision? But, a mere 100,000 yuan? That was all Lu Yu wanted, to sever all ties and force a divorce? Qin Shan refused to accept it. No room for negotiation?
Qin Shan asked, refusing to give up.
Lu Yu didn't respond. Qin Shan understood.
His eyes darkened with fury.
Fine. 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 I'll see how you destroy my family. Lu Yu remained silent.
A fleeting, sinister glint flashed across Qin Shan's face before he turned and stormed toward the door. Lu Yu made no move to stop him, letting the man leave of his own accord. Brother, that man is gone.
He's a problem. Lu Jinyu blinked and whispered softly.
Lu Yu gently inhaled the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from his sister's body, exhaled softly, and grinned.
It's fine. I've already figured out how to deal with him. Chapter 61, Treating the Wound. What method? Lu Jinyu inquired.
It's confidential for now, Lu Yu chuckled. Lu Jinyu made a move to tap Lu Yu on the head.
What's this? Now you're keeping secrets from your own sister? Heh, definitely not that.
Lu Yu chuckled, immediately raising one hand in surrender. He pointed toward the room Yi Qingcheng had entered, implying that with her present, it wasn't convenient to discuss what he needed to say here.
Lu Jinyu was no fool.
Seeing her brother's gesture, she promptly shut up and didn't press further. A small, cluttered, and simple room. Yi Qingcheng was still rummaging through things, but what she held in her hands were medical gauze and white hemostatic powder.
Just a few seconds earlier,
Yi Qingcheng had found what she was looking for.
But just as she was about to leave, she overheard Lu Yu and her father's conversation.
Her legs felt as heavy as lead, and she found herself standing behind the door, listening to every word. From childhood onward, Yi Qingcheng had never known the warmth of her father's affection. She harbored no expectations for this man. Yet when she heard him use her and her mother as bargaining chips to negotiate terms with Lu Yu, her heart lurched violently. Her and her mother's current life was entirely thanks to him. Now he had brought trouble to their doorstep, yet he still wasn't satisfied. He wanted to squeeze every last drop of value out of her and her mother. Her current state of mind could no longer be described as mere resignation. An emotion she had never known before surged within her. Outside, Lu Jinyu bandaged her brother's arm wound, and the bleeding visibly slowed considerably.
Phew!
Lu Jinyu exhaled softly, wiping the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand.
That should be fine for now. I'll get some medicine later to treat the wound and apply some ointment.
You should also get a tetanus shot later to prevent infection. Lu Yu's face was slightly pale, but he still wore a smile. He glanced at the wound, his expression unchanged, and chuckled, "Thanks, sis.
Didn't know you knew how to handle this stuff." Lu Jinyu shot him a look. "Didn't you learn first aid in school? This is basic stuff. But seriously, does it not hurt? You didn't make a sound earlier."
She felt a pang of concern.
Pain? Of course it hurt.
Lu Yu wasn't Superman. Injuries still caused him pain. But in his previous life, he'd endured far worse injuries, like having chunks of flesh torn out by beasts, being pierced through by sharp teeth, being burned to a crisp by flames, or being struck by lightning. Compared to those, the simple knife wound was almost insignificant to him now. The siblings chatted while waiting for Yi Qingcheng to return with the medicine, but after a long while, there was still no sound from the room.
Why hasn't she found it yet? I'll go look for her. Lu Jinyu couldn't sit still any longer and rose to enter the room. Just then, Yi Qingcheng emerged carrying gauze and white hemostatic medicine.
She glanced at the siblings, a hint of apology flitting across her face.
"My apologies for keeping you waiting so long."
Lu Yu turned to look at Yi Qingcheng but said nothing.
Lu Jinyu didn't hesitate either.
He walked over, took the items from her hands, turned back, and efficiently began treating Lu Yu's wound. Yi Qingcheng knelt down, staring at the blood pooling on the floor and the terrifying knife wound on Lu Yu's arm. Her heart clenched, and the guilt within her grew heavier. It was all because of her that Lu Yu had suffered such injuries. And yet Lu Yu was still thinking about solving her problems. The more Yi Qingcheng thought about it, the more she felt she owed Lu Yu. Though they were technically dating now, she hadn't done anything for him. On the contrary, Lu Yu had been constantly helping her. She felt she could never repay Lu Yu for his kindness. With the two girls fiddling around, Lu Yu's arm wound was finally given some basic treatment to stop the bleeding. However, his left hand was temporarily useless now, unable to exert any strength.
All done.
Lu Jinyu snipped away the excess gauze with scissors and let out a long sigh of relief.
Beside them,
Yi Qingcheng also quietly exhaled in relief.
"Thanks, you too. Looks pretty neat, actually."
Lu Yu examined the neatly bandaged area, complete with a bow, and couldn't help but smile.
"Of course it is. Look who it's for."
Lu Jinyu chuckled, then turned to Yi Qingcheng. "But you should also thank your future sister-in-law."
"Future sister-in-law?"
Yi Qingcheng froze for a moment. "Sis." Lu Yu blushed, quickly interrupting his sister. He then turned to Yi Qingcheng and explained, "My sister just loves to joke around.
Don't take it seriously. Don't let it get to you."
Lu Jinyu extended her hand.
"Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lu Yuyu's older sister.
My name is Lu Jinyu, with the Jin from Gongjin and the Yu from Jade.
It's a pleasure to meet you."
Yi Qingcheng felt a bit overwhelmed by the attention and quickly reached out to shake hands.
"Nice to meet you, Sister Jinyu. I'm Yi Qingcheng, Lu Yu's classmate." "Classmate?" Lu Jinyu smiled. "No worries. We're classmates now, but maybe someday we'll be family?
If you ever run into trouble, come straight to me.
My brother's business is my business. And if he ever dares to bully you,
I'll beat him up for you." Hearing such direct words, even though Yi Qingcheng possessed a heart far more resilient than most, her pulse still quickened involuntarily.
Her face flushed bright red, burning hot.
Lu Yu was on the verge of breaking down.
What the hell was going on? He and Yi Qingcheng hadn't even gotten that far yet, for crying out loud. Fortunately, his sister didn't pursue the topic. She glanced at the bodies strewn haphazardly across the room and addressed Yi Qingcheng, "Sister-in-law, these people are trouble. When the police arrive, you must tell them exactly what they did, understand?" Sister-in-law?" Yi Qingcheng nearly choked on her own spit. Struggling to recover, she didn't bother correcting the slip-up. Instead, her attention was drawn to another crucial word, police. The police chief's people? She hadn't had time to call the police earlier had Lu Yu and this Sister Jinyu done it. Sister Jinyu is telling the truth enough? No need for coordinated statements or anything?
Yi Qingqing felt a bit nervous. This was her first time dealing with such a situation.
No need. Lu Jinyu shook her head.
This isn't like what you see on TV or in movies, those are just dramatic effects.
If we deliberately hide things, it'll only create confusion and make things more complicated.
Okay.
Got it. Yi Qingqing nodded. You too got it? Lu Jinyu turned to Lu Yu and reminded him.
Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Okay. Just as they spoke, a shrill, piercing alarm suddenly blared from outside. The police had arrived.
Chapter 62, Taking Statements. Within moments,
over 20 fully equipped police officers swarmed in, bursting into Yi Qingqing's home all at once. Lu Yu and the other two naturally offered no resistance. On the contrary, they cooperated fully with the officers, obediently following them to the police vehicles. As for Brother Knife and the other 7 unlucky souls, they were taken away while still unconscious.
At the police station,
Lu Yu, his sister, and Yi Qingqing were immediately separated and taken to individual rooms to begin giving their statements. Lu Yu had no knowledge of the other rooms. Before him sat a middle-aged male officer and a young female officer roughly his age. Judging by the rank insignia on her shoulder, she was actually 1 rank higher than the middle-aged officer. This surprised Lu Yu. Though he wasn't deeply familiar with police station operations, common sense suggested that promotions anywhere required substantial time and an outstanding record of achievements. This young female officer was clearly much younger than the middle-aged officer beside her.
So how had she managed to rank 1 level higher? As Lu Yu watched the 2 officers enter, his gaze swept over them, and countless thoughts surged uncontrollably through his mind.
He felt it was because he had too much idle time on his hands.
Dong Gang and Yang Fengyi took their seats. Dong Gang looked at Yang Fengyi and asked with a smile, "Shall we get started right away?" "MHM. You ask or I ask?"
"You ask."
"All right."
Dong Gang nodded, then tidied the documents on the table before turning to Lu Yu.
"Lu Yu, I'm about to conduct a standard interrogation procedure.
I expect you to answer truthfully and cooperate with our investigation."
Lu Yu remained composed and nodded. "All right. What is your name?" Dong Gang held the form and began questioning Lu Yu according to the items listed. The process was somewhat tedious, so the details in between will be omitted for now. A few minutes later,
Lu Yu's basic information had been recorded. Dong Gang glanced over the form, checked it, and found no issues.
He turned to Yang Fengyi and said, "Everything looks fine. Would you like to review it yourself?" "No need. If you've checked and it's fine, let's continue."
Yang Fengyi's gaze lingered on Lu Yu as she tapped her flawless chin lightly and replied softly.
Despite her apparent youth, she exuded an inexplicably powerful aura. "All right." Dong Gang nodded, then turned to Lu Yu and asked, "Was it your sister, Lu Jinyu, who reported the incident earlier?"
"Yes," Lu Yu confirmed. "Then please recount what happened earlier for me," Dong Gang requested.
"It happened like this. My sister and I had just arrived."
Lu Yu began immediately, recounting the events that unfolded after they entered Yi Qingqing's home. He omitted certain details and some of the conversations between the individuals involved.
After hearing Lu Yu's account, Dong Gang's face betrayed a hint of shock. He paused his pen and looked at Lu Yu, asking, "What did you say? You took down all 7 of them by yourself?" Lu Yu nodded. "Yes. How is that possible?
Those guys were local thugs.
They wouldn't fight you fair one-on-one. You took down 7 of them by yourself? And you only got a little hurt?" Dong Gang couldn't believe it. Lu Yu tilted his head. "Officer, I think you might be misunderstanding.
I fought them one-on-one, so there was no gang attack. Also, I didn't just get a little hurt." He rolled up the sleeve of his left arm to reveal a bandaged wound oozing blood.
"I got slashed by one of them. It was a pretty deep cut. I'm injured now." "Is that so?" Dong Gang looked over, whistling in admiration.
"Even one-on-one, not 7 against 1 at the same time, knocking out 7 people shows you've got some skills." Lu Yu heard this, sat back down, and said nothing. He couldn't very well tell them he was a novice martial artist who'd just barely cultivated a thread of chi, could he? The great cataclysm hadn't yet unfolded. The cultivation methods for refining spiritual energy remained firmly in the hands of the wealthy, powerful, and influential. There was no way they could leak out, let alone fall into the hands of ordinary people. If those people discovered he possessed an improved, ultimate version of the cultivation technique, Lu Yu's entire family would likely be plunged into unimaginable danger. Dong Gang studied Lu Yu once more, then nodded involuntarily. He turned to Yang Fengyi and asked, "Captain Yang, we've covered most of the interrogation points. Is there anything else you need to ask?" Yang Fengyi remained silent, merely extending her hand. Dong Gang understood immediately and handed over the document he had just recorded. Yang Fengyi took them and began skimming through the pages. Dong Gang showed no impatience, waiting patiently. Lu Yu glanced at the 2 people standing far away from him, paying them little mind. After all, he was fairly confident in the actions he had taken. When he'd beaten up Knife Brother and his crew, Lu Yu had actually held back. He'd only knocked them unconscious, maybe some superficial injuries, but nothing life-threatening. Besides, these men were clearly no saints, they undoubtedly had criminal records. Add to that their forced entry into someone's home and extortion attempts, and by any measure, Liu Yu had acted as a righteous vigilante. Therefore, Liu Yu felt not the slightest bit anxious. Just then, Yang Fingyi suddenly furrowed her brow, her gaze lingering on the words, helped classmate Yi Qingqing out of danger, took care of 7 people.
Dong Gang, who had been watching Yang Fingyi's expression, immediately sensed something was off and asked, "What's wrong, Captain Yang? Is there a problem?" Yang Fingyi remained silent.
After listening carefully to Liu Yu's account of the incident, she had sensed something odd.
Following his explanation, she had found it somewhat plausible.
But now, reading the complete statement, she pinpointed the source of that unease. Liu Yu, male, 18 years old, a resident of Ruzhou City, enrolled at Ruzhou No. 1 High School as a senior. Concerned that his classmate Yi Qingqing might be in trouble, he went to her home with his sister. Liu Yu realized Yi Qingqing might be in danger and, together with his sister Liu Jinyu, stepped in to help their classmate Yi Qingqing resolve the crisis, subduing 7 individuals and waiting at the scene until the police arrived. At first glance, this statement seemed flawless.
But it doesn't hold up to scrutiny.
Liu Yu, Liu Jinyu, and Yi Qingqing 3 against 7. 1 male, 2 females, and 2 students facing 7 middle-aged men, all with criminal records.
How could the 3 of them possibly stand a chance? Moreover, according to Liu Yu's earlier account, those 7 men lost after challenging him one-on-one. That made it even stranger.
If, as Liu Yu claimed, the 7 had come to burglarize and extort money, why would they be so foolish as to challenge him one-on-one?
Chapter 63, Oddities. Captain Yang, what's wrong? Dong Gang noticed Yang Fingyi's unusual expression and asked. Yang Fingyi pointed at a line in the statement and asked calmly, "Uncle Dong, do you really think there's nothing wrong here?"
Dong Gang froze, his gaze following hers. He saw that Yang Fingyi was pointing precisely at the section where he had recorded Liu Yu single-handedly taking down 7 men.
Was there something wrong here?
Seeing the confusion on Dong Gang's face, Yang Fingyi's red lips parted slightly as she said, "Uncle Dong, we know exactly what kind of men those 7 were.
How could they possibly have fought one-on-one in a fair duel?" Dong Gang paused, taken aback. Through the iron bars, Yang Fingyi pointed at Liu Yu and continued, "Even if we concede that those 7 men wanted to fight him one-on-one, how did he manage to defeat all 7? Does he look like someone trained in combat arts to you?"
Hearing this, Dong Gang couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Liu Yu.
How to put it? Liu Yu's physique was really no different from that of the average male student at school. If you enjoyed sports and exercise, loved playing basketball, then you could easily have a build like his.
If one had to point out a single unusual feature about Liu Yu's physique, it would be that he was slightly taller than his peers. Beyond that, there seemed to be nothing else.
Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't raise any eyebrows.
The crux lay in the fact that Liu Yu had single-handedly taken down 7 men, knocking them all unconscious, while sustaining only a single knife wound himself.
Is that really plausible for a student? After Yang Fingyi pointed it out, Dong Gang also noticed this peculiarity. Captain Yang, now that you mention it, something does seem off here. Dong Gang's smile faded slightly as his expression turned serious. If Liu Yu didn't take out those 7, then it's even less likely those 2 girls did it. Following that line of reasoning, there's only one possibility left: someone else was at the scene besides the people we brought back. Yang Fingyi nodded. Exactly. That's what I suspect. But, why? Dong Gang asked in confusion. These 7 weren't exactly saints to begin with. If someone stopped them from doing wrong, that person would be ridding the world of a menace. Since it's a good deed, why not show their face? Yang Fingyi replied, "That's precisely what puzzles me." Hearing this, Dong Gang furrowed his brow and fell silent. If his earlier deduction was correct, it meant that the boy named Liu Yu had most likely lied in his testimony. So why would he do that? What possible benefit could he gain from it? In an instant, Dong Gang felt the case had grown exponentially more complex. Meanwhile, Liu Yu, seated behind the iron bars, remained unaware of the unfolding developments. The conversation between Yang Fingyi and Dong Gang had been whispered, and he hadn't bothered to listen. He believed that since he'd confessed honestly, there shouldn't be any problems. All he had to do now was wait to be released. The day of the great catastrophe was drawing ever closer. Just over 3 weeks remained. Truthfully, if he really counted the days, his time was running dangerously short. First and foremost, he had to raise his intimacy with Yi Qingqing to 80 before the great cataclysm began. That way, when spiritual energy revived and the era of universal cultivation arrived, his cultivation progress wouldn't lag too far behind the top geniuses. Second, he must also prepare as many supplies, energy sources, and seeds for sustainable crops as possible. Livestock were out of the question. They were prone to mutation and would only cause trouble. Why prepare all this? Because after the cataclysm, as spiritual energy revives, not only will ferocious beasts mutate and ravage the world, but the climate will undergo violent upheavals. One minute it could be clear skies, the next a blizzard could rage. Just imagine. In such conditions, even if an ordinary person narrowly escapes the onslaught of mutated beasts and manages to survive, how will they live on? Rely on others for rescue? No.
When the disaster first struck, even the high-ranking officials who had long known about the spiritual energy's revival were caught off guard, let alone ordinary people.
Do you expect them to save you?
And then there were the ambitious factions. Witnessing the war machine that upheld order and rules shattered, they could no longer suppress their inner desires. They scrambled to seize territory everywhere, madly plundering and hoarding resources. In such circumstances, for an ordinary person to survive is nothing short of climbing to the heavens.
Only the strong survive.
Whenever Lu Yu recalled the horrors of the disaster's onset in his previous life, along with his own harrowing experiences walking on thin ice, his resolve only hardened. He would not let those events unfold again.
He might not be able to control everyone, but he could control himself. For now. He needed to prepare everything he could in advance. Now that Yi Qingqing's family affairs were mostly settled, their intimacy level was just one step away. Once they left the police station, he would help Yi Qingqing completely resolve her lingering worries. After that, whether their intimacy could reach 80 would depend on nurturing it slowly over time. Additionally,
he had intended to discuss that matter with his sister today, but Yi Qingqing's sudden family crisis had prevented it. Once this business was settled and things calmed down, he would still need to find the right words to persuade his sister.
Tomorrow.
He also had to visit Yan Xiaokuan's home to convince his parents to trust him. Thinking about all these matters, Lu Yu felt overwhelmed.
Time was extremely tight.
He wished he could stretch every minute into two just to have enough time to handle everything.
Huff.
Lu Yu exhaled a long breath, temporarily setting aside his jumbled thoughts.
He looked up at Yang Fengyi and Dong Gang and asked, "Officers, do you have any other questions?" Dong Gang didn't respond to Lu Yu.
Instead, he turned to Yang Fengyi, waiting for her decision. After all, he was only a deputy captain, while the person sitting beside him held the full rank of captain. Yang Fengyi tapped her fingers rhythmically on the table, her expression unreadable. She looked at Lu Yu and asked, "You claim these 7 individuals fought you one-on-one.
Do you have evidence?" Lu Yu hadn't expected this question.
My sister, my classmates, and I can all testify to that. Yang Fengyi rose to her feet, gazing at Lu Yu.
That constitutes witness testimony, not conclusive evidence. What do you mean? Both of them know you. They could potentially give false testimony to support you.
Therefore, their statements cannot be considered definitive evidence, Yang Fengyi said calmly. Lu Yu frowned slightly as he stared at Yang Fengyi's face through the iron bars.
What are you implying? Chapter 64, Yang Fengyi.
Lu Yu frowned slightly as he stared at Yang Fengyi's face through the iron bars.
What are you implying? What I mean is simple, we doubt you have the ability to take down 7 people alone.
Yang Fengyi's tone remained unruffled.
So what? Lu Yu asked. Yang Fengyi replied, therefore, the statement you recorded might be fabricated.
Now, I need to question your motive or reason for making such a claim. Hearing this, Lu Yu finally understood why she had questioned him this way, why she had pointed out this particular issue. They doubted his abilities. Truthfully, when his sister insisted on giving a truthful statement, Lu Yu had already considered this possibility. Could an ordinary high school student really take down 7 adults?
Lu Yu didn't know.
But to test whether his reasoning held up, he mentally substituted his best friend Yan Xiaokuan for himself in that situation.
Could Yan Xiaokuan, with his fighting skills, have taken down Brother Knife and the others?
At school, Yan Xiaokuan was a formidable fighter, easily ranking among the top 3 in the entire school.
Before cultivating his inner strength, Lu Yu's raw combat prowess could only match Yan Xiaokuan at a 60-40 split.
Using Yan Xiaokuan as a stand-in was undoubtedly the most fitting choice. So Lu Yu mentally swapped himself for Yan Xiaokuan, simulating the fight multiple times. Each time, the outcome was the same, Yan Xiaokuan ended up crippled. This calculation excluded factors like intelligence, financial resources, or any other external or internal advantages.
So when the female officer asked that question, Lu Yu understood her reasoning.
However, her tone felt oddly off, as if he had somehow offended her, leaving Lu Yu feeling inexplicably perplexed.
Officer, first, I haven't given false testimony, nor do I have any reason to. Second, everything I just said is the truth.
If you have doubts, investigate the discrepancies and find evidence of my fabrication, don't just speculate here. Lu Yu stared impassively at her, his tone devoid of courtesy.
With suspicion already brewing, if he didn't stand his ground firmly, others might genuinely believe he was making things up. After listening, Dong Gang acknowledged Lu Yu's point.
A confession served only to corroborate events that had occurred. It couldn't stand alone as the sole evidence of what happened.
The final determination of the case required multiple lines of evidence. Both witness testimony and physical evidence were indispensable.
This was Dong Gang's inner thought, but he kept it to himself. The captain had her own judgment. How could he undermine her authority at this critical moment? Yang Fengyi listened to Lu Yu's pointed words, yet instead of anger, she smiled faintly.
So you're saying you single-handedly took care of all 7 of them, is that it?
Lu Yu stared coldly, offering no reply. Yang Fengyi, unfazed, continued, I'm pleased to see you still understand the principles of evaluating evidence authenticity. It means our police department's efforts over the past year haven't been in vain. Our legal education outreach has been quite effective.
Lu Yu remained silent.
Yang Fingyi shifted her tone abruptly, her voice turning icy, but precisely because this is the stage of taking statements still in the preliminary evidence-gathering phase, I can speak to you calmly.
You might think you can say whatever you want now without consequence, but if later investigations reveal discrepancies between your statements and the facts, do you understand what the consequences will be?
Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly.
I heard you mention you're still in your senior year of high school, right? The college entrance exams are coming up soon? Yang Fingyi's expression softened as she offered a faint smile.
If you don't provide a truthful account now, the complexity of this case could lead to extensive investigations and evidence gathering, potentially wasting a lot of time. That could very well impact your ability to take the college entrance exams.
Lu Yu's expression darkened instantly. Threat. Blatant blackmail.
She was warning him that if he didn't come clean, he could face serious trouble. But everything he just said was the truth, not a single word was a lie. What was he supposed to say? Though he didn't care much about the exam now, if this trivial matter disrupted his future plans, it would be a loss far outweighing any gain. After much deliberation, he chose to endure it.
Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. And everything I said earlier was the truth. I stand by my words.
Lu Yu stared at Yang Fingyi, remaining silent for a long moment before his voice grew hoarse.
I hope so. But you'd better pray the investigation results match your story.
Until then, you'll need to wait patiently here.
If you come to your senses, you can come find me anytime.
Seeing Lu Yu still refusing to tell the truth, Yang Fingyi lost interest in continuing the conversation and began gathering the documents on the desk.
What do you mean? Lu Yu froze in surprise.
Dong Gang, standing nearby, stood up and explained to Lu Yu, after your statement is recorded, we need to organize and verify it. Please wait here for a moment. Once your sister and your classmates' statements are in, we'll compare them with the information from those 7 individuals.
Once everything checks out, you'll be free to leave. Hearing this, Lu Yu's expression eased considerably. He glanced at Yang Fingyi and nodded. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll get back to work. If you need anything, just call out, there's someone at the door.
Dong Gang gathered the documents on the table, finished speaking to Lu Yu, and left the interrogation room with Yang Fingyi. Lu Yu frowned, watching Yang Fingyi's retreating figure. He couldn't shake the feeling he'd seen her somewhere before. Stepping out of the interrogation room, Yang Fingyi and Dong Gang walked side by side toward the office. Yang Fingyi walked slightly ahead, her face expressionless, lost in thought.
Niece, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly lose your temper like that? Dong Gang couldn't help but ask, looking at the girl.
Nothing, Uncle Dong, Yang Fingyi snapped back to reality and shook her head.
Are you sure? Dong Gang was skeptical.
He rarely saw Yang Fingyi lose her temper.
Really, Yang Fingyi insisted.
Dong Gang glanced once more at Yang Fingyi's expression. Seeing she was reluctant to speak, he sighed softly and refrained from pressing further. Captain's office, by the window. Yang Fingyi handed the case over to her colleagues and stood alone by the window, letting the breeze blow through her hair. Her gaze was calm as she looked into the distance, her face revealing no particular emotion. As she thought about what had just happened in the interrogation room, she suddenly recalled a memory from her childhood. One weekend, her mother and aunt had taken her and her cousin on a picnic. When they arrived, her cousin had insisted on taking her into the forest to catch butterflies. She had been afraid to go at first, but her cousin assured her he would protect her and that there was no danger.
So she went. The result? Chapter 65, her story. The result? Shortly after the two entered the forest, they unfortunately encountered an ironback bear in the midst of its mutation process. Just imagine. 2 kids raised in the city, suddenly confronted by a bear in the wild, a monstrous, snarling beast at that. What would their reaction be? What could they possibly do? Run. Exactly. When faced with an insurmountable danger, the first instinct is to run. Her cousin did just that. The bear, still immobilized in its transformation, merely glanced at her and her cousin before letting out a low growl. Without hesitation, her cousin abandoned her and ran off. Being several years younger than her cousin, a little girl alone in such a situation, if she couldn't run fast enough, it seemed there was nothing she could do but cry. Yang Fingyi still remembered how her legs had gone weak with fear, leaving her frozen to the spot. She could only lie on the ground and cry, watching her cousins retreating back. How she wished he'd take her with him. But he never even looked back. He broke his promise. If that monstrous bear had been able to move then, she wouldn't have lived to see today. Yet she was fortunate. She remained there, locked in a standoff with the monstrous bear for hours. Finally, exhausted from crying, she noticed the bear seemed unable to move. She began trying to stand up and run away. She failed several times. But time was temporarily on her side. After repeated attempts, she finally managed to stand up. She thought about the path she had come and wanted to run back to find her mother. But what path could a child possibly remember? She had been brought here by her cousin. She began to cry again. Then, in the distance, her mother's voice reached her. It was her mother. Mom had come looking for her. Her heart raced with both shock and joy. Shock that her mother had come looking, joy that she was safe. She had thought her cousin had gone to call someone to rescue her. She had wronged her cousin.
She walked toward the sound of her mother's voice, calling out loudly. Finally, she saw her mother, and her mother saw her too. But she wondered why she didn't see her aunt or cousin. Her cousin clearly knew where she was. Why hadn't he come? Why hadn't her aunt come either? Fong Fong. Her mother cried out her nickname, overcome with joy. Mom! She cried too. But just then, the strange bear, whether it had completed its transformation or been startled by her voice, stirred. The creature, motionless for so long, suddenly moved. With heavy, lumbering steps, it charged toward where she and her mother stood. To save her, her mother scooped her up and ran. But how could a woman possibly outrun a bear, a monstrous bear at that? The monstrous bear caught up with them in no time. And still, she saw no sign of her aunt or cousin. How she wished they would appear and save her and her mother. At the very moment the monster bear closed in, her mother did something to save her that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Mom set her down and urged her to run ahead, run as fast as she could. Dad was up ahead. She had to find him and bring him back to save them both. Mom would stay behind to fight the strange bear. At first, she refused to go, insisting on staying with her mother. Her mother hit her, scolded her, and urged her to go. In the end, she went. Little did she know that the lies her mother told her would become her final words. She ran and ran, but saw neither the father her mother had described nor her aunt and cousin. She began to cry again, thinking she hadn't run fast enough or far enough. Covered in mud, elbows and knees bruised, she refused to stop. Finally, she saw her father. At the very entrance where she and her mother had entered the mountains, her father and uncle had rushed over with their colleagues. Her father's face was filled with anxiety as he asked her, "Where is your mother?" Crying, she led her father, her uncle, and the other uncles and brothers back along the path to rescue her mother. Finally, beneath a tree, they found her mother. The terrifying bear was gone, leaving only her mother, clutching a stone in her hand, lying lifelessly nearby, critically injured and on the verge of death. The chaotic traces on the nearby ground hinted at the events that had unfolded here. Her mother, clinging to her last breath, glanced at her and her father one last time before passing away. Just then, Auntie appeared frantically, holding cousin's hand. Seeing her unharmed, she claimed to be overjoyed, but she couldn't hide her grief. She wept, wailed, and tugged at cousin, demanding he return her mother. Naturally, it all came to nothing. As she grew older, she learned more and more about what had happened that year. Eventually, she discovered that her cousin hadn't called for help at all. Instead, he and her aunt had hidden far away. Dad's arrival had been prompted by Mom's phone call. Young Fingy's mind played like a movie reel, endlessly replaying the image of her mother urging her to run for her life. Over a decade had passed, yet time hadn't erased the past. It had merely buried the memories deep, waiting for a moment to be triggered, only to replay them vividly before her eyes once more. Young Fingy hadn't recalled her past without reason. Just moments ago in the interrogation room, that man named Lu Yu had dared to claim he single-handedly took down 7 thugs one-on-one. His nonchalant demeanor instantly reminded her of her dear cousin. It was precisely that same confident, assured look on her cousin's face that had cost her her mother. And now, her cousin's entire family, including that aunt, were all living comfortably. Why? Lu Yu claimed he'd gone in with his own sister to help a classmate resolve trouble. The entire sequence of events was eerily similar to what she'd endured back then. Blind arrogance could be deadly. Young Fingy had wanted to ask Lu Yu several questions just now. Did he even understand what gang fights were? Did he grasp what those thugs were capable of when pushed to the brink? How could such a major incident end with just a single knife wound on his arm? She believed that when Lu Yu spoke these words, he likely hadn't considered that even if elite officers trained in combat techniques were dispatched now, let alone himself without firearms, the odds of overpowering 7 adult males armed with knives and iron clubs in such a confined space were extremely low. And that was assuming those 7 men weren't skilled fighters. If victory was truly the goal, there was only one way. The elite officer dispatched would be herself. Interrogation room. Lu Yu sat there idly waiting, feeling a bit bored. He wasn't afraid of what the officer had said earlier, because he hadn't broken any laws. A clear conscience fears no shadow. But sitting here doing nothing felt like a waste of life. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret and pity. Chapter 66, Inconsistencies in the Confession. The interrogation room was starkly minimalist: a table, chairs, iron bars for partitioning, and bare walls hung with police regulations. For 360-degree surveillance cameras were mounted in the corners of the ceiling. Beyond these essentials, nothing else existed. Want to check the time? Impossible. Want to play with your phone to kill time? Forget it. So, the experience of being held here was undoubtedly unpleasant. Only someone like Lu Yu, with his experience and certainty of not having broken the law, could maintain relative composure here. Anyone else would likely be panicking like a scared dog by now. I wonder how things are going with Sister and Yi Qingcheng. Are they facing similar situations? If they're both focusing on this same point, it'll be hard for me to conceal my martial artist identity. Lu Yu frowned as he pondered. The incident at Yi Qingcheng's home was something he hadn't anticipated. In his previous life, Yi Qingcheng was still attending school normally at this time. Surely her father hadn't brought this so-called brother Dao to her home to demand money by force.
Suddenly,
Lu Yu recalled what Brother Knife had told him when he first arrived at Yi Qingqing's house. He said it was Qin Shan who claimed he had money, was willing to pay for Yi Qingqing, and would settle Qin Shan's debts.
that was it. No mistake.
This time around, by meddling in Yi Qingqing's life and world, he had altered the trajectory of certain events, leading to outcomes beyond his expectations.
He hadn't thought it through. Lu Yu couldn't help but silently curse himself twice. How could he have forgotten such basic logic?
If the police didn't believe their story now, judging by that female officer's attitude earlier, they probably wouldn't let them off so easily.
If they couldn't leave, the investigation would certainly continue.
When the time comes, his identity as a martial artist will be impossible to conceal. The fact that he possesses cultivation techniques will make him a target for everyone.
Dragging him into dangerous territory, those ambitious factions won't let him off the hook.
Yet there was no one else present. What should he do? Just as Lu Yu pondered his options, the interrogation room door opened. Entering were Yang Fengyi and Dong Gang, the two officers who had just questioned him, now holding two new documents. They took their seats.
Yang Fengyi asked calmly, "Have you decided? Are you going to tell the truth or keep making things up?" Dong Gang remained silent beside her. Lu Yu frowned. This female officer's tone was as uncomfortable as ever.
"Your sister and your classmates' statements have come in. They match what you said, but they also contain the same issues. They can't provide a single reasonable explanation for your actions," Yang Fengyi continued.
Lu Yu's frown deepened.
"Your situation is simple if you keep it simple, but it becomes incredibly complex if you complicate it.
You'd better think this through carefully before answering."
After finishing her speech, Yang Fengyi fixed her gaze on Lu Yu and fell silent. Dong Gang discreetly nudged Yang Fengyi's arm beneath the table, hoping to prompt her to tone down the obvious emotion in her words. But Yang Fengyi paid him no mind.
Dong Gang felt a headache coming on.
As a veteran officer who had participated in the rescue of Yang Fengyi's mother years ago, he hadn't understood why she was upset during their first interrogation session. It wasn't until they stepped out of the interrogation room that Dong Gang suddenly recalled that incident. Because of Yang Fengyi's cousin, she had not only been traumatized for life but had also lost her mother forever. Ever since, she seemed to grow increasingly radical, unable to tolerate those who were incompetent yet full of empty words and hollow promises. His own well-behaved niece must have mistaken Lu Yu for someone like her cousin. Understanding this reason, he felt he needed to gently rein in Yang Fengyi's emotions. But now, it seemed she was spiraling out of control. Sitting across the iron bars, Lu Yu had no idea about Yang Fengyi's experiences or story. He only felt that she was being overly aggressive, as if she stood on a moral high ground, judging him.
At this very moment, Lu Yu felt thoroughly annoyed. "You can take your time thinking it over here. Come talk to us whenever you've made up your mind. As long as the hospital's injury assessment hasn't been released yet, you still have a chance." Yang Fengyi said coolly, "But if the injury assessment results come back and contradict your statements, things will get complicated. You might have to spend the night here. And if the statements from those 7 people also differ significantly from yours." Her words abruptly ended. Any normal person could hear the veiled threats in her tone. She was practically laying her cards on the table. Before Lu Yu could respond, Yang Fengyi glanced at her watch, lifted her head slightly, and said, "You have about 10 minutes left." "That's barely the length of a song," Lu Yu muttered under his breath. Dong Gang? Yang Fengyi? Meanwhile,
in another interrogation room, 2 officers were conducting routine questioning with Yi Qingqing.
Yi Qingqing watched the 2 officers return and hurriedly asked, "Officers, may we leave now?"
"Well."
One officer hesitated. The other officer took over, addressing Yi Qingqing, "Your statement doesn't raise any major issues."
"Then what is?"
Yi Qingqing pressed.
The officer paused to consider before replying, "Your classmate has some issues."
Yi Qingqing froze. "My classmate? Lu Yu?" Meanwhile,
Lu Jinyu asked nearly identical questions to Yi Qingqing and received the same answer. Lu Yu was the problem.
"What's wrong with my brother?" Lu Jinyu frowned.
"Your statements claim your brother took down 7 men single-handedly. After reviewing your accounts, the higher-ups found some inconsistencies and are now verifying the details," an officer explained.
"What the hell? We're telling the truth. Do you think we're all lying?" Lu Jinyu demanded.
The officer clarified, "It's not that we think you're lying. There are just some discrepancies in your descriptions. Once we verify everything, you'll be free to go."
"How exactly do you verify it's fine?" "Once the medical reports for the 7 people you injured come back and match your accounts, that'll be sufficient." Lu Jinyu frowned slightly.
"Fine. Since you say we have to wait, we'll wait. But I have a request."
"Go ahead," the officer replied.
"I request legal counsel to assist with the investigation," Lu Jinyu stated. The officer froze.
"What?"
Chapter 67, His name is Qin Shan. Lu Yu sat in the interrogation room, wondering how his sister and Yi Qingqing were faring.
He could only imagine how anxious they must be.
But at this moment, Lu Yu was powerless. He couldn't exactly storm into the Suxian police station and cause a scene like Neza disrupting the heavens, could he? The police department was still an extremely important organization dedicated to maintaining order and upholding the rules. Even if Lu Yu were foolish, he wouldn't dare confront them head-on. That would be courting trouble. Still, he had gleaned some crucial information from the female officer earlier.
Although they had identified inconsistencies in his statements, they couldn't actually do anything to him.
On the contrary, they needed more evidence to prove their conclusions were correct.
That evidence lay in the medical examination of Brother Knife and the others.
As long as the findings didn't contradict Lu Yu's account significantly, he and his two companions would be in the clear. If the results pointed otherwise, trouble would follow. Understanding this, Lu Yu felt surprisingly calm. After all, what he had just stated was largely factual. The injuries on Brother Knife and his 6 companions would only differ slightly from his account. It was impossible for them to be wildly inaccurate. Now, Lu Yu only needed to remain calm and composed, waiting patiently. He would naturally be released.
And so, Lu Yu said nothing more.
He and Yang Fengyi and Dong Gang simply stared at each other, waiting. Yang Fengyi noticed this and subtly furrowed her brow, though she said nothing.
The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Time ticked by second.
Finally, the interrogation room door swung open. A young police officer strode in, holding a stack of documents. All 3 turned to look. The young officer approached Yang Fengyi and Dong Gang, saluted, and said, "Chief Yang, Chief Dong.
Did you bring the items?" Yang Fengyi asked. The young officer nodded immediately.
"Yes, I have." He then took the documents from his hands and handed them to Yang Fengyi. "You may go," Yang Fengyi said as she took them.
"Yes, sir."
The officer saluted again and turned to leave. Yang Fengyi took the documents expressionlessly and began flipping through them.
Dong Gang didn't disturb her. Lu Yu certainly had nothing to fear.
He was the one who had struck them, and he knew exactly what state they were in.
Unless someone had secretly kicked those men a few extra times afterward, their injuries would undoubtedly match his expectations.
Yang Fengyi scrutinized the injury report. It detailed the injuries sustained by Knife Brother and the other 6 men, the locations, the force applied, the probable weapons used, and more. Moreover, each individual injury report concluded with a brief analysis of how the injuries were likely inflicted, lending the entire medical assessment an air of professionalism. Yang Fengyi intended to use this injury assessment report to humiliate Lu Yu. But as she read through it, she was stunned to discover that the contents matched almost exactly what Lu Yu had just described, with hardly any discrepancies. Her earlier speculation that others might have been present to assist Lu Yu was completely overturned. The analysis in the injury assessment report stated that the injuries sustained by all 7 individuals were inflicted by a single person.
What did this mean?
It meant either Lu Yu was telling the truth that he had fought all 7 men one-on-one and defeated them, or someone else had accomplished this feat. But, how could that person have done it? Could that person be, like herself? Yang Fengyi was utterly perplexed. Seeing Yang Fengyi silently studying the report for a while, Lu Yu felt even more certain there was no issue. He asked, "Officer, is there a problem with that thing?" He was referring to the injury assessment. Yang Fengyi paused, glancing at Lu Yu. A faint smile played at the corners of Lu Yu's mouth.
"Captain Yang, what do you think?" Dong Gang asked.
Yang Fengyi fixed her gaze on Lu Yu, her eyes narrowing slightly.
"How did that person manage it?" "What do you mean, that person?" "You know exactly who I'm talking about." Lu Yu was completely baffled. "What are you talking about?" Yang Fengyi was about to speak again when Dong Gang quickly pulled her aside and whispered urgently, "If the injury assessment comes back clean, release him. Holding him too long without cause will cause problems." Yang Fengyi's expression darkened. Lu Yu stared in surprise. How could this person be so unpredictable, one moment smiling cheerfully, the next looking dark enough to devour someone? He hadn't even gotten angry yet. But then again, what did she mean by that person? Could it be? Lu Yu suddenly considered a possibility. Just as Dong Gang feared Yang Fengyi might act recklessly, and Yang Fengyi's composure was on the verge of shattering, Lu Yu looked at the two of them and suddenly smiled. "Oh, right. You were asking me about that person earlier, weren't you?" Yang Fengyi and Dong Gang both froze in surprise. "If you release me, I might consider telling you," Lu Yu said with a smile. "But even if you don't, it doesn't matter. You can't keep me here any longer anyway. Before I leave, I can tell you." Yang Fengyi frowned slightly. "What kind of scheme are you cooking up?" Lu Yu shrugged indifferently. "Nothing much. Just talking for fun." Yang Fengyi's expression darkened again. Dong Gang murmured a warning from the side, "Captain Yang, without solid evidence, we really can't keep them detained here any longer. Otherwise, it would be a serious violation of regulations." Hearing this, Yang Fengyi's frown tightened momentarily before slowly easing with a hint of resignation. Though they possessed certain special powers to handle matters, their authority wasn't unlimited. They had to follow procedures and adhere to regulations. "Release them," Yang Fengyi said before turning and walking out. Dong Gang watched this unfold and let out another soft sigh. Lu Yu, having noticed that Yang Fengyi bore a resemblance to someone he once knew, had been observing her closely. Though he couldn't quite place her yet, he caught the subtle expression on Dong Gang's face, which only deepened his curiosity.
Dong Gang approached Lu Yu, loosened his restraints, and patted his shoulder. Young man, your case is closed. You're free to go. Take care of your injuries and don't get involved in such dangerous business again.
Thanks, Lu Yu replied, finding Dong Gang rather likable. You're welcome. Study hard for the college entrance exams, get good results, and bring honor to our Rougeau. Dong Gang chuckled.
As the two walked out of the interrogation room and down the corridor, they spotted Yang Fengyi moving slowly ahead, seemingly lost in thought.
Dong Gang tried to steer Lu Yu toward the other side.
Lu Yu deliberately moved toward Yang Fengyi and finally stopped in front of her. Yang Fengyi turned her head, her expression calm.
Dong Gang's expression darkened, and he reached out to pull Lu Yu away. Didn't you just ask me who took down those 7 men?
I said I'd tell you. Lu Yu smiled at Yang Fengyi.
You guessed right. It really wasn't me.
And the person who actually did it isn't hard to guess at all.
His name is Qin Shan. Chapter 68, we'll meet again. What? Qin Shan?
Yang Fengyi and Dong Gang froze on the spot.
Wasn't this the gambling addict father of Yi Qingcheng?
And he was the one who brought the men there. How could he have attacked someone, and even won? Lu Yu wasn't surprised by their reactions at all.
He laughed, it was indeed him. Even I didn't expect my classmate's father to be such a skilled fighter. My injuries were actually just accidental collateral damage from their struggle. Then why didn't you tell the truth during the police statement? Dong Gang pressed.
Lu Yu spread his hands helplessly.
I had no choice. My classmate's dad specifically instructed us not to mention his involvement.
He has a criminal record and feared you wouldn't believe us, plus he wanted to avoid trouble. So he pinned all the credit on me.
Officer, you understand, with my classmate's dad making that demand, what bargaining power could a kid like me possibly have? Listening to Lu Yu's explanation, Dong Gang put himself in the boy's shoes. He realized that if Lu Yu's story was true, then everything suddenly made perfect sense. Though they hadn't met Qin Shan, he was at least an adult male. Compared to Lu Yu, a child barely out of adolescence, Qin Shan's involvement seemed more plausible. Captain Yang, what do you think?
Dong Gang hesitated for a moment before asking. Yang Fengyi stared at Lu Yu, finding this explanation equally implausible. It contradicted Lu Yu's earlier account of the interrogation. He had initially claimed Qin Shan had brought those men to collect gambling debts. Now, how had he suddenly transformed into the savior who rescued Lu Yu and the others? If you don't believe me, you can investigate it yourself. Perhaps you'll uncover some results? Lu Yu finished with a smile, paying no heed to whether Yang Fengyi believed him or not, and turned to leave.
Dong Gang watched the scene unfold, glancing between Yang Fengyi and Lu Yu.
Hesitating for a moment, he then gave chase. He still needed to complete the final procedures for Lu Yu's departure.
Just as Lu Yu and Dong Gang were about to disappear around the corridor corner, Yang Fengyi's voice suddenly called out from behind them. Lu Yu.
Lu Yu froze at the call, halting his steps to look back.
Yang Fengyi spoke calmly, we will meet again. We'll meet again? What did that mean? Did she want to see him again?
Lu Yu stared at her, blinked, and without giving it much thought, turned and left with Dong Gang.
A few minutes later,
after completing the exit procedures, Lu Yu finally spotted his sister and Yi Qingcheng in the police station lobby. Seeing the faint traces of anxiety between their brows, he could guess how the two women had been feeling. As soon as Lu Yu emerged, Lu Jinyu and Yi Qingcheng rushed over.
Little brother, are you okay? Lu Jinyu immediately tried to check his body.
Lu Yu flushed slightly and took a small step back.
Sis, I'm fine. Frowning, Lu Jinyu grabbed his injured arm firmly. How could you be fine? That wound only got basic treatment, no stitches or antibiotics. What if it gets infected?
Lu Yu felt a wave of warmth wash over him.
Sis, I'm really fine. How about you guys? Did they do anything to you? Lu Jinyu examined his arm as she replied, they didn't say anything, but they just don't believe us.
That's all. I'm tempted to hire a lawyer to help.
Waiting around like this is driving me crazy. Hearing this, Lu Yu thought to himself, I guessed right again. What about Qingcheng? Lu Yu asked.
Huh? Yi Qingcheng snapped back to reality, looking at Lu Yu.
It's fine. We didn't do anything wrong. The police chief won't give us trouble.
We've caused you and your sister so much trouble. Before Lu Yu could respond, Lu Jinyu turned to Yi Qingcheng, slipped her arm through hers, and smiled.
What trouble? We're family now. Helping each other is only natural.
Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She understood perfectly what Lu Jinyu meant, but it all still felt like a dream. Things were moving too fast. Seeing this, Lu Yu immediately nudged his sister.
Sis. Alright, enough about that. Lu Jinyu smiled, dropping the subject. Now that everything's settled, shall we head out? Lu Yu had no objections.
Yi Qing naturally had nothing to add either. After bidding farewell to Dong Gang, Lu Yu and the others got into the car and left the police station. The trio headed straight for the hospital without stopping anywhere else.
What for? They went for a checkup.
Lu Yu had sustained more severe injuries, and Yi Qingcheng also had some bruises that needed to be examined by a doctor. They underwent thorough examinations and received proper treatment. By the time everything was settled and they finished eating, dusk was approaching.
The trio finally arrived at the hospital. Lu Jinyu bought some fruit and drinks, visited Yi Qingqing's mother, and then sat on a hospital bench chatting casually.
Yi Qingqing looked sincerely at Lu Yu and Lu Jinyu.
Lu Yu's sister, thank you both so much for today. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have known what to do. It's nothing, sis.
Even if you weren't my brother's girlfriend, if we had the means to help in a situation like this, we'd step in anyway, Lu Jinyu replied with a smile. Yi Qingqing felt a bit shy as she looked at Lu Jinyu.
I don't even know how to repay you. When you have the means someday, repay us then. No worries, Lu Yu chimed in. Exactly. Lu Jinyu nodded in agreement. Yi Qingqing's eyes stung with tears.
She was deeply moved.
How many years had it been since she'd met people who genuinely cared for her and her mother?
Lu Yu and his sister had contributed money, effort, and nearly risked their lives.
If they were willing to go this far, what did it matter if they harbored ulterior motives?
Besides, she possessed nothing but her own person, nothing of value for anyone to covet.
Once I have money, I will repay you first. I promise. Yi Qingqing vowed.
Lu Jinyu waved her hand.
We can discuss that later. Right now, the most important thing is to take care of you and your mother. My mother and I?
Yi Qingqing froze slightly.
Lu Jinyu nodded. Exactly. You can't stay where you were living anymore. If your father was capable of doing something like this today, he might do even worse things later. Staying there would be dangerous. You need to move.
Yi Qingqing's eyes dimmed slightly at the news. She understood staying there was unwise, but she only had the 2,000 yuan she'd borrowed from Lu Yu last time. Beyond that meager sum, she had nothing else.
Moving and renting a new place required money.
Her mother was still hospitalized, and she needed to save for that too. She couldn't afford to spend recklessly. Where could a student like her possibly find that much money?
Chapter 69 Discussion.
After hearing his sister's words, Lu Yu instantly understood her meaning. Truthfully, he'd been pondering this very issue all the way over, but his sister had beaten him to broaching the subject.
Qingqing, my sister's right.
If you and Auntie stay there, it might not be safe. It'd be better to find a new place. Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Yi Qingqing's face clouded with unease.
Lu Jinyu noticed this and smiled. Don't worry about the cost.
I happen to know a friend who does moving services. It won't cost much. Plus, when I went downstairs today, I saw a rental listing in our complex. Listen, sis, let me tell you, the apartments in our neighborhood are really affordable.
And it's gated, so not just anyone can come and go. It's very safe.
If you don't mind living relatively close to us, talk it over with your aunt.
If she agrees, you can move there. I'll take you there. If you'd rather not, that's fine too. I can show you other complexes.
That way, even if your dad finds out where you and Auntie are staying, he won't be able to do anything about it.
What do you say? Yi Qingqing was flattered and surprised.
Sis, you really don't need to go to all this trouble. My family has already caused you enough trouble.
If I ask for more help, I'm afraid I'll never be able to repay you in this lifetime.
Sis, about that repayment thing I already told you earlier.
We're family, there's no need for formalities. Besides, since we've run into each other, why not help when we can? What if I need your help someday? Lu Jinyu smiled.
Yi Qingqing felt deeply touched. She knew that when Lu Jinyu asked for her help, it was purely to comfort her. What could she possibly do for her sister? Her sister was so successful. Just then, Lu Yu chimed in, that's right, Qingqing.
Let's settle this matter here and now. No more excuses. If you keep refusing, we'll just follow my sister's suggestion, okay? Yi Qingqing hesitated. Alright, then it's settled. Lu Jinyu didn't give Yi Qingqing a chance to refuse. How about this? Little sister, ask Auntie later, and then we'll get everything settled today? Otherwise, you won't have anywhere to go.
Yi Qingqing froze, about to speak.
Lu Jinyu continued, if we don't handle it today, you can stay at my place tonight. I'll be home myself. If you don't mind, my bed can fit 2 people, though it might be a bit cramped.
Yi Qingqing hurriedly protested, no, sis.
How could I possibly impose on your family? Let's just get this done today.
She genuinely dreaded owing Lu Yu and his sister any more favors.
Lu Jinyu smiled at her words. Alright, let's do it then.
A few troublesome matters were settled in a few words among the 3 of them. Lu Yu looked at his older sister with renewed respect. He wasn't sure if it was because he hadn't known her well before, or if it was simply that as his own experiences grew, his sister seemed different from the person he remembered.
Just then, Lu Jinyu noticed her younger brother watching her. She blinked and whispered to Lu Yu, what do you think? Pretty impressive, huh?
Lu Yu silently gave her a thumbs up.
She's amazing.
Hearing this, the smile on Lu Jinyu's beautiful face grew even wider.
But sis, why didn't you ask me why before letting me spend money like that? This is so sudden and complicated.
Lu Yu suddenly asked as they walked to pick up Yilan's test results.
Lu Jinyu smiled faintly. There are a few reasons.
Lu Yu perked up his ears.
First, I'm your sister. It's my duty to look out for you because we're family. Second, you're an adult now. You should understand what you're doing and don't need me nagging you all the time. As for the third reason. Lu Jinyu paused, then laughed. I think that girl is quite pretty. She's good to you and seems very filial. Her character must be decent. If she marries you, she probably won't treat you or mom and dad too badly. Anyway, your big sister here likes her and is quite satisfied. Hearing his sister's words, Lu Yu finally understood her perspective. Today was the first time his sister had met Yi Qingcheng, and she wasn't particularly familiar with her. Yet after spending just half a day with her, she could offer such a high evaluation. It was clear how much she approved of Yi Qingcheng. So that's how it is. Lu Yu scratched his head. What else could it be? Lu Jinyu countered before adding, but once you've handled this matter, you should put it aside for now. Focus on acing the upcoming college entrance exams. I know your grades have always been solid, but at this critical juncture, you can't afford to slack off or underestimate the challenge. Don't leave yourself with regrets. Romance can wait until after the exams. A wave of warmth washed over Lu Yu as he nodded. Got it, sis. Good. I won't waste words on this anymore. Just keep it in mind. With that, Lu Jinyu dropped the subject. When Lu Jinyu and her brother returned to the ward with Yilan's test results and details, Yi Qingcheng had just finished briefly explaining the situation to Yilan. Of course, Yi Qingcheng made no mention of Qin Shan bringing men to their home today, intending to kidnap her for ransom. After hearing her daughter's explanation, Yilan voiced no objections whatsoever. She wholeheartedly supported her daughter's decision to move to a new place and showed no resistance to divorcing Qin Shan. She was willing to cooperate with whatever her daughter's classmates and friends could arrange. Yi Qingcheng clasped her mother's hands tightly and nodded firmly. Mom, don't worry. I'm grown up now. Good, good. Yilan paused, then nodded repeatedly. Just then, Lu Yu and his sister walked in. Hello, Auntie. The siblings greeted her simultaneously. Yilan and her daughter looked over. Yilan's face softened into a smile. Having just seen Lu Jinyu and her brother, she said, Hello, please sit down, sit down. As she spoke, Yilan braced herself against the bed, attempting to sit up to get a better look. But the moment her bottom touched the mattress, an excruciating wave of pain forced her to halt her movement. Lu Yu quickly stepped forward. Auntie, no need to sit up. You're still injured. Just lie down. Oh. I feel bad then. Yilan tried twice but couldn't bear the pain. She could only smile at Lu Yu before lying back down. It's fine. Lu Yu returned the smile and turned to Yi Qingcheng. Qingcheng, about that matter. Yi Qingcheng immediately replied, I talked it over with my mom. She has no objections. It's fine. Lu Yu's heart stirred slightly as he looked at his sister. Lu Jinyu swept her gaze over the three of them, nodded, and smiled faintly. Then let's proceed as discussed earlier and resolve this matter as soon as possible. Chapter 70, Midnight Passion. With the matter settled and no further objections, it was time to move forward. Lu Jinyu's personality shared certain similarities with Lu Yu's. Both were impulsive and fiery in their actions. After chatting briefly with Yi Qingcheng's mother, she quietly instructed the nurse to keep an eye out for Qin Shan causing trouble. Not only that, Lu Jinyu bought several cups of milk tea for the nurses at the station, asking them to keep an eye on Yi Qingcheng's mother and leaving her contact number. All this was arranged after confirming Yilan had no objections. Lu Jinyu then pulled her brother aside to handle these matters, leaving Yilan and her daughter some private time together. Watching his sister handle these matters, Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how meticulous she was, far more attentive to detail than he ever was. It wasn't that Lu Yu hadn't considered doing these things himself, but he hadn't expected his sister to get involved today. Yet here she was, seemingly just as familiar with these matters as he was. What his sister did was almost identical to what he had intended to do. This surprised Lu Yu greatly. Don't look at your sister like that. She's no fool. Back in our college entrance exam year, I was the top scholar in Ruzhou. Lu Jinyu shot Lu Yu a glare as she said this. Lu Yu froze for a moment, suddenly recalling his sister's heroic feat from years ago. Every college entrance exam was like 1,000 soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. Only the truly exceptional could stand out in such a grueling competition. Lu Yu vaguely recalled that his sister was actually the first female top scorer in Ruzhou City. Sis, you're absolutely right. Lu Yu nodded in agreement after hearing her words. Lu Jinyu smiled with satisfaction and said no more. By the time they finished their business at the hospital, night had fallen completely. The three of them grabbed a quick bite to eat before leaving the hospital to look at apartments. Lu Jinyu had already arranged the viewing with the landlord while in the car. It was a place very close to Lu Yu's home, in the same residential complex but a different building. It seemed quite suitable for Yi Qingcheng and her mother to live together. Yi Qingcheng had no objections and agreed to go see it. The subsequent steps were tedious and mundane, so they'll be skipped for now. Essentially, it involved viewing properties, selecting one, finalizing the payment, and arranging for movers to transport all of Yi Qingcheng's belongings to the new place. The process went smoothly without any hiccups, progressing quickly. Since the previous tenants had just vacated, the place was clean and only needed a quick tidy before moving in. With Yi Qingqing's belongings being minimal, everything was transported to the new home in under an hour.
After the movers left, the three of them stood in the newly rented 2-bedroom apartment.
Yi Qingqing looked at Lu Yu and Lu Jingyu with gratitude.
Lu Yu, sister, I'm truly grateful for everything today.
Without your help, I don't know what I would have done. Lu Jingyu smiled. You're welcome, little sister.
Seeing Yi Qingqing's evident relief, Lu Yu's face softened into a smile, though he remained silent. I'll remember this, Yi Qingqing said, bowing slightly to them. No need for further words.
Sister and Lu Yu will come to know exactly what kind of person I, Yi Qingqing, am. Not a bit worried about that, huh? Lu Jingyu chuckled. Glancing at the time, she added, it's getting late. We've all been busy today, and you must be exhausted. We won't keep you. Get some rest.
If you feel uneasy staying alone tonight, just call me.
You can come sleep with me, or I can come sleep with you. As long as we're in this complex, it's perfectly safe. Alright. Yi Qingqing's face flushed slightly as she gave a gentle nod. Alright, we'll be heading out now. Lu Jingyu nodded and signaled to Lu Yu, let's go. Alright. Lu Yu turned to Yi Qingqing. Get some rest. I'll be going now. With that, Lu Yu turned to leave.
Yi Qingqing watched Lu Yu's retreating figure and suddenly blurted out, wait.
Lu Yu and Lu Jingyu both stopped almost simultaneously, turning to look back. I need to talk to Lu Yu, Yi Qingqing said. Lu Yu froze. Lu Jingyu, however, seemed to understand immediately. She smiled and said, alright, go ahead.
I'll wait for him downstairs.
Sorry, sis. No problem. Lu Yu looked at Yi Qingqing, blinked, and asked, what's wrong? Yi Qingqing's gaze shifted nervously, avoiding Lu Yu's eyes as she stammered, Lu Yu felt a twinge of confusion but said nothing, simply watching Yi Qingqing. Something hard to say?
In that instant, Yi Qingqing's face flushed crimson, like the glow of the setting sun.
What?
Lu Yu froze, momentarily bewildered. Yi Qingqing held her breath for a long moment before lifting her head to look at Lu Yu again.
She whispered softly, it's nothing. Lu Yu. If nothing's wrong, I'll head out then? You have my number anyway, and we live close now. If you run into any trouble, just give me a call, okay? After a moment of silence, Lu Yu broke the awkwardness. Yi Qingqing nodded. Okay. Alright then, I'll be going.
Lu Yu smiled as he finished speaking, then turned to leave.
A long time passed. Yi Qingqing lowered her head slightly, murmuring in a clear, melodious voice just loud enough for herself to hear. Lu Yu, do you genuinely not know, or are you pretending not to know what I'm thinking, what I want to do?
Downstairs, Lu Yu spotted his sister sitting on a bench, devouring an ice cream cone. She sat there alone, eating while watching the passers-by with genuine interest, looking perfectly at ease. Whenever she spotted a child passing by or a group of kids running past, the smile on her face grew even brighter.
Sis. Lu Yu called out, striding over. Sit.
Lu Jingyu patted the empty seat beside her with her pale, delicate hand. Lu Yu sat down at her invitation. Lu Jingyu then picked up a plastic bag from the chair beside her and handed it to Lu Yu.
What's this? Lu Yu glanced at it. Ice cream. Lu Jingyu replied. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow and smiled instantly. Sis, you really have a childlike spirit. Lu Jingyu shot Lu Yu a look, having childlike enthusiasm just for eating ice cream? I meant your mindset, Lu Yu clarified.
Lu Jingyu pondered for a moment, then dropped the subject. Taking a bite of her ice cream, she asked, what did your little girlfriend want to talk to you about? Lu Yu pulled another ice cream from the plastic bag, tore open the wrapper, and began eating as he mumbled, nothing much.
We just hung out for a bit, then I left. What a shame.
I was hoping for a little midnight romance, Lu Jingyu said with a hint of regret, then suddenly dropped a bombshell.
Lu Yu. Chapter 71, Late Night Chat with Big Sis.
His sister's remark nearly made Lu Yu cough up the ice cream he'd just swallowed.
Sis, Qingqing isn't that kind of person. Lu Yu tried to explain. Then are you? Lu Jingyu countered. Lu Yu. Lu Jingyu shot him a glance and burst out laughing. I was just joking, sis. Why are you so tense? Lu Yu. A joke? This joke wasn't funny at all. One wrong move and it could backfire. Calm down.
I just complimented you on how grown-up you look tonight.
How come a couple of words scared you like that? Lu Jingyu took a bite of her ice cream and asked with a smile. Lu Yu admitted it was a good question worth serious consideration.
Seeing her younger brother stumped for an answer, Lu Jingyu dropped the teasing. She watched the passers-by with relish before changing the subject.
Hey, little bro, is there something you want to tell me?
Lu Yu froze at her words, his ice cream spoon suspended mid-air. No need to hide it from me, I can tell, Lu Jingyu continued. A lot of what you did today was beyond what I expected from you.
I'm waiting for your explanation. Lu Yu paused, blinked, and smiled. Sis, I wasn't trying to hide anything.
I meant to tell you at lunch, but then all these unexpected things happened.
I got sidetracked and didn't get around to it. What exactly did you want to tell me? Lu Jingyu glanced at Lu Yu curiously.
Lu Yu mimicked his sister's posture, gazing ahead as he took a bite of his ice cream.
Sis, do you believe in the end of the world? Ha? Lu Jinyu froze for a moment before replying. How does that relate to what you wanted to tell me? Yes. Lu Yu nodded. Yes? The end of the world?
Lu Jinyu repeated the words to herself several times, unable to fathom how what Lu Yu wanted to discuss could possibly connect to the apocalypse. She urged, go on. If there's less than a month left before the end of the world, a massive catastrophe will strike the entire planet.
Not only will terrifying monster hordes attack human cities, but the weather and environment will undergo violent upheavals.
Scarce resources will become even more scarce, and energy will be nearly impossible to extract.
So, would you be willing to start preparing for the disaster right now? Lu Yu asked. Lu Jinyu's mouth opened, her face frozen in shock.
Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Just as Lu Yu had anticipated, even someone as strong as his sister was deeply shaken. After all, his words carried an almost unbelievable element in a world currently enjoying an era of peace and prosperity. Who would believe someone suddenly declaring that prosperity was about to collapse? Lu Yu was absolutely certain of one thing: if he weren't her own brother, the words he'd just spoken would likely have her immediately driving him straight to a mental hospital for proper treatment. After hearing Lu Yu's mind-bending speech, Lu Jinyu fell silent for a full 5 or 6 minutes. Once she had processed it all, she turned to look at Lu Yu. Her gaze was intensely complex, tinged with deep concern for her brother's mental state.
Brother, she asked, do you even realize what you're saying? I do. Lu Yu nodded. Lu Jinyu pressed, and your evidence?
Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before suddenly pulling his phone from his pocket. He tapped the screen a few times and handed it to his sister.
Lu Jinyu didn't know what her brother intended, but she took the phone anyway.
Her beautiful eyes lowered as she looked at the screen. She saw it displayed a video, but the footage was dark and indistinct. She glanced back at Lu Yu, who gestured for her to play it. Half doubting, half curious about her brother's claim, Lu Jinyu tapped the play button. The phone screen showed a pitch-black night. By a small stream, a fawn was drinking water. The surroundings were quiet, with nothing unusual happening.
Lu Jinyu glanced at her brother.
He sat there calm and composed, his expression giving nothing away.
She could only turn her attention back to the playing video. Several seconds passed, and everything remained calm. Just as Lu Jinyu was about to ask her brother what this was, Lu Yu's startled cry suddenly pierced the video. Oh no, we've been spotted. Run!
Then, the screen suddenly shook violently. The person filming with the phone was running, or more accurately, fleeing for their life. A few seconds later,
human figures finally appeared in the frame.
The nighttime lighting wasn't ideal, making visibility worse than during the day, but Lu Jinyu recognized the figure instantly. It was Lu Yu.
But that wasn't the main point.
The crucial detail was that after the shaky footage of Lu Yu, the camera captured something else in the distance: a bizarre turtle on the ground, nearly as tall as an adult human.
Lu Jinyu had never heard of such a turtle.
Its appearance was savage, the saber-like teeth on its back so pronounced and prominent they resembled the blades of ancient swordsmen. Glinting coldly in the moonlight, there was no doubting the creature's dangerous nature.
Just as Lu Jinyu was wondering what species this could be, the video abruptly ended, plunging into darkness.
All that followed was the roar of an unidentified beast, mingled with the indistinct, chaotic sounds of two people talking.
Nothing else. After watching the video, Lu Jinyu was utterly shaken.
First, her brother had appeared there. Second, that ferociously vicious saber-toothed turtle. Seeing the monster's savage, man-eating gaze felt like her entire worldview had been overturned.
Where did you film this? Lu Jinyu demanded, holding the phone as she confronted Lu Yu.
Did you make this special effects video just to fool your sister?
Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Sis, why would I waste money making a fake video to trick you?
This footage was shot by me and Yin Xiaokuan in the Wanshan Mountains.
Everything you see is real. He can vouch for it. Yin Xiaokuan? Your best buddy and deskmate? Lu Jinyu had met Yin Xiaokuan before and vaguely remembered him. Yep. Lu Yu nodded. When did you go? Lu Jinyu asked. Lu Yu replied, last week. Look at the video, it has the date on it.
The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Yu was struck by an ominous feeling like he'd said the wrong thing. But it was too late to take it back now, because his sister had already clicked on the video's recording date and file size details, seeing the exact time. It was the very night Lu Yu had lied to their parents, saying he was staying at Yin Xiaokuan's house. Lu Jinyu remembered it vividly. Though it wasn't a weekend, her company dorm had lost water and power that night, so she'd gone home to stay. Noticing Lu Yu was absent, she'd asked their parents where her younger brother was. Their mother had replied that Lu Yu was staying at a classmate's house. Well done. You're getting bolder by the day. You lied to mom and dad about staying at a classmate's place, but instead you snuck off to the Wanshan Mountains to play around at 11 or 12 at night, didn't you? Lu Jinyu's face was as hard as iron as she grabbed her younger brother's ear and demanded. Chapter 72, you'll see a completely different new world. Ow ow ow. Sis, easy there. Lu Yu grimaced in pain but dared not truly resist his older sister. He hurriedly explained, Sis, I wasn't there to play. I went to prove something. Lu Jinyu showed no mercy in her grip, still tugging at Lu Yu's ear as she demanded, "Proof what? That the world is about to end? Sis, keep your voice down. What's the matter? You're certain this is real, yet you're afraid others will find out if you speak up?" "Yes." Lu Jinyu froze. Lu Yu looked at his sister and whispered, "Sis, before I told you this, only Yen Shokuan and I knew about it in the entire world. Now you're the third person." "The third person?" Lu Jinyu paused, studying her brother's expression. He looked serious, almost earnest, not like someone lying. Could this really be true? She found it hard to believe. The whole thing sounded utterly absurd even though she usually trusted her little brother implicitly. "Sis, you saw the video earlier. That mutated monster is the main force that will slaughter humanity in the future. It's going to cause a major catastrophe," Liu continued to explain in a low voice. "That thing?" Lu Jinyu recalled the mutated saber-toothed turtle from the video. It did look terrifying. Without weapons, dealing with such a creature would be incredibly difficult. But modern society was advancing at breakneck speed. Technology and weaponry were evolving daily, with powerful new arms emerging constantly. Wouldn't any of them make short work of this thing? Lu Jinyu calmed down slightly, her tone regaining composure as she withdrew her hand. "I admit that mutant turtle in your video looked pretty frightening. But no matter how terrifying it is, it's still flesh and blood, right? And since it's flesh and blood, it falls within the realm of living organisms. With the advanced thermal weapons we've developed now, we should be able to kill them 100 times over, shouldn't we?" Lu Yu couldn't help but admire his sister's quick thinking. She'd spotted the flaw so swiftly and even proposed a solution truly worthy of being his sister. But the scenario she described only held true under normal circumstances. "Sis, this apocalypse might be a bit different from the one you imagine," Liu said after a moment of thought. "How is it different?" Lu Jinyu asked. Liu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Sis, have you heard of spiritual energy revival?" "Spiritual energy revival? You know, like what they often write about in those online novels, the age of declining magic, the revival of spiritual energy, disasters erupting, gods descending to the mortal world. Have you heard of it?" Lu Yu explained, using terms he knew his sister would understand. "Ah." Lu Jinyu snapped her fingers in realization. "Oh, you mean that? Of course I know about it. Your big sis here reads novels too, okay? I may not read a lot, but I've definitely read 2 or 3 books of that genre." "Huh? I remember there was one on that site that was super well written. What was it called?" "Oh man, my memory's terrible, I totally forgot the title. But I still remember the story. It was about the main character who traveled to a parallel world and got cursed with a system. Every time he ate, he'd get hungry. If he stayed hungry, he'd automatically feel full. If he went hungry long enough, he'd eat himself to death. Whatever he did, the system did the opposite. Ha ha ha, reading that had me laughing so hard my stomach hurt. Bro, if you're planning to write a novel, I recommend you check this book out too. But don't be like that author leaving it half finished and never updating it again." Whether Lu Yu had accidentally triggered something or not, he seemed to have opened his sister's floodgates. She grew more and more animated as she spoke, her excitement building like a dam bursting, unleashing a torrent of words. Lu Jinyu was chattering away, utterly thrilled, when she turned to Lu Yu, about to say something else. Suddenly, she noticed her silent younger brother. His forehead was now covered in a dense, sudden rain of sweat beads falling relentlessly like a downpour, creating a truly spectacular sight. "Little brother? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Jinyu was startled, her concern evident as she hurriedly supported him and asked. "And no. I'm fine. Probably just caught a chill last night from sleeping without a blanket." Lu Yu swallowed hard, stiffly wiping his face with the back of his hand before forcing a smile. "Catching a chill?" Lu Jinyu frowned in confusion. "It's still May, isn't it? How could you catch a chill sleeping? It's scorching hot at night, you can't sleep without the AC blasting." Lu Yu. He suddenly realized that being too quick-witted wasn't always a good thing. If his sister kept reacting like this, he felt like he wouldn't be able to hide his underwear anymore. That novel his sister mentioned earlier? Lu Yu felt like it was describing him perfectly. Aside from the curse system being different from his own, every single detail matched him exactly. If it weren't for the fact that only he knew about his rebirth and system, he'd suspect his sister was also some kind of time traveler or reincarnated soul. "Little bro, are you still feeling unwell? Why did you suddenly stop talking?" Lu Jinyu looked at her brother, batting her pretty eyes as she asked in a crisp voice. "Uncomfortable?" He nearly spilled his entire secret. How could he possibly feel comfortable? He was drenched in sweat, for crying out loud. Lu Yu silently cursed under his breath, still shaken by the ordeal. He dared not voice his thoughts to his sister outright. Instead, he tugged at the back of his shirt to let some air in, hoping to evaporate the cold sweat faster. The summer evening breeze was dense and refreshing. The moment Lu Yu loosened his clothes, a chill shot up his spine, raising a dense layer of goosebumps across his skin and sending an involuntary shiver through him. When he finally recovered, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. It seemed his sister's words had genuinely startled him, sending his little heart into a flutter. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyu watched her brother's movements with an adorably dazed expression, her face etched with confusion. Even someone as sharp as her couldn't fathom what had gotten into her little brother. Liu snapped back to reality, recalled where he'd left off, and gathered his thoughts before steering the conversation back on track. Sis, the revival of spiritual energy is basically this concept. When it happens, our world will experience events just like those described in novels, only far more severe.
What do you mean? Lu Jinyu asked. Electromagnetic systems will fail, thermal weapons will become useless, biological enhancements will occur, everything we know about how the world operates will be completely rewritten. You'll witness a completely different new world. Lu Yu whispered. Chapter 73, It's Almost Beyond Control. A completely different new world. Lu Jinyu froze, murmuring to herself. Lu Yu nodded. Yes. When that time comes, many things we currently consider useful may become utterly useless. That's precisely why it will be the end of the world. Hearing this, Lu Jinyu furrowed her delicate brows and fell silent. She had assumed her brother was merely joking when he spoke to her like this, but she hadn't expected him to be serious. Where had he gotten this information? Lu Jinyu remained silent. But Lu Yu read the truth in his sister's eyes. Indeed. The source of the information was also a factor in determining its authenticity. When it came to his sister, he certainly wouldn't give the same excuse as his brother that he'd dreamed it. If he dared to say that, he'd likely be subjected to her wrath again. What should he say? After pondering for a long moment, Liu said, Sis, I can't prove to you right now where I got this information. All I can tell you is that it's true. It will happen within a month. You're that confident? Yes. Now it was Lu Jinyu's turn to be conflicted. On one hand was this outrageous news, on the other was her own flesh and blood. Logically speaking, she would never believe such claims. Yet the crux of her dilemma was this: the source of this information was her own brother. He had absolutely no reason to deceive her. After a moment of intense internal conflict, Lu Jinyu looked at Lu Yu and spoke slowly. Brother, normally I wouldn't waste my time on nonsense like this. But seeing how sincere you are, it's hard for me to refuse. So tell me, what's your purpose in sharing this with me? What do you want me to do? Hearing this, Lu Yu couldn't help but mentally give his sister a thumbs up. Not because she chose to trust him, but because she had instantly guessed his true intentions. Sis, I don't really have any ulterior motives. I just wanted to tell you about this so you'd be prepared. Also, once the great disaster begins, everything in the world will change. But our basic needs, food, drink, shelter, transportation, those won't change. So? Lu Yu lowered his voice. So you want me to invest? Lu Jinyu cut straight to the point. Lu Yu paused, then his eyes lit up. He thought to himself, talking with my sister is so refreshing. Just a hint, and she gets everything. It's effortless. Seeing Lu Yu didn't refute her, Lu Jinyu knew she'd guessed correctly. No matter what disaster strikes, beyond the disaster itself, the next critical factor is supplies and energy. Otherwise, even if you survive wave after wave of calamity, how could you possibly endure? This point, in truth, needed no guessing. Ha! Lu Jinyu exhaled softly, then asked, Brother, how exactly do you want me to help? How much money? What supplies? How much of each? Where should we store them? Lu Yu hurriedly replied, Sis, these details aren't urgent yet. After I meet my brother's parents tomorrow, we can discuss this. Your brother's parents? You plan to tell them about this too? Lu Jinyu paused, taken aback. Lu Yu nodded. Yes. The more people involved, the stronger our support. Without hesitation, Lu Jinyu offered, then, should I bring in a few more investors? I know some friends who are quite wealthy. Lu Yu suddenly interrupted sternly, No, sis. This matter mustn't be told to anyone. Lu Jinyu froze. Why? Lu Yu paused, then lowered his voice. Sis, the reasons are complicated. It's hard to explain clearly right now. All I can say is this: the disaster didn't erupt suddenly. It's been building up day by day, slowly brewing. Some people don't want everyone to know about it, so they've been forcibly suppressing the news. But now, it's about to break through the containment. Lu Jinyu froze on the spot. Meanwhile, deep within the 10,000 Immortals Mountains, the cold moon hung high, dotted with countless stars. Beneath the silvery moonlight, within a forest of towering ancient trees, nearly every branch held a dark figure crouched with knees drawn up, occasionally letting out agonized beast-like howls. The sounds were deep and powerful, like drums beating within the soul. One cry followed another, rising and falling in an unbroken chorus, like rolling thunder that shook the heart and made the earth tremble. 100 miles away from this place, on a nameless hill, a young man and woman had just slain a mutated wind wolf when they caught the faint echoes of the distant sounds. They froze, their gazes turning toward the source. These two were none other than Zhao Mingzhi and Meng Yan, the very individuals who had crossed paths with Lu Yu and Yin Xiaokuan that fateful night. Senior brother, that sound seems odd, not like a normal animal's cry, Meng Yan said in a low voice. Zhao Mingzhi's expression turned grave as he replied, Indeed it does. Moreover, I detect a trace of spiritual energy emanating from that direction. It's possible a beast is truly undergoing mutation. Spiritual energy was the key to a martial artist's cultivation and growth. Similarly, it was the source of power for ferocious beasts undergoing ancient transformation. Wherever spiritual energy was dense, strange beasts were sure to appear. Beyond the heightened sensitivity of fierce beasts and birds to spiritual energy enabling them to absorb it more readily, the locations where such dense spiritual energy manifests are inherently unpredictable. This essence of power seemed to arrive from another realm, emerging from nothingness only to vanish back into it, utterly unpredictable. Beyond attributing it to the revival of spiritual energy, there is no better explanation. This is precisely why the strange beasts appear endlessly, impossible to eradicate completely. Otherwise, if one could control the source of the spiritual energy, controlling these beasts would naturally follow. But what's even more troubling is that once these ferocious beasts and predatory birds successfully mutate, their reproductive capacity becomes astonishingly high. If you don't detect the traces of these mutated beasts immediately and eliminate them, their numbers will multiply exponentially every single day, truly terrifying. These days, the aberrant beasts are appearing with increasing frequency. Before, we might encounter one every week, but now we come across two in a single day. Mangyun frowned slightly. That's true, but it's unavoidable. Zhao Mingzhi kicked aside the mutilated remains of a beast lying on the ground and murmured, "No one can control where spiritual energy manifests. As patrol squad members, our duty is to monitor and handle situations within our jurisdiction. If we encounter anything beyond our capacity or notice any anomalies, we simply report them promptly to higher-ups." Chapter 74, Unusual Activity. There's nothing else we can do. Mangyun pondered for a moment before sighing. "Senior brother, let's hurry over and check it out. The commotion over there sounds significant. We can't afford to wait and risk something major happening that we'd be held responsible for." Agreed. Zhao Mingzhi had no objections. Without delay, they set off. Following the direction of the sound, Zhao Mingzhi and Mangyun sprinted forward without pausing, their speed astonishingly fast. But as they drew nearer to the source of the sound, the noise grew clearer, and they could even feel a faint tremor beneath their feet. Suddenly, Mangyun halted, her gaze fixed on the source of the commotion with a look of alarm. "Senior brother, something doesn't feel right. How could a mutated beast produce such a sound? Create such a disturbance?" Zhao Mingzhi now sensed the abnormality too and halted, his expression grim. "Something major might be happening. Call for backup immediately. This is beyond our handling." Mangyun wasted no time, immediately pulling out her phone and dialing a number. Zhao Mingzhi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, pulled out his own phone and dialed another number. A brief explanation is needed here. Within the Wanxian mountain range, there were 5 patrol teams, each consisting of 2 members. Zhao Mingzhi and Mangyun formed one of these teams. Each team was assigned a specific jurisdiction, tasked with monitoring and patrolling. Under normal circumstances, the 5 teams each handled their own responsibilities within their assigned areas, and there were rarely any major incidents. However, if they encountered a problem they couldn't resolve on their own, they could call for backup from other teams at any time. That was precisely what Zhao Mingzhi and Mangyun did now. Without hesitation, they immediately contacted teammates from the other 4 squads, relaying their exact location and declaring the situation an absolute emergency. Beyond that, Zhao Mingzhi also briefly relayed the situation here to higher-ups. For simple words, "Need backup." Only after completing these tasks did Zhao Mingzhi breathe a sigh of relief. Yet his heart remained heavy, for the sound emanating from that direction suggested a genuine threat. A pack of strange beasts might truly be lurking there. "Senior brother, did you notify them?" Mangyun asked. Zhao Ming replied, "Yes." Mangyun said, "Then let's go check it out first. If those beasts are still in the midst of their transformation, they should be easier to deal with. Kill one if we can." "Reasonable. Let's go." Zhao Mingzhi agreed without hesitation. Neither was new to missions. They were well versed in handling and responding to unusual situations. Otherwise, higher-ups wouldn't have dared send just the 2 of them into the mountains. After a brief discussion, Zhao Mingzhi and Mangyun immediately set off toward the source of the sounds. Another 10 minutes passed. Just as Zhao Mingzhi and Mangyun were about to reach their destination, the sounds abruptly ceased. The lingering scent of spiritual energy in the air vanished without a trace. A sense of foreboding gripped both Zhao Mingzhi and Mangyun, but now was not the time for such thoughts. They channeled their inner energy and finally reached the spot where the sounds had originated. The primeval forest. Now, the forest was utterly still, broken only by the faint chirping of insects. Beyond the fallen leaves on the ground and the towering trees, it seemed as if nothing else existed. Monster? Spiritual energy? Not a trace to be found. Damn it! We let all those beasts escape. Mangyun's face turned ashen as she gritted her teeth. Zhao Mingzhi didn't look much better either. He'd just called the other teammates and higher-ups requesting backup. Now, without even a single hair from those beasts to show for it, how was he supposed to explain this? And most crucially, with so many beasts gone, tracking them down one by one in these mountains to eliminate them would be an incredibly difficult task. He couldn't fathom it.
Typically, no more than 3 beasts would mutate at once. 2 was rare, and most times it was just 1. Normally, the spiritual energy released during an event wouldn't be enough to mutate so many beasts.
So why had the commotion been so immense just now?
If there were only 2 or 3 beasts, they couldn't possibly have caused such a commotion. Zhao Mingzhi and Mangyun stood alone amidst countless towering ancient trees, momentarily at a loss.
Senior brother, should we call them off?
There's no way we can handle this alone anytime soon. If they come to help us now, their own assigned area will be thrown into chaos. It'll be even harder to explain to the higher-ups. After a long silence, Mangyun was the first to regain her composure. She spoke softly to Zhao Mingzhi.
Zhao Mingzhi sighed and nodded. You're right. Let's call them.
Just as the senior and junior siblings were about to make the call, Mangyun's phone suddenly rang. Mangyun froze upon seeing the caller ID.
Who is it? Zhao Zhiming asked. Jiang Fengyu from Patrol Team 3. After saying this, Mangyun answered the call. Hello? Fengyu? I was just about to call you. Huh? What? You guys found a group of mutated beasts too? Okay. You handle it first, no need to come over. If you need help, call me.
While Mangyun was on the call, Zhao Mingzhi also received a call from Patrol Team 4. The message was simple and clear. While en route, they had suddenly encountered a large number of simultaneously mutated beasts. They were now pursuing the stragglers and might not be able to come to their aid.
Zhao Mingzhi should contact higher-ups to send reinforcements.
Before Zhao Zhiming and Mangyun could process this, the remaining 2 patrol teams called in with identical reports. If it had been 1 or 2 incidents, they could have been dismissed as accidents. But 5 patrol teams, all encountering the same phenomenon? Could this still be called an accident?
Zhao Zhiming and Mangyun exchanged a glance.
A sudden realization dawned on them both. The events they had encountered today were far from coincidental. Just then, Zhao Zhiming received a call from higher-ups.
It was Gu Hui, Deputy Director of the 2nd Inspection Division of Lake Province.
Zhao Zhiming answered, Director Gu.
Zhao, how's the situation over there? Can you handle it?
A cheerful, middle-aged man's voice came through the line. Not detecting anger in the tone, Zhao Zhiming paused before replying with a hint of guilt. Director Gu, those beasts are more cunning than I anticipated. By the time the 2 of us arrived, they had vanished without a trace.
There was a pause on the other end before the voice continued. They got away? That's to be expected. You're not the first to call me tonight. My phone's been ringing off the hook all night. What? Could it be happening elsewhere too? Zhao Zhiming asked, his expression one of disbelief. Chapter 75, Instructions. Yes. Guchu cut himself short.
Do your utmost to stabilize the situation in your respective sectors.
Headquarters just held an emergency meeting and will immediately reinforce areas reporting anomalies with additional personnel.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? Director Gu inquired.
Zhao Mingzhi shook his head.
No further questions, Director Gu. Alright, that's all. The call ended, and Mangyun immediately rushed to ask Zhao Mingzhi, Senior brother, what did the higher-up say?
Zhao Mingzhi snapped back to reality, looked at his junior sister, and after a moment's deliberation, replied, clear out the escaped beasts, reinforce the troops, and suppress them.
That's it? That's it. Mangyun pondered for a moment before asking, with so many beasts escaping this time, aren't we facing any punishment from headquarters? Zhao Mingzhi replied, no. It seems tonight's disturbance wasn't confined to our area alone.
Similar incidents occurred elsewhere as well.
Not in the 10,000 Immortals Mountains? Mangyun asked. Zhao Mingzhi nodded. Right. It might have been half of Lake Province.
The 2nd Patrol Division monitored the southern part of Lake Province, while the 1st Patrol Division covered the northern region. Ge had mentioned earlier that their phones were flooded with calls highly likely indicating similar incidents had occurred across the entire 2nd Division's jurisdiction. Mangyun furrowed her brow slightly. If that's the case, then the reports from the 4 patrol teams that called us back earlier must be entirely true? They also encountered large numbers of mutated beasts?
Exactly.
Even if they were lying to us, they wouldn't dare deceive higher-ups, and there's no reason for higher-ups to deceive me. Zhao Mingzhi nodded firmly. Mangyun's frown eased, but her expression darkened slightly. If that's the case, then the situation might be rather serious, at least far more serious than we previously imagined. Zhao Mingzhi immediately grasped the implication in his junior sister's words and tried to reassure her.
That's true. But since it's already happened, we have to deal with it.
Fortunately, these mutated beasts are likely only newly transformed and not very powerful. Now that they're scattered and fragmented, it actually gives us room to maneuver.
We can pursue and eliminate them while waiting for reinforcements from headquarters. Mangyun's expression remained unreadable. After a moment of silence, she turned to Zhao Mingzhi and asked abruptly, Senior brother, why do you think the higher-ups refused to make the spiritual energy revival public? Zhao Mingzhi froze.
Mangyun continued, it's true that our numbers as martial artists have grown compared to before.
But compared to the entire Great Xia Empire, this small force is still utterly insignificant.
Adding one ordinary martial artist might strain the already scarce spiritual energy, potentially preventing one or two powerful martial artists from emerging. But conversely, the spiritual energy required for those beasts to mutate would also be diluted, lowering their mutation probability. This means the chance of beasts appearing decreases, while the chance of them being discovered increases. We won't have to worry daily about overlooking a beast that mutates and grows stronger in secret, undetected. In emergencies like today's, we don't even have backup teams behind us. When anomalies arise, we have to call for help from other regions, and higher-ups must convene meetings to redeploy personnel. This is manageable for minor incidents, but what if a major crisis or urgent situation occurs? Even if some higher-ups want to monopolize resources or inherit their positions, what good will any of that be if the entire world ceases to exist? Zhao Mingzhi's expression shifted slightly. Junior's sister, don't be ridiculous. How could things be that serious? Senior brother, I'm talking about what if. Meng Yun protested. Zhao Mingzhi frowned slightly. You said it yourself, it's hypothetical, not something that actually exists. Ever since the spiritual energy unexpectedly revived 20 years ago, nearly every year someone has warned that these beasts might cause a catastrophe. But look now, has any catastrophe actually happened? Meng Yun fell silent. Zhao Mingzhi watched his junior sister's expression, feeling a headache coming on. Junior sister, the higher-ups never said they'd conceal this forever. They said they'd wait for an appropriate opportunity to reveal it. As long as each day brings progress toward a better future, isn't that enough? Meng Yun remained speechless for a moment. Finally, her expression gradually calmed. Facing the night breeze, she nodded slightly and murmured softly, let's hope so. A slightly aged residential complex. Downstairs, on a bench, Lu Jinyu watched Lu Yu, who looked dead serious, and couldn't help but feel something was off and also, almost burst out laughing. In her memory, she had never seen her younger brother speak to her with such solemn seriousness. Seeing him still watching her, Lu Jinyu felt awkward about laughing out loud in front of him, afraid it might hurt his feelings. She adopted an equally serious and solemn expression, deep in thought for a moment before she was about to speak. Lu Yu stared at his sister and said softly, sis, if you really can't hold it in, you can laugh. Really? Lu Jinyu froze, then burst into laughter on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yu. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha. Cut it out, sis. Enough already? You really think your little brother has no temper? Seeing his sister showing no signs of stopping, Lu Yu grew genuinely exasperated. He reached out and gave his older sister a shove, trying to stop her. But Lu Jinyu was already like a raging river, unable to hold back. Clutching her stomach, she laughed until tears streamed down her face. Little bro, how come I never noticed how adorable you are before? Lu Yu. He felt his fragile little heart take a 9,999 critical hit. Lu Jinyu laughed for quite a while, drawing the curious glances of passersby until she finally calmed down. Still, a beautiful smile lingered on her face. Lu Jinyu looked at Lu Yu and said softly, little brother, I don't know where you got this information, but seeing how serious you are about it, I choose to believe you. Anything you need help with, if it's within my power, I'll do my utmost. If it's beyond my reach, I'll find a way. As for the matter you asked me to keep confidential, I'll guard that secret. I won't tell a soul. Receiving this promise deeply moved Lu Yu. In the absence of any concrete evidence, his sister still believed in him. To anyone else, this would seem like utter nonsense, yet she stood firmly by his side. Sis, trusting me is the right call. I'd never lie to you. Lu Yu made his own vow, his voice hushed. And one more thing, sis, this must stay between us. Don't tell mom and dad yet. I'm afraid someone might slip up and draw unwanted attention. If that happens, we could be in real trouble. Lu Jinyu nodded firmly. Got it. Chapter 76, huh? A strapless dress? And so it was. The siblings sat on the bench downstairs, eating ice cream and chatting. The cool evening breeze swept by from time to time, relaxing both mind and body. Lu Yu tore open another ice cream wrapper, took a bite, and chewed thoughtfully as he spoke to his sister. Sis, I might be a bit selfish. I just want to focus on taking care of our family and myself first. Other matters I don't want to get involved, and I don't have the ability to anyway. He paused before adding, of course, if I ever gain enough strength and capability to make a difference, I'll do everything I can to save more lives. Lu Jinyu smiled faintly at his words. Time flowed like water, slipping away unnoticed. The siblings sat chatting about everything under the sun, and before they knew it, 2 or 3 hours had passed. Neither had noticed the time slipping away until they saw fewer and fewer people on the neighborhood streets, realizing it was getting late. When Lu Jinyu glanced at the time on her watch, she couldn't help but freeze in surprise. It had flown by. Sis, shall we call it a day for now? Lu Yu noticed his sister's reaction and asked immediately. Lu Jinyu lowered her hand, nodded at Lu Yu, and touched her cheek lightly. With a hint of regret, she said, yeah, we did talk a bit late today. I've already missed my beauty sleep window. Lu Yu finished the last bite of his ice cream, stood up, and said, hee, okay sis, let's head home then. Home. Lu Jinyu tidied up the trash and tossed it into the nearby bin. Back home. His sister went to take a shower, while Lu Yu returned to his room and began doing some prisoner fitness exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and so on. These exercises could build basic physical strength. While they couldn't match the body-tempering effects of spiritual energy cultivation, they helped practice controlling one's own body. Power. Everyone is captivated by this thing. The greater the power, the more intoxicating it becomes. But if you possess immense strength yet cannot control it well, then that formidable power will never truly serve you. In your most perilous moments, it will become your deadliest weakness. Lu Yu cherished the sensation of control, especially over his own body. That was why he loved training, for only then could he truly feel his body was his own. However, with the knife wound still on his arm, Lu Yu couldn't perform more intense movements. He could only do relatively low difficulty exercises, passing the time as he worked out. 71. 142. Lu Yu lowered himself to the ground, performing one-handed push-ups while silently counting in his mind. His body felt no strain whatsoever. Before cultivating that sliver of inner strength, he could manage a maximum of 20 in one go. But now, he pushed out over 100 in one breath, without even breaking a sweat. It felt like nothing, as if he hadn't done any at all. 223. 341. Lu Yu pushed through 500 reps in one go. Only then did he feel a hint of fatigue. It seemed his body had undergone significant changes due to cultivating the thread of inner strength, the development he had anticipated. He hadn't undertaken this exercise to strengthen his physique in the first place. If he had the time, he'd simply practice his cultivation. Instead, the results would be far more pronounced. He was purely killing time, waiting for the bathroom to free up so he could shower. 2 or 3 minutes later, Lu Yu had completed over 1,001 armed push-ups. His arms and chest finally began to tingle and ache slightly. Only then did he slow down, satisfied. Just as he prepared to stop, the arm supporting his weight suddenly went numb. He lost balance and accidentally bumped his injured arm. A sharp, electric-like sting shot from the wound in his arm throughout his entire body, causing him to flinch. Ugh! Lu Yu sucked in a sharp breath, grimacing in pain. The knife wound hadn't hurt much at first, but as time passed, the pain grew more intense. Ever since being slashed by that guy called Knife Brother, Lu Yu had been gritting his teeth through the agony. He didn't want Yi Qingcheng and his sister to worry, so he pretended everything was fine. But in truth, it hurt like hell. Lu Yu plopped down onto the ground, waiting for the wave of pain to subside. Suddenly, the memory of that man's knife attack from behind earlier that day flashed through his mind. At the time, Lu Yu had assumed the man was knocked unconscious from the fall and hadn't paid him any mind. He hadn't expected anyone to sneak up behind him, let alone that the man could still get back up. At this thought, Lu Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. Normally, he wouldn't make such a fatal mistake. He could have killed the man outright. But order still prevailed, and Yi Qingcheng and his sister were both nearby. Killing him would be one thing, but dealing with the aftermath would be troublesome. That's why Lu Yu had held back his strength when attacking, afraid of using too much force in killing those people. Little did he know that it was precisely because he held back that he ended up injuring himself. What rotten luck! Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. No wonder they say killing and destruction are always the simplest things in this world. Protection and control are the hardest to achieve. Just as Lu Yu was silently lamenting this, his sister's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Little bro, you can wash up now. Sis, I'm ready. Lu Yu's expression shifted. He rose, grabbed the clothes he intended to wear, and stepped out of the room. Who would have thought that the moment the door opened, a stunning figure stood there? Lu Yu froze in surprise. Looking up, he realized it was none other than his own sister. Lu Jinyu stood there in a pink, lightweight nightgown, her long, damp hair hanging limply to one side. Amongst the cascading black strands was a face of breathtaking beauty. Describing her as a lotus blossoming from the water would be an understatement. His sister had an excellent figure, inheriting her parents' fine genes just like him. She was very tall, with a pair of fair ankles exposed and a pair of plump, pink feet tucked into tiny red flip-flops. She practically embodied the word sexy. Lu Yu caught only a glimpse before he froze in place. Lu Jinyu, busy adjusting her hair, hadn't noticed his expression. She spoke softly, "Be careful with your hand wound when you shower later, don't get it wet. I left a strapless bra in the bathroom for you to use." "Huh? A strap?" Lu Yu's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a whole duck egg, his face blank with confusion. Chapter 77, Taking It Further. Yes. What's the big deal? Why are you making such a fuss? Lu Jinyu glanced at Lu Yu while continuing to style her hair. The moment she saw his expression, she knew exactly what was going through his mind. Thud. Lu Jinyu wasn't about to indulge her brother. She kicked off her shoe and planted it squarely on Lu Yu's calf. What are you thinking about? It's a sling to immobilize your injured arm, like the kind they use on TV for broken arms, got it? She gestured as she explained, dreading that his mind might conjure up yet another bizarre idea beyond the comprehension of normal people. How embarrassing. Watching his sister's stiff gestures, Lu Yu finally understood. So that's what she meant. He had thought it was. What did you think it was?
Lu Jinyu suddenly asked. The abrupt question nearly fried Lu Yu's brain. Could his sister really read his mind like a book? Nothing, Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively. I get it now. Thanks for caring, sis. I'm off to take a shower. You get some rest too, sis. Good night. With that, Lu Yu grabbed his clothes and slipped away quickly. Lu Jinyu watched his retreating figure with a look of suspicion, furrowing her beautiful brows. Day after day, why is he getting more and more strange? After his shower, the fatigue washed away. Lu Yu returned to his room and locked the door behind him. Next, he prepared to cultivate. He didn't want to be disturbed by anyone. Cultivation demanded absolute focus. An unwarranted interruption could cause minor disruptions like chaotic chi flow and damaged meridians, permanently impairing one's cultivation potential. Worse, it could trigger chi runaway, shattering meridians and leading to explosive death. Therefore, cultivation was never something to be taken lightly. In theory, with this contract system, Lu Yu could have avoided cultivation altogether. Once he established contracts with others, he could simply coast to victory. Yet perhaps driven by his stubborn pride, Lu Yu still yearned to prove himself. After all, he hadn't successfully contracted with a single soul yet. His own cultivation served as a precaution. Even if he ended up failing to contract with anyone, he wouldn't have to admit defeat outright. He could still struggle a little longer better than doing nothing and just waiting around. As Lu Yu sat on his bed, adjusting his breathing and composure, a mechanical, synthetic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Affinity with the observation subject has increased by 5 points. Current affinity, 75 points. Lu Yu froze upon hearing the voice, then a wave of wild joy swept through him. His heart raced with excitement. 75. He was one step closer to his goal of 80 points, just 5 points away now. With at least 3 weeks left before the college entrance exams, Lu Yu could absolutely achieve this goal before the Great Cataclysm began. Once Yi Qingcheng embarked on her normal cultivation path, Lu Yu would undoubtedly be carried along by her momentum. After all, he had witnessed the terrifying talent of the future Empress with his own eyes in his previous life. But then again, why did his intimacy with Yi Qingcheng suddenly spike? Was she still awake? Or? Lu Yu considered several possibilities. By now, it was past 1:30 a.m. Was she unsettled by the new living quarters at this late hour? Or had she awakened from a nightmare? Lu Yu pondered many things. Regardless of the reason, Yi Qingcheng's mood couldn't be pleasant. Her mother had just been hospitalized, she'd been threatened by her father, and now she'd been forced to move to a new home. This would be unbearably painful for anyone, let alone Yi Qingcheng, a young girl. Should he call and ask? Lu Yu calmed himself from his excitement and agitation. He picked up his phone and scrolled to Yi Qingcheng's number. Just as he was about to dial, he suddenly paused. It was so late now. Would calling disturb her? Lu Yu did care about Yi Qingcheng's feelings. Although his initial motive for approaching her had been purely utilitarian to establish a contract with Yi Qingcheng, their time together had gradually shifted his perspective. Yi Qingcheng wasn't the peerlessly powerful empress she would become. Right now, she was just a girl from a single-parent family, living a simple, miserable life. Lu Yu felt his conscience wouldn't allow him to use the survival tactics he'd honed in his previous life on such an innocent girl. He knew he'd only condemn himself for it. Though he now possessed the body of a youth, his soul carried the weight of 2 lifetimes. Lu Yu certainly had much to accomplish, but he refused to resort to unscrupulous means. Even if he achieved his goals that way, his heart would never find true satisfaction. After a moment's thought, Lu Yu withdrew his finger from the call button. Instead, he sent the other person a message. Are you asleep? After tapping send, Lu Yu waited a moment. Seeing no reply, he set his phone aside and prepared to begin his cultivation practice. But just then, his phone buzzed with a message notification. A reply. Startled, Lu Yu immediately picked up his phone to check. Woke up. Yi Qingcheng's reply read. Lu Yu's heart stirred slightly. His fingers danced across the keys like bees, typing rapidly before sending. Didn't sleep well? This time, Lu Yu didn't wait long, a reply came within seconds. Yeah, a little, Yi Qingcheng replied. So she really wasn't used to it. Lu Yu thought to himself. But it wasn't surprising. A little girl suddenly changing her living environment, alone in an empty room. It's normal. You'll get used to it after a while. By the way, are you hungry? Want to grab a late-night snack? Lu Yu sent another message. This time, Yi Qingcheng didn't reply instantly. It took 2 or 3 minutes before she responded. No thanks, I'm not that hungry yet. Grinning face, Yi Qingcheng replied. Lu Yu glanced at the reply and wasn't surprised. No matter how close you are to someone, there are times when everyone needs their own space. Even Lu Yu was no exception. She might be feeling down right now. Inviting her was a kind gesture, but forcing someone would be your problem. Alright, if you do get hungry, just call or text me. I know this area pretty well. Alright, thanks. You're welcome. Get some rest. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow. Ha? Shocked. Good night, sweet dreams. Alright. Chapter 78, A Slight Increase in Spiritual Energy. Lu Yu couldn't help but smile to himself as he looked at the OK displayed on the screen. It seemed the system was quite sensitive and responsive, detecting even the slightest changes and providing feedback. This was definitely a positive development for Lu Yu. Should any unusual circumstances arise, he could be alerted immediately and take corrective measures, preventing intimacy points from plummeting all at once. After all, reaching 80 intimacy points was no easy feat. Moreover, reaching 80 doesn't mean he can rest easy. Once his intimacy with Yi Qingqing reached 95 in the future, the system would unlock a second contract slot. At that point, he'd only need to find another prodigy to contract. Then, he'd instantly gain the power return from two peerless geniuses. Just how powerful would Lu Yu become by then? He dared not even imagine it himself. In short, by mastering the wireless contract feedback system, his growth potential would be virtually limitless. Perhaps he could effortlessly replicate the terrifying spectacle of the burning Heaven Empress from his past life, a single finger capable of scorching the entire sky. But, Xinqiang, rest assured I'll never treat you as a mere tool. Lu Yu's excitement lingered for a moment before he slowly tore his gaze away from the phone screen, murmuring softly to himself. After speaking, Lu Yu tucked his phone away, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. He had been about to begin his cultivation practice, but the good news brought by the system caught him off guard, causing his state of mind to waver slightly and making it difficult for him to settle his spirit. Lu Yu let out a helpless, bitter laugh. It seemed true that once you gained something, you inevitably lost something else. Still, what he had gained might outweigh what he had lost. Lu Yu let his thoughts wander for a moment, trying to enter a meditative state. After more than 10 or 20 minutes of effort, he still couldn't settle his mind. Finally, he gave up. Tonight just wasn't the right time for cultivation. Since cultivation was impossible, he might as well rest early. Lu Yu dismissed the idea of cultivation, stretched his slightly stiff body, and heard his joints crackle loudly. Just as he was about to crawl under the covers and sleep, a sudden summer breeze swept in through his window, gently caressing his body and washing away most of the sweltering heat. But that wasn't the point. The point was, within that breeze, besides the ever-present air, there seemed to be a trace of something different. What was it? It felt like spiritual energy. Lu Yu reached out, grasping at thin air, then took a light sniff, his eyes narrowing slightly. He actually sensed a faint trace of spiritual energy in the air. But then, before Lu Yu could fully process it, several more breezes swept in through the window. This time, Lu Yu's perception grew even sharper. Each gust carried traces of spiritual energy, still incredibly faint, yet noticeably denser than the energy he'd sensed during his recent cultivation sessions. How to describe it? It was like the difference between ordering almost no sugar versus lightly sweetened when buying bubble tea. The difference might seem minor, but if this were in Ruzhou or indeed the entire Great Xia, the sheer volume of this spiritual energy would be absolutely terrifying. Lu Yu seemed to grasp something. He rolled off the bed, hurried to the window, threw open the glass pane, gazed intently into the distant night sky, and took a deep breath. Ha! Ha! With each breath, the cool night breeze refreshed his spirit, as if the air itself carried a faint sweetness. He felt his body relax, his mind clear and refreshed. Spiritual energy. Indeed, this spiritual energy has increased. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing in them as he murmured softly. Before the great cataclysm erupted, the spiritual energy within the heavens and earth was actually extremely limited. No one knew where it originated, and its appearance followed no discernible pattern. Therefore, after the first few individuals tasted the crab, those in power began using their strength to influence the rules within their respective territories, forcibly suppressing this phenomenon. The cultivation methods had been developed by those who first discovered the presence of spiritual energy. Ordinary people rarely encountered it, and even if they did, they lacked the knowledge of cultivation techniques. Thus, any vague sense of spiritual energy was dismissed as mere illusion. Lu Yu, however, possessed cultivation experience from his previous life. He knew how to swiftly capture the spiritual energy permeating the world, which is why he managed to cultivate a thread of qi in such a short time. Why has spiritual energy suddenly increased for no apparent reason? Could it be that a great catastrophe is approaching? Lu Yu let the spiritual energy in the air brush against his body before quickly running off, murmuring his speculation under his breath. In his previous life, he vaguely recalled certain signs preceding spiritual energy eruptions, sudden, massive surges that grew more astonishing with each occurrence, lasting a total of 3 times. The 4th time would be the day of spiritual energy revival, the day the catastrophe fully erupted. It seems the age of great calamity is drawing ever nearer. Lu Yu murmured indifferently, his faint voice carried by the breeze outside the window into the distance. Early the next morning, the sun had barely peeked over the horizon. Still half asleep, Lu Yu was jolted awake by the shrill ring of his phone. Hello? Lu Yu snatched the phone, his voice tinged with irritation. What hello? The sun's already high in the sky, and you're still not up? Yan Xiaokuan's voice came through the phone. Lu Yu jolted awake. He opened his eyes, glanced out the window, then checked the time on his phone. The anger in his heart surged upward like steam from boiling water. Damn it! Wasn't our meeting at 9:30 a.m.? It's only 5:30 now. You call me at this hour to wake me up?
I didn't get to sleep until 3 a.m. last night.
Lu Yu exploded, cursing profusely.
Well, my parents told me yesterday they're busy these days and asked me to bring you over earlier.
The meeting time was changed to 7:30 a.m.
I played games too late last night and forgot to tell you. Sorry. Yan Xiaokuan cleared his throat awkwardly, his voice thick with apology.
Lu Yu.
Well, if you're still not awake, we can just go a bit later. I'll explain to my parents after all, this is my fault.
Yan Xiaokuan offered.
Lu Yu remained silent for a long moment before replying weakly, forget it.
No need. Just come pick me up when you're ready.
Got it. Seeing Lu Yu wasn't angry, Yan Xiaokuan quickly added, after we talk, I'll treat you to a big meal.
I'm getting up now to wash up. Wait for me.
With that, the call abruptly ended.
Chapter 79, The Little Girl.
Lu Yu stared at his phone, wondering if he should give this guy a piece of his mind later. He shook his head. Lu Yu set his phone aside, ultimately dismissing the thought. He had intended to sleep a little longer, feeling he hadn't gotten enough rest.
But with so much to do, he couldn't afford to delay.
Persuading his brother's parents to believe this seemingly absurd story would require not only skillful words but also patience. Lu Yu considered himself fairly level-headed. He'd just been abruptly woken up earlier and had simply wanted to vent by cursing someone out.
Get up! Lu Yu set down his phone and climbed out of bed with surprising agility.
Though he still felt a bit groggy, it wasn't a big deal for him.
10 minutes later.
Lu Yu finished washing up, changed into a neat outfit, slipped on his shoes, and was ready to head out. Just then, the door to his parents' bedroom suddenly opened. Lu Yu paused in his tracks.
Lu Xingguo emerged from the room in his pajamas, rubbing his eyes.
When he saw Lu Yu, he paused in surprise.
He glanced at the clock on the wall, then looked back at Lu Yu. Aren't you off from school today? Why are you up so early?
Lu Yu blinked and replied, my classmates invited me out to play ball.
Ah.
It's barely 6 o'clock.
Isn't that a bit too early?
Lu Xingguo pointed at the clock on the wall and asked.
Early start, early return.
Lu Yu chuckled.
Lu Xingguo nodded upon hearing this, waving his hand. Alright then, go ahead. Just be careful.
Got it, Dad.
Lu Yu replied, turning and heading out the door. Lu Xingguo yawned, not giving it much thought.
He walked into the bathroom, stretched lazily, and was about to use the restroom when he suddenly froze. Yesterday, while moving heavy cargo, his shoulders and lower back had become quite sore and his legs felt a bit weak. He had expected some lingering effects today. But when he raised his arms overhead and stretched them wide, he felt not a hint of discomfort. His legs felt completely agile, without a trace of soreness.
What was going on?
Lu Xingguo was puzzled. He tried moving his arms and twisting his waist, but still felt nothing.
It was as if yesterday's fatigue and exhaustion had vanished completely. Strange, just one night passed and I'm fully recovered? Even in my youth, it never happened this fast.
Lu Xingguo scratched his head in confusion, unable to make sense of it.
Meanwhile, Lu Yu descended the stairs. Yan Xiaokuan hadn't arrived yet, but he wasn't in a hurry.
He headed straight for a breakfast shop outside the residential complex that had been in business for over a decade. He had his own breakfast routine, but this visit wasn't just for himself, it was also for Yi Qingcheng. 3 steamer baskets of Xiaolong Bao, 3 meat buns, and 3 cups of soy milk to go, please.
After waiting in line, it was finally Lu Yu's turn.
He stepped forward to the shop entrance and addressed the owner.
The owner beamed, sorry to keep you waiting. Just a moment, please. Lu Yu wasn't in a hurry.
Sure. This shop had been around for years and always did brisk business. Lu Yu recalled that ever since his school days, he'd often grab breakfast here. Run by a couple, they were genuinely nice people. Lu Yu's family had lived in the neighborhood for 20 or 30 years, so he knew the area well and was familiar with the owners. They were genuinely good people, otherwise, they wouldn't have lasted this long.
But after the great cataclysm began in his previous life, the fierce wave of monstrous beasts had swept through Ruzhou City.
Lu Yu had barely saved himself and hadn't seen the couple since. Now, seeing them alive and well again, it was impossible for Lu Yu not to feel deeply moved. Business was brisk at the shop today, with over a dozen people waiting in line. As Lu Yu waited for the owner to fetch his order, he suddenly felt someone tugging at his pant leg. Startled, Lu Yu looked down. A small, thin, filthy little girl in a tattered floral dress with pigtails clung pitifully to his pant leg. She stammered timidly, brother. I haven't eaten in 3 or 4 days. Can you buy me something to eat? I'm so hungry. Lu Yu froze. Whose child was this? Why was she out begging? There were hardly any beggars near their home or even in the entire city of Ruzhou. Lu Yu studied the little girl. She appeared to be only 3 or 4 years old, frail and thin, clearly malnourished. She looked as though she hadn't had a proper meal in ages. Now, the little girl stared at him with tear-filled eyes, filled with hope. Even the most hard-hearted person couldn't bear that look. Moreover, Lu Yu was not a heartless man. Seeing the girl's pitiful state stirred a spark of kindness deep within him. After all, the girl's request wasn't unreasonable, she simply wanted something to eat.
Lu Yu glanced around. No one seemed to be paying attention to the girl. The people behind him in line were watching from a distance, not a single one stepping forward. This suggested the little girl was truly alone.
Seeing that no one was helping her, and with the child tugging at his sleeve, Lu Yu took advantage of the moment when the shopkeeper was fetching his steamed buns.
He crouched down and asked, "Little girl, where are your parents?"
The little girl immediately shook her head.
I don't have parents." "No parents?"
Lu Yu frowned slightly, inwardly sending his most sincere curses to the parents who had abandoned such a young child.
No matter what happened, children were always innocent.
The little girl watched Lu Yu's expression nervously, not daring to say much more. When she saw his frown, her gaze immediately darted away, as if afraid of being scolded.
Sigh.
Lu Yu glanced at her and couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
"Hey, handsome. Your order's ready."
The shopkeeper called out as he wrapped up Lu Yu's items.
Coming right up. With people waiting behind him, Lu Yu didn't want to hold up other customers. He stood up, took his order, hesitated for a moment, then said to the owner, "Sorry, could you also get me 3 more steamer baskets of Xylong Bao and 2 cups of soy milk?"
The owner froze upon hearing this, glancing at Lu Yu before spotting the little girl standing beside him. He instantly understood why Lu Yu was ordering extra. In the blink of an eye, the owner hesitated, then discreetly motioned for Lu Yu to lean closer, as if he had something to say.
Lu Yu paused, pointing at himself. The owner nodded.
Lu Yu took a step forward, looking at the shopkeeper with some confusion. Then, the boss whispered to Lu Yu, "Don't worry about this child.
Let her go. Leave this place."
Lu Yu froze, puzzled.
Why? Chapter 80, Eating and Chatting.
This child has been hanging around this area for at least half a month. Every morning at 6 o'clock sharp, she comes here to ask for food, or begs from customers.
After getting what she wants, she leaves and disappears. No one has seen her since. Yet, she shows up again the next morning. I suspect she's been abducted by human traffickers and is out here specifically to beg for money, the owner whispered to Lu Yu. Hearing this, Lu Yu finally understood.
So that was why the owner had refused his help.
Then why not report it to the police? Lu Yu asked.
The owner sighed and replied, "My shop is right here.
You can run away, but you can't hide. If those people find out we did it, they'll definitely retaliate. I dare not offend people like that."
Lu Yu found this reasoning somewhat understandable, but one thing still puzzled him.
But the kid only wanted food, not money.
Could it be we're overthinking this?
Lu Yu asked. The owner shook his head. I couldn't say. Maybe this gang is new and still practicing.
Look, this girl has all her limbs intact, no signs of abuse or mutilation.
It just feels off to me. If the kid came once or twice, I might not have cared. But coming every single day for half a month straight? Forget whether I can handle it. What if there's something behind this?
His words trailed off abruptly. The boss's meaningful words made Lu Yu understand. It wasn't that the boss was unwilling to help the little girl, but rather that he feared trouble might arise after offering assistance.
Lu Yu understood.
After all, the boss had a family to support. It was only natural he didn't want to invite trouble.
Lu Yu didn't want trouble either, but he figured buying the girl a bun and chatting casually for a bit shouldn't be a big deal. Thanks for the heads up, boss, but go ahead and add it for me.
I'll chat with her and see, Lu Yu said after a moment's consideration, glancing around the shop before offering a slight smile. The owner was somewhat surprised by this response. Recently, this little girl had begged from other customers too, but most either ignored her or asked her a few casual questions before hurrying away. In short, no one dared to help directly. If they casually gave her something to eat and she got sick, no one could take responsibility. There were too many similar cases. But since Lu Yu insisted, the owner naturally didn't stop her. He could only kindly remind her once more, "You can help if you want, or chat if you like, but please try not to wander too far from my shop entrance. There's a security camera here. If anything really happens, at least the surveillance footage will have evidence for you." Lu Yu smiled at this and replied sincerely, "Thank you."
Oh, come on. No need to be so polite.
The owner chuckled, wrapped up the items Lu Yu had requested, and handed them over.
That'll be 12.5 in total.
Lu Yu scanned the QR code with his phone.
Beep.
After paying, Lu Yu carried several small bags of steamed buns and gestured toward the nearby spot with his chin.
Little girl, come on, let's go over there.
Okay.
The little girl replied timidly. Then,
Lu Yu led the little girl to the steps beside the breakfast shop and plopped down. The girl watched him, too afraid to speak. "Sit down," Lu Yu said, turning to look at her.
Oh.
The girl sat down nervously, keeping some distance from Lu Yu, but her eyes were fixed intently on the steamed buns in his hands. Seeing this, Lu Yu immediately handed over the steamed buns and soy milk he'd bought for her.
The girl glanced at the food, then looked back at Lu Yu, asking softly, Can I eat this?" "Of course you can. I bought these for you. Go ahead and eat."
Lu Yu ruffled her hair and smiled. Her eyes lit up at his words. She took the bag of buns and soy milk and began devouring them right in front of Lu Yu. Lu Yu had bought extra, thinking that if the little girl couldn't finish it all, she could have another meal later. But he had clearly underestimated her appetite.
In less than 3 minutes, everything Lu Yu had bought for her was gone.
Even the piping hot soy milk, fresh from the steamer, was gulped down in one go. Lu Yu couldn't stop her even if he tried.
You're eating so fast, aren't you afraid of burning yourself? Lu Yu stared in disbelief.
Burp. The little girl let out a satisfied burp, looked at Lu Yu, and whispered softly, not hot.
Lu Yu found it utterly baffling.
The temperature of that soy milk was so hot it burned his hand just to touch it. How could a 3 or 4-year-old child drink it straight down?
Could she really be that starved?
Then, the little girl rubbed her belly contentedly, looked at Lu Yu, and said sweetly, thank you, big brother, for filling my tummy.
Thank you, you. Lu Yu paused, then asked, are you really full? If you're still hungry, I can buy you something else to eat. No, no need. I'm full.
The little girl patted her belly, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle, yet her face was beaming with joy. Lu Yu swore it was the purest, most unblemished smile he'd ever seen.
But what if you get hungry later? Where will you go to eat?
Lu Yu asked, watching the little girl.
Later, hungry?
The little girl thought for a moment, then said, if I get hungry, tomorrow, in the morning, I'll come back here to eat.
Come back tomorrow?
It seemed the owner was right, this child really did come here often.
Where are your parents? Lu Yu pondered for a moment before asking the girl. I don't know.
The little girl replied.
Lu Yu froze, then asked again, then how did you get here?
I came by myself, the little girl said.
On your own? Lu Yu was a bit bewildered. Could this child have run away from home?
Yes. I came from a place far, far away. The little girl seemed to have warmed up to Lu Yu, her voice growing slightly louder.
She really had run away.
Lu Yu frowned slightly.
Her parents were incredibly irresponsible.
Seeing how dirty and frail the girl looked, it was clear she'd been out for a long time.
If no one had come looking for her all this time, what if something happened?
With that thought, Lu Yu looked at the girl and decided he should seek help from the police station to return her home.
He asked, little sister, do you remember where your home is?
Home? The girl paused, confused.
Lu Yu, yes, home. I don't know.
The girl tilted her head, thinking for a moment before stammering out the words.
Lu Yu frowned slightly and asked gently, how about this? Big brother will call the police and have someone take you home. What do you say?
The little girl's large eyes, framed by long lashes, blinked at Lu Yu as she nodded with a sweet voice, okay.
Chapter 81, Big Brother is a good person.
Hearing the girl agree, Lu Yu felt even more certain.
This child must be the result of some irresponsible parents' actions, abandoning her out here all alone.
With all the people coming and going outside, if someone with ill intent were to appear or an accident were to happen, this child would be in grave danger. Although the child claimed to have no parents and didn't know where she lived.
Wait here a moment, I'll make a call.
Lu Yu told the little girl. Surprisingly, upon hearing this, the girl didn't run off. She stayed put quietly, her eyes fixed on Lu Yu, as if she truly was waiting for him.
Lu Yu pulled out his phone and dialed the emergency number. Beep beep. After a few rings, a female dispatcher answered, hello, this is the Suxian police station. How may I assist you?
Hello, I have a child here who ran away from home. She can't find her way back and it's dangerous for her to be out alone. I'd like to request the station's assistance in getting this child home, Lu Yu explained.
A child ran away?
The dispatcher perked up immediately.
Understood. What is your current location? I'll dispatch officers immediately.
Lu Yu replied, northeast of the main gate of Sunshine Community, at the entrance of a breakfast shop at the traffic light intersection.
Understood, the officer replied. Please wait there briefly. We'll dispatch officers to verify the situation. If confirmed, we'll handle it. Alright, thank you for your help. Lu Yu replied. The female officer replied, serving the people.
The call ended. Lu Yu looked at the little girl. He noticed she was still staring at him.
He instinctively touched his face and asked, is there something on my face?
The little girl shook her head at his words and said in a babyish voice, no.
Brother, did you tell me to wait?
Lu Yu paused, realizing he had indeed said that. The little girl remembered it so clearly. Lu Yu shook his head and handed the 2 bags in his hands to the little girl.
Here. Take these and eat. No, no need, big brother.
I'm already full, the little girl declined. Seeing this, Lu Yu simply placed them into her hands and smiled. If you're full now, just save them for when you get hungry later.
These won't go bad even if left out for a day. Think of them as a little gift from your big brother.
The little girl took the 2 bags of food. When she looked up at Lu Yu again, her face flushed with excitement and she stammered, unable to find the words, thank you, big bro. Lu Yu smiled faintly, ruffled her hair, and said, it's nothing. Just as Lu Yu and the little girl were chatting, suddenly, a police car drove up from the distance and pulled up precisely in front of the breakfast shop.
Early in the morning.
Why would a police car appear? Customers eating inside the shop and passers-by on the street all glanced toward the police car, curious to see what was happening. 2 officers, 1 male and 1 female, stepped out of the vehicle. "This is the place, Captain Yang." The young male officer glanced around to confirm the location before addressing the female officer beside him. The female officer was none other than Yang Fengyi, the same policewoman who had interrogated Liu Yu that day. "MHM. The caller said he was in this area. Give him a call and see." Yang Fengyi scanned the surroundings before instructing the young officer. "Yes, sir." The young male officer immediately pulled out his phone, preparing to make the call. Meanwhile, Liu Yu, who had been chatting with the little girl, also noticed the arrival of the police car. He instantly guessed it was the police responding to his call. The efficiency was impressive. They'd arrived in under 20 minutes. Thinking this, Liu Yu took the little girl's hand and started walking toward them. But when he saw the 2 people getting out of the police car, he suddenly froze in place. Because he recognized one of them, the female officer who had interrogated him that day. Isn't she the captain of the police station? Why would something as routine as escorting a child home warrant her personal involvement? Could she have recognized my voice? The thought flashed through Liu Yu's mind. But the thought didn't linger long before he dismissed it. When he had called the police earlier, the voice on the other end had indeed belonged to a female officer, but it was clearly not Yang Fengyi's. "How unlucky can I get, running into this woman again?" Liu Yu muttered under his breath, gazing at Yang Fengyi in the distance. He had no idea what he'd done to offend her, but he felt like he was being singled out. The frustrating part was, he didn't even know why. Just then, the little girl suddenly looked up at Liu Yu and asked, "Brother, are you scared of that, sister?" Startled by the question, Liu Yu looked down and replied, "Big brother isn't scared. I just don't want the hassle." The little girl looked at Liu Yu thoughtfully, as if trying to understand something. Liu Yu glanced back toward Yang Fengyi, hesitated, then decided to lead the little girl toward where he stood. Better to take a chance than let fear hold you back. Even if that so-called captain was determined to target him, he hadn't done anything illegal now. She had no reason to cause trouble for him, especially since he'd done a good deed. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Holding the little girl's hand, Liu Yu said, "Little sister, let's go. We'll find another big brother or sister to take you home right now." At his words, the girl's smile dimmed momentarily before brightening again. "Okay, I'll listen to big brother." Liu Yu smiled and led the little girl to Yang Fengyi. Upon seeing Liu Yu's face, Yang Fengyi froze slightly. "Liu Yu? Why is it you? Why wouldn't it be me?" Liu Yu countered. Yang Fengyi studied Liu Yu, then suddenly noticed the little girl beside him. Her brows furrowed as she pointed at the child and asked, "This isn't your kid, is it?" "Put." Liu Yu nearly choked on his own blood. He replied weakly, "No." "Your sister?" Yang Fengyi asked. Liu Yu shook his head and looked at the little girl. "No. I was the one who called the police earlier. I said this child seemed to have been abandoned by her parents and couldn't find her way home." Yang Fengyi looked surprised. She glanced at the girl again, then turned back to Liu Yu. Who knew you still had a shred of kindness left? Liu Yu. Just then, the little girl blurted out, her words stumbling slightly, "Don't say that. Brother, he's a good person." Liu Yu and Yang Fengyi froze upon hearing her words. Chapter 82, Playing Games. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Seeing both of them staring at her, the little girl timidly covered her mouth. Liu Yu was the first to recover. He rushed over to the girl and said, "No, it's nothing to do with you." The little girl nodded blankly. Liu Yu turned to Yang Fengyi. "Officer, what do you think? If the child is genuinely lost, then it's our police station's responsibility to handle it. It's our duty." Yang Fengyi said calmly, then turned to a colleague nearby, "No need to make the call. We found her." The young male officer hurried over. Liu Yu nodded silently to himself. Though she might not be particularly friendly toward him, she seemed like a competent and dedicated officer. Entrusting the little girl to her care would surely mean she'd handle things properly. With that thought, Liu Yu crouched down and said to the little girl, "Sweetie, you'll go with this police officer lady now. She'll take you home and find your parents, okay?" "Big brother, won't you take me home?" the little girl asked, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked up at Liu Yu. Liu Yu hesitated, about to respond. Beside them, Yang Fengyi crouched down too, looking at the girl and saying softly, "Big brother has other things to do. Just come with us. I'll take you back." The little girl looked at Liu Yu and asked, "Is that really okay, brother?" Liu Yu hesitated before saying, "Yes." Hearing this, the little girl's face lit up with joy. "Then big brother, promise me you'll come find me, okay?" This time, Liu Yu didn't respond immediately. Instead, he fell silent. This poor little girl was merely a microcosm of the suffering in this world. There were undoubtedly those who lived better than her, and surely others who suffered far more wretchedly. When faced with an unstoppable catastrophe, all beings are equal. Even if he rescued and helped the little girl now, what about when the great catastrophe began? Under the onslaught of the beast tide, who could possibly survive? Liu Yu had been pondering whether what he was doing now was utterly meaningless. Until just a moment ago, he was still pondering this very question. Seeing Liu Yu's silence, Yang Fengyi frowned slightly and lowered her voice.
The child asked you to find her later. Just agree to it. Is that so hard? Is it that hard?
Of course it was. Lu Yu didn't consider himself a saint, but once he made a promise to someone, he would see it through. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the promise in the first place. Even if the person he promised was just a 3 or 4-year-old child. Lu Yu glanced at young Fengyi but said nothing. Instead, he turned his gaze to the little girl. After a moment of deliberation, he said, "If you find a home and live well, I will definitely come to see you someday."
It's settled. The little girl smiled again.
Lu Yu said earnestly, "A deal is a deal."
Pinky swear.
The little girl held out her tiny hand, slightly curling her pinky finger.
Lu Yu hesitated for a moment but still hooked fingers with her.
Young Fengyi, watching nearby, immediately said, "Alright, since it's settled, there's nothing else to do. Take her to the car to wait. Once we get to headquarters, we'll find her a place to stay."
"Yes, Officer Yang."
The young male officer stepped forward, reassured the girl with a few kind words, and then led her to the police car.
Seeing this, Lu Yu knew his task was complete.
He said to young Fengyi, "Thank you for your hard work, officer.
I'll be on my way now." With that, Lu Yu turned to leave. "Hold on."
Young Fengyi showed no intention of leaving. Watching Lu Yu's retreating figure, she suddenly called out.
Lu Yu halted, turning to ask, "Is there something else you need, officer?"
"If you're going to give me a certificate of commendation, please don't bother.
I prefer to do good deeds anonymously." "You're overthinking it. Why would we give you a certificate?"
Young Fengyi looked at Lu Yu calmly.
"I called you here to ask you something."
"What is it, officer?"
Lu Yu asked, sounding somewhat surprised.
Ignoring the slight sarcasm in Lu Yu's tone, young Fengyi continued, "It's about that case from last time."
"Last time?" Lu Yu recalled. "The last case wasn't that just a couple days ago, involving him and Brother Knife's crew? Why bring this up now?" He didn't know.
Young Fengyi stared at Lu Yu, remaining silent for 2 or 3 minutes before her lips parted slightly.
"You lied to me last time." "Oh?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. "Qin Shan is nothing but a gambler.
He lacks both the capability and the strength to take on 7 men. Moreover, those 7 were recruited by Qin Shan himself. There's no way he'd turn on them." Young Fengyi fixed her gaze on Lu Yu as she spoke.
"Who can prove it?" Lu Yu asked.
Young Fengyi replied, "That man called Brother Dao and those 7 men can all testify. Furthermore, regarding the Qin Shan you mentioned, we've already dispatched people to apprehend him.
I believe he should be captured very soon." "And then?" Lu Yu pressed.
Young Fengyi gave a faint smile as she looked at Lu Yu.
"Then you'll be in trouble. Because your confession doesn't match the facts. It clearly shows signs of fabrication and disturbing public order.
If this is uncovered before the college entrance exams, you might not be able to take them. You'll need to cooperate with our investigation." Lu Yu's brow furrowed at her words.
The exam? He wasn't particularly concerned about that.
What he wanted to know was why this policewoman kept targeting him.
"What do you want?" Lu Yu asked after a moment's thought.
At his words, a sharp gleam flashed in young Fengyi's eyes.
"Simple. You claimed you took care of all 7 of them, right? Let's play a game.
If you win, I'll believe your story and drop this matter entirely."
"What kind of game?" Lu Yu's interest piqued. Young Fengyi replied coolly, "It's simple.
I'll stand here perfectly still.
If you can make my feet move even an inch, you win. Otherwise, you lose. How about it?" "What kind of game is this?" Lu Yu frowned. "I devised this game. If you win, I'll honor my promise. If not, I'll come looking for you again," Young Fengyi declared. Lu Yu glanced at her.
He sensed that refusing her would only bring him headaches.
Yet attacking someone without provocation wasn't his style either.
Young Fengyi seemed to read his thoughts.
"My word is my bond. If you win, I'll fulfill my promise without fail. What if I lose?" Lu Yu suddenly asked.
Young Fengyi replied calmly, "Then I'll still come find you, because you gave false testimony."
Lu Yu. So she absolutely needed him to participate, huh?
He studied young Fengyi for a long moment, pondering one question: why did she want him to play this game?
And why did she seem determined to find the real perpetrator behind Brother Knife and the other 6? Why? Chapter 83, it really was her.
Lu Yu recalled that 2 days ago, during the interrogation room recording, when he mentioned having dealt with Brother Knife's 7 men, the female officer's expression had seemed slightly off. At the time, Lu Yu had noticed it but hadn't paid much attention. He figured that as long as the responsibility was clearly assigned, even if it turned out he had beaten Brother Knife's 7 men, it wouldn't matter much. At worst, it would just be seen as him being able to fight. What else could they possibly dig up on him? Lu Yu had no idea what he'd done to attract such intense scrutiny.
Was it simply because he'd taken on 7 men alone?
The thought struck him like a sudden electrical connection snapping into place.
Perhaps this was the key. Had his actions really been that outrageous?
Frowning, Lu Yu recalled the events of that day.
He couldn't recall doing anything truly outrageous. Using a bit more strength than usual should be considered normal, right?
As for accidentally knocking those people unconscious, luck could be a stretch, but it was plausible. Besides, those individuals had indeed attacked one or two at a time, not the 1-against-7 scenario Yang Fengyi had described. When Lu Yu had acted that day, he had actually been extremely cautious, carefully controlling the force of his blows. His sole purpose was to avoid revealing his ability to cultivate inner strength too early. Doing so would not only invite trouble but also draw unnecessary attention. It was true that Lu Yu now possessed the system and was about to establish an infinite return contract with Yi Qingcheng. But this was merely the beginning. He hadn't truly reaped its benefits yet. It was akin to throwing all your savings into a business venture when you were already penniless. If you faced any setbacks at that point, you'd likely collapse immediately. Though Lu Yu wasn't investing, the principle was the same. Put simply, he wasn't strong enough yet to afford the consequences of turning against certain people. Had Lu Yu possessed that strength back then, the story's current trajectory would have unfolded differently. Still lacking in strength, Lu Yu didn't respond immediately, his gaze instead scanning Yang Fengyi as if searching for something. Yang Fengyi wore a calm expression, revealing nothing. Inside the car, the young male officer seated in the driver's seat observed the two figures in front of him, still unsure what had transpired. Suddenly, the little girl in the back seat stood up, tiptoeing to peer forward. "Uncle, is that lady arguing with that gentleman?" the little girl asked abruptly. The young male officer paused, turned to look at the little girl, and immediately explained, "No, the sister is just asking the brother something." "Oh." The little girl blinked her eyes and murmured softly, "But why, do I feel like the brother is in a bad mood?" "Huh? What did you say?" The young male officer faintly heard the words but couldn't quite make them out. "And nothing." The little girl shook her head. Outside the car, Yang Fengyi asked, "What's your decision? Give me an answer. I don't have time to wait around." Lu Yu studied her for a moment, then suddenly asked, "What's your name?" "What?" Yang Fengyi frowned. Lu Yu said, "I want to know your name." Yang Fengyi asked, "Is that really important?" "A little, I suppose. Mainly out of curiosity." Lu Yu glanced at her and smiled. "Curious? How so?" Yang Fengyi's frown slowly smoothed out, her expression relaxing into ease. She appeared no more than 2 years older than Lu Yu, yet her demeanor radiated seasoned professionalism like a veteran officer with years of experience, her sharpness undiminished. The old Lu Yu would likely have been intimidated on the spot. But in this life, he had been reincarnated with all the memories of his past existence. There was no way he could be intimidated by her now. "Because you're attractive. I wanted to get to know you," Lu Yu replied. "Good looking? Want to get to know me?" Yang Fengyi snorted coldly upon hearing this. Who would have guessed? "For someone so young, you sure have a silver tongue. And you're so old yourself?" Lu Yu retorted. Yang Fengyi was momentarily speechless. "You?" Lu Yu cut her off. "Fine, I'll play your game. Tell me your name, and I'll consider it." Hearing this, Yang Fengyi immediately wondered why Lu Yu wanted to know her name. Could he possibly know her? Impossible. Yang Fengyi had never heard of Lu Yu, nor had she ever seen him before. Her interest stemmed purely from suspecting Lu Yu might possess that particular identity. Otherwise, who did Yang Fengyi care who Lu Yu was? "My name is Yang Fengyi," she stated calmly. Yang Fengyi? Lu Yu froze upon hearing the name. It really was her. No wonder she kept hounding him, it was her all along. No wonder Lu Yu always felt like he'd seen her somewhere before but couldn't quite place her. Yes, that's right. In his previous life, Lu Yu had known Yang Fengyi. She was the first divine being he had ever encountered. It was because of her that Lu Yu and some of his classmates had managed to survive. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago in that ferocious wave of monstrous beasts. That's why Lu Yu remembered her so vividly. Unfortunately, her fate in that past life was grim. When the beast tide surged, she chose to stand her ground, buying others a sliver of hope before tragically perishing on the spot. Now, unexpectedly, he had encountered her once more. Yang Fengyi noticed Lu Yu's silence and the strange look in his eyes. She frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Is my name hard to accept?" "No," Lu Yu snapped back to reality, shaking his head. "It's a beautiful name." Yang Fengyi found Lu Yu's behavior peculiar. In Lu Yu's heart, he had harbored resentment toward Yang Fengyi before. But upon learning her name, even the anger he felt vanished. In his previous life, he owed her a life. Moreover, he finally understood why she had targeted him. She was testing whether he was a martial artist. "I've already told you my name. Are you playing or not?" Yang Fengyi watched Lu Yu dithering and finally lost patience, demanding coldly. Her temper remained as fiery as ever. At that moment, Lu Yu's perception of Yang Fengyi had completely shifted. In his heart, he regarded her as an old friend who had once saved his life. "Let's play. Since you've revealed your name, I'll honor my promise." "Of course we'll play," Lu Yu declared. "Then let's begin," Yang Fengyi said coldly, staring at Lu Yu as he stood motionless. Could you go over the rules again? I didn't catch them earlier and forgot," Lu Yu said, a hint of awkwardness on his face. Yang Fengyi. She felt like pulling her hair out. Though she desperately wanted to punch Lu Yu, she ultimately chose to endure it and explained the rules to him once more.
As long as you can make my foot move even once, you win. Chapter 84, A Hesitant Start. Moving my foot counts as me winning? That sounds way too easy. Lu Yu asked with a laugh. Easy? Oomph. Young Thingy gave a cold laugh and said nothing more. Lu Yu studied Young Thingy for a moment before asking, any method is acceptable? Yes. Young Thingy replied without hesitation.
Lu Yu heard this and felt no surprise, but he was momentarily stumped on how exactly to make her move.
Young Thingy spoke with such absolute confidence she must possess unwavering faith in her own abilities to make such a bold claim.
Lu Yu vaguely recalled that in her previous life, when Young Thingy had first made her mark protecting others, she had already been a level 1 martial artist of formidable strength indeed. He himself had only cultivated a thread of martial energy, barely qualifying as a novice martial cultivator, far from a true martial artist. And yet, with just that sliver of inner strength, he had defeated 7 burly men in one fell swoop. Judging by the martial strength classifications of his previous life, Lu Yu might not even qualify as a 0.001 level novice martial cultivator. One could only imagine how terrifying Young Thingy's strength must be if she truly was a level 1 martial artist. At the very least, Lu Yu stood absolutely no chance against her. What should he do? Lu Yu's mind raced frantically for a solution. Meanwhile, Young Thingy watched Lu Yu coldly, no longer urging him on. She didn't care about winning or losing, she only wanted to confirm Lu Yu's identity as a martial cultivator. Once that was certain, Lu Yu and she would be on the same path. Then she would witness a third martial cultivator besides her own master. Martial cultivators who walk the path of martial arts were rare nowadays. Young Thingy wanted to learn more about martial practitioners. As for the brawls in other police stations, the fight involving those 7 thugs, or that gambling addict Chinshan, none of it mattered. At that moment, Lu Yu looked at Young Thingy, seeming slightly nervous as he asked, are you just going to stand there? Should I move instead? What do you mean? Young Thingy asked, puzzled. Lu Yu explained, look, you're a police officer. You've trained. But I'm different. I'm still a student. If you were to suddenly strike me, how could I possibly fight back? Young Thingy asked, what do you want? I'm just afraid you'll hit me. Lu Yu voiced his concern. Hearing this, Young Thingy frowned slightly. What kind of nonsense is this? Why do you have so much of it? How is that trivial? Lu Yu immediately disagreed, reasoning logically, you're trained, and I'm not. If we fight and you land a blow on me, wouldn't that be miserable? You know I have exams coming up soon. Young Thingy frowned deeply at his words. Why was talking to this guy so exhausting and frustrating? She'd laid out the rules of the game, he should just follow them. Why was he still babbling on with all this nonsense? It was irritating. Lu Yu replied, relax. I just need to clarify this one thing. Once I know, I'll immediately follow your rules. Deal? Young Thingy was in a terrible mood. She stared at Lu Yu with a sour expression and a cold glare. Not letting me fight back is impossible. After all, you're here to attack me. But I promise I'll only defend, I won't touch you. If you're worried about getting hurt, there's absolutely no need to fret over this. That condition wasn't bad. At least she was finally speaking like a human being. Lu Yu's heart stirred, and he was about to say something more. At that moment, Young Thingy's face darkened as she coldly remarked, have I been too lenient with you, making you think you can spout nonsense at will? Lu Yu froze at her words. Young Thingy coldly added, this is my final concession. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll turn around and leave immediately and I'll investigate everything about you over the years. His affairs? Ahem. Let's not make a big fuss about this. We're all civilized people in a civilized society. No need for impulsive anger. Lu Yu gave a dry chuckle as he addressed Young Thingy. Young Thingy stared at him coldly, saying nothing. Lu Yu pondered her earlier words, then proposed, then add one more condition to your last request. Only I can attack you, and you can only defend. Young Thingy couldn't be bothered to speak to Lu Yu anymore. Ha ha. Lu Yu chuckled softly, unconcerned. Get ready. Here I come. Lu Yu fixed his gaze on Young Thingy, his expression suddenly turning grim. He shifted his weight low, like a tiger descending the mountain, poised and ready to strike. It was finally about to begin. The gloom on Young Thingy's face lifted slightly. Her gaze softened a bit as she looked at Lu Yu, no longer as hostile as before. Let me see your true strength. Just as Young Thingy steeled herself, waiting for Lu Yu's attack. Suddenly, Lu Yu moved, charging toward her. Come on then. Young Thingy growled softly, her eyes flashing with sharp focus as she locked onto every single one of Lu Yu's movements, determined to dissect each minute detail of his attack. At the same moment, Lu Yu charged to within inches of Young Thingy. Young Thingy remained motionless. To her eyes, Lu Yu's movements played out like slow motion in a film, every one a flaw. This speed. No, how can he move like an ordinary person? In an instant, Young Thingy's brows furrowed slightly. The gap between this and her expectations was too vast. Had she truly overestimated him? Or was he trying to ambush her? A flash of scorn flickered in Yang Fengyi's eyes. The fluctuations of Lu Yu's inner energy were extremely faint, so faint she could barely detect their existence. Either Lu Yu's strength far surpassed hers, or he was weaker than her. Given the current situation, the possibility of Lu Yu being stronger than her could be completely ruled out. That left only one option: he was weaker than her. Yet, being weaker and still attempting a sneak attack. Lu Yu clearly had no understanding of the vast power gaps between martial artists. A hair's breadth of difference, yet worlds apart. At this moment, Yang Fengyi had fully dismissed Lu Yu as a martial artist, a novice one at that, possessing only petty cleverness. Yang Fengyi harbored no expectations for Lu Yu. She simply awaited the moment he made his move, confirmed the fluctuations of his qi, and then defeated him. Her strength utterly crushed Lu Yu's, leaving her completely unfazed. Yet the expression on his face had been quietly observed and noticed by Lu Yu. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. The next moment, Lu Yu charged toward Yang Fengyi but didn't strike or kick. Instead, he abruptly stopped, pressing his face close to hers. Yang Fengyi was instantly dumbfounded, utterly baffled by Lu Yu's intentions. At that moment, Lu Yu wore an expression as harmless as a lamb, slowly bringing his face closer to hers in a posture that clearly signaled he was about to kiss her. Chapter 85, A Gentle Reminder. What was he doing? An attack? Or molestation? Seeing Lu Yu's sudden move, Yang Fengyi was utterly bewildered. And she wasn't the only one. Even the young male officer in the driver's seat of the vehicle was stunned. Yang, the team leader at the police station, was famously tough as nails. Was this guy out of his mind? Does he want to die? But there was no time for Yang Fengyi to think further. Lu Yu's movement showed no hesitation as he slowly leaned toward her. She never imagined he would try to take advantage of her. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fengyi's expression darkened completely. She instinctively stepped back slightly to avoid Lu Yu. Just as she was about to teach him a lesson, something suddenly occurred to her, and her body froze in place. Noticing her movement, Lu Yu halted his advance at just the right moment. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he gazed at Yang Fengyi and declared, "You lose." Lost? Yang Fengyi stared at Lu Yu in disbelief. You did all this just to make me move? What else? Lu Yu took a step back, chuckling softly. I couldn't beat you in a fight. This game was unfair from the start, so I had to come up with other tricks. Yang Fengyi's face darkened, yet she was speechless. Because what Lu Yu said made damn good sense, and she couldn't refute it. Lu Yu looked at Yang Fengyi, grinning. Officer Yang, I'd say I won this game, wouldn't you? You're the face of our Suxian police department and the most trustworthy person in all of Suxian. You can't go back on your word now. Yang Fengyi glared at Lu Yu, her brows tightly knitted. This guy. He won using such underhanded tactics, and now he's trying to outmaneuver her with words? Is this really a student? Too slick. Yang Fengyi was actually quite dissatisfied with this outcome, as it hadn't helped her determine whether Lu Yu possessed inner strength, failing to achieve her goal. Yet according to the rules, Lu Yu had indeed won this game. She had to honor their agreement. Yang Fengyi shot Lu Yu a piercing look. The displeasure on her face gradually smoothed out, returning to calmness until it became expressionless. Don't try to provoke me with your words. You won, so I'll naturally honor the agreement. Lu Yu heard her words and showed no reaction on his face, but inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally rid of this guy. With that, Yang Fengyi showed no desire to linger with Lu Yu any longer. She turned and got into the car. Inside the car, the young male officer hadn't fully caught Lu Yu and Yang Fengyi's conversation. He'd only seen team leader Yang's expression shift several times, and now she seemed not quite right. In the back seat, the little girl stood there the entire time, her crystal clear eyes fixed on Lu Yu. Her thin, adorable little face held a constant smile. Captain Yang, take care. Lu Yu watched Yang Fengyi's retreating figure and waved vigorously. Thud. The car door slammed shut. Yang Fengyi sat in the back seat, fastened her seatbelt, and said expressionlessly to the young male officer, "Drive." Yes, sir. The young officer noticed the captain seemed a bit off and dared not disturb her. He started the car and drove away. On the road, the little girl fastened her seatbelt too, but she didn't seem afraid of the angry Yang Fengyi. Instead, she blinked her big eyes at her, filled with curiosity. Sister, what's wrong? Yang Fengyi had been in a foul mood and didn't want to speak. But upon hearing the child's innocent, carefree voice, the icy coldness in her heart began to melt inch by inch, until finally, it collapsed like an avalanche. Only then did Yang Fengyi gather her composure and turn her gaze toward the child. Her face was dirty and slightly gaunt, yet her features remained delicate. She wore pigtails and a tattered floral dress, her body appearing frail. It seemed she truly hadn't eaten in quite some time. Yet now, she clutched a bag of steamed buns and soy milk tightly in her hands, looking utterly adorable. Yang Fengyi momentarily put Lu Yu's matter out of her mind, offering a smile as she asked the little girl, "Little one, what's your name?" The little girl paused, then stammered, I don't know. I don't have a name. No name? Yang Fengyi froze. Beside the breakfast shop, Liu watched the police car drive away, feeling a huge weight lift from his chest. He didn't want anyone to know he was a martial artist. As long as he remained discreet, he could operate without anyone noticing. But with Yang Fengyi so preoccupied in watching him constantly, it was only a matter of time before his true identity was exposed. Moreover, it would make his daily life incredibly inconvenient. All of this combined made Liu feel as if he had finally shaken off a pesky tail. Even dealing with a single person's scrutiny proves so difficult. It seems I must remain vigilant about these matters before the great catastrophe begins. Liu thought to himself with a bitter smile. Even now, before the catastrophe had struck, certain powers above were not only monitoring the emergence of strange beasts to prevent uncontrollable crises. There was also an extremely covert force watching every single person. They observed in the shadows, watching to see who, after repeated exposure to spiritual energy, developed inner strength within their bodies. The moment such strength was detected, those above would send someone. You have only two choices: submit or be eliminated. Liu wanted neither option, so he could only lie low for the time being. He snapped back to reality. Liu pushed the thought of that time aside and glanced at his phone. Almost 6:30. Damn! He'd wasted too much time with Yang Fengyi earlier. Yan Xiaoquan was probably driving over and would arrive at his place any minute now. Yet Liu still hadn't delivered breakfast to Yi Qingcheng. Liu arrived at the breakfast shop. The shop owner had witnessed the entire police car incident earlier, except for the one-on-one confrontation between Liu and Yang Fengyi. The bustle at the shop entrance had died down, giving way to a brief lull. Spotting Liu arrive, the owner couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Young man, you've got guts. Handing that kid over to the police superintendent like that, I wouldn't dare do it myself, but I've got to admire your nerve. Admire? Liu let out a bitter laugh inside. He didn't consider his actions particularly noble. He'd simply stepped in because he couldn't stand by and watch. Besides, he didn't think he'd done much for the little girl, just bought her breakfast and called the police. If anyone deserved credit for the real effort, it was the police chief. He was merely the one who gave the roulette wheel its initial push. Chapter 86, Is This What Love Feels Like? He didn't argue with the owner about this topic. Liu bought some more food, paid, and hurriedly left the place. 10 minutes later, Liu arrived at Yi Qingqing's new home. Suddenly, he realized he hadn't told her what time he'd come last night. If she hadn't woken up yet, wouldn't he be in for a scolding like his brother? Ahem. Liu cleared his throat. Yan Xiaoquan should be arriving soon, so he couldn't afford to linger. Leaving the food outside risked it being stolen or tampered with, not ideal. After a moment's thought, Liu dialed Yi Qingqing's number. Ring. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello? Yi Qingqing's voice sounded surprisingly alert, not like someone just waking up. Liu felt a slight relief. It's me. Liu. Remember last night when I said I'd get you breakfast? I brought it over, it's right outside your door. You can come get it now. Alright, I'll be right out. Wait for me. Yi Qingqing hurriedly replied before hanging up. Liu waited outside the door, holding the bag. Less than a minute passed. Yi Qingqing pushed open the door and stepped out. Liu looked up and froze for a moment. Yi Qingqing wore a light, adorable nightgown. Beneath the delicate fabric, her figure was already taking shape, a perfect form. One could only imagine what it would look like in the near future. Liu's gaze darted over her quickly before he pulled his eyes away. He certainly didn't want Yi Qingqing to mistake him for a pervert. Morning. Sorry for waking you so early. Liu said, his eyes clear as he looked at Yi Qingqing. No problem. I usually wake up early anyway. Yi Qingqing glanced at Liu and replied. Here, I bought this for you. If you get hungry later, you can eat it. Liu held out the food he was carrying. Yi Qingqing glanced at it and said somewhat sheepishly, how can I accept this? Making you go out so early in the morning just to buy breakfast for me. Liu smiled. It's no big deal. I had things to do this morning anyway, so I got up early. Bringing you food was just something I did on the way. Yi Qingqing heard this, but deep down, she found it hard to believe. Why would a guy randomly bring breakfast to a girl this early in the morning? Unless. Yi Qingqing flushed slightly as thoughts of their past flashed through her mind. Seeing her hesitate to take it, Liu thought she might be embarrassed and urged, go ahead and take it. If you wait too long, it'll get cold and might not taste as good. Snapping back to reality, Yi Qingqing took the tray and said to Liu, thanks. Liu smiled. I don't have much to do today anyway. You can go back to sleep later. I've got some things to take care of, so I'll head out now. I don't want to disturb your rest. Yi Qingqing replied, alright, go ahead and take care of your business. Alright. Remember to eat. I'll be going now. Oh, and if you don't know what to eat for lunch, I'll take you out. With that, Liu waved at Yi Qingqing and turned to leave. Yi Qingqing felt the warmth of the food in her hands, her cheeks flushing slightly. Could this be what falling in love feels like? After delivering the food to Yi Qingqing, Liu descended the stairs. Seeing that Yan Xiaoquan still hadn't called, he found a bench to sit on, intending to eat while waiting.
Suddenly. Big hammer, it's your big hammer. Big hammer, I've been searching for you until I'm exhausted. Lu Yu's phone rang with its ringtone. The ringtone blared so loudly that even passersby stopped and glanced over. This was the ringtone Lu Yu had specifically set for Yen Xiaokuan. When Lu Yu heard it, he didn't immediately register it, thinking someone else's phone was ringing. After staring blankly for a moment, he finally realized it was his own. Lu Yu fumbled for his phone and answered the call under the curious stares of passersby. Xiao Yu. Where'd you disappear to? I couldn't find you anywhere. Yen Xiaokuan's voice came through the phone. Lu Yu asked, where are you now? Where am I? I'm downstairs at your place, where else could I be? I'm asking where you went. How come I didn't see you? Yen Xiaokuan asked. Hearing this, Lu Yu stood up, still holding his things. I'm eating breakfast. Give me a few minutes, I'll be right over. What are you eating? Bring me some. My dad kicked me out of bed so early, I haven't eaten anything yet. Yen Xiaokuan paused, then said. Lu Yu replied, I'll bring you some. Wait a moment, I'll walk over. All right. Yen Xiaokuan nodded. 2 or 3 minutes later. Lu Yu spotted Yen Xiaokuan pacing impatiently below his apartment building, not far from $1 million Hongqi sedan parked nearby. No doubt about it, this was his buddy. Lu Yu called out, Mr. Yen. Yen Xiaokuan, who had been facing away, froze for a moment before turning around. Damn it, why are you coming from that direction? Isn't your apartment entrance over there? Lu Yu handed him the steamed buns and said, you haven't been around in so long, I just wandered around. You're too slow. Yen Xiaokuan flushed slightly with embarrassment as he took the bun. My place is a bit farther than yours, okay? It takes time to get here. Lu Yu shot him a sideways glance. Then couldn't you have called me when you got here? Why make me wait so long? Yen Xiaokuan, my bad. Alright, cut the crap. Let's get to your place. Lu Yu was in a decent mood and didn't feel like arguing with his buddy. He opened the passenger door and climbed in. Got it. Yen Xiaokuan shoved 2 steamed buns into his mouth, clutched a soy milk straw, climbed in, turned the ignition, and roared off. In the car. Yen Xiaokuan drove while asking curiously, Xiao Yu, by the way, have you figured out what you're going to tell my parents? What's up? Lu Yu asked. Yen Xiaokuan said, my parents are sharp as tacks. If you haven't thought through what to say, they won't believe a word you tell them. Do you believe me? Yen Xiaokuan replied without hesitation, you're my brother. Of course I believe you. Lu Yu nodded while eating a soup dumpling. Your belief is enough. Ha? Yen Xiaokuan looked puzzled. Lu Yu chuckled. If we can handle even you and me, why would we worry about your parents? When we meet them, we'll just improvise. Yen Xiaokuan said, that sounds kind of awkward. 20 minutes later. Yen Xiaokuan drove his car into a luxurious residential complex, pulling up in the open space in front of a particularly conspicuous villa. This was Yen Xiaokuan's home. Chapter 87, Meeting his brother's parents. Lu Yu, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out the window. The scenes unfolding before him felt both familiar and unfamiliar. He had visited his brother's home before. But that felt like a very long time ago, and his memories were somewhat blurred. Returning now, his state of mind was vastly different from before. He felt a profound sense of how much the world had changed. Yen Xiaokuan pulled the car into a nearby garage and said to Lu Yu, we're here. Let's go. Lu Yu got out. The two practically walked in while eating. Entering the villa, they found themselves in a spacious, bright hall, spotlessly clean. At first glance, it looked almost identical to the homes of the wealthy seen on television. In real life, ordinary people rarely get to see such scenes. This was class. Whether it's people or anything else, as long as it objectively exists and reaches a sufficiently massive scale, it will inevitably evolve into a complex hierarchy. This is an immutable truth that no force can alter. What humans can strive for is to raise the ceiling of the lowest tier as high as possible. The Great Xia Empire had been doing precisely this, which is why everyone was deeply grateful to it. But after the Great Catastrophe, all order was shattered. Ambitious and powerful figures gradually emerged, shattering everything. Now, in this new era, we're moving backward, reversing progress. I've digressed a bit. Back to the point. At that moment, Lu Yu and Yen Xiaokuan entered. After scanning the surroundings, Lu Yu immediately noticed a middle-aged couple seated on the living room sofa. The man was robust, his skin deeply tanned, clearly someone who spent much time in the sun. Beside him sat a woman who was his complete opposite, fiery red lips, graceful demeanor, skin so pale it almost glowed, and looking every bit her age 28 or 29. These two were Lu Yu's brother and Yen Xiaokuan's parents Yen Wan and Miao Wan Miao. Lu Yu recognized them. He had met his brother's parents before when visiting their home. Though not particularly close, they had exchanged greetings, making them acquaintances who merely nodded to each other. Lu Yu recalled that in his previous life, when the catastrophe struck, his brother's parents hadn't survived either, perishing in that earth-shattering disaster. His brother himself had become a completely different person, until he was betrayed by his girlfriend and ultimately killed by others. Now, his parents stood before him, alive and well.
A faint sigh of relief escaped Lu Yu's heart, yet an inexplicable surge of emotion also churned within him. For he was determined to seize this chance at rebirth to alter the tragedies of the past. As these thoughts flashed through Lu Yu's mind, Yan Xiaokuan stepped forward and called out, "Dad."
Mom.
Yan Wen and Miao Wanmiao rose almost simultaneously. Yan Wen stepped past Yan Xiaokuan and greeted Lu Yu with a hearty smile.
Hello. You must be my son's classmate, Lu Yu, right?
Yes, hello, uncle. Lu Yu responded with neither humility nor arrogance, stepping forward and extending his hand.
Yan Wen seemed slightly surprised but extended his hand in return.
After a brief handshake, he gestured toward the nearby sofa and said with a smile, "Have a seat."
Thank you, uncle.
Lu Yu released his hand and sat down nearby.
Yan Xiaokuan's parents followed suit and sat down.
Yan Xiaokuan glanced at his parents' expressions. Seeing nothing unusual, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he followed Lu Yu, intending to sit beside him. Miao Wanmiao shot her son a stern look.
Your classmate is here, and you're just going to sit there? Go get some water and bring out some of Auntie's homemade snacks for your classmate to eat.
Ah. Okay. Yan Xiaokuan froze for a moment before jumping up and scurrying off to the kitchen. No need to go to all that trouble, Auntie. Just something simple will do, Lu Yu said to his brother's mother upon seeing this.
Miao Wanmiao shook her head and smiled.
Even though you're my son's classmate, you're still a guest in our home.
How could we be so rude?
Lu Yu considered this for a moment, smiled, and said no more.
At that moment, Yan Wen opened up and asked with a smile, Little Yu, how old are you now?
18.
Lu Yu replied truthfully. That's about the same age as my son.
He often talks about you, always praising how smart you are and how full of ideas you are. Yan Wen leaned back on the sofa, smiling at Lu Yu.
Lu Yu smiled faintly. No, uncle, I'm just an ordinary person.
It's just that Xiao Koan and I get along well, so he tends to praise me.
Yan Wen chuckled at this and didn't pursue the topic further.
Beside them, Miao Wanmiao picked up the conversation, steering it toward the main topic with a smile.
Xiao Koan mentioned you had something to tell us, right? What is it?
She knew exactly what he meant. Truthfully, his brother's parents knew exactly why he was here. Asking again was merely giving Lu Yu an opening to broach the subject. Lu Yu had mastered such simple conversational tactics in his previous life, so he didn't take it as his brother's parents trying to make things difficult for him. In his memory, they were generally easygoing people.
After hearing the brother's mother speak, Lu Yu didn't respond immediately.
Instead, he paused thoughtfully for a moment before turning to the brother's parents and asking, Uncle, Auntie, is there anyone else in the house besides us?
What do you mean? Yan Wen interjected.
Lu Yu explained, the fewer people who know about this matter, the better. Ideally, besides us and Xiao Koan, it's best if no one else is involved. He paused, then pointed to the camera in the corner of the ceiling. And this, he added, shouldn't be used either. Yan Wen and Miao Wanmiao exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. But both of them were seasoned business veterans.
What major situations hadn't they witnessed? Lu Yu's request wasn't entirely unreasonable.
What astonished them was that at such a young age, Lu Yu had already displayed a level of composure that most adults lacked.
Yan Wen nodded to his wife.
Without a word, Miao Wanmiao rose to turn off the surveillance feed. Yan Wen looked at Lu Yu and said, the housekeeper had to take the day off to return to her hometown.
Right now, besides my family and you, there's no one else here.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yu slowly nodded.
Uncle, please don't blame me for being overly sensitive.
What I'm about to say is truly of the utmost importance.
We cannot be careless.
Otherwise, if things turn serious, it could lead to mortal danger.
Life-threatening danger.
Yan Wen looked astonished. When his son had mentioned the matter, he hadn't used such strong language, merely cautioning him not to speak carelessly. Yet with Lu Yu, it had escalated to a threat to his very life? His curiosity about what Lu Yu was about to reveal surged.
Chapter 88, I saw it with my own eyes in a dream. Tell me the details.
Yan Wen reclined in the leather sofa, asking Lu Yu with a faint smile. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before asking, Uncle, Xiao Koan must have told you some things about what I'm about to say today, right?
Of course. Yan Wen nodded.
He did tell us both about it. Something about the world ending in a month, chaos everywhere, and that my wife and I should prepare early.
That's all?
That's all.
Lu Yu.
Well, that's awfully sketchy. Even if he told Lu Yu himself, it'd be hard to believe.
Did he show you any videos? Lu Yu pondered for a moment before asking.
Yan Wendao replied, yes, but that video didn't really prove anything. You know, with today's special effects technology, creating something like that isn't exactly difficult.
If my son hadn't told me not to leak it, I would have had professionals analyze the video's authenticity. Lu Yu nodded in understanding. Indeed.
In recent years, both the times and technology have advanced at breakneck speed. Simulating human voices, AI face swapping technology, it's almost as easy as pressing a button, requiring no specialized knowledge whatsoever. That's the power of big data, computing power, and technology.
Lu Yu said, Uncle, I can assure you that video is absolutely genuine. There's no doubt about it. Yan Wen nodded, saying nothing.
Lu Yu continued, but that video is just one piece of evidence among many. If you need more proof to believe me, I have plenty of other evidence to present.
Yan Wen smiled. Go ahead.
Lu Yu paused for a moment before saying, that video captured the scene from the day we went to the 10,000 Immortals mountain range. You might not know this, but Xiao Kuan and I went there and witnessed it ourselves.
MHM. Yan Wen nodded.
Lu Yu continued, due to the revival of spiritual energy, some normally docile beasts and birds of prey have begun to mutate. They grow immensely powerful and form something akin to a beast tide, storming cities and slaughtering humans.
Yan Wen listened quietly.
Lu Yu looked at Yan Wen and continued, the catastrophe unfolding in a month isn't as complex as it seems. To simplify it, there are two main factors, one external, the other inherent to humanity itself. The external factor is the drastic environmental changes, resource shortages, and the dangers brought by these mutated beasts. On the other hand, when order and rules break down, people lose control, which in turn triggers another kind of disaster. These are the great calamities.
And the spark that ignites them all is the revival of spiritual energy. The revival of spiritual energy? What is that? Yan Wen heard the term for the first time.
Lu Yu glanced at Yan Wen, paused, then explained, it's a mysterious force like air present throughout the world.
It can enhance human physical strength and cause animals to mutate. We call it the revival of spiritual energy. I see. Yan Wen realized. But isn't that a good thing? With our great Xiao's current technological level, adding this would be like adding wings to a tiger, right? With our current weapons, we could kill those monsters from your video 10 or 100 times over, right? Lu Yu shook his head. Gaining something inevitably means losing something else.
For individuals, gaining this mysterious power is undoubtedly a great blessing. But simultaneously, it will bring unforeseen changes. It will alter the fundamental rules governing this world, environmental upheavals and rampant monstrous beasts being the simplest examples.
Yan Wen asked, I still don't quite understand. Does altering the logic governing the world's operation mean everything we currently possess will be destroyed? Exactly. They'll become obsolete. All these high-tech weapons will lose their effectiveness.
To combat these changes, we'll ultimately have to resort to the most primitive methods, using our bodies and sufficiently sturdy, sharp cold weapons to resist.
Lu Yu explained.
Upon hearing this, Yan Wen felt as though a door to a new world had suddenly opened. Listening to Lu Yu's words, he found it utterly astonishing. The world had followed its established course for nearly 150 years, and historical records had never documented the events Lu Yu described.
So the question arose, how did Lu Yu know all this? Why was he so well informed? And with such certainty?
Because I witnessed it all with my own eyes in my dreams.
Lu Yu declared. Yan Wen frowned. In a dream? Lu Yu nodded. Yes.
In my dream, I witnessed the disaster unfold. I also saw that strange beast appear that night.
I'm absolutely certain my dreams are almost never wrong. Yan Wen listened in utter astonishment.
His gaze shifted as he looked at Lu Yu. It was unclear whether he thought Lu Yu was exaggerating wildly or if he genuinely believed the dream Lu Yu described. At this point, Lu Yu's voice suddenly grew low. Fixing his gaze on Yan Wen's eyes, he continued, moreover, I've meticulously verified every detail of my dream.
In reality, I've found concrete corroborating evidence. Oh? Yan Wen's eyes lit up. What is it? A person. A person?
Lu Yu continued, I found someone who appeared in my dreams. His daughter was the one who tragically died in the jaws of the beast.
What? That person told you? Yan Wen found it hard to believe. Lu Yu shook his head. No.
It's that the place where he appeared matches the location in my dream exactly. And his daughter truly isn't there either.
Then why didn't you ask for confirmation?
Yan Wen seized the blind spot and pressed.
Lu Yu smiled faintly. This ties back to what I mentioned earlier. Few know about the spiritual energy revival, and only I know about the impending catastrophe.
If I carelessly spread these matters, it would inevitably draw attention from higher-ups.
Who knows how they'd handle me then? The higher-ups? Yan Wen inquired. Lu Yu nodded. The spiritual energy revival isn't a recent occurrence. It happens every year, every moment.
But now, with the catastrophe about to erupt, suppressing the news any longer is impossible.
The catastrophe erupts. Suppressing the news. Yan Wen's heart raced with shock. He looked at Lu Yu and asked, why does it happen every year, yet now a catastrophe is erupting? And why would the higher-ups suppress this news of spiritual energy revival? Isn't this a good thing?
Lu Yu's expression regained its calm as he replied, for the Great Xia Empire, it is undoubtedly a blessing. But for certain individuals within the empire, it represents an unprecedented, once-in-a-century opportunity, especially for those who have already witnessed the immense power this phenomenon holds.
Chapter 89, For My Brothers, and For You. Yan Wen listened, understanding only part of it. Lu Yu looked at Yan Wen and said, Uncle, you're in business. You should know how to make money, how to make stable profits. The same applies to those in power who possess this kind of power. They know it too. A sharp gleam flashed in Yan Wen's eyes. You mean, Monopoly? Lu Yu smiled without comment, but the implication was crystal clear. Yan Wen's heart raced with shock. His gaze toward Lu Yu shifted from initial suspicion to half-belief, half-doubt for what Lu Yu said rang true. Yan Wen's mind began to race with thoughts. He wondered how much truth there was in what Lu Yu had said. Were these things dreams? Or were they intertwined with the real world? In this incredibly stable world, could the events Lu Yu described actually happen? Almost all of these things were spoken by Lu Yu. Nothing but words spoken aloud. There was no concrete evidence. Even regarding the witness Lu Yu mentioned, Yan Wen hadn't bothered to verify it himself, instead offering another seemingly plausible explanation. Despite his son's repeated recommendations and assurances, Yan Wen leaned toward believing Lu Yu after hearing his account. Yet now, there was nothing tangible to prove its existence. Deep down, Yan Wen still harbored a trace of doubt. He made no effort to conceal it. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who had been observing Yan Wen's expression all along, noticed this subtle shift. He could guess. Brother's dad still harbored some doubts and hadn't fully bought it. But that was only natural after all. Brother's parents were seasoned veterans who'd navigated the business world for years. If they were to believe everything just because some kid who hadn't even graduated from college said a few words, wouldn't that be a bit too frivolous? Everything Lu Yu had said earlier was merely groundwork. Just as Lu Yu was about to prove himself to the brother's father, Yan Xiaoquan and his mother, Miao Wanmiao, emerged together, carrying fruit and pastries. Xiaoyu, Auntie had to leave early today because of something at home, so there wasn't much to eat. Take a look at these, just make do with them for now. Miao Wanmiao placed 2 plates of exquisitely crafted pastries on the table in front of Lu Yu. They emitted an enticing aroma and were a rainbow of colors. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Yu made a gesture to accept with both hands and expressed his gratitude. No problem. You and my son are good friends. When you come here, just treat it like your own home. Don't be so formal. Miao Wanmiao smiled. Just then, Yan Xiaoquan arrived at the table carrying a large platter of freshly cut fruit. Have some of this later, I cut it all myself. It's pretty good. Yan Xiaoquan sat down beside Lu Yu and said. Lu Yu returned a smile. Yan Wen gestured toward the table. Help yourself to a little something. When it's about time, we'll head out for lunch. Lu Yu nodded. I won't be eating lunch. Uncle and Auntie, you two are busy. I came today because Xiaoquan is my brother, and for our future survival, we need your help. Yan Wen listened, his expression unchanged. Miao Wanmiao, however, watched Lu Yu with a hint of amusement on her face. While she'd been preparing things in the kitchen earlier, she'd overheard fragments of her husband and Lu Yu's conversation. She, too, found Lu Yu's words quite intriguing. It wasn't so much about whether she believed him or not. The main thing was that Lu Yu spoke very well, drawing her in completely. Even if it was all made up, it was still quite entertaining to listen to as a story. Beside them, Yan Xiaoquan sat beside Lu Yu, a hint of pride written across his face. His brother had really made something of himself. Lu Yu caught his brother's expression out of the corner of his eye and felt a pang of embarrassment. Uncle, Auntie, I can't produce concrete proof of my claims right now. I can only offer partial evidence. Lu Yu continued, take the exotic beasts, they're an objective reality. If I take you deep into the 10,000 Immortals Mountains once, you'll see them for yourselves and believe. As for the impending disaster, even if some unusual signs were appearing now, you wouldn't see a thing. The news would be blocked. The revival of spiritual energy is the easiest to verify. If you're not afraid of getting arrested, go out on the streets or ask questions online. You'll get caught faster than if you were cyberbullying someone online. Yan Wen and his wife fell deep in thought upon hearing this. Yan Xiaoquan listened nearby, utterly lost. He couldn't make heads or tails of what Lu Yu was saying. When it came to using his brain, he was always lazy. He was purely part of the atmosphere crew. What were Yan Wen and his wife thinking? Their son had previously mentioned this matter to them, giving a rough outline of what might happen and what they would need to do to help. Therefore, Yan Wen and his wife had a general understanding of what Lu Yu meant when he asked for help. It was no small sum. According to their son's explanation, it was practically emptying their family's savings over 10 million yuan, all poured into preparing for the impending apocalypse. Who could possibly manage that? Lu Yu understood this well, so he didn't beat around the bush. He laid it out plainly, Uncle, Auntie, telling you about this is for Xiaoquan's sake, but it's also for your own good. Yan Wen and his wife froze, turning to look at Lu Yu. My family's survival is secure. Our own funds are more than sufficient. While we may not be as wealthy as yours and might lack certain things, when that wave of disasters hits, my family will be just fine. Lu Yu spoke softly, if you trust what I'm saying, we can discuss how to prepare. You don't have to invest everything right away. You can test the waters first. Or observe how I proceed. Xiaoquan is very familiar with my family affairs, he can see everything I do. And I guarantee this, whatever you choose to do with your money, I won't take a single cent from you, nor do I need you to give me anything. Hearing this, Yan Wen and his wife's expressions finally shifted, their trust in Lu Yu's words significantly deepening. Yan Xiaoquan felt a twinge of discomfort hearing his brother speak so formally.
But his parents hadn't witnessed the savagery of that saber-toothed monster that night, nor had they seen the extraordinary strength of that young man in white. He understood that Lu Yu had to speak this way to earn their trust. Yanwen remained silent for a long while. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yu suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, right, there's one more rather important matter I forgot to tell uncle and aunt." Yanwen paused, then asked, "What is it?" "Uncle, has your brother's company been accumulating a lot of debt lately?" Lu Yu asked abruptly. Yanwen froze upon hearing this. How did you find out?" Chapter 90, Truth or Lie? Lu Yu gave a faint smile but said nothing. But Yanwen saw it all, and his heart was filled with shock. Because his younger brother had only confided in him about this matter, how could his son's classmate know about it now? He hadn't even told his own wife or son. Beside them, Miao Wanmiao looked at her husband with a hint of confusion on her face. She, too, was unaware of this matter. Her husband's family of origin was a small business-owning household. His parents had previously run their own company. Her in-laws had 2 children, both sons. The eldest was her husband, Yan Wen, and the second was her younger brother-in-law. She had only just heard about her brother-in-law's company running into trouble and accumulating significant debt. Yanwen sensed the confusion in his wife's eyes, but he had no intention of explaining it just yet. He was more curious about how Liu had found out about this. When his brother had told him about it, he had specifically emphasized that it was an absolute trade secret. The kind that absolutely couldn't be shared with just anyone. Otherwise, his brother's company could go bankrupt at any moment. How could a child still in school 1 preparing for his senior year exams have learned about this? Seeing Lu Yu didn't volunteer the answer, Yanwen pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling and asking again, "Little Yu, where did you hear this news?" Seeing his brother's father take the initiative to ask, Lu Yu knew he'd hit the right note. "Uncle, don't worry about how I found out. Just tell me, is this true? Is it really that serious?" Lu Yu looked directly at his brother's father and asked bluntly. Yanwen's expression flickered with hesitation. He studied Lu Yu for a long moment before finally replying, "Yes, it's true. It happened." Miao Wanmiao heard this and furrowed her delicate brows. Though the couple appeared vastly different to outsiders, they always kept each other informed about major family matters. How could her husband not have told her about something this big? Had he not had time to tell her? If he hadn't had time to tell her, then how did this youngster named Lu Yu find out? Miao Wanmiao was deeply puzzled. She knew exactly what kind of business her younger brother-in-law's company was in and its scale, and she herself was also in the business world. If such a widely known incident had occurred at her younger brother-in-law's company, she should have received word of it. But she hadn't. What on earth was going on? Lu Yu listened to Yanwen's account, gave a slight nod, and without much surprise, said, "Uncle, Auntie, if I told you that this incident was also something I saw in my dream, would you believe me?" "What? Dreamt about it?" Yanwen was startled by the words, staring at Lu Yu in disbelief, her heart already deeply shaken. Lu Yu could easily spin any story as a dream prophecy as long as Yanwen wasn't deeply familiar with the details. He could usually talk his way out of it. But this matter had happened to his own younger brother. And an extremely private matter at that. How could Lu Yu know? Could his brother have told him? Impossible. He had never heard of his brother having any connection with his son's classmate. "Yes. That's right. It's exactly what I saw in my dream. I dreamt about your brother about a month ago. He told you about his company's troubles and asked for your help. I also dreamt that after he got the money, he deliberately sabotaged the project you're currently working on at the construction site, driving you straight into bankruptcy. Furthermore, the chain of department stores Auntie mainly ran was forced to sell off at a bargain price because you secretly diverted most of the working capital. Under your brother's and other schemes, Auntie had no choice but to sell it off cheaply. From then on, the family's fortunes declined." Lu Yu said calmly. "What? How could that be?" This time, Yan Wen and his wife stared at Lu Yu in utter disbelief, shouting at him. Even his close friend, Yan Xiuquan, stared at Lu Yu in utter bewilderment, deeply shaken by what he had just heard. He rarely discussed his family situation with Lu Yu, and mentions of his uncle were even fewer. It wasn't that he had a bad relationship with his uncle, but rather that he himself wasn't particularly interested in such matters and disliked discussing them with others. So the question arose. How could Lu Yu seem so intimately familiar with his family affairs when he'd never shared anything? And those words didn't sound made up at all? At that moment, Yanwen stopped questioning whether Lu Yu was right or wrong. Instead, he was completely enraged by the audacious words Lu Yu had just spoken. His family had lived in extreme hardship since his childhood. Things only improved slightly when his parents ventured out to start their own business. Before that, Yan Wen and his younger brother had both been herding cattle and studying together back in their hometown. The brothers relied on each other, spending years together, and their bond was incredibly deep. Even after they graduated and set out into the world, their connection never truly broke. In fact, their bond only grew stronger over time. To Yan Wen, what Lu Yu had just said was nothing short of slandering his brother. It was an attack on their brotherly bond. "Xiao Yu, I'll admit you're sharp. What you said might even be true.
But none of that matters to me. What do you mean by speaking of my brother like that? Yan Wen's face darkened completely.
He glared at Lu Yu, his tone no longer the gentle one from earlier.
Beside him, Miao Wanmiao remained as cool as ice.
She hadn't been stirred by Lu Yu's words.
On the contrary, she grew even more composed, her mind racing to assess the truth of the matter. Could it really have happened? Lu Yu didn't respond immediately to Yan Wen's words.
A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth as he looked at the brother's father, his face showing not a trace of fear.
He could see the father's rage boiling over, an almost uncontrollable urge to lash out visible in his eyes.
Yet Lu Yu felt no fear whatsoever.
Even in a fight, he knew he wouldn't lose.
Moreover, witnessing the father's intense reaction only strengthened his conviction that what he had spoken of would indeed come to pass. For these were events that had unfolded exactly as they had in his previous life. Lu Yu had merely recounted them anew. Just as the tension thickened and the atmosphere grew increasingly volatile, Lu Yu suddenly chuckled. "Uncle," he said, looking at Yan Wen, "tell me, what possible benefit would I gain from deliberately slandering your brotherly bond?"
Yan Wen's brow furrowed.
Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, "If you doubt the truth of what I've said, you can verify it any way you choose. But if it's true, then the one who suffers won't be me, but Xiao Kuan.
Of course, if you believe I'm deliberately sabotaging your brotherly bond, you can even lay hands on me directly. I won't fight back." Chapter 91, Half Believing, Half Doubting. At these words, Yan Wen fell into a brief silence. His words were grave, yet carried immense weight. What kind of confidence did it take to speak like this?
Yan Wen shared an exceptionally close bond with his younger brother. While his temperament leaned toward bluntness and impatience, that didn't mean he was a hot-headed fool who acted solely on impulse. Seeing Lu Yu remain calm and articulate even as Yan Wen was boiling over helped him cool down considerably. Perhaps Lu Yu was right. Or perhaps Lu Yu was deceiving himself. In any case, Yan Wen stepped back into a rational, objective perspective to reconsider everything Lu Yu had just said.
At that moment, Miao Wanmiao looked into Lu Yu's eyes and asked, "Xiao Yu, are these things you're describing truly from your dreams?" Lu Yu met her gaze and replied without hesitation, "Yes." Miao Wanmiao studied Lu Yu's eyes closely.
She found them clear and bright, without a trace of evasion. She was confirming her own suspicions.
Hearing Lu Yu's resolute and emphatic answer, Miao Wanmiao nodded and did not press further.
Though her mind was filled with questions and doubts, pressing Lu Yu further would not yield the answers she sought. Yan Xiaokuan, sitting beside Lu Yu, felt as if his brain was about to crash. These topics were beyond his comprehension. How could his brother feel like he'd suddenly become a different person? The three members of the Yan Wen family wore different expressions, each harboring their own thoughts. Yet they shared one thing in common: they were all profoundly shaken by Lu Yu's words. This wasn't merely a matter concerning their family affairs. It touched upon something far more significant. Lu Yu's words were correct. What did that imply? It meant that the events Lu Yu described in his dream were real. Everything he had foretold would inevitably come to pass. Then, the apocalypse, the great catastrophe, the overthrow of order and rules, a complete reshuffle. All of it. It all becomes real. Upon grasping this crucial point, Yan Wen drew in a sharp breath, a vague sense of awe welling up within her. Suddenly, Yan Wen suddenly sensed that this youth seemed to carry an inexplicable, indescribable aura of mystery. Lu Yu observed his brother and parents' reactions, yet he felt not the slightest bit surprised, only a sense of normalcy. Reborn and returned. He shared this story with his brother and sister one after another. Their reactions were actually not much different from those of his brother and parents. After all, the story did sound utterly preposterous. Lu Yu sometimes wondered, if someone else had been reborn instead, say, his own brother, how could he possibly convince himself to believe it? Yan Wen pondered for a long time before finally fixing her gaze on Lu Yu. "Some of what you just said is indeed true," she said. "But the part about my brother scheming to deceive me or harm me, I find that hard to believe. He has no reason to do such things." Lu Yu listened without interrupting. Yan Wen continued, "However, since you could recount so many details, things only I know and that actually happened, your dreams and your words do possess a certain degree of accuracy in some respects." Lu Yu gave a slight nod, still silent. Yan Wen paused before continuing, "But regarding that last thing you mentioned, I think I need more time to consider and ponder it. Still, I'm very grateful for your help with my son, and I appreciate your willingness to assist my family." Hearing this, Lu Yu felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. He understood. Brother Dad had taken this seriously. Once they set their minds to it, a little digging would naturally uncover the truth. After all, what Yan Wen's younger brother had done wasn't exactly a secret. It was simply that Yan Wen trusted his younger brother too deeply. Not only did he never investigate the reasons behind it, he barely even inquired. That was precisely what had led to this tragedy. "As long as you have a plan in mind, uncle, I won't pry. But whatever we discuss today, try not to share it with others. If it gets out, what I've said might not hold up." Lu Yu's words carried a clear implication. Yan Wen was no fool. Having built such a vast family enterprise, he could easily grasp the meaning behind Lu Yu's words. Lu Yu's subtext was clear: if Yan Wen's own brother overheard this matter, or if others related to him.
If subsequent events didn't unfold as Lu Yu had outlined, Yan Wen couldn't blame him for being wrong.
Of course. No need to say more, uncle understands.
Everything discussed today will remain confidential. Yan Wen paused thoughtfully before assuring Lu Yu. Only then did Lu Yu relax, smiling. Good. Next.
The group briefly discussed potential future events, including details about Yan Wen's brother's actions and the terrifying vision of the great catastrophe brought by the revival of spiritual energy a month hence. Lu Yu used plain, accessible language to paint the picture, as if sketching a breathtaking disaster epic before his brothers and their family. Including Lu Yu's own brother, all three were utterly stunned by what he described.
If events truly unfolded as Lu Yu described, the very order and rules of this world would be utterly rewritten.
The four of them talked for quite some time.
Noon arrived.
It was Miao Wanmu who glanced at the time first, then looked at Lu Yu and said, "Hee, little Yu, I see it's getting late.
Why don't we just have lunch here?"
Lu Yu froze at her words, instinctively glancing at the clock hanging on the hall wall. It was almost 12. They'd been so engrossed in their conversation that they hadn't noticed the time slipping away. At that moment, Yan Xiaokuan also said to Lu Yu, "Xiaoyu, let's eat here and head back after lunch."
Lu Yu suddenly remembered, hadn't his brother's parents mentioned having other plans?
Plus, their aunt wasn't home either, so they probably hadn't bought groceries.
Cooking would be a hassle. "Thank you, Auntie, but I'll just go home and eat. I don't want to disturb you."
"I only intended to finish talking with you and leave, but I didn't realize how much time had passed," Lu Yu politely declined.
Yan Wen smiled. "No problem.
We did have things to do, but since so much time has passed, it's not urgent anymore.
Just stay and eat here."
Lu Yu declined 2 or 3 times. His brother's parents were determined to keep him, and Yan Xiaokuan was pulling at him to stay. Lu Yu felt both amused and exasperated, but in the end, he stayed.
"That's the spirit. Just treat this place like your own home, okay? Don't be shy, it's not like you're meeting your girlfriend's parents,"
Yan Xiaokuan said, casually slinging his arm around Lu Yu's shoulder.
Lu Yu. Chapter 92, Rewriting the Future. Then it's settled.
I'll go cook. You guys sit tight for a bit, watch TV or whatever.
Miao Wanmiao finished with a smile before heading toward the kitchen. "Ha! With Auntie not here today, we'll have to cook ourselves." Yan Wen chuckled at Lu Yu.
Turning to his son, he added, "Xiaokuan, you stay here and keep your classmate company.
I'll go help your mom." With that, Yan Wen rose and hurried after Miao Wanmiao. Moments later,
in the villa's living room, only Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan remained. Yan Xiaokuan watched his parents head toward the kitchen with slight astonishment, then hurriedly said to Lu Yu, "Holy crap.
Lu Yu, you're in luck. My parents haven't set foot in the kitchen in years, and today they're actually volunteering to cook? Years? But do they even know how to cook anymore? I haven't even gotten married yet." Lu Yu blurted out the moment he heard. Yan Xiaokuan jumped up, exclaiming, "What the hell? What did you just say?"
Seeing his friend fuming, Lu Yu chuckled and ignored him, pulling out his phone to focus intently on the screen. Yan Xiaokuan calmed down at the sight, his curious gaze stealing a peek over Lu Yu's shoulder. Lu Yu caught his friend's gaze, shot him a sideways glance, and said, "If you want to look, do it openly."
"Ha ha."
Yan Xiaokuan leaned closer.
"Isn't this respecting your privacy?"
Though he said that, Yan Xiaokuan made no pretense of modesty as he stared straight at Lu Yu's phone screen. The words Yi Qingqing jumped out at him.
"Yi Qingqing? You're chatting with her?" Yan Xiaokuan wore an exaggerated look of surprise. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Lu Yu asked. "Holy crap. That's way too fast. You've already hooked up with her in just over a week?" Yan Xiaokuan asked in disbelief.
Lu Yu, hearing this, was about to retort and tell his buddy not to talk like that.
But at that moment,
whether it was his inner teenager burning bright or a sudden urge to show off, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming impulse surge through him. Lu Yu wore a look of profound mystery as he declared smugly, "Of course.
Don't you know who I am? I barely lifted a finger, and that's the limit of this world. Got it?" Yan Xiaokuan. He found it a bit hard to swallow. Yi Qingqing, the school beauty of Ruzhou No. 1 High School, the secret crush of countless hearts? And now, she'd been claimed by his own brother. You must understand. At No. 1 High, if it weren't for this queen bee being so aloof and rejecting countless suitors, Yi Qingqing would have been taken long ago. Yan Xiaokuan was one of them. He felt he couldn't handle her. It didn't feel right. But he never imagined that in the end, this aloof, prickly queen would end up with his own brother. While Yan Xiaokuan felt a pang of envy and jealousy, he genuinely felt happy and excited for his buddy. He'd been worried Lu Yu wouldn't be able to move on from his feelings for Li Momo. After sending their messages, Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing turned to see their friend's exaggeratedly dramatic expression. They hadn't intended to tease him, but the words on their lips took on a different tone. Lu Yu gave him an encouraging look, patted Yan Xiaokuan's shoulder, and said, "Keep at it, kid. You'll find your true love too." Yan Xiaokuan. They chatted idly for a while. Yan Xiaokuan asked, "Xiaoyu, so how are things between you and Yi Qingqing now?" It's going okay.
We're still getting to know each other, Lu Yu replied. Yan Xiaoquan said, that's not bad. Anyway, as long as you can make it work before the world ends.
Oh, and have you told Yi Qingqing about this? Not yet.
Lu Yu's smile vanished.
Yan Xiaoquan pressed, then why haven't you? When disaster strikes, won't you be unable to protect her?
Lu Yu smiled faintly. I'll protect her.
Yan Xiaoquan's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding. Fair enough.
You should protect the person you care about. But hearing you say that, I guess I should find a way to bring my girlfriend here too.
Otherwise, if something happens...
Yan Xiaoquan's girlfriend, Shi Qiyun, was also a senior at First High School. They'd been together for quite some time, though she wasn't in the same class as Yan Xiaoquan or Lu Yu.
Lu Yu's smile vanished instantly when his friend mentioned his girlfriend. He'd nearly forgotten this crucial matter.
This gold-digging, venomous woman was absolutely no match for his brother.
What kind of person was she?
She was the type who could add splendor to an already glorious life, but would never offer support in times of hardship.
If his brother could remain at the pinnacle forever, everything would be fine. But how could anyone's life be at the peak throughout its entirety?
Moreover, whenever Lu Yu recalled his past life, how Shi Qiyun had betrayed him and Yan Xiaoquan the moment Yan's family fortune declined, selling them out only to throw herself into another's arms. All of this was etched into Lu Yu's heart like a knife, impossible to erase. Lu Yu would never allow such a woman to be with his brother. But his brother was also a deeply emotional and impulsive man.
How could he possibly make him accept this?
As far as Lu Yu knew, Shi Qiyun was now quite docile, devoted solely to Yan Xiaoquan.
She wasn't as bold as Li Momo.
Finding something to hold over Shi Qiyun proved rather difficult.
What to do?
Lu Yu pondered this question internally, while Yan Xiaoquan beside him was completely absorbed in how to protect his girlfriend when disaster struck.
Yan Xiaoquan didn't notice the strange expression that occasionally flashed across Lu Yu's face. Just then, Lu Yu's phone suddenly buzzed with a message notification. Yi Qingqing had replied.
Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat as he picked up his phone to check.
Sure enough, it was Yi Qingqing. Lu Yu tapped open the chat window.
He had just sent her a message asking if she was hungry and wanted to grab a bite to eat, with him treating her. Yi Qingqing hadn't replied yet. Now, he saw the message she had sent.
She said,
"No need to go to all that trouble.
You go ahead and eat. I just finished mine. Now I'm heading to the hospital to see my mom cute."
Yi Qingqing replied. Lu Yu smiled to himself, then typed a line on the screen and sent it.
He didn't look at his phone again. Just then, Miao Wanmiao entered the living room wearing an apron.
She called out to Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan, "Dinner's ready.
Come eat." "All right." Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan stood up simultaneously.
The three of them made their way to the dining room.
The dining area was spacious.
Lu Yu had eaten here before, and seeing the layout and decorations, a sense of familiarity welled up inside him. In his previous life, he hadn't come to his brother's house for dinner on this day, let alone tasted meals cooked by his brother's parents. Only now did Lu Yu suddenly realize he was already rewriting his future.
Chapter 93, Question and Answer.
Yanwen carefully carried a large bowl of fish soup out, placing it in the center of the table. She looked up at Lu Yu and the others with a smile. "Hee, I didn't cook much today.
Make do with this meal. Wash your hands and let's eat."
Lu Yu glanced down at the spread before him. Yellow croaker soup, grilled lobster, deep-fried deep-sea hairtail, hairy crabs. There were 6 or 7 meat dishes in total, plus 2 vegetable dishes and an appetizer for garnish. With so many dishes spread out, they took up quite a bit of space on the table.
Fortunately, the tables at Brothers' restaurant were large enough. Otherwise,
if this were at his own home, there probably wouldn't even be room for rice bowls on the table.
"Uncle, you're too kind."
Lu Yu glanced at Yanwen and smiled faintly.
Then,
the four of them enjoyed a hearty lunch. The atmosphere during the meal was quite harmonious, filled with laughter and conversation.
Lu Yu and his brother's parents grew much closer.
When it came to food, Lu Yu wasn't picky, but he did have certain standards.
To put it plainly,
he cared about whether food tasted good or not. He could tell the difference. He noticed that his brother's parents' cooking skills didn't seem like those of people who hadn't cooked in ages, because the dishes looked and smelled delicious and tasted great too. Either his parents had endured hard times in the past, frequently cooking for themselves until the skills became second nature, or they had cooked recently. But now it seemed the former was more likely. There was no need for the brother to deceive himself.
After finishing the meal, the group chatted a little longer in the living room.
Lu Yu glanced at the time and prepared to take his leave.
"Uncle, Auntie, thank you for your warm hospitality. I'm full and satisfied. It's about time for me to head back."
Lu Yu stood up and bid farewell to his brother's parents.
"Xiao Yu, won't you stay a little longer? It's still early." Miao Wanmiao rose as well.
Lu Yu replied, "No need. I've already taken up too much of your time today. You both have things to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer."
Miao Wanmiao glanced at her husband upon hearing this. Yanwen stood up and said, "Heh, well then, I won't keep you any longer. Let's get together again sometime."
"All right." Lu Yu smiled faintly, nodded once, and turned to head outside.
Yan Wen and his family of 3 saw Lu Yu to the door. Yan Xiaokuan followed closely behind Lu Yu. Miao Wanmiao looked at her son and said, "Since you have nothing else to do, drive your classmate home."
Yan Xiaokuan paused, then said, "That's exactly what I was thinking."
Lu Yu shook his head. "No need. I'll just take a taxi back. You go handle your own business." Yan Xiaokuan retorted, "What business? If I was studying for exams before, what am I supposed to do now? The college entrance exam?"
Yan Wen and his wife's expression shifted imperceptibly at this mention. Yet they seemed to recall something else, letting out a resigned chuckle before their faces relaxed again.
If things unfolded exactly as Lu Yu predicted in a month's time, this exam would indeed become insignificant.
Under such extraordinary circumstances, priorities shifting downward was only natural.
Lu Yu hesitated slightly upon hearing this. He didn't want to trouble his brother.
After all, he had just shared so much information, and they would need time to discuss it as a family. That was precisely why he hadn't considered asking his brother for a ride.
Yanwen saw through Lu Yu's thoughts and said, "It's fine. Let Xiao Kuan drive you.
It won't take much time, and he doesn't have anything important to do anyway."
Hearing this, Lu Yu stopped agonizing over it.
"All right." Seeing Lu Yu agree, Yan Xiaokuan reached into his pocket and realized his keys weren't there.
"Hold on a sec, I forgot my car keys." With that, Yan Xiaokuan turned and dashed back into the house.
"That kid, always so scatterbrained," Miao Wanmiao sighed, pressing her temples in exasperation.
Yan Wen's dark face flushed with a rare blush of embarrassment. Lu Yu, however, didn't think much of it.
He knew his brother too well. His understanding of Yan Xiaokuan ran as deep as a farmer's knowledge of manure. To him, this was the Yan Xiaokuan he remembered. While waiting for Yan Xiaokuan to retrieve the keys, Lu Yu observed his brother's parents, and suddenly a complete thought formed in his mind.
A few minutes later, Yan Xiaokuan emerged with the car keys, spotting his parents chatting with Lu Yu. He hurried over, curiosity burning brightly, and asked, "What's the talk about?"
Lu Yu, Yan Wen, and Miao Wanmiao all paused when they saw him approach. "We were just waiting for you," Miao Wanmiao said, ruffling her son's hair.
"Oh?" Yan Xiaokuan blinked, scratching his head.
Something felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
Lu Yu rolled his eyes at his brother. "Let's go. Are you going to give me a ride or not? If not, I'll just take a cab." "Of course we'll walk you. Why wouldn't we?"
Yan Xiaokuan hurriedly replied.
"Come on, I'll drive you."
With that, Yan Xiaokuan strode toward the car park nearby.
Lu Yu looked at Yan Wen and his wife, speaking sincerely, "Uncle, Auntie, I'm counting on you two for this matter." Yan Wen replied, "No need for formalities. If what you say is true, then this matter is also helping us." Miao Wanmiao added, "That's right. You've done us a huge favor with this matter. We should be thanking you."
Lu Yu smiled softly.
"I just hope what happened in my dream doesn't happen again. Because Xiao Kuan saved my life."
Yan Wen and Miao Wanmiao froze simultaneously at his words.
Just then, Yan Xiaokuan drove up. He rolled down the window and called out to Lu Yu, "Go, go, go. Get in the car."
Lu Yu gave Yan Wen and Miao Wanmiao a slight bow before turning and getting into the car.
Moments later,
Yan Xiaokuan drove off, disappearing from sight. Yan Wen and Miao Wanmiao stared at the direction the car had departed, neither moving immediately. Their expressions were different, their thoughts divergent.
"Honey, do you think what that child said is actually true?" Yan Wen asked. Miao Wanmiao glanced at Yan Wen and replied, "Don't you already have an answer in your heart?"
Yan Wen paused, then replied, "No."
"Truly? Or just pretending?"
Miao Wanmiao studied Yan Wen before shifting the subject.
"But that doesn't really matter." "Oh?" Yan Wen raised an eyebrow. "Then what is important?" Miao Wanmiao looked at her husband earnestly.
"Tell me," she said seriously, "such a serious incident happened at your uncle's company.
Why didn't you tell me?
Why did even our son's classmate know about it, yet I didn't hear a single whisper?" Yan Wen froze at her words, falling silent for a moment. "My brother told me it was a life or death situation.
He asked me to keep it confidential.
As his older brother, I had to."
Miao Wanmiao pressed, "What if it's exactly as that child said? Someone deliberately set you up to frame you, aiming to bring disaster upon our family?"
Yan Wen fell silent for a long moment before his voice grew hoarse. "If that were the case, don't blame me for putting duty before family ties."
Chapter 94, My sister-in-law called me. In the car,
Yan Xiaokuan drove while excitedly telling Lu Yu, "Xiao Yu, you're amazing. The things you said this morning, not only did they leave my parents speechless, but you even left me speechless."
Lu Yu replied.
"And after you said all that, I could tell by my parents' expressions that they were definitely swayed. That just proves your words were way more effective than mine,"
Yan Xiaokuan declared.
Hearing this, Lu Yu replied weakly, "You didn't even have a proper conversation with your parents. How could they possibly believe you so easily?" His brother's dad had just told him that Yan Xiaokuan's explanation to them was a wildly simplified version. No wonder it didn't work.
Lu Yu knew more than Yan Xiaokuan and understood future events far better. But that wasn't the main reason. Yan Xiaokuan gave a dry chuckle. I prefer to be straightforward. I don't like explaining things. Believe it if you want, or forget it if you don't. I couldn't care less either way.
Lu Yu shot him a sideways glance.
Isn't that just laziness?
Yan Xiaokuan chuckled softly.
Isn't that what you're here for? Why should I bother racking my brains over it? Lu Yu. They drove on for a while. Yan Xiaokuan suddenly asked, Xiaoyu, about that thing you told my dad regarding my uncle, was it true or not?
Lu Yu froze.
Why do you ask? My dad grew up in extreme poverty. Neither of his brothers could afford school.
Later, to let his younger brother study, he dropped out himself to save money for my uncle's education. Yan Xiaokuan continued, so their relationship is very close.
If what you said was true, it's one thing, but if it was false, I honestly don't know how my dad would feel.
So that's what my brother was worried about.
Lu Yu understood.
Actually, during their earlier conversation, Lu Yu had already learned about this because Yan Xiaokuan's father had mentioned it. So, he wasn't surprised by it.
Lu Yu paused thoughtfully before replying, I haven't lied.
If I intended to deceive you, I would have told you up front because you're my best brother.
Regarding your father, I haven't misrepresented a single word. That's good. Yan Xiaokuan breathed a sigh of relief.
If it had been a lie, I wouldn't have been able to face my dad.
My feelings for my uncle, well, let's just say they're pretty close.
I don't really care about that part. Rest assured, I'd never betray you, Lu Yu whispered to Yan Xiaokuan.
Yan Xiaokuan grinned at his words. Just as Yan Xiaokuan was about to drop Lu Yu off at his apartment complex, Lu Yu's phone suddenly rang. Business is booming, huh? Girlfriend calling? Yan Xiaokuan teased. Lu Yu reached for his phone.
Seeing it was Yi Qingcheng, he chuckled, it's your sister-in-law calling.
Bull. You're only an hour older than me. Yan Xiaokuan snapped irritably. Still older than you.
Lu Yu grinned, baring his teeth, and answered the call.
Hello? Lu Yu, are you done with work now? Yi Qingcheng asked.
Lu Yu paused in surprise.
I'm almost done. What's up?
Yi Qingcheng said, my mom insists on being discharged today. I couldn't stop her no matter how hard I tried.
I'll go talk to her. Lu Yu offered.
Yi Qingcheng shook her head.
No need. Once my mom decides to leave, nothing can stop her. Just let her go.
Her injuries are mostly healed.
If you have time, you could come over and help me. Help with discharge. Lu Yu instantly understood and replied without hesitation, all right. I'll head over now. Yi Qingcheng said, if you're really busy, you don't have to. I can figure something out on my own. I don't want to trouble you.
Why would it be trouble?
I just finished up work and have time now.
I can head over immediately, I even have a car. I'm with Xiaokuan right now, Lu Yu replied with a smile. Yi Qingcheng hesitated before saying, alright, then drive safely on your way over.
No rush. Alright, see you soon. See you soon.
Beep beep. The call ended. Lu Yu was about to tell Yan Xiaokuan, but when he looked up ahead, he saw his buddy already turning around, seemingly heading somewhere else.
What's this? Lu Yu asked. Yan Xiaokuan replied, aren't you heading to the hospital where Yi Qingcheng's mother is? I'll drive you there now. How did you know? Lu Yu asked in surprise. Yan Xiaokuan mimicked Lu Yu's earlier soft-spoken tone, adopting an exaggeratedly peculiar voice. Why would it be trouble? I just finished up, so I have time now. I'll head over. Thud. Lu Yu rolled his eyes and smacked his buddy on the head. Ouch, damn it. Why'd you hit me? That's exactly how you were just now. I was just mimicking you. Yan Xiaokuan protested dramatically. Lu Yu. 10 minutes later.
Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan arrived at the hospital and headed straight for Yilan's ward.
Before they even entered,
they heard faint arguing coming from inside the room.
Mom! Your injuries aren't fully healed yet, you've damaged bone tissue.
The doctor ordered you to stay in the hospital for a few more days before discharge.
Why won't you listen? I feel like I'm almost better.
I want to be discharged.
We've already paid the fees.
Why rush to leave so soon?
Why not rest until you're fully recovered?
You stubborn child, I really am better. The voices echoed in the hospital room. Outside, the nurse Lu Yu had hired stood anxiously waiting, too afraid to enter.
Just then, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan approached. Spotting them, the nurse hurried over and greeted Lu Yu. Boss. What's going on?
Lu Yu stopped and gestured toward the room. The nurse gave a wry smile and explained, well, that older lady asked how much it costs to stay overnight when the nurse came to change the dressing. Then she started throwing a fit, demanding to be discharged.
No matter what the nurse said, she wouldn't listen. Exactly as Yi Qingcheng had described.
Earlier, he'd heard a voice from inside the ward. It sounded like Yi Qingcheng's too.
It must be the mother and daughter arguing in there. Got it. This isn't your fault. Hold on a moment. Thanks for your trouble. Lu Yu told the nurse before pushing open the ward door and stepping inside. Yan Xiaokuan followed closely behind.
Inside, Yi Qingcheng and Yilan, who had been in the midst of a heated argument, both fell silent at that moment. Yi Qingcheng shot Lu Yu a glance but said nothing, clearly seething inside.
Beside her, Yilan flashed a faint smile at Lu Yu and said, "Little Yu, how come you have time to visit? Have you eaten yet?" "Just finished dinner. Had some free time, so I came to see you." Lu Yu walked over, looking at Yilan standing beside the hospital bed. He asked with a smile, "Auntie, how are you feeling now?" Chapter 95, Clumsy Motherly Love. "Much better, thank you for remembering this old body." Yilan told Lu Yu. "Look, I can even walk now. I'm ready to be discharged." Discharge. Lu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, not responding, but only glancing at Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng looked utterly helpless. This was her mother, her elder. As her daughter, it was difficult for her to change her mother's mind once she'd made up her mind. "What I mean is, my health is stable enough now that I can walk. There's no need to waste money here. If you want to take care of me, let's go home. A couple of days' rest will suffice." "We're not that delicate," Yilan said. Yan Xiaoquan chimed in from the side, "Auntie, this isn't about how you feel. You should listen to what the doctors say, they're the experts. It's better for your health and shows responsibility toward yourself." "Isn't that also good for Yi Qingcheng?" "Who are you?" Yilan had never seen him before. "Yan Xiaoquan. I'm in the same class as Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng." Yan Xiaoquan introduced himself. "Oh, you're an IN's classmate." Yilan realized, hurriedly adding, "Hello, hello. Hello to you too." Yan Xiaoquan immediately replied. "Yi Qingcheng." Lu Yu withdrew his gaze from Yi Qingcheng and looked at Yilan. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Auntie, do you really feel better?" "Of course I am. Look, I can walk and lift things, how great is that?" Yilan said, jogging a few steps beside him and lifting a carton of milk nearby to prove her point. Lu Yu nodded and smiled slightly. "Auntie, Xiaoquan is right. The most precious thing in life isn't money, but health, it's life itself. Taking care of yourself is being responsible to yourself and to your child." Hearing this, Yilan's expression shifted subtly. She instinctively glanced at her daughter. The misfortunes of her marriage and life had made her pin all her hopes for the future on her daughter. She hadn't read many books, but she still wanted to do everything within her power to give her daughter the best and avoid burdening her. Her body clearly hadn't fully recovered yet. But continuing this course would incur enormous expenses. She knew her daughter certainly didn't have the money to cover it and would inevitably have to borrow from others. Her daughter was only in her senior year of high school, barely touching the surface of society. She couldn't burden her daughter with so much debt at this stage. She already felt she owed her daughter far too much. Yi Qingcheng sensed the gaze and followed it. Her eyes met her mother's. In that instant of eye contact, she instantly understood her mother's meaning. Yi Qingcheng wasn't ignorant or unsympathetic, but at that moment, Lu Yu looked at Yilan and smiled. "Auntie, you don't need to worry too much. I just asked the doctor earlier about discharge. He said you're recovering well and can be discharged if you wish. However, you'll need to take extra care of yourself at home. Is that okay?" At the mention of discharge, Yilan's mind cleared of all other thoughts. She nodded eagerly. "Of course. I've lived this long. As long as I can move, taking care of myself shouldn't be difficult." Lu Yu nodded at her words. "If that's the case, then there's no problem. Since you want to go home, let's discharge you. The air outside is definitely better than the hospital air. Who knows? Maybe being home will help you recover even faster." "Exactly. Lu, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I just told Anan, but she wouldn't listen and insisted on correcting me." Hearing Lu Yu could help, Yilan felt as if she'd found a kindred spirit and poured out her thoughts to him. But the gist of it was simple. Yi Qingcheng wouldn't let her leave the hospital, insisting she stay put, all sorts of things like that, meant to prove her own point. Several times, Yi Qingcheng nearly couldn't hold back and was about to speak up in protest. But Lu Yu discreetly signaled her to give her mother some space. Though Yilan's words seemed to criticize Yi Qingcheng, most of her concerns stemmed from genuine love for her daughter. Lu Yu didn't accuse Yilan of being selfish or unreasonable. It was simply that, lacking formal education, Yilan didn't know how to express herself more eloquently. She could only use this somewhat clumsy method to convey a mother's love for her child. "Alright, Auntie, if you wish to be discharged, we must act quickly now. Don't delay any further. If we wait until evening, we won't be able to process the discharge paperwork." Lu Yu interjected at the right moment. Yilan paused, then hurriedly said, "Then let's not talk anymore. Hurry up and process the discharge paperwork. Once it's done, I'll leave the hospital immediately." "Alright." Lu Yu nodded. Yi Qingcheng said, "Mom, Lu Yu and I will handle it. You wait here and don't wander off. If you bump into something later, you'll just have to stay here." No, don't worry. Mom won't wander off." Yilan nodded repeatedly. Yan Xiaoquan observed the scene and said, "Alright, Xiaoyu, you and Yi Qingcheng go ahead. I'll stay here and chat with Auntie. I'll wait for you guys to come back." Lu Yu glanced at his brother and said, "Alright. Thanks." Yi Qingcheng said to Yan Xiaoquan. Yan Xiaoquan grinned, baring his teeth. "No need to be so formal. Just treat me to a meal, the same heart-shaped bento Xiaoyu had last time will do." Lu Yu. Yi Qingcheng.
Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng left the ward to complete the discharge procedures.
Thanks again for all your help today, Yi Qingcheng said as they walked. Lu Yu replied, not at all. I really didn't have anything else to do.
I just finished eating at Xiaoquan's place and was planning to head home to check on how things were progressing with my sister's matter when you suddenly called.
Your sister's handling something?
Yi Qingcheng paused, then asked, what exactly?
Didn't you forget? Last time, my sister said she'd definitely help your mom get divorced, right? This is what she's handling, Lu Yu explained.
Upon hearing this, Yi Qingcheng realized that Lu Jinyu had indeed mentioned it to her that day.
My memory.
Yi Qingcheng's face flushed slightly as she said, then I'll trouble you, sister.
Not at all.
This shouldn't be difficult for my sister. After all, we have both the evidence and witnesses, Lu Yu replied. A hint of curiosity flashed across Yi Qingcheng's face.
What does my sister do? Is she familiar with this kind of thing? She's a fund manager.
She might not be very familiar with handling divorce matters, but she has the resources. It should be settled quickly, Lu Yu said softly.
I see.
Yi Qingcheng nodded lightly, wanting to offer some polite thanks. But the words stopped at her lips. She owed Lu Yu and his sister so much these past days she'd said those polite words far too often. Instead of saying more, it was better to keep these kindnesses in her heart and repay them slowly over time. Besides, didn't Lu Yu like her? There would be opportunities to repay him later.
Chapter 96, Discharge. The discharge procedures weren't particularly complicated.
However, according to regulations, advance notice was required for discharge. Normally, it needed to be requested a day in advance. Yet Yi Qingcheng's mother had announced today that she wanted to leave the hospital today. Procedurally, this was strictly prohibited. Yet as the premier hospital in Ruzhou, especially renowned for its Suxian facilities, it maintained a degree of flexibility in certain areas, avoiding rigid adherence to rules. According to the nurse at the station, as long as the patient's condition was stable and they were willing to assume responsibility for any consequences after discharge, they could leave.
After submitting the discharge request, several doctors in white coats arrived at Yi Lan's room to conduct examinations and determine if she met the criteria for discharge.
Lu Yu, Yan Xiaoquan, and Yi Qingcheng watched from nearby.
Moments later,
the lead doctor turned to the three of them and asked, who is Yi Lan's family member?
I'm her daughter.
Yi Qingcheng stepped forward and asked, Doctor, how is my mother doing? The doctor replied, rest assured, your mother is doing well. However, it would be best for her to continue recuperating in the hospital. She'll recover faster here because we conduct daily examinations and adjust her treatment plan accordingly.
But if you insist on discharge, that's perfectly fine.
Just be sure to pay close attention to certain details. For instance, areas where bones were injured must not be bumped or jostled.
Understand?
Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng felt a wave of relief wash over her. A faint smile touched her lips as she replied, all right, I understand.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
It's our pleasure.
The doctor nodded slightly. All right, that's all.
Your mother can be discharged today. She'll need to take some medication home to speed up her recovery.
All right, I understand.
Yi Qingcheng responded with a look of gratitude. The doctor smiled faintly, said no more, and turned to leave with the others.
Anan, see? Mommy didn't lie to you. I really am fine,
Yi Lan said to Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng turned to face her mother.
You'd better hope you're fine. Otherwise, I'm definitely not letting you go home.
Yi Lan smiled faintly at her words. Lu Yu then looked at Yi Lan and her daughter. The doctor said she's fine, so she should be fine. Let's pack our things and get ready to leave the hospital, shall we?
All right.
Yi Lan and her daughter offered little objection. An hour or two later, Lu Yu and the others finally finished packing their belongings at the hospital, completed the necessary paperwork and arrangements, and prepared to leave. Yan Xiaoquan's car arrived at just the right moment, offering a convenient solution. When Yi Lan saw the car, she was startled. Just by its appearance, it was clear this was an expensive luxury vehicle. Yi Qingcheng's mother was just a sanitation worker. How could she ever have imagined that one day she might ride in such a magnificent vehicle? Whose car is this? Yi Lan whispered to her daughter. Yi Qingcheng froze slightly, unsure whether it belonged to Lu Yu or Yan Xiaoquan. I don't know. Yi Lan found it hard to believe. Your classmate looks so wealthy. Why would he come to help us? Yi Qingcheng hesitated. Well, Mom isn't saying you can't make friends, but you need to protect yourself, understand? Yi Lan said earnestly. Yi Qingcheng paused, replying, I know, Mom. Then, the four of them got into the car, drove out of the basement, and set off for home. Should we drop you off first, or them? Yan Xiaoquan asked Lu Yu from the driver's seat. My place. Lu Yu replied. Yan Xiaoquan nodded. All right. But the moment the words left his mouth, Yan Xiaoquan felt something was off. Ha! His future mother-in-law had just been discharged from the hospital and hadn't even gotten home yet. How could he be slipping off to his own place? Yan Xiaoquan froze for a full 4 or 5 seconds before snapping back to reality.
He glanced at Lu Yu, worried he hadn't heard clearly, and asked softly, "You really want me to drop you off first?" "Yeah." Lu Yu nodded. Yan Xiaokuan.
At that moment, Yilan, sitting in the back seat, overheard their exchange. Not wanting to interrupt their conversation, she said, if you two need to go back first, just go.
Anen and I are fine, no rush."
Seeing her mother seem to misunderstand, Yi Qingcheng explained, "Mom, we moved."
"Moved?" Yilan froze.
Yi Qingcheng continued, "Yes, we moved.
"We moved into the same neighborhood as Lu Yu. The rent there is very cheap, it's close to school, and we won't be harassed by that man anymore." Yilan understood instantly.
She fell silent for a moment.
"Move then. It's for the best. That place isn't safe anymore."
Only then did Yan Xiaokuan grasp why Lu Yu had insisted on driving him home first.
It all made sense now. So when Lu Yu said he was going for a walk in the neighborhood that morning, was that a lie too?
Yan Xiaokuan's head buzzed.
Was this guy using his brother as a pawn? It was a white lie, buddy. Lu Yu noticed his friend's obvious expression and added softly. Yan Xiaokuan.
Brothers share their hearts with each other, yet you play mind games with your brother.
10 minutes later.
Yan Xiaokuan drove to the building where Yi Qingcheng lived. He glanced at the structure, then compared it to Lu Yu's apartment building.
Suddenly, it clicked. No wonder Lu Yu's progress had been so swift. With that level of fawning, how could things not move fast? "We're here. Mom, this is the place." Yi Qingcheng pointed at the building. It's quite nice. But how much would it cost to stay here for a month?"
Yilan glanced at the building, her eyes filled with envy and a hint of shock. Clearly, the building had made quite an impression on her.
But upon reflection, it made sense.
How could the makeshift tin shack where Yilan and her daughter had lived compare to this concrete and steel structure? Yi Qingcheng was about to respond to her mother's question when Lu Yu beat her to it.
"Auntie, this place isn't expensive at all. It's being rented at a discount. The price might actually be cheaper than where you and Qingcheng were staying before." "Cheaper? How could such a nice place be cheaper?"
Yilan gaped, finding it hard to believe.
"It's true." Lu Yu smiled. "Auntie, if you don't believe me, you can always ask the landlord later. He wouldn't lie." "Really?"
Yilan remained skeptical.
Lu Yu thought for a moment before adding, "It's true. I'm quite familiar with the landlord.
He specifically set it aside for me." Hearing this, Yilan was about to ask more questions when Yi Qingcheng interrupted. "Enough, Mom.
This place isn't even Lu Yu's property. Why keep asking? Lu Yu already said so. If you still don't believe him, you can ask the landlord yourself later."
Chapter 97, The Need for Others' Strength.
Yilan's face flushed slightly at this.
She glanced at Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan, feeling too embarrassed to press further. "Then I'll trouble you both," Yilan said. Her words were directed at Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan.
"No problem." Lu Yu shook his head.
Yan Xiaokuan, however, chimed in with a slightly cheeky grin. "No trouble at all, Auntie.
It's the least we can do." Yilan froze. "Lu Yu, question mark."
Just then, Yi Qingcheng approached, carrying a backpack, a small suitcase, and 2 or 3 bags filled with assorted items.
She said to Lu Yu, "We're home. Nothing else to do, we'll head upstairs first."
Lu Yu glanced at the large and small bags in her hands, stepped forward, and offered to help.
"Why don't we carry your things upstairs first?"
Yi Qingcheng took a slight step back.
"It's fine. It's just a little bit of stuff. I can manage it. No need to trouble you guys further."
After that, Lu Yu tried several times to help carry her things, but Yi Qingcheng politely declined each time. Seeing her determination, Lu Yu thought for a moment before finally giving up. Yilan, seeing this, hurried over to help her daughter carry some of the bags, lightening her load a bit.
Then,
Yi Qingcheng said to Lu Yu, "We're heading up now.
You guys go back." Lu Yu waved his hand and said, "All right, bye." Bow.
After watching Yilan and her daughter ascend the stairs, Lu Yu slowly withdrew his gaze. At that moment, Yan Xiaokuan beside him suddenly let out a series of sounds.
Lu Yu turned his head.
He found his buddy's face brimming with amusement, scrutinizing him as if observing a prehistoric beast.
"What? Got something to say? Spit it out. Don't give me that creepy look."
Lu Yu shot him a sideways glance.
"Get lost. I'm not into that."
Yan Xiaokuan replied, "I never would have guessed before, but you're such a closet pervert, so damn eager."
"What do you mean?"
"To chase Yi Qingcheng, you not only helped her out, but you even took care of her mom. What surprised me most is that you actually moved her whole family next door to yours."
"I gotta hand it to you, bro," Yan Xiaokuan exclaimed. "Lu Yu, it's not what you think." "Then what is it?" Yan Xiaokuan pressed.
"Lu Yu.
What was it like?"
It seemed he couldn't articulate a coherent explanation either, because everything had unfolded one thing after another, not through any deliberate planning on Lu Yu's part. It was all just going with the flow. Things had simply evolved this way as he went along.
Yan Xiaokuan said, "See? You can't explain it, can you? We've known each other for so many years, don't you think I'd know the little schemes in your heart? You little rascal." "Lu Yu." He felt speechless, unable to retort.
Yan Xiaoquan watched Lu Yu's flustered expression and felt immensely pleased. His buddy was sharp as a tack, beating him wasn't easy. Lu Yu didn't feel like arguing with Yan Xiaoquan over this. He had more important things to attend to. Concerning cultivation matters. By now, he had informed nearly everyone he cared about regarding the spiritual energy revival aside from Yi Qingcheng and his own parents. Regarding the impending cataclysm a month hence, these individuals now possessed a basic understanding of the impending disaster. This knowledge would prevent them from losing their lives in the initial stages of the catastrophe. But this was merely the first step to survive in the future. Merely knowing a catastrophe is coming, preparing countermeasures in advance, and stockpiling supplies and energy are nowhere near enough. When the apocalypse arrives, the most effective tool is undoubtedly brute force. If your strength is formidable enough, whatever you say becomes law. Whatever you lack, you won't need to hunt for it yourself, others will bring it to you. This is the reality after the great catastrophe. Lu Yu's current intimacy with Yi Qingcheng was nearing the required level for a perfect bond. Once the contract was established, as Yi Qingcheng rose to power, Lu Yu would gain immense strength. With their relationship so deeply bonded, who in this world could possibly stand in the way of Lu Yu's ambitions? But these fantasies were fundamentally built upon Yi Qingcheng already possessing unrivaled power. Right now, forget about anyone coming to trouble Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng. Even a single stray beast could take both their lives. Under such circumstances, Lu Yu could not afford to relax. Before attaining absolute power, Lu Yu still needed the strength of others. And right now, Yan Xiaoquan was the best choice. Why are you staring at me like that all of a sudden? You're not into both men and women, are you? Yan Xiaoquan trembled slightly, feeling a chill run down his spine as Lu Yu kept staring at him without saying a word. Lu Yu said, "Get in the car." "Huh? Are we playing this big?" Yan Xiaoquan's eyes widened. Thud. Lu Yu kicked Yan Xiaoquan hard in the rear, declaring, "This is serious business." Ouch. Yan Xiaoquan clutched his rear end as he limped a few steps, complaining with a pout, "If you're gonna talk, just talk. Why get physical?" Can you picture a man over 6 feet tall, clutching his rear with both hands, looking coyly embarrassed, and saying something like that in a high-pitched voice? Hard to imagine. Lu Yu felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. He chose to ignore it and quickly slipped into the car himself. Yan Xiaoquan, clutching his crotch, climbed in too. "Where to?" Yan Xiaoquan asked. Lu Yu thought for a moment and said, "My place." "Your place? Bro, aren't we moving a bit too fast? We were just in the car, and now we're heading to your place? Is it that exciting?" Yan Xiaoquan's mouth gaped open like a hippopotamus. Lu Yu. Yan Xiaoquan gazed at him with love-struck eyes, his gaze soft and seductive. Lu Yu. A long silence ensued. Lu Yu said, "If you can't speak properly, I won't mind giving you a good beating first. Let's go. To your place." Yan Xiaoquan slammed the gas pedal and the car sped off. A couple of minutes later, Yan Xiaoquan drove to the building where Lu Yu lived. The two got out and headed upstairs. A short while later, they reached the apartment. At that moment, the house was completely empty, not even Lu Yu's sister was there. Lu Yu searched the entire apartment but found no one, so he gave up. Just then, Yan Xiaoquan walked into the living room, poured himself a glass of water with practiced ease, and asked, "Xiao Yu, why'd you call me over? Got something good going on?" Lu Yu plopped down on the sofa and said, "How did you know it was good news? You said we're good brothers, right? The kind who share blessings and face troubles together?" Yan Xiaoquan finished, downing the water in his cup in one gulp, his expression still unsatisfied. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, "There is indeed something good I need to tell you. But for now, I can only tell you. Once you know, you must not tell anyone else. Otherwise, both you and I will be in big trouble." Chapter 98, Drawing. Oh? Yan Xiaoquan perked up at the familiar tone. Compared to his monotonous life, he craved this sense of uncertainty. "Xiao Yu, just spit it out. I promise not to tell a soul, not even my parents or my girlfriend." Yan Xiaoquan assured Lu Yu. "I trust you on that. I'm just reminding you in case you forgot." Lu Yu nodded and smiled. Yan Xiaoquan flashed a toothy grin. "Deal. Whatever you say to watch out for, I promise not to mess around." Lu Yu nodded upon hearing this. His buddy might be unreliable in many ways, but when it came to important matters, he was absolutely serious. After gathering his thoughts, Lu Yu asked, "Xiaoquan, do you remember the first time I told you about the apocalypse coming?" "I remember. But not all of it." Yan Xiaoquan replied honestly. Lu Yu heard this and wasn't surprised. He pressed further, "Do you remember the saber-toothed monstrous turtle we encountered during our last trip to the 10,000 Immortals Mountains?" "Of course I remember that." Yan Xiaoquan exclaimed excitedly, "That thing was absolutely the scariest creature I've ever seen in my life. There's no way I could forget it." Lu Yu continued, "If that's the case, then you should also remember how much effort it took me to finally kill that thing." "Of course I remember." Yan Xiaoquan replied without hesitation. How could he possibly forget? He'd seen all kinds of turtles on TV or online videos before, but that mutated, ferocious turtle that night was a first. If it weren't for his brother's skills, they both might have been done for that night. Lu Yu looked at his brother, his tone shifting as he asked earnestly, but how did that man kill such a hard-to-kill monster that night? Yan Xiaokuan froze at the question.
That man? That night? Suddenly.
Yan Xiaokuan recalled the man and woman who had appeared beside him and Lu Yu late that night. He remembered clearly it was that man who had crushed the saber-toothed monster turtle to death with a single stomp. Yes. One kick. The man merely exerted a little force, and the shell of that saber-toothed turtle shattered instantly, without even a hint of resistance. But that man wasn't even as big as him and Lu Yu combined, and he didn't look particularly strong either. How could he accomplish that so effortlessly? Yan Xiaokuan remembered asking Lu Yu after that night, how had that man managed it? But Lu Yu hadn't answered. At that moment, Lu Yu spoke. He crushed that ferocious beast, the one we thought was so vicious and difficult to handle, with a single stomp. And he did it all by himself. Yan Xiaokuan's expression turned serious. He looked at Lu Yu, saying nothing, waiting for his answer. Lu Yu gazed at his brother, smiled softly, and repeated a question he'd once asked Yan Xiaokuan, are they strong? Yan Xiaokuan paused, recalling Lu Yu had asked this not long ago. Strong. Yan Xiaokuan paused briefly before giving the same answer as last time. Indeed, they were strong. Yan Xiaokuan was absolutely certain that an ordinary person could never achieve such astonishing feats. Lu Yu didn't seem surprised. He smiled and asked, what if one day you could become as strong as him? Become as strong as him? Yan Xiaokuan froze for a moment, then a look of disbelief spread across his face. How could that be possible? How would one even do it? Would it involve taking gene-enhancing injections or serum? Lu Yu shook his head. Neither is necessary. All it takes is cultivation. Cultivation? Yan Xiaokuan froze. It was the first time he'd heard that word in real life. Exactly, cultivation. Lu Yu nodded. That person is so powerful precisely because he cultivated. If you cultivate too, you can become just as strong as him. Really? Yan Xiaokuan was profoundly shaken. This was the first time he'd heard of cultivation existing in the real world. Cultivation? What did one cultivate with? How did one cultivate? Yes. Lu Yu nodded again. Then he said to Yan Xiaokuan, wait here for a moment. I need to get something. All right. Yan Xiaokuan was a bit dazed, but he instinctively agreed. He felt his excitement growing by the second. With that, Lu Yu rose and headed toward his room. A few minutes later, Lu Yu reappeared, holding a pen and a sheet of A4 paper. Yan Xiaokuan glanced over and noticed the unexpected items in his brother's hands, though he had no idea what Lu Yu intended to do. Lu Yu sat back down on the sofa, placed the A4 paper on the table, and opened a page in front of Yan Xiaokuan. He began writing furiously, scribbling something on the paper. Yan Xiaokuan felt a surge of curiosity. What on earth was Lu Yu doing? His gaze followed. Under Lu Yu's pen, a faint human-like figure began to emerge on the paper. As his strokes deepened, meridians and acupoints were marked out across the surface. Yan Xiaokuan was utterly astonished by what he saw. It wasn't because he could tell whether it was real or fake, but because the richness of the diagram closely resembled the human acupoint charts hanging in the clinics of the old Chinese medicine practitioners he had visited. Almost every detail was meticulously rendered. This was precisely what astonished Yan Xiaokuan. Based on his understanding of Lu Yu, the latter had never studied traditional Chinese medicine and seemed to have no prior research into these meridians and acupoints. How? Could he now draw them out and even label them? At the same time, while Lu Yu continued sketching on the paper, Yan Xiaokuan could no longer contain his curiosity. He blurted out, are the points you're labeling accurate? It looks quite professional. Without looking up, Lu Yu replied, if you think it's wrong, you can look it up online with your phone. Yan Xiaokuan immediately did as instructed. The result was shocking. Yan Xiaokuan discovered with astonishment that Lu Yu's diagram of the human body's acupoints was completely accurate, without a single error. Lu Yu paid no attention to what his friend was thinking, instead focusing on his own work. After about 10 minutes, he finally paused, his task completed. As expected, it was indeed a diagram of the human body's meridians and acupoints, complete with both front and back views. At certain points, Lu Yu had even added arrow markings and numbered them, making it somewhat complex. What is this? Yan Xiaokuan leaned in to ask. Chapter 99, I'll always have your back. The 5 elements Qi guiding cultivation method. Lu Yu replied. 5 elements. Guiding. Qi. Cultivation method? Yan Xiaokuan stammered slightly, clearly not grasping the meaning. Seeing this, Lu Yu gave a somewhat perfunctory explanation. It's a diagram illustrating human cultivation. Oh. So it's just a cultivation diagram? Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have understood right away. What's with all this 5 elements cultivation method nonsense? Yan Xiaokuan realized with a snort, his tone tinged with slight annoyance. Lu Yu. Yan Xiaoquan picked up the drawing paper from the table and began examining it intently. After just over 10 seconds, his mind started buzzing.
Why? Because the diagram was incredibly detailed and densely packed.
The entire A4 sheet was covered, front and back, with intricate markings. Moreover, Lu Yu had drawn connecting lines and numbered markers in no fewer than 9 distinct locations. These 9 points connected in some mysterious way, traversing most parts of the human body while bypassing many others, ultimately converging at the dantian.
No wonder Yan Xiaoquan felt dizzy.
Anyone seeing this diagram would struggle not just to grasp the key points, but even to make out the arrows and labels clearly. Yan Xiaoquan placed the paper on the table, massaging his throbbing temples as he looked at Lu Yu.
Xiaoyu, what exactly is this thing for? Just tell me straight up. Don't make me guess, it's giving me a headache.
You didn't give me a chance to explain earlier. Lu Yu felt embarrassed, then explained to Yan Xiaoquan, this diagram, it's a cultivation method.
A cultivation method? What does that mean? Yan Xiaoquan asked.
Lu Yu explained, cultivation refers to the human body absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Through specific methods and techniques, this energy is refined into your own power, what we call inner strength. As for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it's what I mentioned last time, the powerful force brought about by the revival of spiritual energy. You can think of it as a mysterious power. Whether human or animal, anyone capable of absorbing this force and harnessing it for themselves is considered to be cultivating. But for some unknown reason, humans require specific methods to absorb this energy and transform it into usable power. Other creatures, however, can absorb it as naturally as breathing, transforming it directly into their own power.
That's why you'll find the number of beasts far exceeds that of martial artists.
Yan Xiaoquan listened to Lu Yu's words, his eyes suddenly opened wide. It was as if Lu Yu had not only opened a new world for him but also cultivated entirely new soil.
Spiritual energy. Cultivation. Power. How could these things so full of wonder and longing ever become reality?
Yan Xiaoquan's worldview was violently shaken. After Lu Yu finished speaking, he noticed his brother had been stunned into a daze. That expression mirrored his own disbelief from a past life when he discovered that so-called deities were actually human martial artists. What could compare? People might grudgingly accept a strongman pulling a fighter jet a freak of nature.
But if that strongman suddenly transformed into a fighter jet? That would be utterly preposterous, impossible to believe.
And now, it was his own brother, Lu Yu, telling him this.
He couldn't possibly be lying.
Therefore, this had to be true.
This sounded absolutely mind-blowing.
Yan Xiaoquan slowly snapped back to reality, his eyes brimming with excitement and thrill.
Just imagine.
One day, when you're all grown up, you suddenly hear news that you could one day gain immense power like a martial arts hero in a TV drama, roaming the world with sword in hand, upholding justice wherever you go.
How would you feel? Who could forget the fervor and innocence of youth?
Lu Yu picked up the A4 paper from the table and looked at Yan Xiaoquan. And this, he said, is the key to your becoming a powerful warrior.
Xiaoyu, are you saying I can cultivate too? Yan Xiaoquan asked, his voice trembling. Yes. Lu Yu nodded.
Hearing this answer, Yan Xiaoquan felt a surge of happiness that overwhelmed him, despite having prepared himself mentally. It took him a while to recover. Seeing his brother's joy, Lu Yu naturally felt happy for him.
In his previous life,
when Yan Xiaoquan died, Lu Yu hadn't been certain whether he possessed cultivation talent or rather, if his talent was so low that cultivation would be impossible. At present, Lu Yu couldn't be certain either. First, to assess a person's cultivation potential, one must be at least a level 2 martial artist, and even then, the assessment is far from precise.
It requires specialized instruments for accurate detection.
At his current level, Lu Yu didn't even qualify as a level 1 martial artist. That sliver of inner energy was pitifully weak.
He was utterly incapable of projecting his chi outward. Secondly, the system's talent assessment function only allowed viewing one person at a time. Currently bound to Yi Qingcheng, Lu Yu couldn't see anyone else's potential. Unless Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng's intimacy reached 95%, unlocking a new contract slot, he wouldn't gain permission to view another person's aptitude or intimacy level. Yet even so, Lu Yu remained convinced his brother possessed cultivation talent. Why? Because of an experience from his previous life. After that limping uncle intervened, saving both him and Yan Xiaoquan from the jaws of a beast, he uttered a parting remark before departing. You two are quite something.
If we meet again someday, I'll help you grow stronger. At the time, both Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan were utterly terrified and disoriented by the sudden attack of the beast, completely oblivious to the meaning behind those words. It wasn't until much later, when Yan Xiaoquan faced danger and Lu Yu embarked on his cultivation path, that he finally grasped the true meaning of those words.
You're quite good. Wasn't that referring to himself and Yan Xiaoquan? Helping you grow stronger, wasn't that confirming that both he and Yan Xiaoquan possessed cultivation talent?
Why else would he say that?
Before learning of the earth-shattering deeds the lame uncle had accomplished, Lu Yu wasn't entirely certain if his interpretation was correct. It wasn't until the day Lu Yu learned the news that the lame uncle had been listed as the #1 most wanted criminal that he finally grasped the weight of those words. But back to the story.
After a long burst of excitement, Yen Xiaoquan gradually calmed down. He stared at Lu Yu for a long time before saying earnestly, "Bro, even though I'll become incredibly powerful in the future, rest assured even if you're a useless who can't cultivate, you'll always be my good brother. I'll have your back for life."
Lu Yu? Chapter 100, Test it out. But, how do you even use this thing?
Yen Xiaoquan took the diagram of human meridians and acupoints from Lu Yu's hands, tilting his head as he studied it intently, utterly baffled. Lu Yu shot his brother a sideways glance, forcing himself to suppress the urge to beat him senseless. He explained softly, "Look at the lines, arrows, and numbers drawn on it."
Yen Xiaoquan immediately began searching the diagram. How to put it?
The diagram was incredibly detailed, leaving almost no blank space. Trying to find the specific area he wanted amidst this dense, chaotic jumble was quite a challenge. After only a few seconds of scrutiny, Yen Xiaoquan felt dizzy and disoriented. But for the sake of becoming stronger, for the sake of power,
Yen Xiaoquan gritted his teeth and endured. At the same time, Yen Xiaoquan couldn't help but admire his brother's mind. In such a short time, Lu Yu could draw all these things perfectly and even mark them. Wasn't that amazing? Yen Xiaoquan knew he couldn't do it himself. Beside him,
Yen Xiaoquan watched his brother's slightly distressed expression, his face impassive while his heart was bursting with laughter.
Gotcha for saying those outrageous things earlier? Just kidding.
That said, the complexity of this diagram wasn't Lu Yu's doing. If you want to cultivate, you absolutely must be thoroughly familiar with the human body's acupoints and meridians. Otherwise, when absorbing and refining spiritual energy, if the flow of qi or energy deviates even slightly, the consequences could range from spiritual backlash to outright death. This isn't something to mess around with. Lu Yu knew his good buddy had the brainpower, but he wasn't exactly fond of using it. When it came to matters of life and death, even if he didn't like it, Lu Yu had to make sure he remembered.
Several minutes passed. Yen Xiaoquan finally located the markings Lu Yu had described on the diagram.
There were 9 distinct points, connected by intricate lines that roughly traced a full circuit around the human body.
"I found them!"
Yen Xiaoquan exclaimed excitedly to Lu Yu, pointing to a specific spot on the diagram.
He looked at Lu Yu and asked, "Is this what you were talking about earlier?" As he spoke, Yen Xiaoquan pointed to several other spots on the diagram.
Lu Yu glanced over and saw that his points were accurate.
Nodding, he confirmed, "Yes. That's exactly it. But what do these mean?
What purpose do they serve?"
Yen Xiaoquan asked. Could these be the so-called internal energy circulation diagrams for those supreme martial arts techniques from wuxia TV dramas? Internal energy flow diagrams?
Lu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly at this.
You could say that. Except what we cultivate from spiritual energy isn't called internal energy, it's called vital force. But they're essentially the same thing. Yen Xiaoquan insisted. Lu Yu shook his head. No. The difference is enormous.
Though they appear similar, their very natures are worlds apart. Moreover, their respective powers are as different as heaven and earth.
Yen Xiaoquan's mouth fell slightly open. Is it really that terrifying? Absolutely. Lu Yu nodded.
At its peak, inner strength might grant you the power to soar through the heavens or move mountains.
But this vital energy? It can bring you infinitely close to the divine. Divine beings? Yen Xiaoquan froze. People who can do anything, Lu Yu smiled. Yen Xiaoquan gasped in shock. It's that powerful? Lu Yu replied, if it weren't that powerful, how could we human martial artists possibly defend against those formidable beasts?
Yen Xiaoquan immediately recalled that night, when the white-robed youth had crushed the saber-toothed monstrous turtle underfoot. According to Lu Yu, that saber-toothed beast was merely the lowest tier, weakest type of beast. Yet even so, it had still caused considerable trouble.
And that white-robed youth? How formidable was his power? If the power gap between these two were to extend infinitely, wouldn't the disparity between them reach the divine state Lu Yu described? That makes sense.
Yen Xiaoquan nodded in agreement with Lu Yu's perspective.
Lu Yu pointed to a spot on the map marked with an arrow, where the number 1 was written above it. He said, "See that number?" Yen Xiaoquan replied, "Yes."
Lu Yu pointed to a specific area on the diagram and explained, "This is the Xian Gate. Starting from this gate, the energy first ascends to the upper Dantian, then descends through the Jade Pillow Gate, passing through the Spinal Gate, Golden Palace, and Sandalwood Palace to reach the middle Dantian. Finally, it traverses the Life Gate, Tail Gate, and Lower Imperial Court before arriving at the lower Dantian. From there, it ascends once more, returning to the Xian Gate to complete a full cycle. If you only travel from the upper Dantian to the lower Dantian, bypassing the middle Dantian without entering it, that constitutes a minor cycle. The cultivation results will certainly be inferior to those of the major cycle. However, it does have its own merits. It allows the qi within the body to settle rapidly and can be used for short-term cultivation sessions.
Do you understand?
The words fell silent. Lu Yu turned to look at Yen Xiaoquan.
I don't really get it. My head's spinning.
Yen Xiaoquan looked utterly bewildered, his eyes reflecting pure confusion.
Lu Yu. Normal.
This cultivation method had been refined through countless trials and calibrations by many practitioners before being systematized.
It was entirely different from the simplistic cultivation methods prevalent today.
In his previous life, Lu Yu had a foundation of continuous refinement, allowing him to adapt quickly. Yan Xiaoquan, however, was a complete blank slate in this regard. It was understandable that he couldn't digest it all at once. Lu Yu pondered for a moment, then rose and returned to his room to fetch a sheet of paper. With swift strokes, he transcribed everything he had just explained onto it before handing it to Yan Xiaoquan. Here, take this. Read it slowly.
Go over it a few times and you'll understand. Yan Xiaoquan took it and glanced at it. Holy cow, it was as long as an essay.
The content covered cultivation methods, tips, precautions, warnings, and more. At the top of the paper, in large characters, were the words 5 elements qi gathering cultivation method.
This doesn't seem right?
What you just said didn't sound like it would take this many words.
Yan Xiaoquan questioned. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. This is for you to read. Of course it needs to be detailed. Otherwise, what if you mess up later when you're practicing on your own and I'm not around?
Yan Xiaoquan's face immediately fell. He felt utterly hopeless at learning. Just seeing all those words made his head spin.
Lu Yu reached out and patted Yan Xiaoquan's shoulder. Don't think this is troublesome.
When the apocalypse truly comes, if your fists aren't strong enough, people will die.
It could be you, or it could be me. Yan Xiaoquan froze. Lu Yu smiled faintly. Let's give it a try and see if it works, shall we? Chapter 101, Entering the Training State. Alright. What do we do? Yan Xiaoquan agreed without hesitation, trusting that Lu Yu wouldn't harm him.
Lu Yu glanced at the time upon hearing this.
It was still afternoon, plenty of time. There was time to handle it. Come to my room. Lu Yu stood up and said to Yan Xiaoquan. That one sentence.
Lu Yu assured himself he meant nothing by it, yet upon hearing those words, the other man flushed with a hint of coyness. Lu Yu held back, but finally couldn't resist. He kicked him.
Ah!
Yan Xiaoquan's piercing scream reverberated through the living room.
A few minutes later,
Yan Xiaoquan sat obediently on Lu Yu's bed, assuming the proper posture.
He looked up at Lu Yu with eager eyes and asked, I'm in position, now what?
Lu Yu stood beside him and instructed, close your eyes and focus on the sensation.
Oh, okay.
Yan Xiaoquan quickly responded, then promptly closed his eyes and began to feel, just as Lu Yu had instructed.
1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Before long, over 10 minutes had passed. Lu Yu carefully observed Yan Xiaoquan's expression and asked softly, how about it? Did you sense anything? Not really, Yan Xiaoquan replied. Lu Yu. Try again. Focus more intently. Calm your mind. Lu Yu urged.
Yan Xiaoquan closed his eyes and grimaced. The more I try to calm down, the more I think about how awesome it would be to be like those great heroes, and I just can't settle down.
Lu Yu. Good heavens. Impressive. Lu Yu paced back and forth, pondering a solution.
This brother of mine is great in every way, but sometimes he's just too restless and impatient. It's hard for him to stay calm at times.
There's nothing to be done about it. Yan Xiaoquan's just wired that way. Can't change it. Unless he went back to the factory for a factory reset. But that was nonsense. Right now, he needed to focus on entering a meditative state. Only then could he cultivate more efficiently in the future. He couldn't possibly be there every single time. What to do? Lu Yu studied Yan Xiaoquan intently. After a moment's thought, he suddenly hit upon a brilliant solution. Hypnosis. Using hypnosis to guide Yan Xiaoquan's thoughts. This might be the fastest way. Realizing the key to the situation, Lu Yu made a decisive decision and said in a deep voice, Xiaoquan, don't think about anything right now. Whatever I say is what you do. Follow my instructions exactly. At that moment, Yan Xiaoquan felt a flicker of anxiety. Yet, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, his heart settled considerably. In his eyes, Lu Yu could resolve any problem. Now, clear your mind. Follow my lead. Calm down. Lu Yu lowered his voice, whispering slowly into Yan Xiaoquan's ear. Yan Xiaoquan listened intently, his mind truly settling into stillness. He never imagined Lu Yu's simple instruction would be so effective. A flicker of relief crossed Yan Xiaoquan's face. He was about to open his eyes to praise Lu Yu and share his inner thoughts. But just then, Lu Yu's sharp command exploded in Yan Xiaoquan's ear. Don't open your eyes. Keep going. Yan Xiaoquan instantly dismissed the thought, quickly calming his mind and following Lu Yu's earlier instructions. Calm down. Feel the world before you with your heart. Now, your eyes can see nothing. Everything before you is pitch black. Lu Yu continued his incantation, his voice now deep and husky like those online hypnotists, inducing a drowsy sensation in anyone who heard it. Yan Xiaoquan knew Lu Yu too well. It could be said that aside from not having grown up together in diapers, the two were closer than brothers, perhaps even closer than any blood brothers. So when he heard Lu Yu trying to hypnotize and guide him, Yan Xiaoquan nearly burst out laughing and was about to open his mouth to crack a joke. But when he heard Lu Yu's coughing fit, which sounded rather unpleasant, Yan Xiaoquan promptly dismissed the idea. Be good. Be obedient.
Under Lu Yu's patient, gentle guidance and Yan Xiaoquan's active cooperation, his mind finally settled into stillness. All he saw was darkness. This was a world he had never seen before, utterly pitch black, not a single glimmer of light. Even though it was afternoon, the sun hadn't yet set in the west. In this dark world, Yan Xiaoquan seemed to be the only source of light.
Am I asleep?
Yan Xiaoquan surveyed his surroundings with curiosity, but in truth, whether looking up, down, left, right, north, or south, everything was pitch black, utterly indistinguishable.
Maybe I am asleep. Xiao Yu is still waiting for me. I need to go out and check.
Yan Xiaoquan looked around, finding nothing of interest.
He decided to wake up and go find Lu Yu. But then,
at that very moment, a voice echoed from the unfathomable depths of this dark abyss. It drifted, sometimes distant, sometimes near, sometimes high, sometimes low, utterly unpredictable. Yan Xiaoquan strained to make out the words, but the sound perpetually teetered between audible and inaudible, leaving him unable to discern a single syllable.
What the hell is that sound?
Yan Xiaoquan was puzzled.
After listening for a while longer, he still couldn't make it out clearly. Finally, he gave up. Forget it, I'll just go find Xiao Yu. The thought surfaced again in Yan Xiaoquan's mind. Suddenly, the faint sound became crystal clear. Xiaoquan, remember this sensation. Maintain this state. Keep it steady.
Focus your mind to feel it, to grasp that spiritual energy invisible to your eyes. Use the method from my diagram to absorb it into your body.
That is what will make you stronger. Yan Xiaoquan froze upon hearing this voice. So familiar. Why did this speaker's voice sound so familiar? Yan Xiaoquan froze for a moment.
Suddenly, it hit him, this voice belonged to none other than Lu Yu.
It was Lu Yu. Overwhelmed with joy, Yan Xiaoquan blurted out without a second thought, Xiao Yu. I found you. I heard you speaking. His words echoed out like a mountain valley's reverberation. It carried out layer upon layer, only to echo back layer upon layer. Yan Xiaoquan waited for a long time, but heard no reply from Lu Yu. Could it be that Xiao Yu didn't hear me?
Yan Xiaoquan froze for a moment, then prepared to shout again.
At that very moment,
Lu Yu's voice echoed once more from the depths of darkness, reaching Yan Xiaoquan's ears exactly the same words he had heard before.
Find the spiritual energy. Lu Yu was telling him to find spiritual energy. Yan Xiaoquan's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, I think I get it now. Outside, Lu Yu watched Yan Xiaoquan, who showed no reaction whatsoever.
His expression remained composed, but inside, he felt a tinge of nervousness. He had just helped Yan Xiaoquan enter a state of cultivation. Whether Yan Xiaoquan could actually absorb that spiritual energy into his body and cultivate depended entirely on whether he possessed any innate talent for cultivation.
Chapter 102, Yan Xiaoquan's Extraordinary Journey. In the dark world, Yan Xiaoquan remained unaware of the events unfolding outside. He simply followed Lu Yu's instructions, carefully sensing that spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. Lu Yu had said it was something that could make one stronger, but what exactly was it? What did it look like? Where would it appear? Yan Xiaoquan had no clue about any of this. Lu Yu hadn't shown him either. Yan Xiaoquan could only follow Lu Yu's method and see if he could find it. In this seemingly boundless, pitch-black world, Yan Xiaoquan felt like a firefly in the night sky, carrying a faintly glowing lantern as he wandered aimlessly. Where to go? Yan Xiaoquan didn't know. Where would it end? Yan Xiaoquan didn't know that either. He kept running forward like this, as if he would never tire, and he felt no passage of time at all. Time had completely lost its meaning here. It was as if he intended to run until he reached the very edge of this world. Time slipped away, bit by bit. Yan Xiaoquan felt none of it. But this did not mean he had completely lost the concept of time, it was simply that there were no reference points here to make comparisons. He had no idea how long it had been. Just as Yan Xiaoquan began to feel bored, restless, dull, and lonely. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light appeared in the distance ahead. Yan Xiaoquan froze, instinctively straining his senses to peer intently in that direction. There! Not far away, tiny, faintly glowing specks drifted about. They resembled fireflies, dancing up and down, hovering uncertainly, and seeming to cheer and leap with joy. Yan Xiaoquan stared in astonishment. Light? What are those things? Yan Xiaoquan watched from a distance, hesitating to approach. Having spent so long in this pitch-black world, he had grown accustomed to the darkness. He never expected to suddenly see light. These faint glimmers did not fill Yan Xiaoquan with joy. Instead, they heightened his wariness, making him wary of those tiny points of light. He didn't believe these things were anything good. Yan Xiaoquan kept his distance, watching from afar, afraid to get too close. If there had been anything nearby to hide behind, he would have darted into it long ago. His current state seemed not unlike these points of light. They were tiny, faintly glowing orbs. Like tiny LED bulbs. It flickered on and off, as if it might go out at any moment. However, Yan Xiaoquan's own body, that little glowing orb, was significantly larger than those tiny specks of light. This gave Yan Xiaoquan a glimmer of confidence. The big fish eats the small fish, and the small fish eats the shrimp. This principle Yan Xiaoquan understood well. After observing for quite some time, Yan Xiaoquan discovered the tiny specks of light drifting nearby didn't seem dangerous at all. They just floated there aimlessly, or perhaps moved slowly, as if heading somewhere unknown. These things are actually moving? Where could they be going?
Yan Xiaoquan stared wide-eyed at the cluster of lights, astonishment filling his heart. They were moving, albeit slowly.
Yan Xiaoquan estimated that if he hesitated any longer, those tiny lights might vanish altogether. This was hard for Yan Xiaoquan to accept.
He had been trapped in this dark void for who knew how long. Finally, he caught a glimpse of light.
If it vanished, how much longer would he have to wait? Forget it. No more waiting.
Yan Xiaoquan watched the cluster of tiny lights drifting farther and farther away. Gritting his teeth and steeled with resolve, he maneuvered his orb-like body toward the floating lights. Neither gods nor ghosts could hold him back. Today, he was determined to see exactly what these things were. Just as Yan Xiaoquan's tiny orb drew closer to those faint glimmers, the points of light suddenly seemed to come alive, dodging him.
Whoa, really? You dare dodge this young master? You've got some nerve.
But the more capable you are, the more fun this gets for me, otherwise, it'd be no challenge at all. Yan Xiaoquan chuckled darkly and shot toward the nearest speck. That speck of light sensed his approach and dodged out of the way first. But its speed was ultimately too slow, or rather, Yan Xiaoquan was just that much faster.
Before the tiny light could fully evade, Yan Xiaoquan dove down and pounced on it.
The light fluttered like a butterfly, struggling to break free and fly away.
Think you can fly away once you're in my grasp? Watch me swallow you whole.
Yan Xiaoquan chuckled, clutching the tiny light point tightly before finally swallowing it in one gulp. The instant it vanished, Yan Xiaoquan felt his luminous body surge with a chill as if he'd gulped ice-cold cola, a shiver of exhilaration coursing through him. A chill ran from his head to his toes.
This sensation was quite indescribable. Moreover,
Yan Xiaoquan was astonished to discover his luminous sphere seemed to glow even brighter than before.
An illusion? A hallucination? Yan Xiaoquan froze for a moment, unable to come up with an answer. Then, he decisively stopped thinking about it.
Yan Xiaoquan never bothered with such brain cell wasting activities. He considered himself a man who meticulously conserved his brain's energy reserves, protecting his mental faculties at all costs.
Then,
Yan Xiaoquan shifted his gaze to the other small points of light.
Those small points of light weren't too far from him.
Instead, they hovered in the air not far from him. It seemed his earlier assumption that these things would evade him had been an illusion. These tiny points of light were likely merely reacting to the disturbance caused by his movements, exhibiting some peculiar behavior.
Well then, I won't hold back.
Yan Xiaoquan ran his hand over his body, still savoring the exhilarating sensation of swallowing that tiny light point moments ago.
Pretty damn satisfying.
Once Yan Xiaoquan made up his mind, he sprang into action, launching a one-sided extermination campaign against the tiny specks of light. The final victory belonged to Yan Xiaoquan.
He swallowed every single one of those tiny light points into his body.
Then, Yan Xiaoquan was stunned to discover something unusual about his body. It felt hot, burning hot.
He had no idea what was happening. Outside, in the room,
Lu Yu stared at Yan Xiaoquan, whose body was flushed red and burning hot. His initial composure had vanished. Gently shaking Yan Xiaoquan's body, he barked with a darkening expression, "Xiaoquan, snap out of it."
Stop!
Lu Yu bellowed the command dozens of times in rapid succession. Yan Xiaoquan remained motionless, eyes tightly shut, showing no response whatsoever. Suddenly, his skin flushed an intense crimson, transforming his entire form into something resembling a succulent roast suckling pig fresh from the oven.
Chapter 103, Lending a Hand.
Though Yan Xiaoquan's appearance was somewhat comical, Lu Yu found nothing amusing about it. Yan Xiaoquan's current state had reached a perilous threshold. Yan Xiaoquan had indeed captured the spiritual energy and absorbed it into his body. However, instead of circulating and refining it according to the diagram Lu Yu had just drawn for him, he had simply and brutally swallowed it whole like a whirlwind. This caused the absorbed spiritual energy to remain foreign within him, surging chaotically through his body.
It was like a drunken driver weaving erratically down the highway. If it had been just a small amount of spiritual energy, it might have been manageable. But Yan Xiaoquan had just greedily absorbed every last bit of the small patch of spiritual energy that appeared, refusing none. What did this mean?
It meant that inside Yan Xiaoquan's body, it wasn't just one drunk driver speeding recklessly, it was a whole gang of drunken drivers racing wildly at the same time.
With Yan Xiaoquan's current abilities, how could he possibly stabilize so much spiritual energy at once? In the dark world,
Yan Xiaoquan was frantically scrambling, his entire body on fire.
"Xiao Yu, help me!" Outside,
Lu Yu naturally hadn't heard Yan Xiaoquan's cries for help, but judging by Yan Xiaoquan's increasingly grim expression, he could guess how much agony he was enduring. Lu Yu hesitated for only a second before placing a hand on Yan Xiaoquan's shoulder. With a flick of his intent, a thread of qi surged from his body, traveling through his arm and into Yan Xiaoquan's.
Lu Yu closed his eyes. A pitch-black void.
Yan Xiaoquan felt his body, that glowing orb, as if engulfed by raging flames, impossible to contain.
But in reality, the little orb wasn't actually on fire.
Its light had simply become far more blinding than before, and its temperature had risen significantly, creating an illusion for Yen Xiaokuan.
This sensation.
Naturally, Yen Xiaokuan found it unbearably uncomfortable, so unbearable it felt like death itself. His sole focus now was how to ease his discomfort. As for the 5 elements qi cultivation method Lu Yu had just taught him, Yen Xiaokuan had long since cast it to the winds.
Xiaoyu, if you don't come help me soon, I'm done for.
Yen Xiaokuan was drenched in sweat, his consciousness gradually blurring.
Just as Yen Xiaokuan was on the verge of collapse,
a bridge resembling a rainbow-hued celestial light suddenly materialized out of thin air in the pitch-black void, descending like a deity from the heavens, hurtling straight toward Yen Xiaokuan's location.
What is this?
Yen Xiaokuan stared blankly at the bridge, murmuring the words with the last remnants of his lucid consciousness. Just then, the bridge materialized before Yen Xiaokuan. Its other end plunged into his body.
In an instant,
Yen Xiaokuan felt the intense heat throughout his body dissipate by more than half.
His previously blurred consciousness instantly cleared. I'm better? Yen Xiaokuan froze in shock. Outside,
Lu Yu kept his eyes tightly closed, carefully guiding the faint thread of energy as it circulated within Yen Xiaokuan's body.
He worked to organize the spiritual energy within him, laboriously directing its flow.
The spiritual energy Yen Xiaokuan had just absorbed was no small amount.
He had absorbed an entire small cluster of spiritual energy that happened to pass by.
But Lu Yu's own vital energy was currently very weak. Controlling this thread of feeble energy to help Yen Xiaokuan sort out the chaotic spiritual energy within his body was no small challenge for him.
This was primarily due to Lu Yu's current weakness. Had Lu Yu possessed the peak strength of his previous life, Yen Xiaokuan's current predicament would have been effortlessly resolved. Why go through all this trouble now?
Lu Yu held his breath and concentrated, his mind and spirit united as he helped Yen Xiaokuan sort through the spiritual energy within his body.
A full hour passed.
Lu Yu was drenched in sweat, his body nearing utter exhaustion.
Finally,
he had finally finished sorting through Yen Xiaokuan's energy.
Finally done.
Lu Yu withdrew the faint thread of energy, his forehead dotted with beads of sweat as his clothes clung to him, soaked through.
He let out a long, relieved sigh. Not having enough strength to handle matters arising from cultivation was truly a life-threatening experience. On the bed,
Yen Xiaokuan remained in his cultivation posture, but the skin on his body had visibly normalized, no longer flushed an unnatural crimson as it had been.
For now, all that remained was to wait for Yen Xiaokuan to awaken on his own.
Lu Yu didn't wake him, choosing instead to wait quietly by his side. More than 10 minutes later, Yen Xiaokuan, looking as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, fluttered his tightly closed eyes slightly before slowly opening them. The light from outside momentarily dazzled him, causing a brief flicker of discomfort, but he quickly adjusted.
His first glance sought out Lu Yu. Feeling better?
Lu Yu stood nearby, arms crossed, asking.
Much better.
Hearing Lu Yu's voice, Yen Xiaokuan felt a wave of grievance wash over him.
Why? I thought I'd never see you again. That feeling was terrifying.
Lu Yu. Yen Xiaokuan stared at Lu Yu, his voice still trembling with lingering fear.
Xiaoyu, can I just not cultivate? This stuff is terrifying. You know what? Just now, I almost thought I was done for.
If I hadn't gritted my teeth and stomped my foot at the last second, who knows if I could have pulled through.
You held on? Good heavens. If it weren't for me, you'd be a vegetable now.
Lu Yu was utterly mortified. For the first time, he realized his buddy could really exaggerate.
But seriously, you really don't want to cultivate anymore? Lu Yu asked.
Yen Xiaokuan shook his head decisively. Lu Yu said, if you don't cultivate, you'll get bullied later and won't even be able to win a fight.
Yen Xiaokuan looked at Lu Yu earnestly and said, but I still have you, don't I? Can I be by your side every single moment to protect you? What about your parents, your girlfriend? Do you want them gone too? There are so many people, how could I possibly protect them all by myself?
Lu Yu said, speechless.
Yen Xiaokuan immediately understood. Right.
Xiaoyu had his own parents, his sister, and his new girlfriend Ji Qingcheng.
If he only protected himself, what about everyone else?
But that feeling he just experienced during cultivation was downright terrifying to Yen Xiaokuan.
Lu Yu noticed his brother's subtle expression and understood his concern.
He said, the problem you encountered just now was because you entered the cultivation state but didn't follow the cultivation method I taught you.
If you follow the method I taught you next time, you'll definitely be fine.
Lu Yu paused for emphasis before offering encouragement. The fact you could sense spiritual energy so quickly and absorb it into your body proves your talent is exceptional, possibly even stronger than mine.
Really?
Hearing this, Yen Xiaokuan's eyes lit up instantly, his confidence soaring.
See what I mean? I'll definitely surpass you someday. I've got your back, count on it. Lu Yu. Chapter 104, Learning from Experience. Great.
Seems like this dim-witted brother of mine can't take a compliment. Lu Yu shook his head, unwilling to argue about this.
He changed the subject and asked, by the way, did you remember that feeling just now? What sensation? The feeling of cultivation. Lu Yu explained.
How to describe it? It's like even though your eyes are closed, you can still see the entire world clearly. Yan Xiaokuan froze, then began to carefully recall the events that had just unfolded.
The details. What exactly was that sensation Xiaoyu described? Was it the sensation of entering that pitch-black realm, wandering through it, and finally catching glimpses of scattered light?
Earlier, Xiaoyu had told him he'd found that elusive spiritual energy and absorbed it into his body.
Then the question arose. What exactly is spiritual energy?
Yan Xiaokuan clearly remembered that he hadn't done anything at all.
No. Those glowing dots earlier. That's it. Could those things be the spiritual energy Xiaoyu mentioned? The realization dawned on Yan Xiaokuan and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked, Xiaoyu, are you saying those tiny glowing specks are spiritual energy? Glowing things?
Lu Yu paused for a moment before quickly realizing what his brother was referring to.
After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu replied to Yan Xiaokuan, that's right. Those things, the ones that made you feel uneasy earlier, that's spiritual energy.
Yan Xiaokuan's face lit up with a look of I knew it, as he exclaimed, I guessed right.
It really is. Who would have thought something that looks so harmless could be so terrifying? Even as he spoke, Yan Xiaokuan still felt a lingering sense of dread. That's because you didn't use the right method.
Lu Yu corrected him, but the words fell off as soon as they left his mouth. He added, or rather, you didn't use any method at all.
What do you mean?
Yan Xiaokuan scratched his head, asking.
Lu Yu explained, remember what I told you at the beginning? You didn't follow the cultivation method I taught you.
Although you sensed the spiritual energy and absorbed it into your body, you skipped the refining process.
Yan Xiaokuan listened, understanding only part of it.
Lu Yu continued, next time you cultivate, just get into the zone and do exactly what I showed you, both the written instructions and the diagrams I drew for you.
Then you'll never run into problems again. Oh, you mean that? Yan Xiaokuan realized. I've almost forgotten that diagram. There are just too many acupoints to remember at once. Lu Yu replied softly, it's fine. Take your time. You can start cultivating once you've memorized it. We have plenty of time anyway. Okay. Got it. I'll work hard. Yan Xiaokuan nodded immediately.
Lu Yu continued, next time you practice, don't try to absorb so much spiritual energy all at once.
Just enough is fine. Otherwise, you risk overloading your body and causing it to explode. Got it? Got it.
Yan Xiaokuan nodded.
Good. Lu Yu looked at Yan Xiaokuan and said, I won't waste words on anything else. Just figure it out for yourself.
Before the great cataclysm begins, every ounce of strength you gain is another ounce of hope for survival.
I know, Yan Xiaokuan nodded emphatically. Lu Yu asked, do you want to try again?
I'll be here to keep an eye on things and make sure nothing goes wrong. Yan Xiaokuan considered for a moment before immediately agreeing, alright, I'll listen to you.
And so, for the time that followed, Yan Xiaokuan immersed himself entirely in cultivation, endlessly experimenting and exploring. Lu Yu stood by his side, offering guidance to prevent any further mishaps. As evening approached, after half an afternoon of training under Lu Yu, Yan Xiaokuan had finally managed to get the hang of it. This entry into the basics did not refer to Yan Xiaokuan's strength reaching a beginner's level. Rather, it meant he had grasped the most fundamental entry-level cultivation methods, enabling him to practice independently even when Lu Yu was absent. This was undoubtedly good news. This meant Lu Yu wouldn't need to expend much mental energy on Yan Xiaokuan going forward, he'd only need to provide general guidance on the right path. On the bed,
Yan Xiaokuan slowly opened his eyes, a faint gleam of sharpness flashing within them. Though he hadn't cultivated any inner energy yet, his demeanor had quietly undergone a subtle shift. How do you feel? Lu Yu asked. Yan Xiaokuan glanced at his fist, clenched it lightly, and replied, great. My body feels more solid, and my strength seems to have increased. Lu Yu heard this without the slightest surprise. Normal. That's the benefit of being cleansed by spiritual energy. Whether human or animal, all can feel the tremendous transformation it brings. Lu Yu continued, so now you understand why so many strange beasts have appeared? Got it. Yan Xiaokuan, unusually quiet, remarked, if all the animals in the world were saturated with this spiritual energy, it would truly be a catastrophe for humanity. No need to be overly pessimistic. What seems like a disaster could also be an opportunity, Lu Yu chuckled. Opportunity? Yan Xiaokuan blinked, looking at Lu Yu, not quite grasping the meaning. Lu Yu explained softly, disaster means destruction and upheaval. It shatters order and rules. For most people, that's certainly not a good thing. But for others, it might be an opportunity. Opportunity? What kind of opportunity? Yan Xiaokuan still couldn't grasp it. A catastrophe? The end of the world? Where would there be any opportunity? Just surviving is hard enough. Lu Yu smiled. That's true for people like us who can't even protect ourselves. But for those with formidable power or influence, this isn't a disaster at all, it's an opportunity to seize even greater control. Yan Xiaokuan listened, half understanding, so you mean even then, people will still fight for fame and fortune? Isn't that perfectly normal? Lu Yu countered. Yan Xiaokuan's smile vanished.
He frowned. Doesn't our great Xia have the power to suppress these people or factions?
Lu Yu chuckled at this. Well,
I don't know either.
We'll see when the time comes.
Yan Xiaokuan nodded, seeming to grasp the meaning.
Lu Yu then sat down on the edge of the bed and said, those matters aren't what we should be worrying about now. What we need to focus on most right now is ourselves.
Yan Xiaokuan pondered for a moment before agreeing, you're right.
We have to survive first. Lu Yu's expression softened with satisfaction.
Over the next few days, study the cultivation technique I wrote for you. Memorize it thoroughly, then try practicing it. See if you can cultivate inner strength.
But remember, never tell anyone about this, and certainly don't let anyone else see it.
Chapter 105, Brother's Cultivation Talent. Relax.
I've heard this so many times my ears are calloused. Trust me, not a single word of what you've told me will leave my lips.
I swear it.
Yan Xiaokuan held up 4 fingers pressed together toward the sky, mimicking an oath.
Lu Yu reached out and stopped Yan Xiaokuan, pushing his hand away. It's not that I don't trust you. I just worry you might slip up. That would cause a lot of trouble. I get it. I won't put you in a tough spot. Trust me.
Yan Xiaokuan patted his chest emphatically. Lu Yu glanced at Yan Xiaokuan, brimming with confidence.
For some reason, an uneasy feeling crept up inside him, an intuition that something wasn't quite right. Yet his rational mind insisted Yan Xiaokuan was actually quite reliable.
2 conflicting thoughts tugged at Lu Yu's mind like a tug of war.
In the end, reason prevailed over emotion. Lu Yu chose to trust. Good. I won't say anything like that again.
Lu Yu withdrew his hand and said,
no need. Trust me on this.
Yan Xiaokuan gave him a you-know-what-I-mean gesture, like a true bro.
Lu Yu.
His heart, just calmed down, started racing again.
What the hell?
The two bantered for a while longer. The sky darkened rapidly in the blink of an eye. The sun that had filled the entire sky was now reduced to a sliver.
This signaled the day was drawing to a close. Lu Yu glanced out the window, checked the time, and asked Yan Xiaokuan, Xiaokuan, do you have plans tonight? Nah. It's so late, no one's going to call me anyway. Yan Xiaokuan replied, glancing at the time on his phone. Lu Yu said, it's almost dinner time. Why don't you come over to my place for dinner tonight? Huh? Well, wouldn't that be awkward?
Yan Xiaokuan asked with feigned modesty.
Lu Yu.
I was planning to go home for dinner, but since you're being so kind, I'll stay.
It's been ages since I've had uncle and auntie's cooking.
Yan Xiaokuan rubbed his hands together. He often came over to Lu Yu's house for meals because Lu Yu's father frequently cooked at home, and his cooking was delicious. Yan Xiaokuan loved coming here to eat. Lately, though, he'd been preparing for the college entrance exams and hadn't been around for a while.
Lu Yu.
Not only was his buddy gossipy, but he also had a thick skin.
Just as they settled on the plan, Yan Xiaokuan's phone suddenly rang.
Both froze.
Answer it.
Lu Yu urged. Yan Xiaokuan pulled out his phone and saw it was his mother calling.
He answered. Hello? Where are you? Why did it take so long to walk your classmate home? What time is it now? Aren't you coming back for dinner? Miao Wanmiao asked. Yan Xiaokuan replied, oh.
I'm hanging out at Xiaoyu's place. I'll be back soon. He invited me to stay for dinner.
Dinner? Miao Wanmiao paused, then lowered her voice. Your dad asked us to have dinner with your uncle tonight. The time was set for the evening. You changed plans to go eat at your classmate's house. Dinner with uncle? Just the two of us? Dad isn't coming? Yan Xiaokuan asked. Of course your dad is going. Miao Wanmiao replied irritably.
Anyway, come home first and properly tell your classmate you can't make it.
Apologize.
Yan Xiaokuan distinctly noticed something peculiar in his mother's tone as she uttered those last words, as if she'd suddenly softened considerably.
Why was that? Before Yan Xiaokuan could ask, Miao Wanmiao hung up the phone.
Weird,
Yan Xiaokuan muttered under his breath, rubbing his nose. What's up? What did Auntie want when she called? Lu Yu asked. Yan Xiaokuan put down his phone and looked at Lu Yu. Nothing much. She just told me to come home for dinner and said she was going to meet my uncle. I have no idea what's going on. Uncle? Wasn't that Yan Xiaokuan's father's younger brother? Lu Yu froze for a moment. The matter discussed at Yan Xiaokuan's house today concerned Yan Wen's younger brother. And tonight, they were all supposed to have dinner together. Could it be they'd already uncovered something? Lu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. His hunch felt increasingly certain. The matter he mentioned wasn't mere hearsay, it was information he'd learned from Yan Xiaokuan in his previous life. Therefore, that incident absolutely existed. Thus, Lu Yu had no concern that Yan Wen would suspect him of trying to drive a wedge between the brothers. Verifying the truth of this matter only required taking the first step. Given enough time, it would be easily uncovered. At this moment, whether the matter was uncovered or still under investigation, either outcome was acceptable to Lu Yu. A flurry of thoughts sparked in Lu Yu's mind. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before saying, since Auntie called you, you should go back. If something comes up, it's best to handle it first. Well, I guess that's how it has to be. Next time I'll come back to enjoy Uncle and Auntie's cooking.
Yen Shokuin sighed softly with a hint of regret, rising to put on his shoes. Same here, Lu Yu replied with a faint smile. A short while later,
Lu Yu saw Yen Shokuin off to his car, waved goodbye, and watched until Yen Shokuin's vehicle disappeared from sight. Another matter settled.
Lu Yu felt another weight lift from his shoulders.
If he hadn't known before, he now understood Yen Shokuin's cultivation talent.
After today's events, he now had a rough idea of Yen Shokuin's potential. Judging by Yen Shokuin's cultivation display earlier, his talent was absolutely no less than Lu Yu's. In fact, it was likely far superior. Yen Shokuin's speed in sensing spiritual energy and the time it took him to absorb it into his body placed him among the fastest Lu Yu had ever seen. Even in the present, where no disaster has yet occurred, it absolutely stands out as a top performer. This point, Lu Yu had no doubt about it. He had initially worried about what to do if Yen Shokuin lacked cultivation talent, but now it seemed his concerns were rather unnecessary. In truth, for those without exceptional cultivation talent, hope is not entirely lost. If they could find rare natural treasures to refine their innate talent, or pour resources into cultivation without regard for cost, forcing themselves into becoming a powerful cultivator, that was also feasible. However, these two paths were virtually impossible for ordinary people to achieve. Yet Yen Shokuin's cultivation talent now appeared to far exceed expectations, effectively resolving another complication for Lu Yu. At the very least, Lu Yu wouldn't have to worry about his brother for the time being. As Lu Yu pondered these matters, a somewhat familiar sedan appeared in his field of vision.
Chapter 106, Sis, you're not kidding me, right?
As Lu Yu pondered various matters, a somewhat familiar small car came into view. The car's appearance felt familiar.
He glanced at the license plate.
It turned out to be his sister's car.
Sis was back.
She was supposed to be lounging around at home this weekend, yet she'd driven out today clearly to handle something for him.
Lu Yu felt a sudden stir within him and walked to the roadside to wait. Before long,
the car pulled up close, parked, and the door opened.
Lu Jinyu, dressed in loose, casual clothes and looking full of energy, stepped out. Lu Yu stepped forward to greet her. Lu Jinyu had spotted Lu Yu earlier, so she wasn't surprised. Teasingly, she remarked, "Well, what wind blew my young master out here to pick me up today?" Lu Yu chuckled, "Serving the young lady is my pleasure." Lu Jinyu gave Lu Yu a bear hug and said, "I love hearing that from you, sis. Come on, let's go upstairs. I have something to tell you."
Lu Yu's heart stirred at her words.
All right.
The siblings returned home. No sooner had they sat down than Lu Jinyu, without even taking a sip of water, addressed Lu Yu. "About that matter I handled for your classmate, it's nearly settled. As long as the evidence is confirmed, even if we can't find Qin Shan, this marriage will definitely be dissolved." Hearing this, Lu Yu thought to himself, just as I expected. This whole situation was Qin Shan's fault to begin with. To get divorced, they wouldn't even need to go through the normal divorce process. As long as they could find solid evidence proving Qin Shan's abuse of his wife and daughter, domestic violence, and other misconduct, Qin Shan wouldn't stand a chance. The marriage would end, and custody of their daughter would certainly not go to Qin Shan. Lu Yu had already anticipated this outcome. After delivering this speech, Lu Jinyu turned her gaze toward her younger brother. Seeing his expression remain utterly calm, as still as a pond, she felt a slight disappointment. She had hoped to see him show some surprise.
Damn.
Composing herself, Lu Jinyu continued, "Also, you mentioned needing money to prepare for the apocalypse to buy survival supplies or energy resources."
"I've already got the funds ready." "So soon?" Lu Yu froze upon hearing this. Lu Jinyu nodded. "Of course. When undertaking major endeavors, we must seize every moment. What if time runs short later? If we can advance things now, we should do so without delay." Lu Yu found this reasoning somewhat convincing. But he hadn't expected his sister to have the money ready so quickly. "So, sis, how much did you prepare?" Lu Yu gave a nervous chuckle, rubbing his palms together as he looked at Lu Jinyu. Finally not acting aloof? Lu Jinyu chuckled inwardly, but still wanted to tease Lu Yu, countering with a question, "How much do you want?" Lu Yu froze for a moment. "How much do I want? Of course, the more the better. Who would ever complain about having too little money?" But he dared not say that to his sister. At home, he was currently the only one not earning money. Without income, he couldn't even speak so boldly. It was a very real problem. Although Lu Yu's family didn't have the bad habit of judging people by their wealth, he still instinctively felt a pang of guilt. In the short span of a week since his rebirth, Lu Yu had already spent tens of thousands of yuan. For his family, this expenditure might still be manageable, but for ordinary people, it represented a fortune that could take several lifetimes to earn. Lu Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain. This was his sister's money. "What's wrong? I just asked how much you needed. I didn't do anything." Seeing Lu Yu remain silent, Lu Jinyu looked at her brother and asked with a smile. "Nothing." Snapping back to reality, Lu Yu shook his head and looked at his sister seriously. "I'm just a bit surprised at how fast you got things done, sis. Stop being cheeky. Get to the point." Lu Jinyu gently tapped Lu Yu on the head. Lu Yu gathered his thoughts and asked, 50,000? No. 300,000? Too little. 800,000? Lu Jinyu remained silent, shaking her head again. Lu Yu paused, then asked, could it be 1 million? Bingo!
Lu Jinyu flashed a satisfied smile, clasping a bank card between her fingers as she declared, correct.
1 million. A million yuan. Hearing the figure, Lu Yu couldn't help but freeze.
In this era without inflation, 100 yuan was barely enough for a family of 3 to scrape by for a month.
He knew all too well what this sum represented.
With this money, his family could undoubtedly live a better life than they did now, without being crammed into this tiny old house.
But Lu Yu's parents didn't do it, nor did they ask his sister to.
They continued living their lives as they always had.
Moreover,
Lu Yu seemed to recall that a significant portion of his parents' money was also held by his sister, or rather, she managed some financial products on their behalf. Since Lu Jinyu worked in finance, she could put the money to better use rather than letting it sit idle in savings, losing value to inflation. Combining most of his parents' savings with his sister's deposits, the total amounted to roughly 1 million yuan. This information only came to light because, in his previous life, his dying sister had sought him out to reveal it, otherwise, he would never have known.
He had never once inquired about the family's finances. Had his sister withdrawn 1 million now, meaning she'd also taken out his parents' savings?
The thought weighed heavily on Lu Yu's heart.
They hadn't even told their parents about the impending apocalypse yet.
If they'd used their money without permission and got caught, it would be incredibly difficult to explain.
With this thought in mind,
Lu Yu blurted out to his sister,
sis, where did this money come from? How did you get so much? You didn't dip into mom and dad's savings, did you?
His sister knew Lu Yu was aware that their parents had money stashed with her.
Lu Yu simply didn't know the exact amount. No. We haven't even told mom and dad about your situation yet.
Why would I just take their money for no reason? Lu Jinyu brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and whispered softly.
Then this. Lu Yu pressed.
Hearing her younger brother's question, Lu Jinyu blinked and looked at Lu Yu. This money, it's what your big sister saved up.
You saved it?
Lu Yu froze.
Lu Jinyu nodded. Yes. What's the problem? A problem?
Of course there was. In reality, his sister had only been working for about a year. Even during her university years, she had already started earning money. Even if she worked her absolute hardest at her job, there was no way she could have saved 1 million yuan in just 1 year. Lu Yu looked at Lu Jinyu suspiciously and asked, sis, you're not pulling my leg, are you?
Chapter 107, let's make a big move. Deceive you? Why would I deceive you? What reason would I have to deceive you? Lu Jinyu stared at Lu Yu and retorted.
This barrage of questions left Lu Yu momentarily at a loss for words.
The apocalypse was imminent.
Honestly, dwelling on such trivialities felt pointless.
Lu Yu understood this well.
But the difficulty lay in the fact that these things weren't something Lu Yu could accomplish alone. He needed the help of his sister, his parents, his brother, and his brother's parents. Lu Yu wasn't one to like owing favors, and he disliked even more having others owe him. Perhaps it stemmed from his lack of security. A voice in his heart constantly warned him to be cautious, lest his words cause others to harbor resentment or suffer negative consequences. This made Lu Yu somewhat hesitant and cautious when handling certain matters. Truth be told, he wasn't the type to be timid and indecisive. When it came to crucial matters, he possessed courage, determination, and decisiveness.
Meanwhile,
Lu Jinyu observed her younger brother's demeanor with the clarity of an outsider. She seemed to discern his inner thoughts and that faint, insignificant worry. She felt compelled to address this issue with him.
Don't know what to say?
Lu Jinyu softened her smile slightly and asked softly.
Lu Yu paused, then replied,
no, I was just thinking about how to answer.
Are you worried that this money isn't mine, but someone else's? That it would put your sister in a difficult position? Lu Jinyu pressed again. Lu Yue froze. Lu Jinyu continued, once you decide to do something, you must see it through resolutely. Don't let this or that reason interfere with your resolve. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yu's eyes as he lifted his gaze toward his sister. Lu Jinyu met her brother's gaze directly. Do what you must. If it succeeds, it's yours. If it fails, you bear the consequences. As long as you can handle it, go for it. She paused briefly before continuing, since you're so certain this will happen, why dwell on it so much? Is it because I'm your sister? Is that it? Yes. That's definitely part of the reason. Lu Yu didn't want to disappoint those he cared about, just as he didn't want them to owe him too much. Seeing Lu Yu remain silent, Lu Jinyu continued, even if that's the case, I've already agreed to you. As long as I choose to trust you, I won't blame you no matter how things turn out in the end. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made that choice in the first place. The only thing you need to think about now is how to handle this matter as elegantly and flawlessly as possible. Just don't let those who believe in you down. Sometimes, the process isn't that important. In important matters. Hearing his sister's words, Lu Yu felt as if a fog had lifted, revealing clear skies. Everything suddenly became crystal clear. The doubts and reservations that had weighed on his mind vanished like smoke dissipating into thin air. Yes. Though they were his family, people he cared about, these factors wouldn't change anything about the situation at hand. If these matters weren't handled properly, everyone might be finished. Then, the worries and reservations he harbored now would only breed indecision, the worst possible outcome. Realizing these crucial points, Lu Yu's eyes flashed with clarity. His mind felt swept clean like a dusting brush, his heart as clear as a mirror. His resolve for his goals solidified instantly. Truthfully, from the very first day of his rebirth, Lu Yu had possessed an exceptionally clear self-imposed plan. Yet it seemed that during the execution of his plan, some subtle deviations had occurred. He hadn't even noticed it himself. Sis, I get it now. After deep contemplation, Lu Yu finally looked at his sister and spoke softly. Do you truly understand, or is it just lip service? Lu Jinyu inquired. Huh? Why did that sound so familiar? Lu Yu paused, trying to recall where he'd heard it before, but couldn't place it. He simply nodded. I truly understand. Good, I'm glad you truly understand. Lu Jinyu gave a sly smile. Actually, I was tricking you just now. That million isn't all mine. Lu Yu wasn't overly surprised. He asked, is some of it from mom and dad? No. Lu Jinyu shook her head. Then whose is it? Lu Yu froze. Borrowed. Borrowed? Yeah. Lu Jinyu nodded. I borrowed it all from those predatory loan sharks. I only have 300,000 of my own money. The other 700,000? All borrowed. Lu Yu's mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg. Hearing this, how could he not understand his sister's intentions? She was preparing to fleece people and take advantage of them. A smug look spread across Lu Jinyu's face. Pretty clever of your big sis, huh? Anyway, the world's about to end. Borrow as much as you can, no need to pay it back. I've always despised those predatory institutions and their capital. They use every trick in the book to fleece students, breeding premature spending habits in kids. They should have gone under ages ago. Hearing his sister's astonishing words, Lu Yu was utterly impressed. The method his sister described was something he'd actually considered himself. But if he tried it, there was one major hurdle. As a student, he simply couldn't borrow much money. Those loan sharks wouldn't just hand out large sums to a kid for nothing. At best, they might give you a few thousand or tens of thousands at most. Therefore, Lu Yu's initial plan was that if one institution couldn't lend him enough, he'd approach several others, maybe a dozen or even dozens, borrowing small amounts from each. Piecing it together bit by bit would surely add up to the total he needed. But he never imagined his big sister would be so bold she'd already pulled it off before he even got started. Damn impressive. Lu Yu gave his sister a thumbs up. That's vulgar. Lu Jinyu rolled her eyes at Lu Yu before adding, those who accomplish great things don't get bogged down by trivialities. But that doesn't mean you can do anything. Stay away from anything that crosses the line of legality, morality, or conscience. I may have borrowed from those shady institutions, but I haven't touched a single legitimate, profitable company or bank. I get it. Lu Yu nodded. Having lived this life twice, he understood the principles of conduct better than anyone. It was just that before, his path forward had been obscured by fog. Now that the fog had cleared, nothing stood in his way. Good. I was worried my actions might corrupt you, that you'd start acting recklessly too. That wouldn't do. Lu Jinyu exhaled softly. I won't. Lu Yu declared. Lu Jinyu nodded. $1 million should be enough to prepare for a lot. If it's still not enough, withdraw the $500,000 your parents have with me. Either don't do it at all, or do it properly, prepare thoroughly and go big. Chapter 108, Sibling Conspiracy. Ha? Listening to his sister's words, Lu Yu felt his emotions ignite. He knew she was right, absolutely right. Yet for some reason, something felt off. Something just didn't feel right. In novels, isn't the protagonist supposed to be the one with the system? What my sister just said should have come from my own mouth. Why did she get to say those lines? Aren't I supposed to be the protagonist? This absurd thought surfaced in his mind, and Lu Yu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He silently touched his nose and immediately dismissed the notion. Got it, sis. Lu Yu nodded and replied softly. Lu Jinyu replied, At least we don't have to worry about money now. 1,500,000 yuan should be enough for our family of 4. Oh, right, and my future sister-in-law and her mom too. 6 of us can live comfortably for quite a while. After the apocalypse hits, things probably won't stay that way forever. The environment will eventually recover, right? Lu Yu replied, it will. But it'll take at least 3 months to stabilize. And after the apocalypse, harsh conditions will become the norm. Still, there'll be places where people can survive. In my previous life, after the Great Catastrophe, the world descended into chaos. The once mild and stable environment underwent drastic changes, claiming countless lives among those who had barely survived the beast waves. Starvation, scorching heat, bitter cold, raging floods.
Within a very short time, these extreme weather conditions would cycle through 3 or 4 times in a single day. Only after a period of time would they gradually stabilize. Even when stability returned, some extreme weather patterns persisted, though not as violently as before. In short, after the disaster, nothing could be more unbearable than the disaster itself. As long as things gradually improve, that's all that matters. Otherwise, I honestly don't know how we'd survive in this apocalyptic world. Lu Jinyu sighed softly. Life was going smoothly, then suddenly a catastrophe strikes and apocalypse descends. Starvation, death. What normal person could accept that overnight? This wasn't some superhero movie where they inevitably face world-ending disasters, then effortlessly resolve them to become heroes in the spotlight. The ordinary people killed or injured by the catastrophe were rarely shown, and seldom did anyone care. I still believe you on this, sis. Lu Jinyu regained her composure somewhat. She had almost completely accepted Lu Yu's account of the disaster. But speaking of which, that money, have you thought about how to handle it? Just as Lu Jinyu was about to ask Lu Yu more questions, the lock on the front door clicked. With a creak, Mom and Dad returned home from work. The siblings exchanged a glance and silently dropped the subject, rising to greet their parents. Though Lu Yu and his sister had just discussed many things, in reality, very little time had passed, just a brief moment. At this point, Lu Yu certainly wasn't in a hurry. With a full 3 weeks remaining, he had ample time to accomplish many things. His sister's progress was far faster than he had imagined. Better to be done sooner, we can double-check for any oversights. Lu Yu sat at the dinner table, shoveling rice into his mouth while his mind raced with ideas. After finishing their meal, the family chatted for a while. Then, using studying as an excuse, Lu Yu slipped back to his room. Lu Jinyu, as his older sister, declared it her duty to help him review his work during this crucial period. And so, the siblings huddled together, plotting and discussing what to do with the money they were about to receive. In the living room, Lu Xingguo and his wife sat on the sofa watching TV. Song Yanha glanced at Lu Jinyu's retreating figure and remarked, these two seem to be getting along better and better? Isn't that wonderful? It's about time. We didn't have many children to begin with, so it's only right for them to support each other like this. Lu Xingguo pushed his metal-framed glasses up his nose and chuckled. True, Song Yuha agreed with a smile. Seeing them get along so well puts my mind at ease. Little did the couple know, however, that behind their backs, the siblings were hatching a plan to take the money from their savings card and go all in on a future. Lu Yu's bedroom. Lu Jinyu locked the door behind her as soon as she entered. Professional. Lu Yu praised. Ha? Lu Jinyu. Lu Yu. The siblings walked silently to the desk, each pulling up a chair and sitting down. Without further ado, they got straight to the point. Though they were inside the room, they still worried their parents might overhear in spoken hushed tones. Xiao Yu, tell me. What do you plan to do with this money? Should I keep it here, or should I give it to you? Lu Jinyu asked. Just keep it with you. When I need to pay, I'll come to you then, Lu Yu replied after a moment's hesitation. Won't that be too much trouble? Lu Jinyu inquired. Lu Yu shook his head and smiled faintly. No, it'll be safer for you to hold on to it. Lu Jinyu pondered the meaning behind his words, then promptly smacked him on the head with a loud thud. Lu Yu. In the end, after discussing it, the siblings decided to leave the money with Lu Yu. After all, Lu Yu was the mastermind behind everything. Entrusting it to him meant granting him ultimate authority. How he chose to handle it was entirely up to him. This was a vote of confidence. Lu Yu took the small card worth 1 million from his sister's hand. It felt heavy in his grasp. If he failed to handle this matter properly, the first person he'd let down would be his big sister. Alright, I was going to ask you about the specifics earlier, but now that you have the money, it's entirely up to you. I won't pry further to avoid causing you trouble. If you ever feel unsure about anything, come talk to me. Got it? Lu Jinyu said. Lu Yu clutched the small card and nodded. Got it. MHM. Lu Jinyu nodded once, stretching lazily. Her perfectly alluring curves were on full display as she addressed Lu Yu. Alright, since everything's settled, my task is pretty much done, right? Nothing else to discuss. I'm off to get some beauty sleep. I haven't rested well these past few days, and my skin's already looking worse. Lu Yu caught a fleeting glimpse of her figure, his heart stirring slightly. A sudden thought entered his mind. Besides preparing survival supplies, he'd also need to get some skincare products and cosmetics. Chapter 109, 9 Transformations Universe Technique. After a brief discussion with her sister, Lu Jinyu didn't linger any longer. Exhausted from the day's exertions, she could barely fight off the wave of drowsiness and fatigue. She needed proper rest. Lu Yu thoughtfully opened the door for his sister and watched her leave. His sister had helped him so much. He had to handle the remaining matters properly. Now he couldn't let her down. Lu Yu closed the door, returned to his bed, glanced at the time still early, and instead of reviewing lessons, seized the moment to begin cultivation. Cultivating inner energy was no different from studying, like sailing a boat daily. If you didn't advance, you'd fall behind. Though Lu Yu didn't really need it now, it was his habit.
He continued like this until nearly midnight before finally ceasing his practice.
He sensed the faint thread of chi within him, now seemingly larger than before. What had been a single slender thread now felt like 3 strands bound together. Lu Yu distinctly felt the subtle shift in the strength of this chi. At this cultivation pace, even compared to undiscovered geniuses like Yi Qingcheng, he had gained nearly a month's head start. But Lu Yu knew it wouldn't be long before he was caught up. His efforts were utterly insignificant in the face of absolute natural talent and the overwhelming resources tilted toward cultivation. Once I've secured shelter for mom and dad, I'll be free to move about without worry. By then, my contract with Yi Qingcheng should be established. All I need to do is find ways to strengthen her. With the system's returns, even if I don't cultivate myself, my chi cultivation progress won't lag behind others at all. Lu Yu lowered his brows in deep thought, musing inwardly, plus, I can use my time with Yi Qingcheng to boost our intimacy to 95%. That would unlock another contract slot. Actually, this system is somewhat like a game where bosses hire workers. Only these workers aren't the kind oppressed and exploited by capital. They don't need to sacrifice anything for themselves. On the contrary, I must offer genuine sincerity and dedication. Otherwise, the contract relationship becomes unstable. In that sense, it's a kind of indirect win-win. Lu Yu murmured softly, the blueprint for his future growing ever clearer in his mind. In his previous life, alongside peerless prodigies like the Empress of Burning Heaven, there had been countless brilliant new stars, equally dazzling geniuses vying for prominence. It had been a truly blossoming era. With the power of his system, Lu Yu could indeed fulfill its name's promise, forging infinite contracts. When he bound enough individuals, wouldn't he become invincible? Absolutely. But this was relative. According to the system's description, it could only return improvements in martial energy. As for insights or other abilities gained, those were impossible to return. In other words, Lu Yu could avoid spending excessive time cultivating and accumulating chi. He only needed to enhance his combat prowess and delve deeper into the cultivation of martial arts techniques. Combat awareness can only be honed through genuine battle experience. There are no shortcuts. This is perfectly understandable. Martial arts techniques, however, represent specialized methods developed by martial artists to unleash vital energy more powerfully and swiftly, thereby defeating opponents. Much like the martial arts found in wuxia novels, they are even more formidable. Simply put, a suitable martial technique allows a compatible martial artist to unleash their most formidable combat power. The higher the martial artist's rank, the more intricate the martial techniques they employ. Conversely, lower-level martial artists employ simpler martial arts techniques. They are easier to learn and more suitable. In some respects, a martial artist's combat prowess can be gauged by the martial arts techniques they master. But to truly compare who is stronger or weaker, one must look at the ranks of both parties. This factor alone determines 99% of the outcome. Theoretically, the more inner strength you possess, the higher your martial rank. Thus, even when executing the same simple, low-tier martial technique, the results can be worlds apart. How to explain it? Consider the muddy puddle outside your doorstep. To you, it might be an insignificant little water spot, but to an ant, it could be an ocean too vast to even venture into. The same principle applies. A martial artist of higher rank possesses a depth of inner strength that unleashes power beyond the capacity of a lower-ranked fighter to withstand. Under normal circumstances, when a high-tier martial artist and a low-tier martial artist clash in an explosive battle, the high-tier martial artist usually wins. The probability of a lower-tier martial artist winning is extremely low. Therefore, most human martial artists dedicate themselves to mastering core techniques, cultivating their inner energy to advance in rank as quickly as possible. This not only enhances their strength but also ensures their survival. In a future world where spiritual energy has revived, greater strength translates to better treatment, a temptation few can resist. This, however, raises another issue. The cultivation foundations of these individuals are often extremely unstable. Not only is further advancement difficult, but there is also a risk of losing levels. Such occurrences were commonplace during the early stages of spiritual energy revival. The catastrophe brought immense disruption and destruction, claiming countless lives. Yet it also offered a sliver of hope to those who were once ordinary or seemed destined for a life without prospects, a chance to transform their status, a leap from carp to dragon. Not everyone could resist the desires burning within their hearts. Lu Yu, of course, had no need for such restraint. He paid no heed to the issue of advancement, for it was trivial to him. His greater concern lay in laying a solid foundation for his cultivation, ensuring he could journey further in the future. Suddenly, Lu Yu recalled his previous life. In the imperial capital, there had been a mad old professor whose theories on cultivating martial energy were legendary. That eccentric scholar had meticulously detailed how a novice martial artist should train, emphasizing the importance of establishing the most optimal foundational practices. According to that mad old professor's theory, it's only by laying a solid foundation that one can go further. Thus, the mad old professor developed a cultivation method based on this principle. No matter which martial artist practices it, as long as they follow this method diligently, they will inevitably build an exceptionally solid foundation in every aspect. This method is called the 9 transformations of the cosmos technique. It was said that by practicing this method, martial artists could break through the limitations of their innate talent, allowing them to strive for higher levels. Moreover, practitioners of this method would possess strength several times greater than that of martial artists at the same level. In his previous life, on the eve of his death by betrayal and ambush at the hands of Li Momo and Zhao Long, Liu Yu had heard rumors of this technique, though he never knew if they were true. But if it was true, Liu Yu was deeply intrigued and would stop at nothing to obtain it. Forget about cultivating inner energy, any cultivation method or martial technique that boosted combat prowess was something he wouldn't pass up.
Chapter 110, Discerning the Pearl. Seems I'll need to find time to visit the imperial capital.
Though, it doesn't seem urgent, its defenses are impregnable.
The news from that mad old professor pertained to events 5 years hence.
Right now, he probably hasn't even perfected the method himself. Liu Yu pressed his fingers to his temples, suddenly struck by this thought. The fact that he could hear news from that mad old professor 5 years hence meant he wouldn't perish in this catastrophe. He would survive unscathed until then.
The question is, has that mad old professor even begun his research into cultivating inner strength? And how far has his foundational research progressed? These were questions Liu Yu still didn't know the answers to. If he were to blithely head to the capital now to seek out the professor and inquire about this matter, he'd likely be arrested on the spot. Liu Yu dismissed the idea of heading to the capital to find the mad old professor. For now, his most important task was to build a shelter for his parents and older sister. Huff!
Liu Yu exhaled a breath of stale air, stretched his slightly stiff body, then went to take a bath and sleep.
Early the next morning,
Liu Yu arrived at school early and entered his classroom. Unlike his first day back after rebirth, he no longer heard whispers about himself. Instead, Li Momo's name had become the focal point of everyone's conversations. The topic, naturally, revolved around what Zhao Long and his crew, along with Kai Fong and others, had witnessed in the small park nearby that day. Although Liu Yu hadn't deliberately spread the news afterward, and Kai Fong and the others had promised Li Momo they wouldn't reveal it, Zhao Long and his cronies certainly didn't hold back. In casual conversations, they casually let these details slip.
1 told 10, 10 told 100.
Soon, the entire school had some understanding of the matter. And as these rumors spread, they grew faster and became increasingly absurd. Originally, the main figures in the Li Momo incident were just Zhao Long, Li Momo, and that cute little guy. But by the time the rumors reached the ears of those at the end of the chain, they had morphed into sensationalist plots like Li Momo battling 18 bronze warriors, or some melodramatic story about her submitting to a foreign boyfriend while cheating on a domestic man. Zhao Long, meanwhile, became the devoted lover.
Such exaggerations were countless.
These rumors had little to do with Liu Yu. He had long since cut ties with Li Momo, a fact widely known. Yet, as Liu Yu was technically Li Momo's ex, some people, upon hearing the outrageous rumors about her, inevitably linked them to him. Previously, the rumor was that Liu Yu had dumped Li Momo because he fell for Yi Qingqing, a case of infatuation shifting, entirely Liu Yu's fault. But now, the news spreading far and wide had stripped away the carefully cultivated image of the seemingly well-behaved Li Momo, exposing her true self completely before everyone. Some who had previously resented Liu Yu for dumping Li Momo after years of pursuit, even cursing him as a scumbag in private, now felt a twinge of guilt toward him, thinking he was the wronged party. But in truth, Liu Yu didn't feel particularly wronged.
Nor did he feel any satisfaction at Li Momo's ruined reputation. He felt nothing at all. He simply didn't care.
For a woman as venomous and self-serving as her, staying far away was the best course of action. Liu Yu couldn't explain why, but after reincarnating just over a week ago, his hatred for Li Momo seemed to have faded considerably. It wasn't that he had forgiven her.
Rather, he simply stopped dwelling on it.
As long as she didn't come looking for trouble, he wanted nothing more to do with her. Perhaps it was because he had too many meaningful things waiting for him to do, and this person who held no significance to him wasn't worth wasting his energy on. Besides, she was already beginning to suffer. He hoped she would learn to cherish the last moments of life before the apocalypse arrived. Liu Yu walked into the classroom, not even glancing at Li Momo, and sat directly down at his own desk. The atmosphere during the final review period before the college entrance exams was tense yet filled with passionate fervor.
In such an environment, even the slowest to warm up would be infected and inspired. Such is humanity. A species with flaws, yet remarkably resilient, capable of flashing dazzling arcs of light even in adversity. Shortly after Liu Yu sat down, Yan Xiaoquan sauntered over. Before even taking a seat, he slung his arm around Liu Yu's shoulder. Liu Yu had spotted him coming, otherwise, he would have already tossed him over his shoulder. "How's the food?"
Liu Yu asked with a sideways glance.
"Ha?" Yan Xiaoquan froze. Liu Yu replied, "Didn't you say your mom called you back to have dinner with your uncle?"
"Oh yeah." Yan Xiaoquan remembered, leaning closer urgently.
"I was just about to tell you that thing you mentioned earlier. Something doesn't seem right about it. What's wrong with it?" Liu Yu inquired, raising an eyebrow. Yan Xiaoquan lowered his voice and whispered to Liu Yu, "Didn't you tell my parents that my uncle was scheming behind the scenes?" "Right." Liu Yu nodded.
Yan Xiaoquan looked puzzled.
Then why didn't my parents mention anything to my uncle today?
And they were laughing and chatting the whole time. They talked for ages.
Lu Yu paused, taken aback. Yan Xiaokuan looked at Lu Yu seriously and said, Xiao Yu, is what you said actually true? I feel like something's off about the atmosphere. What's off?
Well, my parents didn't seem like they were confronting him at all.
You don't know how close my dad and my uncle have always been.
If my dad finds out you were lying and did this on purpose, who knows what might happen?
Yan Xiaokuan's expression was earnest, his voice solemn. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before replying, what I said is true.
Truth?
Yan Xiaokuan furrowed his brow.
That's strange. With how sharp my parents are, they should be able to investigate something like this easily.
Could it be that family ties are holding them back, clouding their judgment? Looks like in critical moments like this, I'm the one who has to step in.
Lu Yu, alright, just trust your aunt and uncle.
Don't make things harder for them.
Ha?
What's that supposed to mean? Are you questioning my brother's intelligence?
Yan Xiaokuan asked, eyes wide.
Lu Yu replied, not doubting you. Yan Xiaokuan's expression softened. Guess you've got an eye for talent. Lu Yu asked, then who am I doubting? Yan Xiaokuan. Chapter 111, Making Plans. The morning passed quickly.
All was quiet, nothing happened.
Neither Lu Yu nor Yan Xiaokuan had done much studying.
The former was busy planning his own affairs, while the latter hadn't even played games, watching Lu Yu bustle about with admiration welling up inside him. He never imagined his brother could know so much. Lu Yu was busy making his own plans, deliberately keeping them hidden from others, but he hadn't thought to hide them from Yan Xiaokuan. Yan Xiaokuan already knew what he was up to, so there was no need for secrecy. So, under Yan Xiaokuan's stunned gaze, Lu Yu filled nearly half a notebook.
Xiao Yu, is all this for that thing you want? Yan Xiaokuan asked. Lu Yu replied, yep. So many? Do you really need to break it down that finely? Yan Xiaokuan asked. Can you handle all that by yourself?
Lu Yu nodded, closed the notebook, and said, of course I can.
There's still plenty of time. It's more than enough. Recalling the contents of the notebook he'd glimpsed, Yan Xiaokuan asked, but do you have enough money? You're offering to lend me money? What kind of question is that?
We're brothers.
You've entrusted me with something this important and my parents too. Do we really need to talk about borrowing?
Yan Xiaokuan retorted, his eyes flashing.
So? If not a loan, are you giving it to me? Lu Yu asked. Give?
Yan Xiaokuan replied, I could give you some, but it depends on how much pocket money I have. If my parents don't believe your story, I probably won't get much. Lu Yu didn't seem particularly surprised.
It's fine. Don't worry about me. If you have time, help your aunt and uncle prepare more.
Don't get caught off guard later.
Yan Xiaokuan's face immediately fell.
I'd love to help, but if they can't verify what you're saying is true, they'll never believe the apocalypse is real.
Lu Yu patted Yan Xiaokuan's shoulder reassuringly. It's fine. I'll visit your place whenever I can to talk to your parents.
Tell them to relax. Even if they don't fully believe me in the end, the shelter I'm preparing will still have enough space for them to join us.
Yan Xiaokuan immediately shook his head. That won't do.
You've got big things to do now, and expenses are piling up. No matter how you manage it, it won't be enough for my family to prepare properly. No, my parents still need to make their own preparations. Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly at this, but he didn't press further with his brother. He changed the subject.
Remember what I gave you? Lu Yu asked. Yan Xiaokuan perked up. Not bad, huh? I've memorized a third of it already. Give me 2 more days, and I'll definitely have it all down. Once I do, I'll train like crazy.
It seemed Lu Yu's words from yesterday had truly sunk in.
Lu Yu felt deeply gratified. You're a quick learner.
But remember, this is like studying, you need to pace yourself to achieve the best results.
Yan Xiaokuan nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. I know that.
Rest assured, as your brother, how could I bear to watch you charge ahead alone?
I'm going to fight alongside you.
As he spoke, Yan Xiaokuan's face burned with passion, fervor, and fighting spirit. Observing his words and demeanor, Lu Yu felt a pang of emotion. Suddenly, memories of his past life flooded back. After Yan Xiaokuan's death, he had struggled alone to survive. If only someone else had been there, then might the outcome of his previous life have been different? Alas, once events unfolded, there was no room for what-ifs. Fortunately, fate had granted Lu Yu a second chance. The two chatted as they prepared to go eat. Yi Qingchang remained at her desk, diligently reviewing her notes. She had always been an ice queen, intimidating enough that no one dared approach her. Now rumors were spreading that Yi Qingchang was Lu Yu's girlfriend. This only made the rest of their class even more hesitant to approach her. Though Lu Yu didn't come from a prominent family or have any special connections, he was still the class monitor. People in school would give him some face. Lu Yu didn't care about such things. He and Yan Xiaokuan strolled over to Yi Qingchang's side. Hey, gorgeous, wanna grab lunch? Lu Yu asked. Yi Qingchang lifted her head slightly, gazing ahead. Upon seeing Lu Yu, the frosty expression on her face suddenly softened into a smile like a golden ray of warm sunshine piercing through the depths of winter.
Sure. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingqing agreed. My pleasure.
Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then struck a rather exaggerated pose. Yi Qingqing readily agreed, her demeanor, state of mind, and attitude toward Lu Yu undergoing a remarkable transformation.
This change left Lu Yu momentarily speechless. Meanwhile,
Yan Xiaoquan's eyes were brimming with envy and jealousy, almost spilling off the screen. The goddess of first high school had his buddy really pulled her off the hook?
Lu Yu smiled faintly. Then,
the three of them left the classroom together and headed toward the cafeteria.
At the same time,
Zhao Long and his crew from the neighboring senior class also arrived at the cafeteria, ready to eat. Li Gong, a tall, imposing henchman who followed Zhao Long everywhere and was known for his brutal fighting style, was a favorite of Zhao Long's.
He asked, Brother Zhao, what did you like to eat?
Zhao Long waved his hand dismissively.
Not really hungry. Whatever. What's wrong, Brother Zhao? Feeling down?
Li Gong sensed something amiss and asked. A little, Zhao Long replied indifferently. What's got Brother Zhao so down?
Li Gong pressed.
Zhao Long replied, it's all because of that Li Momo. She's the one who made sure the whole school knows about us.
Now I can't even make a move on Yi Qingqing. So what? She's just some woman. Can't you just throw more money at her?
Li Gong shrugged dismissively. Zhao Long countered, it's different.
She's not like ordinary girls. Money won't fix this. That's exactly why I like her. Li Gong flushed slightly. Then why not go explain things to her?
Zhao Long replied, it won't work. To handle a woman like her, you can't use conventional methods.
Li Gong's eyes lit up at this. Brother Zhao, you have an idea?
Zhao Long gave a faint smile, about to speak.
Suddenly,
his gaze froze, and he stared blankly at a certain spot. Li Gong and the dozen or so henchmen following Zhao Long felt puzzled and followed his gaze. There! Not far away, at the food window, Lu Yu, Yi Qingchun, and another companion appeared together. Zhao Long's gaze swept over them, and his face darkened instantly.
Chapter 112, Shi Qiyun. It's Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng. Li Gong was the first to snap out of it, his voice deepening as he spoke. The dozen or so henchmen following him all wore expressions of resentment.
Zhao Long remained silent, but his earlier good mood was undoubtedly ruined. He had been plotting against Yi Qingcheng, but now it seemed pointless. The rumors circulating around campus were true. Yi Qingcheng and Lu Yu were together. The warning he'd given Lu Yu last time, the guy hadn't taken it seriously at all. Zhao Long's face darkened alarmingly. He remained silent, like the stillness before a storm.
Brother Zhao, what if we drag that Lu Yu out later and teach him a lesson? Make him understand his place? Li Gong asked in a low voice.
Zhao Long snapped back to reality, his voice cold.
We're on school grounds. It's not the place for this. Plus, he's got that idiot Yan Xiaoquan hanging around him. Yan Xiaoquan?
Li Gong froze, unfamiliar with the name.
Zhao Long explained, Yan Xiaoquan, son of the owner of Yangming Plaza, the biggest shopping mall in Ruzhou. The son of the owner of Yangming Plaza. Li Gong was stunned. This was a company designated as a key support project by the city government, deeply rooted in Ruzhou for decades with countless contributions to the city. That unassuming-looking guy was actually connected to Yangming Plaza? But Brother Zhao, the one we're after is Lu Yu. He has nothing to do with this Yan Xiaoquan guy, right? Should be fine, right? Li Gong asked.
Zhao Long replied, you have no idea how close Yan Xiaoquan and Lu Yu are. Li Gong and the others froze upon hearing this. They were from another class and knew little about Lu Yu's class or any other class for that matter, let alone such covert affairs. Zhao Long said coldly, if we mess with Lu Yu, that Yan Xiaoquan will definitely get involved. I'm not afraid of Yan Xiaoquan, but I don't want to start a conflict with him either. The others immediately understood what he meant.
Li Gong whispered, so we wait until Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan aren't together, then take care of Lu Yu?
Zhao Long didn't answer, merely giving a cold nod. The others immediately grasped the implication. This war without smoke was about to begin.
Not far away.
Lu Yu had no idea what Zhao Long and the others had discussed, but as he chatted with Yi Qingcheng, he kept feeling a pair of eyes watching him, making him distinctly uncomfortable. Lu Yu glanced over and was startled to see Zhao Long and the others staring at him with hostile expressions.
In an instant,
Lu Yu instantly understood where that uneasy feeling had been coming from.
What's up? Little Yu, what are you looking at?
Yan Xiaoquan, seeing Lu Yu hadn't responded, glanced at him and followed his gaze.
Nothing. Let's eat.
Lu Yu averted his gaze and smiled.
Yan Xiaoquan looked slightly bewildered.
Walking at the front, Yi Qingcheng surveyed the bustling cafeteria. Her expression remained composed, but her heart pounded with nervousness. After all these years of schooling and changing schools, this was her first time stepping into a cafeteria like this. Because eating here required spending money, she had never dared to set foot inside before. And now, here she was, standing in line to eat here. A week ago, she would never have dared imagine this. Yet here she was, though not entirely by her own efforts, she had made it. When Lu Yu had called her over to the table earlier, she had actually intended to refuse. But the words stuck in her throat, and somehow, she found herself agreeing. It felt almost supernatural to her. All of this was because of Lu Yu. Then, the three of them got their food and found a relatively quiet spot to sit down. They tried to keep a low profile, but Yi Qingqing's radiant presence drew attention wherever she went, inevitably sparking whispers and stares.
Hey! Isn't that our campus beauty, Yi Qingqing? Yeah. My goodness, she's absolutely stunning, isn't she?
You bet. This is my first time seeing her in person, and I swear she looks way better than in photos.
Wherever the trio passed, murmurs inevitably followed.
Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan, who were walking together, drew no attention whatsoever.
Sometimes this world is just strange. Some people are born protagonists, while others, if they don't fight for attention, can't even get a second glance. Fortunately, neither Lu Yu nor Yan Xiaokuan placed much importance on such matters, so it didn't matter to them. Yi Qingqing also disliked being the center of attention or the subject of gossip. Ever since childhood, her face and body had subjected her to countless barbs and cold remarks, making her life far from happy. But sometimes, people just couldn't keep their mouths shut. She couldn't stop them even if she wanted to, so she pretended not to hear a thing. The three of them took their seats. Lu Yu still managed to spare a sliver of attention for Zhao Long's side. He'd expected trouble from them, but surprisingly, that group never approached. This surprised Lu Yu. Zhao Long was notorious as the school bully, accustomed to running roughshod over others. When trouble arose, he certainly wouldn't back down. The only reason they hadn't come must be something else. Either he didn't want to, or he had reservations. Lu Yu didn't really have anything that could make Zhao Long hesitate except perhaps his position as class monitor, but that seemed a stretch. Yi Qingqing? It was possible, but it didn't feel likely. That leaves only one possibility, Yan Xiaokuan. Yan Xiaokuan was the one who made Zhao Long retreat 3 steps. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhao Long's arrogance stemmed not only from his family's Zhao group but also from some official backing. For Lu Yu, this would be a crushing blow. As for Yan Xiaokuan, truthfully, Lu Yu didn't know the full extent of his brother's influence. He only knew it surpassed his own family's. So, if even Zhao Long held him in some regard, how limited could that influence possibly be? Lu Yu suddenly realized he might have underestimated his brother. As the three dined, each lost in their own thoughts, a girl approached. "Hi, may I join you?" she asked sweetly, standing beside their table. Lu Yu, Yi Qingqing, and the other turned their heads simultaneously. The newcomer was a girl with a lovely face and fairly fair skin, giving off a next-door girl vibe. The moment Yan Xiaokuan saw her, the jealousy that had clouded his expression vanished instantly. He jumped up excitedly and announced to Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing, "This is my girlfriend, Shi Qiyun." He then introduced Shi Qiyun, "This is my good buddy Lu Yu, and this is my future sister-in-law, Yi Qingqing. Say hello." "Hello." Shi Qiyun greeted them sweetly. Yi Qingqing, slightly nervous, replied, "Hello." Lu Yu unconsciously furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 113, in full swing. "Xiaoyu, remember when I asked you to find out where Yi Qingqing lives? She was the one who helped me out." Yan Xiaokuan whispered in Lu Yu's ear. He wasn't reacting to Lu Yu's unusual expression, rather, he was subtly taking credit for the favor. Since it was something his girlfriend had done, he hoped she could gain some favor from it. Lu Yu's expression returned to normal as he smiled. "I know. Welcome. Come on in, take a seat." "Thanks, handsome." Shi Qiyun smiled faintly before taking a seat beside Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing looked at Shi Qiyun, feeling a sense of familiarity. "I never would have guessed you were Yan Xiaokuan's girlfriend. Why didn't you mention a word about it before?" "You never asked before," Shi Qiyun replied. "We keep things low-key. If the teacher found out, wouldn't they call our parents?" Yan Xiaokuan, listening to their conversation, froze slightly. "You two know each other?" "We know each other. We've chatted before." Shi Qiyun smiled. "Oh. That explains why you..." Yan Xiaokuan began to speak. Shi Qiyun swiftly picked up a piece of fried chicken and popped it into Yan Xiaokuan's mouth. "This fried chicken is delicious. I grabbed extra just for you." Yan Xiaokuan's words were choked back. Chewing, he still looked at Shi Qiyun with some confusion. Meanwhile, Shi Qiyun was frantically signaling to Yan Xiaokuan with her eyes. If Yan Xiaokuan hadn't quite grasped it at first, that look instantly made everything clear. Yi Qingqing mustn't find out about this. Otherwise, it would be awkward. Yan Xiaokuan awkwardly continued eating his fried chicken, not pursuing the earlier topic. Yi Qingqing noticed the awkwardness but couldn't pinpoint what fell off, so she didn't ask. Lu Yu ate his meal without saying a word. The four of them ate and chatted, moving from initial awkwardness to a semblance of familiarity in just over 10 minutes. That's why business deals and relationship building often happen over meals. Except for those with ulterior motives or ill intentions, eating is when people lower their guard the most. At such moments, words spoken carry far more weight than empty rhetoric. As for Lu Yu, he certainly had no interest in bonding with Shi Qiyun. In his previous life, had it not been for Shi Qiyun, Yan Xiaokuan would never have met such a tragic end. Yan Xiaoquan's death was inextricably linked to this woman.
Lu Yu was already showing remarkable restraint by treating her with any semblance of normalcy. The four of them ate together.
Aside from Lu Yu, the other three got along reasonably well.
Lu Yu merely exchanged few words with Shi Qiyun, showing no signs of unusual behavior.
After the meal,
the group lingered briefly before leaving the cafeteria. They chatted casually along the campus path, then prepared to return for their afternoon rest. Yan Xiaoquan, needing to escort Shi Qiyun to her classroom, parted ways with Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng at a crossroads. Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng walked back to their classrooms together.
Along the way,
Yi Qingcheng seemed to have something she wanted to ask Lu Yu, but the words would come to her lips only to be swallowed back down, over and over again.
Lu Yu noticed and asked, "What's wrong?"
Yi Qingcheng studied Lu Yu's expression, hesitated, then replied, "Nothing."
"If there's something you want to say, you can tell me directly.
There's no need to hide it from me."
"I can tell," Lu Yu said with a slight smile. Yi Qingcheng paused, then asked, "You and Shi Qiyun, aren't you two on bad terms?"
"Why do you say that?"
Lu Yu inquired.
Yi Qingcheng replied,
"Because the way you look at her seems off. It's like you're a different person."
Lu Yu was taken aback by her words, for he hadn't realized Yi Qingcheng had been observing him.
Seeing Lu Yu didn't respond, Yi Qingcheng pressed further. "Did something happen between you two? What happened? How could he explain the events of his past life? There was no evidence to prove anything." "Nothing. You're mistaken. This is my first time meeting her."
Several years flashed through Lu Yu's mind as he offered a faint smile. Yi Qingcheng looked slightly puzzled.
"Really?"
"Yeah. Back then, Yan Xiaoquan kept his girlfriend a secret like crazy.
He never even told me who she was."
Lu Yu replied, half joking, half serious.
"Is that so?"
Yi Qingcheng felt bewildered too, for she had indeed sensed something off about Lu Yu just now. He didn't seem as cheerful and open as before.
Could it be that her perception was truly off?
Lu Yu wore a faint smile on his face, showing little else in his expression. Yet inwardly, he silently chided himself for not paying closer attention.
He'd forgotten Yi Qingcheng was still present.
With Yi Qingcheng's sharp mind, picking up on this small anomaly and piecing together some clues wouldn't be difficult at all. He hadn't managed to restrain himself earlier.
"By the way, Qingcheng, how's your studying going? Feeling confident about the college entrance exams?"
Lu Yu changed the subject. Yi Qingcheng paused, replying, "It's going well. If I perform normally, I should be able to get into my preferred university."
"No problem. Need any help?"
Lu Yu asked.
"Huh? How?"
Yi Qingcheng looked slightly bewildered.
Lu Yu spread his hands. "With your studies, I think I can help with some tricky exam questions. If you run into anything you don't understand, you can come to me. Is that okay? Won't it slow down your own studying?" Yi Qingcheng asked. Lu Yu shook his head. "Not at all. I'm almost done with my own prep."
Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng felt a surge of admiration for Lu Yu. At school, Lu Yu was the undisputed top student, consistently ranking in the top 3 on every exam. Yi Qingcheng hadn't met anyone in her class or grade who performed as consistently as Lu Yu. If Lu Yu said he was ready, Yi Qingcheng believed him completely.
"Great. If I run into anything I don't understand, I'll ask you,"
Yi Qingcheng replied after a moment's thought.
"No problem."
Lu Yu agreed readily. The young boys and girls walked along the campus path toward the classroom. Ahead, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, while in the distance, a patch of light shone brightly. Afternoon classes weren't much to speak of. The main theme before exams was review. Subject teachers began giving the class practice questions and explaining difficult, obscure problems. For Lu Yu, though he hadn't tackled this kind of work in years, it came back to him effortlessly. He couldn't explain why, but it felt surprisingly easy. So he didn't waste time on them. Instead, he messaged his sister, asking her to help find reliable, trustworthy designers to help plan the shelter. As for the construction crew, energy procurement, and sourcing agricultural products and food supplies, Lu Yu discussed it with Yan Xiaoquan. They decided to have Yan's father help find solutions. Everything was proceeding at a feverish pace behind the scenes.
Chapter 114, Seems my charm isn't too shabby either.
Before long, it was time for school to let out. Lu Yu naturally grabbed Yan Xiaoquan to wait for Yi Qingcheng together, and the three of them left the classroom. Li Momo, who had once been so arrogant, was now all alone. Her former sisters avoided her like the plague, as if trying to distance themselves from her. This filled Li Momo with seething hatred. Now, seeing Lu Yu and his group leaving in high spirits, her resentment only deepened. In an instant, she blamed Lu Yu for all her current misfortunes. If Lu Yu hadn't inexplicably demanded a breakup, her affair with Zhao Long wouldn't have been exposed, and that young man she'd been secretly seeing wouldn't have been seen by everyone. Now, Li Momo had been stripped bare. Anyone who wanted to know anything about her could see exactly what kind of person she was. Lu Yu, this is all your fault. If not for you, I wouldn't be suffering like this now. Just wait, I'll get my revenge. I'll make sure you can't even smile anymore. You think you're so cozy with that Yi Qingcheng? I'll make sure neither of you gets off easy. Li Momo's eyes flashed with venom as she spat out these words with pure malice.
Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who had already left the classroom, had no idea what Li Momo had said. He was now walking out of the school gates alongside Yi Qingcheng, pulling Yan Xiaoquan along with him. Outside the school gates, amidst the distant crowd, led by Zhao Long, a group of people watched from the depths of the crowd as Lu Yu and the others emerged from the school. Zhao Long's face darkened significantly when he saw Yi Qingcheng walking beside Lu Yu. Just as Zhao Long was about to signal his men to follow, another figure appeared beside Lu Yu. Yan Xiaoquan.
The words Zhao Long had been about to utter instantly stuck in his throat, not a single syllable escaping. Beside him, Li Gong, seeing his boss silent, immediately stepped forward to urge them to follow. But at that moment, Zhao Long stopped him.
What's wrong, brother Zhao? Li Gong asked.
Zhao Long's face darkened as he replied, with Yan Xiaoquan standing right there, it's not easy to make a move.
Hearing this, Li Gong glanced over and spotted Lu Yu and the other two.
He wasn't particularly familiar with Yan Xiaoquan, as Yan's family kept a low profile, and Yan himself was equally reserved. If not for Lu Yu's genuine friendship with Yan, he wouldn't have known what Yan's family did for a living. Yan Xiaoquan himself was the type who disliked discussing his family background, which meant many people actually knew little about him. People only knew that Yan Xiaoquan came from a wealthy family, that he was a second-generation rich kid who never lacked for money. Zhao Long was different.
His background allowed him access to details unknown to most.
That's precisely why he genuinely didn't want to cross paths with Yan Xiaoquan.
Li Gong frowned and said, that guy again? How annoying. Brother Zhao, how about this? I'll take care of Yan Xiaoquan, then send the other brothers to deal with Lu Yu. The rest of the underlings and hangers-on rubbed their hands together, eager to jump into action. Zhao Long's frown deepened as he silently stared into the distance, his mind racing for a solution. Normally, he wouldn't hesitate to take direct action.
But lately, his family had been warning him to keep a low profile.
They were preparing for something important and couldn't afford any trouble.
Consequently, Zhao Long had been unusually restrained lately, avoiding trouble and keeping his head down.
This restraint heavily influenced his decision-making. Teaching Lu Yu a lesson wasn't the problem. Dealing with Yan Xiaoquan wasn't too difficult either, as long as he didn't touch Yan Xiaoquan directly.
What he feared was that if he went after Lu Yu, it might cause Yan Xiaoquan to overreact, leading Yan's family to come looking for trouble with Zhao Long's family. If such a situation were to occur, the elders of Zhao Long's family would undoubtedly come looking for trouble.
This dilemma weighed heavily on Zhao Long. Brother Zhao, make up your mind quick. Otherwise, everyone's leaving. Li Gong urged.
Zhao Long's expression shifted like a stormy sky. His gaze toward Lu Yu was already filled with displeasure. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally said, forget it. Let this guy off today. We'll see what happens in a couple of days. I don't believe Yan Xiaoquan hangs out with him every single day. Hearing this, Li Gong and the others could say nothing more. They had no choice but to obey their boss's orders and follow his lead. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, Yan Xiaoquan, and the other person got into the car and waited.
Driver's seat. Yan Xiaoquan grumbled, Xiaoyu, it's bad enough you made me come with you, but now you're forcing me to eat dog food? Isn't that a bit much? I'm waiting for my girlfriend. Wait? I'm not stopping you from waiting. Aren't we all waiting right now?
Lu Yu chuckled from the back seat.
Yan Xiaoquan snapped, oh, really? If you two want to stroll around, go ahead by yourselves. Why drag me into this? I have a girlfriend. We're not asking you to date us. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Yu asked. Yan Xiaoquan. Yi Qingcheng sat nearby listening, quietly giggling to herself. Man. My charm is just too overwhelming. Can't be helped. Yan Xiaoquan sighed. Lu Yu. Yi Qingcheng. After waiting several minutes, Yan Xiaoquan made 2 phone calls.
Finally, someone opened the passenger door and got in. It was Shi Qiyun. They exchanged greetings. Yan Xiaoquan started the car, floored the accelerator, and drove away. Yan Xiaoquan first dropped off Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng at their homes before driving his own girlfriend out of the residential complex.
Thanks for bringing me home.
Yi Qingcheng murmured to Lu Yu, her backpack slung over her shoulder and a book tucked under her arm.
It's on my way.
It's safer to go together.
Lu Yu smiled faintly. Well, I'll be off then. Yi Qingcheng said. Lu Yu nodded.
All right. If you need anything, just reach out. Yi Qingcheng softly murmured, then looked at Lu Yu. Suddenly stepping closer, she brushed her lips against his cheek like a dragonfly skimming water. Without another word, she turned and dashed away. Lu Yu froze in place. By the time he snapped out of it, Yi Qingcheng was already far away.
Careful. Slow down. Don't fall.
Lu Yu, unable to dwell on the moment, frantically waved his arms and shouted. But Yi Qingcheng, who had been running all along, neither saw Lu Yu's gestures nor heard his shout.
She didn't stop.
Soon, she vanished around the corner of that building. Lu Yu stood rooted to the spot, touching the lingering warmth on his face. He couldn't shake the feeling for a long time, and it all seemed strangely unreal.
After a long while. Seems like my charm isn't half bad either.
A faint smile involuntarily curved Lu Yu's lips, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Then, humming a tune, he turned and headed upstairs.
And all of this
was witnessed in its entirety by Yilan, who had just returned from work.
Watching Lu Yu's retreating figure, her worries eased considerably, and a faint smile touched her lips. Chapter 115, Waiting to be Carried Away. Back home, Lu Yu didn't relax.
Instead, he became even busier. At school, he only needed to handle remote operations, communicate with his sister, and discuss matters with his brother's father. He didn't need to do the work himself. Coordination and preparation were sufficient. Outside of school, however, it was different.
Once arrangements were made, someone had to execute them. Entrusting everything to others left Lu Yu uneasy.
To build this shelter, Lu Yu even cancelled all his evening review classes. Curled up on the sofa, Lu Yu opened the email attachment on his laptop, a file his sister had sent. Clicking it open revealed the shelter's blueprints. He skimmed through them. The drawings were exceptionally professional, covering every detail meticulously. Not only did they address all the requirements Lu Yu had mentioned, but they also handled aspects he hadn't even thought to request with remarkable completeness.
Lu Yu was thoroughly satisfied. Beep beep beep. Lao Jie sent a message. Lu Yu opened it. What do you think of this design? If there are any issues or additional elements you'd like added, just let me know.
Or I can give you his contact info. He specializes in designing underground shelters. Lu Yu glanced at the file on his computer again and immediately replied, "Alright, sis, this is perfect."
Alright. Okay, hand gesture.
Lu Yu put down his phone, carefully checked everything once more, then saved the file contents and design plans to his phone before closing the laptop.
Then, Lu Yu dialed Yen Xiaokuan's father's number.
While Lu Yu was intensifying his efforts on his own tasks, hundreds of kilometers away in the Wanshan Mountains, unrest was brewing once more.
Spiritual energy emerged, infecting a multitude of animals. In a small valley somewhere,
Zhaomingzhi and Mangyun were splattered with blood, surrounded by a field of strange fish carcasses. At a glance, there were easily hundreds of them. These monstrous fish resembled the piranhas from movies' ugly creatures, yet their mouths gleamed with cold steel teeth that commanded respect. Two prominent fang marks gouged into Zhaomingzhi's right forearm oozed faint trails of blood, hinting at the brutal struggle he'd endured. Senior brother, these fish didn't just mutate recently. Some have been mutated for quite some time, reaching the strength of level 1 mutant beasts. Mengyun's expression grew grave as she surveyed the fish carcasses on the ground, her voice slightly lowered.
Indeed, these beasts have been mutated for some time now. They've even learned to conceal their aura.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have failed to detect them earlier. Zhaomingzhi pressed his hand against the wound on his arm, his expression equally serious. At that moment, Mangyun shifted her gaze to Zhaomingzhi's arm.
Her expression changed slightly as she stepped forward and asked, "Senior brother, how is your arm?" "It's nothing. Just a bite. Nothing serious."
Zhaomingzhi shook his head. Mangyun stared at the wound on his arm, still bleeding.
Her expression darkened. "You're injured. We need to go back and treat this, stop the bleeding. No, we can't waste time.
Those strange beasts that escaped last time still haven't been found. If we don't locate them soon, we'll face punishment from our superiors." Zhaomingzhi tore off a strip of cloth, wrapped it loosely around his arm to stop the bleeding, and paid it no further mind.
"Is that really okay?" Mangyun asked, worried.
Though the strange fish weren't particularly powerful attackers, their teeth were incredibly sharp, piercing Zhaomingzhi's arm multiple times.
Zhaomingzhi smiled faintly. "It's no big deal. Just some low-level beasts. Don't worry about it.
We should hurry into the mountains to search. Otherwise, who knows how long it'll take to find that group of beasts."
"Right." Mangyun nodded.
Still unable to ignore the wounds on Zhaomingzhi's hand, she retrieved some medical cotton and low-grade iodine solution from the bag, giving his injuries a quick, basic treatment. Zhaomingzhi froze, about to pull his hand away, but Mangyun held it firmly, concentrating on the treatment. His mouth opened slightly as if to speak, but he remained silent, letting his junior sister tend to him.
Meanwhile,
Lu Yu hailed a taxi to a village within the urban area of Suxin district. Few people lived here, and even fewer passed through. He got out of the car far from the roadside. This area was sparsely populated, with few lights. As he walked deeper in, only scattered streetlights were visible. Venturing further, the darkness became complete, forcing him to use his phone as a flashlight.
After about 10 minutes,
Lu Yu weaved through a cluster of old houses, finally stopping before a mud-brick dwelling that looked ancient at a glance. This large compound was the old family home of Lu Yu's family. This place hadn't been visited by anyone in a long time, not just outsiders, but even Lu Yu's own family. Before moving away, Lu Yu's family had lived here. Back then, the place was bustling with people, and there were many children his age to play with.
But now, who knew where everyone had gone?
Lu Yu felt a pang of sadness, but he quickly pushed the thought aside and focused on his task at hand. He had chosen this very spot to build the shelters for his parents and sister. Doing so would save a considerable sum on purchasing land.
Moreover, starting construction here meant he wouldn't have to worry about being noticed.
The area was already remote and rarely visited, making it relatively safe. Lu Yu walked around the old house once, nodded in satisfaction, and then sent the location to Yin Xiaokuan's father.
In less than half an hour,
one truck after another, loaded with various construction materials, drove in from the distance and came to a stop in front of the old house.
Lu Yu exhaled softly, a faint smile touching his lips. Construction had begun. Time flowed like water, rushing by. Soon.
Over 3 weeks had passed, leaving only 3 days until the college entrance exams. And quite a lot had happened during this period.
First, Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing's intimacy level had reached 85 points higher than his expected 80. This was excellent news, as it met the requirement.
He immediately established a contract with Yi Qingqing. This contract required nothing from Yi Qingqing. Once the intimacy threshold was met, Lu Yu confirmed it with the system and it was established. Because of the contract, Lu Yu told her about the impending apocalypse and taught her the 5 elements qi cultivation method. With Yi Qingqing's innate talent, as long as she survived, she would one day become an unparalleled powerhouse. As for Lu Yu, he'd just wait to be carried to new heights. He was prepared.
Chapter 116, half a month later.
And this was merely the first matter.
The second matter.
The post-apocalyptic shelter, drafted by Lu Yu and funded by Lu Jinyu, Lu Xinghua, Song Yue, and others, was completed a full week ahead of schedule 3 weeks earlier than anticipated and was ready for inspection. Lu Yu spent a week filling the shelter's storage facilities to capacity with supplies and energy resources. Originally, Lu Yu had planned to prepare supplies based on the consumption of 10 people for 2 years. But when he actually began stockpiling, he discovered the money wasn't enough.
That 1.5 million yuan just wasn't enough.
When Lu Yu first calculated the costs, he had estimated similarly.
But when it came to purchasing supplies, it was a case of either not buying anything at all, or once he started buying, he felt compelled to acquire this and that. By the end, he'd spent a fortune just to amass a pile of stuff. Certain daily necessities and consumables couldn't be cut back on, they were essential, so Lu Yu bought them anyway. In the end,
instead of asking his sister for more money, Lu Yu reduced the quantities of prepared food and supplies. As long as they could last a year to a year and a half, that would be sufficient. This way, Lu Yu still had some spare cash to cover his living expenses for the final few days. The third, fourth, and fifth matters could actually be discussed together.
Last time, Lu Yu had taught Yin Xiaokuan the 5 yuan qi cultivation method. Yen had since devoted himself wholeheartedly to it.
Every day, aside from spending time with his girlfriend, he would memorize the human acupoint and meridian chart and then practice cultivation. 3 weeks passed. Yen Xiaokuan's internal energy had already surpassed Lu Yu's by a slight margin. While not terrifying, the speed of his cultivation progress was still somewhat alarming. Consider this, Lu Yu had cultivation experience from his previous life, possessing far deeper insights into cultivation than Yen Xiaokuan. Moreover, in this lifetime, he had begun cultivating earlier than Yen Xiaokuan. Yet, his cultivation progress was not as rapid as Yen Xiaokuan's. This alone spoke volumes. Yen Xiaokuan's cultivation talent was undeniably superior to Lu Yu's. This genuinely filled Lu Yu with joy for his brother. Moreover, it made him ponder whether Yen Xiaokuan might be the ideal candidate for his next contract. Beyond that, Lu Yu also taught the 5 elements qi gathering cultivation method to his sister. The result? The outcome was equally gratifying. His sister's cultivation pace seemed to surpass his own. Lu Yu felt both joy and worry. He was delighted that his sister possessed such remarkable talent, yet troubled by the question, why was his own talent so wretched? What a headache! Not only did he tell his sister, but he also shared with Yi Qingqing what might happen a month later and the 5 elements qi gathering technique. After several attempts, Yi Qingqing's cultivation progress was nothing short of astonishing. Though she started later than Yen Xiaokuan, she quickly caught up and even showed signs of overtaking him. This outcome was entirely within Lu Yu's expectations. Given Yi Qingqing's astonishing natural talent, such rapid progress was only natural. After all, she was destined to be a figure who would truly dominate an era. Fortunately, this extraordinary individual was now destined to be his future wife. If Lu Yu couldn't soar under such conditions, he might as well bang his head against a block of tofu and kill himself. Oh, right. Yi Qingqing's gambling-addicted father had also been forcibly divorced from Yilan by court order. Furthermore, after investigations uncovered his illegal activities, he was currently serving time behind bars. As for Brother Knife and the others? Forget about it. Loan sharking and black market dealings? They're not getting out of there. These events represent what Lu Yu has endured recently. While not exhaustive, the major incidents are largely covered here. Of course, minor details and insignificant matters will be set aside for now. Focusing solely on today. Nighttime. Lu Yu, Yi Qingqing, Lu Jinyu, and his brother Yen Xiaokuan walked side by side, arriving at the entrance of the shelter in Lu Yu's ancestral home. This was an apocalypse shelter hidden 10 meters underground. Above it lay 9 layers of earth, a design intended to block detection, soundproofing, and other functions, enhancing the shelter's security. Lu Yu had concealed the entrance beneath a bed in the ancestral home. Turning a knob on a vase beside the headboard would cause the bed to slide away automatically.
Once moved aside, a staircase leads directly downward.
After descending about a meter, an elevator connects to the shelter's entrance at the lowest level, while another staircase runs alongside it. The choice was up to the individual. Taking the elevator was undoubtedly the faster option. The shelter had been completed the week before, and just yesterday, its supplies and energy reserves were fully stocked.
Utilities like water, electricity, and ventilation were all operational. It's essentially a miniature self-sustaining city, capable of supporting human life for an extended period with a closed ecological loop.
As long as the outside world wasn't blown to smithereens or the planet itself destroyed by an explosion, this corner could sustain 10 people for a year and a half.
Lu Yu had just counted the people.
Including his own family and Yi Qingqing's family, there were only 6 in total.
Adding Yin Xiaoquan's family of 3, the number came to 9. As for supplies, we definitely have enough.
Lu Yu was more concerned about the beasts and extreme weather. The initial wave of beasts wasn't overwhelmingly powerful, but for people armed only with their bare hands, their firearms rendered useless facing bloodthirsty beasts with enhanced physiques. Resistance proved exceedingly difficult. Compounded by the fact that some individuals harbored ulterior motives, failing to fully and thoroughly execute the Great Xia Lord's orders, this only made the disaster unfold with even greater ferocity. Of course, this issue wasn't a major concern for Lu Yu now, as he and 2 others had cultivated inner strength, making them barely capable of handling the situation. If they could bring in that lame uncle from the Crystal Hotel and that middle-aged man named Zhongli, things would be even more secure. And young thingy from the Su Xian police station.
Perfect. Ahem.
Unfortunately, this was merely wishful thinking. If they discovered he'd already prepared a shelter for the disaster and possessed inner strength, it would likely cause even more trouble.
It wasn't that Lu Yu feared exposing his reincarnated identity, he simply couldn't be bothered to explain.
But back to the matter at hand. When Lu Yu led the 3 of them to the shelter's entrance, the sight of that metal-textured iron wall, emitting a cold, eerie glow, still gave him a slight jolt of awe. The wall itself wasn't enormous, but it stretched along the perimeter, buried deep into solid rammed earth. The high-quality, password-protected gate that stood before them only reinforced the feeling of a proper post-apocalyptic shelter.
Chapter 117. Wow, it's so big.
As Lu Yu calibrated the mechanical code, the shelter's door creaked open slowly, revealing the scene within.
Yin Xiaoquan couldn't help but let out a gasp. Wow, it's huge. Huge. Truly enormous.
Originally, the door looked only as tall as a person, and he'd assumed the interior would be similarly modest.
Yet, as the door swung open, an entirely different world unfolded within.
Lu Yu glanced at the 3 of them and smiled.
Gentlemen, please, come in and take a look around? We absolutely have to explore.
Why else would I be here?
Yin Xiaoquan declared with righteous indignation, striding inside first.
Lu Jinyu stood outside the shelter, her gaze sweeping into the depths. After a quick glance, her expression softened into pure satisfaction.
It seemed Lu Yu's creation had surpassed even her expectations. Sis, what do you think?
Lu Yu grinned, baring his teeth.
Lu Jinyu nodded approvingly. Not bad. It's even better than what I sent you in the design blueprints.
Lu Yu chuckled.
That's all thanks to Yin Xiaoquan. His dad's construction crew is really professional.
A lot of the changes were based on their suggestions.
Lu Jinyu looked surprised. You mean these ideas weren't yours? They came from the construction crew in charge of building it? Exactly. Lu Yu nodded without hesitation.
There was no need for him to take credit for this after all, he hadn't studied architecture, so it was only natural.
Lu Jinyu was even more shocked. What do they do? What's their name? Yenmiao Construction, Lu Yu replied. Yenmian Construction?
Lu Jinyu repeated the name aloud, then her eyes lit up slightly.
Could it be the most famous Yenmiao Construction in Ruzhou? Is there another Yenmiao Construction in Ruzhou? Lu Yu asked. Lu Jinyu was utterly stunned. It really is them? Little brother, how did you manage to secure such a construction team?
Do you realize they've built top-secret national defense structures for the Great Xia Empire?
Really?
I had no idea, Lu Yu replied, even more astonished. This was the first time he'd heard of such a thing. Just as Lu Jinyu was about to speak, her peripheral vision caught sight of Yi Qingqiang. She lowered her voice slightly and said, "This kind of information only reaches those higher up.
That's why I'm so surprised. How did you manage to get them to work for you?"
Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before replying, "This Yenmiao construction belongs to Yin Xiaoquan's father."
What? Lu Jinyu froze.
Lu Yu smiled faintly, pointing at Yin Xiaoquan, who was idly wandering around the shelter.
That's him. Him.
Lu Jinyu followed Lu Yu's gaze, her face etched with utter shock. She never would have imagined her younger brother's classmate was the son of the owner of Yenmiao Construction. As for Lu Yu, the astonishment in his heart was no less than his sister's.
In an instant,
he suddenly understood why Zhao Long had never dared to cause trouble for Yin Xiaoquan back then.
If Yin Xiaoquan's father possessed such immense influence, then a mere Zhao group would indeed be insignificant. But if he held that much power, why would he know nothing about the revival of spiritual energy?
Lu Yu's face remained expressionless, but his mind was already filled with questions. Brother, if your classmate really is Yen Miaojin, then with such a major event about to unfold, you must be extremely cautious in your dealings with him, Lu Jinyu cautioned. Truthfully, even without his sister's warning, Lu Yu had already begun to guard against Yen Xiaoquan's father. Yen Xiaoquan, he trusted completely. He was his brother, someone who had saved his life in a previous incarnation, a bond forged in life and death circumstances. Lu Yu had no reason, nor would he ever, guard against his own brother. Yen Wen was different, however. He was his brother as father and held a position of authority. While not the highest-ranking official, it was still a position that allowed access to those above. Regarding how chaotic the upper echelons of Great Xia were now, perhaps no one understood it better than Lu Yu. Factions vying for power, alliances shifting, deceit and intrigue running rampant. It was only after finally advancing to a level 5 martial artist that Lu Yu had barely scratched the surface of the upper echelons. It was then that he gained a slight glimpse into the fringes of the inner workings. For this very reason, Lu Yu consciously maintained a respectful distance from the affairs of the upper echelons. He knew that with his current strength, he was utterly inadequate to meddle in such affairs. Rash intervention would only see him crushed by the forces at play. His sole focus now was protecting those he cared about, ensuring their safety and peace of mind.
Which faction did Yen Xiaoquan's father belong to?
It was a question worth pondering.
But it should be fine.
You've told them about this for so long, and no one has come looking for trouble.
There probably isn't anything to worry about. Don't overthink it. Although Lu Yu didn't show his emotions, Lu Jinyu could still sense her brother's anxiety.
The time he had mentioned as the end of the world was drawing ever closer, leaving no room for even the slightest mishap.
Lu Yu pondered his sister's words. She was right. Regardless of which side Yen Wen was on, as long as Yen Xiaoquan was with him, that was enough. Even if Yen Wen felt no personal connection to him, wouldn't he show some restraint for Yen Xiaoquan's sake? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Yu's mind before dissipating.
The situation had changed. Dealing with his brother's parents now required extra caution to avoid being set up.
Alright, enough about that.
I'll go inside first and see what it's like.
You stay here and chat with Qingcheng? Lu Jinyu patted her brother's shoulder and asked. Lu Yu flashed a smile. Sure. Go ahead, sis. Lu Jinyu said no more.
She gave Yi Qingcheng a nod and a smile before turning and entering the shelter. At that moment, Yi Qingcheng had stepped back a few paces while Lu Jinyu spoke with Lu Yu. She didn't listen to their conversation but waited for them to finish. The shelter's entrance was quite small, barely taller than a person.
Only one person could pass through at a time.
With Lu Yu and Lu Jinyu standing side by side, there wasn't even room for one person to squeeze through.
So Yi Qingcheng waited patiently.
Only after Lu Jinyu had gone inside did Yi Qingcheng stroll leisurely over to Lu Yu. Yi Qingcheng wore a pale green, ancient-style long dress today, with 3 phoenix hairpins pinned in her hair.
The small beads at the end swayed gently with each step she took. A wave of fragrant air washed over him.
A faint smile curved Lu Yu's lips as he drew in a deep breath. Instantly, it felt as though every pore in his body had opened wide in that single moment.
Lu Yu. Is this the apocalypse shelter you mentioned?
Noticing his reaction, Yi Qingcheng pretended to survey the shelter's interior. Her heart fluttered wildly, and with a faint blush, she asked him.
Chapter 118, The Shelter. Yes. Shall we go inside? Lu Yu asked softly. Let's go. Yi Qingcheng nodded.
The two of them walked inside together. Walking side by side, Lu Yu naturally took Yi Qingcheng's hand, and she didn't refuse. After she had kissed him last time, their relationship had been officially confirmed. Yi Qingcheng had never been in a relationship before, and she still felt shy about matters of the heart. In many ways, she might not feel this way, but only when she was with Lu Yu did she experience this sensation. She wasn't sure if it was because Lu Yu had helped her out of several tight spots, or simply because she hadn't experienced it before. But back to the story. Yen Xiaoquan and Lu Jinyu walked deeper into the passageway. The lights along the corridor ceiling flickered on one by one, illuminating the space with a brilliant glow. Along the corridor walls were numerous rooms of every kind: entertainment rooms, storage rooms, supply rooms, and so on. Lu Jinyu pushed open several doors to peek inside. She noticed that most storage areas were packed to the brim, yet everything was neatly organized with clear labeling. Lu Jinyu wasn't an expert in these matters, but no matter what one did, there was one thing that couldn't be avoided. That thing was money. And the knowledge Lu Jinyu had acquired, the work she did, it all revolved around money. The more thorough and perfect her brother's preparations were, the more it meant he had spent more. And it showed genuine care. What did this signify? Not only has my brother grown up, but he's also become thoughtful, responsible, and capable. Meanwhile, Yen Xiaoquan followed closely behind Lu Jinyu, also taking in each of his brother's accomplishments one by one. He was utterly stunned, for he had never seen such architecture in real life. Perhaps it existed in movies, but seeing it in reality evoked an entirely different sensation. It was an entirely different experience. Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng followed behind, neither hurrying nor lingering. Yi Qingcheng, too, was profoundly shaken.
Over 10 days prior,
Yi Qingcheng learned from Lu Yu about the impending apocalypse and began cultivating. Lu Yu had also told her about the construction of this shelter. Though mentally prepared, Yi Qingcheng found the reality profoundly different. Lu Yu, did you build all this? Yi Qingcheng surveyed the shelter's walls, solid as iron, radiating a profound sense of security. They clearly weren't simple structures. Lu Yu walked ahead, holding Yi Qingcheng's hand. Not entirely. These were merely my suggestions. Most of it was perfected with the help of others. Yi Qingcheng's eyes darted around the surroundings.
This must have cost a fortune, right? Lu Yu replied, not too much. Since this is for future survival, it absolutely had to be sturdy. Cutting corners here to save money would cost us our lives.
Yi Qingcheng understood immediately. Having witnessed more darkness than most, she understood these matters well. Even in times of peace, her life was this precarious. If the apocalypse came, could things possibly be better than this?
Absolutely not.
Lu Yu walked alongside her, holding her hand.
I brought you here to put your mind at ease. If that apocalypse ever happens, my parents and your mother will all be safe. Yi Qingcheng nodded. I believe you.
As she spoke, she tightened her grip on Lu Yu's hand, squeezing it even harder. Lu Yu gently patted her hand, urging her not to be so tense.
Yi Qingcheng smiled.
This shelter was built as a split-level structure. Though technically only 1 story tall, it felt spacious. It could easily accommodate not just 8 people, but even 15. This alone spoke volumes about Lu Yu's thoughtfulness. It took Lu Yu and his group of 4 a full hour to barely finish touring the shelter. In the end, the other 3 shared a surprisingly unanimous opinion: this shelter was indeed useful. With it, they could weather any crisis unscathed even without outside help.
Xiaoyu, I have to admit, you really pulled this off. If the apocalypse ever comes, my parents could hide here. Yan Xiaoquan remarked as they walked away. Last time, his parents had clearly been on good terms with Lu Yu. Why, in the end, did they end up not believing a word he said?
Not only did they refuse to believe him, but they also told him to stay away from Lu Yu.
What exactly had his uncle said to them during that meal?
Why such a drastic change? Compared to this distant uncle, Yan Xiaoquan trusted Lu Yu's words more.
Anywhere's fine. This place is huge. Lu Yu patted Yan Xiaoquan's shoulder reassuringly. Yan Xiaoquan nodded silently, saying nothing.
Seeing this, Lu Yu said nothing more, for he understood what his brother was thinking. His parents didn't believe his carefully crafted explanation, and there was nothing he could do about that. His brother couldn't convince his own parents, and that made Lu Yu feel a bit guilty. It was only natural, and Lu Yu couldn't possibly blame his brother.
After leaving the urban village, Yan Xiaoquan prepared to drive back.
Just then, Lu Yu suddenly stopped and said to Yan Xiaoquan, "Xiaoquan, you take my sister and Qingqing back first."
Yan Xiaoquan froze. Huh? Aren't you coming back with us?
I have something to take care of and need to leave for a bit.
You take them back first, Lu Yu explained. Yan Xiaoquan asked, where are you going? Lu Yu replied, don't ask. It's just a minor thing. I'll be back once I handle it.
Yan Xiaoquan didn't quite believe him. Lu Jinyu and Yi Qingcheng, standing nearby, overheard the exchange. They were equally bewildered. Lu Yu's departure felt so abrupt. Just as Lu Yu was about to say something to convince Yan Xiaoquan, Lu Jinyu spoke up from the side, if my brother has something to do, let him go handle it.
What's the big deal? It's not like he's doing anything. Yan Xiaoquan looked at Lu Jinyu.
Lu Jinyu walked straight over to Lu Yu and said, little brother, you go handle it. I'll take my sister-in-law home. Lu Yu felt grateful and replied, all right. Yi Qingcheng sensed something was off, but seeing Lu Yu's clear and resolute stance, she held her tongue.
Because this was what Lu Yu wanted to do. All she could do was support and assist him.
Not create trouble or complicate matters for him. Yan Xiaoquan couldn't accept this explanation, precisely because Lu Yu had just been about to return with them, only to suddenly decide to leave now. The apocalypse was approaching. Though no signs or omens were yet apparent, Yan Xiaoquan's heart had already begun to race with restlessness and unease. Since Lu Yu had spoken of the apocalypse, he was the leader, the one in charge. Yan Xiaoquan had been with Lu Yu all this time. Suddenly losing sight of him, not knowing where he was headed, left Yan Xiaoquan feeling uneasy and uncertain. Chapter 119, The Man in Black. Lu Yu sensed his brother's worry, stepped closer, and whispered into his ear, relax.
With me here, nothing bad will happen.
Yan Xiaoquan nodded firmly.
Got it.
Lu Yu said, all right, then get in the car and go. I'll be back shortly.
Got it. We're off then. Get back safe.
After bidding farewell to Lu Yu, the three got into the car and drove off. Lu Yu watched the car disappear into the distance. The smile faded from his face, and his expression grew somber. It wasn't his brother's concern for him that troubled him, but something else entirely. Once he was certain his sister and the others were out of sight, Lu Yu turned and walked away, his expression blank. In the end, he headed back along the very path he had come. The night had grown deep. The moon was obscured by dark clouds, casting little light.
Scattered stars twinkled faintly against the night sky.
Lu Yu possessed keen eyesight, and after cultivating his inner energy, his senses had grown even sharper. Thus, even without much bright light, he could still see clearly. The area he now traversed was the very path they had taken earlier from the old residence. Lu Yu walked alone, his steps steady, his face expressionless. He walked until he reached a cluster of low, abandoned old houses that dimly lit street. Lu Yu seemed oblivious to everything, continuing to walk forward.
Suddenly, clatter! A faint sound echoed quietly from somewhere in the darkness. It was the sound of something being stepped on. Lu Yu's ears twitched, and he immediately halted his steps, his gaze darting toward the source of the sound. Tap tap tap. After a brief silence, faint footsteps echoed from the dark room beside him. Within seconds, a dark figure emerged from the shadows. The form was gaunt, yet the stride was steady and powerful. It was a person. The gender was indistinguishable at first glance. Clad in night attire, the figure's face was concealed by a black cloth. The wind stirred the hem of their garment, lending an air of desolate chill. Whoosh! Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, clutching something between his fingers as he flicked it toward the cloaked figure. The projectile streaked toward the figure at bullet-like speed, heading straight for the masked one's face. If the figure were an ordinary person, such force might not be enough to kill, but it would certainly cause serious injury. Yet the figure in black, upon seeing the shadow hurtling toward him, made no attempt to dodge. He remained utterly still. The next instant, thud! The black-clad figure extended a hand and snatched the object, which resembled a crumpled ball of paper, out of thin air. Steady as she goes, without causing him the slightest harm. Lu Yu stared at him coldly, expressionless. That note earlier, did you write it? The black-clad figure's gaze remained impassive, offering no reply. Lu Yu spoke coldly. Do you know how much I despise people threatening me by using those I care about? A flicker of mockery passed through the eyes hidden beneath the black cloth. Still, he remained silent. Seeing this, Lu Yu frowned. Shortly after they had left the old mansion and the shelter, Lu Yu had been walking and chatting comfortably with the other three. But as he trailed behind them, something flew toward him at incredible speed, and it was extremely stealthy. How to describe it? It was so subtle that even Lu Jinyu, Yi Qingchun, and the others hadn't noticed it. Lu Yu hadn't noticed it either, but the object was hurtling straight for his head. His martial prowess might not match Yan Xiuquan's progress, but years of training and combat in his past life had honed his instincts far beyond those of ordinary people. He sensed the object's hostile intent and realized evasion was impossible. So he caught it. It was a crumpled paper ball. It read, "If you don't want trouble for your friends, let them leave now. Go back to your house. I'll be waiting for you. Otherwise." The message abruptly ended there, leaving the threat unsaid yet unmistakable. If Lu Yu didn't come, something bad would definitely happen. So, in the end, he parted ways with his sister and the others and headed back. That's when he saw this man in black. He didn't recognize this man, nor did he know who he was. Lu Yu had no idea what this person wanted. "What do you want me here for?" Lu Yu asked, his brow furrowed. "Aren't you going to speak?" The black-clad figure remained silent. But Lu Yu saw the indifference in the man's eyes, and a hint of mockery, like a predator toying with its prey. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing within. Without warning, he lunged forward with explosive force. Thud! 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 Power surged through Lu Yu's body, unleashing astonishing force as he launched a punch and a kick toward the man's vital points. The black-clad figure did not counterattack. Facing Lu Yu's assault, he maintained a defensive stance throughout, parrying while retreating. It seemed he had no intention of moving against Lu Yu. This puzzled Lu Yu even more. If the opponent was threatening him with his sister and Yi Qingchun, demanding to find him, why weren't they attacking? What did he want? Lu Yu's face remained expressionless as he unleashed a barrage of lethal strikes, fists and palms, launching an even more relentless assault against the black-clad figure. In his previous life, battling beasts and countless enemies, his combat experience and techniques had reached a level bordering on divine mastery. Had he not mastered these skills, he would have perished long ago. How could he have survived the apocalypse? The black-clad figure had initially toyed with Lu Yu, holding back his full strength and stringing him along. It felt like a cat toying with a mouse. But Lu Yu's sudden, explosive surge caught the black-clad figure off guard, nearly overwhelming him. In his flustered state, he inadvertently exposed numerous vulnerabilities to Lu Yu. Lu Yu's spirit surged, and his attacks grew even more devious and fierce. Yet the black-clad figure, drawing upon his formidable strength and formidable combat skills, quickly regained his composure. Finally, the black-clad figure delivered a light palm strike to Lu Yu's chest. With a dull thud, Lu Yu was sent flying backward. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Lu Yu stumbled back over 10 steps, his feet faltering before he finally managed to steady himself. His eyes dimmed as a trickle of crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The black-clad man's strength was formidable, far beyond Lu Yu's imagination. Though he had long prepared himself for this possibility. "Who exactly are you?" Lu Yu asked, his eyes flickering as he stared at the black-clad figure across from him.
The figure stood motionless, as if he had just materialized there, neither speaking nor moving. He stared at Lu Yu for a long moment, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Then, with a single leap, he vanished into the darkness. Lu Yu stared intently at the figure's retreating silhouette, his expression grim and unyielding, not uttering a word until the man had been gone for quite some time. Only then did Lu Yu spit out a mouthful of blood with a pff sound. That palm strike had caused him some internal injuries. Chapter 120, The Warrior Emerges, Chaos Descends. Powerful. This black-clad figure possessed formidable strength. Had Lu Yu not possessed extensive combat experience, he likely wouldn't have lasted a single exchange against this opponent. This man must be a martial artist. Lu Yu quickly reached his conclusion. But why would a martial artist be tracking him for no apparent reason? He hadn't done anything particularly conspicuous, had he? Even building this shelter and acquiring these supplies, Lu Yu had handled with extreme discretion. In today's peaceful era, building a shelter and stockpiling supplies inside wasn't particularly unusual. Countless influencers and bloggers did the same. The difference was that those individuals did it solely to attract attention and boost their traffic, while Lu Yu was genuinely preparing for the end times. That's the difference between the two. So, why would this man in black be targeting him? Who was this person? Why did he feel a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before? Lu Yu pondered for a long time but couldn't find an answer. Too few clues. The man in black had vanished too quickly. After pondering fruitlessly for a while, Lu Yu shook his head and decided to set the matter aside for now. Though he couldn't confirm the man's identity yet, judging by his behavior, he probably wouldn't harm his family. Otherwise, he would have killed him earlier, eliminating the need for such complications. And that was precisely why Lu Yu dared to return alone. Ever since reading the contents of that note, Lu Yu had considered this possibility. Martial artists. Non-human entities before the apocalypse, superhumans after it. Theoretically, as long as one didn't provoke a martial artist vastly stronger than themselves, they could live in relative safety, doing as they pleased. Even quietly eliminating someone posed little risk, provided no other martial artists pursued them. Thus, Lu Yu was well aware of the peril he had just faced. A pitch-black night with howling winds, in the middle of nowhere. Wasn't this the perfect time to strike? But that man didn't. But, regardless, the time of impending disaster drew ever closer. Those above, along with some martial artists, must surely sense something amiss. Martial artists emerge, and chaos descends. The world was about to descend into chaos. Lu Yu remained expressionless, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. His gaze returned to the direction where the black-clad figure had vanished, then he turned and walked away. He had thought that once the shelter was established, his major task would be complete and he could finally relax a little. But the sudden appearance of this black-clad figure tonight stirred a fresh wave of tension within him. The drastic environmental changes and the onslaught of monstrous beasts were indeed catastrophic disasters and immense threats. Yet, ultimately, the greatest danger to humanity always came from humanity itself. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit alleyway, the black-clad figure who had clashed with Lu Yu moments before now strode swiftly, shedding layers of clothing, jacket, shirt, trousers as he went. Each discarded garment landed in a nearby trash bin. As each garment came off, revealing the light-colored casual clothes underneath, his figure revealed that he was actually a woman. Finally, the figure removed the covering from their face and loosened the restraints binding their hair. A cascade of thick, lustrous locks spilled free. Under the glow of the streetlight, the face became clear. It was none other than Yang Fengyi. Her spirited, dashing features and agile bearing were almost identical to the person Lu Yu had encountered before. There was no doubt it was her. The person who had just fought Lu Yu was none other than her. Yang Fengyi remained impassive, showing no emotion despite defeating Lu Yu. She quickly left the alley, got into her car, and drove away. A few minutes later, Yang Fengyi arrived at a nearby burger joint, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. She glanced around before a smile suddenly spread across her face. She walked straight over to a table. "Sister, you're back." A little girl at the table looked up at Yang Fengyi, her voice sweet but slightly stuttered. She was the same little girl Lu Yu had encountered at the breakfast shop last time. For some reason, she hadn't been sent home as planned and had been brought here by Yang Fengyi instead. "MHM. Yang Fengyi nodded with a smile, ruffling the little girl's hair. Did you listen to this young gentleman while I was away?" She gestured toward the young, inexperienced staff member standing nearby. "Yes. Brother took care of me. He was very kind to me." The girl called nodded eagerly. Yang Fengyi's eyes softened further. "Then are you full?" "Yes. I'm full," replied. Yang Fengyi said, "Good. Now that you're full, shall we go?" Asked, "Aren't you eating, sister?" Yang Fengyi shook her head. "Sister isn't hungry." "Well, okay then." Hearing this, jumped down from her chair and reached out a small hand to take Yang Fengyi's. The latter naturally took her hand, lifted up in her arms, and turned to leave. Just as she was about to lift into the car and close the door, suddenly grabbed Yang Fengyi's hand. Yang Fengyi paused, looking at Yi gazed into Yang Fengyi's eyes, twitched her little nose, and said nothing.
What's wrong? Yang Fengyi asked.
Yi gazed at Yang Fengyi for a long moment before breaking into a pure, joyful smile.
Nothing, it's nothing.
Yang Fengyi felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. She didn't dwell on it, started the car, and drove away.
Meanwhile,
Lu Yu had just returned home when his phone rang in his pocket before he could even greet anyone. He pulled it out to see it was Yan Xiaokuan. Lu Yu glanced at the time, it was already past midnight.
Why was he calling so late? He answered the call. Xiao Yu, did you get home? Yan Xiaokuan asked urgently. Lu Yu paused, I'm home. Hearing this, Yan Xiaokuan's tense nerves instantly relaxed. That's good, that's good. What's going on? Lu Yu sensed something off in Yan Xiaokuan's tone and felt a pang of anxiety.
He feared something might have happened to his friend. A laugh came from the other end, nothing serious, just checking if you made it home, caring about you. Glad to know you arrived safely.
See you tomorrow, bye.
With that, the call ended.
Lu Yu. At that moment, Lu Jinyu heard the commotion in the living room. She threw on a coat and came out. Seeing Lu Yu safe and sound, she relaxed too. You're back? Hungry? Want some late-night snacks? No, I'm not that hungry yet. Then I'll go to bed.
With that, Lu Jinyu turned and headed back to the bedroom, closing the door behind her.
Lu Yu. Chapter 121, Homeroom Teacher.
The next day, with only 2 days left until the Great Cataclysm period. The sun was just peeking over the horizon.
Lu Yu arrived at school,
briefly encountered Yan Xiaokuan, and headed straight for the faculty office. The door was ajar.
Lu Yu glanced inside discreetly and saw only the homeroom teacher alone in the office.
He hesitated for a moment before raising his hand to knock 3 times.
Knock, knock, knock. Come in.
Lu Yu straightened his collar and stepped up to the homeroom teacher's desk.
Mr. Gua, I'm here. Lu Yu's homeroom teacher was a bespectacled, slender middle-aged man, refined and highly capable. The class he led consistently ranked among the top performers at First High School and even across all secondary schools in Ruzhou. Numerous students from his class gained admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking University.
He took particular care of Lu Yu. Hearing this, Guo Xian paused his writing and lifted his head slightly to look at Lu Yu.
Alright, grab a chair and sit down.
Lu Yu immediately turned to fetch a chair, placing it before Guo Xian before sitting down with practiced ease.
Do you know why I asked you here today?
Guo Xian adjusted his glasses and inquired.
I know, Lu Yu replied. Guo Xian nodded. Go ahead.
Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, there is something.
What is it? Something I can't talk about.
Oh? Guo Xian seemed slightly surprised.
Something I can't talk about?
Yes. You know that reason won't convince me, Guo Xian said calmly. Lu Yu looked at the homeroom teacher's face and recalled his previous life.
When the alien beast tide struck, the homeroom teacher had immediately alerted the students.
Later, while protecting them during the evacuation, he had perished in the jaws of the beasts. The homeroom teacher was a good person. Good people shouldn't die. Lu Yu, if it weren't for the college entrance exams approaching, I wouldn't have sought you out alone. You should understand without me saying how crucial this exam is for you. Guo Xian reasoned, you've been taking leave constantly lately, and I haven't interfered much because I believe you're an adult who should take responsibility for your actions. But now, with the college entrance exams starting tomorrow, you're requesting leave again today.
Are you so certain you've got this in the bag? Absolutely certain? You could say that.
Lu Yu had already taken the Gaokao once in his previous life. Though he'd only completed the first day, he still remembered the exam content vividly and had a clear grasp of its difficulty level.
Not difficult at all.
That was Lu Yu's inner thought, but he couldn't possibly say that to his homeroom teacher.
Otherwise, he'd likely get a beating. Teacher, I understand what you mean, Lu Yu replied. Gu Xian looked at Lu Yu but said nothing.
After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu said, but what I need to do, I absolutely must do.
More important than the college entrance exam?
Yes. Hearing this, Guo Xian, whose expression had remained calm throughout, finally showed a hint of surprise.
What could possibly be more important than the college entrance exam?
Teacher, if you're asking me what it is, I'm afraid I can't tell you.
Please forgive me, Lu Yu said apologetically.
Guo Xian looked at Lu Yu, who stood before him with earnest solemnity. His own expression gradually softened.
After staring at Lu Yu for a moment, he said, all right.
Since you've put it that way, I won't press further.
Today marks 1 day until the countdown.
I hope you have a clear understanding of this matter and won't regret it later.
I understand, sir. Lu Yu's face softened with gratitude. Go now.
I'll excuse you for today, but you must be back for tomorrow's college entrance exam.
Do you understand? Guo Xian asked.
Yes, sir.
Go now. Leaving the office, Lu Yu didn't linger on campus. He walked straight out the school gate, hailed a taxi, and left. Shortly after Lu Yu's departure, a female teacher carrying a stack of textbooks entered the office. She sat down at her desk and looked at Guo Xian, asking, Teacher Guo, did Lu Yu from your class take a leave of absence today? Guo Xian replied, he did. What? He took leave? Teacher Guo, the exam is tomorrow. How could you let him take leave at such a crucial time? The female teacher froze, then hurriedly asked. Guo Xian replied, he said he had something to attend to, so I granted his request. Hearing this, the female teacher was momentarily speechless. How could he just let the student run wild like this? However, Teacher Guo has always enjoyed a solid reputation at First High School, and her students consistently rank among the top performers. Therefore, she couldn't really fault Guo Xian. She just found it a bit puzzling. Lu Yu hailed a taxi and headed to a relatively secluded spot. He got out. There, by the roadside, stood a guesthouse named Lijing Grand Hotel, the very same place Lu Yu and Yen Xiuquan had stayed after returning from the Wanshan Mountains. Lu Yu glanced up at the hotel sign, confirmed it was the right place, and stepped inside. The moment he stepped inside, he was greeted by warm lighting and the same cozy decor as before. Though not in the bustling city center, the place still attracted many guests. Lu Yu had barely entered when he encountered 3 or 4 people carrying luggage, preparing to check in. He paid them no mind and walked straight to the hotel lobby. At the front desk, Zhang Li, the middle-aged man with a limp, was bustling about alone, handling check-ins, check-outs, and other guest services. Under normal circumstances, he could barely manage the workload. But now, with the college entrance exams approaching, people from nearby villages and towns had flooded into Ruzhou to accompany their children and cheer them on. This surge had caused businesses in Ruzhou to become extremely crowded. Lu Yu observed the crowd but didn't join the chaos or queue up. Instead, he found a sofa in the lobby, sat down, and waited quietly. As time passed, Zhang Li worked tirelessly for a while before finally settling all the guests. Just as he was about to take a break, he spotted Lu Yu on the sofa. Startled, Zhang Li hobbled over. Lu Yu looked vaguely familiar, but Zhang Li couldn't place him. Young man, he asked, are you here for a room? Lu Yu smiled and asked, do you have any rooms left? No rooms left. Zhang Li replied with a hint of embarrassment. The last few guests just checked in and filled everything up. If you want a place to stay, you'll have to try somewhere else. Lu Yu looked at Zhang Li calmly and said, I'm not here for a room. I'm here for you. Me? Zhang Li froze. Lu Yu nodded and stood up. I need to talk to you. Business? Zhang Li grew even more puzzled. He studied Lu Yu, noting his youthful appearance and unfamiliar face. Why would this stranger seek him out for no reason? What business? Zhang Li pondered for a moment, then asked Lu Yu directly. Chapter 122, Seeking Zhang Li. Is it convenient to talk over here? Lu Yu inquired. Convenient? Hearing this, Zhang Li felt even more puzzled. What could possibly be inconvenient about having a conversation? Sure. Zhang Li replied without hesitation. Lu Yu stared intently into Zhang Li's eyes. Are you sure it's convenient? This time, Zhang Li noticed Lu Yu's expression. And this time, he didn't answer too quickly. He sensed something peculiar about this young man. Why was he asking this question? Zhang Li narrowed his eyes slightly, the smile fading from his face. He fixed his gaze firmly on Lu Yu, wanting to see what else he could say. Lu Yu gave a faint smile but said nothing. Instead, he pointed to the 4 corners of the ceiling in the hall, then looked back at Zhang Li. Seeing Lu Yu's gesture, Zhang Li froze in place. His face remained expressionless, but inside, a storm was brewing. This kid. How did he know there were listening devices in here? Zhang Li concealed his expression well, yet Lu Yu caught a subtle shift. Seeing his reaction, Lu Yu knew he was right. Is this convenient? Lu Yu lowered his voice slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he asked. It is. Zhang Li's expression flickered for a moment. Finally, he gave Lu Yu a deep look before gesturing with his finger, leading Lu Yu to a small room behind the front desk. The room was clearly visible from outside, containing nothing but a small bed. Lu Yu's expression remained unchanged, and without the slightest hesitation, he followed Zhang Li's lead into the room. Seeing Lu Yu's unwavering composure, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Li's eyes, quickly overshadowed by deep confusion. Who was this man? Why had he sought him out? 2 questions swirled in Zhang Li's mind. He had only met Lu Yu once before, and his memory of him was faint. Many people stayed here, locals and outsiders alike, and he hadn't paid much attention. Thus, he had no idea what Lu Yu did for a living. Yet Lu Yu's words and actions clearly demonstrated a deep understanding of him. Instinctively, Zhang Li assumed this man was sent by some higher authority. Yet even that theory didn't quite fit. Zhang Li himself was already under surveillance from above. Guards watched outside, while listening devices monitored inside, all to keep him within sight. If Lu Yu truly came from higher ups, why would he avoid the cameras inside this house? Zhang Li couldn't figure it out for the moment. He could only wait for his upcoming conversation with Lu Yu to see if he could extract any information. When Lu Yu had stood up to speak with Zhang Li earlier, Zhang Li had sensed a trace of inner strength within him. Yet compared to his own, it was still vastly inferior. Therefore, Zhang Li felt no fear toward Lu Yu. After Lu Yu entered the small room, Zhang Li hung a fully booked, "Welcome back next time" sign at the front desk. He then turned and entered the small room himself, locking the door behind him. He turned on some energetic DJ music and cranked it up to full volume. Within a second, the entire room erupted with energy. Fortunately, Lu Yu had cultivated a trace of qi within him, shielding his ears. Otherwise, his eardrums might have burst from the assault. In the cramped room, Lu Yu and Zhang Li stood facing each other, their eyes locked. Lu Yu's expression remained calm, revealing nothing. The smile on Zhang Li's face had long vanished, replaced by a blank stare as he stared back at Lu Yu without a word. "No need to glare at me with such malice, I mean you no harm," Lu Yu said softly after a moment of silence. "Who are you? Why did you come looking for me? What do you want?" Zhang Li had already assumed Lu Yu represented some powerful family or faction. "I'm just an ordinary person. I'm here to seek cooperation," Lu Yu replied. Zhang Li furrowed his brow slightly. "Cooperation?" "Yes." Lu Yu nodded. "On what grounds?" Upon hearing Lu Yu was an ordinary person, the indifference vanished from Zhang Li's face, replaced only by a trace of scorn. Lu Yu paid no heed, wearing a faint smile as he regarded the other man. Zhang Li stared at Lu Yu for a long moment, his expression thick with scorn. He found himself somewhat impressed that the young man remained completely unfazed. After staring intently for a while, the icy expression suddenly melted from his face. A hint of approval flashed as he said, "All right, kid. I didn't expect you to have some guts after all." Hearing this, Lu Yu felt a slight sense of relief. He had finally passed the other's test and probing. A faint curve touched Lu Yu's lips as he replied, "Since I've decided to seek your guidance on matters, how could I proceed without even this much courage?" "Elder?" Zhang Li froze at the title, shook his head, then slowly nodded. "Interesting. Speak. What business do you have with me? And how did you know about my current situation?" Lu Yu smiled. "Rather than asking how I found out, senior, you'd be better off asking how I plan to resolve your current predicament." "What do you mean? What predicament of mine needs solving? What could possibly stop me from doing anything I want right now?" Zhang Li declared with domineering arrogance. If anyone unfamiliar with the situation heard a cripple say such things, they'd either be mocked to death or laugh themselves silly. Natural limitations are what they are, things you simply can't change. But the one hearing these words was Lu Yu. That changed everything. Lu Yu knew just how formidable this man was. To avenge his daughter, he slay gods who stood in his way and Buddhas who blocked his path. Against all odds, he honed his underestimated talent into the prowess of a true master. For that alone, Lu Yu respected him from the bottom of his heart. Because Zhang Li possessed both the strength and the will that commanded respect. Lu Yu said, "I don't doubt your strength, senior. But right now, there are still rules in place. You can ignore them, but you can't pretend they don't exist." Zhang Li asked, "What are you getting at?" "True. With your strength, you can accomplish most things now. But what comes after? How will you handle the consequences? Are you prepared to spend your entire life hiding?" Lu Yu pressed. In his previous life, Zhang Li had indeed gained notoriety through his killings, establishing a fearsome reputation. Yet within the broader context of that era, his name became utterly reviled. Everyone sought to hunt him down, shunning him at every turn. Lu Yu knew little of Zhang Li's later life, but it was foreseeable that living in hiding, cut off from society, would bring moments of glory even for a powerful man, yet the suffering would be far greater. Because Zhang Li's situation wasn't his fault. In the end, he not only lost his daughter but also bore the brunt of public condemnation. Zhang Li snapped his head up at Lu Yu's words, his eyes blazing with a dangerous light. "What did you say?" Chapter 123, Test of Strength. Facing Zhang Li's icy glare, Lu Yu showed no sign of fear. "I'm stating the facts," he said. "Fighting violence with violence will only make things worse." "Is that so?" Zhang Li asked coldly. "You know me well?" "I've heard a few things," Lu Yu replied. "You claim to be an ordinary person. Where did you learn that?" Zhang Li pressed. "Well," Lu Yu hesitated before saying, "Where I got it from isn't your concern. But I know about you, and I understand what's happening to you, that's enough." Zhang Li stared intently at Lu Yu. Anyone who knew his past and understood his future plans would feel a chill run down their spine, wouldn't they? At Zhang Li's level, he certainly wouldn't be intimidated by a few words. But, after hearing Lu Yu's words, he sensed a hint of danger. This youth knew him far too well. A murderous intent stirred within Zhang Li's heart. "Senior, you don't seriously think killing me will keep your secrets safe, do you?" Just then, Lu Yu suddenly smiled and said to him. Zhang Li froze, his eyes turning icy. "Why not?" Since Lu Yu had seen through him, he abandoned all pretense, revealing his murderous intent without reservation. Lu Yu chuckled. "Tell me, if I dared come see you, why would I fear you striking me? If you wish to harm me, go ahead. I won't resist at all." Zhang Li stared intently at Lu Yu, saying nothing. "But after you strike, whether you can still accomplish your own goals is another matter entirely. You might find yourself forced into a life of hiding long before then." "Revenge? That would truly become impossible," Lu Yu said calmly. "Ha ha ha ha. What a joke." Zhang Li burst into laughter upon hearing this. Killing one person is all it takes to ruin my plans? You're overestimating yourself, aren't you? Lu Yu smiled faintly. Before I came, I already notified certain people. If I don't return tonight, they'll expose your affairs and your plans. Then, your secrets will cease to be secrets. Zhang Li's expression darkened instantly. Lu Yu chuckled, don't even think about using my renowned physician to extract information from those people. Some of them, I barely know. The messages are set to send automatically at specific times. I imagine the people monitoring you here would be quite eager to see that information, wouldn't they? Because only then could they eliminate you, make you disappear completely. Am I right, senior? After hearing Lu Yu's words, Zhang Li's expression darkened to an extreme. Are you threatening me? You could say that. Lu Yu paused before adding, though strictly speaking, it's not really a threat. I'm merely laying out the stakes for you. What you choose to do, how you decide to proceed, that's entirely up to you. Zhang Li's eyes narrowed with a hint of amusement as he regarded Lu Yu. You truly aren't afraid of death? Wagering your life on whether I dare to act? Lu Yu shook his head. I said from the start that I came to discuss matters with you, to see if we could collaborate. I didn't come here to die. Zhang Li stared at Lu Yu for a long moment. The tension in the room grew thicker, the pulsing DJ beats thumping from the speakers forming a stark contrast to the heavy silence between them. After a long pause, Zhang Li, who had been fixed on Lu Yu, suddenly broke into a smile. All right, young man. You've successfully convinced me. I'm willing to discuss a partnership with you. But before we do, you can put away whatever you're carrying behind your back. Lu Yu froze at the words, then a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. The hand he'd kept silently behind his back, gripping a dagger, quietly withdrew. Interesting. Zhang Li appraised Lu Yu, nodding with a hint of satisfaction. It seems that even if you are an ordinary person, you are an extraordinary one. Most kids your age, even martial artists, would panic after hearing that. They wouldn't stay this composed. Lu Yu replied, you flatter me, senior. Truth be told, I'm still quite nervous being here. That was the truth. Although Lu Yu had made extensive preparations to guard against Zhang Li's sudden outburst, when the moment actually arrived, he still felt a bit uncertain. Besides what he'd just told Zhang Li, he'd also arranged to meet Yang Fengyi, the police officer from Su Xian precinct, nearby for bubble tea. Furthermore, he'd drafted an emergency text message ready to send the moment things went south. Given Captain Yang's integrity, she would surely come to his rescue. But resorting to that would mean reaching an absolute last resort. Because it would expose the fact that he was cultivating inner energy. Fortunately, it never came to that. Ha! Zhang Li gave a non-committal chuckle, gesturing toward the bedside. There's not much space here, so just sit wherever you like. Lu Yu sat down. Zhang Li cut straight to the point. What exactly is this cooperation you mentioned? How do you plan to proceed? Near the Regent Hotel, a small milk tea shop. A small car pulled up at the entrance. The door opened. Yang Fengyi stepped out and walked into the milk tea shop. Welcome, a female staff member greeted her with a slight bow. Where is seat number 8? Yang Fengyi nodded slightly and asked. Hello, you have a reservation, correct? Please follow me. The staff member hurriedly led the way, guiding Yang Fengyi to a seat inside. What would you like to drink, ma'am? Didn't that person order anything? Yang Fengyi asked. The staff member replied, no, ma'am. He didn't pay at all? Yang Fengyi frowned. The attendant quickly reassured her, he did pay. That gentleman put down 100 yuan up front. You can eat as much as you like. If you go over, he'll cover the difference when he arrives. 100? That's quite generous. Yang Fengyi snorted lightly. Then bring me a bubble tea with 70% sugar and 30% ice, and a serving of secret recipe fried chicken nuggets. Is that all? That's all. All right. The employee nodded repeatedly. Just a moment, I'll get it right away. With that, the staff member slowly backed away and turned to leave. Yang Fengyi stared at the doorway, pondering why Lu Yu had suddenly requested to see her. Could it be that this guy had guessed the black-clad figure from that night was actually her? No. That's impossible. That night, she had gone to great lengths to disguise herself and hadn't uttered a single word. Lu Yu couldn't possibly have guessed it was her. Then why did he summon her? Could it be he'd come to his senses and wanted to confess about the chi cultivation technique? Chapter 124, Eavesdropping. The day after tomorrow is the end of the world. Chaos will erupt and hordes of beasts will attack humanity. I need your help, Lu Yu stated bluntly. What? The end of the world? Zhang Li froze in shock. Yes. Lu Yu nodded. Do you even know what you're saying? The end of the world? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Li asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Senior, do you really think I have any reason to deceive you? Lu Yu countered. Zhang Li pondered. Lu Yu continued, I've obtained reliable intelligence. I can guarantee what I'm saying is true. What information? Zhang Li demanded. Lu Yu sat down on the bed and smiled. Well, senior, I'm afraid I cannot disclose this information. But I can assure you, every word I've spoken is true.
Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts racing.
He pondered whether Lu Yu was telling the truth or not.
Lu Yu made no move to press him, waiting quietly.
A moment passed.
Zhang Li looked at Lu Yu and asked, I see you possess vital energy as well.
I assume you are aware of the changes currently unfolding in the world.
But no matter how things evolve now, it still doesn't meet the conditions you described.
You say the world is undergoing a great transformation, and that a tide of beasts will appear. That seems utterly impossible.
Ever since his daughter was killed by a beast, Zhang Li had been investigating the revival of spiritual energy and the origins of these beasts. Yet after all these years, he had uncovered no relevant information.
You couldn't possibly uncover it.
In this world, no one but me can foresee it, Liu stated calmly, his gaze fixed on Zhang Li.
Why? Zhang Li demanded.
It's my private matter. Lu Yu didn't fabricate a lie for Zhang Li, he stated it directly.
Privacy?
Zhang Li furrowed his brow slightly.
If it's private, why tell me at all?
I mentioned earlier that I want to collaborate with you. I need your help, Lu Yu replied.
What exactly do you need my help with? Zhang Li asked.
Lu Yu said, I'll help you take revenge openly and honestly. You won't have to hide in the shadows like a rat after it's done.
What about me?
Lu Yu smiled faintly. We'll join forces. In the chaos after the apocalypse, we'll carve out our own corner of the sky and find a place to stand our ground. Zhang Li froze at the words, then retorted coldly, you talk big. If the world truly ends, do you really think the two of us could carve out a place for ourselves?
His strength wasn't weak, but to claim invincibility?
That was a stretch. As for Lu Yu, with only that faint thread of energy, what could he possibly accomplish? Thus, Zhang Li found Lu Yu's words somewhat unrealistic. Lu Yu knew exactly what Zhang Li was thinking, but he didn't care in the slightest.
Well, that's my business.
As long as you agree to cooperate, I'll help you.
And I need your help too, to handle some tricky matters.
Hearing this, Zhang Li's gaze unconsciously began to scrutinize Lu Yu.
Where did this teenager, not even 20 years old, get the audacity and confidence to speak like this? Could his innate talent be truly extraordinary? With that thought,
Zhang Li channeled a thread of his chi to assess Lu Yu's innate talent. A cursory glance revealed that his aptitude. Not that he was a complete waste, but rather ordinary, average, mediocre, certainly far inferior to Zhang Li himself. Learning this, Zhang Li grew even more puzzled. Where did this kid get his confidence? No background, no innate talent, no resources, just a bit of sharp wit.
How could he possibly succeed?
Zhang Li pondered this for a long time without finding an answer. Yet, he remained intrigued by the prospect of revenge. If Lu Yu could truly help him exact vengeance, then he wouldn't mind joining forces with him.
After much deliberation, Zhang Li asked Lu Yu, what exactly is this tricky business you mentioned?
Lu Yu replied, rest assured, I won't ask you to do anything beyond your capabilities. Zhang Li looked thoughtful. Lu Yu added, if you find my proposal reasonable, feel free to contact me anytime. With that, Lu Yu stood up, found a piece of paper and a pen in the cramped room, and began writing something. Zhang Li watched silently, saying nothing, nor did he try to stop him. A few seconds later, Lu Yu wrote his phone number on the paper and handed it to Zhang Li. Here's how to reach me, sir. You have at most 2 days left to call this number, Lu Yu said.
2 days?
Zhang Li furrowed his brow slightly, unsure of the meaning.
Lu Yu smiled faintly. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, he turned.
Lu Yu, completely unprepared, walked straight past Zhang Li toward the door, ready to leave.
Wait!
Zhang Li's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Amidst the clamorous music, Lu Yu heard it perfectly clearly. His face remained expressionless, but inside, he felt a slight stir. After pausing for several full seconds, Lu Yu slowly turned to face Zhang Li. No need to think about it for so long.
I agree to cooperate with you, Zhang Li said slowly. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Lu Yu's face. 2 or 3 minutes later,
the music in the small room abruptly stopped. Lu Yu pushed open the door and walked out calmly. Zhang Li followed closely behind, his expression returning to the usual professional demeanor he adopted when receiving guests. Since there's no room for you here, I'll find another place, Lu Yu said.
Zhang Li nodded repeatedly.
Alright, sorry for the trouble.
No problem,
Lu Yu said before turning and leaving the hotel. Meanwhile, near the Regent Hotel, inside a dilapidated car that had been parked for an unknown length of time,
3 or 4 young men were operating equipment.
On the car's wall, an electronic screen displayed dense clusters of code and curves. A middle-aged man sat expressionless, observing the bustling activity inside the vehicle. Suddenly, a staff member wearing a headset looked up at the middle-aged man and said, Mr. Chen, it seems there's something unusual inside.
What anomaly?
Chen Hui immediately perked up, rising to his feet as his gaze fixed on the speaker. The staff member turned back, tapped a few keys on the keyboard, and after a crackle of static from the rear speakers, a voice came through.
May I speak now? Is this convenient? It's convenient. Are you sure it's convenient? The entire conversation between Lu Yu and Zhang Li was played back in full.
Not a sound was heard until the DJ music began.
At that moment, a staff member remarked, "Mr. Chen, that's all they said." It's strange the music kept playing afterward, so we couldn't make out what they were saying. While Zhangli does have a habit of playing music, we've determined there's something off about this conversation between the two. Chen Hui narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "How long ago did this conversation take place?" Chapter 125, The Meeting. "Just now," the staff member replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Hui made an immediate decision. "Activate the drone outside the entrance immediately. Aim the camera at the doorway." "Yes, sir." The staff member replied solemnly, immediately bending over to type rapidly on the keyboard. Clickety-clack. The electronic screen flickered, then displayed a clear image. A clear image. It was the area directly in front of the Regent Hotel, and people were moving in and out of the entrance. A bird's eye view, live. "Zoom in," Chen Hui murmured. The staff member complied immediately, and within seconds, the image on the screen enlarged several times over. Quickly. Every detail of the situation in front of the Regent Hotel became crystal clear. Chen Hui's gaze fixed on the entrance, not missing a single suspicious figure. However, today, the number of people entering and exiting the hotel was overwhelmingly high. Many who entered, upon seeing the crowded lobby, turned around and left voluntarily. Even from the footage alone, it was impossible to determine which person was the one who had spoken with Zhangli. Chen Hui furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Record everything. Don't overlook a single person." "Yes, sir." The staff member nodded, performed another series of operations, and began recording the footage. Outside the Regent Hotel. Although Lu Yu had bid farewell to Zhangli, he didn't immediately leave the hotel. He glanced around, waited a moment, then followed departing guests out of the building. The moment he stepped outside, Lu Yu keenly sensed something watching him. He casually glanced around and easily spotted the hummingbird drone concealed in the air. The drone was minuscule. Without careful observation, it would have been impossible to detect. Although Lu Yu had detected the surveillance drone, he quickly averted his gaze. He acted as if nothing had happened, blending into the flow of guests before leaving the premises. Inside the Regent Hotel, Zhangli watched Lu Yu's retreating figure, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. "Since you know so much about me, you must also be aware of my current predicament. If you run into trouble, don't blame me. After all, I can barely protect myself. With your intelligence, you should be able to handle this minor issue, right?" Zhangli murmured to himself. Nearby, at a milk tea shop. After ordering her milk tea, Yang Fengyi sat there, waiting idly. Nearly half an hour had passed since Lu Yu had called to meet her. Lu Yu still hadn't shown up. Yang Fengyi's face remained expressionless as she calmly stirred her bubble tea, lost in thought. Just then, a figure burst through the entrance. Lu Yu, rushing in. "Hello, may I ask?" The female staff member approached him. Lu Yu glanced at her and said, "Table 8. Number 8? The receptionist paused, then asked, "Are you Mr. Lu with the prior appointment?" "Yes, that's me," Lu Yu nodded. "This way, please." The receptionist led the way, and Lu Yu followed behind, arriving at seat number 8 and taking a seat. "You're here? I thought I'd have to send a palanquin to carry you in," Yang Fengyi remarked, stirring her milk tea as she glanced up at Lu Yu. "One large fruit tea, please." Lu Yu called out to the receptionist. The staff member nodded immediately. "Sure thing. Just a moment, please." Lu Yu turned to Yang Fengyi and smiled. "Something came up and delayed me. Sorry to keep you waiting." Yang Fengyi replied, "Enough with the pleasantries. Spit it out. What's the reason you called me here today?" Who knew Captain Yang was such an impatient one? Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, "I simply wanted to invite Captain Yang for a cup of milk tea." "Oh? Why?" Lu Yu explained, "Last time, you helped me out so much, and I haven't had a chance to thank you yet." "What?" Yang Fengyi paused her movements and looked at Lu Yu. "Captain Yang, you're a busy person and forgetful. Remember that incident with the police superintendent? You took care of all the bad guys. That was a huge favor." Lu Yu continued, "My classmate's family ended up in this mess because of her gambling-addicted father. If it weren't for upright officers like you, who knows how many families would be torn apart by people like that." Yang Fengyi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, clearly not satisfied with this response. Lu Yu continued, "Ever since that incident, my classmate has wanted to thank you. But she never found the chance, so she specifically asked me to make sure she could express her gratitude to you in person." "Is that all?" Yang Fengyi frowned. "Yes. What else could it be?" Lu Yu blinked innocently. Yang Fengyi studied Lu Yu's expression for a long moment before finally relaxing, leaning back in her chair and fixing him with a direct gaze. "What? Is there something on my face?" Lu Yu touched his cheek and asked. Yang Fengyi smiled faintly. "Nothing. It's fine." "Exactly." Lu Yu nodded, looking at Yang Fengyi as he said, "Officers like this, who truly serve the people, are rare these days. It's only right that we show our gratitude." Hearing this, Yang Fengyi's expression held a hint of amusement. Expressing gratitude to an officer for doing a good deed was perfectly reasonable and hardly unusual. But the one saying it was Lu Yu. That made all the difference. She had thought Lu Yu had come to confess something. Instead, he was here just to say this? Or was she overthinking it? Perhaps Lu Yu had no idea that the man in black that night was her? Across from her. Lu Yu blinked at young Fengyi, his eyes still holding a trace of bewilderment, as if he genuinely didn't understand what she was talking about. The atmosphere instantly grew quiet. Just then, a female attendant brought over a large cup of fruit tea and placed it carefully beside Lu Yu. "Hello, sir. Here's your drink. Enjoy," the waitress said. "Thank you. You're welcome." The attendant gave a slight bow and added, "Just call me if you need anything." Then, the waitress departed. Only Lu Yu and Yang Fengyi remained seated at the two chairs. Yang Fengyi sipped her bubble tea and nibbled on the snacks on the table, her eyes fixed intently on Lu Yu. Lu Yu seemed oblivious, drinking his fruit tea without a hint of awareness. For a moment, the two sat in silence. After a full 10 minutes of silence, Yang Fengyi broke the ice first, saying, "I've received your thanks. Please convey my gratitude to your classmate. I'll be going now." With that, she rose to her feet. Lu Yu followed suit, offering, "Shall I walk you out, Captain Yan?" "No need. Not my style," Yang Fengyi declined politely, walking straight away from the seats. Lu Yu watched her retreating figure but made no move to follow. He knew the cards were on the table now. Chapter 126, Analysis. Lu Yu wasn't stupid, and neither was Yang Fengyi. Nearly half a month had passed since the incident involving Brother Knife and his 6 men, as well as Qin Shan and the others. For Lu Yu to suddenly seek out Yang Fengyi out of the blue to express gratitude wasn't that suspicious? Suspicion must have been brewing in Yang Fengyi's mind. Likewise, Lu Yu sought Yang Fengyi as a backup plan not only to enlist her assistance but also for another crucial reason, to determine whether she was the black-clad assailant who had attacked him the previous night. Ever since returning home last night, Lu Yu had been pondering this very question. Martial artists. The era of spiritual energy revival and the onslaught of beast hordes had not yet arrived. The higher-ups imposed strict regulations on martial artists who cultivated inner strength, or rather, on trainee martial disciples. Regulations stipulated that these individuals could not freely appear in society, nor could they casually reveal their abilities. Violators faced military punishment. Those who accidentally cultivated chi through spiritual energy refinement or serendipitously developed it faced the same fate. They would be swiftly located and recruited. Those who unexpectedly cultivated inner strength typically remained unaware that their power stemmed from this force. Moreover, lacking control over it, the fluctuations within their bodies made them easily detectable. All these factors combined explain why martial artists, and even novice practitioners, are so rarely seen in the present. Ever since cultivating his inner force, Lu Yu had concealed it within himself. The force was inherently weak, making it difficult to detect unless one paid close attention. Beyond that, the martial artists Lu Yu had encountered could be counted on one hand, once in the 10,000 Immortals Mountains, once at the police station, and once at the Crystal Grand Hotel. The two individuals encountered in the 10,000 Immortals Mountains could not possibly have been the black-clad figures. They never once suspected his identity as a novice martial disciple. Moreover, holding high-ranking positions, they should have been patrolling the 10,000 Immortals Mountains without interruption until the moment the beast tide erupted. Therefore, they were impossible suspects. As for Zhang Li at the Regent Hotel, the same principle applied. With Lu Yu deliberately concealing his presence, it was exceedingly difficult for the other party to detect him. This was due to the cultivation technique Lu Yu practiced, which would later be refined into a perfected method, and also because his own chi was weak, making it easier to conceal. This point was crucial. Unless someone deliberately sought him out, discovery was highly unlikely. The third individual Lu Yu encountered was the third and final martial artist, Su Xian Police Inspector Yang Fengyi. She was the only one who, from the moment she saw her own case, never ceased to suspect that she might be a martial artist. If anyone was the prime suspect regarding the black-clad figure that day, it was undoubtedly this Captain Yang. Lu Yu had assumed that after testing him outside the breakfast shop that day, she would abandon her efforts to confirm his identity. He never imagined she had been secretly observing him all along. And he hadn't noticed a thing. Judging by the timing, the day Lu Yu took his sister, Yi Qingcheng, and Yen Xiaokuan to see the shelter, only to be tailed by Yang Fengyi immediately afterward. It was likely. Yang Fengyi had already known the location while the shelter was still in the site selection phase. She just might not have known what he intended to do there. If that was the case, things were getting complicated. The shelter's location and purpose were supposed to be known only to a few people extremely close to Lu Yu. But this unexpected Yang Fengyi had disliked him from the start, and it was unclear whether she was friend or foe. If she reported his secret construction of the shelter to higher-ups, Lu Yu would be in serious trouble. How could he possibly explain this undertaking to others? The thought made Lu Yu's brow furrow slightly. In his previous life, Yang Fengyi had been an upright and kind policewoman. When the beasts threatened the students, she was the one who charged to the front, while Lu Yu had merely been a bystander. From Yang Fengyi's perspective, Lu Yu back then was just another ordinary student among the crowd, nothing special, merely a vulnerable individual. As a police officer, protecting them was only natural. But now it was different.
Lu Yu was no longer that bystander, he had transformed into a participant, perhaps even a key player. Therefore, events could no longer be predicted based solely on the patterns of his previous life. Lu Yu had no idea what Yang Fengyi thought of him, what her experiences were, or what she intended to do. These things remained unknown to Lu Yu. To him, it was unknown. The unknown meant uncertainty, meant change. Therefore, the approach to handling the shelter matter had to shift. Right now. With less than 2 days until the apocalypse descended, rebuilding a shelter from scratch was impossible. Time, money, and energy were all beyond reach. As for relocating the shelter to a new site? That was nothing but a pipe dream, utterly impossible. Such a massive project, never mind whether it could succeed, where exactly would you relocate it? And how could you guarantee it wouldn't be discovered during the move? With both approaches proving unworkable, Lu Yu's mind shifted to another solution. That was to let his parents go inside now and stay there safely. This way, he wouldn't be caught off guard. Even if Yang Fengyi reported it, he could handle it with other methods, preventing his parents from becoming leverage for others to threaten him. Besides mom and dad, there's also my older sister, Xingqing's mother, Xiao Koen's father. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring softly. Outside the door, Yang Fengyi, seething with pent-up anger, got into her car, started the engine, and drove away from the milk tea shop. She had come prepared, expecting Lu Yu to confess honestly, explain the situation, and clarify why he had cultivated inner strength while deliberately keeping it hidden. But no. In the end, Lu Yu actually came up with some thank you speech, which infuriated her no end. At this point, he was still playing riddles with her? Gripping the steering wheel, Yang Fengyi said expressionlessly, "You possess inner strength and secretly built an underground shelter. You must be hiding something. You're definitely no ordinary person. I'm curious to see just what you're really up to." With that, she made up her mind. Once back at the police station, she would investigate Lu Yu's background and origins. Inside the milk tea shop, Lu Yu made up his mind, stood up, and prepared to leave the milk tea shop. The female staff member who had greeted him earlier stopped him. "Sir, please wait a moment." Lu Yu halted and looked at her. "What is it? Is there something you need?" "Well, sir, when you made your reservation earlier, didn't you transfer 100 yuan in advance?" the attendant asked with a professional smile. Chapter 127, Finding My Sister. Hearing her words, Lu Yu immediately recalled the 100 yuan deposit he'd made earlier. He'd ordered a fruit tea costing only 20 yuan, while Yang Fengyi had chosen a bubble tea and a serving of fried chicken nuggets, totaling no more than 30 yuan. The total for everything they'd ordered couldn't possibly exceed 60 yuan. The reason she stopped him must be to get change because the money hadn't been fully used. Lu Yu's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. But Lu Yu had no intention of keeping the leftover money. It wasn't because he was wealthy, nor because the apocalypse had rendered money largely useless in this world. Rather, this 100 yuan was originally meant as payment to buy Yang Fengyi's life. Lu Yu certainly didn't believe his own life was worth only 100 yuan. But this money served as an advance payment. If something happened to him at Zhang place, Yang Fengyi, who was nearby, could still step in to help. But now that nothing had happened, Lu Yu didn't need to pay Yang Fengyi any extra. Moreover, since she hadn't used up all the money, he naturally wouldn't ask for it back. With this in mind, Lu Yu sincerely thanked the female employee. "Miss, I understand your meaning. You can keep the remaining money as a tip from me. Thank you for saving me a seat and doing me such a big favor. Goodbye." With that, Lu Yu turned to head toward the exit. Hearing his words, the clerk's smile froze on her face, replaced by utter bewilderment. Only when she saw him turning to leave did she snap out of her daze. Rushing back, she blocked his path. No, sir. Please wait a moment." Lu Yu was forced to stop again. He looked at her with confusion and asked, "Is there something else?" "Well, sir, perhaps you misunderstood me earlier. I didn't mean that the 100 yuan you prepaid wasn't used up. What I meant was, the amount you paid in advance isn't enough," the clerk hurriedly explained. "What? Not enough?" Lu Yu froze. "We only ordered 1 fruit tea, 1 bubble milk tea, and 1 serving of fried chicken nuggets. How could that not even cover 100 yuan? The clerk continued, "Sir, it's like this. The lady before you didn't just order those 2 items. She also packed up 30 cups of milk tea, over 10 servings of fried chicken nuggets, plus fries, taro paste. The total came to 584 yuan. But considering how much you've spent, I can give you a discount. I'll only charge you 550 yuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu instinctively glanced outside toward the spot where Yang Fengyi had parked. That spot was now completely empty. Squeak, squeak. Lu Yu clenched his slightly pale fists. Inside the car, Yang Fengyi waited at the traffic light. Her gaze flickered over the large bag of bubble tea and snacks in the passenger seat, a smug smile spreading across her face. "This is the price you pay for constantly provoking me. I'm only collecting a little interest now. It's a lesson, never cross a woman." Bubble tea shop. After paying, Lu Yu emerged with a dark expression. Building the shelter had already drained every last penny he had. It included his sister's savings, his parents' savings, and all the money he'd borrowed. He had managed to set aside a small amount, enough to last him a couple more days. But after paying for the milk tea, he had barely anything left, just a few yuan remaining in his balance. That woman, if he ever got his hands on her, he'd beat the crap out of her. Lu Yu thought bitterly. And he'd actually thought she had a shred of conscience. Squeak! Just as Lu Yu stepped out, a screeching halt echoed, and a luxury car pulled up before him. Lu Yu looked over. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face in the driver's seat. Yan Xiaokuan. How did you manage to get time off too? Lu Yu asked, somewhat surprised. After leaving the hotel, Yan Xiaokuan had asked him where he was. Lu Yu had sent the location of the milk tea shop to Yan Xiaokuan, never expecting the other party to actually show up. Why can't I come out? Yan Xiaokuan countered. The college entrance exams are tomorrow, Lu Yu replied. Yan Xiaokuan chuckled. The world's about to end, who cares about that? The teachers don't even know. True. Yan Xiaokuan nodded. So I told the teachers that if they wouldn't let me take leave, I'd have my dad pull his investment sponsorship from the school next year. And then? Then the teachers approved my leave, Yan Xiaokuan stated matter-of-factly. Lu Yu. He was already itching to give his good buddy a thumbs up. Alright, cut the chatter. Get in the car. Time waits for no one. Whatever you need to do, do it now. The exam's tomorrow. The teachers will definitely say something, but they won't let us take any more time off. Yan Xiaokuan urged. Lu Yu had been about to say something, but upon hearing those words, he fell silent and climbed into the car without further ado. Where are we going? Yan Xiaokuan asked. Wealth Center. Lu Yu replied. Alright. Hold on tight, I'm taking off. Woohoo! Yan Xiaokuan was utterly thrilled, letting out a strange yell as he slammed his foot on the gas pedal, sending the car flying forward. The place Lu Yu was heading to was very close to the city center, a famous office building district where many well-known companies had their offices. Among them was the place where Lu Yu's sister worked. Lu Jinyu worked in finance for the largest financial firm in Ruzhou, a company with considerable clout. Given her qualifications, returning here was already a significant achievement. If Lu Jinyu had wanted, she could have easily chosen to work for a Fortune 500 giant in the capital or the metropolis. The only reason she had returned to Ruzhou was simply to be closer to home. At that moment, Lu Jinyu was busy with work in her office when a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Come in. Lu Jinyu replied without looking up. A middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and tie, with a receding hairline and a prominent belly, walked in. He looked every bit the picture of a so-called successful person. He approached her desk carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee. Jinyu, still busy, the man asked softly as he approached her. Hearing the voice, Lu Jinyu paused, set aside her work, and looked up. Manager Lu? What brings you here? The visitor was the department manager overseeing Lu Jinyu's division, responsible for supervising the funds in the pool, her direct superior. Chapter 128, Manager Lu. Just had a moment free, so I thought I'd check in on you, Manager Lu said with a smile. He placed a cup of coffee in front of her. Here, have some hot coffee. It'll keep you alert for the rest of the workday. Lu Jinyu glanced at the coffee on the table, then looked back at Manager Lu. Thanks, Manager. I got it. Hey! How many times have I told you? There's no need for such formality between us. You're being too stiff. Manager Lu feigned annoyance. Looking out for young people like you is our responsibility. It's precisely because of energetic, driven young professionals like you that our company maintains such stellar performance. Manager, you flatter us. We're just doing our part, nothing special. Lu Jinyu smiled at the manager. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. Manager Lu paused, then said, alright. Go ahead and get back to it. Lu Jinyu nodded once, her gaze returning to the screen as she resumed her work and began to busily focus on her tasks. She still had some news updates and industry rumors to analyze. Additionally, she needed to calculate how much capital remained in each sector of the market. These were essential professional skills for a fund manager. As the top student who had stunned Ruzhou during the college entrance exams, such minor tasks posed no challenge to her. Lu Jinyu quickly pushed Manager Lu's visit to the back of her mind, immersing herself entirely in her work, a responsibility owed to the fund investors who had entrusted her with their capital. A workaholic, once immersed in her tasks, she became oblivious to everything else. Just as she was immersed in her work, her gaze suddenly drifted, and she caught sight of Manager Lu still standing in front of her desk. He hadn't left yet. Startled, Lu Jinyu paused her work and looked up at Manager Lu. Manager, is there something else? Manager Lu hesitated for a moment before smiling. No, nothing. Just came to see how your work is going. Lu Jinyu found this even more puzzling. She glanced at the time. It wasn't even noon yet, the busiest, most bustling time of the morning. Although Manager Lu oversaw the flow of these fund assets and had to review them daily, today he seemed to be lingering a bit longer than usual at her station. If he inspected every station like this, who knew how many stations he'd get through by morning? Lu Jinyu looked at Manager Lu again. His expression seemed strange and hesitant, leaving her puzzled about what he might be trying to say. Usually, she and Manager Lu were straightforward with each other. If there was something to say, they said it. Why was he acting so strange today? Could something serious have happened? The thought made Lu Jinyu's expression turn serious. Although she knew the apocalypse was imminent, she believed in doing her job diligently. As long as she was on duty, she had to be responsible for her work. This was her professional stance. She absolutely could not allow those who trusted her to pour all their money into her hands. With that thought in mind, Lu Jinyu lost all interest in her work. She looked at Manager Lu with a serious expression and said earnestly, "Manager, if you have something to discuss, please be direct. Don't delay too long and disrupt the subsequent arrangements." She was certain in her heart that this manager had come to see her specifically about this matter. Manager Lu hesitated upon hearing this, observing Lu Jinyu's expression before smiling. "It's nothing, Xiaoyu. You're being a bit too sensitive." Sensitive? Lu Jinyu froze, then felt even more puzzled. What was this manager trying to say? Lu Jinyu couldn't figure it out immediately. She didn't speak rashly but simply stared at Manager Lu, waiting to see what he would say next. At that moment, Manager Lu also met Lu Jinyu's gaze. He had been fairly composed until then, but that fleeting glance made his heart dormant for over a decade suddenly start pounding wildly. Lu Jinyu was undeniably stunning, possessing both striking looks and a figure that could easily land her roles as a movie star or idol in a girl group. Add to that her sharp, crisp blue and white uniform at work, paired with black stockings and high heels. It was the kind of look that made your blood boil the moment you saw her. She bore little difference from the professional, independent women portrayed in TV dramas. The only difference might be that Lu Jinyu wasn't the naive, innocent type portrayed on screen. She was sharp. When she noticed Manager Lu's gaze shifting awkwardly, Lu Jinyu froze for a moment before her delicate brows furrowed slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. But since he was her superior, she couldn't speak up first. She could only watch him, hoping he wouldn't do anything awkward. At that moment, Manager Lu could barely contain his restless heart. His gaze swept over Lu Jinyu with unrestrained intensity as his feet slowly moved him around the desk, approaching her. Lu Jinyu frowned slightly, taking a step back. She looked at Manager Lu and demanded, "Manager Lu, what are you doing?" Manager Lu paused briefly, regaining his composure, but then his mind erupted with a surge of passion. His gaze grew unabashed as he declared, "Xiaoyu, you're beautiful. I like you very much. Will you be with me?" "Manager Lu, what are you saying? You're already married." Lu Jinyu's heart sank slightly as she shouted in disbelief. Manager Lu stepped forward as he spoke. "Married? That can be changed. Xiaoyu, your sister-in-law isn't as good as you. She's not as beautiful, not as smart. I've been watching you for a long time. Be with me. If you agree, I'll go back and divorce her right away. And my money? Spend it however you want. Buy whatever you desire. Do whatever you please. How about it?" His voice dripped with greed and surging desire as he whispered his seduction, slowly closing in on Lu Jinyu. Soon, Lu Jinyu was backed into a corner. She looked at Manager Lu and said, "Manager, please control yourself. Leave now, and I'll pretend you never said any of this. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences." "Xiaoyu, how dare you speak to me like this? Have I not treated you well? Don't you like me at all?" Manager Lu pressed forward, his footsteps unrelenting. Lu Jinyu glanced at him, feeling a wave of disgust wash over her. She grabbed a pair of scissors from the desk, pointed them at Manager Lu, and warned, "Don't come any closer, or I'll use them." Chapter 129, Think You're So Cool? Seeing the sharp scissors in Lu Jinyu's hand, Manager Lu's mind cleared slightly, though his expression darkened. "Xiaoyu, what do you think you're doing?" "I'm trying to make you calm down," Lu Jinyu retorted. "Is this how you repay me? After all I've done for you, giving you work, fast-tracking your promotions, this is your gratitude?" Manager Lu's true ugly nature was now fully exposed. Lu Jinyu's expression betrayed a flicker of panic, but her composure remained intact. "Manager Lu, my promotion was earned. If the company hadn't approved it, I wouldn't have complained. This has nothing to do with you whatsoever. And certainly, it won't be a factor in me agreeing to your unreasonable demands. As for your claim that I've been kind and looked out for you at work, that's even more absurd. I've been with this company for a long time. How I treat others here is surely better than how you've treated me." Manager Lu's face darkened with anger at her words. It was true he intentionally looked out for Lu Jinyu at work, but she always kept her professional and personal lives strictly separate, never taking advantage of others. This left Manager Lu's scheme hoping to win Lu Jinyu over with petty favors completely in vain. When Manager Lu left for work today, he'd already been in a foul mood after a heated argument with his wife over household matters. Seeing her focused at work, with her intelligent and composed demeanor, his heart had lost all restraint. But now that the words were out, he regretted it slightly. Yet there was no turning back, he had to win this woman over. "Xiaoyu, I mean every word. Give me a chance, and I'll prove how much I care for you." Manager Lu softened his expression and tone, playing the emotional card. Lu Jinyu remained unmoved. Manager, if you have other requests, please take them elsewhere.
You're not my type. Please stop harassing me.
Her icy words and clear refusal made Manager Lu feel irritated. Watching Lu Jinyu, scissors in hand and guarded, he pondered how to pluck this thorny rose.
Just then, the office door swung open. Lu Yu and Yin Xiaokuan walked in.
Seeing the scene inside, they both froze in surprise.
What are you doing?
Lu Yu snapped first, his face darkening as he confronted Manager Lu. He didn't recognize the man, but judging by their movements and his sister's expression, he guessed what was happening.
Me?
Manager Lu frowned at the young upstart.
Who are you? How dare you barge into our company, let alone our office? He had never seen Lu Yu before. Lu Yu stepped forward coldly. I'm asking you, what are you doing? Nothing.
I'm discussing work matters with my employees.
What business is it of yours? Do you have any right to interfere?
Manager Lu had initially intended to ignore Lu Yu, but seeing his aggressive demeanor, he let out a breath. His tone softened, but his words remained sharp.
Discussing work requires standing so close? Couldn't you sit outside? Lu Yu continued walking, asking coldly.
A flicker of impatience rose in Manager Lu's heart.
Who do you think you are? Do I need your permission to conduct my business? I'll talk however I want, right here. Is that so?
Lu Yu stood less than 5 meters from Manager Lu. Manager Lu had intended to retort, but upon seeing Lu Yu's hostile intent, his mouth twitched without uttering a word. At that moment, Lu Jinyu, cornered against the wall, felt a slight relief. She shouted to Lu Yu, Xiao Yu, don't be impulsive.
Don't do anything rash.
Lu Yu paused at her words, his gaze shifting to his older sister. Seeing the look in her eyes and the expression on her face, he hesitated. Yet he remained rooted to the spot. His sister's words carried significant weight in his heart.
Xiao Yu? Who was that? Why hadn't he heard of this person before? Could this be Lu Jinyu's boyfriend? Why had he never seen him before?
But this kid seemed to listen to Lu Jinyu quite obediently. Manager Lu, seeing this, rolled his eyes and a plan formed in his mind. He cleared his throat and addressed Lu Yu. Kid, you better get a grip on where you are. If you dare cause trouble here, whether you'll walk out of here is another matter entirely. Lu Yu had been following his sister's advice and didn't want to fight. But upon hearing the other's threatening words, the emotions he had been suppressing erupted like a volcano. Oh? Are you that formidable? Lu Yu asked.
Oomph. Manager Lu snorted coldly, offering no explanation.
Yet the look on his face spoke volumes, filled with arrogance and contempt. As if Lu Yu was nothing in his eyes.
Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh in anger.
If anyone else had spoken like that, he would have dismissed them as an idiot, laughed it off, and ignored them. But this man was different. Lu Yu didn't know this so-called Manager Lu, but when he'd rushed over earlier, he'd clearly seen this man bullying his sister. That was something Lu Yu couldn't tolerate. Reborn into this life, he had sworn never again to let anyone bully those he cared about, his family. Now that his sister was being bullied, he couldn't tolerate it for even a moment.
You think you're so tough?
Lu Yu took 2 or 3 steps forward, standing towering over Manager Lu by a full 2 heads. He looked down at him and asked. His physique was solid, and his height was imposing. Even at close range, he radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Manager Lu, who had been arrogant and domineering just moments before, involuntarily took a small step back, creating some distance between himself and Lu Yu.
What do you want? Didn't you say this was your turf? Why are you so scared of what I might do?
Lu Yu asked, his expression a mix of amusement and mockery as he stared at Manager Lu.
You?
Manager Lu was momentarily speechless. True, this was his turf within the company, but he'd have to call for help if anything happened here. There were no security guards stationed in this office. If Lu Yu really wanted to fight, he'd have no choice but to take it. After all, Lu Yu's build was practically made for a fight. He wasn't sure he could take on such a young guy.
Xiao Yu, don't do anything rash. It's fine, sis can handle this.
Lu Jinyu, who had been watching the situation unfold, quickly put down the scissors in her hand, grabbed Lu Yu's arm, and said urgently. Manager Lu froze upon hearing this.
Sis? This kid is Lu Jinyu's younger brother? Chapter 130, Why are the flowers so red? You can really handle it? Lu Yu glanced at his sister. Lu Jinyu replied, absolutely. All right. Hearing his sister's assurance, Lu Yu's expression softened slightly.
Yet he still stood his ground against Manager Lu, not backing down an inch. Whether or not the apocalypse had truly arrived, someone had dared to bully his sister right in front of him. As her brother, how could he not stand up for her?
Lu Jinyu understood his thoughts from his actions.
She shot him a reproachful glare before turning to Manager Lu. Manager, please leave.
I'll consider today's incident never happened. Manager Lu's expression shifted slightly. He glanced at Lu Jinyu, then at the menacing Lu Yu, feeling deeply conflicted. Lu Jinyu was undoubtedly the company's most beautiful woman. How could he possibly give up on her so easily? Wait. Didn't they just say this kid is Lu Jinyu's brother? Could he work something out? Manager Lu's eyes darted around as a plan suddenly formed.
Ignoring Lu Yu, he turned directly to Lu Jinyu and said, Jinyu, think about what I just said.
I recall your brother hasn't graduated yet, right?
When he finishes school and looks for work, I can secure him the position he wants as long as you agree to the terms I mentioned earlier.
Thud. Before Lu Jinyu could respond, Lu Yu's fist slammed into Manager Lu's face. Ow.
Manager Lu let out a pained cry, his eye instantly turning a deep purple.
Xiao Yu. Lu Jinyu's expression darkened as she stepped forward, trying to pull Lu Yu back.
Manager Lu clutched his eye, staring at Lu Yu in terror.
You actually dared to hit me. Lu Yu remained expressionless, speaking slowly and deliberately, say that again if you dare.
I guarantee you'll spend the rest of your life confined to a wheelchair.
Manager Lu, you. Just then, Lu Jinyu pulled Lu Yu back. Enough, Xiao Yu. Don't argue with him. It's fine. Sis, how can it be fine when she's like this?
It's precisely because of parasites like her that your company is getting harder and harder to run.
Lu Yu retorted. What did you say? Say that again? Who are you calling a parasite?
Manager Lu froze, forgetting the pain in his eye as he lunged forward to confront Lu Yu.
You want another beating? Lu Yu said coldly. With that, Lu Yu raised his fist.
Manager Lu told himself not to be afraid, but instinctively, fear of getting hit took over. His expression changed, and he instinctively dodged to the side.
Lu Jinyu grabbed Lu Yu's fist and turned to Manager Lu. Manager, it seems today's incident can't be overlooked, huh?
You little. Manager Lu started to curse. Lu Yu's murderous glare fixed on him. Manager Lu instantly swallowed the rest of his words and stammered, Your brother hit me.
Are we just going to let that slide? Lu Yu asked, so what do you want to do about it?
Manager Lu looked at Lu Yu, suddenly remembering something. His expression turned sinister.
I recall you're still in school, right? Is this your college entrance exam year? Lu Yu frowned. Ha ha ha. Little Yu, if you don't accompany me, I'll report this to the police.
I'll have the police handle this case and have your brother locked up for a couple of days.
I believe the college entrance exam is tomorrow, right? Manager Lu said. Hearing this, Lu Jinyu's expression shifted slightly.
She could care less about other things, but when it came to her brother's future, she simply couldn't stand idly by. She already knew the apocalypse would descend the day after tomorrow, yet she still couldn't accept her brother missing his college entrance exam.
Manager Lu, who had been watching Lu Jinyu's expression closely, saw that subtle shift and felt a surge of delight. He instantly understood that his words had struck a chord with her. She cared deeply for her brother. If Manager Lu called the police now, Lu Yu would be arrested and detained. He wouldn't be released in time to take the exam tomorrow.
Realizing this, a smug look flashed across Manager Lu's face as he said, Xiao Yu, you'd better think this through carefully. Decide whether you're doing this for yourself or for your brother.
I'm calling the police. Your brother will definitely be locked up.
Lu Jinyu's expression darkened slightly as a sense of dread washed over her. Hearing this, Lu Yu thought this manager must have some kind of problem. He turned to his sister and saw the conflicted expression on Lu Jinyu's face.
Lu Yu understood what was happening. Lu Yu addressed Manager Lu, are you sure you want to call the police? What's the matter? Not so cocky now? Scared, are you?
Manager Lu sneered, assuming Lu Yu had come to apologize and beg for mercy. After all, for children from ordinary families, the college entrance exam represented the fairest path, a gateway where neither parental connections nor background mattered. If you scored high enough, you could access more resources and achieve social mobility.
Manager Lu knew all about Lu Jinyu's family.
Though she had good grades and came from a prestigious school, she had no real connections or influence, and certainly not much money. Manager Lu felt he had her right where he wanted her.
Lu Yu shook his head at this. Not at all. I'm not afraid. Oh? Manager Lu was taken aback. You should be the one afraid, Lu Yu continued. What? I should be afraid? Ha ha ha.
That's ridiculous. Manager Lu burst into laughter.
Do you even know what you're saying? I haven't done anything wrong, why should I be afraid?
Lu Yu chuckled softly, you should be afraid of me.
You. Lu Yu nodded, smiling. That's right. Manager Lu was utterly baffled. What was there to fear about this kid? What was he even talking about? But the very next moment, the instant Lu Yu's words fell, a massive fist slammed into Manager Lu's face. A piercing scream echoed as Manager Lu flew backward. At that moment, Yan Xiaokuan, standing behind him, returned to the doorway with a sinister expression. He slammed the office door shut and locked it from the inside. Today, I'll show you exactly why the flowers are so red. Lu Yu said coldly. With a single stride, he charged forward, raining punches down on Manager Lu's face like a torrential downpour. Manager Lu tried to fight back, but his pig-like bulk offered little agility beyond taking a beating. Soon, he was overwhelmed, his agonized wails drowned out by the muffled thuds of impact. Xiao Yu, don't cause trouble. Lu Jinyu said anxiously, reaching out to pull Lu Yu back. At that moment, Yan Xiaokuan stepped beside Lu Jinyu, adopting the air of a philosopher as he declared with feigned profundity, Sis, you really shouldn't try to stop him. Right now, there's no stopping him. Chapter 131, Playing Dead. Ha! Hearing Yin Xiaokuan's words, Lu Jinyu froze in surprise. When had her brother's classmate come to understand him better than she did? In the brief moment Yin Xiaokuan held Lu Jinyu back, Lu Yu had beaten Manager Lu until his cries of pain grew fainter and fainter, until finally, they ceased entirely. Only then did Lu Yu reluctantly stop. Stepping back, he saw Manager Lu lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. A closer look at his face revealed that there wasn't a single intact feature left. Lu Jinyu glanced down at Manager Lu's pitiful state, her heart sinking. She turned to her younger brother and said, Xiaoyu, you really beat him up too badly. This will get you into trouble. Lu Yu shrugged indifferently. No big deal. I beat him up, but he started harassing my sister first. Are they really going to arrest me for that? That's true, but you started it. Lu Jinyu frowned, trying to explain to her brother that the law doesn't recognize personal feelings. Just because you think you're right doesn't mean everything you do is justified. Alright, sis, I get it. It's fine. Lu Yu pointed at the security camera on the ceiling and asked, Sis, is this thing even useful? Lu Jinyu replied irritably, Of course it's useful. Why are you asking? Good to know it works. Lu Yu grinned, baring his teeth. With this video as evidence, even if I beat him up, it'd be perfectly justified. Not only would I avoid jail time, but I could send him to prison instead. Lu Jinyu froze at his words. The suddenness of the incident had made her momentarily forget the surveillance in the office. Manager Lu's actions and words just now were solid evidence, weren't they? Lu Yu smiled. Sis, if you can get your hands on this video, I'll be fine. But if you can't, I'll have to find another way. What kind of solution? Lu Jinyu asked. Lu Yu ordered, tie him up, stuff him into a sack, throw in a few big rocks, and dump him into the Sioux River. Lu Jinyu. Yin Xiaokuan. Manager Lu, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, twitched his eyebrow almost imperceptibly. Damn it, I never thought this bastard would be so ruthless. Manager Lu cursed inwardly. But, as Lu Yu and the other two spoke, none of them seemed to notice this extremely subtle movement. Lu Jinyu pressed her forehead with a headache. Stop talking nonsense. The surveillance permissions for this office are controlled by the big boss. Everyone else only has viewing rights, not editing rights. Not even Manager Lu has that. Hearing this, Lu Yu felt slightly relieved. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he hated hassle. This so-called Manager Lu was the type to scheme in the office, a toad perched on someone's foot, harmless but irritating. Tomorrow was the college entrance exam. Lu Yu didn't want his parents, homeroom teacher, or anyone else who cared about him worrying for no reason at such a critical moment. With that thought, Lu Yu turned his gaze to Manager Lu, lying motionless on the floor. His eyes remained tightly shut, seemingly still unconscious. He's quite the actor. Lu Yu's earlier blow had appeared brutal, but he carefully controlled his strength. It might have injured Manager Lu, but it certainly wouldn't cause serious harm or death. Lu Yu didn't want to cause a fatality at this moment. If he had, the trouble would be immense, not an outcome he desired. Yet Manager Lu had been unconscious for over 10 minutes with only superficial scrapes and minor injuries. That was clearly unreasonable. There was only one possibility: Manager Lu was faking death. Lu Jinyu didn't know how hard her brother had struck. She only saw the force of his blow and then Manager Lu's half-dead appearance, which filled her with worry. If he really caused a fatality, what would become of her brother? Even if the apocalypse was set to descend the day after tomorrow, would he still be able to make it to the shelter? Meanwhile, Yin Xiaokuan remained unflustered. He knew full well the trouble a death would bring, but the one responsible was his best friend, Lu Yu. With Lu Yu's intelligence and wisdom, he wouldn't do something so reckless. He had faith in Lu Yu. Just then, Lu Yu, who had been watching Manager Lu, suddenly had an idea. He patted Yin Xiaokuan on the shoulder and said, Xiaokuan, since the guy's dead, why don't you kick him a couple of times too? Ha! Yin Xiaokuan was stunned. Lu Yu explained, look, he's not moving at all. He's definitely dead. Give him a couple more kicks. It's fine. Just treat it like practicing your kicks. Think of him as a punching bag. Dead? Yin Xiaokuan stared at Lu Yu in disbelief, then glanced at Manager Lu's stiff, lifeless body. His heart began pounding wildly. Could Lu Yu have actually killed this man? Why aren't you doing it? Lu Yu asked. Yin Xiaokuan stared at the corpse on the ground, shuddered, and took an imperceptible step back. His legs trembling slightly, he looked at Lu Yu and asked, Xiaoyu, is this man really dead? Absolutely. Lu Yu declared emphatically. If you don't believe me, check his breathing and pulse. See for yourself. Oh my god. Yin Xiaokuan's face drained of color. He took a huge step back, putting a considerable distance between himself and Manager Lu's corpse. Xiaoyu, you actually killed him? Lu Yu looked puzzled. Didn't you see him bullying my sister just now? Killing him is perfectly normal. Forget killing him. If he dares lay a finger on my sister, I'll wipe out his entire family. Manager Lu, lying on the ground, trembled involuntarily at these words. Yin Xiaokuan didn't notice. He looked at Lu Yu and said, then it's over. Killing someone here? Even the Jade Emperor himself couldn't save you now. Why are you so impulsive?
Lu Jinyu listened to their exchange, her mind going blank.
Manager Lu, really, killed by his own brother? Lu Yu grinned. How is that being impulsive? Isn't it only natural? Oh, and do you still want to kick him? A dead man as a punching bag is a rare sight, you know.
As he spoke, Lu Yu winked at Yen Xiaoquan.
Yen Xiaoquan nearly burst into tears. This was a human life. He didn't want to play games with it.
On the ground, Manager Lu lay with his eyes closed, his heart filled with wild joy. These two greenhorns were so gullible, just feigning death had them completely wrapped around his finger.
Believe it, the more you believe, the better. Just wait until the others show up. You'll see what happens then. Lu Jinyu, and you, your little brother, not a single one of you will escape. Chapter 132, Castration. Just as Manager Lu was indulging in his fantasies, Lu Yu noticed Yen Xiaoquan hadn't moved or reacted for ages. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you afraid of?" "I'm here, aren't I?" "Xiaoyu, this joke has gone way too far,"
Yen Xiaoquan said with a pained expression. Unlike Lu Yu, who possessed memories from his previous life and had seen blood and death, Yen Xiaoquan was, at best, a high school senior whose courage stemmed from skill. Seeing Yen Xiaoquan genuinely frightened, Lu Yu's desire to tease him dissipated considerably. Jokes were one thing, but scaring someone was another. Lu Yu patted Yen Xiaoquan on the shoulder and laughed. "Just kidding, don't get so worked up."
"Just kidding? No one died?"
Yen Xiaoquan froze at the words, feeling both annoyed and amused.
This guy was getting bolder by the minute. How dare he joke about something so serious? Yen Xiaoquan replied, "Well, that's a relief. I actually thought you'd killed someone." Lu Yu shook his head. "No, I meant telling you to beat up his corpse. That was a joke." Yen Xiaoquan. Lu Jinyu. Lu Yu approached Manager Lu, his gaze fixed on the man as he began to scrutinize him. With his eyes closed, Manager Lu could only hear their voices, the sounds of movement and footsteps. As for what Lu Yu and the others intended to do, he had no idea. "I thought I heard those two punks say they wanted to beat me up? They dare? I'm already dead. What's the point of hitting me? If you so much as touch me, I'll..." The sudden silence made Manager Lu feel a bit uneasy. He knew full well he couldn't beat Lu Yu, nor could he break through Yen Xiaoquan's defenses to call for help. So, out of desperation, he'd chosen to play dead. His sole goal was to avoid getting beaten, plain and simple. But now, hearing Lu Yu threaten to strike him, he thought, "Damn it. I'm already dead, and this bastard still dares to kick a corpse?" Did Lu Jinyu's brother really have no fear of going to jail? Just as Manager Lu's heart was filled with dread and unease, a sudden dull thud interrupted his thoughts. A sharp pain shot through his ribs. Someone had delivered a vicious kick to his body. Hell. Manager Lu was in excruciating pain, cursing inwardly, but he dared not open his eyes or move a muscle. He was playing dead and couldn't give himself away. No sooner had Manager Lu uttered that curse than a second kick followed, landing heavily on his body. This kick differed from the first. Its force was even greater. Along with the dull thud, a distinct, crisp cracking sound echoed. His bones snapped. Manager Lu was in excruciating pain. He desperately wanted to scream to relieve the agony, but remembering he was still playing dead, he clenched his teeth and forced himself to remain silent. "Oh? You're quite the tough one. I'm curious to see how long you can endure this." A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Yu's face before he delivered another kick. Thud. 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 Lu Yu showed no mercy, unleashing a relentless barrage of kicks like a violent storm, each landing with a dull thud on Manager Lu's body. But Manager Lu proved remarkably resilient, clenching his teeth and not uttering a single sound, not even flinching. By the end, even Lu Yu found himself somewhat impressed by the man's resilience. Standing nearby, Lu Jinyu and Yen Xiaoquan watched Lu Yu's rampage unfold. They couldn't bear to look at Manager Lu, for he was being beaten so mercilessly. Lu Yu's blows landed everywhere on the body. Anywhere not vital was covered in bruises and flesh wounds. It was the kind of pain that made you wish you were dead, yet kept you alive. Yen Xiaoquan turned his head away, unable to watch any longer. He felt Lu Yu was being cruel. Although Manager Lu had bullied his sister, he had already paid with his life. There was no need to torment a corpse. It was far more urgent to figure out how to handle the fact that someone had died. That was the real priority. Torturing the corpse served little purpose beyond venting emotions and wasting time. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyu, who had been watching her brother's actions, no longer felt concern for him. Instead, she was simply exasperated by his playful nature. He might be bold, but he wasn't a brainless brute. It was impossible for him to kill someone and then, without a care in the world, indulge in the twisted game of mutilating the corpse. There could only be one reason for his actions: this person wasn't dead yet. Everything her brother was doing now was merely to toy with him. With years of knowing her brother, Lu Jinyu trusted her instincts completely. If Manager Lu were truly dead, her brother would never be here playing games. So, if it wasn't for fun, why was he doing this? As Lu Jinyu pondered this, Lu Yu, who had been punching and kicking Manager Lu, suddenly stopped, panting heavily. Sweat drenched his forehead as if he'd been utterly exhausted.
Yen Xiaokuan, who had heard the commotion cease, glanced at Lu Yu's state, then looked at manager Lu's mangled form. He couldn't help but swallow hard before saying, "Damn, Xiaoyu, I really don't get you. What's so fun about messing with a corpse? He's already kicked the bucket. Why are you still playing with him? You might as well." Before he could finish, Lu Yu waved his hand to cut him off. He walked to the desk, picked up the scissors his sister had just set down, and made a couple of snips in the air with a satisfying snip-snip. He nodded approvingly. "Sharp as hell. What the hell are you doing?" Yen Xiaokuan looked utterly bewildered. Lu Yu looked at Yen Xiaokuan, baring his teeth in a grin. "Castration. What? Castration?" Yen Xiaokuan was even more bewildered. "Yeah." Lu Yu nodded once, walked over to manager Lu, and said, "It seems like eunuchs haven't been around for ages in this era, right?" "You mean?" Yen Xiaokuan's mouth formed an O. "Exactly what you're thinking. Come on, give me a hand, pull his pants down." Lu Yu beckoned to Yen Xiaokuan with eager enthusiasm. "Yen Xiaokuan. Lu Jinyu. Are you coming? If not, I'll do it myself." Seeing Yen Xiaokuan hesitate, Lu Yu grew impatient. He raised the scissors high and lunged straight for manager Lu's crotch. Snip! Ah! The sound of fabric tearing accompanied a piercing scream. Manager Lu, who had been clutching his eyes shut, suddenly snapped back to life. Pushing himself up with both hands and kicking off the ground, he spotted Lu Yu as if he'd seen a ghost. He frantically backed away, creating several meters of distance between them. Without uttering a word, his panicked expression turned downward as he hurriedly checked something. Chapter 133, Negotiation and Deal. The slashed suit pants revealed shreds of fabric, exposing the pink Hello Kitty underwear beneath somewhat sexy and cute. Though the scissor cut had been terrifying, it hadn't hit a vital spot. Manager Lu let out a sigh of relief as his pounding heart gradually slowed. His face darkened as he glared at Lu Yu, his words slurring, you bastard." Before he could finish, he sensed something amiss. Touching his mouth, he realized his lips and cheeks had swollen unnoticed, feeling tight and taut to the touch. It had to be Lu Jinyu's brother who did this. Otherwise, how else would he end up like this? Manager Lu seethed with rage. He'd come today to take down Lu Jinyu, only to end up getting beaten up by her brother. This turn of events left the middle-aged man feeling utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Yen Xiaokuan stared at manager Lu, who had suddenly come back to life, momentarily unable to process what was happening. Hadn't Xiaoyu killed him just moments ago? How could he suddenly be back? Lu Jinyu had long suspected manager Lu wasn't dead. Though her expression remained composed, she couldn't help but breathe a slight sigh of relief inwardly. She genuinely feared her brother might lose his temper and kill manager Lu. That would have been too devastating for him. Just as manager Lu was about to spew more trash talk at Lu Yu, the smile vanished from Lu Yu's face. He said coldly, "Say one more word, and I swear I'll kill you." "You believe me?" His voice was icy, devoid of emotion, yet every word carried a faint, palpable threat of murder. Even in the sweltering heat, manager Lu couldn't help but shiver. What was going on? Why did this kid's words send a chill from the soles of his feet to the back of his skull? Manager Lu stared at Lu Yu in bewildered alarm, unable to fathom what had gone wrong. Suddenly, Lu Yu smiled and asked, "How about we make a deal?" "A deal?" Manager Lu stared at Lu Yu in confusion, unsure what he was up to. He tried to speak, but his swollen face and bruised lips made it impossible to form words. Lu Yu stepped forward 2 paces and stared at manager Lu. "How do you plan to resolve the matter of you harassing my sister earlier?" Manager Lu started to speak. Lu Yu raised his hand, flexing his fist slightly. Manager Lu immediately shut his mouth. "Don't tell me you didn't do it. There are cameras here. Just tell me how you plan to resolve this." Lu Yu pointed to the all-angle surveillance camera in the corner of the ceiling and said with a faint smile. Manager Lu glanced up at the camera upon hearing this, catching sight of the surveillance footage. He knew the camera was there, but he assumed Lu Jinyu wouldn't dare confront him directly. After all, she was his subordinate. Even if she refused to comply, she'd never dare make a public fuss. The one thing manager Lu hadn't anticipated was Lu Yu and Yen Xiaokuan suddenly appearing and beating him up. How to resolve this? Manager Lu hadn't even considered resolving the issue. What was done was done. Resolve it? But given the current situation, if he didn't give Lu Jinyu's brother a reasonable explanation, he'd probably get beaten up again. Moreover, the office had excellent soundproofing. Calling for help was out of the question, and using a phone? Would these two even allow it? As these thoughts crossed manager Lu's mind, his expression darkened. He replied vaguely, "So, how do you want to handle this? You want me to say it?" Lu Yu asked. Manager Lu nodded grimly. Lu Yu smiled faintly. "It's actually quite simple. I'm not an unreasonable bully. If you'd mentioned earlier that you had a solution, I wouldn't have hit you. Look at the mess you've created." Hearing this, manager Lu inwardly cursed Lu Yu's ancestors 18 times over. After hitting him, he still had the nerve to play the good guy? "Just tell me what it is. Don't beat around the bush," manager Lu mumbled. Lu Yu said, "Consider the beating you just got as compensation for harassing my sister.
Our accounts are settled. We'll go our separate ways. How about that? You're dreaming.
Manager Lu exploded instantly, his face flushing crimson.
You beat me up, and now you want to call it even. What the hell do you think you're doing?
Lu Yu wasn't the least bit surprised. He chuckled, I beat you because you offended my sister first. The surveillance footage proves it.
My actions were justified.
But if we're really going to settle the score for harassing my sister, it won't be as simple as spending a night in the station. Hearing this, Manager Lu's expression shifted, his mood becoming unpredictable. True, he had some family connections within the company, but they weren't strong enough to influence the boss.
If this escalated too far, even his shareholder relatives couldn't protect him.
Manager Lu was torn.
If he let Lu Yu off the hook, wouldn't that mean he'd taken a beating for nothing?
But if he didn't let Lu Yu off, he'd be charged with sexual harassment and could face several years behind bars. No matter how he weighed the options, neither choice could ease the burning resentment in his heart. Just as Manager Lu was torn between choices, Lu Yu suddenly looked at him and grinned. Manager Lu was dumbfounded.
What was this? Why was he smiling at him? Was he crazy? But the next moment,
Lu Yu rolled up both sleeves, revealing two muscular arms.
Veins bulged like dragons across his forearms. Lu Yu stared at Manager Lu, walking toward him expressionless. What do you want? Manager Lu's face flushed with panic as he instinctively took 2 or 3 steps back. Lu Yu remained silent, his stride unbroken.
He cracked his neck, stretched his body, and flexed his arms.
Ouch!
Before Lu Yu had even made a move, Manager Lu's stomach clenched at the sight of this display.
This kid's going to beat him up.
Yan Xiaokuan and Lu Jinyu both wanted to step in and stop Lu Yu, but they had also heard his exchange with Manager Lu. They understood this was a conversation with the manager.
If they rashly intervened, it would nullify everything Lu Yu had just accomplished.
They simply stood by and watched coldly. At this moment, it seemed there was no better course of action. Thud, thud. Lu Yu advanced toward Manager Lu, who had been backed into a corner, terror etched across his face.
Lu Yu raised his fist high, poised to strike.
Just as it was about to make intimate contact with Manager Lu's face, the latter suddenly yelled, Wait!
Don't hit me! I'll agree to your deal. Whoosh!
The wind from the punch stung Manager Lu's face, but Lu Yu's fist never landed. At that moment, the fist hovered just 2 or 3 centimeters from Manager Lu's face, cold sweat breaking out on his brow.
Why didn't you just say so earlier? Did you really have to force my hand?
Lu Yu smiled faintly and withdrew his hand.
Manager Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 134, Forced Reconciliation.
Lu Yu turned to his sister and Yan Xiaokuan.
You heard that, right?
Manager Lu agreed to settle with us, we didn't force him.
Lu Jinyu. Yan Xiaokuan. Manager Lu.
How come I never noticed before that my brother's face had grown so thick?
Lu Jinyu was quite curious. Lu Yu turned to look at Manager Lu and asked, right? Manager, you're definitely agreeing to settle with us, right? Agree? Like hell he agreed.
Manager Lu was a million times unwilling to agree, but circumstances forced his hand.
If he refused, whether he could even walk out of Lu Jinyu's office today was anyone's guess.
The memory of Lu Yu's relentless barrage of punches and kicks sent a shiver down Manager Lu's spine. If it weren't for his ample padding, Lu Yu's seamless combo of kicks and punches would have flattened him to the ground long ago.
How could he possibly still be standing here talking? Alright, I agree.
Manager Lu practically gritted his teeth as he spoke. Thankfully his teeth were strong, otherwise they might have shattered.
Good. Thank you for your help, Manager.
Lu Yu nodded with a smile, lowered his fist, and walked over to his sister and Yan Xiaokuan.
See? Nothing to worry about, right?
I told you this manager seemed like a decent person. As long as we explained, he'd understand.
Look, it was resolved easily, wasn't it? Lu Jinyu and the other two finally got rid of that headache.
Lu Yu smiled faintly, no longer looking at Manager Lu. Instead, he turned to his sister and Yan Xiaokuan, perfect resolution.
We can retreat now.
Ha! Lu Jinyu froze at his words.
Yan Xiaokuan was equally confused.
He'd just tagged along with Lu Yu and had no idea what Lu Yu was up to. Lu Yu looked at his sister and said, There's something going on at home.
Mom and Dad asked me to take you back. Now. Lu Jinyu hesitated before asking. Yes. Lu Yu nodded. Lu Jinyu felt conflicted. It wasn't even quitting time yet. Leaving abruptly would count as an absence.
She just crossed that Manager Lu, and leaving early now, who knew how he'd target her next?
Sis, don't worry. Mom and Dad found you a new job. If you're unhappy or uncomfortable here, you can go anytime. Lu Yu sensed his sister's anxiety and reassured her.
These words were meant for Manager Lu and anyone watching the surveillance feed.
After tomorrow, it would be the end of the world. Who would care about this job then?
Lu Yu's words were also meant to reassure his sister, telling her not to dwell on what she'd just done.
Alright, let's head back then. Lu Jinyu said. Lu Yu turned back to face Manager Lu and said, I hear you're my sister's supervisor, right? She'd like to take tomorrow off. That should be fine, right?
Manager Lu, seeing the look on Lu Yu's face that suggested he might punch someone, dared not say there was a problem even if there was one. He could only force a smile and say, of course it's fine. Lu Yu flashed a satisfied smile and turned to his sister. Sis, go pack up. We're leaving right away. So soon?
Lu Jinyu asked.
Yes. Mom and Dad miss you, Lu Yu said softly. Lu Jinyu paused for a moment, then nodded immediately.
Okay, I understand. Wait for me.
With that, Lu Jinyu turned back to her computer to wrap up her work. Lu Yu and Yen Xiaokuan had nothing to do for the moment, so they waited nearby. Manager Lu, forcing a smile and enduring the pain in his body, put on an act of being a perfectly decent person.
Lu Yu couldn't be bothered with him.
If it weren't for his sister, this guy would have been dead already, not standing here breathing. Manager Lu should be thankful the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, sparing his pathetic life.
A few minutes later, Lu Jinyu finished her tasks, solemnly shut down her computer, gathered her belongings, and approached Lu Yu. Brother, I'm done. Shall we go?
All right.
Lu Yu glanced at his sister and nodded.
Then, the three of them left the office. Only Manager Lu remained, standing in place. His eyes burned with venom as he watched the receding figures of the three, his expression dark and brooding as he lost himself in thought. Lu Yu and the others arrived at the underground parking garage. Just as Lu Jinyu was about to get into the car, Lu Yu said to her, Sis, let's not take that car.
It's fine to leave it here. Lu Jinyu paused in surprise.
This car won't fit in the shelter. If we leave it out in the open, it'll just turn into scrap metal sooner or later. Storing it in this basement might keep it around a bit longer, Lu Yu explained.
Then how are we getting back? Lu Jinyu asked.
Lu Yu replied, we'll take Yen Xiaokuan's car. We drove here together, one car is enough for all of us. Lu Jinyu glanced at Yen Xiaokuan, then agreed without further ado, all right. The three climbed into the car. Yen Xiaokuan started the engine and drove the vehicle out of the underground parking garage.
In the car,
Lu Jinyu turned to her younger brother and asked, Xiaoyu, why were you suddenly so insistent that I leave earlier?
Didn't we agree we could just go into the shelter one night ahead of schedule?
Lu Yu replied, the situation changed. I'm not sure if the shelter's location has been compromised.
You two go in first. Once the doors are shut, they can't be opened from the outside unless they use bunker-busting bombs. The higher-ups know?
Lu Jinyu's heart tightened at the words. The shelter was built by those from the Yenmyo engineering team, its secrecy should be beyond question.
How could the higher-ups have found out? Under her brother's influence, Lu Jinyu had learned much about the apocalypse.
The higher-ups were no longer strangers to her. Lu Yu looked at his sister earnestly. Only when I know you're safe can I focus on my own tasks.
Otherwise, I'll always be worrying about you.
Hearing this, Lu Jinyu finally understood why her brother had rushed to find her so urgently.
If what her brother said was true, then things were indeed looking grim. I understand. Is there anything else you need help with?
Just tell me, and I'll handle it, Lu Jinyu replied.
We'll go find Yi Qingqing's mother later.
After picking her up, we'll go get Mom and Dad. Then we'll come up with some excuse to reassure them and get them to stay inside for a few days. How to calm them down and open the shelter's gates, that'll all be up to you, sis. Lu Yu laid out the plan he'd already thought through.
What about you guys? Lu Jinyu demanded.
Us? Lu Yu scratched his nose, glanced at Yen Xiaokuan, and said, we're obviously going to take the college entrance exams.
Chapter 135, Danger and Opportunity. Take the college entrance exam?
Lu Jinyu froze at the suggestion, her expression turning grave.
The world is ending. It's so dangerous out there. Why would you even think about taking an exam? What if something dangerous happens? I think you shouldn't take the exam. Come with us to the shelter and hide. Safety comes first.
His sister spoke earnestly, and her words held merit. If one knew in advance that danger and disaster were coming, hiding away in a safe place would indeed be the wisest choice. But this approach felt somewhat inappropriate for Lu Yu in his current situation. Had Lu Yu not lived through his previous life, he would have heeded his sister's advice, hiding first, then planning next steps.
But now, no way.
Lu Yu had a rough idea of what would happen when the apocalypse struck and disaster erupted. In other words, he understood the level of danger involved.
Moreover, he knew how to avoid potentially lethal threats, which would greatly increase his chances of survival. Another thing was that the world now looked no different from usual at first glance. But upon closer observation and feeling, one could sense the atmosphere was slightly tense.
Just moments ago, while riding with Yen Xiaokuan to find his sister, Lu Yu had already encountered 7 or 8 police patrol cars passing by.
The number of officers from various police units on the streets had doubled, something unheard of under normal circumstances. Moreover, Lu Yu spotted over a dozen hospital ambulances, sirens blaring, rushing out of Suxian district with urgency. Their destination remained unknown. Although the college entrance exams were approaching, and Rougeau had always deployed extra police to maintain order and security in previous years, such a scene had never occurred before. All these observations and experiences combined were key factors contributing to the city's unsettling atmosphere. At such a critical and sensitive time, if several examinees suddenly withdrew from the exam, how much attention would that attract?
Under normal circumstances, perhaps no one would care. But when the situation reached such a critical juncture, someone would inevitably notice and draw the attention of those above. This was precisely what Lu Yu wanted to avoid. He was still too weak to weather such storms. If he drew attention this early, he would be utterly defenseless. Of course. Beyond these reasons, there was one crucial factor: the greater the chaos and danger, the greater the opportunity. Though disasters erupt, beast hordes assault cities, and weather patterns shift violently, these events would inflict immense destruction upon human society, shattering the world as we know it. Yet simultaneously, these events would spawn unexpected, immense opportunities. In his previous life, over the course of 5 years, Lu Yu never understood how these calamities originated or where the spiritual energy came from. These phenomena seemed like boundless waters appearing out of nowhere and persisting indefinitely. What Lu Yu did know was that the onset of the cataclysm, when supernatural phenomena and natural disasters erupted, marked the peak concentration of spiritual energy. This was the prime moment for martial artists to cultivate. This period, the 3 consecutive months of relentless calamities, offered a golden chance. Whoever seized it would gain a decisive edge in cultivation. After 3 months, this spectacular surge of spiritual energy would vanish. Moreover, the beast cores left behind after the beast tide were also scarce resources. Thus, danger came hand in hand with opportunity. Lu Yu wanted to try and seize that chance. With this thought in mind, after pondering for a while, Lu Yu said to his sister, "Sis, the 3 of us taking the exam shouldn't go. Too many people there will draw attention." Lu Jinyu frowned slightly, about to speak. Lu Yu continued, "But sis, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. You two just stay inside safely. I'll bring Yi Qingcheng and Yan Xiaokuan back safely." Lu Jinyu still felt uneasy upon hearing this, but seeing her brother's resolve, she couldn't bring herself to say more. "All right," she conceded. "You must come back safely. Otherwise, I'll strangle you." Lu Yu smiled at her words and nodded firmly. Later, Yan Xiaokuan drove to the building where Yi Qingcheng had moved. Lu Yu and Lu Jinyu went upstairs and brought down Yi Qingcheng's mother, Yilan. Lu Yu helped carry the large bags, small packages, miscellaneous items, and luggage, while Lu Jinyu carefully supported Yilan. "Xiao Yu, where exactly are we going?" Yilan asked nervously, staring at the black SUV before them. Her daughter had just called, instructing her to follow Lu Yu, otherwise, she wouldn't have waited at home. "To a safe place," Lu Yu replied with a smile. "A safe place? Isn't this safe?" Yilan asked doubtfully. Lu Jinyu interjected with an explanation, "Auntie, it's safe here, but not as safe as the place we're going. You'll understand once we get there." Listening to Lu Jinyu and her brother, Yilan still harbored some doubts. Yet, trusting her daughter and knowing Lu Yu, she complied with the arrangement and got into the car. Roar! The car started up and drove smoothly toward the shelter. After safely delivering Yilan, Lu Yu asked Yan Xiaokuan to stay at the shelter with her while he drove to pick up his parents with his sister. Yan Xiaokuan didn't hesitate for a moment and readily agreed. Lu Yu drove home with his sister. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had tricked his parents into coming home with a clever excuse. "Sis, have you thought about how to explain this to Mom and Dad?" Lu Yu asked. "Didn't you already arrange everything? Why would I need to say anything?" Lu Jinyu shot her brother a glance and asked. Lu Yu gave a nervous chuckle. "Ahem, well, I haven't really thought that through yet. It's easy to persuade others, but when it comes to Mom and Dad, I'm not so sure. I'll need your help, sis." Lu Jinyu rolled her eyes at her brother. "Stop trying to butter me up. I know you're all grown up now. You have your own ideas about many things and don't need your big sister anymore." "Absolutely not. Sis, you're definitely overthinking this," Lu Yu hurriedly protested. "Forget it." Lu Jinyu waved her hand dismissively. "Leave this matter to your big sister. Then it's all up to you, sis." Lu Yu's eyes lit up. A few moments later, Lu Yu drove back to the building where he lived. Just as he was about to park and head upstairs with his sister, Lu Jinyu said, "No need to go through all that trouble. Just wait in the car for a bit." "Oh, okay." Lu Yu paused, then nodded quickly. Then, Lu Jinyu went upstairs alone. Less than 10 minutes later, she emerged carrying 2 large bags, followed by Lu Xinghua and his wife, who seemed to have emptied their entire home. They arrived at the car laden with bags of all sizes. Lu Yu. Chapter 136, Tricking Mom and Dad. Something felt off. This wasn't quite how she'd imagined it at all. How come Mom and Dad listened to my sister so easily? While Lu Yu was still lost in thought, Lu Jinyu urged him, "What are you still doing staring at the car? Hurry up and help Mom and Dad with their luggage." Hearing his sister's call snapped Lu Yu out of his daze. He quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car, and helped his parents load their luggage into the trunk. "Wow, sis, you're something else. How did you manage to sway Mom and Dad so easily?" Lu Yu asked his sister as he loaded their luggage into the trunk. Lu Jinyu flashed a smug smile.
Of course. Don't you know who your big sister is? When I personally step in, how could mom and dad not listen to me? Lu Yu gave his sister a thumbs up. You're seriously awesome. He had called his parents to come home without explaining why, simply telling them to wait at home. He feared that if he tried to explain the situation now, they might not listen to him, which would only cause trouble later. After all, he needed to explain that they were heading to an underground shelter to escape the apocalypse. Few people would believe such a story. Especially not his parents. Lu Yu hadn't expected his sister to convince his parents so easily. This outcome was beyond his expectations. Good to know. Lu Jinyu said, you'd better learn a thing or two from her in the future. Lu Yu nodded hastily. Yes, I definitely will. But sis, what did you tell mom and dad? They actually packed their gear and followed you out? Lu Jinyu asked, want to know? Yeah. Lu Yu nodded. Lu Jinyu smiled faintly. It was actually quite simple. I just told them I was taking them to the filming location of a show with a big cash prize. I had them pack their own travel gear and that was that. What? That's it? Lu Yu's mouth fell open in disbelief. Yeah. What else could it be? Lu Jinyu countered. Lu Yu. Alright. Lu Yu could now confirm that his parents were being deceived. What would they think when they realized they weren't going on a trip but returning to their old house only to find it completely transformed? Lu Yu suddenly felt his sister's explanation seemed a bit off. After these next few days, the world would be unrecognizable. His parents would definitely notice. How could he possibly explain it if they discovered the world had changed so drastically? Don't worry about that, Lu Jinyu murmured softly. I've already told mom and dad this is a survival show set in an apocalyptic world. Even if they later realize the apocalypse has truly come, they should be able to accept it more easily. Hearing his sister's words, Lu Yu finally relaxed. It seemed she was even more thoughtful than he'd imagined, having considered every minor detail. Only my big sister could pull this off. Lu Yu silently gave her a thumbs up. Cut the crap. Lu Jinyu swatted his hand away. Anyway, I've done everything you asked me to do. Now you better make damn sure you do what I told you to do, got it? Or else, I'll. Her expression turned fierce as she made a threatening motion to grab his ear. Got it, sis. Mission accomplished. Lu Yu quickly took a step back to dodge her eagle claw attack, immediately raising his hands and swearing to the heavens. Now that's more like it. Lu Jinyu nodded in satisfaction, finally retracting her martial arts attack. Meanwhile, Lu Xinghua and his wife, already seated in the car, noticed the two kids struggling with the luggage for ages. Is it hard to pack? Should I leave some stuff behind if it's too much trouble? No, Dad, it's fine. We've got everything packed. We're ready to go. Lu Yu replied, then glanced at his sister, gave her a subtle signal, and slammed the trunk shut. With a roar of the engine, the car sped away. Lu Xinghua and his wife could never have imagined in their wildest dreams that by the time they returned, this place would be reduced to ruins. But that was a story for another time. Lu Yu drove steadily to the old house. Following Lu Jinyu's instructions, both Lu Xinghua and his wife donned the blindfolds that had been prepared in advance. Hey! Didn't you say we were here to play, to participate in a show? Why do we have to cover our eyes? Why so secretive? Song Yuhua stepped out of the car, supported by Lu Jinyu. Lu Jinyu replied, Mom, this is the production team's arrangement. Just follow their instructions. Otherwise, it might cause issues when they pay us later. Hearing this, Song Yanhong immediately shut up and stopped asking questions. She followed Lu Jinyu's instructions throughout the entire process. Lu Xinghua spoke less and didn't ask many questions either. He simply followed Lu Yu's lead, doing whatever he was told. Both he and his wife had listened to their daughter's explanation. They were participating in a survival challenge show set in a shelter, where the prize money increased based on how long contestants lasted. According to their daughter, the longer one survived, the greater the monetary reward, potentially earning more than they could through their daily grind of hard work. So, after discussing it, Lu Xinghua and his wife decided to temporarily put their jobs on hold to participate in filming for this so-called post-apocalyptic survival show. Lu Xinghua kept quiet precisely to avoid causing trouble for his children. Since they'd chosen to join the show, he believed they should embrace it with professionalism and dedication. That was all there was to it. At least, that was Lu Xinghua's mindset. Lu Yu, seeing his dad was so easy to handle and didn't say much, was even happier than his father. With dad not asking questions, he didn't have to rack his brain coming up with excuses to tell him. After all, male creatures are always much harder to fool than females. Soon, Lu Yu and his sister guided their parents to the elevator, descending to the shelter, hauling all their messy luggage along with them. Before long, the family of four arrived at the shelter entrance. With Yan Xiaoquan's assistance, Lu Xinghua and his wife were carefully ushered inside. Lu Yu shot Yan Xiaoquan a questioning glance, and the latter immediately flashed an OK sign. Seeing this, Lu Yu felt reassured. After closing the shelter's doors, Lu Yu and his sister simultaneously removed the blindfolds from their parents' eyes. A brand new little world slowly unfolded before Lu Xinghua and his wife. Chapter 137, Yan Xiaoquan's Troubles. Why call it a small world?
This was no exaggeration. The shelter had been constructed precisely as a miniature world. Beyond occupying a small portion of the larger world's space, its facilities, resources, and energy reserves were sufficient to sustain several people for over a year.
The disasters triggered by the drastic climate shift would last only 3 months.
After that, the world would gradually return to normal, though not exactly as it was before the apocalypse. It would at least be barely livable.
Is this where the show is filmed? It looks pretty nice, kind of has that vibe. But where are the production crew? Why haven't I seen anyone? After removing her blindfold, Son Yuha began exploring the shelter.
It was her first time seeing such a structure, and she was genuinely curious.
Lu Xinghua felt the same way, though he was far more reserved than his wife.
He looked around, occasionally nodding in approval, but remained silent.
They came here without needing Lu Yu or Lu Jinyu to guide them.
They went off to explore on their own, which actually saved Lu Yu some trouble. He didn't have to worry about his parents feeling out of place here. Though they wouldn't be staying here permanently, they would be living here for a considerable period.
If he couldn't put his parents at ease, even if they were here, they wouldn't be able to stay.
Lu Yu then called over his older sister and Yen Xiaokuan for a quick meeting. Lu Yu said, "Sis, Mom and Dad are here now.
What happens next will be up to you to handle. And Yi Qingqing's mom too.
After all, you're the only one here who knows about this. I'm worried that if they stay too long, they'll start thinking about leaving.
That could be tricky. Don't worry. Leave it to me.
Taking care of a few people is no trouble at all." Lu Jinyu agreed immediately.
Lu Yu nodded, then turned to Yen Xiaokuan. "We'll go pick up your parents later.
If they agree to come, they can lighten my sister's load. Even if they don't come now, they can always come here for safe shelter once things happen."
What do you think?
Yen Xiaokuan's parents still didn't believe what Lu Yu had told them. In fact, Yen Xiaokuan felt like they seemed to have completely forgotten that Lu Yu had ever mentioned this matter to them. Seeing his best friend take this matter so seriously while his own family remained utterly skeptical even after everything had been laid out so plainly left Yen Xiaokuan feeling disheartened. But hearing Lu Yu's words lifted the weight from Yen Xiaokuan's heart.
He nodded firmly. All right. Fine. We'll do it your way. Lu Yu nodded. All right, let's proceed this way for now.
Yi Qingqing's mom, my older sister, and my parents, they'll stay sheltered here.
Unless someone gives the password, don't open the door for anyone, sis. Xiao Koan and I will go pick up his parents now. If they want to come, we'll bring them over. If not, we'll skip them for now. Anyway, this is the last thing we'll handle today.
Tomorrow is the college entrance exam, and it has nothing to do with entering the shelter.
You guys, does what I'm saying make sense? If there are no issues, then let's proceed this way? Lu Jinyu and Yen Xiaokuan pondered the plan carefully. Satisfied it made sense, they nodded in unison. All right, let's do it. All right, then we'll split up and make the most of our time. Lu Yu said.
After bidding his sister farewell, he hurriedly left the shelter with Yen Xiaokuan. On the way back, inside the car, Lu Yu noticed Yen Xiaokuan looking unusually subdued and asked, "What's wrong?
You seem completely drained of energy." Nothing, Yen Xiaokuan shook his head from the passenger seat. Lu Yu pressed, still worrying about uncle and aunt not believing you? Giving you headaches? Caught off guard by Lu Yu's directness, Yen Xiaokuan paused before nodding gloomily. Yeah.
Seeing this, Lu Yu deeply understood his brother's feelings.
Yen Xiaokuan was a deeply emotional person.
He was the kind of guy who would sacrifice himself to save a friend he'd known for years.
How could he bear to see his own parents vanish? Yet, though Lu Yu understood Yen Xiaokuan's anguish, he couldn't help resolve this matter.
The atmosphere grew heavy, and the rest of the drive passed in silence.
Lu Yu drove Yen Xiaokuan home.
He had intended to go inside with him, but Yen Xiaokuan stopped him. "Xiaoyu, you stay outside for now. Don't go in and risk an argument."
"I'll handle it."
Lu Yu paused, then stopped in his tracks.
"All right." Yen Xiaokuan forced a smile and turned to enter the villa.
Lu Yu waited in the open courtyard outside. Suddenly, faint sounds of commotion reached his ears. But the sound came from quite a distance away, and Lu Yu couldn't make out much of it.
Moments later, Yen Xiaokuan emerged, head hanging low.
Lu Yu didn't even need to ask, he could tell at a glance that his attempt at mediation had failed, judging by that expression.
"I'm sorry."
Yen Xiaokuan's first words to Lu Yu were filled with guilt. But Lu Yu cut him off before he could continue, saying, "No need for that between brothers.
Even if uncle and aunt don't believe us, it's no big deal.
Worst case, when disaster really strikes, we'll figure out a way to get them to the shelter and hide there."
Lu Yu reassured him. Yen Xiaokuan looked at Lu Yu's earnest expression.
Deeply moved, he nodded firmly.
"Yeah. All right, enough of that. Since we got rare time off, let's go.
I'll treat you to your favorite skewered delicacies."
Lu Yu hooked his arm around Yen Xiaokuan's shoulder, chatting and laughing as they climbed into the car and drove away.
Third floor of the villa, by the window. Yen Wan, who had just had a heated argument with Yen Xiaokuan, pulled back the curtain slightly. She watched the car disappear into the distance, lost in thought for a long time.
At that moment, Miao Wanmiao approached, peered out the window, and murmured softly, "Isn't this a bit cruel to our son? If that girl really isn't suitable, why not just tell him directly? Yan Wen shook his head. You know our son's temperament. Telling him directly might not only be ineffective but could backfire. Miao Wanmiao fell silent. Yan Wen sighed with a mix of emotion and lingering fear. That boy Lu Yu has done us a tremendous favor. We can trust him. From now on, we should just follow his advice. Chapter 138, Skewered Delights. Meanwhile, Lu Yu drove Yen Xiaokuan to an old neighborhood.
They pulled up outside a small shop with a sign reading, Xiao Jun Gone Skewers.
Lu Yu found a spot to park, and the two got out one after the other. Strangely enough, though Yen Xiaokuan's family was quite wealthy and had some connections, he disliked so-called high-end places and preferred down-to-earth spots like this. Treating you to this, no problem, right? After getting out, Lu Yu slung his arm around Yen Xiaokuan's shoulder and asked with a smile. Yen Xiaokuan glanced at the shop. His tense expression finally softened into a smile. Absolutely fine. This was the very spot where Lu Yu and Yen Xiaokuan had forged their brotherhood over their first meal together. Back in their school days, they'd gotten into a fierce fight over a book. Neither would admit fault afterward, so their teacher had the honor of making them stand on the playground for punishment, meaning they had to hug each other. Who would have thought that hug would actually spark a bond? Eventually, with the teacher's intervention, they reconciled. But when it came to fighting, Yen Xiaokuan had the edge. He was bigger, tougher, and stronger than Lu Yu. While Lu Yu wasn't weak in combat, he still fell short compared to Yen Xiaokuan. But Lu Yu fought with brains, something Yen Xiaokuan couldn't match. That day, Lu Yu unleashed every move in his arsenal, double dragons playing with a pearl, monkey stealing peaches, 2 dragons emerging from the sea. He unleashed them all on Yen Xiaokuan, avoiding direct confrontation and instead targeting Yan's signature agile maneuvering. This left Yen Xiaokuan, who had never lost a fight before, tasting defeat for the first time. This incident had always gnawed at Yen Xiaokuan. Even when their teacher later offered a way to reconcile and he made peace with Lu Yu, he still harbored resentment over it. Moreover, he constantly nagged Lu Yu about it, acting like a woman pining away in seclusion. Eventually, Lu Yu was worn down by Yen Xiaokuan's persistence. Reluctantly, he agreed to buy him a meal to silence him, and that restaurant was the very same one they had visited back then. Now, revisiting this place, the food was fresh and delicious, carrying a special flavor in their hearts. If you're not going to be a pain in the neck, what are you still standing here for? Let's go. Lu Yu gave Yen Xiaokuan a shove and pulled him inside. It was a modest eatery with only 10 tables, yet most seats were occupied students, workers, and many others. Today, though the day before the college entrance exams, with students frantically preparing for the next day's tests, it didn't dampen the restaurant's bustling atmosphere in the slightest. Lu Yu scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on the counter. There, a woman under 40 was busily settling bills with customers who had finished their meals, completely swamped. She was the owner of the place. Lu Yu recognized her, as he often dined at this place. It was a family-run business, operated by a couple who had been here for nearly 15 years. They were familiar faces in the neighborhood, known for their kindness and excellent reputation. In truth, Lu Yu had brought Yen Xiaokuan here not only to share a nostalgic dinner with his brother at the place where their friendship began, but also because he himself craved a taste of this flavor he had enjoyed for over a decade. After the catastrophe struck in his previous life, shortages of supplies and energy made it impossible for small, privately owned shops like this to survive on their own. Their demise was inevitable. Since then, Lu Yu had never tasted anything quite like it again. After his rebirth, the myriad tasks and preparations required had kept him utterly occupied, leaving no opportunity to return. Now, with everything settled, he found himself back here. Seeing the familiar decor and the familiar faces stirred a quiet sense of nostalgia within him. Upon entering, Lu Yu and his companion found no staff available to greet them. They instinctively found seats and proceeded to the refrigerated display to select their ingredients, a routine they knew well. Neither was a first-timer, so no explanation was needed. Ordering here wasn't done with menus, you simply grabbed what you wanted. After eating, you paid based on the number of bamboo skewers you'd used, much like at a hot pot place. After both Lu Yu and his companion had selected their favorite foods and returned to their seats, the owner finally found a moment to approach their table. The moment she saw Lu Yu, she recognized him instantly. Xiao Yu. What brings you here? Why wouldn't I come? Lu Yu, unfazed by her reaction, asked with a slight smile. Of course you can. But aren't you taking the college entrance exam tomorrow? Why come out to eat instead of studying at home? The owner, who was quite familiar with Lu Yu, asked. Lu Yu chuckled. I've reviewed most of it. I was feeling hungry and realized it's been ages since I last ate at Auntie Xiaohua's. So I came over, hoping to get some good luck for tomorrow's exam and pass smoothly. Of course you will. Absolutely. The owner paused for a moment before responding enthusiastically. She was clearly delighted to see Lu Yu. All right then, help yourselves to whatever you want. I'll give you a 40% discount on everything. Wishing you all the luck in the world tomorrow. May you pass with flying colors. Thanks, Auntie. Lu Yu and his companion thanked her. Oh, what kind of soup base would you like? I'll have your uncle prepare it right away, the owner asked Lu Yu.
Lu Yu glanced at Yin Xiaokuan, who shrugged, whatever you have, I'm fine with it. Auntie, then make it a yin-yang pot base, one side tomato flavor, the other spicy.
Just the same level of heat as before. Lu Yu told the owner. Alright. Just sit tight here, I'll have your uncle get right on it. The owner nodded to Lu Yu and Yin Xiaokuan before rushing off to prepare their order.
Lu Yu noticed that while the owner was preparing the order, a little girl, perhaps 10 or 11 years old, walked over. The owner said something to her with an indulgent look, and the girl turned and ran into the kitchen. He recognized the girl immediately. It was Auntie Xiaohua's daughter, the landlady's own child. He hadn't realized she'd grown so much. After the apocalypse began in his previous life, he hadn't seen this little girl again. At that moment, Yin Xiaokuan also noticed Lu Yu looking elsewhere. He followed his gaze and caught sight of that heartwarming scene. Even though he was usually carefree and easygoing, witnessing this still stirred something within him. Xiao Yu, Yin Xiaokuan suddenly asked in a hoarse whisper, do you think these ordinary people, who know nothing of this, deserve to die?
Chapter 139, Flattery.
Lu Yu froze at the question, his gaze shifting to Yin Xiaokuan. Watching the landlady whisper to her daughter, the little girl's innocent, carefree smile, and the diners eating and chatting cheerfully, an inexplicable urge surged within Yin Xiaokuan. He wanted to tell these people that the apocalypse was upon them.
Xiaokuan. Don't be impulsive. Don't do something foolish. Doing this won't help him, it might even get you killed.
Lu Yu saw through Yin Xiaokuan's thoughts, grabbed his arm firmly, and said in a low, stern voice.
Are we just supposed to stand by and watch this happen without lifting a finger?
Yes, we're safe now, but these people shouldn't have to suffer. Yin Xiaokuan's emotions were unstable, yet he struggled to maintain control. Seeing this, Lu Yu pressed down on his arm, both of them falling silent. Since his rebirth, Lu Yu had pondered this issue deeply. He'd considered every conceivable approach to save more lives, if not directly intervening for each person, then at least warning them before disaster struck, so they wouldn't be caught utterly unprepared. Yet, no matter how many dozens or even hundreds of solutions he devised, he always hit a wall at the final hurdle. That final hurdle was the powerful factions already possessing martial artists. They permitted the populace to know about the spiritual energy revival, but absolutely forbade the emergence of uncontrollable martial artists outside their ranks.
Wasn't that lame uncle the perfect example? Submit or be eliminated.
Those like Zhongli, who were uncooperative and troublesome to handle, were simply placed under surveillance.
The moment they made any misstep, the authorities would request the deployment of even greater force to eliminate them.
The reason Zhang Li remains unharmed now is precisely because his own strength is formidable.
Yet even so, his power is insufficient to openly defy those above him in a direct confrontation.
Thus, he can only be watched and monitored, his movements restricted to the small area around the hotel.
This is the extent of their control.
If Lu Yu were to leak information about the revival of spiritual energy or impending disasters, the first to know would never be ordinary people, it would be those in power. If he were truly discovered, how could Lu Yu possibly cover it up? These were all factors he had to consider. Yin Xiaokuan watched Lu Yu's expression, growing silent as his emotions gradually settled. He knew that what he'd just said was merely wishful thinking, a momentary outburst of frustration. Lu Yu had already struggled immensely just explaining this to him and his parents, and even they remained skeptical.
How could an ordinary person possibly believe a stranger warning them that the end of the world was nigh? Any normal person wouldn't believe such an outlandish story.
Yet just now, witnessing these people and scenes, an inexplicable emotion welled up within him, surging and churning.
Perhaps it was amplified by his parents' lack of trust, magnifying his feelings exponentially. But if he were to save these people, who would save him?
Yin Xiaokuan felt he couldn't be so selfish. Seeing Yin Xiaokuan's dejected expression, Lu Yu understood his pain all too well. He knew the helplessness and agony of wanting to protect something yet being powerless to do so. The old Lu Yu lacked the ability and strength to act, but now, it was all about reservations. After a long pause, Yin Xiaokuan patted Lu Yu's arm and offered a faint smile.
I'm fine. Don't worry. I won't do anything reckless.
Lu Yu studied his expression, hesitated, then withdrew his hand.
That's good.
Yin Xiaokuan nodded, and the subject was dropped.
Instead, they chatted about other trivial matters and amusing anecdotes.
As Lu Yu chatted with him, he couldn't help but sigh softly to himself. He knew his brother wasn't some saintly character, he simply valued relationships deeply and had a soft heart, nothing more. Truthfully, Lu Yu was much the same. But unlike Yin Xiaokuan, Lu Yu still managed to appear more rational and composed.
He wouldn't act on emotion and feelings like Yin Xiaokuan sometimes did.
He forced himself to stay composed and think things through. Just as Lu Yu and Yin Xiaokuan were chatting, the hot pot bases they'd ordered earlier were brought out by the owner, who'd been busy in the kitchen. It was a pot of steaming broth, one fiery red with chile, the other bright red with tomato.
Take your time, kids. If you need more, just tell Uncle it's on the house.
After placing the pot, the owner was even more enthusiastic than his wife earlier. Turning to Yin Xiaokuan, he added, Yin, if there's anything you want, just ask.
No need to be polite here. Thanks, Uncle.
Yin Xiaokuan replied.
No big deal. Take your time. I'll be right back. The owner smiled. He recognized Yen Xiaoquan too.
After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lu Yu, he hurried back to the kitchen to tend to other duties.
The large table and numerous seats were occupied only by Lu Yu and Yen Xiaoquan.
The iron pot on the table bubbled and churned. Though the surrounding din of other patrons chatting filled the air, their corner suddenly fell silent. It felt as if this small space had become a world unto itself.
Neither Lu Yu nor Yen Xiaoquan made a move first.
They simply stared at the boiling broth in the pot, churning relentlessly like the turbulent waves within their own minds. Fortunately, both the owner and his wife were busy at the moment, and no one noticed the unusual atmosphere between the two. Otherwise, if the owner's wife had seen it, she would surely have come over to help them turn down the heat, which would have interrupted their thoughts.
After a long moment,
Lu Yu suddenly lifted his head slightly to look at Yen Xiaoquan, a look of both laughter and tears appearing on his face as he said, "Xiaoquan, I have to admit, you've successfully convinced me." Yen Xiaoquan froze at the words, his eyes meeting Lu Yu's with a hint of delight.
"That's exactly it. We only have these 2 days anyway. Even if those people are keeping a tight watch, after such a huge incident, they won't have time to worry about this." You've got a point, damn it. But we still need a solid plan. Otherwise, it might backfire, lulling them into complacency and causing even bigger trouble."
Lu Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
"I know that. That's why I have you. Look, with such a smart and capable brother like me, we can do whatever we want, right?"
Yen Xiaoquan's heart leapt with joy, and he clumsily flattered Lu Yu with a rainbow-colored compliment, a bad habit he'd picked up from who knows where.
Chapter 140, Mei.
Lu Yu saw the joy on Yen Xiaoquan's face and couldn't help but feel a little infected by it. He too wanted to do more within his means, but his capabilities were simply too limited to handle everything.
"Xiaoquan, don't get too excited just yet.
Let me be clear up front, regardless of whether this succeeds or has any effect, if any uncontrollable risks arise, I'll immediately distance myself from it and prioritize protecting us."
"You need to understand that." Lu Yu's expression turned serious.
Yen Xiaoquan froze at the words, his mind racing with doubts about whether they should proceed.
"I understand," he replied. "We should only take on what we can handle. But, if this proves too difficult, maybe we should just let it go." Hearing Lu Yu's pragmatic words, Yen Xiaoquan felt a twinge of hesitation.
Lu Yu smiled slightly at his reaction.
"Alright, since I agreed to it, let's give it a shot. It can't hurt. As long as we protect ourselves, maybe it'll turn out like you said, those people won't even have time to bother with these guys?"
At first glance, this reasoning seemed plausible, but upon closer inspection, it felt rather hollow, a gamble, really. Given the intensity of oversight Lu Yu had previously observed, thinking this way would likely lead to failure.
So why did Lu Yu agree to Yen Xiaoquan's plan? Lu Yu had his own plan. "Alright, I'll follow your lead. Whatever you say, I'll do. Even if it doesn't work out in the end, it's fine. You must have your reasons.
We've known each other for so long, I know exactly what kind of person you are.
I trust you,"
Yen Xiaoquan said solemnly. Lu Yu looked into his brother's eyes. The unadulterated sincerity shining there touched him deeply and warmed his heart. After all these years of struggling through the apocalypse, Lu Yu hadn't encountered such pure loyalty. He thought Li Momo was the only one left in his world, but in the end, she betrayed him too. Unless you've experienced betrayal, unless you've felt that loneliness where the entire world seems to have abandoned you, with no one to confide in, it's hard to truly understand. Fortunately, fate had granted him a second chance, allowing him to possess it once more.
"I believe in you too,"
Lu Yu declared suddenly, his gaze fixed on Yen Xiaoquan as a smile spread across his face. The two brothers shared a knowing smile. In the years to come, they would continue their journey together. No one knew what the future held, but as long as the people he cared about were by his side, even if the future turned out terrible, it somehow felt bearable.
"Alright, enough about that. Let's eat. This soup's been bubbling for ages." Lu Yu slightly lowered the pot's heat and said to Yen Xiaoquan, Eat.
Yen Xiaoquan's gaze shifted to the pot as well, instantly putting the earlier matter behind him. Nothing in this world could compare to good food, anything else could wait until after eating. And so, the brothers dug in without restraint. About 20 or 30 minutes later, having eaten their fill, Lu Yu got up to pay the bill. At the counter, the owner was still bustling about, business booming. Lu Yu approached the counter and waited nearly a minute before stepping up to the owner. Looking at her, he said, "Auntie Xiaohua, I'll take care of the bill." Sure. The owner paused upon seeing Lu Yu, glanced back at the table he'd just vacated, then looked at him again. "Are you full? How was the food?" "Pretty good. Tastes just like it used to," Lu Yu replied with a smile. "That's good. You need to eat and drink well to do well on tomorrow's exam. Otherwise, your brain won't keep up," the owner joked. She fiddled with the cash register system, then looked up at Lu Yu. "Your table came to 134.5 yuan total, not counting drinks. I'll give you a 40% discount, making it 80.7 yuan. I'll charge you 79.9 yuan. Scan code or cash? Auntie Xiaohua, please include the drinks. Running a business isn't easy for you either," Lu Yu said. He knew this shop operated on a low-margin, high-volume model. He and Yen Xiaoquan had eaten quite a lot earlier, and such a deep discount would mean a loss for them.
The owner smiled. It's fine. It's not like it happens often, just occasionally. Besides, you have exams coming up soon, right? Auntie here is just hoping for a bit of good luck. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, about to speak. Just then, the owner's daughter ran over, wrapped her arms around her mother's waist, and called out, "Mom!" "Oh!" The owner looked down, a happy smile spreading across her face. She ruffled her daughter's hair, then turned to Lu Yu and said, "Mimi, look who's here." The little girl called Mimi turned her head and saw Lu Yu standing there. She had spotted him earlier. Lu Yu often came to this shop to eat and had seen her before. He remembered that when he first met her, she was very young and short, but now she was already as tall as his waist. "Did you call him brother Lu Yu?" the shopkeeper's wife asked. "Lu Yu. Brother." Mimi called softly, her face flushing slightly with shyness. "You little thing," the shopkeeper said. "You used to call me brother all the time so I'd buy you candy. Why are you so shy now?" Mimi buried her head in her mother's waist and said nothing. The shopkeeper's wife sighed helplessly, turning to Lu Yu. "This child gets shyer as she grows up." "Heh, don't take it personally, little Yu." "Not at all. I went through the same thing." Lu Yu replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, as his gaze swept over the little girl named Mimi, he caught a familiar scent. This was the aura of spiritual energy. Lu Yu froze, his eyes snapping shut before slowly reopening. He looked at Mei Mei and saw that she was coated in a thick layer of spiritual energy. There were also signs of it within her body far more than in anyone else. Could it be that Mimi possessed a natural talent for cultivating inner strength? It was well known that ordinary people today lacked cultivation techniques to draw upon, making it extremely difficult to absorb spiritual energy and transform it into qi. Those who accidentally absorbed excessive spiritual energy and converted it into qi were either individuals who happened to be repeatedly struck and cleansed by spiritual energy clusters, allowing them to cultivate qi, or those with decent natural talent who produced qi after a single exposure to spiritual energy. However, such people were rare. Aside from Yi Qingcheng, it was unlikely anyone else could achieve this. That lame old man named Zhongli, lacking any cultivation techniques, relied on sheer coincidence being repeatedly washed by spiritual energy to generate a trace of inner strength. Then, driven by the murder of his daughter by a beast and finding no avenue for vengeance, he channeled sheer determination to cultivate that inner strength entirely on his own. Chapter 141, Scheming. Though this tale sounds remarkably inspiring, a moment's reflection reveals such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Otherwise, martial artists would be commonplace everywhere, not as rare as they are now. "Xiao Yu, what's wrong?" Yen Xiaoquan tugged Lu Yu's sleeve discreetly and whispered. Only then did Lu Yu snap back to reality. With a clear gaze, he replied, "Nothing. Little Yu, do your best tomorrow. Auntie is counting on you to bring home good news, get top grades, get into a great university, and maybe you can even take care of my Mei Mei." The landlady, oblivious to Lu Yu's distraction, said cheerfully. Lu Yu nodded. "Sure." Turning to Mei Mei, he smiled. Hee, little sister, study hard. You'll make something of yourself someday." Nini looked at Lu Yu blankly, not understanding what he meant. The landlady, hearing this, beamed with delight. "Well, I'll take your words as good luck. We'll all benefit from it." Lu Yu smiled faintly. Then, turning to the landlady, he suddenly said, "Auntie Xiaohua, I have something I'd like to discuss with you." "Huh?" The landlady froze. Yen Xiaoquan, hearing this, slowly backed away a few steps. Lu Yu and the landlady then entered the back kitchen. The three of them, Lu Yu, the landlady, and the landlord, spent over 10 minutes talking about something. Only after a good 20 minutes did Lu Yu emerge, calm and composed. The owner and his wife stood there looking utterly bewildered. "Let's go back and figure out how to handle that matter," Lu Yu said softly as he walked over to Yen Xiaoquan. Yen Xiaoquan nodded. "All right." Soon after, the two left the small shop, got into the car, and drove to Lu Yu's home. His parents and older sister weren't there, making it easier to do certain things. Before long, they arrived home. It was still early, before school dismissal time. Yi Qingcheng was still at school and would likely take a while longer to leave. Lu Yu decided to first discuss with his brother how to leak the news. The front door locked, the living room lit, Lu Yu and Yen Xiaoquan sat on the sofa. Spread across the table were sheets of paper and 2 pens as they mapped out their plan. Lu Yu meticulously listed every potential obstacle and complication they might encounter, laying it all out clearly on the paper. "These are the problems we'll face doing this?" Yen Xiaoquan only skimmed through it briefly, yet was already deeply shocked. He had anticipated resistance, but never imagined it would be this thorny. Behind each proposed approach lay dire consequences. Discovery or investigation would almost certainly lead to arrest or silencing. The more Yen Xiaoquan read, the more his heart sank. Phew! Finally finished. Lu Yu set down his pen and exhaled deeply. He looked at the 2 or 3 sheets of A4 paper on the table, each filled to the brim, and felt quite satisfied. He had been writing so intently that he hadn't even heard Yen Xiaoquan speak. "Xiao Yu, is this really that dangerous?" Yan Xiaoquan asked. Lu Yu looked at Yan Xiaoquan and nodded. Pretty much. That's just how things are now. If the apocalypse hadn't disrupted the balance, ordinary folks like us probably wouldn't have learned about the spiritual energy revival for decades. Yan Xiaoquan's expression darkened slightly. He had only heard Lu Yu mention how serious it was before, and hadn't fully grasped the gravity of it. But seeing all these details laid out before him now, it hit him like a ton of bricks. So, it's this serious, Yan Xiaoquan said solemnly, feeling a twinge of regret over his earlier decision. Seeing this, Lu Yu reached out and patted his brother's shoulder. Once a decision is made, there's no looking back. Yan Xiaoquan froze. Lu Yu refocused his gaze on the table as his mind began racing. His agreement to Yan Xiaoquan's request wasn't solely driven by sentiment or sympathy, other considerations weighed heavily on his mind. Initially, he hadn't exposed the spiritual energy revival because he feared those above him. Thus, the idea had never crossed his mind, not even after establishing the infinite return contract system with Yi Qingcheng. But, during dinner, Yan Xiaoquan's words had inadvertently unlocked his thinking. Martial artists were scarce now, and their scarcity persisted even after the apocalypse. The reason was that the wave of disasters before the apocalypse had wiped out a huge number of people. Had the casualties from the initial catastrophe and the subsequent 3 months of extreme weather been less severe, the number of martial artists in later generations would undoubtedly have been tenfold greater. This was almost self-evident, one could easily deduce it with a moment's thought. This led Lu Yu to ponder another question: if more of these individuals had survived, the factions attempting to monopolize the extraordinary power of martial artists might not have secured their positions so firmly. For Lu Yu personally, it didn't matter much. With the future Empress Yi Qingqing's aid, he could sweep through any opposition. But for the entire human race, every additional warrior meant one more glimmer of hope. Yes. Yan Xiaoquan's words reminded Lu Yu, within his capabilities, he should do something for the world. Of course, this would also benefit Lu Yu himself. At the very least, he wouldn't face a monolithic, entrenched power structure in the future. Instead, he'd stand alongside the masses, representing the common people. Thinking about it, it was quite thrilling. Yan Xiaoquan watched Lu Yu from the side. Seeing him silent, he dared not interrupt, knowing Lu Yu's sharp mind, far sharper than his own, would surely devise a solution. All he could do was stand guard, wait, and ensure no other factors disturbed Lu Yu. Once a person becomes completely immersed in a task, they scarcely notice the passage of time. Lu Yu was no exception. After an unknown span of time, Lu Yu suddenly snapped out of his reverie. His dark eyes gleamed as he looked at Yan Xiaoquan and declared, "Got it." "Huh? What?" Yan Xiaoquan, who had been waiting until he was nearly dozing off, jolted awake. "I said I have a solution," Lu Yu explained. "But I'll need your help with this." Yan Xiaoquan perked up. "How?" "Come here, I'll tell you." Lu Yu beckoned. As Yan Xiaoquan approached, he leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You can do it like this, and also like this." Yan Xiaoquan listened, his expression shifting from initial confusion to growing clarity. He sat up straight, his eyes brightening. Excitedly, he said to Lu Yu, "That's brilliant, Xiao Yu. That's a great idea. Doing it this way, not only will the message spread, but people will believe us too. Plus, it'll be really hard for the higher-ups to trace our information." Lu Yu nodded. "Right, but there are still a few challenges with this approach." Chapter 142, School Gate. "What difficulties?" Yan Xiaoquan asked, as Lu Yu hadn't mentioned any potential problems earlier. Lu Yu paused, then shook his head. "Never mind. Just remember what I told you. Get moving on it. I need your response tonight at the latest." "So rushed?" Yan Xiaoquan was taken aback. Lu Yu nodded. "The college entrance exams start tomorrow. There won't be any time during the day, only tonight will be free. But the disaster strikes the day after tomorrow. If you don't set aside a full day tomorrow for preparations, are you sure this can be completed before noon the day after tomorrow?" Yan Xiaoquan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Lu Yu continued, "For something this significant, the more buffer time we have, the better. That way we can run through the plan multiple times before the event to catch any flaws." "I understand." Yan Xiaoquan nodded urgently. Lu Yu smiled, looking at Yan Xiaoquan. "Brother, get ready. Our time is coming." Then, Lu Yu chatted with Yan Xiaoquan for a while longer, double-checking some details. Finding no major issues, Yan Xiaoquan finally drove away from Lu Yu's house. Lu Yu didn't idle either. Glancing at the time, he knew Yi Qingcheng would be getting out of school soon. He took his sister's red compact car and drove to the gates of Ruzhou No. 1 High School. By now, dusk had fully settled over the sky. Small groups of students trickled out of the building. Inside the car, Lu Yu peered through the window at the school entrance. He had just sent Yi Qingqing a text, agreeing to wait for her at the school entrance. Moments later, Lu Yu spotted Yi Qingqing walking out alone. Several younger students passing by couldn't help but stop and stare. The moment he saw her, Lu Yu's heart seemed to skip a beat, his gaze fixed in awe. Beautiful. She was breathtakingly beautiful, beyond description.
Yi Qingcheng had always stood out among her peers for her looks and grace, but now, after cultivating her inner energy, she seemed like a completely different person. In her, Lu Yu saw confidence and inner strength. Vaguely, he thought he glimpsed the shadow of the peerlessly beautiful Empress of Burning Heaven from his past life. Lu Yu shook his head vigorously, snapping out of his reverie. Looking ahead once more, he found himself back at the entrance of First Middle School, where students were streaming out of the gates. Even now, when her strength isn't particularly formidable, she already carries the aura of a powerful being. Truly, she is destined to stand at the pinnacle as an unparalleled master. Lu Yu murmured to himself in admiration. He considered himself no slouch either. Mental fortitude had always been his strength. But his innate talent was undeniable. No matter how much he refused to admit it, it remained a fact.
What was the analogy?
Consider someone who appears poised and confident. Yet without genuine strength or wealth, they inevitably falter in certain situations. No amount of self-persuasion can alter this reality. Reality rarely bends to one's wishes. Conversely, if you possess both strength and wealth, even if you temporarily fall on hard times and feel fear, once you regain what you once had, you will stand where you truly belong. The former describes Lu Yu, while the latter represents Yi Qingcheng. Though to be precise, the former description applies to the Lu Yu of the past. Now that Lu Yu has awakened the system, that's another story entirely. Lu Yu saw Yi Qingcheng emerge from the workshop and was about to step forward to greet her. But at that moment, 2 or 3 men intercepted her. The one in the middle was Li Gong, Zhao Long's top lieutenant. Yi Qingcheng glanced up at the trio. Not recognizing them, she attempted to sidestep them.
Hold on, Miss Yi.
No need to rush off just yet, Li Gong interjected, extending an arm to block her path with a smile. Forced to halt, Yi Qingcheng furrowed her delicate brows.
Miss Yi, it's like this. I have a friend who'd like to meet you. Would you be so kind as to honor us with your presence? Li Gong asked with a smile.
Sorry, I don't want to meet them, Yi Qingcheng refused without hesitation.
She didn't know Li Gong. Hearing this, Li Gong didn't lose heart. He kept smiling as he said, Ms. Yi, don't refuse so bluntly. Give it a chance. My friend is very sincere. I don't know that person, and I certainly don't know you. Why should I go? Yi Qingcheng asked. Li Gong paused, then chuckled. Don't people start out as strangers? You get to know each other after meeting a few times. Besides, you've probably already met my friend. He helped you out last time, didn't he?
Yi Qingcheng froze slightly.
Who?
Zhao Long, young Master Zhao. Li Gong straightened up slightly as he spoke.
Zhao Long?
Yi Qingcheng suddenly recalled that when Kai Fong falsely accused her of stealing money, someone by that name had spoken up for her, and he was even from the neighboring class.
She just hadn't paid much attention to him.
Zhao Long's name was notorious throughout the school.
His scandalous rumors outnumbered those of any popular idol. Yi Qingcheng couldn't possibly be unaware.
This Li Gong before her must be one of Zhao Long's people, otherwise, he wouldn't be telling her all this. With that thought, Yi Qingcheng replied, if it's Zhao Long, I should know him. But since I'm not close with him, I have neither the need nor the obligation to meet him.
Thank you. With that, she turned to leave. Yi Qingcheng sidestepped Li Gong, preparing to leave.
Li Gong's expression shifted slightly, his heart sinking. He reached out to grab Yi Qingcheng's arm, but suddenly, a strong, powerful hand seized his own. Li Gong froze, turning his head to look. Before him appeared a face that looked harmless as a lamb, smiling warmly at him.
Lu Yu. Why are you here? Li Gong exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yu released his arm and asked with a smile, why shouldn't it be me? But you took leave and weren't supposed to be here.
You?
Li Gong began to speak.
Lu Yu said,
so you found out I took leave, and that's why you came to harass my girlfriend, is that it?
The moment he spoke, the entire room fell silent.
Li Gong and the other two looked utterly dumbfounded. Could Yi Qingcheng really be Lu Yu's girlfriend? What? The campus beauty has a boyfriend now? No way. Ah. I'm so jealous.
Stop being jealous. Look who her boyfriend is before you get jealous. It's Senior Lu Yu. The surrounding juniors murmured among themselves.
Bull. What we do doesn't depend on you.
Stop trying to make yourself look important.
Li Gong retorted coldly. Heh, we're just chatting. What's the rush? Lu Yu asked with a smile. Behind Li Gong, 2 henchmen stepped forward. You dare start something at the school gate? Don't you want to take your exams tomorrow? Lu Yu glanced at the 2 men and asked indifferently. Chapter 143, The Stalker. Lu Yu, are you threatening me? Li Gong swept his gaze around the area and asked coldly.
Lu Yu replied calmly, if you think so, then it is. Li Gong's gaze darkened as he stared at Lu Yu, momentarily speechless.
He wasn't worried about passing the exam. Even if he failed, he could still rely on Zhao Long to keep him fed.
So even if they kicked him out tomorrow, no matter how many people were here, he couldn't care less. But he couldn't bring disgrace upon Zhao Long. He could play dirty tricks behind the scenes, but not so openly. Today, Zhao Long had sent him to pick up Yi Qingcheng discreetly, yet he hadn't expected Lu Yu to step in at this moment. After speaking, Lu Yu paid no heed to Li Gong's thoughts. He simply took Yi Qingqing's hand and led her away from the crowd, drawing murmurs of envy from those around them. Li Gong had intended to step forward and stop Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing, but hesitated, fearing it might leave a negative impression of Zhao Long in Yi Qingqing's eyes. After much internal struggle, he ultimately let them go. "Let's go." Li Gong's face darkened as he led his 2 bodyguards away from the crowd. The moment he got into the car, he dialed Zhao Long's number. "Hello?" The phone rang for a moment before a voice answered. "Brother Zhao, it's me, Li Gong." Li Gong stated. "I know. What's up? Did you pick her up?" came the reply. Li Gong replied, "No. I timed it perfectly, waiting for Yi Qingqing to come out so I could take her over. I never expected Lu Yu to show up." "Lu Yu?" "Yeah. I heard he took the day off and wasn't supposed to be at school. Who knew he'd show up this late? From the looks of it, he was here to pick up Yi Qingqing too." Li Gong explained. The line fell silent. Though no words were spoken, Li Gong could sense the rage building on the other end. "Brother Zhao, the rumors at school might be true. Yi Qingqing really is with that Lu Yu." Li Gong recalled what Lu Yu had said earlier and steeled himself to speak. Another long silence followed before the voice on the line snapped. "This Lu Yu, doesn't he know his place?" Li Gong dared not respond. The voice on the line continued. "I warned him before, don't try to steal women from this young master. Looks like he didn't take my words to heart. So what do you think?" Li Gong asked. The voice on the line declared, "Teach him a lesson. Make him remember who Zhao Long is." With that, the line went dead, replaced by a busy tone. Li Gong wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately ordered one of his drivers, "Get in the car. Follow Lu Yu's vehicle." "Got it," the driver replied, starting the car and tailing behind. Li Gong stared at the road ahead, his mind racing. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and began calling for backup. Meanwhile, Lu Yu drove Yi Qingqing home, unaware of the tail following them. Yi Qingqing sat in the passenger seat, her cheeks flushed. Her heart still pounded wildly from the incident at the school gate, refusing to settle. She couldn't explain why. Normally, she remained composed and calm, but whenever she saw Lu Yu, especially when he spoke those words to her in public, she felt an uncontrollable blush rise. Lu Yu was focused on driving and missed Yi Qingqing's subtle expression. He asked, "Qingqing, how's your studying going? Any difficult parts?" "Yes, but after you explained it to me the other day, most of it is clear now," Yi Qingqing replied. Lu Yu smiled faintly. "That's great, isn't it?" "It's okay," Yi Qingqing said. "If the kind of thing you mentioned doesn't happen, then what I'm reviewing might still be useful. But if the world really ends, then no matter how well I do on the exam, it won't matter at all." "It's not quite like that," Lu Yu replied softly. "Anything you do has meaning. It's just a matter of whether it's good or bad, and when it proves useful, that's all there is to it." "You always find these words to comfort me," Yi Qingqing murmured softly. "You don't need to say them, I understand. I was just saying." Recently, Lu Yu had poured considerable effort into guiding Yi Qingqing, preparing her for the impending apocalypse, teaching her about martial arts, cultivation, and how to control inner energy. Lu Yu held back almost nothing. He shared nearly everything he knew with Yi Qingqing. After all, the stronger she became, the stronger he would be too. Helping her was helping himself. While the knowledge Lu Yu possessed wasn't top secret, it was profound enough to profoundly impact Yi Qingqing at this stage. During their conversation, Yi Qingqing had asked Lu Yu how he came to know all this. Lu Yu told her it came from a dream he had been having for a very, very long time. Lu Yu smiled at her words but said nothing more. He stepped on the gas pedal, and soon they arrived at the residential complex. He asked, "Auntie has already taken shelter in the safe house. Would you like to stay at my place for a couple of days?" "Huh?" Yi Qingqing froze. Seeing her astonished expression, Lu Yu immediately realized she might have misunderstood. "No, what I meant was, you probably don't have many daily necessities or food at your place. At mine, there's plenty. It'll be fine for a couple of days." "No, that's too much trouble. I'll just stay at my own place," Yi Qingqing replied. Seeing her response, Lu Yu didn't press further. "All right then. I'll walk you home. If you need anything, just call me directly. Don't hesitate." "All right." Yi Qingqing nodded lightly. 1 minute later, Lu Yu safely delivered Yi Qingqing home. After watching her go upstairs, he turned his car around to head back. But before he could even reach halfway, 3 cars pulled up side by side, blocking his path. Lu Yu slammed on the brakes, bringing his car to a halt. He frowned slightly as he stared ahead. The door of the middle car swung open. Li Gong leaped out and strode toward Lu Yu's vehicle. 3 others followed him out of the same car. 5 more emerged from the 2 flanking vehicles. In the blink of an eye, 14 men surrounded Lu Yu's car, closing in. The moment Lu Yu saw Li Gong, he understood what was happening. These people had been following him all along. "Lu Yu, step out for a chat." Li Gong stood before the group, calling out to Lu Yu inside the car. Lu Yu's expression remained unchanged as he turned off the engine and stepped out of the car. "What's the deal? What do you mean?" "Ha! What do you mean? You've forgotten everything Brother Zhao told you earlier, haven't you?
Li Gong said with a forced smile. Oh? What did he say? Lu Yu blinked innocently. He wasn't being provocative, he genuinely had forgotten. Chapter 144, Are you this cheap? Does your girlfriend know? Perhaps Lu Yu didn't mean it that way, but to Li Gong's ears, it sounded like a slap in the face. After all, he'd been present when Zhao Long had threatened Lu Yu last time. And now this kid claims he forgot? What else could it be but provocation? Lu Yu, do you think saying this makes you seem funny? Li Gong's smile vanished. Lu Yu shook his head, unwilling to dwell on the issue. He changed the subject. You guys were secretly following me. What do you want? Li Gong sneered coldly. You're hopeless at reading this situation. Brother Zhao said he'd teach you a lesson, give you a taste of what's coming so you'd open your eyes and see who really calls the shots in Ruzhou. Who's in charge? Don't tell me it's Zhao Long. Lu Yu asked in shock. You'll find out soon enough. Li Gong stared expressionlessly at Lu Yu, his hands gesturing forward in a slight wave. The 13 men beside him advanced almost simultaneously, closing in on Lu Yu. Yet the latter showed no panic, his expression even tinged with amusement. If they had come looking for trouble earlier, Lu Yu might have had some concerns. But now, he had made all necessary preparations. The infinite return contract was established, and he had cultivated a thread of inner strength within his body. There was nothing left for him to worry about. He could throw caution to the wind and go all out. It had been a while since he'd last fought, and his limbs felt a bit rusty. Still putting on airs? Li Gong's expression turned cold as he muttered under his breath. Wait till I beat you half paralyzed, see if you can still act then. As the dozen men closed in and Lu Yu refused to retreat, the tension thickened. Just as the confrontation seemed about to erupt, a deep rumbling sound echoed from the distance, growing louder. The dozen men froze, turning their heads. A seemingly ordinary car approached, yet its engine roared with surprising power and speed. It surged forward, coming to a smooth halt behind the three vehicles. It seemed to be heading straight for them. The door opened. A young woman with perfectly sculpted lines and a commanding presence stepped out. She casually slammed the door shut, then vaulted over the three parked cars with one hand, striding toward them. Is this a fight? Li Gong and the others froze, unsure who this person was. Lu Yu was also surprised to see her. He recognized her, he had called her himself but hadn't expected to encounter her here. Then, someone in the crowd recognized her. Approaching Li Gong, they whispered, Brotherly, that's Yang Fengyi, the captain of the first squad at Suxian police station. She's not someone you want to mess with. What? It's actually her? Li Gong's expression changed upon hearing this. Anyone in Ruzhou would know Yang Fengyi's name. She was the rising star of the iron-fisted police force over the past 2 years. Though a woman, she was every bit as capable as any man, having cracked numerous major cases. Ruzhou had long used her as a poster child for publicity. Li Gong had never met Yang Fengyi personally, but he knew her reputation well. He never imagined he'd run into the famous police officer in a place like this. Officer, hello. We weren't fighting, just a bunch of us hanging out and having fun. Li Gong reined in his arrogance, his tone suddenly much more polite. Having fun? Yang Fengyi glanced at the three cars blocking the road beside her and pointed. Does having fun require blocking traffic? Move aside. By the end of her sentence, her smile had vanished completely. Seeing this, Li Gong's heart began to race. He couldn't quite gauge Yang Fengyi's intentions or what she was up to. For now, he could only signal his men to move aside. At that moment, Lu Yu, who had been hiding deep within the crowd, inevitably revealed himself. Lu Yu looked at Yang Fengyi, raised his hand in a wave, and said, Hey, Captain Yang. What a coincidence we meet again. Yang Fengyi. The moment she saw Lu Yu, she felt a pang of regret. Had she known it was Lu Yu getting into trouble here, she definitely wouldn't have gotten involved. Officer, do you two know each other? Li Gong, seeing Lu Yu's reaction, was also a bit baffled and immediately asked Yang Fengyi. Acquaintances? Could she kick Lu Yu a couple of times? Seeing Lu Yu's smug expression, Yang Fengyi desperately wanted to say they didn't know each other. But then she remembered what Lu Yu had said on the phone when he called her over earlier. She forced herself to swallow the words on the tip of her tongue. We're acquainted. Yang Fengyi glanced at Lu Yu and gave a faint nod. Ha? We know each other? What the hell does that even mean? Li Gong and over a dozen brothers exchanged glances, looking at each other in confusion. Captain Yang, why not drop by my place for a cup of tea sometime? Lu Yu invited. Yang Fengyi eyed Lu Yu, who looked like a petty man reveling in his small triumph, and found him utterly infuriating. Yet she managed to restrain herself. Turning to Li Gong and the others, she asked, Is this your vehicle? Yes. Li Gong replied. Move them out of the way. Yang Fengyi commanded, leaving no room for argument. Li Gong. No matter how powerful an individual might be, on the soil of Great Xia, no one dared to defy department personnel, especially those from the police department. This particular officer showed no leniency to anyone. And so, Li Gong and his crew, who had arrived with such aggressive intent toward Lu Yu, immediately returned to their vehicles to move them before any confrontation could even begin. Under the watchful eyes of Li Gong and his crew, Lu Yu and Yang Fengyi drove off separately. Left behind, Li Gong and his group stood rooted to the spot, utterly flustered. Just then, Li Gong's phone rang. "Hello? Did you handle it?" the voice on the other end asked. Li Gong stammered, "Not quite." The voice on the other end frowned. "What do you mean, not quite?" Li Gong explained, "Brother Zhao, this matter came up unexpectedly. I'll explain when I get back."
Meanwhile, Lu Yu didn't take Yang Fengyi to his place. Instead, he found a quiet bar, chose a secluded spot, and they sat down.
"What would you like to drink?" Lu Yu asked.
Yang Fengyi settled into her seat and replied calmly, "Whatever."
Lu Yu's expression shifted to one of understanding.
He snapped his fingers, summoning a waiter.
"Hello," he said, "2 lemonades, please." Yang Fengyi.
The waiter was quite professional.
After taking Lu Yu's order, he asked, "Is there anything else you'd like besides that?" Lu Yu replied, "Nothing else for now. Just that. If we need more later, we'll order then." The waiter nodded. "Understood.
I'll place your order now." After turning away, Yang Fengyi stared at Lu Yu for a long moment before finally asking, "Lu Yu, your girlfriend knows how stingy you are, right?"
"Oh, she knows. She actually likes it when I'm stingy."
"She says men like that are the ones who can afford to take care of their families," Lu Yu replied without batting an eyelid.
Yang Fengyi. Chapter 145, Seeking Help.
After a long, speechless pause, Yang Fengyi quietly asked, "All right, what do you need from me?" Lu Yu looked at her, hesitated for a moment, then said, "The day after tomorrow is the end of the world.
I need your help."
Yang Fengyi froze, staring at Lu Yu in disbelief.
What did you say? The end of the world?" "Yes." Lu Yu nodded, laying it out plainly. "You know I've invested immense effort and time building a shelter all to prepare for the impending disaster." "Impossible."
Yang Fengyi dismissed the notion flatly.
"The world ending out of nowhere? Do you even know what you're saying?" "I'm not lying. The day after tomorrow at noon is when the catastrophe strikes.
A blood-red sun will hang overhead, extreme weather will rage, spiritual energy will surge violently, and monstrous beasts will go berserk, gathering like a tidal wave to assault the cities.
Humanity will suffer countless casualties." Lu Yu explained. "What you're saying is utterly absurd. Even if it were true, do you understand modern high-tech weaponry? A single cluster bomb could eliminate countless beasts. Besides, the weather's been perfectly fine every day. Where's this extreme weather you describe?"
"Don't make up stories just to get me to meet you," Yang Fengyi said, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Lu Yu replied calmly, "I have my college entrance exams tomorrow. Why would I skip studying to come here just to tease you? If this weren't serious, I wouldn't have told you. Until today, I had no intention of discussing this with you."
"Then why bring it up now?" Yang Fengyi's expression softened slightly with interest. Lu Yu replied, "Because of my brother. He wants more people to survive. Before, I feared drawing attention from those above, so I never considered it. But now it's different because of you." "Me?" Yang Fengyi froze. Lu Yu smiled. "Exactly. The fact that you're a cultivator yet still move freely can only mean one thing: you have connections with those above. That gives you some protection from their targeting. Plus, you're an upright police officer. The common people trust you deeply. If we want to save more lives, you're our only hope." Yang Fengyi narrowed her eyes slightly. "You seem to know me quite well?" Lu Yu remained impassive. "All you need to know is that I mean you no harm." Yang Fengyi studied Lu Yu, momentarily speechless. From their first meeting at police headquarters, she found this man peculiar. At the time, she merely thought he lacked responsibility toward those around him. Later, she discovered his identity as a cultivator. Through investigation, she learned about Lu Yu's background and origins. She had assumed he was just someone who accidentally cultivated inner strength, but she never expected him to know so many secrets. So the question arose, was this guy really just an ordinary kid from an ordinary family? Seeing her deep in thought, Lu Yu didn't rush to press her for an answer. Such a weighty matter deserved careful consideration. After a moment of silence, Yang Fengyi asked, "What do you need me to do for you?" Lu Yu's heart stirred, but he remained composed as he replied, "I need to leverage your status to spread the word about this matter. That way, people can prepare and fewer lives will be lost." "You mean spread the news about the end of the world?" Yang Fengyi asked. Lu Yu nodded. "Yes. Are you out of your mind?" Yang Fengyi sneered coldly. "At a time like this, you tell me to announce the end of the world? Even if I believe you, how could anyone else possibly believe it? And what if you're wrong? What if nothing happens? Don't tell me it's enough to just trust you. I don't have that kind of faith in you." Her words were harsh and unpleasant, yet brutally realistic. If this turned out to be false, she wouldn't just face public skepticism, it would draw attention from higher-ups. An investigation could lead to consequences she couldn't even begin to imagine. No matter how she looked at it, the risks were enormous. No wonder she reacted this way. Lu Yu pondered her words for a moment before asking, "Where did you get the cultivation technique for refining your inner energy?" "Why do you ask?" Yang Fengyi countered. Lu Yu replied, "Just asking." Wanted to see if you have any connections behind you. Yang Fengyi replied, then you might as well abandon that notion. I'm not as well connected as you imagine. Besides, even if I did have connections, I couldn't possibly help you with this. Lu Yu shook his head. Not at all. I don't need your connections to help me. I said from the start I only need your assistance. Then what do you want? Yang Fengyi was confused, unsure of Lu Yu's intentions.
Lu Yu explained, what I mean is, if you know anyone higher up, you could try to find out if anything unusual has happened recently.
You mean? Yang Fengyi seemed to grasp something. Lu Yu smiled.
If your sources are reasonably well connected, you should be able to find out something. Yang Fengyi frowned slightly at his words. Anyway, you need to verify whether it's true or not. You can use your own methods to confirm it, but the disaster will strike the day after tomorrow.
If you wait too long, it will definitely be too late.
Plus, the college entrance exams are tomorrow. If this disaster news isn't sensational enough to grab people's attention, it won't have any effect. Lu Yu added a reminder, speaking slowly, also, whether you help or not, I'm going to spread the news.
Even if it doesn't work well, that's fine. After all, this is the extent of my ability. Hearing this, Yang Fengyi suddenly sneered, are you trying to goad me? Is that necessary? Lu Yu countered. You can doubt every word I say, but you can trust every action I take. Yang Fengyi's gaze grew uncertain. Could this youngster truly possess the ideological conviction to risk so much for something that offered him no direct benefit? Lu Yu smiled but remained silent. Moments later, the waiter brought over 2 glasses of lemonade, handed one to each of them, and then stepped back. At that moment, Yan Xiaokuan entered the shop. His gaze swept across the room, and he spotted Lu Yu. His face lit up with a smile as he strode over. But when he saw another person beside Lu Yu and a woman at that, he paused in surprise. Xiao Yu, who's this? Lu Yu introduced, this is Captain Yang from the Su Xian police station. Captain Yang? So this is the friend you mentioned?
Yan Xiaokuan paused, then quickly extended his hand.
Hello, Captain Yang. I'm Lu Yu's brother, Yan Xiaokuan.
Yang Fengyi glanced up at him, merely nodding in acknowledgement without further gesture. Seeing this, Yan Xiaokuan awkwardly withdrew his hand.
Chapter 146, A Blunder. Lu Yu explained, she's feeling a bit under the weather today.
Please bear with her.
Ha? Yan Xiaokuan froze. Yang Fengyi?
Lu Yu ignored her, patting the chair beside him and saying, sit down.
Oh. Yan Xiaokuan blinked and sat down. Lu Yu asked, how's the work coming along? Almost done. We followed your instructions exactly. The copy's edited, and we've secured accounts across various social media platforms, all highly influential ones. Though the numbers aren't huge, they'll definitely push Doomsday onto the trending topics list.
Yan Xiaokuan patted his chest confidently.
Lu Yu nodded.
This was exactly what he had anticipated.
Just then, Yang Fengyi suddenly interjected coldly, you two are discussing this openly in front of me? Aren't you afraid I'll have you both thrown in jail?
Lu Yu smiled wryly, replying half-jokingly, even if you did lock us up, it wouldn't change the situation.
It might even delay things. You decide what's more important.
If you want to arrest us, we'll have no choice but to surrender. Yan Xiaokuan listened to their exchange, feeling confused.
Wasn't this Captain Yang a friend of his brother's? Why would he want to arrest them? Yang Fengyi stood expressionless, arms crossed, neither confirming nor denying. Lu Yu stood up. The reason I called you here tonight is precisely about this matter.
You'll soon be able to verify whether what I say is true or false.
At midnight tonight, I'll spread the news. Oh, and if you change your mind along the way, you can come arrest us anytime. We'll be right here in Ruzhou, we won't go anywhere. With that, Lu Yu turned to Yan Xiaokuan. Xiaokuan, let's go. Oh, okay. Yan Xiaokuan rose somewhat dazed and followed Lu Yu out. Yang Fengyi watched their retreating figures.
After a moment's thought, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number she'd never initiated a call to before.
After a few rings, a lazy female voice answered. Hello? Little Fengyi? Teacher, it's me, Yang Fengyi said. Hearing Yang Fengyi's voice, the woman on the other end sounded delighted. What's up? Why did you suddenly think to call me? Missing your teacher?
Yang Fengyi found this warmth a bit overwhelming.
Teacher, I wanted to ask about something. Oh? What is it? Have there been any unusual occurrences with the beasts lately? Yang Fengyi asked directly. Ha? Abnormal? Who told you that?
The voice on the other end sounded surprised. Teacher, just tell me if there is or isn't, Yang Fengyi insisted. There was a pause on the other end before the voice replied, there have been some irregularities. The frequency of strange beasts appearing has increased recently, though it's still within manageable limits. We've already dispatched additional personnel to inspect those spatial fissures. Once we control the source of the spiritual energy, the issue with the strange beasts will naturally be resolved. Yang Fengyi froze slightly, murmuring to herself, so there really is. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly ask about this? Monitoring beast activity falls under the jurisdiction of the patrol division. Other departments rarely have access to that information. Did you encounter a beast within human inhabited areas? The voice on the other end inquired. Yang Fengyi replied, no, I just happened to hear some rumors. I don't know if they're true or not, so I came to ask you, teacher.
Rumors?
The voice paused, then asked, where would such rumors come from?
You don't know any other cultivators? Yang Fengyi replied, just something I overheard. Teacher, I'm fine now.
No need to worry. A soft sigh came from the other end. Little Fengyi, with your talent and aptitude, you shouldn't be confined to such a small place like Ruzhou. You should come to Changwu Academy for further training.
That incident from years ago, it's been so long now.
Even your cousin, whose talent doesn't match yours, has achieved something.
If you just let go a little, you could definitely.
Yang Fengyi cut in, teacher, please don't compare him to me.
I have my own path to walk.
A moment of stunned silence followed on the other end, broken only by a deep sigh. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan left the lounge and got into the car.
Yan Xiaokuan asked, Xiaoyu, is this friend you found reliable? Will she really help us? Lu Yu replied, she will. How can you be so sure? Yan Xiaokuan asked curiously.
Lu Yu recalled the scene from his previous life where Yang Fengyi had shed blood to protect the college entrance exam students, strengthening his conviction.
That's confidence, he said. Yan Xiaokuan. Lu Yu said, drive. Where to? Somewhere convenient where we can get word out, Lu Yu replied. Alright, I'll find a quiet spot.
Yan Xiaokuan nodded.
10 minutes later.
Yan Xiaokuan drove up to the entrance of the Regent Hotel.
Lu Yu, why did you drive here? Yan Xiaokuan replied, it's quiet here. Lu Yu. Quiet? It was indeed quiet, but the area was swarming with ears and eyes. Don't come here. Find another place. Lu Yu whispered. Yan Xiaokuan asked, why?
Lu Yu suppressed the urge to beat him senseless and was about to speak when Zhang Li emerged from the hotel carrying 2 large trash bags. He happened to pass in front of Yan Xiaokuan's car and caught sight of Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan. He froze in surprise.
Lu Yu.
At the same moment, inside a nearby vehicle that looked like a wreck, Zhang Li's actions were captured on camera.
The surveillance operator immediately zoomed in on the footage. The camera slowly panned toward the car. Spotting Zhang Li emerge, Liu decisively unbuckled his seatbelt, crouched down, and barked, Xiaokuan, drive. Let's go. Even if Yan Xiaokuan didn't know why, he knew what to do. He quickly started the car, slowly turned it around, and drove away as if nothing had happened. Zhang Li withdrew his gaze and casually tossed the trash aside. Inside the wrecked vehicle, the surveillance operator watched the footage and ordered, drone, follow them. See who's in that car. Roger, another operator replied, immediately taking control of the drone. Inside the car, Lu Yu whispered, don't panic. Just drive normally toward the Suxian police station. Don't answer me. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Yan Xiaokuan's forehead. His nerves were frayed, but he dared not utter a word. He drove toward the Suxian police station. When they were less than a kilometer away, suddenly, the drone following the car began swaying drunkenly in the air. After a moment of erratic flight, it abruptly plummeted from the sky. Chapter 147, Copywriting. Yan Xiaokuan, still driving, remained unaware of what had transpired. His expression tense, he gripped the steering wheel and pressed forward. Lu Yu, hiding beneath the car seat, was even more clueless about the situation. His actions were purely speculative. Zhang Li was under constant surveillance. When Lu Yu had left earlier, he despotted the small drone hovering outside the door. With the situation now tense, there was no way the surveillance would be relaxed. Lu Yu couldn't tell if he'd drawn the attention of those monitoring Zhang Li, but he was doing his utmost to avoid contact with them. His partnership with Zhang Li was built on shaky ground. If he drew too much of Zhang Li's firepower toward himself, the other party would inevitably change their plans. By then, Lu Yu would have no choice left. The car sped away, drawing ever closer to the Suxian police station. Lu Yu asked, Xiaokuan, how far is it to the police station? About 2 or 3 minutes, Yan Xiaokuan replied, eyes fixed on the road ahead, barely moving his lips a touch of that mission, impossible vibe. Hearing this, Lu Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. It's fine. No need to go to the station. Let's head to my place instead. Ha? Home? Yan Xiaokuan froze in surprise. Lu Yu nodded. Yes. Oh, okay. Yan Xiaokuan blinked, turned at the next intersection, and headed home. 10 minutes later. Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan arrived home. The moment they stepped inside, Yan Xiaokuan couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyu, what was that all about earlier? Why did things suddenly get so tense? Do you remember the owner of that hotel? Lu Yu paused before asking. Yan Xiaokuan replied, you mean the owner of the Legion Grand Hotel? Yes. Lu Yu nodded. Yan Xiaokuan said, of course I remember. That was the first time you took me to see those so-called exotic beasts. How could I possibly forget? Lu Yu explained, that shop owner has a bit of a history. He's already under surveillance. If we go there now, it'll draw attention. Yan Xiaokuan looked surprised. No way. Isn't he just running a business? With all those people coming and going, how could we possibly get noticed just passing by? Lu Yu said, better safe than sorry. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam.
Don't give those people any reason to cause trouble for us on this final day.
Yan Xiaokuan looked pensive. I think I get it now. I didn't know about this, otherwise It's not your fault.
I should have told you beforehand, Lu Yu said.
Yan Xiaokuan asked, so what do we do now?
They definitely saw the car model and license plate when it drove by.
If they're tracking us, they'll find us soon. Lu Yu replied, it's fine.
While the car is mine, they likely photographed you.
If they come looking, just say you were picking me up.
But I doubt they'll figure it out that quickly. Besides, we can give them something else to occupy themselves with.
What kind of trouble?
Yan Xiaokuan asked, puzzled. Those self-media accounts you found.
Lu Yu said. Show me the copy you wrote, and list all those self-media accounts. Let me see them. Yan Xiaokuan nodded immediately.
Got it. The two sat down on the sofa and buried their heads in sorting through data and materials. Lu Yu opened the files on his computer, carefully flipping through each page. The copy, written based on the information he provided, still didn't quite match his vision. He needed to make some minor adjustments.
Nearly an hour later,
Lu Yu had finished reviewing the copy and had also calibrated some of the phrasing according to his own ideas. He was confident that once this news was released, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir.
All done. Take a look. Lu Yu handed the notebook over.
Yan Xiaokuan glanced at it and was instantly struck by the thick apocalyptic atmosphere permeating every word. It felt as though the end of the world was truly imminent. A blood-red sun hangs in the sky, calamity descends upon the world, the planet faces destruction, extreme weather approaches, terrifying monsters slaughter humanity, and a brand new world is about to be born. If you believe this, you can choose to dig a shelter and stockpile 3 months' worth of supplies.
This will save your life and allow you to survive the apocalypse.
This was just one passage, yet it offered a glimpse into the text.
Later sections were interspersed with prophecies about the future.
Though called prophecies, they were actually events Lu Yu had experienced in his previous life. These accounts blend truth and fiction, 7 parts fabrication, 3 parts reality, yet they all converge on one undeniable truth, the impending arrival of the apocalypse.
Lu Yu couldn't tell how much impact these documents would actually have. Xiaokuan, are these self-media outlets you found reliable? Lu Yu asked.
Totally legit.
Yan Xiaokuan replied immediately.
They might not believe the content, but they'll definitely take on the project. Because even though it sounds alarmist, hidden at the end of the article is a soft ad promoting a game. The game itself didn't exist, it was purely a cover for the article's distribution.
Lu Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. Fine. Even if they're unreliable, it doesn't matter. As long as they don't sell us out over the next couple of days. Once the apocalypse hits, none of this will matter anyway.
Yan Xiaokuan nodded.
Yeah, I'll take your lead. Lu Yu examined the draft he'd prepared.
Use this. Have them publish it whether through text, video, or short skits. I want them to generate buzz by tomorrow.
Got it. I'll call them right now. Yan Xiaokuan pulled out his phone. At the Regent Hotel, the operator of the drone monitoring Zhang Li reported after the aircraft crashed, Sir, the Hummingbird drone was shot down by the police. The target has vanished. The operator monitoring the feed replied, drone destroyed. I'll report to Mr. Chen immediately. Yes, sir. The drone operator initiated the self-destruct sequence.
Meanwhile, the operator in charge of the feed dialed a landline and connected a call.
Moments later, the voice on the other end asked, what's going on? Reporting to Mr. Chen, we just detected an anomaly with a vehicle. This car was involved in that previous incident.
I request authorization to investigate the owner of this vehicle. The staff member stated. To his surprise, the person on the other end didn't seem particularly pleased upon hearing about the discovery. After a long silence, they said, no need for all that trouble. Just keep an eye on this Zhang Li. If he dares to leave the designated area, notify me immediately and eliminate him on the spot.
Chapter 148, College Entrance Exam Day.
At Lu Yu's home, while the brothers were still busily arranging these matters, Lu Yu suddenly received a call. He pulled out his phone and saw it was Yang Fengyi.
Lu Yu answered, good evening, Captain Yang. Calling so late, do you have any instructions?
There was a brief silence on the other end before she replied, prepare an official version of your documents. I can arrange for notarization, though it won't be too early, it'll be 2 hours before the apocalyptic disaster you mentioned begins.
Lu Yu chuckled at this, that timing is sufficient.
As long as everyone has enough time to prepare, I'll say this Captain Yang is a person of great compassion. You wouldn't stand by and watch such a disaster unfold. Lu Yu, don't get too excited just yet. If what you're predicting doesn't happen, I might lose my badge, but your future will be ruined for sure. The voice on the other end warned.
Lu Yu's smile vanished. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. That's best.
The voice on the other end hung up immediately after speaking. Lu Yu stared at the disconnected phone, rubbing his nose. He mused that she was as sharp as ever, but her agreement to help was already excellent news. This meant Lu Yu finally had a chance to pursue what he truly wanted to do.
That's it. The two worked late into the night, wrapping up all arrangements by around 11 or 12. Everything was set, all they needed now was for the win to come. The next day, college entrance exam day. For the people of Dacia, July 7th was an absolutely momentous and nerve-wracking day every year. On this day, everyone faced one of the most crucial exams of their lives. This exam held a different weight than the usual ones. After over a decade of grueling study, the goal was to achieve an outstanding result today, one that could rewrite their destiny and transform their lives. But for Liu Yu, this had never been a challenge. He had secured a guaranteed admission spot. If not for Li Momo, Liu Yu would likely have been a college student long ago, rather than needing to take this exam alongside everyone else now. But that didn't matter much anymore, because the world was about to change dramatically. Whether one scored high or low on the exam seemed to make little difference. Liu Yu, Yi Qingcheng, and Yan Shokuan gathered their exam materials and admission tickets, boarding a chartered bus that transported them to a junior high school in Suxian district, the venue for their college entrance exams. Their mindset was entirely different from the others. Their thoughts were completely focused on noon the following day. Though somewhat distracted, the sheer number of people present meant no one paid particular attention to their expressions or moods. Far away, Li Momo walked into the exam hall alone. When she saw Liu Yu and Yi Qingcheng chatting and laughing together, a surge of jealousy flared up inside her. Liu Yu should have been hers. How had Yi Qingcheng snatched him away? It was Yi Qingcheng's fault. She had stolen Liu Yu away. Li Momo stared at Yi Qingcheng's retreating figure as the flames of envy spread within her. She had lost so much all at once, everything was gone. Unable to bear the imbalance in her heart, she desperately needed someone to take the blame, someone to shoulder the responsibility for all this. She chose Yi Qingcheng. Meanwhile, Zhao Lon's crew also entered the exam hall. Upon seeing Liu Yu, their brows furrowed involuntarily. Yesterday, he had intended to deal with Liu Yu, but then some police captain had shown up and stopped everything. Now, he found Liu Yu increasingly unbearable. How dare he set his sights on the woman he wanted? At that moment, Li Gong leaned in and whispered, "Brother Zhao, this Liu Yu really has no sense of propriety. Why don't we deal with him after the exam today?" Zhao Long withdrew his gaze and replied coldly, "No need. It can wait a couple days." With the college entrance exams approaching, stirring up too much trouble now would be hard to contain. After the exams, I'll personally entertain him. Liu Yu and his group walked slightly ahead, completely unaware of the other developments. Even if Liu Yu had known, he wouldn't have cared much. Bring it on if you're not afraid to die. Candidates entered the campus, clutching their exam admission tickets as they made their way to the testing halls. The college entrance exams officially began. Outside the school gates, once all candidates had entered, the doors were locked tight. Signal jammers were also deployed throughout the campus to prevent cheating. Outside the school gates, parents, each hoping their child would become a dragon, waited anxiously, longing for their offspring to achieve outstanding results and bring home good news. Media crews, armed with cameras and lenses, had their equipment trained on the school gates, poised to capture the first post-exam updates. Nearly the entire nation of Dacia was captivated by the college entrance exams. Meanwhile, on the global internet, prominent bloggers began circulating a piece of copy. Like a viral outbreak, it spread like wildfire across foreign networks. Within Dacia, authoritative accounts and specialized vertical channels also disseminated a soft advertisement game, but its opening was entirely filled with apocalyptic prophecies. Getting a single piece of news in front of everyone required immense money. Hundreds of millions wouldn't be enough. Yan Xiaokuan definitely couldn't afford that. Moreover, his parents might not be willing to fund him to that extent. So what could he do? Liu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan turned to smaller, niche accounts for promotion. Additionally, forums and Tieba communities served as major channels. In other words, the budget wasn't solely spent on hiring major influencers, a significant portion went toward purchasing smaller accounts. The effect was undeniable. When these accounts coordinated their efforts, the resulting buzz rivaled that of exam season. At that moment, Liu Yu, busy filling out his exam paper, remained completely unaware of these developments. His phone had been confiscated, and he pushed those matters entirely out of his mind, focusing solely on his answers. Soon after completing both exams, Liu Yu stretched lazily and was the first to hand in his papers. The moment he stepped out of the school gate, a swarm of media rushed forward for interviews. "Hello, student. What's it like being the first to leave the exam hall? Student, are you confident about today's exam? What kind of results do you expect this year?" A sea of reporters swarmed forward, blocking Liu Yu's path. Liu Yu scanned the crowd, cleared his throat, and stated, "First, I want to thank my parents for giving me this life. Without them, I wouldn't have had the chance to take this exam. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Thank you. Goodbye." A group of reporters? Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Liu Yu drifted away, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 149, Signs Emerge. Though he said he was leaving, Liu Yu had no intention of actually departing. He still had to wait for Yi Qingcheng and Yan Xiaokuan. However, there was still some time before the second exam concluded, so he had a while to wait. Unhurried, he found a spot and opened the forum. He wanted to see how that matter was progressing online. Lu Yu scanned the displayed content. The trending score for The End of the World Approaches had shot straight to second place. This wasn't solely due to traffic within the Great Xia network. External sites had also contributed significant views. Though ranked second in popularity, the discussion volume still fell short of the college entrance exams. After all, the college entrance exam was clearly more important and far more credible than any so-called apocalypse. The choice was obvious to anyone. Lu Yu found this outcome not surprising at all. In fact, it felt perfectly normal. Because this wasn't his trump card. Tonight that was his ultimate move. After waiting quite a while, Yan Xiaoquan and Yi Qingcheng finally emerged, exiting at nearly the same time. Lu Yu immediately pulled both of them off to grab a bite, not mentioning a single thing about the incident. Meanwhile, outside the exam venue, Yang Fengyi had indeed been assigned to maintain order here. She was currently assigning tasks to her colleagues, her face expressionless, though a flicker of doubt had begun to stir within her. Sis. At that moment, the little girl called Yi suddenly tugged at Yang Fengyi's pant leg and asked. Yang Fengyi froze at the sound, looking down. Yi? What are you doing here? Before Yi could speak, Dong Gang beside her sighed helplessly. This child has been crying and clamoring to find you ever since you left. The entire police station was at a loss, so I had no choice but to bring her to you. Nonsense. Yang Fengyi frowned. I'm on a mission. Bringing a child here will only interfere with my work. The police station had been searching for this little girl's family, but so far, there had been no results. The girl, named Yi, was temporarily staying at the police station. Dong Gang tried to speak, but Yi cut in. Sis, don't be mad at Uncle Dong. It was me. I asked him to bring me here. Hearing this, the anger faded slightly from Yang Fengyi's face. She crouched down and said, Yi, your sister is working right now and is very busy. You and Uncle should go back to the police station. It's more convenient and safer there, okay? Yi shook her head. No, I don't want to. I want to stay with sister. Yang Fengyi was at a loss. Seeing this, Dong Gang immediately shot her a meaningful glance, as if to say, see? I didn't lie to you. At the restaurant, Lu Yu and the others came to eat, chatting about light-hearted topics without delving into anything else. Then they headed home to prepare for the next day's exam. Night fell quickly. Lu Yu turned on the TV at home and tuned to the weather forecast. Ruzhou, clear skies, 35 degrees Celsius. Strong ultraviolet radiation may cause sunburn. Residents are advised to take precautions. The forecast detailed numerous anomalies. Temperatures that should have been low suddenly soared, while those expected to be high plummeted abruptly. Ruzhou, where Lu Yu lived, was a prime example of this abnormal weather. Why? While summers here were usually scorching, they never reached absurdly high levels like 35°C. Tomorrow was indeed expected to be hotter than average for summer, but this was ridiculous. This was Lu Yu's trump card. Because in the copy Lu Yu wrote, he specifically addressed the issue of drastic climate shifts. And this very thing is happening for real. If one place is abnormal, it's an exception. But what if it's everywhere? What if it's happening all over the world? Even if you're the most rational person imaginable, could you still confidently insist there's no problem? Lu Yu knew he couldn't. He doubted others could either, for this is human nature. Humans are creatures who reflect and constantly adjust. Just as Lu Yu was watching the weather forecast, the internet erupted in heated debate. One group insisted the apocalypse was upon us, while another dismissed it as blatant nonsense. Some remained neutral, advocating for rational thought. Those convinced of its authenticity pointed to the weather forecast as proof, while skeptics stubbornly insisted it was all fake. This stirred up a storm. Though it didn't overshadow the college entrance exams, the level of discussion was undeniably high. Lu Yu glanced at the online buzz, a faint smile curling his lips. It was still early, and this level of attention was beyond his expectations. If it kept up like this, by tomorrow, it would definitely influence some people. Moreover, he held a trump card. Even if other regions remained unaffected, in Ruzhou, the impact would surpass that of any other part of Daxia. Of course. What happened next was beyond Lu Yu's control. Sleep. Rest. Prepare for tomorrow's calamity. Lu Yu yawned, grabbed his clothes, and headed for the shower. At the same time, above the Great Xia Empire, certain individuals had also taken notice of this news. However, the sheer volume of discussion made it difficult to trace the origin. After orders were issued to thoroughly investigate the source of the leak, forces in the shadows began to stir. The next day, Lu Yu prepared for the journey as if heading to school as usual, gathering his exam materials and waiting for Yi Qingcheng to join him. Before setting off, Lu Yu treated Yi Qingcheng to breakfast at their usual spot. As they parted, he urged them to hurry and dig a basement for shelter. Delay would be fatal. The breakfast shop owners looked utterly bewildered. Lu Yu, aren't you afraid that owner might accidentally spill what you said? Yi Qingcheng asked on the way. It's fine. Things are about to happen. Even if they arrest me or kill me, it won't change the outcome at all, Lu Yu replied with a smile. Yi Qingcheng also thought of that matter. The impending disaster loomed, yet aside from the oppressive heat, no other signs of trouble were apparent. This made her feel uneasy too. After all, she'd never experienced anything like this before. Lu Yu noticed her unease and took her hand in his voice gentle. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. But didn't you say my chi is stronger than yours? Yi Qingqing blinked, asking. Lu Yu. The two boarded the shuttle bus heading from the exam site to the academy. At that very moment, a blindingly vivid crimson spot appeared in the vast sky like a drop of ink. It slowly spread outward, casting a red shadow over the entire world. The omen of the blood sun in the sky manifested. Chapter 150, The Blood Sun Rises, the end of the world approaches. Inside the shuttle bus to the exam venue, students buzzed with excitement, discussing practice questions to see if they might appear on the test. Others sought quiet corners to focus on last-minute reviews. Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing sat together in the back row of the bus, by the window. The window pane could be slid open for ventilation. They were perhaps the calmest examinees in the entire group, not uttering a single word about the exam. Lu Yu suddenly reminded her, that phone will be useless soon. If you have any news, send it now. Later, it definitely won't work. Yi Qingqing replied coldly, got it. At the same time, Lu Yu pulled out his phone to contact his older sister. They were still at the shelter and surely knew less about the outside situation than he did. He didn't elaborate, just reported his safety and urged her to stay vigilant, protecting herself and their parents. Beyond that, there was nothing else to say. Beside him, Yi Qingqing also pulled out her phone and sent a brief "I'm safe" message to her mother. Lu Yu watched without interrupting her. Glancing out the window, he saw the fiery red sun blazing on the distant horizon. He thought to himself, Zhang Li and Yang Fengyi should believe me now that they see this, right? The bus rolled steadily along, soon arriving at the school where the exam was being held. After disembarking, Lu Yu pulled Yi Qingqing to a quiet corner and said seriously, no matter what happens, we must stay put. Don't wander off. Someone will come for us. Who? Yi Qingqing asked. Lu Yu replied, Captain Yang Fengyi of the first squad of the Suxian Police Department. Yang Fengyi? Yi Qingqing had no recollection of the name. Lu Yu explained, she's the female officer we met last time at the police headquarters. Her? Why would she help us? Yi Qingqing asked in surprise. Lu Yu explained softly, she's in charge of maintaining order and security at our first high school today. No matter what happens, the police station personnel will prioritize protecting us. But she's not a cultivator. She has no power. How can she withstand the beast's onslaught? Yi Qingqing pressed. Well. Lu Yu hesitated before saying, she's a martial artist. What? A martial artist? Yi Qingqing froze. She knew from Lu Yu how formidable and powerful martial artists were. She never imagined that the person she saw that day was actually a martial artist. Yes. Lu Yu nodded. She's a martial artist, though most people don't know it. Anyway, even if we see her, we'll just pretend we don't. We'll follow her arrangements. This time, Yi Qingqing said nothing. She agreed immediately, alright, I understand. Lu Yu chuckled softly. Alright, that's settled. See you later. See you later. The two parted ways. Yi Qingqing headed to another exam hall. Though she and Lu Yu were taking the exam at the same school, they were not in the same location. Lu Yu watched Yi Qingqing disappear from sight before turning to leave. Just then, he spotted Li Momo standing alone not far ahead, her gaze fixed intently on him. Lu Yu glanced at her once before walking away without uttering a single word. Li Momo remained expressionless, yet her eyes burned with venom. Just as Lu Yu was about to enter the exam hall, Yan Xiaokuan finally arrived. Xiao Yu. Yan Xiaokuan gave Lu Yu a cheerful hug. What's got you so excited? Did you get into Xanadu University? Lu Yu asked, glancing at him sideways. No way. I don't have what it takes, Yan Xiaokuan replied awkwardly. Lu Yu smiled faintly. Let's go. The exam's about to start. Yan Xiaokuan nodded. Alright. The two entered the exam hall. Today's venue was identical to yesterday's, as the admission ticket numbers were the same, a fact impossible to forge. Lu Yu took his seat and scanned the room. Most people were diligently preparing, paying no heed whatsoever to yesterday's news. But then again, why would anyone let some unverified rumor derail something they'd spent over a decade preparing for? That would be downright foolish. Lu Yu didn't dwell on it. He took out his exam tools and focused entirely on preparing for the test. At the same time, in the 10,000 Immortals Mountains, Mang Yun and Zhao Mingzhi were on patrol. The previous incident involving the strange beast had been handled flawlessly. Though minor troubles persisted these days, overall, things were gradually settling down. Junior Sister Mang, we only have one more day of patrol duty left before we're relieved. You can finally go back and rest properly. You've worked hard these past 6 months. Next time, you can ask the teacher to assign someone else. No need. I'm actually fine. If you only cultivate within the academy without practical experience, even if you reach level 9 in chi cultivation, you'll just be an empty shell. That might suffice for bullying low-level beasts, but if you encounter real danger, you'll be useless. True.
As the senior siblings walked and talked, suddenly, a dark figure crouched beneath a large tree, occasionally emitting low, guttural growls.
A faint glow emanated from its form. A beast.
Mangyun and Zhao Mingzhi exchanged a glance, their minds quickly settling on a decision. Zhao Mingzhi snapped his fingers, flicking a finger toward the dark form. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow passed as an unidentified projectile struck the head of a strange beast the size of a small dog, killing it instantly.
Zhao Mingzhi stepped forward to inspect it.
Only after confirming the creature was truly dead did he turn back to Mangyun, junior sister Meng.
This beast is dead. Let's go. Mangyun glanced over and nodded.
All right. Just as the two were about to leave, spatial ripples suddenly surged above the dead, partially mutated beast.
Like waves spreading across a lake, they radiated outward.
Zhao Mingzhi, slightly stronger than Mangyun with keener senses, instinctively turned at the unusual feeling behind him.
Strangely enough, he couldn't see anything at the source of the spatial disturbance.
He could sense the anomaly there, but he couldn't discern what it was.
His power was too weak.
Mangyun noticed her senior brother's unusual state and asked, "Senior brother, you?" Before she could finish, she suddenly saw the shock and disbelief in Zhao Mingzhi's eyes.
Mangyun followed his gaze.
There! Above the dead, partially mutated beast, something resembling an elephant's hoof yet as sharp as an eagle's talon slowly emerged halfway from the void.
The school exam hall.
As time passed, Liu worked through the problems while keeping track of the clock. Suddenly, outside the classroom, the golden sunlight transformed inexplicably into a blinding crimson. Seated by the window, he glanced toward the horizon and saw the blazing sun in the sky had transformed into a vast crimson orb. Like a gigantic red light bulb, it bathes the entire world in a blood-red glow. The blood sun hung overhead. The apocalypse had arrived.
Chapter 151, Earthquake?
Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, gazing at the blood-red sun on the distant horizon. He felt not a hint of heat, but instead a chill.
He glanced down at the time. 11:56. Judging by the timing, it should be about now. Lu Yu murmured softly. At that very moment, the dramatic changes outside caught the attention of some examinees inside the testing hall.
The sky had suddenly turned red in broad daylight. Anyone would have to look twice.
What's going on outside? Why did it suddenly change color? No idea. It seemed perfectly fine just a moment ago? Who knows? Whispers rippled through the exam hall. Thump! 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 The proctor slammed his fist on the desk, scanned the entire classroom, and barked, "What's going on? What are you all doing? Don't want to finish the exam, huh? Quiet!" The words fell, and the exam room instantly fell silent. Lu Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the blazing sun on the horizon.
A thread of nervousness tugged at his heart, but it was overshadowed by excitement and anticipation. Not long after the proctor finished speaking, suddenly, the candidates felt the ground beneath their feet begin to shake. The scorching heat that had been unbearable moments before plummeted abruptly. Some of the examinees sitting inside the exam hall even shivered. Glancing out the window, they saw snowflakes drifting down.
What's going on? Why is it suddenly snowing?
But it's still July, isn't it? The classroom erupted in another wave of commotion.
The proctor at the front frowned and snapped, "What's going on? What's going on? Don't you know we're in the middle of an exam? What are you talking about? Whispering among yourselves? Your exam results are invalid." Invalid? Those words were undoubtedly the most devastating blow.
Even though the students in the classroom hadn't been talking to each other, it was enough to make everyone obediently shut their mouths.
The proctor sitting up front, though issuing the threat, couldn't help but shiver. He glanced out the window and muttered under his breath, "What the hell is this weather? When did the TV weather forecast become so accurate? Hot when it says hot, cold when it says cold." However, before he could finish, a distant sound suddenly echoed, a roar that seemed to mimic a beast's howl, like thunder cracking across the sky, rumbling and rolling. The proctor froze, unsure what had happened. Then, the building he stood in began swaying violently, rocking up and down like waves on the sea, nearly knocking him off his feet. Earthquake! The proctor snapped to attention, leaping to his feet. The students inside the exam hall began to panic. At that moment, Lu Yu's eyes were fixed on the snow swirling outside the window. The scene before him suddenly overlapped with memories from his past life, as if they had merged into one. His emotions surged with inexplicable excitement. This was his era. "Students, stay seated at your desks. No moving around, no whispering. Otherwise, your exam results will be invalidated. There are cameras monitoring this." The proctor issued a warning to the students in the exam hall, then beckoned to the proctor behind him. After exchanging a few whispered words, the latter remained while the former hurriedly exited the classroom. The remaining proctor addressed the group, "Everyone else, continue with your exams. There are no further announcements. No one is permitted to move about freely or leave their seats without permission." The examinees glanced at the teacher, feeling a flicker of panic but forcing themselves to suppress it. They weren't children, they could control their behavior. Lu Yu glanced at the proctor standing at the front of the classroom and felt a peculiar sensation. What was it? It was the feeling of something from his memory replaying itself.
In his previous life, this proctor had spoken exactly the same words. Almost word for word, even the expression and tone were identical. This realization dawned on Luyu: events and people he hadn't influenced wouldn't undergo significant changes. This proctor was the most vivid example. But that wasn't the most important thing right now. The most crucial matter now was that the world was about to descend into chaos. Luyu could seize this moment to focus on his own objectives. At this moment, the paramount task was to understand the situation in Ruzhou. Disasters were striking worldwide, yet each region faced different calamities: tornadoes, floods, droughts, all distinct yet sharing one common trait: they occurred randomly, without any discernible pattern. Luyu recalled that in Ruzhou, there was no earthquake, only a cold disaster. A cold disaster. As the name implied, it was cold, bitterly cold. And it wasn't just Ruzhou that was cold, the entire surrounding region was gripped by the chill, though the intensity varied. But Ruzhou's cold was truly bitter. Average temperatures hovered around -40 to 50 degrees Celsius. During the most severe spells, it could plunge to -60 to 70 degrees. Who could imagine a place where temperatures typically hovered around 20 degrees Celsius year-round suddenly transforming into a polar wasteland? Luyu reached out and scooped a handful of air, then lightly rubbed his hands together to gauge the temperature. The cold seeped into his body at an alarming rate. By his estimation, it had dropped to just over 10 degrees. No need to panic yet. At this rate, it wouldn't reach freezing temperatures until at least evening. Luyu was patient. He instinctively glanced at Yen Xiaokuan nearby. Just then, Yen Xiaokuan looked over too. The brothers exchanged a glance. In his eyes, Luyu saw the word trust. Before the proctor returned, the tremors abruptly ceased. The teacher sitting at the front of the classroom, who had been feeling quite tense himself, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly sensed the rumbling of another tremor. Another earthquake? The teacher froze, reaching for his phone to check something, only to discover the signal had vanished. A signal jammer. The teacher put away the phone and stood up, looking toward the door. In the distance, it seemed like countless tiny black dots were rapidly flying and running toward them. What on earth are those? The teacher froze in place. Just then, a low, urgent alarm sounded from the center of Ruzhou City. The shrill, piercing emergency alert echoed throughout the entire city. Something's wrong. That was the first thought in everyone's mind. Amidst the stunned silence of the examinees, the proctor who had left moments ago returned, his expression tense and stern. There's been an emergency. The exam is suspended. Line up in ascending order of your admission ticket numbers, maintain discipline, and leave this area in an orderly fashion. Chapter 152, Exam Termination. The students in the classroom immediately grew uneasy upon hearing this. What's going on? Why did the exam suddenly stop? Yeah. I've studied for over 10 years, wasn't this the moment I'd been waiting for? What's going on? Teacher, I was almost done with my exam paper. Complaints filled the air as most found this situation utterly unacceptable. Unless you come from a wealthy family that paved your path long ago, or you're one of those students guaranteed admission, who could truly remain indifferent or dismissive of the college entrance exam, the proctor declared, quiet. Stop this commotion. This exam is invalidated. There will be a makeup exam. You'll get another chance. Now, leave. Upon hearing this, the crowd of examinees calmed down slightly and began lining up as instructed. Luyu was among them. This lifetime. The teacher's response was notably quicker this time. Perhaps it was due to Yang Fengyi's influence, as she was primarily in charge of this testing area. However, Luyu wasn't particularly concerned about this now. He was more eager to know what kind of beasts had attacked Ruzhou. Were they formidable foes? How many beast cores could they yield? Beast cores. They were the ultimate treasures for martial artists seeking rapid power growth. Containing the purest energy source within a beast's body, absorbing them could accelerate strength enhancement far beyond the slow pace of solitary cultivation. This was precisely why, after the natural disaster subsided and the frequency of beast swarms decreased, martial artists who had been living comfortably would deliberately seek out the haunts and lairs of these beasts for training. Danger lurked, but so did opportunity. Luyu didn't hide in the shelter, he chose to come out precisely for this reason. To gain an edge in cultivation, one must inevitably take some risks. The group formed ranks and, led by the proctor, marched briskly out of the classroom. They waited patiently in the hallway for the other students to descend the stairs first. During this wait, those with keen eyesight finally caught sight of the terrifying spectacle in the distance. Butterflies towering 3 or 4 times human height, each with a head the size of a person's, possessed transparent wings as thin as cicada wings. They emanated a faint aura of danger, their surfaces glinting with a cold, icy light under the crimson glow. A single gentle flap seemed capable of stirring up a miniature tornado. Then there were falcons larger than 3 or 4-story buildings, their wingspans stretching as wide as 2 basketball courts. With a single, gentle flap, they soared skyward like giant winged beasts. These were merely 1 or 2 examples of the terrifying creatures swarming the distant horizon. Monsters like these stretched as far as the eye could see, hundreds, perhaps thousands, resembling a locust plague that obscured the entire sky. On the distant plains, countless ferocious beasts resembling jackals charged toward Rougeau, accompanied by many other savage creatures whose forms were indistinguishable. Leading the charge at the very forefront were enormous white-headed apes, each towering twice the height of a man. They looked exactly like miniature versions of King Kong.
When had the assembled examinees ever witnessed such a scene?
Such a concentration of wildlife was something they could only glimpse in nature documentaries. Now, suddenly confronted with so many flying beasts and ferocious creatures, it sent a wave of shock through the crowd. But the shock was fleeting.
It wasn't that these ferocious-looking beasts weren't terrifying. Rather, humans possessed powerful high-tech weapons.
No matter how formidable these creatures were, they couldn't withstand the onslaught of concentrated firepower.
So what was there to fear? Just eliminate them. Why all the fuss, evacuating everyone from the exam hall?
The examinees were puzzled, but in this tense moment, they dared not voice such questions. They could only carry their doubts and follow the instructions.
Come on, move. Hurry up. It's your turn.
Once most of the other examinees had departed, the proctor distributed phones to the group and called out to the candidates in Luyu's examination hall. The words fell. The already lined-up group hurriedly followed downstairs. Luyu blended into the crowd, following at a leisurely pace. The significantly earlier response time meant the arrival of the beasts was also delayed. In his previous life, the teachers in the exam hall had only frantically ordered everyone to evacuate when the beasts were practically upon them. Now, things were clearly much better. Calculating the time as he moved with the main group, Luyu soon found himself on the open playground where candidates from all exam halls had been gathered.
Luyu spotted Yi Qingcheng.
The distance between them was considerable, making it difficult to approach.
Luyu temporarily abandoned the idea of finding Yi Qingcheng. A few more minutes passed.
More examinees from other testing rooms arrived on the field, several waves of people successfully merging into the crowd. Under the watchful eyes of the proctors, Yang Fengyi and the school principal ascended a small platform before the crowd.
It's her.
Luyu realized the moment he saw Yang Fengyi. The reason the response had been so swift was because of her. Luyu and Yan Xiaoquan had spread the news of the apocalypse, but he had no idea how many people would believe it. Moreover, Yang Fengyi had promised him beforehand that she would announce this matter through the police department's official channels.
Had she done it? Luyu had no way of knowing. He'd been taking an exam earlier and couldn't bring his phone. Now, even though he could use his phone again, the signal was completely dead. So he had no way of knowing. But Yang Fengyi's presence here before the beasts arrived meant something.
It meant she must have done what she promised to do, which is why she was here now.
Everyone, this is Captain Yang, head of the 1st Police Squad. Given the urgency of the situation, Captain Yang will now address you all.
The principal spoke briefly before stepping aside. All eyes in the room turned to Yang Fengyi standing nearby.
Thud. Thud.
Yang Fengyi walked calmly to the center of the elevated platform.
She nodded briefly to the principal, then turned to face the thousands of candidates below. I imagine you're all still confused about what just happened, she said. But that doesn't matter. For now, just follow my instructions. Instantly, all ears perked up. Crystal clear white snowflakes drifted down onto Yang Fengyi's head.
She extended a palm to catch one and declared, as you've witnessed, the apocalypse may truly be upon us, and disaster is imminent.
Those with basements at home should return immediately and take shelter.
Those without underground refuge should head straight to the nearest shopping mall. Our police officers are sealing off entrances to some underground parking garages.
Everyone, act now. Chapter 153, Convergence.
The words had barely left his mouth when they sent shockwaves through the crowd.
What? The end of the world? You're not joking, are you?
Yeah.
Officer, you're pulling our leg, right? Exactly. Don't scare us like this. The candidates finally couldn't contain themselves and spoke up.
Yang Fengyi pointed toward the direction where everyone had just seen those monsters and said, the extreme weather, and those monsters, you all saw them, right?
That wasn't movie special effects. And the citywide alarm that just sounded, you don't think that was just for fun, do you? But that doesn't prove the apocalypse is here.
Sure, these monsters are a bit bigger and scarier looking, but we have weapons too, someone among the candidates asked. Yang Fengyi glanced toward the voice and said, you should all have phones on you now.
Try it, see if you can still access the internet or make calls.
No sooner had she finished speaking than several people immediately began testing their devices.
What's going on? Why won't my phone work? Why is there no signal at all? Could it be that the signal jammer isn't turned off, so there's no signal now?
A stir rippled through the crowd. Yang Fengyi declared, the signal jammer was shut off about 10 minutes ago. Your phones have no signal because of it. She pointed toward the blood-red sun hanging overhead.
Everyone looked up.
Only then did they notice the change in the sky. The once scorching sun had lost all warmth, even carrying a hint of chill. You can choose to believe me or not, that choice is yours, Yang Fengyi said.
Those willing to trust me can follow the superintendent's vehicle to Yangming Square. It can accommodate many people. That's all I have to say. The rest is up to the principal. With that, Yang Fengyi stepped aside. The principal stepped forward again. Everyone heard Officer Yang's message. Now, leave the school immediately. Prepare to shelter from the disaster. Hurry! The words fell. The proctors on the playground, their expressions stern, began to take action. Under their guidance, the examinees quickly evacuated the grounds. Remarkably, there was little chaos along the way. It seemed the groundwork laid earlier had paid off. Lu Yu recalled from his previous life that during the initial escape attempt alone, nearly half the group perished. Later, when attempting to flee Ruzhou for Yang City, the majority lost their lives. The casualties were devastating, a sight too gruesome to behold. This time, Yang Fingyi had anticipated the situation and made preparations. Moreover, unlike the previous life, they weren't making a grand, open escape to Yang City with a large group. That approach made them an easy target, with nowhere to hide. Even without the threat of beast attacks, extreme weather alone could claim countless lives. Now, among those who survived this ordeal, how many would become the rising stars of the future? Lu Yu didn't know, but he was certain that the future of this lifetime would be far more magnificent and thrilling than the last. Outside the campus, the examinees had long since shed the calm composure they displayed within the school walls. Most now hurried away in a flustered panic, each returning to their own homes, each seeking their own mothers. Time was now so pressing there was no room for delay. Parents who had been waiting at the gate for their children to finish the exam also hurried away after picking them up. The reporters and self-media journalists who had been stationed at the school entrance were nowhere to be seen either, seemingly having received some news. Lu Yu found none of this surprising. When disaster strikes, saving one's own life is the most natural reaction. After leaving the school, Lu Yu didn't go anywhere. He simply stood at the gate, waiting for something. Before long, Yan Xiaokuan, who had been not far behind him, approached Xiao Yu. Yeah. Lu Yu gave his brother a hearty hug and asked, "Where's your girlfriend?" "She's still way back." "What about Yi Qingcheng? Did she come out?" Yan Xiaokuan asked. Lu Yu replied, "She's also behind us, but she should be coming out soon." Just then, Shi Qiyun emerged from the school gate and spotted Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan. "Xiaokuan." Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan both turned their gaze. "Xiao Yun." Yan Xiaokuan beamed and rushed over. "Yeah. Did you hear about it earlier? The principal and that Captain Yang guy said the end of the world is coming. Is that true?" Shi Qian asked. Yan Xiaokuan nodded quickly. "Yes. It's true. Then what are we supposed to do? We haven't prepared anything at all." Shi Qiyun said pitifully. Yan Xiaokuan's heart melted instantly. "Don't worry, I'm here. My family has a place we can hide." "That's great. Let's hurry then?" Shi Qiyun's eyes lit up as she grabbed Yan Xiaokuan's hand. "Wait." Yan Xiaokuan shook his head. "There's still one person we haven't brought out yet." "Who?" Shi Qiyun froze, instinctively glancing at Lu Yu. "Isn't your brother here?" "There's one more." Yan Xiaokuan murmured. Lu Yu also noticed Shi Qiyun's arrival, but his face remained expressionless, and he said nothing. The three waited for a while. The crowd around them had thinned considerably when Yi Qingcheng finally emerged. Lu Yu raised his hand and called out, "Qingcheng, over here." Yi Qingcheng looked over and was startled to see Lu Yu and the others. She walked over. "All right, everyone's here now," Yan Xiaokuan immediately said as soon as Yi Qingcheng arrived. "Were you all waiting for me?" Yi Qingcheng asked. Shi Qiyun replied with a sour expression, "You bet we were. Weren't you right in front of me just now? How come you arrived so much later than me?" Yi Qingcheng explained, "There were just too many people coming out earlier. I couldn't push my way through in time, so I ended up being a bit late." Yan Xiaokuan stepped in to smooth things over. "All right, let's not argue about this anymore. We should hurry and get out of here, it's not safe anymore." Lu Yu and the others naturally had no objections. They got into the car and drove first to Yan Xiaokuan's home. He was deeply concerned about his parents' safety. As they drove, the roads were already gridlocked. Sharp, piercing honks echoed through the streets. Only thanks to Yan Xiaokuan's skilled driving, weaving through the dense traffic, did we quickly navigate this congested stretch. Just as they were one corner away from Yan Xiaokuan's home, suddenly, Yan Xiaokuan slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to an abrupt halt. What was happening? Lu Yu and the others looked ahead to see 4 or 5 gray-furred wolves in the middle of the road, tearing at something with their sharp fangs. Chapter 154, Trouble Ahead? Inside the car, Shi Qiyun witnessed the scene and couldn't help but scream uncontrollably. Lu Yu, sitting in the passenger seat, reacted swiftly, covering her mouth with his hand. His gaze turned icy as he snapped, "Shut up!" Shi Qiyun stared at Lu Yu in terror. Upon hearing his command, she nodded blankly. Only then did Lu Yu frown and release her. These monsters, they're actually starting to eat people. Yan Xiaokuan couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he had encountered strange beasts once before in the 10,000 Immortals Mountains, he had never witnessed them devouring humans. This was truly the first time. On the contrary, Lu Yu, witnessing this scene, felt not a shred of fear. Instead, a hint of excitement stirred within him, as if only this kind of world truly belonged to him. Eating people is perfectly normal. It would be strange if they didn't. Lu Yu remained composed.
In the vehicle, the only person besides Shi Qian who had never encountered a strange beast was Yi Qingcheng. Witnessing the creature devouring a human stirred unease within her.
But she held it in.
Lu Yu had already prepared her mentally for the possibility of these beasts devouring humans.
What do we do now? Yan Xiaoquan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his palms sweating.
Though his cultivated inner strength surpassed even Lu Yu's, he couldn't help but feel tense in this situation.
Lu Yu scanned the road ahead. They were almost at Yan Xiaoquan's home just around the corner. But the only way forward was blocked by 5 gray wolf beasts. Driving through was impossible. Take a detour? That was too far. By the time they arrived, it would be too late. Lu Yu asked, Xiaoquan, are you sure both your uncle and aunt are at home?
Both are.
Yan Xiaoquan replied with absolute certainty.
Mom and dad don't trust me, so I had to make them stay home.
They promised me they'd definitely be there today. Lu Yu nodded. Then let's go. Rush over? Yeah. Is it safe to just charge through like that? What if they flip our car over?
Yan Xiaoquan said worriedly.
At that moment, Lu Yu didn't bother fastening his seatbelt. It'll be fine. I'm here.
Yan Xiaoquan heard this, and though lingering worries still stirred within him, they vanished like smoke at that moment.
Alright, everyone hold on tight, I'm hitting the gas. Yan Xiaoquan barked, flooring the accelerator. Roar! Roar! Roar!
The engine roared violently, spewing scorching exhaust that turned to white smoke and dissipated into the bitterly cold air. 2 wheels screeched against the road surface already covered in ice crystals.
Roar!
A thunderous roar erupted as the car shot forward like a rocket. In mere seconds, it surged to a speed of 130 kilometers per hour. In the blink of an eye, the car had swerved past the pack of vicious wolves. The gray wolf beasts weren't oblivious to the vehicle's approach. But its speed was simply too overwhelming. As it streaked past them, several projectiles shot out, striking their skulls. The gray wolves howled in agony and collapsed to the ground. However, none of this was noticed by anyone except Yi Qingcheng, seated in the back seat. Soon, the car maneuvered around the beasts and arrived at Yan Xiaoquan's residence. As Yan Xiaoquan drove into the villa's courtyard, he froze in shock. His home lay in utter ruin, as if something colossal had crashed through it. Even the front gate was gone.
Dad, Mom. A terrible premonition gripped Yan Xiaoquan.
He turned off the engine, unbuckled his seatbelt, and rushed out of the car toward the house. Lu Yu saw this and followed suit, but he pulled Yi Qingcheng up with him. Only Shi Qian remained in the car. As she gazed at the wrecked home, a sense of dread settled over her.
Dad! Mom! Yan Xiaoquan stormed into the house.
Within minutes, he had searched every room and corner, but there was no sign of his parents anywhere. He screamed in despair.
But alas, no one answered him.
At that moment, Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng also entered. Seeing the scene inside the house and Yan Xiaoquan's face twisted with despair, even the most oblivious person could guess something terrible had happened.
Lu Yu stepped forward and took Yan Xiaoquan's hand. Uncle Yu, my parents.
Yan Xiaoquan had been holding back, but seeing Lu Yu, he couldn't contain himself any longer and tears streamed down his face.
They probably weren't home. Lu Yu said in a low voice. Impossible.
I specifically told my parents to stay home and wait for me today.
They couldn't have left. Gone somewhere else? Could they already be?
Yan Xiaoquan said, his voice breaking with sobs.
No. They might not have listened to you completely.
Perhaps they just stepped out for something.
What if they're just running their own errands? Lu Yu suggested. Yan Xiaoquan looked around at the home ravaged by the beasts.
His heart struggled to believe Lu Yu's words. Reason told him to trust, but emotion and the cold, hard facts silently whispered the truth. He said nothing more, only began to sob quietly.
Lu Yu found it hard to say anything more. He could only watch.
Yi Qingcheng wanted to comfort Yan Xiaoquan, but not knowing where to begin, she remained silent.
Just then, Shi Qian entered from outside.
Seeing Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng's expressions, along with Yan Xiaoquan sitting on the ground, sobbing, she instantly understood what had happened.
Uncle and aunt.
Shi Qian hesitated before asking. Yan Xiaoquan recognized the familiar voice and stopped crying. He turned his head, his mouth slightly parted as if to speak, but no words came out.
Overwhelming grief instantly engulfed Yan Xiaoquan. Lu Yu looked at Yan Xiaoquan, still overcome with grief, and said, "This place has been visited by the beasts. It's highly likely they'll come back again. So, we should leave here as soon as possible."
Yi Qingcheng and Shi Qian naturally had no objections.
But Yan Xiaoquan was too overcome with grief to recover immediately. "You two get in the car first. We're heading to Yangming Square."
Lu Yu instructed Yi Qingcheng and Shi Qian.
Before Yi Qingcheng could respond, Shi Qian eagerly agreed, "Alright, let's go." With that, she turned and headed for the door.
Yi Qingcheng glanced at Lu Yu, who offered only a nod in response.
Yi Qingcheng turned and left. "Xiaoquan, maybe your aunt and uncle are still alive. Don't be so pessimistic."
Lu Yu comforted him after the two girls left.
"Xiao Yu, you don't need to comfort me.
We both know how formidable that beast is.
Ordinary people encountering it wouldn't stand a chance. My parents, they were just ordinary people. Yen Shokuin said, tears streaming down his face once more.
Lu Yu supported her, his voice solemn.
Get in the car first. We'll talk about it once we're away from here. Chapter 155, Underground Parking Garage.
Under Lu Yu's persuasion and reassurance, Yen Shokuin finally agreed to leave for now.
The four of them got into the car and headed toward Yangming Plaza. On the way.
Unlike the initial excitement and tension, the atmosphere now felt oppressively heavy.
The apocalypse has arrived.
It might not sound like much, but when this event begins to take away your loved ones, only then will you feel the terrifying weight of those 4 simple words. The journey passed in silence.
After over 10 minutes, the group of 4 finally arrived at Yangming Square.
Though called a square, it was actually a shopping mall.
The plaza was in front of the mall. This time, Lu Yu was driving.
He maneuvered the car into a parking spot at the plaza and came to a stop.
We're here. Get out. Lu Yu said.
All right. Shi Qiyun responded first and stepped out of the car. Yi Qingcheng looked at Lu Yu.
You go first, Lu Yu said. Yi Qingcheng nodded.
All right. Lu Yu turned to Yen Shokuin, who was still reeling from the shock.
Bro, don't dwell on it. Focus on what's in front of us. If uncle and aunt turn out to be okay, all this grief will have been for nothing.
Yen Shokuin was now convinced his parents were dead. The horrifying scene of those strange beasts tearing apart and devouring people in the middle of the road was still vivid in his mind.
He couldn't believe his parents could have survived that. Xiao Yu, thank you.
Yen Shokuin managed a faint smile.
Smack. Smack. Lu Yu patted Yen Shokuin's shoulder twice.
No need for that between brothers.
Let's go. Yen Shokuin nodded once. Then, Lu Yu and Yen Shokuin got out of the car.
At that moment, Yi Qingcheng and Shi Qiyun stared blankly at the square, now a scene of utter chaos. It looked as though everything before their eyes had been ransacked.
What on earth happened?
Shi Qiyun stared at the square, now utterly transformed from before, her voice tinged with disbelief. Yi Qingcheng, standing beside her, reacted with far less shock.
Just then, Lu Yu and Yen Shokuin approached.
Lu Yu said, "Don't linger here too long.
Hurry to the underground parking garage, it's safer there." Shi Qiyun hurriedly agreed, right. Let's get out of here fast. This place is giving me the creeps. Let's go.
Yi Qingcheng and Yen Shokuin naturally had no objections. The 4 of them headed toward the entrance of the underground parking garage beneath the plaza. Before they reached their destination, Lu Yu and the others heard a cacophony of shouts and cries coming from ahead. Approaching, they saw the entrance to the underground parking garage had been completely overwhelmed. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, were swarming outside the entrance, desperately trying to push their way inside.
At the entrance itself, over a dozen police officers from the police station were directing traffic. Outside the entrance, 4 excavators and 5 cement trucks stood at the ready. Everyone, please stay calm. One at a time. There's plenty of space inside, no pushing. Form a line. Stay in line. No cutting in. Weren't you just at the back? How did you suddenly get your turn?
Wait a moment, let those who arrived first go first.
Over a dozen police officers directed the crowd with professionalism and restraint.
But they were facing a crowd of people who were panicked and had lost their sense of proportion. With so many people, coordination was far from easy. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu instantly understood. These people must have witnessed the terrifying power of the beasts, otherwise, they wouldn't be so panicked.
Why are there so many people here? Do we have to line up to get in? I don't want to wait in line, I need to get inside.
Shi Qiyun said, his face darkening.
They'll let you in. This is my family's place. If you want to go inside and hide, it's definitely fine. Let's go ahead first. If we see anyone we know, we'll just walk right in. Yen Shokuin said.
Lu Yu watched the exchange, his eyes flickering slightly, but he said nothing.
He tacitly agreed with Yen Shokuin's words.
Yi Qingcheng stood beside Lu Yu, silent, but her stance spoke volumes.
Just as the group was about to squeeze in, suddenly,
a few beastly roars echoed from the distance, followed by waves of agonized screams that grew louder and closer.
Trouble! Monsters are approaching! Lu Yu's expression darkened as he warned in a low voice. Yen Shokuin and the others stiffened instantly upon hearing this.
The surrounding crowd, too, heard those bone-chilling sounds.
Their faces drained of color as they abandoned all decorum. With a collective scream, they charged toward the underground entrance. Monsters are coming! Run for your lives! The cry, from an unknown source, instantly threw the already restless crowd into chaos. In an instant, the queue at the entrance dissolved as everyone surged headlong inside. The dozen or so officers maintaining order were instantly overwhelmed.
Like a bursting dam, the crowd surged madly into the underground parking garage. Amidst the chaos, Lu Yu and his companions struggled desperately to stay together, barely avoiding being swept apart by the surging tide.
Shi Qiyun said, "Everyone's heading inside. We should hurry too, or we'll miss our spot." Yi Qingcheng heard this but said nothing. Yan Xiaoquan's mind was elsewhere entirely on his parents. Where were they? Were they still alive?
Upon hearing Shi Qiyun's suggestion, Lu Yu immediately refused.
No way. Going in now is suicide. What do you mean? Why is it suicide? What did Officer Yang just say? She said as long as we take shelter underground, it's relatively safe. Lu Yu, if you don't understand, don't speak recklessly.
Shi Qiyun shed her usual gentleness and politeness, speaking with some impatience. With their lives hanging in the balance, she had no energy left for pretense.
Then think carefully, why would she say the underground is safe? Lu Yu pressed.
Shi Qiyun froze at the question.
Why would she think about the reason? Since the police officer had said it, what was there to question? She just believed it. Why dwell on the reasons?
Going to the underground parking garage was to avoid the mutant beasts' attacks, not to escape the cold. Now that the beasts are here, if we go into the underground garage and the entrances aren't sealed off, it'll be a dead end.
If you're not afraid of dying, go ahead. We're going somewhere else. With that, Lu Yu took Yi Qingqing's hand and said to Yan Xiaoquan, let's go. Yan Xiaoquan hurriedly interjected, Xiaoyu, don't be angry. That Xiaoyun just doesn't understand these things. She and I will follow your lead. Wherever you say, we'll go. Shi Qiyun opened her mouth to protest.
Yan Xiaoquan quickly pulled her back discreetly. Lu Yu caught this small gesture but pretended not to notice.
He nodded to Yan Xiaoquan and said, let's go. Yan Xiaoquan, got it.
While the crowd desperately pushed downward, Lu Yu and his companions moved against the flow, quickly separating from the throng. Just as they emerged, countless strange beasts surged in from all directions.
Chapter 156, The Confrontation. Thud. 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 The muffled sounds rapidly echoed from the distance, reaching Lu Yu and the others' ears.
Even before catching sight of the beasts, they already felt the oppressive pressure emanating from them.
We should hurry, right? Those monsters seem to be coming this way.
Shi Qiyun was visibly tense, clutching Yan Xiaoquan's hand as she led the way. She kept glancing back toward the source of the sound, her movements as skittish as a startled bird. Yan Xiaoquan walked beside her, offering gentle reassurances as he comforted her. Walking slightly behind, Lu Yu deliberately paid attention to that direction, his gaze fixed far off toward the entrance of the underground parking garage beneath the plaza. He recalled these creatures were a type of mutated jackal-wolf ferocious beasts. Though not level 1, their sheer numbers made them formidable. Ordinary people would struggle to resist them alone. This was precisely why Lu Yu had abruptly changed his mind. His initial plan had been to issue an advance warning, allowing people time to prepare. But witnessing the scene moments ago had made it clear that his expectations were idealistic, while reality was brutal. By now, Yang Fengyi should have arrived at Yangming Plaza to maintain order. Yet Lu Yu hadn't spotted her earlier, indicating a flaw in the plan. Such oversights were inevitable, given the rushed nature of the operation. Inadequate preparation was only natural. Lu Yu, what are you looking at? Yi Qingcheng asked softly from behind him.
Lu Yu inquired, Qingcheng, do you recall the beast cores I mentioned earlier? Beast cores? Yes. The thing inside the beasts.
Yi Qingcheng thought for a moment before replying, I think I remember. You mentioned that one of the reasons we came out was for this very thing.
Exactly. Lu Yu nodded.
This thing is the key to a martial artist's growth. When cultivating, having enough beast cores will make the process twice as effective with half the effort.
I see. So we're going to hunt beasts later? Yi Qingcheng asked.
Lu Yu glanced at Shi Qiyun's retreating figure ahead and replied, once we handle her situation, we can proceed. Yi Qingcheng froze slightly at his words.
Following Lu Yu's gaze, she instantly grasped the meaning behind his statement. All right. Just then, piercing screams erupted from behind them, echoing relentlessly.
The sound sent chills down their spines, making everyone shudder involuntarily. Lu Yu and the others stopped abruptly, turning toward the source of the noise. It was coming from the underground parking garage they had just left.
It seemed those people had met their end. Lu Yu wasn't surprised at all.
He had anticipated this outcome. With too many people, too much chaos, and no one to take charge, they were incapable of handling anything. Had Yang Fengyi been present, Lu Yu might have considered intervening. But without her, relying solely on himself and the three half-baked martial artists Yi Qingcheng and Yan Xiaoquan, they'd likely be nothing more than easy prey. Not even enough to feed the beasts. Therefore, Lu Yu led the group away. Along the way, Lu Yu and his companions moved cautiously, avoiding the main paths and sticking to the back roads. Somehow, whether by luck or some other reason, they didn't encounter a single beast along the way. This was truly baffling.
The beast's rampage had destroyed countless houses and skyscrapers in Ruzhou. How could they have avoided encountering even one?
Yan Xiaoquan and the other two attributed it to luck.
But Lu Yu didn't see it that way.
He remained vigilant and cautious throughout. As time passed, the weather grew increasingly bitter. Snowflakes as large as goose feathers drifted down from the sky, blanketing the ground in a thick layer. Lu Yu and his companions were still dressed in summer clothes. After leaving the school, they had only added an extra coat, which proved largely ineffective against such biting cold. The group shivered uncontrollably. I think we should skip that mall and just find a restaurant to grab something to eat. I'm starving. Shi Chiyun rubbed his stomach. Yan Xiaoquan replied, sounds good. I recall there's a restaurant nearby that should have food. If not, we could find a supermarket and scavenge something to fill our stomachs. Xiaoyu, what do you think? Lu Yu shrugged. Either is fine with me. Alright, it's settled then. Let's go. Yan Xiaoquan declared. The group arrived at an intersection. Normally bustling with traffic, it was now blanketed in snow. If not for the remaining road signs, they might not have recognized the place. Then they spotted the one relatively intact shop amidst the surrounding buildings, the Hunan restaurant. It hadn't been destroyed. What a relief. It's still intact. Thank goodness we'll have something to eat. Yan Xiaoquan examined it closely, rubbing his cold, dry hands together before turning to say, Xiaoyun, let's head over. Alright. Shi Chiyun responded immediately. She was already starving and couldn't contain her excitement at the sight of food. Lu Yu, seeing she had spoken, said nothing more and led Yi Qingqing forward. Suddenly. Snap. Ah! A sharp crack echoed, followed by Shi Chiyun's face turning pale as she screamed incessantly. Lu Yu, Yan Xiaoquan, and the others looked over. Shi Chiyun plopped down onto the ground. Her eyes darted toward a round, plump object in the snow ahead, her face frozen in terror. It was a severed human head. Amidst the blood-red glow from the sky, a faint glint of white reflected off the snow, vaguely revealing the agonized expression etched on the corpse's face in its final moments. Xiaoyun. Are you okay? Yan Xiaoquan hurriedly pulled Shi Chiyun to her feet and asked. How am I? That was a dead person. A dead person. Do you understand? Shi Chiyun shouted. Yan Xiaoquan froze. Lu Yu approached, so what if it's dead? What if your shouting attracts strange beasts? Shi Chiyun retorted, did I ask to be screaming? Pointing at the corpse on the ground, she continued, a person like this, just lying here like this who wouldn't be scared? Lu Yu, are you blaming me? Lu Yu replied calmly, I'm just stating the facts. You? Shi Chiyun tried to argue back. Yan Xiaoquan stepped in to smooth things over, his voice softening as he said, alright, no more arguing. Xiaoyun, you really were scared, but Xiaoyu has a point too. The most important thing right now is to fill our stomachs. Everything else is secondary. It's okay, sweetheart. Your husband is here for you. Shi Chiyun's fear had vanished, replaced entirely by rage. Hearing Yan Xiaoquan's words, she didn't press further, merely snorting coldly before completely ignoring Lu Yu. Chapter 157, Conflict Ignites. Lu Yu, are you okay? Yi Qingqing asked. Lu Yu replied, I'm fine. Nothing to worry about. Yi Qingqing gently squeezed Lu Yu's hand. Don't overthink it. Things will work out. Lu Yu smiled faintly. I believe that. Let's go. Yi Qingqing replied, alright. After this minor incident, the hastily assembled team didn't disband. The four of them entered the small shop. Creak. Blizzard swirled outside, snow swirling in the wind, following the group inside. Lu Yu, the last to enter, casually closed the door behind him, sealing out the biting cold and frost. The small front room appeared somewhat disorganized, with tables and chairs scattered about in disorder. It seemed the shopkeeper had left in a great hurry. Otherwise, the group wouldn't have had such a hard time getting inside. Shi Chiyun paid no heed to the disorder. She immediately headed toward the kitchen. Having skipped lunch and enduring the bitter cold, Shi Chiyun was already feeling hungry. Xiaoyu, she might be genuinely hungry. Don't take it personally, she's just a bit impatient, Yan Xiaoquan said. He had clearly noticed the awkward tension between Lu Yu and Shi Chiyun earlier. Lu Yu replied earnestly, we're brothers. I'd never harm you. Hurt me? Yan Xiaoquan froze at the words, unsure of their meaning. Just as he was about to say more, Shi Chiyun emerged from the kitchen, his face ashen. It's over. There's nothing left to eat here. We're too late. Yan Xiaoquan froze slightly. No way. It doesn't look like it's been ransacked. Shi Chiyun replied, it might not be looted, but it must have been taken by the owner of this place. Otherwise, how could there be nothing left? That can't be right. I'll go check. Yan Xiaoquan, unconvinced, headed straight for the kitchen. At that moment, Lu Yu said, I'll go with you. Yan Xiaoquan replied, alright. With that, the two headed toward the kitchen. Only Shi Chiyun and Yi Qingqing remained in the front hall. In the back kitchen, Yan Xiaoquan and Lu Yu rummaged through cabinets searching for food, but many were already empty. Nothing remained inside, utterly empty. Xiaoyu, this place really has been stripped bare. The owner who ran this shop didn't leave a single thing behind, Yan Xiaoquan said to Lu Yu in a low voice after searching thoroughly with no luck. It's normal. Given the apocalyptic situation, it would be abnormal if they didn't take everything with them, Lu Yu replied, unfazed. If that's the case, there probably won't be anything left to take elsewhere either. Yan Xiaoquan's expression grew slightly grim. We shouldn't have rushed off so quickly earlier.
We could have gotten some supplies at my parents' mall. Food isn't a major concern. The shelter has plenty. What we're looking for now is just to fill our stomachs temporarily. If we really can't find anything, we can always go back to the shelter. Luyu searched casually and added, our primary purpose for coming out is to find beast cores from the mutated beasts and ensure our own safety. Everything else isn't that important. Yan Xiaoquan nodded in agreement. Luyu had told him exactly that earlier. Yet one thing still puzzled Yan Xiaoquan, the matter of the shelter. He knew about it, his parents knew, even Yi Qingcheng knew, so why couldn't Shi Qian be told? Luyu had warned Yan Xiaoquan about this long ago, and the latter had kept it firmly in mind. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, Yan Xiaoquan found himself puzzled. Luyu hadn't found any food and was about to leave when he noticed Yan Xiaoquan still standing there. His footsteps halted. Xiaoquan? What are you thinking about? Ah. Yan Xiaoquan snapped back to reality. Nothing. Shall we go? Of course. If we can't find food, what's the point of lingering here? Let's try somewhere else later. If we still come up empty, we'll all head to my place. Luyu said. Alright. Yan Xiaoquan thought for a moment, decided it made sense, and agreed immediately. A moment later, Luyu and Yan Xiaoquan emerged. Shi Qiyun, seeing them empty-handed, said, I told you there was nothing edible in there. You still went in looking. Don't you believe me? Luyu frowned. What did you say? Yan Xiaoquan quickly interjected, Xiaoyun, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that food is scarce right now. With one more person searching, doesn't that increase our chances of finding something to eat? It's freezing out here. We need supplies. Shi Qiyun snorted coldly. I know. But you also need to trust me. I want us to be a group that trusts each other, not like this. Yan Xiaoquan retorted, what kind of talk is that? The fact we're together proves our trust. If not, why would we be acting together? Shi Qiyun grew impatient. Enough, Xiaoquan. Stop wasting time with this nonsense. Instead of arguing here, we should be searching for supplies. What if night falls? Yan Xiaoquan glanced at Luyu and Yi Qingcheng, a trace of awkwardness flitting across his face. Yi Qingcheng didn't seem to notice. Luyu remained silent. Yan Xiaoquan walked over to Shi Qiyun, took her by the arm, and led her aside to speak privately. Luyu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Shi Qiyun was someone who could only win when the odds were in her favor. Her reaction was hardly surprising. Perfectly normal. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, Yan Xiaoquan's parents were missing, and resources and money had become extremely limited in their usefulness. Luyu and Yi Qingcheng had become the poor relatives, not only unable to help, but potentially a liability. Naturally, Shi Qiyun would seek ways to help Yan Xiaoquan shed these burdens. This was something only Luyu and Yi Qingcheng could discern. A person who seemed perfectly reasonable one day could undergo a complete personality shift the next. To those unfamiliar with the situation, the underlying reasons were truly difficult to discern. Luyu knew something of the situation because he had lived through it in his previous life. As for Yi Qingcheng, it was only after Luyu shared some of the background that she understood. Luyu hadn't shared these matters with Yan Xiaoquan, so he certainly wouldn't know. Luyu had no intention of telling him either. Meanwhile, Yan Xiaoquan asked, Xiaoyun, what's gotten into you? Why are you suddenly arguing with my brother? Your brother? Did I start this? He's the one constantly picking on me. What did I say? What did I do? What gives him the right? Shi Qiyun was clearly upset. But wait, Xiaoyu didn't say anything either, did he? Yan Xiaoquan asked, puzzled. You two always got along fine before. What happened today? Shi Qiyun frowned. So you're saying I'm being unreasonable? Yan Xiaoquan explained, Xiaoyun, you know that's not what I meant. Shi Qiyun said solemnly, Xiaoquan, it's the end of the world now. Food is already hard to come by. One more person means one more burden. Yan Xiaoquan's eyes widened. What did you say? Chapter 158, The Strength of Vital Energy. Shi Qiyun's words were stark and unvarnished. Look at this weather and those terrifying monsters. They can kill people. People really can die. Tell me, in these circumstances, how long do you think we can hold out on our own? Yan Xiaoquan froze again, about to speak. Shi Qiyun then made a move that shocked Yan Xiaoquan. She secretly pulled out a plastic bag containing half a chicken from a pocket beneath her. What? Yan Xiaoquan exclaimed. Food. Shi Qiyun whispered, lowering her voice. This is the only food left hidden in the cupboard. If there's food here, then why did you say earlier? Yan Xiaoquan questioned. Shi Qiyun replied, didn't I just tell you? There's not enough to go around. This is all we have. Yan Xiaoquan protested, but you can't do this. This is deceitful. Do you realize? Xiaoquan. Shi Qiyun cut him off. We need to survive, understand? But what about your family? Yan Xiaoquan couldn't help asking. Shi Qiyun answered without hesitation, my family has. Yan Xiaoquan froze. Then why? Shi Qiyun replied, but that's mine.
Whether my home was destroyed by these so-called beasts or not, everything there belongs to me.
The food is mine too. Why should I give it to others? Yan Xiaokuan froze.
He couldn't believe those words were coming from Shi Qiyun's mouth.
Shi Qiyun said, Xiaokuan, I can give you what I have, but I absolutely cannot give you more. Do you understand?
I've lived alone my entire life, I don't have much to begin with. Yan Xiaokuan still found it hard to believe.
Suddenly, the girlfriend before him felt unfamiliar as if she'd never been like this before. Shi Qiyun took Yan Xiaokuan's hand and said, Xiaokuan, we're in this together. My abilities can only take care of the two of us for now. Others will have to wait.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit selfish. Yan Xiaokuan fell silent. He didn't know where to begin refuting her words, because Shi Qiyun seemed to have a point. After all, Shi Qiyun wasn't doing these things just for herself. She was doing them for both of them. From that perspective, Yan Xiaokuan couldn't bring himself to criticize Shi Qiyun. It was simply that, at this moment, Shi Qiyun's approach felt ill-timed and misguided.
That was all.
Moved yet pensive, Yan Xiaokuan replied, Xiaoyun, I'm deeply touched you'd do this for me. But Xiaoyu isn't just anyone, he's my brother.
Our bond runs deep. It won't be shaken by something like this. Do you understand?
Shi Qiyun froze, falling silent. Yan Xiaokuan continued, I could care less about anyone else, but not Xiaoyu.
We're meant to be together.
Then be together. But don't expect me to give them my things, the things I found.
Shi Qiyun snapped, turning to walk away. Xiaoyun.
Yan Xiaokuan rushed after him. Inside the shop, Liu glanced at the two leaving but paid them no mind.
His gaze shifted to two black coats hanging on the wall beside him.
Liu walked over, took one of the black coats down, approached Yi Qingcheng, helped her put it on, and said, Here, put this on.
You won't be cold anymore.
Yi Qingcheng had been staring blankly at Yan Xiaokuan and Shi Qiyun as they left. Only when something suddenly covered her shoulders did she snap back to reality. Yi Qingcheng turned to look at Liu and saw the black coat draped over her shoulders.
What about you? Yi Qingcheng asked. Liu smiled. I'm fine. There's still one over there.
Yi Qingcheng spotted the other coat hanging on the wall and immediately thought of another problem. But that still doesn't seem enough to go around. There are 4 of us here, Yi Qingcheng said, tilting her head. Liu said, 2 coats can be shared between 2 people. Don't worry about it. Just take care of yourself. Yi Qingcheng thought for a moment, nodded, and said nothing more. Liu turned to retrieve the other one, though he didn't put it on, he simply held it in his hand.
He had known since yesterday that the apocalypse would come today.
Wearing thermal underwear underneath, the cold wasn't particularly unbearable for him. At that moment, Yi Qingcheng asked, Liu, are Yan Xiaokuan and Shi Qiyun really going to be okay like this?
Which thing are you referring to? Liu asked.
Yi Qingcheng replied, you mentioned handling that matter, but Yan Xiaokuan seems genuinely fond of Shi Qiyun.
Are you certain you can pull it off? What if you fail and end up looking like the villain? You might lose Yan Xiaokuan as a friend.
From Liu's words, Yi Qingcheng understood how strong their bond was, which was why she spoke up. Liu had previously confided in Yi Qingcheng that he intended to help Yan Xiaokuan see through the deceitful woman and sever ties with her completely.
He just hadn't explicitly detailed how exactly he planned to execute it.
Liu smiled at her words.
Xingcheng, you needn't worry about that. If it succeeds, all the better. If it doesn't, it will succeed.
Yi Qingcheng paused, slightly taken aback.
Liu murmured softly, rest assured. You'll see, even if I do nothing, this will happen. My only goal is to save Yan Xiaokuan's life. Yi Qingcheng froze.
Liu and Yi Qingcheng didn't go outside. It was cold out there, and there wasn't anywhere they could go for the moment. Staying put was actually the most energy-efficient option.
Liu didn't want to dwell on such heavy topics with Yi Qingcheng.
Changing the subject, he asked, by the way, Qingcheng, how's your qi cultivation coming along?
It feels okay. I have a bit more than when I started.
It's just that spiritual energy you mentioned, there seems to be too little of it around here. I often lack it during cultivation, Yi Qingcheng replied.
Lacking spiritual energy? That's perfectly normal. Its appearance is inherently random and its quantity unpredictable.
How much you encounter depends entirely on your luck unless you can find a place where spiritual energy naturally gathers, Liu explained.
Yi Qingcheng mused, that's true.
But it seems like after the apocalyptic signs appeared, the spiritual energy became a bit more concentrated. Liu raised an eyebrow slightly. He was well aware of this.
Not only that, he also knew the actual amount of qi within Yi Qingcheng's body. Why? Because of the system.
Yi Qingcheng truly lived up to her extraordinary talent. She had managed to pull this tractor out of the mud.
How's your qi?
Yi Qingcheng suddenly asked.
Me? Yi Qingcheng nodded. Didn't you say last time you started cultivating before me? You should have more than me, right? Ahem. That was all thanks to you. I don't know either. We'd need to test it with something, Liu blinked and said. Chapter 159, Liu, you're so modest. Test it with something?
Yi Qingcheng froze, asking.
Liu nodded. Yes, there's a device that can detect chi energy, but I don't have one. Yi Qingqing realized, I see. Is there no other way besides that? Lu Yu replied, not for now. But martial artists are divided into 9 ranks. Each time you advance a rank, you'll experience that sudden surge in power. Moreover, each breakthrough becomes increasingly difficult. After breaking through 9 times, you'll a 10th rank martial artist? Yi Qingqing asked. Lu Yu paused, slightly taken aback. Well, I'm not entirely sure about that. I've never heard of it. I see. Yi Qingqing said. I just wonder how my cultivation talent compares. If it's too poor, I might end up at the bottom. A hint of worry flickered in Yi Qingqing's eyes as she spoke. All the methods for cultivating inner strength she knew were taught by Lu Yu. Everything she understood about martial arts came from his words. What he didn't tell her, she had no way of learning. Hence, she felt a bit uneasy. Since Lu Yu knew so much, his cultivation talent must be quite good. His family background was far better than hers, and he had helped her so much, treating her so kindly. She hoped she could be of some help to Lu Yu, even if it was just a little, so she wouldn't always have to rely on him entirely. At that moment, Lu Yu approached Yi Qingqing, extending a hand. Stretch out your hand, he said. Let me take a look. My hand? Yi Qingqing asked, puzzled. Lu Yu nodded. Yi Qingqing didn't know what Lu Yu intended to do, but she obediently extended her hand. Lu Yu grasped her hand and instructed, channel your inner energy with all your strength. Let the qi flow through you. Yi Qingqing complied. All right. Seeing this, Lu Yu activated his own cultivation technique, causing the qi within his body to surge as well. This was the most basic method of detecting qi energy. While not entirely precise, it was usually quite accurate, with little room for significant error. The moment Lu Yu activated his cultivation technique, Yi Qingqing felt the surging fluctuations of his qi. What is this? Yi Qingqing froze, about to ask. Lu Yu murmured softly, feel it with your heart. Hearing this, Yi Qingqing held her questions and quieted her mind to perceive the fluctuations of the qi. It seemed as though the qi had suddenly come alive, pulsing with a life of its own, a truly wondrous sensation. But that wasn't all. Yi Qingqing also sensed that the fluctuations of the qi circulating within Lu Yu's body seemed to be a fraction stronger than hers. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was also sensing the qi within Yi Qingqing's body, arriving at the same conclusion as the system. 0.010 level. 10 points of inner strength gained. Lu Yu effortlessly discerned Yi Qingqing's qi level, which matched his expectations precisely, for he had already received the system's feedback. Yi Qingqing's cultivation speed was undeniably terrifying. After just half a month of practice, her qi strength had reached this level. If it were Lu Yu back then, it would have taken at least 3 months to achieve the same. He had chosen the right powerful ally to follow. Lu Yu, your cultivated qi is indeed greater than mine. Yi Qingqing didn't understand how qi quantity and levels were categorized, only sensing it superficially. Lu Yu chuckled, no, we're actually quite comparable. It's just that I've been cultivating longer than you, so it appears more substantial. Hearing this, Yi Qingqing instantly felt Lu Yu was being modest. Clearly, his cultivated energy was stronger than hers, yet he remained so modest. Even when she asked, he claimed not to know. This boy is truly exceptional. Yi Qingqing gazed at Lu Yu's face, her mind made up, she must train even harder in the future. She couldn't fall too far behind Lu Yu. Lu Yu had no idea what was going through Yi Qingqing's mind. If he did, he'd surely be both amused and exasperated. However, Yi Qingqing's resolve to train harder could only benefit Lu Yu. In her previous life, her path to becoming a powerful cultivator was deeply intertwined with her mother's tragic demise at the hands of a monstrous beast. In this life, however, Lu Yu had saved Yi Qingqing's mother. Consequently, her motivation to become powerful diminished significantly. Even the most gifted prodigy would fade into obscurity if they succumbed to laziness. Even someone with Yi Qingqing's peerless talent was no exception. Lu Yu had no idea that his vague gesture had inadvertently ignited Yi Qingqing's fighting spirit. If he knew this, he'd probably laugh himself awake in his dreams. Lu Yu, you're so modest. Yi Qingqing remarked. Lu Yu released Yi Qingqing's hand, his face flushing slightly as he replied, not at all. I'm just being honest. You really have no reason to worry about your cultivation talent. Judging by your current progress, you're doing perfectly fine. Besides, hard work trumps talent. You're right, Yi Qingqing acknowledged. But I'll work hard to catch up with you, I won't fall too far behind. Lu Yu. Hearing that, he felt strangely embarrassed. Lu Yu knew his own limitations all too well. A level 5 martial artist was pretty much his ceiling. Competing on equal footing with top-tier geniuses was simply impossible. Now, the system had granted him this capital. Suddenly, a synthetic electronic voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Host, you know what's up. No need to thank me. Keep it up. Lu Yu, holy crap. The system can actually speak? Just then, Yan Xiaoquan and Shi Qian returned, covered in ice shards and their faces frozen bright red. They seemed to have reconciled. Xiao Yu, how's it going?
If there's no food here, we'll have to find another place to get some, Yen Xiaokuan said.
Lu Yu asked, do you have a plan? Yen Xiaokuan replied, yes. My house should still have plenty of food. And Yangming Plaza that belongs to my family. As long as we don't run into any beasts, even if it's been destroyed, we can still find food there. Lu Yu replied, so you mean we should go back?
Yen Xiaokuan nodded.
Yes. Lu Yu countered, the plaza is definitely out of the question.
When we left, beasts were already charging through there.
For us to go back now would be suicide. As for your house, that's also pretty unreliable.
Even if no beasts show up, if you didn't take your belongings with you, there's a high chance your place has been completely ransacked.
Yen Xiaokuan froze, falling silent.
Yi Qingcheng and Shi Qian watched the two men without interrupting.
Suddenly, Lu Yu asked, Xiaokuan, do you remember the Regent Hotel?
Yen Xiaokuan paused, then replied, I know it.
Lu Yu smiled faintly. Actually, we could go there. Chapter 160, Bitter Cold. At that moment, Shi Qian couldn't help but ask, what is the Regent Hotel? Why would we go to a hotel?
At this, the three people in the room turned to look at Shi Qian.
Shi Qian grabbed Yi Qingqing's arm and demanded, the world is ending, and this is how you want to act?
Were girls what gives you the right to take us to some hotel?
Lu Yu replied calmly, if you have an issue with it, you don't have to go. No one's forcing you.
You? Shi Qian was at a loss for words.
I'm not the only girl here. There's also Qingcheng. She's a girl too. Ask her if she wants to go. We can't contact anyone right now. If you want to do something, we can't stop you. Xiao Yun.
Yen Xiaokuan snapped, his voice tinged with irritation.
What nonsense are you spouting? We're discussing how to survive here. Why bring up all this useless stuff? Do you think I'm not here? Shi Qiyun replied, Xiaokuan. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him. What if he plays dirty? Even with you here, we'd be helpless.
Yen Xiaokuan's chest clenched with pain at her words. A faint glint of murderous intent flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. At that moment, Yi Qingqing broke free from Shi Qiyun's grip and declared, Qiyun, I trust Lu Yu. Qingcheng, he's about to take us to a hotel.
Shi Qiyun froze, then exclaimed. I trust him.
With that, Yi Qingqing stood beside Lu Yu. Her words were firm and decisive, her actions direct and unambiguous, clearly stating her stance. Shi Qiyun was momentarily speechless. Lu Yu forced down the murderous intent surging within him, his voice cold and detached.
I said it before, if you don't want to go, you don't have to. No one's forcing you.
But if you keep spouting nonsense like this, don't blame me for being rude. Shi Qian instinctively wanted to retort, but upon seeing the terrifying glint in Lu Yu's eyes, the words on the tip of his tongue sank back down his throat.
He sulkily walked over to Yen Xiaokuan and said, Xiaokuan, I'm only thinking of you. I don't want to see you get hurt. Then don't say things like that again, okay? Yen Xiaokuan didn't placate Shi Qiyun like before.
Instead, he spoke sternly.
Shi Qiyun froze.
Yen Xiaokuan had never spoken to her like this before.
Lu Yu said, Xiaokuan, if there's nothing else, shall we go together?
Yen Xiaokuan replied, all right. With just a few words, the brothers settled the matter.
In this environment, men would undoubtedly be more useful.
In extreme situations, no one could guarantee absolute safety. Just as they finished discussing, fetched some warm water, and prepared to depart, they pushed open the door to find the snow outside had piled up thickly, covering half the doorway.
The entire world was blanketed in white, stretching endlessly into the distance with an overwhelming sense of desolation. In the distance,
the occasional muffled roars of beasts echoed faintly, a constant reminder that the outside world still harbored the threat of monstrous creatures.
Quick! Close the door! Lu Yu barked the order.
As the door swung open, snow began tumbling down from outside.
Yen Xiaokuan rushed over and joined Lu Yu in slamming the door shut. Inside the house, snow had already accumulated on the floor.
Worse still, a biting cold wind filled the entire shop. The four people inside truly felt the chill cutting through them.
It's freezing. How can it be this cold?
Shi Qiyun's teeth chattered uncontrollably as she retreated deep into the back of the shop, as if staying there would shield her from some of the bitter cold. Yi Qingqing fared better, as her black coat provided decent insulation. As the only two men in the small group, Lu Yu and Yen Xiaokuan naturally felt the biting wind cutting through them like blades.
But being men, they didn't complain. Lu Yu still had an extra coat in his hands.
Yen Xiaokuan didn't ask Lu Yu for it and said nothing. But Shi Qiyun, frozen to the bone, scanned the shop with her eyes, searching for anything that might offer warmth. Her gaze fell upon Yi Qingqing's attire and the jacket in Lu Yu's hands. Shi Qiyun walked up to Lu Yu and declared, Lu Yu, give me that coat of yours.
Lu Yu turned to look at her. Why should I?
Shi Qiyun looked pitifully at him.
Look, I'm a girl. How can I stand this cold?
Qingcheng has something to wear, but I'm freezing too. Lu Yu remained unmoved.
I don't see you needing it that badly. How could I not need it?
You must have misread the situation.
Shi Qiyun forced a smile.
What I said earlier was just stating a fact, it wasn't meant to target you.
Don't be so petty. Lu Yu smiled faintly. I never mentioned what happened earlier. Shi Chiyun opened her mouth but no words came out. Lu Yu's words were crystal clear, he simply didn't want to give her one. No matter how much she pleaded, his stance remained unchanged. Lu Yu ignored her, turning his gaze to Yen Xiaokuan instead. Xiaokuan, are you cold? Ha? Yen Xiaokuan froze, then replied, no, I'm not cold. Lu Yu handed the coat directly to Yen Xiaokuan. Then put it on for now. Don't let yourself get cold. The temperature will only drop further. Staying warm will keep you from getting sick. Otherwise, it'll be trouble. Yen Xiaokuan looked at Lu Yu, utterly baffled by his brother's intentions. Shi Chiyun, however, was furious. You refused to give me your jacket when I asked, yet you hand it over to my boyfriend? Wasn't this blatant provocation? Yen Xiaokuan noticed Shi Chiyun's glare. Normally, he would have given her the coat. But the moment that thought flashed through his mind, it vanished instantly. After handing Yen Xiaokuan the clothes, Lu Yu paid no further attention to the aftermath. He pulled Yi Qingcheng and himself upstairs. Xiaokuan, I'm cold, Shi Chiyun said in a sweet, whiny voice. Yen Xiaokuan hesitated, his heart softening at her plea. He should give her the coat, but he remained silent. Second floor of the restaurant. This was a private room on the first floor. At this moment, it stood completely empty, devoid of any human presence, giving off a distinctly chilly and desolate vibe. Moreover, it felt noticeably colder here than on the ground floor. Lu Yu pulled Yi Qingcheng along as they walked down the corridor. Windows lined the passageway, offering a clear view of the outside scene. The world now seemed deserted, filled only with the howling wind. No other sound could be heard. Rougeau had never seen snow before. This snow is so beautiful, Yi Qingcheng murmured, gazing into the distance. The roads were hidden beneath a blanket of white, and the faint outlines of damaged, half-collapsed buildings, piled high with snow, gave the scene a desolate feel. Lu Yu admired Yi Qingcheng's profile as he remarked, it is indeed beautiful. Yet beneath this beautiful surface lies unseen danger. Chapter 161, Scavenging Supplies. Danger? Yi Qingcheng pondered thoughtfully, as if understanding Lu Yu's meaning. Lu Yu nodded, murmuring softly, yes. The real hardship might only just be beginning. Yi Qingcheng gazed out the window. Snow continued to fall relentlessly, the howling wind showing no sign of abating. If anything, it grew stronger. Lu Yu, it seems we haven't encountered any strange beasts along the way? Yi Qingcheng suddenly asked. Lu Yu replied, perhaps we've been fortunate. Is that so? Yi Qingcheng pressed. Lu Yu paused slightly before changing the subject. By the way, Qingcheng, with this snow falling so heavily, if it keeps up like this, Rougeau will definitely be buried in snow before the day is out. Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng asked, then, the shelter should be safe, right? Lu Yu smiled. No danger. They considered this when building it. The deeper the snow, the safer the shelter, though it'll make getting inside harder for us. Heavy snow. The shelter would be completely covered, its entrance buried beneath thick snowdrifts, making entry naturally difficult. It wasn't hard to understand. Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as her mother was safe, she didn't mind. Seeing Yi Qingcheng remain silent, Lu Yu said, let's go down. We shouldn't keep them waiting. Alright, Yi Qingcheng agreed. They descended the stairs. Lu Yu immediately spotted the coat he'd given Yen Xiaokuan now draped over Shi Chiyun's shoulders. His eyes flickered briefly as he led Yi Qingcheng over. Xiaokuan. Lu Yu called out. Xiao Yu. Yen Xiaokuan looked up and came over. How's it going? What's the situation outside? Not looking good. Lu Yu replied. The snow's coming down hard outside, and the temperature will likely keep dropping. Besides finding food, we need to look for things to keep us warm. Yen Xiaokuan's smile faded as his expression turned serious. Then we should get moving quickly? That's exactly what we're here to discuss, Lu Yu nodded. The owner of this place probably won't be coming back. Let's search it, take whatever's usable, and head to the Lijiang Grand Hotel. Alright. Yen Xiaokuan nodded. Shi Chiyun asked, it's so cold out there. What if we get buried? Why don't we wait here until the snow eases up? It'd be safer that way, and we wouldn't have to worry about danger. Lu Yu glanced at her. I already said if you don't want to go, you don't have to. No one's forcing you. Shi Chiyun fell silent. Lu Yu said no more and began searching the store with Yi Qingcheng. Yen Xiaokuan felt utterly helpless. Faced with this situation, he couldn't mediate either and could only watch. 10 minutes later. Lu Yu and the others regrouped in the front hall of the store, each holding several new items. Hot water bottles, backpacks, 2 lightweight jackets, 2 cans of corn, a packet of curry potato ready-to-eat meal, and a bag of rice with not much left. Most of these items had been found by Lu Yu. Yen Xiaokuan and Yi Qingcheng probably didn't realize that no matter how thoroughly one cleaned out a restaurant, some items would inevitably remain. Having worked in kitchen jobs during summer and winter breaks, Lu Yu was quite familiar with this. Finding them wasn't surprising. Even Shi Chiyun was astonished, swallowing hard. Why hadn't she noticed these things earlier? Suddenly, the half-chicken she'd stashed away didn't seem quite so appetizing anymore. Lu Yu pointed at the floor and said, this is everything. Did you guys find anything else? No. The others shook their heads. Lu Yu nodded, unsurprised. Alright then. The clothes will be split between me and Xiao Kuan. As for the food, we'll pack it in our bags. When we get hungry later, we'll take it out to eat. Sound good? Sounds good. No objections.
Yi Qingchang and Yan Xiaoquan naturally had no objections. They knew Lu Yu's shelter still held ample supplies. The items and food they were gathering now were merely for their immediate needs. It wasn't as if a few people would starve to death. For some reason, Shi Qiyun felt a wave of irritation well up inside her when she heard Lu Yu speak.
She wasn't stupid.
After several overt and covert clashes with Lu Yu, she could sense his hostility.
But it didn't matter to her.
Ever since learning about Yan Xiaoquan's parents' deaths, she'd never intended to go down with this group.
She was with Yan Xiaoquan solely for the money. Truthfully, Yan Xiaoquan wasn't her type. Or rather, he wasn't the only type she liked.
Shi Qiyun liked the kind of guy Yan Xiaoquan was. Now that the end times had arrived, ensuring her own survival was undoubtedly the most sensible course of action.
Under these circumstances, money probably wouldn't be of much use anyway. Food was the absolute priority.
She'd use these people to find food for herself. Whether they lived or died, what did it matter to her? Shi Qiyun thought silently to herself, her expression unchanged. Unlike earlier, she didn't confront Lu Yu.
Alright, since no one objects, that's how it'll be done.
Lu Yu said, crouching down to start gathering supplies. The others watched. The temperature inside the shop grew increasingly cold. Chilly winds seeped through the edges of some windows and cracks, sending shivers down their spines. The situation was dire. They had to find shelter from the cold, or they might freeze to death before starvation claimed them.
Alright, let's go.
Lu Yu finished packing, hoisted his load onto his back, and turned to the others.
Alright, the three replied. Just as they opened the door. Crash. A loud crashing sound echoed as the snow outside collapsed inward, threatening to fill the shop completely. Hurry up, don't get buried.
Lu Yu, leading the way, immediately urged them. Yi Qingchang and Shi Qiyun immediately stepped forward, trudging through the snow to exit.
You go. Lu Yu urged Yan Xiaoquan.
Yan Xiaoquan said nothing and dashed out.
Lu Yu brought up the rear. Soon.
The snow pile up at the shop's entrance collapsed by more than half, and the interior was already completely buried. Lu Yu and the others emerged onto the thick snow surface, which was a full 4 or 5 meters higher than the usual road level. Everyone felt a sense of unreality, as yesterday's weather forecast hadn't warned of such conditions.
Xiao Yu, where do we go?
Yan Xiaoquan pulled his coat tighter, glanced around, and asked an awkward question. The heavy snowfall and biting cold winds had transformed the entire outside world into a vast expanse of white. Some high rises were partially exposed above the snow layer, presenting a completely different appearance from what they were used to.
Simply put, they couldn't recognize the original path anymore. Chapter 162, Journey Through the Snow.
It wasn't just Yan Xiaoquan who was lost, even Yi Qingchang and Shi Qiyun had almost completely lost their sense of familiarity with their surroundings. Only Lu Yu. Looking at the snow-white expanse before him, Lu Yu felt not the slightest sense of unfamiliarity, but rather an extraordinary sense of warmth and familiarity. In his previous life, he had survived in such conditions for nearly half a year. His experiences and expertise were far beyond what any of the others present could match. Lu Yu merely scanned his surroundings, and a clear mental map instantly formed in his mind. It was exactly as it had been before they arrived.
Lu Yu, do you know the way?
Yi Qingchang asked.
Lu Yu smiled. Of course I do. Just follow me.
With that, Lu Yu strode off in a certain direction, with Yi Qingchang and the others following closely behind. High above, a blood-red sun hung coldly in the sky.
A biting wind blew, and large snowflakes drifted down.
Every few moments, snow would blanket Lu Yu and the others, forcing them to shake it off laboriously to lighten their load. By now, the time displayed indicated evening, yet the dark red glow in the sky showed no sign of diminishing. The sky remained perpetually gloomy. Without checking the time on their phones or watches, one would have no sense of the hour. Exposed to this gloomy, blood-red environment for so long, their moods grew increasingly irritable.
SSSSHHH.
Lu Yu circulated his qi, letting a thread of energy flow through his body to ward off the chill. At the same time, he trudged forward, his steps uneven and laborious. Walking through the bone-chilling snow was nothing like walking on a regular road. The deep snow alone made each step a tremendous challenge. The extreme cold further drained his physical strength and willpower with each step. Lu Yu wore little, but with his qi protecting him from the cold, he could endure it. Yi Qingchang and Yan Xiaoquan also possessed some inner energy, which shielded them from the cold, making the biting chill feel much less intense. Only Shi Qiyun was a true ordinary person, relying solely on his clothing to shield him from the cold. Yet since the strange phenomenon began, nearly 5 or 6 hours had already passed.
They hadn't eaten lunch. They had only had breakfast. The morning's examination had already drained their energy and stamina, leaving them depleted. Now, with the bitter cold setting in and hunger gnawing at them, Shi Qiyun, who had never endured such hardship before, could barely hold on.
After walking less than half an hour, Shi Chiyun had already fallen to the rear of the group. If not for Yan Xiaokuan keeping an eye on her from behind, she would likely have fallen behind completely.
I can't go on. It's too cold out here. I can't walk anymore.
Shi Chiyun gasped, white breath puffing from her mouth and nose as she cried out in protest. Lu Yu and Yi Qingchang were walking slightly ahead, not far from Yan Xiaokuan and Shi Chiyun. Hearing Shi Chiyun's cry, they both stopped and turned to look back.
What's wrong?
Yan Xiaokuan sensed something was off with his girlfriend.
I can't walk anymore. Let's find a place to rest first, then continue later? Shi Chiyun said. Yan Xiaokuan protested, we've barely started walking. I'm hungry. Shi Chiyun declared. Yan Xiaokuan froze slightly. Shi Chiyun explained, I only had breakfast this morning and haven't eaten anything since. I'm starving and don't have the strength to walk any further. Yan Xiaokuan realized he hadn't eaten anything today either. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Yan Xiaokuan asked. Shi Chiyun replied, I saw how hurried you were earlier and didn't want to bother you. I tried to hold it in, but I just couldn't anymore. Yan Xiaokuan glanced at Lu Yu. Alright, let's eat. This time, Lu Yu didn't scold Shi Chiyun but agreed immediately. A fleeting, barely perceptible look of surprise flashed across Shi Chiyun's face before vanishing. Where should we eat? Yan Xiaokuan asked. Lu Yu glanced ahead and pointed to a building with a small portion of its roof still exposed. Let's eat there. The other three followed his gaze. Less than 300 meters away, a building stood faintly visible, seemingly flickering with a faint glow. There, it looks like there's electricity? Yan Xiaokuan studied it for a long moment before speaking, his expression slightly startled. Before he could finish, Yi Qingchang and Shi Chiyun also noticed it. Electricity. An energy source vital to human survival. Shortly after the blizzard hit, power had been cut across Ruzhou. The restaurant they just left had no electricity whatsoever. Natural gas was also unusable, likely frozen solid in the pipelines by the extreme cold. Otherwise, they would have made that restaurant their base, as warmth was nearly as essential as food. But then the question arose, if power was out across most of Ruzhou, how could any place here still have electricity? Yi Qingchang and the others were all curious and puzzled, Shi Chiyun especially so. Really? Isn't having power a blessing? We can heat our ingredients, cook rice, and stay warm, 3 benefits in one. Come on, let's head over and rest up. Lu Yu smiled faintly, his earlier tension completely gone. Even when facing Shi Chiyun, Lu Yu didn't. This stirred a peculiar sensation within Shi Chiyun, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. After pondering it for a while without reaching any conclusion, she ultimately let it go. Since Lu Yu had spoken, the other three naturally had no objections and agreed to his suggestion. The place wasn't too far away. Taking a break and having a meal there sounded like a good idea. After all, it was still quite a distance from the Regent Hotel. No time to waste. Lu Yu led the way, guiding the 3 others toward their destination. Shi Chiyun had been complaining bitterly, but seeing hope within reach, she gritted her teeth and endured it. The 4 of them trudged through the heavy snow, step by step, moving forward. Something strange happened. The building that had seemed less than 300 meters away now took another half hour to reach, and it felt far more than 300 meters. Among them, Shi Chiyun's face was frozen crimson. Staring at the building now within sight, she opened her mouth to complain, but the words died on her lips. A few minutes later, Lu Yu and the others finally reached the building, though not at the main entrance. Instead, they found a spot on the 2nd floor where they could duck down and slip through a window. The light they had glimpsed earlier emanated precisely from these windows. Seeing this, Shi Chiyun felt trembling excitement, like a desert wanderer discovering an oasis. Without a second thought, she pulled open a glass window, ready to squeeze through the narrow opening. Xiao Yun, hold on. Yan Xiaokuan grabbed her arm, his voice grave. Chapter 163, The Measure of a Line. Shi Chiyun froze, turning to look at Yan Xiaokuan. I'll go first, Yan Xiaokuan murmured, his gaze fixed on the interior of the window. Shi Chiyun understood his meaning and stepped aside. Lu Yu cautioned, be careful. Yan Xiaokuan nodded, crouched down, and slipped his head through the opening. Lu Yu and the others waited outside. Everyone knew Yan Xiaokuan was going in first to scout the area. Moments later, a hand reached out from inside the window and made a gesture. It was Yan Xiaokuan's hand. He was signaling for everyone to come in. Shi Chiyun wasted no time, leading the way as he slipped inside. After Shi Chiyun had gone inside, Lu Yu spoke softly, Xingcheng, you go in first. Alright, you hurry up too. Yi Qingcheng replied. Lu Yu replied, I will. Yi Qingcheng hesitated no longer and climbed through the window. Only Lu Yu remained outside. His gaze swept around the surroundings. The smile vanished from his face. Then, he too entered the building. This was the 2nd floor of the building. In view were rows of shelving units, scattered with assorted snacks and household trinkets. However, everything appeared disorganized. Evidently, someone had already taken a portion of the goods. It was unclear whether the owner of the supermarket had taken them or if others had done so.
Yi Qingcheng waited for Lu Yu near the entrance. Seeing him come in, she beamed with joy.
Lu Yu. MHM. Lu Yu snapped back to attention, offering a faint smile. By the way, where are Xiao Kuan and the others? Yi Qingcheng replied, they went downstairs to take a look first. Let's go. We should check it out too. Lu Yu said. Yi Qingcheng replied, alright. With that, the two descended the stairs. The first floor was quite spacious, even more so than the second floor. Since the second floor housed a small storage room filled with miscellaneous items and inventory, the first floor had significantly more shelves. Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng had just descended the stairs. A series of low, rumbling sounds filled the air, and before them lay a faint glow. Generator. Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng exchanged a glance, instantly recognizing the source of the noise. A generator in this supermarket. This was truly an unexpected delight. Life in Chang'an had been too stable for too long. Not only were food and daily necessities rarely in short supply, but even water and power outages had become almost unheard of. Who would think to buy a generator? With electricity, we can stay warm and have energy to use. Yi Qingcheng said with a hint of excitement. Lu Yu chuckled, you're right. Following the sound, they saw Yan Xiaokuan and Shi Qiyun, their faces beaming with delight, examining the generator. Spotting Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng, Yan Xiaokuan stood up, beaming as he approached. Xiao Yu, we found a generator here. We can stay put for a while. Lu Yu glanced at it and asked, is it still in working order? Yan Xiaokuan nodded. It works fine. I checked, it just needs a bit more diesel. Should last about 3 days. 3 days shouldn't be necessary. Lu Yu replied, we should use this sparingly only during meals and for essential lighting. We can turn it off the rest of the time. In that case, a week shouldn't be a problem. A week? Yan Xiaokuan froze. Are we staying that long? Lu Yu explained, not necessarily that long, but as a precaution. If the road ahead remains impassable, we won't be able to travel far. In that case, it's safer to stay put. But Xiao Yu, didn't you say we were going to the Lijiang Grand Hotel? Yan Xiaokuan asked. Lu Yu replied, yes, but I suspect the situation there is likely similar to ours. If we can't proceed, it probably won't be any easier over there either. This was a remark only Yan Xiaokuan could grasp, even Yi Qingcheng didn't understand. Yan Xiaokuan paused, then said, I get it. Lu Yu smiled, patting his brother's shoulder. Don't be so tense. It'll be fine. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you guys. Yan Xiaokuan heard words nearly identical to those spoken countless times before, yet this time, they carried a different weight. He hadn't encountered much yet, but just this one heavy snowfall and the appearance of the strange beasts had quietly made him sense that something had changed between people, something he didn't quite grasp. Yan Xiaokuan couldn't tell if it was just his imagination or what. Let's go check it out. Lu Yu said with a smile, then walked over with Yan Xiaokuan and Yi Qingcheng. Shi Qiyun, noticing this, immediately stepped aside, seeming somewhat stiff. Lu Yu paid her no mind, bending down to inspect the generator. It was a machine barely taller than a person, rather crude in design, yet remarkably useful at this moment. Though noisy, it served its purpose well for generating electricity. What was strange was that generators required someone to start them, yet this machine was running on its own. And no one nearby seemed to be operating it. Where were they? This question wasn't just on Lu Yu's mind, the other three weren't stupid either. After his initial excitement, Yan Xiaokuan's expression turned serious. Xiao Yu, when I came in just now, this machine was already running. But I looked around and didn't see a single soul. There should be someone here. Yi Qingcheng and Shi Qiyun remained silent. Lu Yu nodded. Someone must be here. Yan Xiaokuan voiced his concern, what if someone is here? Wouldn't it be a bit awkward for us to stay? After all, this is someone else's property. Lu Yu glanced at his brother upon hearing this. Though Yan Xiaokuan was now living in the apocalypse, he hadn't yet experienced its true brutality, the sight of people fighting tooth and nail, resorting to any means necessary just to secure a scrap of resources or a morsel of food. If everyone fought like him, he'd likely be the first to die. Just as Lu Yu pondered how to explain to Yan Xiaokuan, Shi Qiyun couldn't help but interject, Xiaokuan, what time is it now? Why are you still saying things like that? If we die, what good will all this talk to us? Yan Xiaokuan froze. Shi Qiyun took Yan Xiaokuan's hand and said, at a time like this, we absolutely have to look out for ourselves first. You say this belongs to someone else? Then let's wait until that person arrives before we leave. Why rush out now to freeze and starve? Yan Xiaokuan listened and realized there was some truth to it. He realized he was still thinking with a pre-apocalypse mindset. A saintly attitude was unwise, but completely disregarding basic human decency was absolutely unacceptable. He needed to find the right balance. Chapter 164, The Supermarket. Yan Xiaokuan was genuinely kind-hearted, but he was far from a brainless do-gooder. Otherwise, Lu Yu wouldn't have been friends with Yan Xiaokuan for so many years. Yan Xiaokuan said, you're right. Staying temporarily shouldn't be a big problem. Shi Qiyun heard this and slowly exhaled in relief. She genuinely feared Yen Xiaokuan might suddenly lose his mind and abandon the place they just found. In this bitterly cold, snow-covered wilderness, where could they possibly find another safe place with energy sources and edible food? Finding this supermarket was already a stroke of good luck. At this moment, Shi Qiyun had lost all hope for her own home. She lived in nothing more than a small cottage, and with the current snowfall, it was likely buried long ago. And what's more, her place was far from the city center, making it even more difficult to get there. Shi Qiyun had already abandoned any thoughts of returning to search for food. Survival came first. Lu Yu approached the tightly sealed supermarket doors, his hand resting on the transparent glass as he murmured softly, "The owner of this store probably won't be coming back." Yen Xiaokuan and the others froze. "Why?" Shi Qiyun asked, puzzled. Lu Yu remained silent. Less than 5 meters away from the supermarket entrance, directly above it, a middle-aged man in his 30s lay forever asleep within the thick layer of snow. His posture still seemed frozen in the act of running toward the entrance, as if forever suspended in that moment. Yen Xiaokuan and the others couldn't see what lay beneath the thick snow. Lu Yu offered no explanation. He turned to the others and said, "Since this spot is decent, let's rest here. It'll be dark soon anyway, and visibility outside is poor, not ideal for continuing our journey." The others agreed it made sense and raised no objections. "Looks like we've got plenty of food here. Let's organize it and rest up. What do you say?" Lu Yu asked. Yen Xiaokuan replied, "Sounds good." After a brief discussion, they wasted no further words and each went to prepare. Even Shi Qiyun, who usually seemed at odds with Lu Yu, didn't argue and went to help. It had been half a day. They hadn't eaten a thing yet. For all of them, hunger was gnawing at their stomachs. Any extra words would be a huge waste of energy. They split up and acted independently. The supermarket wasn't large, the four of them could easily cover it several times over. Since their goal was to gather supplies, splitting up would be more efficient. Separating from Yi Qingcheng and the others. Instead of immediately searching for supplies, Lu Yu chose to turn off some of the supermarket lights. Diesel was limited, and conserving it now meant more fuel for later. They couldn't afford to run out of power. Click! A crisp sound echoed as the light switches dimmed. The brightness inside the supermarket visibly dimmed by several degrees. "Ah!" Shi Qiyun's shriek echoed through the space. "What the hell? Why did it suddenly get so much darker? Is the power out?" Simultaneously, Yi Qingcheng and Yen Xiaokuan both turned their gaze toward the power switch. Lu Yu said calmly, "We're conserving power for later use." Shi Qiyun glanced in Lu Yu's direction. Surrounded by the dimly lit space, fear crept into her heart. But since neither Yen Xiaokuan nor Yi Qingcheng said anything, she felt a surge of irritation. Not knowing how to voice it, she swallowed her frustration. Lu Yu ignored her, heading to the far end of the supermarket shelves to start scavenging. Returning to this familiar place, handling items he'd picked up so long ago, he felt an indescribable, strange sensation. It felt as though the events of his past life had happened just yesterday. That's right. This supermarket served as the temporary base for Lu Yu, Yen Xiaokuan, and Shi Qiyun in their previous lives. Now, aside from the addition of Yi Qingcheng, nothing else had changed. How remarkable. Lu Yu's lips curved into a faint smile as he murmured to himself. Under the dim lighting, only the rumble of the generator provided company. In the corners untouched by light, the darkness and gloom still managed to stir a sense of oppression in one's heart. A bone-chilling cold permeated the entire room. No amount of movement could dispel it. Thankfully, there was a cell phone. At least it showed the passage of time. It took the group of four roughly half an hour to gather back at the supermarket center, laden with bags and bundles. Each had gathered a substantial haul, enough to sustain them for a short while. Yen Xiaokuan remarked, "I saw plenty more edible supplies in their warehouse earlier. Combined with what's upstairs, we should be fine for a week." Lu Yu replied, "That's good. Let's move everything upstairs and keep it together. We don't want the snow collapsing on the first floor and burying these supplies." "Makes sense." Yen Xiaokuan agreed. The four of them got busy again. It took nearly an hour to move most of the supplies upstairs. The remaining items less critical and easier to handle were left on the first floor. It was safe to say they had made a bountiful haul. Seeing the second floor piled high with supplies, Shi Qiyun's anger vanished completely, replaced by delight. "Coming here was the right decision," she said. "We have everything we need. We can easily wait until the snow stops." Yen Xiaokuan, upon hearing this, seemed to think of something and glanced at Lu Yu. Lu Yu wore a faint smile but remained silent. Yi Qingcheng had been quiet from the start and was unlikely to say anything now. The atmosphere grew quiet. Shi Qiyun froze at this, asking, "Is there something wrong with what I said?" Lu Yu shook his head. "Staying here for a while is fine. We'll wait until the snow eases before setting off." Shi Qiyun's face lit up with a satisfied smile. The group settled in for the time being. Second floor of the supermarket. This space was essentially a large hall with a restroom and 3 or 4 rows of shelves. Beyond that, there was little else of note. Items like sleeping mats or blankets were almost non-existent.
Lu Yu and Yen Shokuan, the two men, worked together to move the two central rows of shelves against the walls. This cleared the middle area, making the space feel larger.
The window was covered with 2 bamboo mats.
Tonight, they would spend the night here. Just then, Liu came up from the first floor, carrying 2 thin quilts and an air conditioning blanket. "We'll use these to lay on the floor for sleeping," he said.
"No thick bedding available, so we'll have to make do."
"No problem," Yen Xiaokuan replied with a smile, holding 5 or 6 rolls of bamboo mats.
"We have a few more here that can be used too.
Lay them at the bottom, and it won't feel so hard when we sleep." Yi Qingcheng said nothing. For her, having a place to rest was enough. Shi Qiyun, however, looked less than pleased upon seeing what Lu Yu and Yen Shokuan were carrying.
Chapter 165, Cold Night.
Shi Qiyun's family wasn't wealthy, they hovered between middle class and impoverished. She had parents and a younger brother. Yen Xiaokuan was with her not because of her family background, but purely because he genuinely liked her as a person. She had always been kind and considerate toward him, gentle and compassionate. In return, Yen Xiaokuan not only took great care of Shi Qiyun but also provided substantial financial support to her family.
This had greatly improved and helped Shi Qiyun's family.
This made Shi Qiyun, who had endured so much hardship in the past, never want to return to that kind of life again. Though dissatisfied, seeing Yi Qingcheng say nothing, Shi Qiyun had no choice but to endure it.
Lu Yu and Yen Xiaokuan began tidying up. After a short while,
a simple bed was assembled. Calling it a bed was a stretch. It was essentially a large mat laid out on the floor, clearing a small, somewhat clean area in the center.
Gurgle.
Just as Lu Yu and Yen Shokuan finished setting it up, a rumbling sound erupted from someone's stomach.
The two men scrambled back into action. Dinner.
White rice, chili sauce, and the spicy sour chicken feet and honey-glazed chicken drumsticks from the snack packs. Nothing fancy, but for the 4 of them in the biting cold, it was food they couldn't do without. They'd gone nearly a day without eating.
Without any pretense of politeness, they dug in as soon as everything was ready. Under the dim candlelight,
they sat in silence, only the crisp sound of chewing breaking the quiet, adding a touch of humanity to the bitter winter. Lu Yu leaned against the rear cargo rack, bowl in hand, his gaze fixed on the window in the wall ahead. That was the very entrance through which they had come. Originally, the snow hadn't covered much of the window, but now, after just a few hours, the heavy snowfall had buried most of it. Only a narrow slit remained, offering a faint glimpse of the outside. Calling it a view was a stretch. It was just a vast expanse of white. Nothing was discernible. Visibility was extremely low. It wasn't hard to guess that the heavy snowfall outside showed no signs of letting up.
In the short term,
it was unlikely to change anytime soon. Lu Yu felt no surprise at this. He had anticipated it. As for the other 3, apart from Shi Qiyun, who knew nothing about the apocalypse, Yi Qingcheng and Yen Shokuan didn't feel much different. Aside from a vague sense of something unfamiliar, everything seemed much the same as usual.
Dinner took the 4 of them half an hour.
By the time they finished cleaning up, night had deepened. In such bitter cold and with their current primitive surroundings, bathing was nothing short of a luxury. Lu Yu and the others merely gave themselves a quick wipe down before lying down to rest. The generator had been shut off. A single candle stood on a stool, its flickering flame at the top swaying like a graceful dancer, swaying and dancing in the wind that blew in from somewhere unknown. Outside, the howling blizzard raged on, its piercing cold penetrating even those who stayed indoors. Inside the small supermarket building, buried beneath thick layers of snow, the warmth generated by the few people inside proved insufficient against the blinding blizzard outside. As time passed, the biting cold brought on by the plummeting temperatures became increasingly palpable. Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng lay beneath an electric blanket, positioned at opposite ends, a considerable distance apart. For Yi Qingcheng, although she and Lu Yu were confirmed as boyfriend and girlfriend, sleeping together so suddenly still made her feel a bit uneasy. Lu Yu sensed Yi Qingcheng's thoughts. He chose not to press the issue, letting her be. Their intimacy level was currently at 85 points, not low at all. Pursuing 95 points to unlock the next contract slot could wait for now. Among the 4 of them, the 2 of them undoubtedly cultivated the most inner energy within their bodies. While this energy could strengthen their physique somewhat, it couldn't completely shield them from the cold. They could still feel a chill. Lu Yu withdrew his gaze from the window and glanced at Yi Qingcheng. He noticed she was shivering slightly from the cold. He felt cold too. But as a man, his natural tolerance for cold was far greater than a girl's. "Come closer," Lu Yu murmured softly. Yi Qingcheng heard Lu Yu speak but didn't catch what he said. Lu Yu said nothing more. Nestled under the covers, he moved closer to her. Yi Qingcheng's expression flashed with alarm. "Lu Yu, what are you doing?" Lu Yu offered no explanation, drawing closer until only the width of a palm separated them. Yi Qingcheng felt the heat. And his breath. "Lu Yu, what are you doing?" Yi Qingcheng's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, her voice weak and faint as she asked. Lu Yu replied, "You're cold. I'm warming you." "Warm you?" Yi Qingcheng looked at Lu Yu, suddenly understanding the meaning behind his earlier actions. And to think she had been wondering. Lu Yu murmured softly, "This damn weather, who knows how long it'll last."
We'd better stick together for warmth. Yi Qingcheng nodded.
All right. As time passed, the small blanket grew a little warmer beneath them.
The next morning,
Lu Yu was the first to wake. In this tiny space buried under thick snow, hardly any light could penetrate. He mainly checked the time on his phone. Beside him, Yi Qingcheng was still fast asleep. He rose slowly, carefully tucking the electric blanket around Yi Qingcheng before glancing toward Yen Xiaoquan and Shi Qiyun, who lay fast asleep nearby.
Lu Yu didn't disturb them, instead stepping over to the window.
After a night of relentless blizzard, the window was now completely buried in snow, obscuring any view of the outside world. Inside, Lu Yu had no idea how heavy the snowfall had been or how deep it had buried the area. It was entirely possible they were now buried deep beneath the snow.
Has the snow outside stopped?
Shi Qiyun's voice came from behind him. Lu Yu paused, turned, and looked at her with surprise.
No. Let me see. Shi Qiyun stepped forward, circling around Lu Yu to peer out the window.
Beyond the thick, white snow piled up outside the window, nothing else could be seen.
This place was truly buried. We're buried?
Shi Qiyun asked.
Lu Yu nodded.
Yes. Shi Qiyun's face darkened as she said, then we're done for.
With this snowfall, there's no air.
We won't starve or freeze to death, we'll suffocate alive. Lu Yu looked at her with slight surprise.
I didn't expect you to know about this. Shi Qiyun retorted, what do you mean by that?
Lu Yu shook his head.
Nothing. Just complimenting you.
Shi Qiyun frowned slightly. Lu Yu ignored her, replying calmly, don't worry. Even if this place gets buried under snow for a year or two, you won't suffocate. Just stay put.
Chapter 166, Hope. Shi Qiyun asked, why?
Lu Yu replied, why don't you guess?
Guess?
Shi Qiyun's frown deepened as she genuinely pondered the question. Lu Yu had no time to engage her, striding instead toward the piles of supplies. He began sorting through them, gathering items to prepare breakfast for the group. Yesterday, they'd gathered everything from the supermarket. Now, there were 3 large piles of supplies, food, drinks, and a wide variety of items. People outside certainly didn't enjoy such favorable conditions. After the 4 of them washed up and finished eating, they fell into another period of deep contemplation.
Dim light illuminated the entire second floor.
After tidying up, the group sat in the middle of the floor, exchanging awkward glances. In such a confined space, with no signal, no books, and no entertainment, they could only huddle in this tiny corner. To say it had no effect would be impossible.
After finishing their meal,
Yen Xiaoquan, Shi Qiyun, and Yi Qingcheng approached the window, straining their eyes to peer outside, desperate to know what lay beyond. But they weren't gods, they couldn't see through walls. After pacing back and forth several times, they reluctantly returned to their original spot and sat there, lost in thought. Lu Yu remarked, this snow will likely keep falling for a while. There's no need to rush our departure.
With such treacherous weather outside, venturing out recklessly would be dangerous.
Yen Xiaoquan sighed, I just don't know how long we'll have to wait like this. We'll wait until the snow eases up a bit, Lu Yu replied. Yen Xiaoquan had no objections to this. Yi Qingcheng and Shi Qiyun, hearing this, had nothing more to say either. It seemed each person carried their own concerns.
Only Lu Yu was silently calculating the passage of time.
Snow swirled fiercely, and the biting wind persisted. Lu Yu and his group of 4 took shelter in this small structure, quietly waiting for the snow and ice to pass.
Time flowed like water, slipping away in an instant.
A week later.
Early that morning, Shi Qiyun rose before dawn.
Approaching the window as she did every day, her first act was to check whether the snow outside had melted at all. Being confined to such a small space for so long had left her feeling somewhat oppressed. Seeing the snow outside appeared significantly less than the previous days, Shi Qiyun's face lit up with joy.
Xiaoquan, come quickly. The snow outside seems to have melted a bit.
Yen Xiaoquan, half asleep, peered out blearily.
Ha! Come see. The snow is melting outside. Shi Qiyun urged urgently.
Yen Xiaoquan walked over and looked where Shi Qiyun was pointing. The upper part of that section of the window, where the snow had seemed to be stuck, appeared to have less accumulation. It wasn't much, but at least there was some change. It wasn't like the previous days, when it seemed as if time had frozen.
It really is melting.
Yen Xiaoquan studied it for a while before finally confirming Shi Qiyun's words were true.
Right.
Shi Qiyun beamed with delight.
Looks like the snow outside must have thinned considerably, otherwise it wouldn't be melting. We can finally get out.
Yen Xiaoquan felt equally elated at the news. Being cooped up in this dark and gloomy place was undoubtedly a torment for the soul.
Who would willingly endure such oppression for no reason?
Yen Xiaoquan and Shi Qiyun's voices caught the attention of Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng, who stood up and walked over. Yen Xiaoquan said, Xiaoyu, it looks like the snow is melting outside.
I think we should be able to get out now. Lu Yu glanced out the window.
He saw that it was indeed true. Yi Qingcheng glanced over too, though her expression remained unchanged. As long as her mother was safe, nothing else mattered to her. Yen Xiaoquan sighed, finally, we can get out of this godforsaken place.
Being stuck here has been unbearable.
Lu Yu smiled wryly.
He understood this feeling well.
In his previous life, he had felt the same way, oppressed, driven to the brink of madness, yet he had endured. Reliving it this time brought him far greater composure. "Don't get too excited yet," Lu Yu murmured softly.
"This is just a small sign. It's not a large-scale thaw.
We'll have to wait several more days before the snow melts significantly."
Yan Xiaoquan shrugged indifferently. "No big deal. As long as there's a sign, it won't be forever. We've already waited a week, a few more days won't make a difference." Lu Yu nodded.
Hope truly is essential for survival for humans, or indeed any living creature.
Ever heard of the hope experiment? It goes something like this: a white mouse is thrown into a bucket of water.
If left alone, after 15 minutes, it stops struggling and sinks to the bottom. But when experimenters add another mouse to the bucket, rescue it just before it sinks, let it rest, and then return it to the water, it will struggle for 60 minutes before finally giving up and sinking.
This is the famous hope experiment.
These mice firmly believe that the hand that rescued them would appear again.
That is the power of hope in the afternoon.
Yet they did not know that the very hand that saved them was also the hand that would kill them. Now, although Lu Yu and his companions were hiding within the confines of this small supermarket building, from another perspective, what difference was there between the four of them and the white mouse tossed into the bucket by the experimenter? The only difference was that Lu Yu was both the mouse and the experimenter's hand. He was. The other three would not break. Upon overhearing their conversation, Yi Qingcheng and Shi Qiyun wore distinctly different expressions. Yi Qingcheng felt it was nothing to worry about. As long as Lu Yu was there, she had nothing to worry about. Because this boy was so utterly dependable. Shi Qiyun, however, couldn't bear to stay here a moment longer. Her sole desire was for everything to return to the ordinary world of before, to marry Yan Xiaoquan and live the glamorous life of a wealthy socialite. Her current life trajectory had strayed far from the path she had envisioned. If things could never go back to the way they were, then being with Yan Xiaoquan truly held no meaning anymore.
Each person harbored different thoughts.
"But Xiaoyu, our food supplies won't last much longer."
Yan Xiaoquan suddenly remembered something and said to Lu Yu, "How much is left?"
Lu Yu hadn't paid attention to this issue in recent days. Yan Xiaoquan replied, "It should last 3 more days." 3 days? The words had barely left his mouth when the mood among the group shifted.
3 days?
Lu Yu glanced at the pile of supplies nearby, mentally estimating the quantity.
His conclusion matched his brother's estimate: it should be enough. Chapter 167, Wanting to Escape. Enough?
Yan Xiaoquan froze, asking.
MHM. Lu Yu nodded. The snow outside is melting, right? As long as it stops snowing and keeps melting, we can go out and find food.
Yan Xiaoquan blurted out, "But what if it doesn't melt?" His words cut off mid-sentence as Yan Xiaoquan suddenly realized his mistake and clamped his mouth shut.
At that very moment,
Yi Qingcheng and Shi Qiyun both turned to look at Yan Xiaoquan and Lu Yu. Yan Xiaoquan stammered, "No, I meant, if it hadn't melted, we'd still have to find a way to go out and get food. We can't just sit here and wait to die, bro." Lu Yu chuckled.
"Yeah, I guess I asked a bit too much," Yan Xiaoquan said sheepishly.
Lu Yu reassured him, "Not at all.
It's perfectly normal.
Let's just wait for the snow to stop."
Yan Xiaoquan quickly nodded and fell silent.
The group fell back into their previous state of staring at each other in silence.
Soon,
3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the supplies left in the supermarket were dwindling fast. Even though Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan had been carefully rationing supplies these past days, the rate of consumption was still much faster than they had anticipated. Day 4. Under the dim light, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan stared at the significantly depleted pile of supplies before them, both falling silent. These supplies wouldn't last 2 days. Outside, the snow hadn't melted as Lu Yu had predicted. That day, only a small portion had thawed before it stopped, only to be buried again by fresh snowfall. "Xiaoyu, this won't last much longer.
We need to go out and find food," Yan Xiaoquan said.
Lu Yu replied, "We definitely need to go out. But the snow outside hasn't stopped. Should we prepare to dig our way out later?"
Yan Xiaoquan asked. Lu Yu didn't answer immediately.
He was pondering another matter. In his previous life, they had also dug through the snow to leave this place. But that had happened 5 days later. Back then, Lu Yu, Yan Xiaoquan, and Shi Qiyun had stayed in the supermarket for a full fortnight before their supplies ran out and they decided to venture out.
This time was different.
This time, Yi Qingcheng was with them, meaning one more person to consume supplies. Even though Lu Yu had deliberately tried to control the pace and delay things as much as possible, they still ended up leaving much earlier. Last time, they had stayed for over half a month and also exited through the window. Yet that experience left an indelible impression on Lu Yu. Why was that? Because the snow outside the window was still deep, much deeper than Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan had anticipated. That single act of opening the window nearly buried all 3 of them alive inside the supermarket. Now that they'd emerged so much earlier, the conditions outside could only be worse than before.
It couldn't possibly be better.
This was Lu Yu's primary concern. Another issue was that the plan he had devised would need adjustments based on how time unfolded.
"Xiaoyu, is something wrong?" Yan Xiaoquan asked after Lu Yu remained silent for a long while. Lu Yu snapped back to reality and shook his head. Nothing.
I was just thinking about how deep the snow outside really is.
What if we can't dig our way out, or what if it collapses and buries us inside?
Yan Xiaoquan replied, that is indeed a concern, but we can try moving bit by bit.
If it doesn't work, we can always stop then.
Lu Yu smiled. Let's do it. After agreeing on a plan, the two split up to find suitable tools. Digging with bare hands was out of the question. A short while later,
Lu Yu returned with an iron spatula, while Yan Xiaoquan brought an iron dustpan.
Ugh. Ha! Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan exchanged glances at each other's tools, both pausing in surprise.
Xiaoyu, isn't yours a bit too small? Yan Xiaoquan asked.
Lu Yu replied, no, is yours too big?
Yan Xiaoquan shook his head. No.
Lu Yu.
Yan Xiaoquan.
After a moment of mutual silence, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan decided it was best to attend to the matter at hand first. By then, Yi Qingcheng and Shi Qiyun had already woken up. When the two women saw Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan, who had gone to retrieve their equipment, they both froze for a moment. Yi Qingcheng glanced at Lu Yu and quickly grasped the situation.
Shi Qiyun asked, Xiaoquan, what are you two up to?
Yan Xiaoquan hesitated, about to explain directly. Lu Yu cut him off immediately. We're going to open the window to see how much snow has fallen outside.
Why suddenly check the snow outside for no reason? Shi Qiyun pressed.
Lu Yu countered, don't you want to go out?
Shi Qiyun replied, no, it's not that.
Lu Yu said, then why ask such a question? Unless you want to stay here forever, in which case we won't bother, we'll just wait here until the snow outside stops falling before going out. Shi Qiyun's expression shifted slightly at this. Forcing a faint smile, he said, that's not what I meant. I was just curious about what you're planning to do.
Lu Yu replied coolly, what good is curiosity? If you have the energy, you'd be better off figuring out how to get out instead of asking pointless questions here.
You. Shi Qiyun recognized the sarcasm in Lu Yu's tone.
Yan Xiaoquan interjected, Xiaoyu.
Just kidding, don't get so worked up. Lu Yu said with a slight smile. With that, Lu Yu walked over to the window on the second floor of the supermarket.
The snow outside seemed to have frozen this exit solid.
Because people were living inside, the snow on the side closest to the window had quietly melted, forming a thick layer of ice that clung to the glass. This undoubtedly added to the difficulty of getting out.
Yan Xiaoquan approached and looked up. Xiaoyu, what do you think? Can we get through?
Let's try. Lu Yu replied non-committally. He examined the window before him, gently probing the glass with his fingers.
It remained utterly immovable, as if welded shut. The ice is melting.
Yan Xiaoquan noticed the problem too. Lu Yu said nothing, continuing to carefully maneuver the window pane. Squeak, squeak.
The window was of decent quality.
Under Lu Yu's force, it ground against the melted ice outside, emitting a faint, grinding sound. Yi Qingcheng and Shi Qiyun stood a little further back, watching.
With their very lives at stake, they couldn't help but be concerned.
Squeak. After moving it 40 or 50 times, the glass finally showed signs of shifting. With a crisp snap, Lu Yu slowly pushed it aside.
Before Lu Yu and his companions lay a mirror-smooth sheet of ice. Isn't it snow outside? How did it turn to ice?
Shi Qiyun asked in astonishment. Just a few days ago, when she looked out the window, it had clearly been snow.
Chapter 168, Breaking Through the Ice. Want to know why?
Lu Yu asked.
Shi Qiyun replied, why?
Lu Yu touched the dew on the window pane, pinched it between two fingers, and explained, because beneath the snow lies human presence. The heat generated by people has melted the snow closest to us into ice.
Now do you understand?
Shi Qiyun replied, I get it. For some reason. Lu Yu's explanation seemed perfectly logical, yet to Shi Qiyun, it felt oddly unsettling. She couldn't quite put her finger on what was strange about it.
Yan Xiaoquan stepped forward.
Xiaoyu, should we just dig like this?
Lu Yu nodded. You can try first?
Yan Xiaoquan immediately sprang into action upon hearing this. He raised the iron scoop in his hand and swung it down hard toward the ice before him.
In the instant it descended.
Lu Yu quickly grabbed him.
What's wrong?
Yan Xiaoquan asked, puzzled.
Lu Yu felt embarrassed. Don't make such big movements.
If the ice cracks suddenly and the snow outside piles up, we'll be buried alive.
Yan Xiaoquan realized his mistake. Then you do it.
Lu Yu held the iron spatula and tapped lightly on the ice surface several times, judging its thickness by the sound. Then, he aimed at a specific spot, channeled his inner strength into a single point, and struck with a sudden, powerful blow.
Clang!
The sharp tip of the spatula collided with the ice, producing a crisp sound. The ice remained completely unmoved, only scattering a few shards of ice. It seemed quite sturdy.
Yan Xiaoquan said, Xiaoyu, wait for me. I'll go find something sharp too.
Saying this, Yan Xiaoquan set down the dustpan and dashed toward the storage area to find a suitable tool.
Yi Qingcheng asked, Lu Yu, do you need any help?
Lu Yu replied, go fetch a few buckets for me. If any ice or snow drifts in, we can scoop it into the buckets first and carry them to the toilet later. Sure Chiyun, pack up our sleeping blankets and mats so they don't get soiled by any snowmelt.
Got it. Yi Qingcheng went to fetch the buckets.
Sure Chiyun hadn't expected to be assigned a task. Seeing everyone else busy, she didn't want to make an exception for herself. She gave a brief nod before heading off to do as Lu Yu had instructed.
Lu Yu refocused his attention on the present.
The thicker the ice layer here actually indicated that the snow outside was abundant and the temperature extremely cold.
Otherwise, such conditions wouldn't exist. Given the circumstances, Lu Yu needed to be even more cautious. His life in this new existence hadn't even begun yet.
To be buried beneath thick snow like this would be a betrayal of his identity as a reborn soul and a failure to the system he carried.
Lu Yu snapped back to reality.
He covered most of the glass window again, leaving only a small section exposed. He planned to chip out an exit bit by bit, preparing for a protracted battle. The clinking and clanking sounds echoed through the small supermarket. Many hands make light work. After fiddling with it for a while, Yen Xiaoquan approached with 2 screwdrivers. Their sharp Phillips heads seemed born to crack ice. Yen Xiaoquan held up the screwdrivers and said, "Xiaoyu, this is how you do it.
This is way more efficient than your method, probably faster too. Let's try it." Lu Yu replied.
Yen Xiaoquan stepped forward and stood beside Lu Yu, beginning to chip away at the layer of ice.
With 2 people working together, the pace quickened considerably. A small opening was finally chiseled out by Lu Yu and Yen Xiaoquan.
The 2 girls took charge of collecting water and tidying up, taking breaks when needed. Before long, a human-sized hole appeared. This was merely an opening in the ice layer, not a fully dug-through passageway. Beyond the ice lay thick, white snow. With the outer ice layer breached, heat from the supermarket escaped outward, melting the accumulated snow into slush that flowed inward through the window. Yi Qingcheng acted swiftly, grabbing a bucket to catch the water, preventing the floor from getting soaked. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Yen Xiaoquan's hands were frozen bright red and icy cold. Sure Chiyun paid no attention to this. Her gaze was entirely fixed on the exit. Seeing the thick snow behind the ice layer, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. The deeper the snow outside, the deeper they were buried. If that was the case, escaping would be virtually impossible. And what was even more dire was that if the snow truly buried the entire city deep beneath it, even if they managed to escape, what could they possibly find to eat? Sure Chiyun's mood sank into gloom.
"Xiaoquan, how are you? Feeling okay?"
Lu Yu and Yen Xiaoquan crouched by the tiny hole, asking.
"Ugh. I'm holding on," Yen Xiaoquan replied. "But this snow is just too deep.
We've been digging for ages and only managed to make such a tiny opening.
Getting out feels like climbing a mountain."
As he spoke, Yen Xiaoquan glanced up at the snow layer above them, still dripping snow. His expression grew slightly grim. Lu Yu followed his gaze and poked the snow with his finger. It felt loose and crumbly. He then thrust the handle of the spatula upward, but it didn't seem to reach all the way through. He estimated the snow was at least 4 stories deep. Consider this. The supermarket Lu Yu was in was only 2 stories tall. If the snow exceeded 4 stories, it would likely cover 90% of Ruzhou.
How many people would survive this time?
For a moment, Lu Yu found his thoughts drifting. Natural disasters have always been among humanity's most daunting challenges. Though modern society possesses formidable weapons and the most advanced, cutting-edge technological capabilities, such power remains insignificant when confronted with the vastness of the world and the might of nature itself. In truth, the scale of Ruzhou's natural disaster was relatively mild compared to other parts of the world. Compared to other regions where sandstorms, tornadoes, earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, volcanic eruptions, and more rage unchecked, there's nowhere to hide. It's game over. Where else could one find a place to hide and still live comfortably? But I'm getting sidetracked. The point is, if we can get out now, it's definitely better than staying here. Sure, there's the risk of not finding food or being attacked by beasts out there, but it's better than sitting around waiting to die.
Lu Yu was thinking of a way.
Yen Xiaoquan watched Lu Yu deep in thought and didn't disturb him, waiting quietly nearby. Having lost his parents, he still had to force himself to stay strong and keep living. The tension in Yen Xiaoquan's heart was stretched to its limit.
"Got it!" Lu Yu suddenly exclaimed after 2 or 3 minutes. Chapter 169, The Exit. "What is it?" Yen Xiaoquan asked urgently. Lu Yu replied, "I've got a way." "What kind of solution?" Yen Xiaoquan pressed.
Yi Qingcheng and Sure Chiyun pricked up their ears, equally curious about Lu Yu's plan. Lu Yu looked at the large hole they had dug out before him and said, "We can dig a small ice tunnel here, then dig a passageway upward from there. That way, we won't have to worry about the risk of collapse, and we can stabilize the exit."
"It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why?" Yen Xiaoquan was baffled.
Lu Yu patiently explained, when snow melts into ice, it hardens. The window outside is piled high with snow, so digging directly there risks collapse. But if we melt the edges of this excavated area into ice, not only will digging out be easier, but it will also be safe.
Understand?
As he spoke, Lu Yu tapped the freshly excavated snow layer with his finger. The newly dug snow was already gradually turning to ice.
Hearing Lu Yu's explanation, Yan Xiaoquan and the others seemed to grasp the idea.
Yan Xiaoquan said, Xiaoyu, just tell us what to do. We'll work together with you. No need to make it so complicated. Xiaoquan's right, Yi Qingcheng murmured in agreement. Shi Qiyun hadn't intended to speak, but seeing the others had already chimed in, she could only say, just tell us what to do. Lu Yu replied, we should stick to the plan we discussed earlier. Xiaoquan and I will handle digging the passage and shoveling the snow, while Qingcheng and Shi Qiyun take care of processing the accumulated snow and collecting the melted water into buckets.
That way, we'll be more efficient. Alright, let's do it your way. Yan Xiaoquan responded first. The other two women had no objections either. And so, the four of them got to work. For supplies, for survival the reasons differed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Through their relentless efforts, a cave large enough for 2 or 3 people had been constructed, and a makeshift staircase leading upward had been built. However, the topmost step was somewhat messy, with 2 or 3 pieces of equipment scattered about. Above it lay a layer of snow, its thickness unknown. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lu Yu remained calm, patiently widening the passageway bit by bit with his tools while reinforcing it. Beside him stood Yan Xiaoquan. Both their faces were frozen bright red, their palms turning purple from the cold, yet this did nothing to dampen their resolve to dig their way out. Just then, Shi Qiyun appeared, carrying an empty bucket. She climbed the steps to the passageway, her expression grim as she asked, Lu Yu, how much longer until we can get out? Yan Xiaoquan froze. Xiaoyun, what's wrong? Our food is almost gone. We'll last until tomorrow at most, then there'll be nothing left. If we can't get out soon, we'll starve to death in here. Shi Qiyun declared. Yan Xiaoquan replied gravely, I know. But we're digging our way out now, aren't we? Just a little more time, and we'll definitely make it out. Shi Qiyun grabbed Yan Xiaoquan's hand and pleaded, I know, but if we don't get out today, we'll run out of food tomorrow. As she spoke, Yan Xiaoquan's stomach suddenly growled loudly. Lu Yu and the others had only begun digging this passageway after finishing their midday meal. Less than half an hour after finishing his meal, Yan Xiaoquan's stomach was already growling. What did this mean? He hadn't eaten his fill. As supplies dwindled and food grew scarce, Yan Xiaoquan chose to eat less. Of course. Lu Yu hadn't chosen to do the same. Xiaoquan, look, even you can't hold out anymore. If we can't find another way, we'll die here, Shi Qiyun said. Yan Xiaoquan paused, then asked, Xiaoyun, do you have another solution? Not right now, but aren't solutions born from human ingenuity? Let's stop, go back together, and think it through. We'll definitely come up with a way. Shi Qiyun insisted. What about this tunnel we've dug? Yan Xiaoquan asked. Shi Qiyun replied, forget it. I don't think digging further will get us out. Better to cut our losses now and find another way out. Yan Xiaoquan frowned, about to speak. Just then, a sudden rustling sound erupted nearby, instantly capturing both their attention. Yan Xiaoquan and Shi Qiyun ceased their argument and turned their gaze in unison. Where Liu stood, a faint ray of sunlight pierced through, and beside him lay a pile of white snow. He broke through? Shi Qiyun froze, then erupted with joy. Yan Xiaoquan also caught the hint. He hurried over to Lu Yu's side and asked, Xiaoyu, are you okay? Lu Yu brushed the snow from his body, looked at Xiaoquan, and smiled faintly. Mission accomplished. It seems I really did dig through. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoquan hurriedly looked up. Following the tiny hole, he saw above the snow layer. That tiny opening. They had truly dug their way out. A look of wild joy spread across Yan Xiaoquan's face. He pressed both hands on Lu Yu's shoulders and exclaimed, we're getting out. We really can get out. Lu Yu nodded with a smile. Yes. Yan Xiaoquan said, then let's hurry up and dig this exit properly, shall we? Lu Yu replied, absolutely. With that, the two immediately got back to work. With a glimmer of hope before them, their work took on a whole new energy. Every movement seemed more vigorous. As they continued digging, the snow cave above them was finally secured. A passageway large enough for one person to crawl through was carved out. Yan Xiaoquan said, Xiaoyu, you stay here and rest for a bit. I'll go out and take a look. Saying this, Yan Xiaoquan started to move toward the exit. Lu Yu stopped him. No need. I'll go first. Yan Xiaoquan shook his head. No, you've been working on this passageway for days and are already exhausted. I'll just scout the way. This wasn't because Yan Xiaoquan feared he couldn't make it out. Rather, it was because Lu Yu had indeed contributed the most effort and thought to the passage excavation over the past few days. This passageway wasn't something simple to create. It was nearly 2 stories tall. Using only their hands and brute strength, they not only had to dig the passage but also reinforce it. The sheer scale of the work was unimaginable. It was true that Lu Yu and his companions possessed chi energy, making them considerably stronger than ordinary people. Yet this strength did not place them beyond the bounds of humanity. Lu Yu still needed to breathe, eat, drink, and relieve himself just like any ordinary person. With the situation outside unknown, Yan Xiaoquan naturally didn't want Lu Yu to venture out again. If any real trouble or danger arose, Yan Xiaoquan would regret it too late. A faint warmth touched Lu Yu's heart. It's fine, he said. I'll just go take a look. If things go wrong, I can come back immediately.
You stay here with Shi Qiyun.
Don't leave her alone. Chapter 170, Departure. You're no help here either. I haven't been much assistance. I'm going. Yan Xiaoquan insisted. Lu Yu was about to speak. Shi Qiyun wrapped her arm around Yan Xiaoquan's and said, I think Lu Yu is right.
He seems more experienced with survival situations. If he goes out to check, he'll have a better idea of what's happening.
You shouldn't burden Lu Yu.
Yan Xiaoquan protested, I won't trouble my brother.
Be a good boy, Shi Qiyun soothed. Just listen to Lu Yu this time.
If anything dangerous happens, we can still keep an eye on Lu Yu from here. Yan Xiaoquan tried to protest, but Shi Qiyun turned to Lu Yu.
Lu Yu, we're counting on you. We'll wait here for you.
Lu Yu gave a slight nod, set his tools aside, and smiled.
Alright, you stay here. I'll keep you posted.
With that, Lu Yu crawled through the narrow opening above. The exit hadn't been enlarged much, deliberately kept small to conceal this hidden passage beneath the snow. The moment Lu Yu poked his head out, a bitterly cold wind swept over him, sharp as razor blades, stinging his face.
Even with his considerable endurance, Lu Yu couldn't help but wince and suck in his sharp breath.
But since he'd decided to come out, he wasn't about to let a little wind and snow scare him off. With a slight effort, Lu Yu emerged from beneath the snow, standing in the center of a world blanketed in ice and snow. Seeing the world around him blanketed in snow-white splendor once more, Lu Yu felt a profound sense of awe wash over him. Even the biting cold and the relentless snowfall seemed momentarily forgotten. Lu Yu recalled that when he entered the supermarket, there had been several high-rise buildings nearby. Due to the blizzard, most of these buildings were now buried. Even the exposed sections were covered in thick layers of snow, obscuring their original forms. Though the snow wasn't as heavy as it had been that day, it was still significant, severely limiting visibility and the range of sight. However, these weren't Lu Yu's primary concerns. What troubled him more were the beasts lurking in the shadows, hidden in places difficult to detect. From leaving the school, to heading to the mall to seek shelter, and then arriving at the supermarket to use it as a temporary base, he hadn't encountered a single strange beast. Why was that? It wasn't simply good luck that had spared them encounters. Lu Yu had deliberately chosen a route based on his memory, one where strange beasts were least likely to appear. That's how they managed to reach the supermarket unscathed and stay there for so long. Lu Yu kept this fact to himself, however. According to Lu Yu's memories from his previous life, strange beasts did exist in this frozen wasteland. Certain beasts, transformed from animals native to the highlands, would lie in ambush beneath the thick snow, striking humans by surprise or ambushing other beasts for prey. In his previous life, Lu Yu and his companions had never encountered any of these creatures while searching for food and supplies. But that didn't mean danger was absent. What if some strange beast suddenly wandered into this area, appeared before them, and wiped out the entire group? They couldn't rely solely on past experiences. Otherwise, if something went wrong, they'd be screwed. With Lu Yu's current strength, he couldn't even withstand a level 1 beast. With only 0.011 strength points, if he had the misfortune of encountering a level 1 beast, there'd be no point in arguing. Turning tail and running was the only sure bet. After scanning the surroundings for a long time and finding nothing unusual, Lu Yu prepared to return and report. But the moment he turned around, he froze in shock. The exit was now completely covered in snow, nearly buried. Lu Yu crouched down, cleared the snow from the exit, and re-entered the passageway. Yan Xiaoquan approached nervously, checking Lu Yu over. How are you? Are you okay? I'm fine, Lu Yu shook his head. Glad to hear it. I was worried when you didn't come back for so long. Yan Xiaoquan's words trailed off abruptly. He'd almost forgotten that Yi Qingcheng had also arrived a little further back. She was watching Lu Yu. Shi Qiyun asked, how's it outside? Any danger? Lu Yu replied, no, it's safe. But the snow is still falling heavily outside, and the temperature is extremely low. Going out would be very taxing. He wasn't lying, every word was the truth. Shi Qiyun insisted, we still have to go out. Our food is nearly gone. If we don't leave, we'll starve to death. Yan Xiaoquan and Yi Qingcheng knew this was true. Lu Yu nodded. That's true. So we need someone to go out and find supplies. Then we'll either stay put or find a new place to set up as our shelter. That way, we can hold out until the heavy snow stops. The three fell into deep thought. Should they relocate or continue to endure here? Each option had its merits. This spot was undoubtedly safe, but supplies and diesel fuel were nearly depleted. But if they moved elsewhere, there was no guarantee they'd find another place this secure. After pondering for a long while, the three still couldn't come to a conclusion. Yi Qingcheng hadn't considered this issue. She looked at Lu Yu and asked directly, Lu Yu, you've got a plan figured out, right? Lu Yu smiled at her words and replied, yes. Yan Xiaoquan and Shi Qiyun both turned to look at Lu Yu upon hearing this. Lu Yu pointed toward the exit, where snowflakes were still drifting down. The snow outside hasn't stopped, it's falling heavily. If we leave now, finding our way back would be nearly impossible. This passage lies beneath the snow layer. Once another thick layer settles over it, the entrance will be buried. My suggestion is to find another safe place to stay. At this, the others fell into deep thought.
After a moment,
Yan Xiaokuan said, Xiaoyu, whatever you say goes.
I'll follow your lead.
Lu Yu nodded and turned to Shi Qiyun.
Shi Qiyun declared, I'm sticking with my man.
Yi Qingcheng remained silent, but her stance was clear. Lu Yu declared, alright, since no one objects, let's head back to pack our things. Gather whatever might be useful, and we'll set out to find food and supplies.
Got it, the group replied in unison. Then,
the group of 4 returned to the supermarket at the lowest level and began selecting items suitable for carrying away. A generator would be useful but impossible to carry.
Clothes? Definitely needed.
Shoes, glasses, backpacks, and all sorts of odds and ends, everything must be properly equipped. It was freezing outside, every piece of cold weather gear was essential.
And then, the dwindling food supplies. About half an hour later,
Lu Yu and the other 3 were fully prepared and gathered together in the supermarket.
Each face radiated hope for survival. Lu Yu declared, let's go. Chapter 171, The Residential Complex. Splash, splash, splash.
Snow swirled wildly as the biting wind howled. Emerging from beneath the thick blanket of snow, Lu Yu and his 3 companions faced a world blanketed in silver white. Yi Qingcheng, Yan Xiaokuan, and the others felt exactly what Lu Yu had felt moments before. A city that had never seen snow before was now blanketed by endless blizzards. The feeling was like watching the frozen world in the movie The Wandering Earth. Except for needing special oxygen equipment to breathe, everything else felt remarkably similar. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. The body heat of the few people present plummeted like a cup of hot water placed in the freezing snow. If they didn't find shelter from the blizzard soon, they might freeze to death in this frozen wasteland.
Xiaoyu, where should we go? Yan Xiaokuan asked, his teeth chattering. Lu Yu glanced at the 3 of them. Got everything? Yan Xiaokuan replied, we've got everything. Alright, let's go. Stay close behind me. Don't lag too far or we might get separated. Lu Yu instructed.
Yan Xiaokuan nodded.
Got it. Lu Yu turned to Yi Qingcheng, extending a hand.
Qingcheng, you come with me.
Snap.
Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingcheng reached out and clasped Lu Yu's hand tightly. Her heart had long since accepted Lu Yu.
Yan Xiaokuan, positioned slightly behind them, followed suit, taking Shi Qiyun's hand and trailing after Lu Yu. Lu Yu scanned his surroundings left and right, using faintly discernible landmarks to determine their direction.
Once he'd chosen a path, he led the group forward through the snow. The biting wind persisted, showing no sign of letting up.
Before long, snow had already blanketed Lu Yu and his companions, their body heat rapidly dissipating.
Under such conditions, survival would be impossible in the polar regions or uninhabited wilderness.
But Ruzhou was not such a place. It had merely transformed temporarily into an Arctic landscape due to the weather shift.
Human traces couldn't vanish so swiftly in such a short span. This was the primary reason Lu Yu dared to bring his men out.
After all, no one would willingly seek death when they hadn't lived their fill. Time trickled by.
In this world blanketed in snow-white expanse, the passage of time was scarcely perceptible. Only a dim golden sunlight spilled down from the sky, yet it offered no warmth. The blazing sun above the sky resembled a giant LED light devoid of emotion, devoid of warmth. Lu Yu and the others trudged along a path leading to who knew where. After walking for what felt like an eternity, they grew increasingly cold, their steps grew heavier, and visibility steadily diminished.
Hang in there, we should be close.
As dusk quietly descended, Lu Yu's voice, mingled with the howling wind and snow, reached the ears of Yi Qingcheng and the others. Those words struck them like a shot of adrenaline, instantly banishing their exhaustion and drowsiness.
Newfound strength surged through their bodies. Yi Qingcheng and the others looked ahead. There it was. A towering structure, shrouded in snow, came into view.
It was a building, a very tall building.
Despite the thick blanket of snow, its outline was clearly discernible. Finally, a new safe place. Yi Qingcheng and the others rejoiced. Let's go.
Lu Yu led the way, pulling Yi Qingcheng forward. Yan Xiaokuan and Shi Qiyun hurried to follow.
Soon, the 4 arrived at the front of the building.
Beside it stood numerous other structures, only faintly visible, their full forms hidden from view. Seeing this scene, any normal person could guess what kind of place this was.
A residential complex.
Their luck was remarkably good to have found such a place.
Places like this featured tall buildings and large populations. Moreover, where people lived, it was usually families. Families meant plenty of food and all kinds of supplies.
Finding a place like this meant they had a chance to survive.
Everyone was overjoyed.
Lu Yu found a window, scraping away some of the snow, covering it with a spatula to make it openable. Gloves on, he braced his hands against the window and pushed with all his might.
Snap! A sharp crack echoed as the ice-sealed window was forced open. Inside was the hallway. Go ahead, you go first. Lu Yu stepped aside and said to Yi Qingcheng. All right.
Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingcheng ducked her head and leaped inside.
Xiaokuan, you guys go in. Lu Yu commanded. Quickly!
Yan Xiaoquan and Shi Qian both entered.
Lu Yu remained last. He glanced behind him, cautiously checking the area before entering with relief. Finally, he closed the window again.
The moment he stepped inside, a wave of warmth washed over him. The windows and reinforced concrete structure completely blocked the wind and snow outside. The temperatures inside and out were like two entirely different worlds. Lu Yu and the others were frozen stiff. Their bodies shook uncontrollably, and it took them a long while to regain any warmth. After staying inside for a while, they regained some warmth and strength. They brushed off the accumulated snow and ice from their bodies, feeling marginally better.
In the hallway, Lu Yu asked Yi Qingcheng, "How are you? Feeling any better?"
Yi Qingcheng's body still trembled slightly as she replied, "I'm okay, much better now." Lu Yu took out a thermos from his backpack, unscrewed the lid, and handed it to Yi Qingcheng.
"Have some hot water. It'll warm you up and make you feel much better. You drink first."
Yi Qingcheng glanced at Lu Yu, who looked just as cold.
Lu Yu smiled faintly. "It's fine. You drink first. I'll have mine after you finish. No rush."
With that, Lu Yu pressed the thermos into Yi Qingcheng's hands and turned to inspect the rooms lining both sides of the hallway. Yi Qingcheng held the thermos in both hands, feeling warm inside. This building was indeed one within the residential complex. Lu Yu hadn't come to the wrong place, he had intended to come here. Only here could he accomplish what he set out to do.
Lu Yu walked to the end of the hallway and noticed 4 doors on this floor.
That meant 4 apartments, for households living here, he could tell from the shoes outside the doors and other signs of life. These were merely confirmations that he hadn't come to the wrong place. Now, Lu Yu stood before the long disused elevator. Glancing up at the floor indicator, he saw the number 6 clearly displayed.
Chapter 172, The House. 6th floor, huh? Lu Yu murmured to himself.
In his previous life, he and his companions had entered at the 4th floor, treating it as a makeshift shelter.
Ultimately, that incident had unfolded there. Now, with events occurring earlier, would history repeat itself? Or might minor differences alter the course of events? Lu Yu couldn't quite be sure. "Xiao Yu." Yan Xiaoquan approached and asked, "How's it going? Is anyone inside these apartments?" Lu Yu turned and replied, "Not sure yet. Haven't knocked on any doors. Should I go knock and see?" Yan Xiaoquan inquired. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before replying, "You can try." "All right."
Yan Xiaoquan had been waiting for Lu Yu's approval. With that, he walked straight to one of the doors and knocked.
"Knock knock knock. Anyone home?" Yan Xiaoquan called out. No response. "Anyone home?" Yan Xiaoquan knocked again and waited. After a moment, there was still no sound from inside the house. Yan Xiaoquan said to Lu Yu, "Looks like no one's home. Let's try another one," Lu Yu suggested. Yan Xiaoquan did as instructed. He knocked on several doors in succession, but the result was the same each time. Not a single person answered. It seemed completely deserted. Yan Xiaoquan walked back to Lu Yu and said, "It seems like there's not a single person here." "Is that so?" Lu Yu asked. "Yeah. Seriously. I called for ages and no one answered." Yan Xiaoquan suggested, "Why don't we just break down the door?" Lu Yu replied, "All right." Yan Xiaoquan's eyes lit up. "I'm good at that."
Saying this, Yan Xiaoquan found a large door and prepared to ram it open. Just then, Yi Qingcheng and Shi Qian approached. "What are you two up to?" Shi Qian asked. Lu Yu shot him a glance and said, "Isn't it obvious?" Shi Qian protested, "How can Xiaoquan manage alone?" "Lu Yu, why aren't you helping him? Let's try it first." "No rush," Lu Yu replied indifferently. Shi Qian was at a loss for words. Yi Qingcheng stood beside Lu Yu, watching silently without comment. Yan Xiaoquan took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering. Aligning his shoulders with the massive door, he channeled his inner strength, let out a low growl, and charged straight toward it. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the gate shattered effortlessly under the impact. Yan Xiaoquan was stunned. Yi Qingcheng froze in surprise. Shi Qian looked utterly astonished. This was a solid wooden security door, not the thin wooden doors found in the village. How could Yan Xiaoquan have smashed it open so effortlessly? The only one who found nothing strange about this was Lu Yu. Yan Xiaoquan's cultivated inner strength had reached at least level 0.002. Though not a high rank, his power had already created a significant gap between him and ordinary people, a difference they themselves might not yet perceive. But Lu Yu, having lived through a previous life, found this situation not strange at all, rather, perfectly reasonable. Lu Yu stepped forward, helping Yan Xiaoquan up from where he'd fallen against the door. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yan Xiaoquan was still reeling from the shock, his mind not yet fully back in the present. "Glad to hear it." Lu Yu patted Yan Xiaoquan on the shoulder and stepped inside. This was a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment with a living room and kitchen. The furnishings and appliances were remarkably complete. Everything one might need for daily living was present, save for one thing: people. This house was truly empty. Lu Yu searched the entire place thoroughly and finally confirmed it. Not a single soul was inside. Moreover,
There were still some useful items left behind: food, clothing, and other essentials. Upon reaching this conclusion, Liu felt no joy whatsoever. Anyone who could afford to live in such a place would undoubtedly come from a well-off family. They would have received warnings before the apocalypse struck or been informed by Superintendent Su Xian's announcements. Yet despite an official announcement backed by the government, not a single person believed it. No one sought shelter at home or devised other means to ensure their safety. The owner of this house had made absolutely no preparations. Everything remained exactly as it had been. This left only two possibilities: either this household didn't believe the apocalypse rumors at all and met their end, or they had only just learned the truth and hadn't had time to return and prepare. Regardless of which scenario was more likely, it was undoubtedly excellent news. Liu had decided to spread the news of the impending apocalypse precisely to save as many lives as possible. If that goal wasn't achieved, then the risks he took to leak the information would have been meaningless. This was precisely why Liu couldn't bring himself to feel joy. "There's food here." Shi Qiyun's voice called out from the kitchen just then. Liu and the others immediately headed over. They found Shi Qiyun rummaging through cabinets and drawers, searching for food. Inside the refrigerator, though long since without power, there were still some meat products that hadn't spoiled and were edible. Liu, Yan Xiaokuan, and the others felt somewhat encouraged by the sight. Food meant survival. Before long, Shi Qiyun had gathered everything he could find. It was a small pile of food, not much, but enough to last 2 or 3 days. Remember, this was only the first place they'd searched. A building this tall surely had more than one spot like this. Yan Xiaokuan and the others felt their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settle. Shi Qiyun looked at the three of them, his voice trembling with excitement. "If this entire building is deserted, we can search every single apartment. If each one has just a little food, we should be able to hold out for a very long time." Liu didn't argue, it was true. "Then let's hurry and see what usable items we can find here," Shi Qiyun suggested. Yan Xiaokuan looked at Liu. "Alright." Liu agreed. Shi Qiyun exclaimed excitedly, "All right, then. We'll split up one person per room and search thoroughly. We'll regroup later. We'll eat and rest here tonight." Liu nodded. Yi Qingchang and Yan Xiaokuan naturally had no objections. Shi Qiyun tugged Yan Xiaokuan's arm and said, "Honey, you take the guest bedroom. I'll take the master bedroom. The other rooms are for Liu and the others." Yan Xiaokuan froze, unsure of the reasoning behind this arrangement, but he didn't object. Liu couldn't care less. These matters weren't the most important. Yi Qingcheng felt the same way. But since Shi Qiyun had spoken up the first time in a long while she'd voiced an opinion, Liu and the others didn't refuse. They simply followed her lead. Whether it was finding a safe place or securing enough food, Shi Qiyun seemed genuinely excited. She eagerly pulled Yan Xiaokuan along as they sprang into action. Liu said to Yi Qingcheng, "Then let's look around too, see if there's anything useful." Chapter 173, Splitting Up. "Alright." Yi Qingcheng agreed without hesitation. Liu smiled faintly, about to head elsewhere for a thorough search, when suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Shi Qiyun entering the master bedroom of this household alone. A faint flicker of light passed through his eyes before quickly fading into calmness. Before long, the four of them had thoroughly searched the entire residence and regrouped in the living room. They laid out the items they'd found: not much. Quilts, pillows, and such, plenty of those, Yan Xiaokuan reported. But nothing else. Liu's gaze swept over the pile of items on the ground, nothing but a collection of small, scattered objects, a few candles, 2 lighters, and a handful of bills. Nothing else of note. In this bitterly cold, snow-covered world, there was almost nothing useful. It made perfect sense. This wasn't the frigid north; lacking such items was only natural. As for the money, at a time like this, money seemed pretty useless, didn't it? Liu said, "If we can't find anything useful, let's just leave it. Blankets and clothes are enough. Besides, I saw a gas cylinder in the kitchen earlier. That means we can cook food, which is enough to keep us alive." The others nodded in agreement. Liu continued, "The only thing we need to be careful about is keeping noise to a minimum. Too much commotion will attract the attention of the beasts and put our lives at risk." Yi Qingcheng and the others nodded urgently. Then, Liu and the others began tidying up the house. After clearing the snow that had drifted in through the windows, they prepared a sleeping area. Outside, heavy snow fell relentlessly, and the temperature was quite low, making the house bitterly cold. Fortunately, the house had gas, which could be used for cooking and heating. This added a touch of comfort to the space. After finishing their meal, the sky grew increasingly dim. The group boiled some water, washed up quickly, and reblocked the door before heading to their respective rooms to rest. There were 3 rooms. For safety, Liu and Yi Qingcheng shared one, while Yan Xiaokuan stayed with Shi Qiyun. Clang! The door closed softly. A man and a woman shared the same room. This was the first time Liu had ever spent the night in the same room as Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng's face flushed slightly. Noticing her unease, Liu offered, "You can sleep on the bed tonight. I'll take the floor." "How could that be? The floor is cold, you'll catch a chill," Yi Qingcheng protested. "It's fine.
I'll grab a blanket from next door and make a makeshift bed on the floor.
It'll be just as good, Lu Yu insisted.
Yi Qingqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, about to say something more.
Lu Yu turned and walked out of the room.
Yi Qingqing watched his retreating figure and hurried after him.
Moments later,
Lu Yu returned, carrying a quilt in his arms and dragging a mattress behind him. Yi Qingqing helped him carry the pillow.
No need to help me. I can manage, Lu Yu said.
Yi Qingqing replied, I don't have anything else to do. Helping you carry it is no trouble at all. Lu Yu protested a bit, but it was no use. They headed back to the room together. They shared a room not because they were a couple who had to be together or anything like that. Rather, it was so they could look out for each other.
That way, if anything happened later, they wouldn't be taken down one by one.
Besides, there happened to be two couples here, so it wasn't a problem.
They locked the door again.
Lu Yu began laying out a makeshift bed on the floor, not far from the actual bed. With the power out, lights and appliances were useless. Only a faintly glowing candle, swaying in the breeze, provided a tiny bit of light.
Lu Yu lay down on the floor.
The room fell suddenly silent, the distant howl of wind and snow outside the window faintly audible. Even their own breaths mingled within that sound, barely perceptible unless one listened intently. The day's relentless journey had taken its toll, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted.
Lu Yu's current strength was still insufficient to fully resist such weariness.
Drowsiness washed over him as he drifted in and out of consciousness. Just as Lu Yu was about to drift off, Yi Qingqing suddenly whispered, Lu Yu, are you asleep?
The question snapped Lu Yu wide awake.
Clearing his throat, he asked, not yet.
What is it?
I can't sleep, Yi Qingqing said.
Can we talk?
Lu Yu replied, sure.
What should we talk about? He inquired.
Just anything, Yi Qingqing replied.
Lu Yu said, anything goes. Is what you need to do almost finished?
Yi Qingqing asked.
Lu Yu asked, what matter?
Yan Xiaokuan, Yi Qingqing said.
Lu Yu replied, almost done, I should be.
Yi Qingqing remarked, but
I don't seem to have seen you do anything. Lu Yu said, some things don't require action. They happen naturally. All you need to do is wait.
The words fell silent. Yi Qingqing remained silent, lost in thought.
And what happens after this is done?
Lu Yu paused slightly before replying, cultivate inner energy.
Cultivate inner strength? Lu Yu replied, yes. The surge of spiritual energy is imminent.
We can also hunt more beasts to rapidly enhance our strength.
I see, Yi Qingqing murmured after a moment's thought.
Lu Yu assured her,
don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. Yi Qingqing replied, that's not what I meant. I was just curious, asking casually.
I know, Lu Yu smiled, his voice lowering as he added, but this matter is about to conclude.
Yi Qingqing froze. She didn't understand what Lu Yu meant. The next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten.
Lu Yu awoke early, or rather, he hadn't slept much at all, having spent most of the night cultivating his inner energy. It could be said he had gained much. Not a single thread of inner strength had increased within him. Yi Qingqing, who had also cultivated all night, reached level 0.012. Such progress was nothing short of terrifying. It must be noted that the spiritual energy here was still quite sparse, barely sufficient to sustain qi cultivation.
This alone demonstrated just how terrifying Yi Qingqing's talent truly was. And Lu Yu, naturally, reaped the benefits of this. Pretty satisfying. Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing reunited with Yan Xiaokuan and the others.
Yan Xiaokuan quickly concealed the weariness on his face as he approached Lu Yu, saying, Xiao Yu,
how was your rest? Lu Yu inquired. Yan Xiaokuan replied, not bad. How about you guys? Lu Yu replied, not bad. Let's eat.
After we finish, we'll search the rooms on other floors to see if there's any food.
Sounds good. Let's search together later. Yan Xiaokuan agreed. After finishing their meal, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan discussed and decided to split into two groups, one heading upward, the other downward. They would meet back up on the 6th floor. Lu Yu said to Yan Xiaokuan, Qingqing and I will search the lower floors. You and Shi Qiyun take the upper floors. Sound good? Chapter 174, Scavenging Supplies. Is there any difference between the upper and lower sections? Yan Xiaokuan paused, asking. Yes. Lu Yu nodded.
It's colder upstairs, but potentially safer. Downstairs is better since it's underground, but being buried under snow makes it trickier to navigate. Yan Xiaokuan said, then we'll go downstairs. You and Yi Qingqing go upstairs.
No need. Just follow my plan. You can start searching from the top floor and work your way down. We'll start from the bottom and work our way up.
We can meet up later, Lu Yu replied.
All right.
Yan Xiaokuan had wanted to argue further, but seeing Lu Yu's firm resolve, he didn't press the point.
Soon,
after reaching an agreement, the group sprang into action. Lu Yu took Yi Qingqing with him and headed straight to the lowest floor of the building, which lacked an underground parking garage. They arrived at the first floor. Just as Lu Yu had said, the floor buried deep beneath the snow was indeed much warmer than the upper levels.
However, Snow seeped in from above, accumulating in the center of the hallway.
The second lowest floor was already completely buried in snow, making it impossible to open the main door. Lu Yu had no choice but to abandon it and head to the third floor. Here, the snow was relatively less, but walking on it still felt like trudging through deep snow.
Be careful, walk slowly, Lu Yu said, holding Yi Qingqing's hand. Okay.
Don't worry about me, I'm fine, Yi Qingqing replied softly.
Lu Yu nodded and approached a door. Instead of forcing his way in, he knocked once and called out, "Anyone home?"
He knocked and called out 3 times. There was no response from inside.
After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu kicked the lock on the door. Bang! Snap! With 2 distinct sounds, the solid wooden door burst open effortlessly. Let's go!
Lu Yu called out, grabbing Yi Qingqing's hand and stepping inside. The building where Lu Yu and the others were located had 20 floors, with only 4 households per floor. Realistically, Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing only needed to scavenge supplies from 5 floors.
The second floor was also blocked by snowdrifts, making it inaccessible. That left only 4 floors to search. Therefore,
Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing moved with lightning speed, completing their search in under 2 or 3 hours. Mainly, Lu Yu wasn't interested in everything. He had specific important items he needed to find. First, food. Second, energy sources like gas. Third, lighting supplies. Fourth, clothing and other items for warmth. With such a clear plan, getting things done became much smoother.
And the pace quickens considerably.
By the time Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing returned to the 6th floor, both of them were carrying bags full of supplies. They had truly returned laden with spoils. Lu Yu, however, hadn't encountered a single soul. Not a single survivor remained in this entire building. A weight settled in Lu Yu's heart.
Could it be? Had the news spread, yet no one believed it? Even the official reports?
Lu Yu couldn't make sense of it, but there was nothing he could do now. He had to focus on the immediate task at hand. Come on, let's put our things inside the house first, Lu Yu said. Yi Qingqing replied, all right.
By the time they finished unloading, it was nearly noon. Yan Xiaoquan and the others still hadn't returned. Judging by the situation, they probably hadn't finished searching yet. Lu Yu paused, then asked Yi Qingqing, "Qingqing, are you hungry now?" "Not terribly hungry." "Why?" Yi Qingqing inquired. Lu Yu replied, "We should go up and help Xiaoquan and the others. We can work faster together.
Otherwise, we might not finish by nightfall." During the day, the faint glare of the scorching sun provided decent visibility, allowing them to see many things clearly, including hidden dangers. Night brought a different story. Certain beasts preferred to lurk at night, and if discovered, they could easily attack, putting them in danger. Therefore, Lu Yu aimed to complete the task before darkness fell, returning to the initial room before the sky grew completely dark. No time to waste. Lu Yu hastily prepared a simple lunch. After he and Yi Qingqing finished eating, they set off to search the upper levels. This was also what Lu Yu had discussed with Yan Xiaoquan. Working in tandem to gather supplies would be faster. This way, Yan Xiaoquan and the others wouldn't have to spend too much time searching. Time ticked by, and half a day passed quickly. Lu Yu, Yi Qingqing, and Yan Xiaoquan split up, then turned back to their base camp on the 6th floor to consolidate supplies. This operation had proceeded relatively smoothly, with no major unexpected incidents occurring. Danger? Not a chance. Everything was manageable. By the time Lu Yu and the others brought everything up to the 6th floor, the living room was filled to the brim with food and assorted items. Frozen goods, beverages, water, vegetables, and so much more. A bountiful haul. All this food together should easily last us 10 days to a fortnight, no problem. Xiao Yu, we've secured a lot of supplies this time. We should be set for a while, Yan Xiaoquan said happily. In the apocalypse, food was truly the most precious commodity, more valuable than money or even gold. Without money, you might manage, but without food, you'd simply starve to death. Lu Yu agreed, that's true. With this much, we can last a very long time. Yi Qingqing and Shi Qiyun were equally delighted. After all, having ample supplies and food was a blessing for everyone. By the way, Xiaoquan, did you find any energy sources like gas cylinders up there? Lu Yu asked. Yan Xiaoquan replied, yes. But those things are too heavy to carry right now. If you need them, I can go get them. I know exactly which rooms they're in. Lu Yu nodded. Did you encounter anyone up there? People? Yan Xiaoquan asked. Lu Yu clarified, yes. Yan Xiaoquan replied, no, not a single one. The upper floors don't even reach 20 stories. The top section 3 or 4 floors has been destroyed, reduced to ruins. My guess is some kind of flying beast wreaked havoc up there. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu immediately considered a possibility. To be precise, it was likely a monstrous beast, a mutated snow eagle. With a wingspan of over 10 to 20 meters and claws sharp enough to shatter stone and split metal, ordinary reinforced concrete structures couldn't withstand a single swipe from its talons. Such creatures existed in Ruzhou. If the destruction was indeed caused by a creature, it was highly likely the snow eagle was responsible. Xiao Yu, is something wrong? Yan Xiaoquan asked when Lu Yu remained silent.
Lu Yu shook his head. Nothing. I was just asking. He didn't pursue the topic further, shifting instead to practical matters. We've got quite a lot of food here. We need to store it properly, or it'll spoil easily. This isn't like the packaged stuff from the supermarket, it's not vacuum sealed. We can't afford to waste it. Chapter 175, Food, Food, Food. The other three didn't object upon hearing this. After all, this food had come at great cost. Letting it go to waste wouldn't just be a matter of squandering resources, it would be tantamount to risking their own lives. So, Lu Yu and the others broke into the other rooms on the 6th floor, gathering 3 refrigerators to place alongside the existing one. Together, they had 4 large refrigerators to store all the food. Though the power was out now, the fridges could still be cleaned out and used for temporary refrigeration. Outside, snowflakes as big as goose feathers were still falling. And so it was. It took them quite a while to finish all these tasks. Another day had passed. Yet none of them felt weary, instead, their hopes for life grew even brighter. No one knew how long this blizzard would last. The more things they could gather to sustain themselves, the better. Before they knew it, half a month had passed. Instead of sitting idly by waiting for disaster to strike, Lu Yu and his companions chose to take the offensive. The 4 split up and began exploring the surrounding area. They were in a residential complex. There were numerous buildings here. If they could gather supplies from the surrounding area and bring them here, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous help to Lu Yu and his companions. This was beyond doubt. However, what Lu Yu and the others hadn't anticipated was that the nearby buildings contained very little food. Most were empty. Even if there were any, it was only a small fraction. After accounting for consumption and what they brought back, there was even less. Ironically, their own food supplies were depleting faster than anticipated. Only enough rations remained for 3 days for the few of them. That day, Yan Xiaoquan found Lu Yu, pulling him over to the balcony and saying, "Xiaoyu, our food seems to be running out. Should we go out again to find something to eat?" Lu Yu paused and asked, "How many days' worth is left?" Yan Xiaoquan replied, "Probably no more than 3 days' worth." 3 days. Lu Yu silently repeated the number in his mind, calculating the time remaining. He felt a surge of surprise. The rate at which supplies were being depleted far exceeded his expectations. But it was about right. "If we run out of food, we'll definitely have to go out and find more," Lu Yu nodded. "But we've already searched all the houses nearby, and there's not much left. If we want to find supplies, we'll have to go farther." Yan Xiaoquan froze for a moment. Lu Yu continued, "Further away means greater danger." Yan Xiaoquan fell deep in thought. But staying put isn't an option either. The 2 of us can eat less, but what about the 2 girls here? We can't let them go hungry. Lu Yu looked at Yan Xiaoquan's face and asked, "Have you decided you want to go further out to search?" "Yes." "Have you told Shi Qiyun?" "I have." Lu Yu said, "Alright, since you've already made arrangements, what's there to hesitate about? Let's go together." "Go together?" Yan Xiaoquan froze, then hurriedly explained, "Xiaoyu, I only told you about this to let you know, not to ask you to come with me. I can handle this on my own. You stay here and protect the 2 girls." Lu Yu replied, "Going alone is dangerous. In this environment, with your lack of experience, if you encounter trouble, you'll likely be finished. It's better if I come with you, we can watch each other's backs." "But someone needs to stay here." Yan Xiaoquan protested. Lu Yu replied, "It's fine. With Yi Qingcheng and Shi Qian here, as long as we don't attract any beasts, there shouldn't be any major problems." Yan Xiaoquan was at a loss for how to counter Lu Yu's arguments. He hadn't intended for Lu Yu to accompany him in the first place. Outside was perilous blizzards, freezing cold, and the unknown beasts lurking beyond. Now that Lu Yu insisted on joining him, he still felt reluctant. "We're brothers," Lu Yu said, staring directly into Yan Xiaoquan's eyes. Yan Xiaoquan paused, then nodded firmly. Lu Yu smiled faintly. "That's the spirit. Wait here for a moment while I inform Qingcheng. Once that's settled, we'll set out." "Alright, no problem." Yan Xiaoquan nodded. Moments later, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan set off on their journey. In recent days, the snowfall from the sky seemed to have lessened considerably. The snowdrifts, once as high as a 6-story building, had melted by at least half a story. Beyond the 6th floor, one could no longer even step on a layer of snow. "Careful." Lu Yu reached out to steady Yan Xiaoquan as he climbed through the window. "It's fine. I've got my balance," Yan Xiaoquan replied. "Let's go," Lu Yu said. "Alright," Yan Xiaoquan replied. Fully equipped with all the gear they could muster to ward off the cold and ward off danger, the 2 men became 2 black specks, vanishing into the expanse of white snow. Inside the building, Shi Qiyun stood at the window, her gaze fixed on Lu Yu and Yan Xiaoquan's retreating figures, her face utterly expressionless. Meanwhile, the blizzard raged on, the biting wind stinging their faces like razor blades. Lu Yu's neck was wrapped in thick layers of clothing to ward off the bitter cold, and Yan Xiaoquan beside him was similarly bundled up. Now alone together, they could speak freely without reservation. "Xiaoquan, how's your qi cultivation going?" Lu Yu asked. Yan Shokuan paused slightly before replying. Didn't you say we shouldn't cultivate for now? I haven't actively practiced any techniques during this time.
Hearing this, Liu felt a slight sense of relief.
That's good. Yan Shokuan looked puzzled. What's wrong? Why ask that all of a sudden? Nothing.
Liu kept his head down as he hurried along.
Remember what I told you before? Regarding the methods of cultivating inner strength, you must only practice them after others teach you their techniques.
Until then, you must never reveal what I've taught you to anyone.
Yan Shokuan replied, I know. That's why I haven't even told my girlfriend. He didn't want to betray his brother. Girlfriend? Liu smiled casually. You'll get to tell her eventually. Now isn't the time. Is this snow going to stop soon? Yan Shokuan asked. Liu replied, it'll be a while yet. Yan Shokuan pressed, how much longer? About 2 months. That's still soon enough. Liu said, yeah. I wonder how many people will survive this wave.
Yan Shokuan fell silent upon hearing this. He knew about his brother risking everything to leak the information, and he understood the danger involved. More than that, he knew that only if enough people survived could Liu remain safe, hidden among them. Otherwise,
it would bring trouble. But strangely, Yan Shokuan hadn't seen a single person from above yet.
Xiaoyu, you said earlier that someone from above would come down.
But so far, it seems we haven't seen anything. Could you have misjudged? Yan Shokuan voiced the question on his mind. Chapter 176, I Fear Ghosts. Wrong? Absolutely not. Liu's memories from his previous life were real, how could they be false?
But in this life, Liu had consciously or unconsciously avoided those people, steering clear of danger and so-called opportunities. Naturally, that's why the group had managed to reach this point unscathed.
But explaining this matter to Yan Shokuan might not be so straightforward. After all, rebirth was his deepest secret. The two walked on for a while.
Besides the buildings they'd already searched earlier, they saw no other structures.
Come to think of it, what other structures could possibly tower above those apartment buildings within the residential complex? Almost none.
But by now, the cold had seeped deep into their bones. Their hands and feet weren't just icy, their entire bodies felt frozen through. Their clothing and the inner energy within their bodies were insufficient to withstand this chill.
Moreover, Yan Shokuan's inner energy wasn't as strong as Liu's.
Let's find a place to shelter from the snowstorm and rest, Liu said, glancing at Yan Shokuan, who was shivering violently.
All right.
Yan Shokuan was indeed freezing and had no objections. Liu nodded and scanned the surroundings, searching for a suitable shelter.
Suddenly,
Liu and Yan Shokuan both spotted a low-rise building nearby, its flat roof and half-exposed window visible almost identical to the supermarket from that day. This was just the spot.
Let's go, Shokuan. We're heading there. Liu called out. Yan Shokuan nodded, not even bothering to speak.
The two immediately headed toward it. Soon, the several hundred meters were covered in no time. Liu and Yan Shokuan arrived before the building, an old-fashioned structure that looked like a rural self-built house.
Though simple, the chances of finding food and supplies inside were high. Truthfully, Liu and Yan Shokuan didn't have much time to spare.
Yi Qingcheng and the others only had 3 days' worth of provisions left. Without Liu and Yan Shokuan, the two girls should be able to hold out for 4 to 5 days.
Liu and Yan Shokuan hadn't brought much food with them on this outing. What did that mean?
Liu and Yan Shokuan had to find food within 5 days and bring it back. Otherwise, Yi Qingcheng's group faced the risk of running out of food.
In that case,
Liu and Yan Shokuan had only a little over 2 days to venture out. This meant their exploration radius could only extend about 2 days' journey from their base.
This calculation also factored in the time required for the return journey. Consequently, the actual usable time available to Liu and Yan Shokuan was quite limited. Both Liu and Yan Shokuan were well aware of this constraint. Liu and Yan Shokuan were both well aware of this limitation, so they spared no effort in conserving every minute. Clang! The iron window slid open, and Liu and Yan Shokuan slipped inside.
Inside was a vast, empty hall, entirely constructed of poured concrete. Without any lighting, the space was dim, making it difficult to see clearly. Liu said, "Hold on, I'll light a candle." He pulled a candle from his backpack and lit it with a lighter. Instantly, a faint glow illuminated the entire hall. Now, the interior became clearly visible. This was an unfinished floor, largely empty except for scattered construction tools on the ground, wooden poles, planks, and scaffolding materials. Liu had never worked in construction or spent time on a building site. Yet he instantly recognized these items and their purposes. Yan Shokuan scanned the room under the light, his expression turning slightly disappointed. There was no food here. Liu said, "Don't lose heart. Let's go down and take a look." Yan Shokuan nodded. The two descended. When Liu and Yan Shokuan emerged, the snow had piled up to 4 stories high. It was still falling steadily at the same rate, so the accumulation shouldn't have decreased much. By their calculations, this should be the 3rd level.
Is anyone there?
Lu Yu, holding a candle, led the way down the stairs, calling out as he descended. Dark. Too dark. Even descending just one floor, you'd be enveloped by the darkness surging in from all sides, the faint glow in your hand not nearly bright enough. A timid soul would likely lack the courage to descend into such a place, let alone search for supplies. But Lu Yu showed no panic. He'd witnessed scenes dozens of times more horrific than this. Deep down, he hoped that after this natural disaster, many people would survive. Only then would his past deeds be buried beneath the rubble. Moreover, Lu Yu also hoped the human race would grow strong. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, Lu Yu and Yen Xiaoquan continued their cautious advance, searching room by room. Yen Xiaoquan possessed considerable courage, yet he trembled only in the presence of supernatural entities. But now that things had reached this point, fear was useless. He couldn't rely solely on Lu Yu, which was why he had followed him down. Soon, Lu Yu and Yen Xiaoquan had thoroughly searched every room on this floor. Every room on this floor was a bedroom. Aside from some clothes and bedding, there was nothing else to be found. This was clearly not what Lu Yu was looking for. Therefore, Lu Yu and Yen Xiaoquan proceeded to the next floor. This floor also contained bedrooms, but one room appeared to be a storage area, filled with dried goods and food supplies. Lu Yu gladly accepted these provisions, stuffing them into his backpack without hesitation before continuing down to the next level with Yen Xiaoquan. It grew colder here. And darker. The moment one stepped inside, breathing felt unnaturally difficult. It's probably just low oxygen down here. The cold must be freezing it out, causing that reaction. No big deal. Lu Yu reassured him. Yen Xiaoquan replied, I'm fine. Let's hurry and find some food. Once we do, we should get out of here. This place feels weird. I'm afraid of ghosts. He was rather fearful of ghosts and spirits. How could there be? Lu Yu shook his head. Just listen to the sounds, there's nothing down there. Either people have left or they've all died here. I think the former is more likely. Thank goodness there aren't any ghosts. I'd be terrified if there were. If one suddenly appeared, I might die of fright. Yen Xiaoquan exclaimed. Lu Yu reassured him, hide behind me. Even if a ghost appears, I can protect you. It won't be a big deal. Yen Xiaoquan feigned reluctance. How could I possibly do that? Lu Yu said, then you walk in front of me. Yen Xiaoquan. Chapter 177, The Unidentified Female Corpse. Inside the building, 6th floor. Yi Qingqing sat cross-legged on her bed, eyes tightly shut, practicing the 5 elements qi-gathering cultivation method. Suddenly, her ears twitched slightly. She slowly opened her eyes and turned her gaze toward the doorway. The door was tightly shut, yet she seemed to have seen something. She stared intently at the doorway for a long while before finally withdrawing her gaze, her expression calm and composed. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Yen Xiaoquan quickly made their way down to the next floor, the lowest level of the building, the 1st floor. Snow had already covered much of the floor here, thick layers occupying half the room, a fact Lu Yu discovered by candlelight. Fortunately, the kitchen, the area Lu Yu and Yen Xiaoquan feared and worried about most, had a corner cleared just wide enough for someone to walk through. Let's go check it out. Lu Yu said. You go first, I'll follow behind you. Yen Xiaoquan said as he trailed behind Lu Yu. Lu Yu felt deeply embarrassed by his brother's courage, especially since he'd insisted on coming out to protect him. Still, knowing his brother's nature, he said little and led Yen Xiaoquan forward. It was a kitchen, quite spacious. On the metal shelves lay numerous vegetables, leafy cabbages, lettuces, and the like, already completely rotten. Yet other produce like potatoes and lotus roots remained perfectly intact. It wasn't hard to guess why the weather had done its work. Gather some of these items, pick out the good ones, pack them up, and take them with us. I'll check the refrigerator over there. Lu Yu turned and instructed Yen Xiaoquan. I'm scared to go alone. Yen Xiaoquan murmured in a faint-like voice. Lu Yu. The candles are yours. It's very close. Lu Yu said weakly. Okay. Yen Xiaoquan agreed immediately upon hearing about the candles. Lu Yu. In the end, Lu Yu kept the candle for light. Alone, he used a small flashlight he'd snagged from the supermarket to approach the refrigerator nearby. Only under the faint glow from afar did Lu Yu realize what stood before him was indeed a refrigerator. Just as Lu Yu was about to open the refrigerator door, he suddenly felt like he'd kicked something beside his feet. Startled, Lu Yu instinctively shone his flashlight downward, his gaze following the light. What met his eyes was the corpse of a little girl. The body was curled up in the corner, eyes wide open in terror, as if she had witnessed something utterly horrifying before dying. Moreover, the corpse was extremely stiff, clearly having been dead for some time. Lu Yu instinctively took a step back, his gaze fixed on the body. Goosebumps instantly covered his skin, and he felt utterly sick to his stomach. In his previous life, there had been no corpse here. Where had this corpse come from? Lu Yu frowned in deep thought. After a long moment, he couldn't help but sigh. The child was very young, only 5 or 6 years old. Her face bore an expression of utter terror, and her entire body was swollen with edema. Lu Yu surmised that she must have been so frightened she froze in place, starving and freezing to death.
This was an unlucky little girl. Lu Yu gazed at her for a moment before looking away. He said nothing, nor did he do what one might see in a TV drama or movie: go over and close her eyes. First, the body was already frozen stiff. Closing her eyes would be impossible. Moreover, the little girl had been gone for some time. Although the body hadn't yet decomposed, invisible bacteria had inevitably begun to multiply on her skin. Not touching her was a safety precaution. After all, in the current situation, if you contracted an infection or fell ill, seeking hospital treatment to cure it was simply impossible. Everyone was struggling to survive themselves. With that thought in mind, Lu Yu pushed the thought aside, lifted his head, opened the refrigerator, and began rummaging through its contents. It was only because Lu Yu had seen countless dead bodies in his previous life that he could remain unmoved with a corpse lying right beside him. If it were someone else, say, Yan Xiaokuan, they might have been scared out of their wits. His fearlessness in the face of death stemmed from having witnessed things far more terrifying than death itself. Moments later, after packing up some useful supplies from the fridge, Lu Yu returned to Yan Xiaokuan's side as if nothing had happened. "How's it going? Finished yet?" Yan Xiaokuan crouched on the floor, glancing up at Lu Yu. "Almost done. There's a lot of vegetables here. I think what I picked out should last us another half-month." Half a month? Just a few days ago, Lu Yu and the others had scoured several buildings to barely scrape together enough food for 4 people for half a month. Yet the vegetables from this single location alone could sustain them for that long, a testament to just how abundant they were here. Yan Xiaokuan was busy filling burlap sacks at that moment. Lu Yu said, "Then pack as much as you can. I just checked the freezer, there's only a little meat left, which I'll take. As for rice, oil, salt, and such, there isn't much left." Yan Xiaokuan replied while packing, "No worries. We've gathered plenty here. We still have today and tomorrow, right? If anything else is short, we can go look again." Lu Yu nodded. "That's exactly what I was thinking." Then, Lu Yu pitched in to help Yan Xiaokuan, carefully tossing the items on the floor into the sack. Before long, the sack was more than half full. "All right, done." Yan Xiaokuan beamed, sealing the bag's opening before hoisting it onto his shoulder. Lu Yu glanced at him and offered, "How about I carry this one? Are you questioning my strength?" Yan Xiaokuan asked. Lu Yu shook his head. "Not at all." "Then I'll take it. I barely exerted myself earlier. Carrying a single sack is no problem for me." Yan Xiaokuan grinned. His strength was naturally greater than Lu Yu's, and now that he cultivated inner strength, his tempered physique was vastly superior to his former ordinary body. Seeing his brother's resolve, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly and said nothing more. The two climbed the stairs, leaving this floor behind. Returning to the empty rooftop, Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan didn't rush out. Instead, they set up a makeshift stove on the topmost level and began cooking a simple meal. The journey here and the thorough search of the entire floor had taken at least 6 or 7 hours. Though both cultivated inner strength, granting them greater endurance against hunger than ordinary people, they were still fundamentally human. Sleep was still necessary, and food was essential. By the time they finished their simple meal, darkness had completely fallen. No light filtered through the windows, and the wind and snow intensified with the night. Under these conditions, venturing out was clearly inadvisable. "We'll rest here tonight and head out tomorrow," Lu Yu murmured softly, gazing through the window at the swirling snow outside. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated house not far away, a shadowy figure lurked, furtively watching the movements of the house where Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan were staying. Chapter 178, Showing Your Hand. As dusk deepened, the blizzard outside grew fiercer. Inside the darkened room, sounds were largely muffled. Lu Yu lay in a relatively clean spot, resting to recover his strength, while Yan Xiaokuan rested farther away. Between them, a small open space held a half-burned candle, its flame flickering. Neither spoke, and the room felt quiet. Yan Xiaokuan suddenly asked, "Xiaoyu, what do you think the world will be like after this ice and snow?" Lu Yu replied, "Why do you ask?" Yan Xiaokuan replied, "Curiosity." Lu Yu pondered for a moment before replying, "More interesting than before, but also more dangerous." Yan Xiaokuan asked, "Is my power leveling up too slowly? Why won't you let me train?" Lu Yu replied, "Wait until these few days are over." Yan Xiaokuan asked, "Can't I tell Qiyun?" Lu Yu replied, "No." "Why?" Yan Xiaokuan pressed. "She's been with us for so long, and we've known each other for ages. Shouldn't she have earned our trust by now? Why keep it from her?" Lu Yu paused slightly at the question. Yan Xiaokuan's tone held not a trace of jest. He was dead serious. Lu Yu had previously explained to his brothers why Shi Qian couldn't be told about the cultivation of vital energy. After Yan Xiaokuan learned the reason, he never pressed Lu Yu further. But bringing it up suddenly today made Lu Yu sense something was off. Yan Xiaokuan pressed, "Xiaoyu, do we need to guard against Qiyun?" This question was essentially laying his cards on the table. Yan Xiaokuan had detected something amiss. Faced with this question, Lu Yu had two possible responses. One was to be completely upfront and tell Yan Xiaokuan what Shi Qian was about to do. The other was to continue making up an excuse to brush it off, waiting until the incident happened so Yan Xiaokuan would see it for himself and understand everything. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows. Lu Yu looked at Yan Xiaoquan and saw that the other man was staring right back at him. In an instant, Lu Yu made his decision. Xiaoquan, do you believe in my dreams? Lu Yu paused briefly before speaking softly. Dreams? Yan Xiaoquan froze slightly. You mean the one you told me about before? Lu Yu nodded. Yes. I do, Yan Xiaoquan replied without hesitation. Though I don't know how you dreamt it, you said it, so I believe you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Lu Yu wasn't surprised. Since you believe, then you should also remember what I said, this apocalypse has arrived, and calamity has struck. Yan Xiaoquan replied, I remember. When Lu Yu first told him about these events, how could Yan Xiaoquan forget? Lu Yu continued, but in that dream I had, there was something ominous. Yan Xiaoquan remained silent, but his eyes glowed faintly. He knew Lu Yu was about to get to the crux of the matter. Lu Yu continued, I dreamt that Shi Qian betrayed you. What? Betray me? Yan Xiaoquan froze, his voice thick with disbelief. Yes, Lu Yu confirmed. I dreamt she betrayed you, killed you, and ended up with another man. He spoke the truth. How could that be? Yan Xiaoquan still couldn't believe it, murmuring softly, Xiao Yu, you know very well that I've been with her for many years. Our relationship has always been good. Your dream must be wrong. Lu Yu stared straight at Yan Xiaoquan. Have I ever lied to you before? Has anything I've said not come true? Each word was like a dagger, piercing straight to the heart. Lu Yu's words, like his gaze, pierced Yan Xiaoquan's heart, pressing him relentlessly. Not a shred of evasion, only a straight blade. Deceived you? No. Nearly every prediction Lu Yu had made earlier had come true. Did it happen? Spot on. Environmental upheaval, the apocalypse descending, spiritual energy awakening, waves of monstrous beasts appearing. Every single one of these events unfolded without exception. So, were Lu Yu's words true or false? Yan Xiaoquan still found it hard to believe, having been with Shi Qian for so long. He refused to believe Shi Qian capable of such an act. Brother, I know how you feel about Shi Qian. I also know how devastating this news must be for you. You can choose not to believe me and remain skeptical because soon, you'll see for yourself, Lu Yu said calmly. What? Xiao Yu, are you saying Shi Yun is about to betray me? Yan Xiaoquan asked. Lu Yu replied, yes. Yan Xiaoquan's expression shifted dramatically, yet he still found it hard to believe Lu Yu's words. Their bond was as solid as gold logically, he should trust Lu Yu without question. But this person was his girlfriend, Shi Qian. That changed everything. Lu Yu looked at Yan Xiaoquan and dropped another bombshell, actually, uncle and aunt are fine. Yan Xiaoquan froze in place upon hearing this. Lu Yu continued, they're underground at Yangming Plaza. They're perfectly safe. Mom and dad. They're still alive. Yan Xiaoquan couldn't process it, stammering, what's going on? Lu Yu explained, my disagreements with your aunt and uncle were fake, just an act. It was to create an illusion for you, or rather, for Shi Qian. To make her believe you could no longer provide the wealth and status she valued most. That way, she would choose to betray you. Wealth and status? Are you saying Qi Yun was with me for the money? Yan Xiaoquan asked. Lu Yu turned to face him. Precisely. Yan Xiaoquan fell silent. Lu Yu said earnestly, Xiaoquan, I've told you this. You can choose to believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Just trust one thing, I won't harm you. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoquan suddenly recalled the argument between Lu Yu and Shi Qian shortly after the blizzard hit. It turned out that the seeds had been sown back then. Lu Yu continued, I didn't deliberately hide the news about your aunt and uncle. It's just that I knew how close you and Shi Qian were. If I'd blurted it out, you wouldn't have believed me, and it would have driven a wedge between us. So you're absolutely certain about this, Xiao Yu? Yan Xiaoquan fell silent for a moment before asking, in your dream, what does Shi Qian do? Lu Yu calculated the timing and replied, we'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yan Xiaoquan was baffled. Lu Yu explained, I don't know what she'll do either. All I'm doing is presenting the situation to her. How she chooses is entirely up to her. If she does nothing, then I've misunderstood her, and I'll apologize to both you and her. But if she does act, then she's absolutely not right for you. As your brother, I won't regret doing this. Hearing this, how could Yan Xiaoquan still not grasp Lu Yu's meaning? Chapter 179, The Former Love Rival. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Lu Yu rose early. Having cultivated for half the night, he felt surprisingly alert, his qi having increased slightly. In contrast, Yan Xiaoquan. His face was slightly pale, with dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't rested well, his expression filled with worry. It seemed as though something was weighing heavily on his mind. Lu Yu only needed a glance to roughly guess his brother's thoughts. The matter he'd discussed with him last night had kept him awake. Morning, Xiao Yu. Yan Xiaoquan forced a faint smile. Lu Yu replied, morning. How did you sleep last night? Yan Xiaoquan said, not bad. How about you? Fine. Lu Yu nodded. Grab something to eat, then we'll head out. All right. Yan Xiaoquan agreed. They ate a little something.
After packing their things, the two stepped out of the building back into the frozen, snow-covered world. The biting wind felt like a magical attack, piercing through their clothes to bite directly at their skin.
Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan weren't newcomers to this environment. A month or two of experience had made them adept at navigating it. Lu Yu had just identified a direction and was about to lead Yan Xiaokuan forward when, suddenly, not far away,
7 young men, aged 18 or 19, approached carrying restricted weapons. They halted before Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan. The leader was named Zhang Weikai. A senior at Ruzhou First High School, he came from a moderately wealthy family and was the school's second in command after Zhao Long. While not exactly notorious, he was certainly well known far and wide.
Was his appearance today a coincidence or intentional? No one knew for certain.
All was clear now. The moment these youths appeared, they blocked Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan's path, forcing them to halt. Lu Yu's gaze swept over the group, his eyes narrowing slightly.
Yan Xiaokuan, unaware of their intentions, asked, "Who are you? Why are you blocking our path?" Yan Xiaokuan, right? Do you remember me? Zhang Weicai's gaze swept over the pair, finally settling on Yan Xiaokuan.
You're... Yan Xiaokuan froze upon hearing that familiar voice, staring intently at the man. Zhang Weikai wore a thick cotton padded jacket, his figure appearing bulky. A scarf wrapped around his neck and a furry gray leather cap covered his head, leaving only his eyes exposed. Not only was his face hidden, but his height and build were impossible to gauge.
Yan Xiaokuan didn't recognize him. You don't even recognize me? Yan Xiaokuan, you've got a short memory. Zhang Weikai said. Forgot who else was chasing Shirchiyun with you back then, besides yourself? He offered a hint. Hearing this, Yan Xiaokuan paused slightly, instantly recalling a name. Zhang Weikai. How did this guy, who had once been his rival in love, end up here? Zhang Weikai saw Yan Xiaokuan's confusion and chuckled. Looks like you remember who I am. Still curious why I'm here? Yan Xiaokuan frowned, saying nothing. He sensed something off about this guy. Zhang Weikai continued, it's fate, isn't it? The world's ending, and yet we've crossed paths again. Oh, and I heard your parents died, right?
Yan Xiaokuan snapped his head up, fixing Zhang Weikai with a piercing stare.
What did you say? Ha! Don't get so worked up.
I was just asking casually, showing concern for you. Seeing you go through such a terrible ordeal, it really pains me for you.
Zhang Weikai said. My business is none of your concern. You don't need to say anything, Yan Xiaokuan retorted. Zhang Weikai said, see? See? You're getting worked up.
We may not be in the same class, but we're still classmates at the same school. Even though we're not studying anymore, our friendship remains. Just a few words, no need to get so worked up. Yan Xiaokuan glanced at Zhang Weikai but had no desire to continue the conversation. He turned to Lu Yu and said, Xiaoyu, let's go. Lu Yu's face remained expressionless as he nodded. All right. With that, Yan Xiaokuan started to walk around Zhang Weikai and his group to leave. At that moment, Zhang Weicai's smile faded slightly. He signaled to his two henchmen beside him. Two young men, each about 2 years older than Lu Yu, stepped forward to block Yan Xiaokuan's path, forcing him to halt once more. Yan Xiaokuan halted, gazing at the two men before him. A faint sneer played on their faces as they stared at Yan Xiaokuan with mocking expressions, neither stepping aside nor speaking.
What do you want? Yan Xiaokuan sensed something was off.
The two blocking his path remained silent. Zhang Weikai strolled over slowly.
In such a hurry to leave? We finally run into each other, and you want to leave without a word? That's a bit cold, don't you think? Feel affection for you?
Yan Xiaokuan retorted coldly, his gaze casually sweeping over the weapons in their hands. Anger flared within him, but he forced himself to hold back. These men were armed with restricted weapons, steel pipes and the like. He and Lu Yu, however, were unarmed. If a fight broke out, they'd likely get hurt. In normal circumstances, injuries or illness wouldn't be a problem. But now, with no medicine and no doctors, any illness or injury would come down to sheer luck. So Yan Xiaokuan forced himself to suppress the rage boiling within. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have already struck back long ago. Why would he be wasting his breath arguing with them? Of course we have feelings. We share a bond, after all. Zhang Weikai declared with relish. Hearing this, Yan Xiaokuan didn't feel the slightest bit of genuine closeness with the other man. Instead, he sensed something odd. Zhang Weicai's behavior felt off. Thinking this, Yan Xiaokuan glanced at Lu Yu. Lu Yu caught his gaze, offering only an imperceptible smile without further comment. The brothers' years of tacit understanding meant they could convey things without needing to say much. Yan Xiaokuan turned his gaze back to Zhang Weikai. You know we don't have much to talk about. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush and waste both our time. Clap clap clap. Zhang Weikai clapped his hands and laughed. Refreshing. Who'd have thought that even now, young Master Yan remains as straightforward as ever. Alright. Since young Master Yan has been so direct, I won't beat around the bush either. Yan Xiaokuan said nothing, merely staring at the other man. Zhang Weikai glanced at the backpacks behind Yan Xiaokuan and Lu Yu, saying, Young Master Yan, look at this hellish weather, no food, no supplies, freezing cold.
I've got so many brothers with me, it's tough. Your bags seem to have quite a lot inside. Since we were classmates, could you spare us some support? Chapter 180, Taking Action. Yan Xiaokuan halted in his tracks, staring at Zhang Weikai in disbelief. What did you say? Heh, young Master Yan, seems your ears aren't working too well.
Zhang Weikai narrowed his eyes, staring at Yan Xiaokuan.
Look at all my brothers, they can't eat properly or sleep warm. Don't you have any compassion? Cut the crap. Yan Xiaokuan snapped. Why should we give you our stuff? Who do you think you are?
Zhang Weicai's face darkened at the retort.
Yan Xiaokuan, I was prepared to let you save face.
But since you've torn that veil away so quickly, don't blame me for being blunt. The words had barely left his mouth. The 6 men beside Zhang Weikai instantly surrounded Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan.
Yan Xiaokuan retorted, you won't hand over the goods, so you plan to take them by force?
Yan Xiaokuan, at a time like this, don't try to put on airs.
Do you think a few words can scare me? Let me be blunt, I came for you to take your life.
Zhang Weicai's face darkened as he spoke coldly.
My life?
Yan Xiaokuan froze at the words. Suddenly, Lu Yu's warning from last night flashed through his mind. Shi Qiyun would betray him and kill him. Though he believed Lu Yu's words, deep down, a sliver of doubt lingered. His heart insisted Shi Qiyun would never do such a thing.
But now,
why would this Zhang Weikai say such a thing?
And he just mentioned Shi Qiyun's name. Surprised, huh? Shi Qiyun sold you out.
Zhang Weikai dropped another bombshell.
Your parents are gone.
You're just a brainless fool, the dumb son of a landlord.
You can't give Shi Qiyun the life she wants anymore. Hearing this, Yan Xiaokuan felt as if struck by lightning.
He froze in place, utterly stunned.
Lu Yu had actually been right.
Shi Qiyun had betrayed him and even hired someone to kill him. But why? They had been so deeply in love.
How could she betray him so suddenly? Ha 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 ha.
Seeing Yan Xiaokuan's stunned expression, Zhang Weikai felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Years ago, Shi Qiyun had rejected his years of pursuit and instead thrown herself into Yan Xiaokuan's arms. This incident had gnawed Zhang Weicai's heart for years. Today, the heavens had finally granted him a chance to vent his fury.
The feeling was utterly exhilarating. After his laughter subsided, Zhang Weikai looked at Yan Xiaokuan and said, you must be wondering why Shi Qiyun abandoned you and chose me, right?
Yan Xiaokuan glared at him with hatred but said nothing.
Actually, I might as well tell you.
That woman plays the field like crazy. After she agreed to be with you, she was still in contact with me.
You probably didn't know that, did you? Zhang Weikai chuckled. Truth be told, I didn't know either.
She told me herself just the other day she made up a fake account to lure me in.
Ha! Only a guy like you, young Master Yan, would treat a woman like that like she's gold.
Yan Xiaokuan's blood boiled at those words. He never imagined that the girl who had been by his side all along could be such a person.
How was this any different from Li Momo back then?
Zhang Weikai continued, but telling you all this now is pointless.
You're about to die anyway.
You don't need to worry about what happens next, I'll take care of everything for you.
With that, the 6 henchmen immediately stepped forward.
Their weapons gleamed coldly in their hands.
You dare kill people? Don't you know that's illegal? Yan Xiaokuan retorted. Zhang Weikai sneered, illegal? Ha! Talking about the law at a time like this, isn't that a bit naive?
Yes, I broke the law.
Go ahead and call the police.
Call the police. The police chief was probably buried under the snow, and who knew if any officers had even survived. Even if they did, whether they could handle this situation was another matter entirely. Zhang Weicai's meaning was crystal clear. He knew this world had descended into chaos, which was precisely why he felt no fear.
Beside him, Lu Yu stood silently by, his gaze fixed on the scene without a flicker of emotion.
In his previous life, Zhang Weikai had never explicitly mentioned Shi Qiyun's words. This time, however, he had spoken so plainly. It seems something had changed Zhang Weicai's approach. Just as the 6 men prepared to attack Lu Yu and Yan Xiaokuan, Zhang Weikai suddenly seemed to notice Lu Yu. You're Lu Yu, the class monitor who's always in the spotlight at first, hi, right? What's up? Lu Yu glanced at him indifferently, his tone calm. Zhang Weikai said, I heard our school's most beautiful girl is with you.
Is that true?
Lu Yu asked, what are you getting at?
Zhang Weikai said, nothing much. I've long heard of the school beauty's fame. Before, with Zhao's son around, I dared not make a move. But now, I'll help you take her. You can go in peace.
Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly.
So it was all because of Yi Qingchang. Die.
One of the youths swung a sharp steel pipe, aiming it straight for Lu Yu's head. The speed was blinding, the force brutal. If it connected, the target would either die or be crippled. It was clear this attacker wasn't very old, yet the sheer force and viciousness of his strike bore no resemblance to his age. It wasn't hard to deduce what these people must have endured after the apocalypse to undergo such a drastic transformation. Such individuals would have been unlikely to exist in the peaceful world before. But now was not the time for such thoughts. Lu Yu fixed his gaze on the steel pipe and delivered a horizontal kick, striking the youth squarely on the wrist. The impact felt like his wrist joint was about to shatter, causing him to yelp in pain as the pipe flew from his grasp. Luyu was now a 0.012 level apprentice martial artist. While his internal energy was insignificant compared to true martial masters, against ordinary people like these, it was nothing short of a dimensional strike. After being struck, the youth stumbled back several steps. Despite the bitter cold, beads of sweat the size of soybeans formed on his forehead as he stared at Luyu in disbelief. Go! Simultaneously, the other two youths, seeing their comrade injured, launched their own attack on Luyu. They aimed nowhere else but the vital spot, his head. Luyu remained expressionless. In his previous life, he had already killed these men once. This time, he would show no mercy. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as his body moved with lightning speed. He effortlessly dodged their attacks, then swung his palms out in a double strike. Two dull thuds echoed as the young men's heads exploded like freshly made snow-white tofu pudding. Chapter 181, A Deity? How is this possible? Zhang Wei nearly bit his tongue off upon witnessing the scene, staring at Luyu in utter disbelief. How could a single person possess such immense power? Could it be that this guy is also? Impossible. Luyu absolutely couldn't be that kind of being. He'd seen Luyu before. Zhang Weikai knew him well enough to know Luyu couldn't possibly be what he was imagining. With that thought, Zhang Weikai regained his composure and looked up at Luyu. Luyu reached out and gave the two corpses a push. The two headless corpses fell to the ground without a sound, showing no sign of struggle. At that moment, Zhang Weicai's face darkened. Yan Xiaokuan is mine, he declared. The four of you go kill Luyu. His words were stark and unadorned, without the slightest pretense. The remaining four henchmen, witnessing their comrades' deaths, felt a sense of desolation. Yet, they showed little panic toward Luyu. Over the past month or two, they had witnessed countless deaths and even more outrageous events. Such a minor incident was hardly enough to throw them off balance. After all, there was only one man standing before them. Kill him, one of the four shouted, and they charged at Luyu. From all directions. Even if you had 3 heads and 6 arms, you'd still get cut. Thud. 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 4 dull thuds echoed. The 4 youths remained frozen in mid-swing, their bodies stiff as statues. The next moment, the bodies of the 4 youths crashed heavily to the ground almost simultaneously, utterly silent. Moments later, beneath them, a trickle of crimson blood slowly seeped out, staining a patch of white snow red. All 4 were dead. Instantly killed by Luyu. Shock. Zhang Weikai stared at Luyu in utter disbelief, his voice trembling with shock. Luyu, how did you do it? You actually killed them all. Yan Xiaokuan was equally stunned. He stared at Luyu, plunged into profound shock. Was this the true power of a martial artist? The thought made him raise his hand, clenching his fist tightly. Feeling the power within, perhaps he too could unleash such strength? Luyu replied, you wanted to kill me, didn't you? Killing you first seems perfectly reasonable, right? Reasonable? How could Zhang Weikai dare say it was reasonable? He regretted it so much he could have kicked himself. Had he known earlier how formidable Luyu was and how decisive he struck, he never would have come looking for trouble. But Luyu's power seemed strange, he clearly wasn't an ordinary man. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in Zhang Weicai's mind, and 2 words appeared before his eyes. Divine power. Could it be that this Luyu had obtained divine power, which was why he had become so strong? At this thought, Zhang Weikai broke out in a cold sweat. He collapsed to his knees with a thud, his body shaking like a sieve as he cried out, Lu! Divine being, spare my life! Spare me! Divine being! At these words, both Luyu and Yan Xiaokuan froze in shock. Divine being? Why would he suddenly address him that way? Luyu paused before realizing something. People at this stage of development didn't know about martial artists, they only knew that those possessing extraordinary powers were collectively called gods. Clearly, Zhang Weikai now regarded Luyu as a figure akin to these so-called gods. Didn't you want to kill me? Luyu asked. Zhang Weikai bowed his head repeatedly, stammering, I failed to recognize a mountain when I saw it. I was blinded by a woman. Had I known a divine being had descended, I would never have dared to covet the woman of a divine being. Please understand. He was genuinely terrified. During the cataclysm, he had witnessed the divine beings wielding immense power to stem the tide. They seemed to possess strength beyond mortal comprehension, slaughtering hordes of monstrous beasts and shielding humanity from the ravages of natural disasters. At that time, Zhang Weikai had stood too far away to receive the divine protection or escort. Without the god's guidance, he dared not leave Ruzhou alone. Instead, he leveraged his family's assets and supplies to assemble a group, struggling to survive within the prefecture. His connection with Shi Qiyun was entirely accidental. Having gone without female companionship for an extended period, he employed both persuasion and coercion to win her over, promising to eliminate the troublesome Luyu and Yan Xiaokuan. Relying on his numerical superiority, Zhang Weikai dismissed the matter as insignificant. Little did he expect that Luyu was the spokesperson for the divine, possessing the power of the gods. Not a shred of resistance stirred within Zhang Weicai's heart. Lu Yu, observing this, easily discerned the thoughts churning within Zhang Weicai's mind, piecing together the gist of his intentions. But Lu Yu didn't choose to handle it himself. Instead, he handed the authority to deal with it over to Yen Shokuan. It's yours. Do as you see fit. Handle it however you wish. Lu Yu walked over to Yen Shokuan, gave him a pat on the shoulder, and then turned and walked away. This was giving Yen Shokuan space. After Lu Yu left, Yen Shokuan glared at Zhang Weicai with bloodshot eyes. What exactly did you two do? Huh? Zhang Weicai froze, stammering, We didn't do anything. Did she really send you to kill me? Yen Shokuan pressed. Zhang Weicai immediately shifted the blame. Yes, she told me to. Brother Kuan, you know we have no grudge against each other. Why would I pick a fight with you for no reason? You know that, right? Yen Shokuan's face twisted into a sneer. That's not what you were saying just now. Zhang Weicai looked awkward. What happened earlier was just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Yeah. I was just saying that to get you mad. Zhang Weicai tried to explain further. Suddenly, his voice cut off abruptly, leaving only silence. Yen Shokuan, expression blank, walked over to Lu Yu's side. Lu Yu didn't even turn his head. Done with it? It's taken care of. Yen Shokuan replied. Lu Yu turned to face Yen Shokuan, not even glancing in Zhang Weicai's direction. Then let's go. The two set off. However, instead of continuing to search for food and supplies, they turned back. For Lu Yu, as long as his brother understood, everything he had done before had meaning it wasn't a waste of time. As for food and supplies, those were truly no problem for him. Not to mention the shelter Lu Yu had built, but even the place where Yen Shokuan's parents were hiding beneath Yangming Plaza contained more than enough provisions to last a lifetime. A mere 3 months would be more than enough for Lu Yu and his companions to survive. The only remaining concern, perhaps, was the threat of the beasts. Chapter 182, A Temporary Pause. Inside the building. Shi Qian gazed out the window with a hint of unease. For some reason, a sense of foreboding had been gnawing at her heart these past 2 days. She couldn't pinpoint where this feeling came from. But it had kept her from sleeping well for 2 nights straight. Nothing should have happened these past 2 days. With so many people under Zhang Weicai, eliminating Lu Yu and Yen Shokuan should have been a piece of cake. Shi Qian ran through every possible scenario in her mind, yet still couldn't pinpoint what it might be. Am I overthinking this? Shi Qian frowned. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Knock knock knock. Then Yi Qingqing's voice rang out. Qiyun, are you up yet? Come out for breakfast. Coming. Shi Qian stretched her neck to reply, forcing herself to stop dwelling on her thoughts. Probably just some restless thoughts from not getting enough sleep lately. It's nothing, really. Shi Qian took a few deep breaths, pushing the wandering thoughts from her mind. She pursed her lips, gave her clothes a final tidy, and pushed open the door to step out. But before her foot had even crossed the threshold, it froze mid-air. Because Shi Qian saw Lu Yu and Yen Shokuan standing outside the door. You, why did you suddenly come back? Shi Qian's heart pounded wildly as she stammered out the question. Can't we come back? Yen Shokuan asked, looking at Shi Qian. Shi Qian snapped back to her senses and explained, I didn't mean it that way. I just meant, you came back so suddenly without giving any advance notice. She then turned to Yi Qingqing, who stood slightly behind them, adding, Qingqing, you too. You didn't tell me they were coming back. Was this supposed to be a surprise for me? Shi Qian pretended nothing was amiss. Well, since you're back, let's all eat together. Qingqing and I haven't eaten yet either. Let's cook something now that you're back. With that, Shi Qian started to walk out, intending to actually cook. At that moment, Yen Shokuan's voice drifted over, faint and distant. Wait. Shi Qian's body flinched involuntarily. She turned stiffly to face Yen Shokuan and asked, What is it, sweetheart? Yen Shokuan's gaze locked onto hers, but she remained silent. Seeing this, Lu Yu took Yi Qingqing's hand and turned to leave. Seeing this, Shi Qian's heart began to race with dread. A sense of foreboding surged within her. Why? Yen Shokuan asked Shi Qian after Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing had left. What do you mean, why? Shi Qian replied. Yen Shokuan pressed, Why betray me? Haven't I treated you well? Have I wronged you in some way? I could accept you leaving me, but why did you have to kill me too? At these words, a flicker of panic crossed Shi Qian's face. Honey, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't understand? Yen Shokuan gave a self-mocking chuckle. Then I'll put it in terms you can understand. Do you know Zhang Weicai? Zhang Weicai. The moment those 3 words reached her ears, Shi Qian sensed trouble. You're conspiring with him to kill me, aren't you? Yen Shokuan pressed. Honey, listen to me, this must be some kind of misunderstanding. Shi Qian panicked, desperate to explain. Smack! A sharp slap landed on Shi Qian's cheek. Visible redness and swelling instantly appeared. Don't call me honey, it makes me sick. Yen Shokuan said, her gaze icy cold. Shi Qian fell heavily to the ground, her eyes darting around in panic.
Xiaokuan, you must have misunderstood me. How could I possibly do the thing you're accusing me of? This must be a misunderstanding. Right. Weren't you out with Lu Yu? Did he frame me? Xiaokuan, you absolutely mustn't believe Lu Yu. Look, he's been opposing me at every turn before this. He's trying to frame me. You can't trust him. Xiao Yu didn't say anything about you.
Yan Xiaokuan cut him off coldly.
Everything I just told you came from Zhan Weikai. Zhan Weikai? Shi Qian froze, staring at Yan Xiaokuan in disbelief. You met with him?
Yes. He told me everything, Yan Xiaokuan replied. Shi Qian was thrown into a panic.
Honey, no, Xiaokuan, listen to me. That Zhan Weikai must be lying to you. I've never even met him, let alone been with him. Yan Xiaokuan cut him off. I never said you were with him. Shi Qian froze again. Disappointment filled Yan Xiaokuan's eyes. Shi Qian, you've broken my heart.
Hearing this, Shi Qian felt an inexplicable chill rise within her.
She hurriedly grabbed Yan Xiaokuan's leg and pleaded, Xiaokuan, I was wrong. Let me explain. I was forced into it. It's over.
Yan Xiaokuan crouched down, one hand clamping around Shi Qian's throat. He slowly closed his eyes, tightening his grip slightly.
With a sharp crack, Shi Qian's neck snapped sideways.
Her eyes widened in terror as her life left her.
Seeing Shi Qian's lifeless form, Yan Xiaokuan could no longer contain his grief.
Clutching her body, he broke down into wailing sobs.
Meanwhile,
Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing stood side by side at the window of the upstairs hallway, gazing out at the snowy landscape.
Lu Yu, Yi Qingqing asked, do you think Yan Xiaokuan really killed Shi Qian?
Yes, Lu Yu replied.
Yi Qingqing inquired, why are you so certain?
Lu Yu explained, though he seems carefree and indifferent, he has a grain of sand in the eye temperament when it comes to certain matters. If Shi Qian had only betrayed him without participating in the plot to kill Yan Xiaokuan, he wouldn't have killed him. But if Shi Qian also wanted him dead, then he would definitely take action. As a longtime brother, Lu Yu understood him well. Yi Qingqing murmured, so that's how it is.
Lu Yu murmured, it couldn't be helped.
Had the calamity not struck, none of this would have happened.
I would have done everything to prevent it. But Shi Qian isn't that kind of person. She couldn't change.
Sensing the melancholy in Lu Yu's words, Yi Qingqing looked at him and said, you did nothing wrong.
Lu Yu paused, turning to face Yi Qingqing. Who says in this world that only you can pick on me, and I can't pick on you back? I don't think you did anything wrong.
You were helping Yan Xiaokuan,
Yi Qingqing declared.
Lu Yu couldn't help but smile at her words.
Thanks. You're welcome.
Yi Qingqing's expression remained calm as she added, if one day you betray me and harbor thoughts like Shi Qian did, I'll kill you without a second thought.
Lu Yu.
Yi Qingqing chuckled softly.
Just kidding. I know you'd never do that.
Lu Yu puffed out his chest.
Absolutely.
Yi Qingqing added, whether or not you harbor thoughts like Shi Qian's, if you ever dare to betray me, I'll kill you.
Lu Yu. Chapter 183, Martial Academy. Just as Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing were chatting, footsteps suddenly echoed behind them.
They both turned to look.
It was none other than Yan Xiaokuan.
Lu Yu glanced at Yan Xiaokuan, noticing his bloodshot eyes clearly, he had been crying. However, Lu Yu said nothing, pretending not to notice.
I'm ready. Let's go. Yan Xiaokuan forced a faint smile as he addressed the pair.
Yi Qingqing looked at Lu Yu.
Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before replying, all right. Grab our things and let's get out of here. MHM. Yan Xiaokuan nodded, saying nothing more. Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing, in perfect understanding, avoided mentioning the incident.
For someone deeply emotional, even if the other person was entirely at fault and deserved whatever punishment they received, witnessing it still caused unbearable heartache. It was only natural. Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing understood perfectly well. After all, years of deep affection had been invested. Lu Yu still vividly remembered the despair and utter collapse he felt when Li Momo stabbed him in the back, the blade piercing straight through his heart. Patting Yan Xiaokuan's shoulder, Lu Yu said nothing. He gathered all the food they could carry, along with some blankets and bedding. The three of them set off into the blizzard. This time, their destination wasn't a shelter, nor was it leaving Rougeau, it was the Regent Hotel. There, Lu Yu and Zhang Li had an unfinished deal to settle. The Legion Grand Hotel was located in a remote area on the edge of Suxian District, closer to Long'an District to the west. Long'an District, in turn, bordered the Wanshan Mountains. This area was dangerous, with strange beasts lurking about. Yet to secure Zhang Li's assistance, Lu Yu was willing to take this risk. The snow showed no sign of stopping. Lu Yu and his companions moved slowly. After half a day, they had covered only a few kilometers, still halfway to their destination. Finally, Lu Yu and his companions found an abandoned house and made it their temporary shelter. They planned to eat something here, rest for the night, and set off again the next day. After all, the night brought not only fierce wind and snow but also poor visibility and the risk of attack by strange beasts. It wasn't worth the danger. So they built a fire and cooked their meal, completing everything in one fluid motion. By the time they finished eating and tidying up, it was already late.
Just as Lu Yu was about to rest, Yan Xiaoquan suddenly approached him. Xiao Yu. I need to tell you something. Lu Yu paused, asking, what is it? I want to go find my parents. Yan Xiaoquan stated bluntly. Lu Yu paused, asking, why? Yan Xiaoquan shook his head. There's no reason. I just want to find them. That's all. Lu Yu studied the expression on Yan Xiaoquan's face. His keen, observant mind sensed something. Because of that incident? Yan Xiaoquan fell silent for a moment before replying. I was about to say no, but that feels a bit disingenuous. You and I don't need to beat around the bush like this. Hearing this, Lu Yu's earlier worry eased slightly. If that's part of it, I understand. Lu Yu said. But the weather's still terrible, and the disaster isn't over yet. Going out alone could be dangerous. I've thought about that, Yan Xiaoquan replied. But after following you for so long, I've learned how things work. I feel that if I want to grow, I need to branch out on my own. Being by your side, I can't really contribute much. Lu Yu looked at Yan Xiaoquan, paused to consider, then said, I don't need your help just yet. But I want to help you. Yan Xiaoquan grew agitated. You know so much, possess real strength, and have vision. What do I have? Beyond what my parents gave me, I have nothing. No one respects me except you. Lu Yu's expression darkened slightly. Xiaoquan, calm down. I can't calm down. Yan Xiaoquan exclaimed. Xiao Yu, do you understand? I need recognition too. I need affirmation. I refuse to be treated like a worthless piece of trash. One day, I'll choose to lie low because I'm powerful enough, not because I'm nothing and forced to lie low. Xiao Yu, do you understand what I mean? I understand. Lu Yu looked at Yan Xiaoquan and nodded. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoquan finally calmed down a bit. Xiao Yu, I want to rely on myself. I want to go out and try on my own. Whatever happens, I'll accept it. I don't want to depend on you forever. Only then did Lu Yu finally grasp his brother's true meaning. He wanted to strike out on his own. Alright. Since you've made up your mind, it'd be unbrotherly of me to stand in your way. Lu Yu said to Yan Xiaoquan after a long silence. Thanks. Yan Xiaoquan had never uttered those two words with such sincerity. Lu Yu replied, I want my brother to grow strong and stand on his own 2 feet. But more than that, I don't want anything bad to happen to him. Yan Xiaoquan replied, I'll protect myself. Lu Yu shook his head. That won't be enough. With the calamity upon us, it may seem only the celestial phenomena and the monstrous beasts are terrifying, but that's not the whole truth. You've seen it yourself because of this shattered order, people's hearts and ambitions have grown bold. Yan Xiaoquan nodded silently, understanding the truth. Lu Yu continued, you haven't truly witnessed the terror of the beasts yet. I've kept you out of areas where they might roam, so you lack that experience. Yan Xiaoquan offered no rebuttal. You also have limited experience in dealing with people. In both these areas, you must develop your own judgment and convictions, understand? Lu Yu advised. Yan Xiaoquan replied, got it. At this point, Lu Yu's expression grew more serious. As I've told you before, martial artists are divided into 9 ranks. Those below rank 1 are merely trainees. Until you reach the level of a true martial artist, you cannot wield martial techniques. Think of martial arts techniques like casting spells in a video game. They teach you how to harness the chi within your body. If you encounter a martial artist with such power, you must understand you cannot defeat them. Beasts of the wild also have ranks, from Tier 1 to Tier 9, similar to martial artists. Tier 1 beasts can unleash innate abilities akin to martial arts techniques. If you encounter such a beast, you must understand you cannot defeat it. Lu Yu paused before continuing, your current strength is around 0.05 tier. You can't unleash martial techniques yet, only handle weaker beasts. If you feel confident, seek out one specifically to practice against. Even without techniques, you'll learn combat methods and gain beast cores to accelerate your cultivation. Beyond that, in 2 months, this blizzard will start to subside. It won't rage as fiercely as it does now. By then, the world order will gradually restore itself. At that time, Ruzhou will be rebuilt and a martial arts academy will be established. Remember to enroll without fail. Chapter 184, Departure. Martial Arts Academy? Yan Xiaoquan heard Lu Yu mention it for the first time. Lu Yu nodded. Yes. After such a monumental event, the revival of spiritual energy, it can no longer be concealed. The privilege of cultivating martial artists will soon be accessible to all. When that time comes, Ruzhou will establish martial arts academies. Talented geniuses will receive preferential resources for cultivation. Even those with lesser talent will still be far superior to lone cultivators. Independent cultivators? Yan Xiaoquan inquired. Lu Yu explained, it means cultivating alone. That's an independent cultivator. However, if your background can secure more resources, you'll definitely progress faster than entering an academy. But that's an extremely difficult thing to achieve. He himself came from an ordinary family, while Yan Xiaoquan did indeed have some background. Yet regarding cultivation resources, Lu Yu remained cautiously optimistic. Therefore, Lu Yu felt it necessary to inform Yan Xiaoquan. I understand, Yan Xiaoquan nodded, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Lu Yu continued, it's enough that you know these things. Keep them in mind.
Most importantly, the matter of cultivation techniques must never be revealed. Otherwise, it will bring significant trouble. Yan Xiaoquan replied solemnly, I understand. Lu Yu had emphasized this point to him countless times before, and Yan Xiaoquan had long since committed it to memory.
Good to know. Lu Yu exhaled in relief. That's all I have to say. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask me directly. Whatever I know, I'll tell you. Yan Xiaoquan thought for a moment and replied, I don't think so. Hearing this, Lu Yu's expression softened. Xiaoquan, don't think badly of me because of that incident.
I did it solely because I didn't want to lose you as a friend.
That's all. Don't read too much into it.
Yan Xiaoquan smiled at this.
Do I seem like the petty type? How many years have we known each other? If I ended up with someone like that, it's only my own fault for not keeping my eyes open back then. Hearing this, Lu Yu found himself inexplicably thinking of Li Momo. Wasn't she exactly like Yan Xiaoquan back then?
Yan Xiaoquan shot Lu Yu a sly look.
Don't try to comfort me.
You just cut ties yourself not long ago.
I'm fine.
A faint curve touched Lu Yu's lips, saying it all without words. Yan Xiaoquan said, alright, enough of this.
I should be heading out.
We'll meet again after the heavy snow passes.
Lu Yu froze. Now. Yeah. I can hardly wait. Yan Xiaoquan declared. Lu Yu studied Yan Xiaoquan's expression carefully.
Seeing no trace of jest, he cautioned, going out at night is dangerous.
Is it any safer during the day? Yan Xiaoquan countered. Relax, I'm not tired of living and looking for death. I just want to experience this feeling. I don't want to rely on you for everything forever.
Hearing this, Lu Yu felt slightly reassured. Alright, since you put it that way, how you handle this is entirely up to you.
Whatever you decide, I've got your back, bro. Yan Xiaoquan smiled. That's more like it. Good brother, I'm off then. Take some food with you. Lu Yu called after him. No need. You two need food too. I've got a little left in my backpack, this should be enough.
Yan Xiaoquan stood up, picked up his backpack, patted it, and said to Lu Yu.
Is that enough? Lu Yu frowned. It'll be fine. Trust me, okay?
Yan Xiaoquan smiled, then glanced toward where Yi Qingcheng lay sleeping. When my sister-in-law wakes up, just let her know I'm heading out.
With that, he was gone.
Without waiting for Lu Yu to speak up and try to keep him, Yan Xiaoquan hoisted his backpack and leaped out the window.
Lu Yu ran over.
All he could see was a dark speck receding into the snowy white landscape.
Before long,
that dark speck vanished into the snowy expanse, leaving no trace behind.
Yan Xiaoquan was gone. Without a single glance back.
It seemed this incident had deeply affected and shaken him. Though he hadn't said so, Lu Yu could see it in his eyes.
Did he leave?
Yi Qingcheng's voice came from behind him. Lu Yu froze, then turned around. Yi Qingcheng walked over to the window.
He's gone, Lu Yu replied.
Yi Qingcheng remarked, seems that incident still affects him. Lu Yu replied without hesitation, of course it has.
He's a man of deep loyalty and honor. After something like that happened, it's only natural he can't accept it right away.
Yi Qingcheng gazed at Lu Yu's profile and asked, then you're just going to let him go like this?
Lu Yu gave a wry smile. Even if I'm uneasy, there's nothing I can do. He's like me, once he's made up his mind, there's no turning back.
Even if I tried to stop him and make him stay, he wouldn't be able to stay. Yi Qingcheng murmured, so that's how it is.
Lu Yu nodded, his gaze drifting
toward the distant view outside the window.
But he's right about one thing. People only grow through hardship.
If you hide in a greenhouse forever, you'll never withstand the storms. Yi Qingcheng agreed, you're right. Lu Yu smiled faintly, turning his gaze back.
It's getting late. Let's rest. Yi Qingcheng asked, what if one day I have to go out alone too? Lu Yu froze. He had never considered this question before. Would you let me go?
Yi Qingcheng met Lu Yu's eyes.
Lu Yu couldn't look away, nor could he afford to. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu replied, I'd let you go. Aren't you afraid I'll run away?
Having spent so much time with Lu Yu, Yi Qingcheng now dared to broach topics she once avoided.
Not afraid. Lu Yu declared. Yi Qingcheng's interest piqued. Why? Lu Yu replied, because I have faith in you. Yi Qingcheng scoffed, narcissist.
Lu Yu retorted, more confident in myself. Yi Qingcheng paused slightly, her cheeks flushing faintly.
After Yan Xiaoquan left, Lu Yu's small group was reduced to just him and Yi Qingcheng.
Though it wasn't as lively as before, doing certain things felt less constrained. Or rather, they didn't have to worry about so many things. Lu Yu felt a sense of ease wash over him, prompting him to wonder, had it been a mistake to insist on keeping his brothers and others by his side all along? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Without his intervention, the tragic events of his past life might have repeated themselves, something Lu Yu refused to allow. Pros and cons, I suppose.
He extinguished the fire.
Lu Yu lay down on the thin mattress, feigning sleep to rest, while Yi Qingcheng lay beside him.
He let the howling wind and snow rage outside the window. Chapter 185, The Meeting. Soon. The night passed. Lu Yu awoke first, but he didn't wake Yi Qingcheng. Instead, he prepared the ingredients for breakfast nearby and sat down to cultivate his qi. A while later, Yi Qingcheng finally awoke. The constant travel these past days had truly exhausted her. Awake? Lu Yu finished his qi cultivation just then, glancing over with a smile. Yi Qingcheng nodded. Why did you get up so early? Lu Yu smiled. It's a habit. Get up and freshen up. I'll make breakfast for you. With that, Lu Yu stood up and began fussing with the ingredients, lighting the fire and cooking. This scene made Yi Qingcheng feel a bit embarrassed. She hurried off to wash up. Lu Yu had cooked frequently before, and such tasks came effortlessly to him, not the slightest bit troublesome. Before long, a meal was ready. Dinner's ready. Lu Yu called out. Yi Qingcheng, who was washing up, set down her towel and turned to look. How fast was that? Lu Yu was already setting out the bowls and chopsticks, just a matter of practice. Yi Qingcheng. After finishing their meal, Lu Yu packed everything away, stuffing it into his backpack. He turned to Yi Qingcheng and said, All set? Let's go. Yi Qingcheng slung her backpack over her shoulder and followed him. All set. Lu Yu pushed open the window and said, Come on, you go first. Yi Qingcheng stepped forward and leaped out. Lu Yu followed closely behind. This time, Lu Yu's destination was still the Regent Hotel. To be precise, it was the vicinity of the Regent Hotel. Yi Qingcheng was unaware of these details, as she had never been there nor met Zhengli. But she trusted Lu Yu unconditionally. Wherever he said to go, she followed. And so, without a single word of question, Yi Qingcheng followed him. Snow fell heavily. An inconspicuous, remote house. The building was an old house. Exposed red bricks still showed through the exterior walls. Zhengli leaned on an iron crutch by a window, watching the snow swirl outside. His brow furrowed as he lost himself in thought. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Uncle Zhang, dinner's ready. A young girl's childish voice followed. Zhengli snapped out of his reverie and called back without turning his head. Got it. Outside the door. Hurry up, Uncle Zhang, or the food will get cold. Got it. Zhengli replied, withdrawing his gaze. He slowly turned, leaning on his cane, and made his way out the door. He entered the living room. This was a happy family of three, a couple and their adorable daughter. Zhengli clearly didn't belong here. Yet he remained. Limping over, Zhengli glanced at the couple and said, I've caused you trouble these past few days. Mr. Zhang, what are you saying? If you hadn't intervened, our daughter might have perished in that monster's jaws long ago. We can't thank you enough, the husband hurriedly replied. Zhengli shook his head. It was just a coincidence. But you are our benefactor. We owe you our deepest gratitude. The woman hurriedly pulled out a chair for Zhengli. You saved my daughter's life. Hearing this, Zhengli shook his head again. This time, he said nothing. But in his mind, the image of someone else surfaced. That child. Could he truly trust him? How could he place his trust in a child? This moment was a golden opportunity, one that might never come again. Those people were in utter chaos. The chance for revenge was fleeting. Could he really trust that little kid? Zhengli asked himself. In the end, he found no answer. But what the youngster had foretold had indeed come to pass. His words carried weight. But why would he choose to help me? Zhengli couldn't make sense of it. He set his jumbled thoughts aside for now and sat down. Dinner's ready. Mei, quickly get uncle some bowls and chopsticks, let's eat, the hostess called out. The little girl obediently set out a bowl and chopsticks for Zhengli. Thank you. Zhengli felt an instant fondness for the little girl. Seeing her was like seeing his own daughter. You're welcome. Mei replied shyly and obediently before finding a seat. Just as everyone was about to begin eating, outside the house, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Someone's here? The middle-aged couple exchanged puzzled glances. They lived alone in this entire building. No one ever came by on ordinary days. Why would someone be knocking at this hour? The woman looked tense. It's okay, sit tight. I'll go see who it is. The man reassured her, rising to open the door. Just then, Zhengli suddenly stood up too. I'll go with you. The man paused, his tense heart instantly relaxing. He had witnessed the abilities of this man who called himself Mr. Zhang. Even those terrifying monsters weren't his match. If it was just a person, it would be even less of a challenge. With him around, they'd be safe. The middle-aged man dropped his guard and said, All right, Mr. Zhang. With you here, we'll be fine. Zhengli said, Let's go. All right. The middle-aged man headed toward the front door, peered through the peephole, and called out, Who's there? Beside him. Zhengli narrowed his eyes slightly, ready to act at any moment. He heard the breathing of two people outside. Just then, a familiar voice sounded outside the door. Uncle Fa Kai, it's me. Xiao Yu. Lu Yu? Two stunned voices came one after another from the middle-aged man and Zhengli. Without a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man opened the door. Outside the door, there stood Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng. Little Yu, what brings you here? Quick, come in and talk. The middle-aged man was overjoyed to see Lu Yu arrive. He stepped aside to make way and ushered Lu Yu inside. Zhang Li froze at the sight, turning to the middle-aged man and asking, "You know this kid?" Lin Fatso explained, "We've watched him grow up since he was a child. He's a regular customer at our shop. He's the one who asked us to prepare in advance and hide from certain people. He's Lin Faka, the owner of Little County Liver Skewers. This is the home of that little girl named Mimi." Zhang Li looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu smiled faintly. "Indeed I am." At that moment, Zhang Li seemed to suddenly grasp something. "No wonder you suggested meeting here. You know people here. I have a good relationship with this uncle and aunt. I wanted you to keep an eye on things while you waited for me," Lu Yu said without hesitation. Hearing this, any lingering discomfort Zhang Li felt vanished instantly. "Alright, I underestimated you, kid." Lu Yu smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Chapter 186, So Big. "It's cold out here. Why don't we go inside to talk?" Lin Fei looked at the two of them, unsure what they were discussing, and suggested. Zhang Li glanced at Lu Yu, then cast a sideways look at Yi Qingqing beside him. Leaning on his crutch, he headed inside. Lin Faka turned to Lu Yu. "Come on in, you." "Hey, and who might this be?" He noticed Yi Qingqing beside Lu Yu. Before Lu Yu could answer, Yi Qingqing interjected, "Hello, uncle. I'm Lu Yu's girlfriend." "Girlfriend?" Lin Faka was taken aback for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. Well, our little Yu has found a girlfriend too. Come on, come in and sit down. Don't stand out there." "Sure. Thanks, uncle." Lu Yu nodded with a smile, took Yi Qingqing's hand, and walked inside. "Xiao Yu?" "Lu Yu." Shi Xiaohua and Nini called out. "Hello Auntie Xiaohua, hello sister." Lu Yu greeted them one by one, while Yi Qingqing followed beside him, using the same titles. "And this is?" Shi Xiaohua inquired. Lin Fatsai whispered a reminder, "This is Xiao Yu's girlfriend." "Ah." Shi Xiaohua's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. "Oh my. Little Yu found such a beautiful girlfriend. Auntie didn't notice before. We were just about to eat. Why don't you join us?" Lu Yu shook his head. "You guys go ahead. I'm not very hungry." "Me neither." Yi Qingqing chimed in. Shi Xiaohua insisted, "That won't do. It's freezing out. You need to eat something to warm up. Just have a little." Lu Yu smiled. "Auntie Xiaohua, really, it's okay. We just finished eating. You go ahead and eat. We'll just sit here for a bit." Saying this, Lu Yu pulled Yi Qingqing toward the living room to sit down. "This child," Shi Xiaohua murmured. Lin Fei interjected, "Forget it. If he doesn't want to eat, he doesn't have to. We can always cook something later when he gets hungry. Let Mr. Zhang eat his fill first." Her husband's reminder made Shi Xiaohua realize there was another person present. "Oh. My apologies, Mr. Zhang. Please, let's eat." Shi Xiaohua called out. The family of three and Zhang Li sat down to eat. Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing sat on the sofa waiting. Although it was daytime, the power supply had long since been cut off. The TV was useless. Heating? Forget about it. Having a place to shelter from the wind and snow was already a luxury. Yi Qingqing asked, "Xiao Yu, is that man the one you've been searching for?" She was referring to Zhang Li. Lu Yu nodded. "Yes." Yi Qingqing inquired, "So he's a formidable cultivator?" Lu Yu hesitated for a moment before replying, "He should be a martial artist." "A martial artist?" A flash of surprise crossed Yi Qingqing's eyes. Having embarked on her own cultivation journey, she was well aware of its challenges. She hadn't even attained martial artist status yet, and now she learned the person Lu Yu sought was already one. "Xiao Yu, how do you know him?" Lu Yu replied, "That's a long story. I'll tell you about it later. All you need to know is that right now, in the entire Ru prefecture, his strength ranks among the top 5. Top 5. The astonishment deepened in Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes as she stared at Zhang Li's retreating figure, clearly unable to discern his true nature. Lu Yu said, "Of course. You'll surpass him someday. I'm absolutely certain of it." Yi Qingqing sighed softly. "But even if you believe in me, it won't help. I've been training for nearly a month and a half, and my chi cultivation is only at 0.04 level, not even 0.1 yet. At this pace, when will I ever become a true martial artist?" Lu Yu nearly choked on his own spit at her words. She was complaining about her cultivation speed being too slow? If anyone else heard that, how crushed would they feel? They'd probably be accused of being a Versailles liar. Back when Lu Yu reached 0.04 level, it took him a full 3 months, and that was only by training relentlessly, hunting beasts, and using beast cores to aid his cultivation. Now Yi Qingqing hadn't even used beast cores, relying solely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to reach such a terrifying level. What more could one possibly want? Of course. Lu Yu wouldn't say this to her face, though.
He just let her figure it out for herself.
After all, how to put this?
After speaking, Yi Qingqing felt a pang of regret.
She turned to Lu Yu and asked, Xiaoyu, what cultivation level have you reached? Ahem.
Lu Yu cleared his throat and whispered, probably a little weaker than you.
Is that so?
Yi Qingqing stared at Lu Yu suspiciously.
Stick out your hand. Maybe we shouldn't do that? Lu Yu asked timidly.
Yi Qingqing insisted, no way.
If I don't see it myself, what if you're lying to me again? I need to check personally.
Lu Yu had no choice but to extend his hand. Yi Qingqing seized his wrist and commanded, circulate your qi.
Lu Yu had no choice but to comply. It's huge. Yi Qingqing exclaimed.
The volume was so loud it drew the attention of the Lin family, who were in the middle of their meal.
What's so big? Mei Mei asked innocently. Lu Yu. Yi Qingqing. It's nothing, just two young lovers fooling around. Zhongli cleared his throat and interjected. Mimi, oh, okay. Let's eat. Lin Faka declared.
Lu Yu's face flushed slightly.
Xingcheng, what kind of lewd talk is that? Be more refined. It really is huge.
Yi Qingqing said, puzzled.
Lu Yu. Let's change the subject. Lu Yu said weakly.
Yi Qingqing looked puzzled.
Your qi is stronger than mine. Your cultivation progress is faster than mine. Lu Yu replied, keep it low key, low key.
Yi Qingqing mused, for some reason, I really want to challenge you to a duel.
Lu Yu.
Yi Qingqing released Lu Yu's hand and said, your talent isn't bad either. Your cultivation speed is so fast you're already at 0.042 levels.
That's pretty quick. Looks like I need to step up my game. Lu Yu. What's wrong? Little Yu, are you feeling unwell? Yi Qingqing asked. And no, nothing. Let's keep pushing together. Lu Yu replied.
Yi Qingqing declared, don't worry.
My qi will surpass yours someday. Lu Yu, alright.
As the two chatted, they completely failed to notice that Zhongli, who was eating his meal, had been trembling uncontrollably. Two little guys who'd only been cultivating for a month or two actually possessed 0.04 level qi? Consider this. His own talent wasn't bad either, it had taken him 2 months to reach 0.04 level.
Did these kids have connections? Or were they prodigies?
Zhongli felt utterly crushed.
Time passed. After finishing their meal. After chatting briefly with Lu Yu and Lin Fatsai's family, Zhongli and Yi Qingqing ascended another floor.
In the slightly sparser room, they found a sofa and sat down.
Chapter 187, The Conversation.
Brother Zhang, long time no see, Lu Yu cut straight to the point with a smile.
It has been a while.
If I hadn't promised to wait for you here, I would have left long ago.
Zhongli stroked his chin. Is this your girlfriend? Lu Yu nodded. Yes. Pretty girl.
You've got good taste, Zhongli remarked, glancing at Yi Qingqing again.
Lu Yu smiled faintly. Many people say so. Ha! Zhongli chuckled non-committally, shifting the topic.
Your prediction came true earlier, proving there's some merit to what you said.
That's why I'm waiting here for you.
He paused briefly before continuing, now, I want to know what you plan to do next.
How exactly do you intend to help me?
His words were direct, showing no hesitation in including Yi Qingqing in the conversation. Lu Yu had brought Yi Qingqing along, and Zhang Li had silently acknowledged her as someone trustworthy. Otherwise, Lu Yu's skills would be far too lacking. Hearing this, Lu Yu's smile vanished, replaced by a stern expression.
Is revenge that urgent?
Of course it is. Zhang Li replied without hesitation. All these years, I've only wanted justice for my dead daughter. If it weren't for them, I would have wiped out every last one of those murderous beasts long ago. Lu Yu showed no surprise at these words. I recall mentioning before that those above are deeply entrenched. You may face not just those visible on the surface, but many more lurking beneath it, Lu Yu cautioned. A flash of hatred flickered in Zhang Li's eyes.
That's none of my concern.
I only know this, whoever stands in my way, I kill them.
It's that simple. Lu Yu replied, true enough. Zhang Li looked at Lu Yu. You had me wait here just to say this?
If all you have is useless chatter, I feel like I've wasted my time.
Lu Yu replied earnestly, of course not. I said I'd help you, and I will.
After all, you haven't done anything for me yet. Why would I waste such a good deal?
Zhang Li's expression softened slightly. If you have an idea, just say it. I want to hear it.
No way.
Lu Yu shook his head firmly. This matter must remain between us. If too many people know, it'll jeopardize the plan. Zhang Li frowned slightly. Then what? Am I supposed to just take your word for it?
Lu Yu smiled faintly, pointing outside the window.
Isn't this proof enough?
Zhang Li followed Lu Yu's gesture and looked outside. Snow was falling heavily, and the bitter cold seeped into the house. Lu Yu meant that such a monumental event as the apocalyptic disaster had unfolded exactly as predicted.
Then, could the matter between him and Zhang Li possibly be false? Zhang Li was a sharp man and quickly grasped Lu Yu's meaning. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, where did this kid get such confidence? Was it his background? Or his innate talent? Zhang Li had no way of knowing. Fine. Since you got one thing right, I'll trust you this once. Zhang Li said. Truthfully, after choosing not to act during the catastrophe, he had no better options left. What do you need me to do for you now? Lu Yu stated plainly, I want you to protect my family. Family? Zhang Li froze. Lu Yu replied, yes. The world has changed drastically now. Order has been shattered. For a long time to come, the entire world won't be peaceful. I need someone to protect my loved ones. Sounds reasonable enough. Zhang Li asked, but why not seek someone else you trust? Why choose me, someone you've barely met? What if I were to harm your parents? Lu Yu replied, I trust you. What? Zhang Li froze slightly. Lu Yu said, I trust your character. You're not that kind of person. Besides, I'm not asking for your help for nothing. There's something in it for you, it's a deal. What can you give me? Just revenge? Zhang Li retorted. I could handle this myself. Lu Yu shook his head. Beyond that, whatever resources you need for cultivation, anything within my power I'll provide without strings attached. So you can keep growing stronger. Hearing this, Zhang Li burst out laughing. Youngster, do you think someone with my strength can't get the resources needed to cultivate qi? He had every reason to say that. At his age and with his cultivation time, he had single-handedly cultivated to become a level 1 martial artist. His talent and perseverance were far beyond those of ordinary people. Had the deep-seated hatred for his daughter's murderer not consumed him, his strength would likely have soared to unimaginable heights long ago. He would be far beyond the mere level 1 martial artist he was now. Lu Yu, however, merely smiled and shook his head. Of course, with your strength, acquiring cultivation resources wouldn't be difficult. But you absolutely don't have the same scope as I do. Oh? How so? Zhang Li's interest was piqued. Lu Yu explained, you have a prior record. If you act rashly, you'll be met with suspicion, either targeted or treated with caution. And then there's the matter of age. Age? Exactly. Lu Yu continued. I mean, no disrespect, but that's the reality. Older individuals are seen as less adaptable, harder to cultivate loyalty in. Would those higher-up factions invest resources in someone like that? Forget those factions. Even major corporations prefer hiring fresh graduates over veteran employees. You know what I mean. Zhang Li seemed to grasp Lu Yu's meaning. Lu Yu continued, to be honest, once this blizzard disaster passes, the higher-ups will establish a martial arts academy. It'll specifically recruit students with cultivation talent to train there. But you'll likely find it very difficult to get in. Martial arts academy? Zhang Li froze again, staring at Lu Yu with mounting confusion. How had he never heard such news? Where did this kid get this information? Lu Yu explained, yes, it's similar to the schools of old. The concept is the same, except those who graduate from there will be required to serve the higher-ups. Zhang Li finally grasped the meaning. So you're saying you'll train at this martial arts academy and share some of the cultivation resources you gain there with me? Lu Yu smiled. Pretty much. Of course, it's not just cultivation resources, there are also battle weapons, martial arts techniques, and combat skills. While I don't particularly like how they handle things, you can't deny their expertise in these areas is far superior to ours. Chapter 188, Many Hands Make Light Work. Zhang Li didn't argue, knowing Lu Yu spoke the truth. Lu Yu looked Zhang Li straight in the eye and said with a smile, so this is a deal. By waiting here for me, you fulfilled half of it. Later, you'll protect my family. Not only will I avenge you, but I'll also give you what you desire. The deal itself is fine, but the task you ask of me has no time limit. If I have to protect them indefinitely, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Zhang Li asked. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before replying, that is indeed an issue. How about this, I'll set a time frame. You protect them for 3 years, and I'll see your matter through. What do you say? 3 years? A cold smile flashed across Zhang Li's face. That's far too long. You're just avenging me and I have to commit that much time? Lu Yu replied, this deal is absolutely favorable for you. Setting aside what you'll gain from me over these 3 years, consider this, I'm entrusting you with my vengeance, yet I won't make you bear the consequences. Any retaliation will come solely to me. I don't think you're at a disadvantage here. All you need to do is ensure my family remains unharmed, nothing more, nothing less. Who else in this world would make such a deal with you? Zhang Li paused slightly upon hearing this, then furrowed his brow in thought. He weighed the pros and cons. Lu Yu gave him no prompting, allowing him time to think it through. Zhang Li was a smart man. There was no need for him to resort to underhanded tactics or force an agreement. If he did, it would only backfire. A moment passed. Zhang Li looked back at Lu Yu and said, alright, kid, your terms are simply too compelling. It's hard not to be swayed. I accept your deal. Lu Yu smiled faintly and said, you'll come to realize how wise your decision to agree to this deal today truly was. Zhang Li stood up, extending a hand. I only hope you can deliver on what you've promised. Everything else I don't really care about that. Lu Yu shook his hand firmly and nodded emphatically. Of course.
After confirming the deal with Zhangli, the two discussed the details at length. It took a full hour or two before everything was finalized. Zhangli said, then it's settled. Once the blizzard stops, I'll find you to fulfill what I promised. Lu Yu replied, I promise you, before I leave Ruzhou, I'll fulfill my part of the bargain too. With that, they shared a knowing smile. Everything was understood without words. Lu Yu changed the subject. By the way, did you get a good look at that little girl downstairs? Zhang Li paused, then asked, the child named Mimi? Lu Yu nodded. Yes. Zhang Li replied, of course I know her. I've been staying here for over a month. What do you mean by looked at? Lu Yu asked bluntly, how talented is she? Zhang Li answered without hesitation, above average. If nurtured properly, her future strength will absolutely rival mine. Lu Yu smiled and asked, Senior, have you considered taking on an apprentice? Zhang Li, huh? Lu Yu continued, look, this child has such remarkable talent. It would be a shame if she didn't cultivate her abilities. If she could have a master to guide her cultivation, it would make for a truly admirable story. Zhang Li, that sounds a bit off. Lu Yu spoke passionately, spittle flying, with monstrous beasts rampaging and chaos reigning across the land. We need everyone's strength to change this situation. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Zhang Li. Yi Qing Cheng. Lu Yu wiped his mouth and continued, I think Mei Mei is quite promising. If only my own cultivation weren't so lacking, I'd personally take her as a disciple. Zhang Li rolled his eyes inwardly. A guide who reached 0.04 level after just a month and a half of cultivation, and he's still spouting this nonsense. Hearing this, Zhang Li finally grasped Lu Yu's meaning. But he was baffled. Why hand the kid over to him? Just because they needed to cooperate and he seemed reliable? That was ridiculous. Or was this little guy trying to use the child to tie him down? Didn't you just mention that Ruzhou is about to establish a martial arts academy? Why not send this child there to train? Could it be that my teaching is somehow inferior? Zhang Li asked. Lu Yu's expression turned serious. Senior, you've hit the nail on the head. To be honest, I have a good relationship with this family. As you saw, they have no connections. They might get bullied in the future, so I'm just lending a helping hand. Before Lu Yu could finish, Zhang Li impatiently waved his hand to interrupt. Alright, if you want to tie me down with something, just say so. No need for such a lame excuse. Lu Yu blinked, looking at Zhang Li. What are you talking about, Senior? I don't understand. You really don't get it? Zhang Li asked with a sidelong glance. If you genuinely don't understand, I don't think this deal is worth pursuing with you. Because you simply can't handle it. Ah. Senior, I suddenly get it. Lu Yu chuckled awkwardly. I was just throwing it out there, making a suggestion. Whether you take on a disciple or not is entirely up to you. Zhang Li's expression softened slightly. I'll consider it. I do rather like this kid. Hearing this, Lu Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nini was meant for Zhang Li. Zhang Li now had no ties left. His wife had passed away long ago, and his only daughter had been killed by a beast. In this world, it could be said that nothing held him back except his desire for revenge. Lu Yu suggested taking Mei Mei as his disciple precisely to lessen the hatred in his heart. Only then could Lu Yu truly trust him to protect his parents. But Lu Yu's subtle scheme seemed to have been seen through by Zhang Li. He understood the meaning behind it. As long as he understood, that was enough. Lu Yu's purpose in doing this had been achieved. Rest assured, once I commit to something, I always follow through. I never break my word. Zhang Li declared. Lu Yu smiled upon hearing this. Senior, you're being too formal. The two chatted for a while longer. Before long, evening fell. Zhang Li glanced outside at the darkening sky. It's getting late. You probably won't be going anywhere else tonight, right? You'll be staying here? Lu Yu didn't answer, instead looking at Yi Qingcheng. I'm fine with either, Yi Qingcheng replied. Lu Yu turned back to Zhang Li. Then let's stay here tonight. We don't have anything else to do for now anyway. Zhang Li nodded. All right. From what I can tell, this family seems to have stocked up on supplies. We should be able to hold out until the blizzard outside eases up. Chapter 189, Snow Wolf. Prepared quite a lot? Of course they have. After all, Lu Yu had informed Mei Mei's family about this a day earlier. They should have been prepared. If they hadn't, Lu Yu wouldn't be seeing them now. But, Senior, I have one more matter I'd like to ask for your assistance with, Lu Yu said with a smile. Zhang Li paused. What is it? Hunting beasts. Lu Yu murmured softly with a faint smile. Time flowed like water, years slipped by like shuttles. 2.5 months had passed in the blink of an eye since the arrival of the blizzard disaster. This was longer than Lu Yu had anticipated. But at least they had managed to endure. During this period, Lu Yu reaped substantial rewards. Not only had he hunted down numerous exotic beasts, but he had also significantly enhanced his strength. Especially Yi Qingcheng. Through fierce combat with the beasts, she refined her fighting techniques. Harnessing the power of beast cores, her martial energies surged upward like a rocket. Now, Yi Qingcheng had already become a level 0.3 apprentice martial artist. Such a cultivation pace was beyond the reach of ordinary people. On this day, Lu Yu, Yi Qingcheng, and Zhang Li stood within the ruins of a building, their gazes fixed upon several snow wolf beasts below. Snow wolves. These beasts, below level 1, possessed average strength. They primarily inflicted damage through physical tearing. With Zhang Li's protection, the trio was naturally safe from harm. At that moment, the 4 snow wolves were tearing at the flesh of something, feeding. If one looked closely, they could see torn clothing and shoes scattered about. These beasts were eating human flesh. Lu Yu and his companions all looked grim. Those beasts. Lu Yu's voice grew solemn. These beasts, are you up for it? Yi Qingcheng replied, I can handle them. Alright, then it's yours. Lu Yu said. Stay safe. We'll stand guard nearby. Yi Qingcheng nodded. Got it. With that, Yi Qingcheng moved as light as a swallow, gliding out to strike directly at the snow wolves. Lu Yu watched her retreating figure from within the ruins. These snow wolves were likely at the 0.2 level, posing little threat to Yi Qingcheng. But these snow wolves held the advantage in numbers. Dealing with them would still prove somewhat troublesome for Yi Qingcheng. Perfect, just the thing for practice. With Yi Qingcheng's recent power increase, Lu Yu's chi had also been returned to him, significantly boosting his own strength. He could step in to eliminate those beasts himself. But doing so would defeat the purpose of providing Yi Qingcheng with this trial. The future Empress of Burning Heaven couldn't be a flower raised in a greenhouse. As Lu Yu lost himself and fought below, Yi Qingcheng had engaged the 4 snow wolves in battle. Yi Qingcheng truly possessed extraordinary talent. This quality, it manifested in her cultivation, but even more so in combat. The better you control your chi compared to others, the greater your chances of victory become. This was easy to understand. Take Yi Qingcheng now, battling those snow wolves. Her internal chi control is truly exceptional. There's little waste. Almost every time the snow wolf beasts attack, she dodges at the last moment. Those claws could shatter metal and crush stone. If they struck a person, it would be a deadly blow. Yi Qingcheng was well aware of this. She dared not let those snow wolves actually attack her, instead using agile footwork to evade the strange beasts' assaults. Zhang Li remarked, this little girl has remarkable talent. Lu Yu asked, you can tell? Zhang Li replied, if I couldn't even discern that, then there'd be no point in me cultivating at all. Ha ha ha. Lu Yu chuckled. Her talent is indeed quite remarkable. Zhang Li remarked, you have a keen eye spotting a genius at first glance. Lu Yu protested, my talent is pretty strong too, okay? Zhang Li rolled his eyes. Come on. Your talent might be decent, but it's nowhere near as strong as this little girl's. I'll make you a bet our deal. If I win, I'll cut the time I protect your family down to 6 months. Deal? Lu Yu laughed it off. Forget it. Zhang Li, you shameless bastard. Lu Yu. As the two argued, Yi Qingcheng maneuvered among the snow wolves, finally shifting the tide of battle. Seizing a moment of carelessness from one of the snow wolves, Yi Qingcheng used her fingers as a sword, piercing the creature's neck with a single strike. The snow wolf let out a wail of pain, collapsing to the ground before thrashing about. Seeing this, the other 3 snow wolves bristled their fur, growling low as they charged toward Yi Qingcheng. Die! Yi Qingcheng growled, thrusting her right foot forward with a sidekick. Boom! The beast charging at the forefront was struck squarely in the head, its skull shattered instantly. The remaining 2 snow wolves sensed something was terribly wrong. Highly intelligent creatures, they roared in unison. Then, the 2 snow wolves turned and fled, splitting in opposite directions. You won't escape. Yi Qingcheng immediately discerned the intentions of these 2 beasts. She showed no sign of panic. Put! Yi Qingcheng's toes touched the ground, and she burst forward. To Lu Yu's naked eye, could see a blur of movement. Thud! Yi Qingcheng's flying kick struck the snow wolf squarely in the back. Snap! The snow wolf let out a howl and collapsed instantly. Yi Qingcheng's movements showed no pause. Her gaze swept sideways toward the other snow wolf. Another dull thud echoed. Yi Qingcheng vanished from her spot. The next instant, 100 meters away, Yi Qingcheng materialized before the snow wolf. Roar! The snow wolf slammed on its brakes, leaving 4 deep gashes in the snow. It snarled menacingly at Yi Qingcheng. But after the roar, it did not continue to engage Yi Qingcheng. For it had already realized it was no match for Yi Qingcheng. And Yi Qingcheng had come for it. How could it let him escape right under its nose? The snow wolf was incredibly fast. But Yi Qingcheng's movements were swift. Yi Qingcheng appeared beside the snow wolf in an instant, one hand clamping down on its throat. With a fierce squeeze, the snow wolf was choked to death. Huff! Yi Qingcheng panted lightly, circulating her cultivation technique to regulate the chi within her body. The fight's over. Shall we head over? Lu Yu turned to Zhang Li. Zhang Li nodded, about to step out of the ruins, when suddenly his brow furrowed. Someone's coming. Someone? Lu Yu's gaze swept the surroundings. Snow blanketed the area. Aside from the ruined buildings, nothing else remained.
Where could anyone be coming from? Zhang Li pointed in a direction. Someone's coming from over there.
Their strength, one person, roughly on par with mine. Lu Yu froze, his gaze following Zhang Li's pointing direction. Clap. 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 A burst of applause echoed from nearby as several young men and women emerged from behind the ruins. Leading the group was Zhuang Tsong.
Chapter 190, Ruwu Academy. Excellent, excellent. Your combat tactics are truly masterful.
Zhuang Tsong approached Yi Qingcheng, his gaze sweeping over the corpses of the snow wolves on the ground as he offered his praise.
Yi Qingcheng asked, and you are?
Oh. My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zhuang Tsong, an admissions officer at Ruwu Academy.
Pleased to meet you.
Zhuang Tsong said, extending his hand. Yi Qingcheng glanced at his outstretched hand but did not return the gesture.
I don't believe we've met before.
Zhuang Tsong gracefully withdrew his hand.
No need to worry about that. We'll get acquainted soon enough. Your talent shows great promise. You'll be joining Ruwu Academy in the future. Ruwu Academy? What is that?
Yi Qingcheng had never heard the name before. Before Zhuang Tsong could respond, a younger-looking attendant chimed in. The Ruwu Academy is where martial arts cultivation is taught. Anyone with the required talent and age can enroll.
Did you see those divine beings who intervened to save lives recently? Those are martial artists. By entering the academy to train, you can become as powerful as them. Divine beings.
Hearing this word, Yi Qingcheng's mind flashed back to a scene she witnessed 2 months prior. Hundreds, even thousands, of monstrous beasts had discovered a subterranean parking garage where humans were hiding, poised to unleash a massacre and devour them.
Suddenly,
a silver-haired elder materialized out of thin air.
With a casual gesture, the snowflakes in the sky instantly crystallized into razor-sharp icicles. Like a torrent, they surged toward the ferocious beasts. With a single wave of his hand, every single one of those beasts died instantly. Finally, amidst the kneeling, devout gratitude of the survivors, the silver-haired elder said nothing and vanished without a trace. As if he had never been there at all. That scene would remain etched in Yi Qingcheng's memory forever. Powerful, so incredibly powerful. Lu Yu had told her this was what a martial artist was. It must be the same as what the man before her had spoken of. This so-called Ruwu Academy was the martial arts academy Lu Yu had spoken of. With your talent and aptitude, enrolling in the academy would be more than sufficient. Moreover, it would mean finding a community no longer fighting alone like you do now. If you agree, I can vouch for you, sparing you the hassle of registration and paperwork. Zhuang Tsong extended his invitation earnestly once more. Yi Qingcheng, however, didn't even hesitate before declining. No, thank you. I'm not interested at the moment.
Zhuang Tsong and the others were stunned.
She actually turned down the invitation? Did she even realize what time it was?
Rules and order were nearly destroyed, everything was in ruins and needed rebuilding.
Finding an organization was a blessing, and she was turning it down? Zhuang Tsong couldn't comprehend it. Did you misunderstand? Think there are still restrictions inside the academy? You have absolutely nothing to worry about on that front. Our academy doesn't require you to do anything, nor are there any other constraints.
You can learn the most advanced cultivation techniques and martial arts here, plus gain access to cultivation resources.
It's infinitely better than going it alone.
Zhuang Tsong continued, you know from surviving out there alone that mid to high tier beasts still roam Ru Prefecture.
If you encounter one by accident, it's extremely dangerous. But if you join the academy, safety is guaranteed, no question about it.
At that moment, the attendant who had spoken earlier chimed in, that's right.
Brother Tsong is absolutely correct. In this world, safety comes first, it's something no amount of money can buy.
The others chimed in agreement.
Yi Qingcheng replied, thank you for your kindness.
I might visit this academy later, but for now, I won't be going.
Thank you, goodbye. Having said that,
Yi Qingcheng looted the spoils from the 4 snow wolves' bodies, then turned and left.
Zhuang Tsong and the others were left staring blankly. Senior, which of those men possess strength comparable to yours?
Lu Yu observed Zhuang Tsong and the others from a distance, his curiosity evident in his question. He couldn't tell which one resembled a level 1 martial artist. At that moment, Zhang Li remarked indifferently, I was just joking.
Lu Yu. Moments later,
Yi Qingcheng found Lu Yu and Zhang Li, joining them.
How are you? Any injuries?
Lu Yu stepped forward to examine Yi Qingcheng, ignoring Zhang Li standing nearby. After spending several months with Lu Yu, Yi Qingcheng had grown accustomed to his company. Yet his sudden attentiveness still made her feel a little shy.
I'm fine. Glad to hear it. Otherwise, I'd go back right now and whip those little dogs to death.
Lu Yu declared.
Zhang Li.
Lu Yu asked, by the way, who were those guys earlier?
What did they want with you? Yi Qingcheng replied, they said they were from the Ruwu Academy and wanted me to enroll. Ruwu Martial Arts Academy?
Lu Yu froze, then began calculating with his fingers, murmuring, timing-wise, it does make sense.
The Martial Arts Academy in Ruzhou should be completed by now.
Yi Qingcheng added, but I refused him just now.
Lu Yu paused slightly before replying, that's fine. Whether they invited us or not, we were going there anyway.
Yi Qingchang listened quietly, not interrupting.
She now followed Lu Yu's lead almost entirely. Zhang Li asked, when are we going? Lu Yu mentally calculated the timing and replied, soon. Within the next few days. All right.
Hope you remember what you promised me, Zhang Li said.
Lu Yu smiled.
Of course. Keeping my word is the foundation of who I am. Zhang Li heard this but offered no response.
Then, the trio departed from there.
They arrived at Lu Yu's hometown. That sanctuary. Lately, Lu Yu and Yi Qingchang had been returning frequently.
With less snow falling from the sky, locating the entrance had become considerably easier.
Lu Yu led Yi Qingchang and Zhang Li into the subterranean shelter. He explained the situation to his parents and sister.
Lu Jinyu asked, you say you're going to train at the martial academy? Lu Yu replied, yes. The martial academy has opened its doors, and recruitment is underway.
We should go too, or else our strength won't keep pace with the progress.
Lu Jinyu inquired, wait, Xiaoyu, I heard the enrollment requirements are under 25 years old and at least an E-grade cultivation talent, right? Lu Yu replied, that's correct. Lu Jinyu asked, then what level would you say my talent is?
Lu Yu froze at her words, looking at his sister.
Big sis, you want to go too? Lu Jinyu mimicked Lu Yu's gesture, spreading her hands wide. Of course I do. Otherwise, if you all become powerful, won't I be left behind? If I have cultivation talent, I'm definitely going.
Does my sister have cultivation talent?
Of course she does.
However, Lu Yu didn't want his sister to go to the martial academy.
He had other plans for her. Chapter 191, Admissions Office. Sis, maybe you shouldn't go to the martial academy after all?
Lu Yu finally spoke up after a long silence.
Lu Jinyu froze. Why?
Lu Yu held up two fingers, twirling them between his thumb and index finger.
I have something better for you to do. Lu Jinyu guessed, making money? Lu Yu replied, something like that. Lu Jinyu sighed. Then maybe we should reconsider? The outside world is in such ruins now. Even with all your money, you can't buy everything you want. What's the point of making money? Lu Yu smiled.
That's why I said sort of.
It's not about making money, it's about rebuilding production.
At this, Yi Qingchang, Zhang Li, Lu Yu's parents, and Yilan all froze in place.
Restore production? Was he dreaming?
Just look at how devastated Ruzhou alone has become. The rest of the country couldn't possibly be much better.
With infrastructure utterly destroyed, restoring production. How could it be that simple? Lu Jinyu understood his brother's meaning immediately upon hearing his words. Scarcity breeds value.
With supplies scarce now, this situation would likely persist for a long time. Yet, it seemed her brother had already prepared for the future when setting up this shelter.
Is it reliable? Lu Jinyu couldn't help but ask. Lu Yu replied, it should be. We can give it a shot. Once the market rebuilds, it'll definitely be useful. Plus, this is our chance to turn things around. Really? Making money will help? Lu Jinyu still found it hard to believe. After all, she couldn't see what the future held. Lu Yu replied, making money will definitely be useful. It's just that the kind of money we'll earn later won't be the same as before. Not the same kind of money? Lu Jinyu repeated his words, still not fully grasping their meaning.
Yet she chose to trust her brother. All right, since you say so, I'll follow your lead.
Lu Yu smiled. Trusting me is the right call. Whatever the academy has, I can give you. But what lies beyond its walls? That can't be obtained from within. Lu Jinyu nodded silently. Lu Xinghua asked, what on earth has the outside world become? Can we go out and see for ourselves now? Song Yua chimed in, yeah, we're going stir crazy in here. When can we finally get out? Lu Yu replied, whenever you want. Really? Lu Xinghua asked. Lu Yu didn't answer.
Instead, he turned to Zhang Li and said, Dad, Mom, this is brother Zhang.
He's quite powerful. From now on, I'll have him protect you both. Song Yua asked, is it that dangerous out there now?
Lu Yu explained, the beasts haven't been completely cleared yet, so there's still a bit of danger.
It'll be fine after a while. In the meantime, when I'm not here, brother Zhang will stay and protect you. Lu Xinghua grasped the situation and protested, how can we possibly accept this?
He has his own affairs to attend to.
How could he possibly guard us day in and day out? Zhang Li replied, it's fine.
I promised him that as long as I'm alive, nothing will happen to you.
Unless I die, you'll be safe. Song Yua protested, that's too much trouble. Zhang Li insisted, it won't be.
At that moment, Lu Yu spoke up, all right, Mom and Dad, let's settle this for now.
Just trust me on this. Lu Xinghua and Song Yua exchanged a glance. With matters having reached this point, there was no other choice. You must be extra careful out there yourself. Lu Xinghua urged.
Lu Yu felt a warm surge in his heart.
I will. Meanwhile,
Yi Qingchang was also talking with her mother, Yilan.
Yilan said, I don't understand the outside world, but I just want you to be safe, understand? Yi Qingcheng whispered softly, "Don't worry, Mom. With Lu Yu here, I'll be fine." MHM.
Yilan, not one for words, simply nodded and tightened her grip on her daughter's hand.
And so it was. The two families spent several pleasant days together. Then came the day. The time for a brief farewell finally arrived.
Lu Yu said, "Dad, Mom, Auntie, if anything comes up here, you can reach out to Brother Zhang directly for help. Just relax and stay put for a while.
I'll definitely come back to get you out. Stay safe. Be careful."
Lu Yu's family, along with Yi Qingcheng's mother, personally saw Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng off at the shelter's entrance.
Yi Qingcheng waved goodbye and walked away without looking back. Lu Yu followed closely behind. Next stop. Their destination was the only martial arts academy in Ruzhou Martial Arts Academy. Snowflakes as light as goose feathers continued to drift through the sky. Not as thick as before.
This frozen landscape would melt away in time.
Yi Qingcheng asked, "Do you know where the Ruzhou Martial Arts Academy is?" Lu Yu replied, "Of course I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to take you there." "What kind of place is it?" Yi Qingcheng inquired. "What kind of place?" Lu Yu paused slightly before replying, "I'm not sure how to describe it. It's essentially identical to the school we attended before." "Why the sudden question?" "I'm just curious." Yi Qingcheng replied. Lu Yu smiled faintly. "You'll see for yourself once we get there."
A spark of excitement flashed across Yi Qingcheng's face. She said nothing more and walked alongside Lu Yu. Amidst the vast expanse of snow-covered land, only two small figures could be seen. They vanished at the end of the road. Ruwo Academy. Located in the heart of Suzhen District, Ruzhou City, it was a newly established academy. Due to the rampant threat of beasts, the academy was built under the protection of powerful martial artists. Admissions office. Long queues stretched out, filled with people of all ages, some very young, others much older, even those in their 40s and 50s. The expressions on their faces were far from cheerful. Only two words could describe their state: hunger and cold. Some bore visible injuries, missing limbs or other body parts. These individuals were far from few in number. Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng arrived here and both froze in shock. Yi Qingcheng was stunned by the sheer misery of these people. Lu Yu, however, was struck by how many people were here, far more than he had anticipated. He had assumed only a few more people would be present at most. Yet unexpectedly, the numbers exceeded his estimates by more than tenfold. This was truly unexpected news. It seemed the warnings issued before the great catastrophe had taken effect. However, even with so many people, it was impossible for all of them to enroll in the martial academy. Setting aside the issue of talent, age alone would eliminate the majority. Many applicants are already beyond the age limit for enrollment. Just then, a heated argument erupted at the admissions office up ahead. Chapter 192, Talent Assessment. My talent clearly reached E rank. "Why won't you let me join the academy?" demanded a burly middle-aged man. A young man behind the admissions desk replied, "Because you're too old."
"What? Age?"
The middle-aged man froze in shock. The young man continued, "You can go outside the academy gates.
There's a sign posted there. Take a good look and you'll understand." The man clearly hadn't noticed any sign outside. All he cared about now was enrolling in the academy to gain shelter and food, the things he valued most. "You just put a sign out there without telling anyone? Who's going to notice it?" "I don't care. My talent level is high enough. I must join the academy."
The young man replied, "I'm afraid that won't be possible."
"Why?" demanded the middle-aged man. "Your age exceeds the enrollment criteria." "You?"
The middle-aged man's eyes widened, about to protest further. At that moment, the others in the line began to shout.
"If he's too old, move on to the next one. Don't waste everyone's time. Can you hurry up?"
The crowd murmured in discontent. The middle-aged man was itching to explode, but with so many voices shouting from behind him, he had nowhere to vent his frustration.
In the end, he could only slink away. With this troublemaker gone, things proceeded much more smoothly afterward. Soon,
it was Lu Yu's turn to be examined. The young man who had been registering people for the examination spoke without looking up. "Age?"
18. "Name?" "Lu Yu." "Lu as in Lu Xiaofeng, Yu as in Yu the Great."
The young man scribbled down the information swiftly on his paper. He looked up at Lu Yu and pointed to a futuristic-looking spherical device on the table.
"Place your hand on it." Lu Yu complied. Ping.
The instant Lu Yu's palm touched the smooth sphere, a mirror-like stone panel beneath it illuminated, displaying a single character.
B. Lu Yu looked down and stared at the character, engraving it into his memory. Just like his first talent assessment. Grade B average. Not bad.
The young man glanced at the displayed character, then bent his head to scribble something on the paper before him. He looked up at Lu Yu, handed him the completed form, and said, "You've passed the initial assessment.
Take this document to the testing department and find Teacher Wang. He'll instruct you on the next steps." "Thank you."
Lu Yu accepted the paper with a word of thanks before stepping away from the crowd toward a nearby passageway. He didn't rush inside, however, choosing instead to wait at the entrance. All this time, Yi Qingcheng had never known the extent of her own talent. Even when Lu Yu told her the truth, she couldn't believe it. Academically, she was above average. How could she suddenly possess top-tier talent in cultivation? It seemed unreasonable to her. But after today, Yi Qingcheng would fully realize her uniqueness and transcend everyone else. This was already predestined. After Lu Yu completed his assessment, it was Yi Qingcheng's turn. The same procedure. After inquiring about her age and name, the young man instructed Yi Qingcheng to place her hand upon the bead. The moment Yi Qingcheng's palm merged with the bead, suddenly, the jet black bead erupted with an intensely blinding light. A dazzling beam of light erupted from the bead, shooting straight into the heavens. This scene caused those nearby to turn their heads in astonishment. Their faces were etched with shock. What on earth is that? No idea. Did that beam of light just come from that test bead? Looks like it. I saw it just now. Unbelievable. The crowd buzzed with whispers. Even the young man who had tested Yi Qingcheng's talent wore an expression of utter disbelief. In an instant, the young man seemed to recall something. He hurriedly looked at the smooth stone wall beneath the pearl, only to see that it had actually cracked open. The young man was horrified. What kind of talent could possibly shatter the very spirit testing pearl used to assess abilities? Yi Qingcheng was equally curious about her own talent. She looked beneath the orb but saw no sign of her own gift, only a crack. What was going on? And just then, the beam of light emitted by the spirit testing bead vanished. It came swiftly and departed just as quickly. But the commotion had been witnessed and recorded by everyone present. The young man immediately stood up, his gaze toward Yi Qingcheng shifting as he said, "Yi Qingcheng, right?" "Yes." Yi Qingcheng nodded, still unaware of what had transpired. "Your talent may have surpassed S rank, far exceeding our enrollment requirements. This is how it will be. I will personally take you to meet Teacher Wang so he can see you," the young man declared. Talent beyond S rank. Hearing this, the expressions of those around them visibly shifted. Especially when the young man mentioned personally escorting her to meet Teacher Wang. Their shock ran even deeper. Who was Teacher Wang? He was the teacher at Ruwu Academy who ultimately decided whether a student could remain in the academy. If he rejected you, even if you passed the talent assessment at the admissions office, you still wouldn't be allowed to enroll in the academy. You can imagine the implications. In everyone's eyes, Teacher Wang held the power of life and death over them. If they fail to enter the academy, they'll likely starve, freeze to death, or be devoured by beasts. That's precisely why everyone is scrambling desperately to join the academy. Envious glances were cast toward Qingcheng. However, just when everyone assumed Yi Qingcheng would agree without hesitation, she unexpectedly declined. Yi Qingcheng said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'll find Teacher Wang myself." "There's no need to trouble you." "Not at all." "It's my pleasure," the young man replied. Yi Qingcheng politely declined again, "Just give me the materials." "Thank you." The young man paused, then saw the serious expression on Yi Qingcheng's face. It didn't seem like she was joking, so he didn't press the matter further. "All right. Wait a moment while I jot something down, then you can go see Teacher Wang." With that, the young man sat back down at his desk. He scribbled something down. Finally, he handed the completed document to Yi Qingcheng. "Here you go." "Thank you." Yi Qingcheng took it, nodded, and walked toward her comrades nearby. Behind her, a sea of envious and jealous gazes followed. At the passageway entrance, Lu Yu saw Yi Qingcheng approaching and couldn't help but smile. "So, what was your talent score? Was I right?" Chapter 193, Well-Meant Advice. At that moment, Yi Qingcheng, who had remained expressionless throughout, finally showed a hint of emotion. "You were correct," she said. Lu Yu heard this and thought to himself, just as I expected. He felt no great surprise. Because this was only natural. If Yi Qingcheng's test results had been different, that would have been the real shocker. The two chatted as they made their way to the admissions office. Knock knock knock. Lu Yu knocked on the door. "Come in." A voice called out from inside. Lu Yu's expression shifted slightly as he and Yi Qingcheng stepped inside. Inside, the office wasn't large, with only a man in his 30s or 40s working at his desk. This must be the Mr. Wang the young man had mentioned. Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng approached. Mr. Wang paused his work, looked at them, and asked, "Have you both passed the test?" "Yes." Lu Yu replied. "Hand over your documents," Mr. Wang said, glancing at them before nodding. Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng handed over their documents. Teacher Wang took them, first glancing at Lu Yu's file. He nodded and remarked, "Talent grade B. Not bad." Then, Mr. Wang picked up Yi Qingcheng's file. Upon seeing that her lowest talent rating was S grade, Mr. Wang immediately stood up, staring at Yi Qingcheng in utter disbelief. You have S grade talent?" Yi Qingcheng was startled but still replied, "I don't know. All I know is that the talent testing device seemed to be malfunctioning." Hearing this, Teacher Wang seemed to recall something. "Then it must be true.
The gem used for talent testing here can only assess individuals with S-grade talent or below. If the talent exceeds that range, it simply can't display it accurately.
Teacher Wang murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on Yi Qingqing with intense heat.
He asked, "Would you like to go to the provincial capital?" "The provincial capital?"
Yi Qingqing froze slightly.
Teacher Wang replied, "Yes. The academy in the provincial capital is far superior to the one here in Ruzhou.
Not only are the resources more abundant, but the curriculum for cultivation training is also more extensive.
If you're willing, I can help you apply."
Hearing this, Yi Qingqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She turned to look at Lu Yu.
"Help."
She and Lu Yu had come to Ruzhou Martial Arts Academy specifically to stay here.
Going to the provincial capital would deviate from Lu Yu's original plan.
The provincial capital was the very heart of the meat grinder for powerful martial artists and factions. It was a vortex of power and wealth. The education and resources there were undoubtedly excellent, but the price was endless conflict.
This was not what Lu Yu desired.
He sought to grow stronger, to establish himself in this era of reviving spiritual energy. The only choice was to head for the imperial capital. Or the demon capital. Lu Yu lowered his head in thought before looking up at Teacher Wang.
"Teacher Wang, we might not want to go to the academy in the provincial capital for now." "Huh?" Teacher Wang looked at Lu Yu and asked, You came together?" Lu Yu nodded. "Yes. Are you two a couple?" "Yes." Teacher Wang said, "Then you two should just go together.
In Ruzhou, you have no future.
After all, this place is too small."
Lu Yu was stunned by this remark.
He expected some kind of reprimand, but instead, the teacher was suggesting they leave together? Teacher Wang continued, "Did you think I'd separate you because of your differing talents?"
"I did think that just now," Lu Yu admitted frankly.
Teacher Wang replied, "What era do we live in now? Why cling to such outdated notions? Young people should embrace their youthful aspirations and pursue them boldly." Lu Yu was a bit taken aback. "What if we don't go?" Teacher Wang replied, "Then it's up to you. I'm merely offering advice. Whether you take it or not is your choice. I've simply laid out the pros and cons clearly for you." Lu Yu said, "Thank you, teacher." Teacher Wang waved his hand and said, "No need."
With that, he completed 2 school ID cards and handed them to Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing respectively.
They took them and looked down. Teacher Wang explained, "These are your student ID cards. 1 each. From now on, whenever you need to leave or enter the campus, you'll need this card. Otherwise, even if you were the king of kings, you wouldn't be able to get in." "Understood.
One more thing I need to remind you, before classes officially begin, don't cause trouble for the other students."
"Got it?" "Yes. Go now. Follow the directions on your cards to find your dorms and classrooms."
With that, Teacher Wang fell silent.
Lu Yu, naturally reading the room, left the office alongside Yi Qingqing.
As the two turned their backs on Teacher Wang, his gaze lingered a moment longer on Yi Qingqing.
Strange. As Lu Yu walked toward the dormitory, a vague sense of unease washed over him. The teacher's reaction seemed a bit peculiar.
Unlike in his previous life, when encountering a genius, he would be thirsty for knowledge.
Even Lu Yu's ordinary talent
had made people back then envy him for quite some time.
How? Now he doesn't seem to feel that way at all?
Yi Qingqing walked beside Lu Yu, noticing he seemed preoccupied.
"Lu Yu, what are you thinking about?" she asked.
Lu Yu snapped back to reality, meeting Yi Qingqing's gaze.
"Nothing. It's fine." Without evidence, he couldn't be certain.
Entering the academy proved easier than he'd imagined.
Yi Qingqing remarked, "This academy seems newly established. Can we truly obtain cultivation resources, martial arts techniques, and combat skills here?"
"Of course." Lu Yu replied without hesitation, "Although this academy belongs to Ruzhou, most of its resources are allocated from the imperial capital. So, there's no need to worry about those issues."
"That's good.
I hope we can all strengthen ourselves here,"
Yi Qingqing said. "Of course we will." Lu Yu chuckled. The two chatted and laughed as they walked on. Along the way, they encountered quite a few people, each wearing an academy ID card around their neck.
Judging by their appearance, they were also students who had passed the entrance test. Their numbers were far greater than Lu Yu had encountered before. It seemed what he had done had made a difference after all.
Lu Yu thought to himself. But where was that police officer named Yang Fengyi now? Could she have been transferred? Yangming Plaza, underground parking garage.
The snow was slowly melting, filling the air with an utterly nauseating stench. Huddled in the farthest corner, nearly everyone was filthy and cowering, their eyes filled with terror. Clearly, they had been startled by something.
On a clean, large stone,
Yang Fengyi stared at the blocked exit, her nose suddenly twitching slightly.
The snow outside seemed to be easing up. Chapter 194, Snow-Winged White Eagle. "I'm here." Yang Fengyi arrived at the girls' dormitory area and informed Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked up upon hearing this. Indeed it was. Time flew by when you were with someone you liked. He hadn't even noticed the passage of time. "Alright, go ahead and go in first." If anything comes up, just come find me, you know where I am. Stay safe. Lu Yu gave her a few parting words of caution. Yi Qingcheng smiled faintly and replied, alright, I will. You too. With that, Yi Qingcheng waved at Lu Yu and turned to walk into the girls' dormitory building. Lu Yu watched until she disappeared from sight, about to leave himself. Suddenly, the dorm supervisor approached Lu Yu and demanded, what are you doing? Lu Yu froze, glancing around but seeing no one nearby. Auntie, are you talking to me? Not you. Oh. Then who is it? The dorm supervisor said, young people, don't waste your best years on romance. Now is the time for you to study hard. The world has become so chaotic, it's up to you young people to change and protect it. Lu Yu blinked. Somehow, this speech felt familiar. Now go. Don't come here bothering the female students anymore, the dorm supervisor ordered, shooing him away. Lu Yu. Got it, sis. With that, Lu Yu turned and walked away. The dorm supervisor froze, then shouted after him, hey, kid. What did you just add me as? Say it again so I can hear it. Lu Yu. He exited the girls' dormitory building. Lu Yu headed back to his own dormitory to take a look. The martial arts academy was established with resources invested by the imperial capital. Its facilities and resources shouldn't be that bad, right? With this thought, Lu Yu unconsciously quickened his pace. Just as Lu Yu was walking along the campus path, suddenly, a piercing cry, its origin unknown, rent the heavens, as if the sound itself had been hurled from the farthest reaches of the sky. Lu Yu froze, instinctively halting his steps as he looked up. The sky, which had held a faint glimmer of light moments before, suddenly darkened. This darkness wasn't the natural dusk of nightfall, but a pitch-black void, as if the sun had been completely obscured by a wall of dark clouds. Before Lu Yu could react, a snow-white giant eagle with a wingspan of 20 to 30 meters dove down from the sky. Its massive talons, capable of shattering stone and splitting metal, targeted the academy buildings. Ah! Run! Watch out! Others within the academy had clearly witnessed the scene as well, their shrieks echoing in a chorus of frantic warnings. But Lu Yu recognized it at a glance. It was a strange beast. Known as the snow-winged white eagle, once it underwent mutation, it became a first-tier beast of astonishing power. Even a level 1 martial artist would be no match for it. Yet without a martial artist intervening, no one in the academy could withstand the snow-winged white eagle's attack. And flying beasts were always the most difficult to deal with. Just as Lu Yu watched the snow-winged white eagle grow larger and larger before his eyes, suddenly, the figure of a middle-aged man appeared atop the teaching building. This man was none other than Bai Zhan, the headmaster of Ruwu Academy. The snow-winged white eagle, observing this sudden intruder, showed no fear. It let out a piercing screech at the man, then flapped its massive wings, accelerating even further. You wretched beast, you seek death. Bai Zhan roared, unleashing a fist strike through the air toward the snow-winged white eagle. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar echoed through the air, as if an immense, invisible fist had materialized. It struck directly at the snow-winged white eagle's head. Ha! The snow-winged white eagle moved with blinding speed. It never expected this puny insect to dare attack it. With a sharp, low cry, it braced itself for the impact. Boom! That massive fist struck with the force of 1,000 pounds. It slammed into the snow-winged white eagle, which was as large as a 4- or 5-story building, like a small mountain crashing down. Ha! The snow-winged white eagle let out a pained cry and turned to flee. Bai Zhan didn't pursue. Truthfully, he couldn't have caught it anyway. If such a flying beast decided to flee, you couldn't catch it without the strength of a 7th-level martial artist. Among human martial artists, only those who reached the 7th level could fly through the air. As merely a level 2 martial artist, Bai Zhan faced considerable difficulty in subduing that troublesome beast. Dean Bai's strength is truly terrifying. The Dean is too powerful. Yeah. If only I had strength like the Dean's. After Bai Zhan repelled the beast's attack, the newly enrolled students below all wore expressions of envy and awe. After all, how insignificant the human body truly is. For such a tiny human to unleash such immense power. How could this not stir longing in others? Among them was Lu Yu. In his previous life, he was a level 5 martial artist. A mere level 2 was no challenge for him, especially with the system at his disposal. It was strange, really. Ever since his intimacy with Yi Qingcheng reached 94%, it had remained stuck just short of advancing. This had troubled Lu Yu for quite some time. Once that intimacy threshold was crossed, he could unlock a second slot. Wouldn't his strength then skyrocket at an astonishing rate? One day, I will soar through the heavens. Lu Yu murmured softly, gazing at the figure above. At that moment, Bai Zhan remained upstairs, guarding against the snow-winged white eagle's return. He feared it might come back. After waiting for quite some time, the beast never showed up. This brought Bai Zhan a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of facing this beast one-on-one. What he feared was it harassing the academy students. If it caused any casualties, that would be disastrous. Fortunately, the beast had not returned since its departure. Looks like this academy is too much for just me and old Wang to handle alone, Bai Zhan muttered under his breath. We really need to call in more people. Old Wang. That was teacher Wang from the admissions office, Wang Bin.
A level 1 martial artist, he was quite powerful and held considerable influence in the Ruzhou region.
But manpower was still lacking. Baijian felt a headache coming on.
Suddenly, Baijian sensed something. He pulled a rough piece of jade from his pocket.
His gaze fell upon it, revealing 2 or 3 lines of small characters engraved on its surface. Patrol squad members Zhao Mingjur and Meng Yun have arrived. Come immediately.
A faint smile spread across Baijian's face upon reading the message. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
This person arrived at just the right moment. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had already left his original location and arrived at the men's dormitory building.
He pushed open the assigned room and stepped inside. It was a 4-person room with 2 double beds.
Though simple in appearance, it was spotlessly clean.
Lu Yu knew that securing such accommodations at this time was no small feat.
Chapter 195, Brother Hong.
Just then, Lu Yu spotted 3 young men in their early 20s inside the dorm, eating instant noodles and drinking alcohol.
Hearing the door open, all 3 paused.
They turned to look.
Hello, everyone. Lu Yu greeted them. Brother Hong, there's a new guy, one of the young men said. The man sitting in the middle, who appeared muscular and was called Brother Hong, glanced at Lu Yu and said, Ah, a new guy. Yeah, Lu Yu replied. Hope to learn from you all.
Brother Hong ignored him, instead lowering his head to continue eating his instant noodles.
Lu Yu didn't bother him either, finding a bed near the entrance and tossing his backpack onto it. Just then, Brother Hong's indifferent voice drifted over. New guy, did you bring anything to show your respect? Gift? Lu Yu frowned.
The young man sitting beside Brother Hong chimed in, that's right. You're the last one in, so you've got to bring something to show your respect to Brother Hong.
Oh? Lu Yu asked. What do you want? Food, drinks, anything you use, it's all fair game.
The young man replied without hesitation. Lu Yu finally caught on these guys were trying to extort him. Sorry, I don't have anything on me to give you, Lu Yu replied.
Nothing? What's in that bag of yours? Clothes. Take it out and show us.
Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, then suddenly smiled.
What if I refuse? The man's expression darkened as he stood up.
Honggu set down his chopsticks. The man saw this and swallowed whatever words were on his tongue. Only when Brother Hong stood up did Lu Yu realize just how tall he was, a full head taller than Lu Yu himself. Standing before him, he loomed like a mountain.
The pressure was overwhelming. But, to Lu Yu, this was child's play.
Lu Yu stared impassively at Brother Hong, not moving an inch.
Kid, you're pretty brave, huh? Brother Hong said, looking down on him. Lu Yu replied, what do you want?
Brother Hong said, before I get any ideas, hand over the goods.
I might spare you a beating. Otherwise.
Kid, Brother Hong's a 0.09 level apprentice martial artist.
If you don't want a beating, just do what Brother Hong says and you won't go wrong. Exactly. Don't wait until you're beaten to regret it.
Behind him, the 2 youths continued their threats.
Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Having faced countless life and death situations in the past, how could he possibly fear such tactics now?
Since you've made the consequences crystal clear, let me tell you one thing, before I get angry, you'd better disappear from my sight.
Lu Yu said calmly. What? Disappear from your sight?
Brother Hong nearly bellowed with laughter at the suggestion.
Did this guy even know what he was saying? An ordinary person dared to challenge a novice martial artist? Did he even realize that once one cultivated even a thread of inner strength, an ordinary person could take on 10 opponents? Where did this newcomer get the nerve to spout such nonsense?
The other 2 guys burst into laughter upon hearing Lu Yu's words.
Though both possessed cultivation talent, not a shred of inner strength flowed through their bodies.
When they first arrived, they too had challenged Brother Hong only to be thoroughly beaten. They hadn't even been able to put up the slightest resistance. That's precisely why they'd completely submitted to Brother Hong's tyrannical rule. And now, another fool had dared to challenge Brother Hong's authority. So what if he gets beaten up? The 2 of them were ready to sit back and watch the show. Lu Yu watched the 3 of them laugh, and a faint smile involuntarily spread across his own face.
You're still smiling?
I'll make you cry so hard you won't even be able to cry. Brother Hong's smile vanished abruptly, replaced by a flash of rage. A fist, like a thunderbolt, swung toward Lu Yu's face. This punch, packed with immense force, it sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! The 2 men behind him shouted encouragement in their hearts. Both of them hoped Brother Hong would teach this newcomer a lesson just as he had taught them. After all, they were both new, and no one should be spared. Some people are like that. Once they've been wronged, they take particular pleasure in seeing others suffer the same fate. Perhaps such thoughts held no deeper meaning. But it was undoubtedly a form of aiding and abetting. Just as Brother Hong's fist was about to land on Lu Yu's face, and the other 2 thought Lu Yu couldn't dodge it. Smack! Lu Yu suddenly shot out a hand and seized Brother Hong's fist with an iron grip. How is this possible? Brother Hong's pupils contracted in disbelief. Lu Yu smiled faintly. The next instant, Lu Yu exerted a slight force with one hand, flinging Brother Hong's wrist aside. Clang! Honggu was flung across the room, slamming hard into the metal bed frame. The metal frame bed hummed and buckled, denting in a spot. Hong fell heavily to the floor, his face contorted in pain. The other two men hadn't anticipated this outcome at all, their expressions frozen in utter bewilderment. Wasn't Brother Hong a level 0.09 trainee martial artist? How could he lose to this newcomer? Could this newcomer be even stronger? At the thought of this possibility, the two men who looked 2 or 3 years older than Lu Yu immediately dropped to their knees, trembling violently. Brother, we were wrong. Please spare us. As they spoke, the two began banging their heads against the ground. Lu Yu froze for a moment. They're giving up way too fast. He hadn't even finished playing the tough guy yet, for crying out loud. But, now that both had backed down, he lost interest in moving them. After all, they'd only moved their lips. The real culprit was this guy called Brother Hong. He shook his head. Lu Yu walked over to Brother Hong and nudged him with his foot. Stop playing dead, I didn't use much force. Brother Hong tried to keep up the act. Lu Yu promptly kicked him in the armpit. Unable to hold back, Brother Hong scrambled to his feet. Bro! What do you need? Lu Yu shot him a sideways glance. Aren't you the big boss? Why are you asking me what you need? Brother Hong suddenly slapped his forehead. Hey! Look at me, I've lost my mind. He then turned to the other two men, you two don't know how to behave? Bring over your food and that bottle of beer for this brother here. Hearing this, the two men scrambled to their feet and went to fetch the items for Lu Yu. Looks like they're trying to curry favor with Lu Yu. Lu Yu watched the scene unfold, feeling a headache coming on. What kind of atmosphere is this? How did things suddenly take such a turn? Seeing the two men genuinely about to fetch something, Lu Yu called out to them, forget it, don't bother. I don't want it. The two men froze in surprise and stopped. Brother Hong hurried forward and said to Lu Yu, brother, don't be so polite. You're powerful, it's only right we show our respect. The skill Lu Yu had just displayed had made him acutely aware of the gap between himself and Lu Yu. Chapter 196, F-rank talent doing menial work? No need. The greatest help you can give me is to not bother me. Understand? Lu Yu asked. Brother Hong paused slightly before nodding quickly. Got it. Lu Yu nodded, paying no further attention to the three men. He climbed onto the bed and pulled out the clothes from his backpack. What he'd said earlier was true, he really hadn't brought much. Just a few simple garments. Plus some toiletries. Nothing else. Below. The three men, led by Brother Hong, dared not continue eating. The three of them stared longingly at Lu Yu. They couldn't leave, but they couldn't stay either. After tidying up and neatly making his own bed, Lu Yu suddenly caught sight of the three men below out of the corner of his eye, still standing there as if being punished. What are you still doing there? Ah. Nothing. Just looking around, just looking around. Brother Hong chuckled awkwardly. What a joke. Lu Yu muttered to himself, unwilling to waste time arguing. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed and walked out of the dorm room. Admissions office. Teacher Wang was chatting with a young man and woman. These two were none other than Zhao Mingjie and Meng Yun. Gone was the spirited vigor they displayed when meeting Lu Yu and Yen Shokuan. Now, their bodies bore numerous terrifying wounds, leaving them looking utterly disheveled and battered. Weren't you escorting someone to the provincial government? Why are you back so soon and in such a state? Teacher Wang frowned and asked. Meng Yun kept her head down, saying nothing. Zhao Mingjie's face darkened as he rasped, we were ambushed on the way. Ambush? Yes. Zhao Mingjie nodded. We were ambushed by fang hounds. Spiked fang hounds? How is that possible? Teacher Wang frowned. Sharp-tooth hounds. They were extremely weak beasts, their chi power never exceeding level 0.5. And this time, with Zhao Mingjie, a level 1 martial artist, present, and Meng Yun, a level 0.85 apprentice martial artist. How could anything go wrong? Zhao Mingjie slowly raised his head to look at Teacher Wang, forcing a wry smile. Uncle Wang, look at the injuries on our bodies. Does this look like a joke to you? No, what I mean is fanged hunting dogs are weak and don't think strategically. How could they possibly plan an ambush? Teacher Wang corrected his wording. That's precisely what puzzles me, Zhao Mingjie said through gritted teeth. These fanged hounds seemed organized. Over a dozen of them, led by their pack leader, surrounded me and my junior sister. We were completely unable to free ourselves to rescue the people we were escorting. Most of that group were killed or injured. Only a handful returned. Teacher Wang fell silent upon hearing this. The individuals Zhao Mingjie and his group were escorting were promising talents selected from Ruzhou with B grade or higher aptitude. Their destination was the Martial Arts Academy in the provincial capital for advanced training. The purpose was to strengthen the human race. Only then could they withstand the onslaught of those monstrous beasts. When the calamity first struck, the 10,000 Immortals Mountains bore the initial brunt. The patrol squad searching there was also the first to detect the anomaly. But by the time they sought to respond or send word, it was already too late. Upon realizing they could not withstand the beasts, members of several patrol squads rushed toward the nearest city, Ruzhou. Zhao Mingzhi belonged to one such squad. When Ruzhou Academy was first established, the remaining patrol squads took on the task of escorting people to the provincial academy. Why? Because Ruzhou lacked sufficient cultivation resources. It simply couldn't support so many novice martial artists. This situation, however, is only found in Ruzhou among larger cities. If one were to ask why, there is only one reason. It's all because of Luyu. With so many survivors, it was only natural that more individuals with innate talent were identified. Of course, few people know the root cause of this phenomenon yet. But back to the matter at hand. This was Zhao Mingzhi and Meng Yun's first time escorting people to the provincial capital, and unexpectedly, this incident occurred. Uncle Wang, whatever punishment you deem fit, take it all on me alone. It was my failure to plan the route properly that led to this, Zhao Mingzhi said, blaming himself. Teacher Wang composed himself, patted Zhao Mingzhi on the shoulder, and said, "This isn't your fault. The important thing is you're back safely. With the current chaos, anything could happen. Just be more careful next time." Zhao Mingzhi nodded, though his spirits remained low. Just then, Bai Zhan strode in, his stride almost flying, a smile on his face. Seeing Zhao Mingzhi and Meng Yun, his smile broadened. "You're back." His words trailed off abruptly. His voice abruptly stopped. Bai Zhan noticed the injuries on Zhao Mingzhi and Meng Yun. What happened? Before Zhao Mingzhi could speak, Teacher Wang briefly recounted the recent events to Bai Zhan. After listening, Bai Zhan showed not a trace of surprise. This is perfectly normal. Those beasts are restless these days. Just now, a snow-winged white eagle tried to attack the academy, but I scared it off. Don't worry too much about it. Zhao Mingzhi and Meng Yun exchanged wry smiles at this, finding no words to respond. Bai Zhan's expression turned serious as he continued, "Your escort team is only about 20 people. If something happens, it's just a setback. But the academy is getting more and more crowded." Zhao Mingzhi and Meng Yun froze, unsure of the implication. The academy is short-staffed. Bai Zhan didn't beat around the bush. After you left, I realized just how many survivors there are in Ruzhou. So many people need protection, food, and resources. These people are like sparks. If something happens to them, it'll be a real pain. Zhao Mingzhi asked, "We've only been gone a week. Has the academy really grown that much?" Bai Zhan nodded. "Yes. At least 1,000, I'd say. Old Wang has been handling this matter, so I don't know the exact number." At that moment, Teacher Wang interjected, "To be precise, it should be 1,523. That many?" Zhao Mingzhi and Meng Yun exclaimed almost simultaneously. "Are all these people gifted?" Meng Yun asked. Teacher Wang replied, "Yes, all possess at least E-grade talent. We didn't accept any F-grade candidates. The number of survivors in Ruzhou has somewhat exceeded our expectations." Bai Zhan added, "Exactly. We only brought 3 people from the imperial capital this time, including your Uncle Wang. The rest are local F-grade talents hired for menial tasks. But even that isn't enough. They haven't grown strong enough yet. I need people with real strength. F-rank cultivation talent is only good for menial tasks?" If other places heard about this, they'd spit blood. Zhao Mingzhi was stunned. He didn't know about other regions, but in his hometown, Yang City's martial arts academy, the lowest admission standard was F-rank talent alone was enough. Talent grade classification, SSS this is S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Chapter 197, The Dilemma. This was beyond our expectations. When we arrived, who could have imagined that tiny Ruzhou would harbor so many survivors? Teacher Wang remarked. Indeed. Bai Zhan interjected, this also meant our teachers, instructors, and garrison forces were insufficiently prepared. Bai Zhan and the other 2 had been dispatched from the imperial capital with specific orders. Their original mission upon arriving in Ruzhou was to rescue any potential survivors. But upon arrival, they discovered the number of survivors far exceeded their projections. This prompted Bai Zhan, as the leader, to decide to establish an academy immediately. Though the process was somewhat troublesome, the outcome was positive. The foundation of the academy was solidly laid. Zhao Mingzhi instantly grasped the situation and asked, "What does the headmaster need our help with?" Bai Zhan replied, "Gathering food supplies and recruiting instructors." "Find food? Teach classes?" Zhao Mingzhi inquired. Bai Zhan confirmed, "Exactly. With so many people here, the consumption is enormous. Previously, we assigned those with some inner strength to go out for food and rescue missions, but they often encountered strange beasts that were difficult to handle, frequently resulting in casualties. Therefore, I need someone to lead a team for me. Additionally, the shortage of manpower has also led to a lack of instructors. So, I still need someone to help fill that role." Without hesitation, Zhao Mingzhi replied, "Then let me lead the team. My junior sister can handle teaching. Her strength is more than sufficient to instruct those who aren't yet formal martial artists." Meng Yun replied, "I can do it." Bai Zhan was pleased to see both agree so readily. "Alright then, it's settled. Lao Wang will brief you on the specifics later."
Go tend to your wounds now.
We'll discuss the rest later.
Yes, thank you, Dean.
Zhao Mingzhi and Meng Yun saluted Bai Zhan with a fist salute before turning to leave.
Inside the office, Wang Tianming's smile vanished as he asked Bai Zhan, are those local factions in Ruzhou still unwilling to lend a hand? Bai Zhan sighed. They said they haven't fully recovered from the catastrophe yet. Their own affairs aren't settled, and they don't have the manpower to spare for building the academy. Wang Tianming pressed, this academy isn't being built for us, it's for the people of Ruzhou. Without a martial arts academy, how could all these talented individuals here ever become martial artists?
Bai Zhan replied, I've raised this issue with them, but it's been to no avail.
These people seem to have little interest in becoming martial artists.
They're simply not enthusiastic about our proposal.
Wang Tianming fell silent for a moment before asking, what about forcing the issue? Bai Zhan shook his head. That won't work. Most of these people are prominent figures in Ruzhou.
If we resort to force, once they recover from the shock, it'll be impossible to explain.
Wang Tianming grew impatient. Nothing works? Nothing at all? Are we just supposed to sit here and wait? With so many people gathered here, if we don't handle this properly, it could lead to disaster. I know that.
Bai Zhan replied, but this isn't entirely impossible.
You know Yanmiao Construction, right? Wang Tianming replied, the ones providing beds and blankets, plus the construction crew? Exactly. Bai Zhan nodded. Their contribution to establishing the academy was paramount.
They've assured us they'll leverage their resources to assist us as much as possible.
Wang Tianming frowned slightly. But even if they help, they're just one company.
Even if they pour every last resource into it, it's still a drop in the bucket.
And honestly, doing that would feel a bit underhanded. Bai Zhan nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's why they said they'd try to bring more people on board to accomplish this together.
Don't worry too much about it. Just leave it to them.
Wang Tianming sighed softly upon hearing this.
It seems we have no other choice.
Bai Zhan said, enough of that.
The most urgent matter now is to ensure we have sufficient personnel within the academy. With such a large target as the academy, we have creatures invading every other day. It's a troublesome problem. Wang Tianming replied, I've already thought of a solution for this matter. Oh? What is it?
Bai Zhan's interest piqued.
Wang Tianming explained, we should form a monster clearing squad within the academy to eliminate these roaming beasts.
Bai Zhan froze.
How can that be? The academy students haven't even systematically learned beast hunting techniques yet. Sending them out like that is tantamount to suicide. Wang Tianming replied, I know. But given our current circumstances, what choice do we have?
My suggestion is to teach them the most fundamental skills first, then take them out into the field. Only those unafraid of death deserve to live.
Bai Zhan hesitated.
Wang Tianming said, no need to agonize over it. We're helping them, not sending them to their deaths.
We can't just keep them sheltered in the academy forever, can we?
Hearing this, Bai Zhan realized Wang Tianming's resolve was unshakable.
Wang Tianming said earnestly, rest assured, nothing will go wrong. This is the fastest way to train them.
Bai Zhan sighed softly. Since you've made up your mind, then proceed as you see fit. Wang Tianming smiled faintly, dropping the subject.
Oh, and there's some good news I wanted to share with you. Oh? Bai Zhan inquired. Wang Tianming lowered his voice. Our academy has produced a genius with SS-level talent. What?
Bai Zhan froze, then erupted with wild excitement.
At the same time, Lu Yu was strolling through the academy when he accidentally bumped into someone ahead. Sorry. My apologies.
Two voices echoed, one from the person Lu Yu had bumped into, and one from Lu Yu himself. Lu Yu recognized the voice as somewhat familiar. Looking up, he saw the girl standing before him, accompanied by another person.
Two people covered in injuries. Zhao Mingzhi and Meng Yun. Why them?
Lu Yu recognized them instantly, but feigned unfamiliarity.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Meng Yun seemed lost in thought and didn't notice Lu Yu.
She only said, it's fine. I bumped into you too. Are you okay? I'm fine. Lu Yu replied. I'll be going now.
With that, Lu Yu lowered his head slightly and walked around the two, leaving directly. Zhao Mingzhi watched Lu Yu's retreating figure and remarked, that guy, he looks kind of familiar. Meng Yun was in a low mood and hadn't even noticed who the man was. She simply said, senior brother, let's go.
All right.
Lu Yu, now far from the two, furrowed his brow slightly.
Chapter 198, I didn't do anything. At this hour, shouldn't Zhao Mingzhi and Meng Yun have already returned to Yang City? Why were they still in Ruzhou? And still at the academy? In my previous life, when Ruzhou Martial Arts Academy was first established, it relied on local Ruzhou forces.
The faculty members, however, came from the imperial capital. Other academy members were invited from the neighboring major city of Yang.
Could there be some change he was unaware of? Lu Yu walked, lost in thought. After pondering for a while, he couldn't fathom what the changes might be. So, he simply stopped thinking about it. It was pointless.
These two individuals had crossed paths with him before, but their connection wasn't particularly deep. He had no reason to concern himself with them. His immediate priority was to break through to level 1 martial artist as quickly as possible. The beasts in Rougeau were generally low tier, yet level 1 and level 2 beasts still existed here.
If he accidentally encountered one, he'd be helpless.
Only by breaking through to level 1 martial artist could he begin cultivating martial arts techniques. Only then would he possess the strength to test his mettle against those beasts. Lu Yu brought Yi Qingqing to Rougeau Martial Arts Academy for two reasons: to gain admission to the martial arts academy in the imperial capital, and to acquire the spirit stones and martial arts techniques offered by Rougeau Martial Arts Academy. In his previous life, Lu Yu had been a level 5 martial artist, a formidable strength indeed. But that was after everyone else's power had risen a level 5 martial artist in that context.
In that environment,
its value was significantly diminished. Therefore, acquiring advanced martial arts techniques proved exceedingly difficult for Lu Yu. He lacked both the connections and the financial means. The few techniques he currently possessed were all relatively commonplace ones. But the Martial Arts Academy was different. Established by envoys dispatched from the imperial capital, it undoubtedly embodies the capital's profound understanding of martial arts. This was something money alone could never buy. These were Lu Yu's true objectives.
He hadn't shared this with anyone.
But the matter was nearly complete. He was on the verge of success. With this thought, Lu Yu arrived at the playground, scanning the area. Few people were around after all, snow still lingered, and the temperature remained quite low.
Has Xiao Kuan not arrived yet?
Lu Yu murmured softly. Ever since parting ways with Yin Xiaokuan that day, Lu Yu had been constantly worried about his safety. Though he trusted his brother's judgment, a faint worry still crept into his mind. Now that Shi Qiyun was dead, the obstacle was gone. Better days were ahead. He couldn't afford to mess up now.
Just as Lu Yu was lost in thought, suddenly,
a discordant female voice rang out behind him.
"Oh, isn't this my ex-boyfriend, Lu Yu?"
Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Lu Yu paused, then turned to look. He saw a young man and woman walking toward him.
The man, Lu Yu didn't recognize. But the woman?
Lu Yu would never forget her for the rest of his life.
Li Momo.
The voice from earlier belonged to none other than Li Momo.
"What's up?"
Lu Yu scratched his nose, calmly observing the pair.
"Nothing much. Just felt sorry seeing you all alone."
"Where's Yi Qingqing? Why isn't she by your side?
Did she die in the cataclysm?" Li Momo sneered.
Lu Yu frowned slightly.
At that moment, the young man chimed in with his own mockery. "So this is the academic genius Lu Yu you always brag about? Doesn't seem so great now, huh?" What was he thinking, ditching such a great girlfriend to play the field?
Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing them on the man.
"What did you say?"
Li Momo chimed in. "Lu Yu, don't be too upset.
The dead can't be brought back. What's past is past. Thank you for letting go back then.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have found a boyfriend who loves me so much now." As she spoke, Li Momo gazed at the man beside her with stars in her eyes. Hearing this, the young man instinctively straightened his posture, projecting an image of dependable reliability.
Too bad.
To Lu Yu, the spectacle these two were putting on was beyond laughable.
Wasting time with such people was nothing but a waste of his own life.
Lu Yu had no interest in continuing this charade.
He turned and walked away.
Li Momo, convinced her words had struck a nerve with Lu Yu, felt a surge of satisfaction. There was no way she was going to let him walk away like that. She hurriedly stepped in front of Lu Yu, blocking his path. Lu Yu was forced to halt.
"Lu Yu, even though we're not together anymore, we can still be friends. Tell me, how did Yi Qingqing die?"
Li Momo seemed genuinely curious. At her words, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Lu Yu's eyes.
This woman, why hadn't he noticed before how utterly repulsive she was? "Hey! If this young man doesn't want to talk, why must you keep pressing him?"
At that moment, the man approached.
"Darling, I'm just concerned about him, aren't I?"
Li Momo nestled into the man's embrace, her voice dripping with sweetness. Lu Yu nearly gagged at the sight.
"My darling, she's just so kind."
The man seemed genuinely touched. A cold smile flickered in Lu Yu's heart, but his expression remained calm as he said, "We've only slept together a few times, and already you can't resist showing me concern?" The words left both Li Momo and the man stunned.
"What?" The man's smile vanished instantly. Li Momo's expression changed, and she snapped, "Lu Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever sleep with you?
Don't make such outrageous accusations."
Lu Yu stepped forward. "Have you forgotten? That night of passion you devoted yourself entirely to pleasing me. I was so moved then. Don't you remember?" Li Momo's face turned pale as she snapped, "Bull. No way did I sleep with you. What the hell are you talking about?"
The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took offense. The man beside Li Momo turned pale as soon as he heard the words.
What man could tolerate wearing a green hat? Except for the cuckold himself. "Is what he said true?" the man asked, staring at Li Momo. "No, absolutely not. He's just making stuff up. Don't believe him." Li Momo hurriedly explained. Lu Yu chuckled, right, it's not true. I made it all up. Don't believe a word I say. I was just joking around earlier. Right, he was just joking. Li Momo chimed in, but after 2 sentences, she realized something was off. What did just joking even mean? This was about her reputation, how could it be a joke? Lu Yu. Shut up. What business is this of yours? Li Momo snapped. Lu Yu raised his hands and laughed, alright, it's not my fault. Hey, buddy, whatever I say, don't take it seriously. She's a good woman, and I swear I didn't do anything really. Smack. Hearing this, the man's rage boiled over. He slapped Li Momo across the face and shouted, you. I must have been blind to have trusted you. Damn it. With that, he turned and stormed off. Li Momo's face drained of color as she hurried after him. Lu Yu's smile vanished. He glanced in the direction the two had gone before leaving the playground. Suddenly, he noticed a charming young woman smiling brightly, staring intently at him. Chapter 199, The Dorm Supervisor. What brings you here? Lu Yu snapped back to reality, a smile spreading across his face as he stepped forward and asked softly. Yi Qingcheng gazed at Lu Yu and smiled softly. It was too stuffy in the dorm. I wanted to get some fresh air and didn't expect to see you here. Lu Yu's expression shifted slightly. Did you see everything just now? Yi Qingcheng nodded. I saw everything. I've been here since the beginning. As she spoke, Yi Qingcheng reached out and gently brushed a strand of hair from Lu Yu's forehead. I don't mind, she murmured softly. Lu Yu's heart stirred, his gaze fixed intently on her. In the distance, Li Momo had gone to great lengths, using all her persuasive skills, to finally placate that man. Just as she was about to leave, she caught sight of Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng talking. Her steps froze, and her expression darkened instantly. Lu Yu, Yi Qingcheng. Fancy a walk? Lu Yu invited. Yi Qingcheng replied, sure. The two left the playground and walked along the academy streets. In an instant, it felt like they had returned to their days at first high school, to the very first time they had ever spoken. But now, months had passed. Time flies, Yi Qingcheng remarked. Before we knew it, the world had changed so drastically. Lu Yu replied, it's both good and bad. For ordinary people, more opportunities have emerged. Yi Qingcheng smiled at his words. Yes, I never imagined my talent would truly be as you described. You know what? When I went back to the dorm earlier, I chatted with my roommates for a bit. They're all so envious of me. Lu Yu paused, then asked, you told them? Yi Qingcheng shook her head. No. When we first arrived at the academy, they recognized me during the talent assessment. Lu Yu asked, they knew? Yi Qingcheng replied, yes, they recognized me the moment I walked in. They mentioned their talents, and that's how I knew. Lu Yu listened, but his thoughts diverged. Being remembered by so many people was hardly a good thing. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. If too many people know about it, you must be extra cautious. Keep your guard up and stay vigilant, understand? Lu Yu asked. Yi Qingcheng paused, puzzled. Why? Lu Yu explained, the current situation isn't entirely stable, and the academy's resources are limited. It's inevitable that some among them harbor ill intentions. I fear. Yi Qingcheng asked, isn't the academy secure enough? Lu Yu shook his head, glancing around. Exactly. Look around this academy. How many people belong to it? Yi Qingcheng paused briefly before glancing around as well. She had noticed something off about the academy earlier, but hadn't been able to pinpoint why. Yet, with Lu Yu's words, Yi Qingcheng suddenly realized where the discrepancy lay. But why was this happening? Lu Yu murmured softly, with beasts rampaging and natural disasters blocking the way, everyone in the academy came from the imperial capital. Just getting from the capital to Ruzhou was incredibly difficult for them. How many could possibly make it? Yi Qingcheng understood instantly upon hearing this. So that's how it is. But don't worry too much. I'm just giving you a heads up, it might not actually happen. If I'm not around, you need to be extra careful, okay? Lu Yu said. Yi Qingcheng replied, alright, I understand. You take care too. Lu Yu nodded with a smile, then changed the subject. Qingcheng, how's your cultivation going? Any difficulties you've run into? Now that you mention it, there is something. Yi Qingcheng's eyes lit up as she shared her cultivation doubts with Lu Yu. Lu Yu drew upon his own cultivation experience to address each point in turn. Yi Qingcheng gained a great deal from his insights. The two walked and talked. Since they had just arrived at the academy and no other arrangements had been made, everyone enjoyed relatively free time. Lu Yu, having nothing else to occupy his time, gladly accompanied Yi Qingcheng on a tour of the entire academy, hoping to deepen their bond along the way. That last bit of intimacy needed to be cultivated. This would be like a rocket booster for Lu Yu's power growth. The sky had grown dim without anyone noticing. Visibility around them decreased significantly. After chatting for a while, Lu Yu suddenly asked, Qingcheng, it's getting late. Shall we grab something to eat? Yi Qingcheng, still reluctant to leave, replied, alright. And so,
The two headed toward the dining hall. Evening had arrived, and the place was bustling with diners. Not everyone who came to the academy sought to train as martial artists, more likely, they came for the food. With heavy snow blanketing the land, little could grow in the fields anymore. What else could there be to eat? Yi Qingcheng glanced at the crowd and said, Luyu, maybe we shouldn't eat here after all? What's wrong? There are too many people. It's fine. People are iron, food is steel. Skipping a meal leaves you famished, how can we go without eating? Ha! Without another word, Luyu grabbed Yi Qingcheng's hand and started pushing through the crowd. Nighttime. After dinner, Luyu escorted Yi Qingcheng back to the girls' dormitory. Yi Qingcheng said, Luyu, you should head back now. It's freezing outside. Don't catch a cold. Luyu replied, alright, you go first. Once you're inside, I'll leave too. Yi Qingcheng planted a kiss on Luyu's cheek, flashed him a smile, and turned to head upstairs. Before Luyu could fully process it, Yi Qingcheng vanished from sight. Luyu touched his cheek where she kissed him, a faint smile spreading across his face. Just then, the dorm supervisor suddenly appeared, snapping, Hey, kid! What are you doing here again? Luyu jumped in surprise, wondering where she'd been hiding. You don't know? You don't look like a good person to me. Let me tell you, as long as I'm here in the girls' dorm, you stinky men won't get a chance to do anything, the dorm supervisor barked. Luyu fell silent for a moment before a smile returned to his face. Sis, I'm just dropping someone off. Sis. The dorm supervisor froze upon hearing this, staring at Luyu. What did you just call me? Sis. Good lad. Looking at your face, I can tell you're a kind and upright person. Your sister didn't misjudge you. Her gaze softened considerably as she looked at Luyu earnestly. On such a cold night, you're escorting a girl back instead of thinking about other things. For that alone, sis approves of you. Just getting her back safely is what matters. Now hurry back inside. It's freezing out there, don't catch a cold. Luyu, alright, thanks, sis. He. Hearing this, the dorm supervisor's mouth nearly split from smiling. She held her face and muttered to herself, do I really look that young? Luyu. Chapter 200, Assembly. Back to the dorm. Brother Hong and the other two were playing cards when they saw Luyu walk in. All three paused. Bro, you're back? Brother Hong approached with an ingratiating expression. MHM. Luyu nodded. Hungry? Want me to cook something for you? They sent down a bunch of food when we arrived. Brother Hong offered eagerly. Upstairs? Up at the academy. You didn't know? Brother Hong explained. But then again, only newcomers get that chance. Later arrivals never do, probably not enough to go around. Hearing this, Luyu thought of something. The academy's resources were limited. But Luyu wasn't particularly hungry, having eaten a little in the cafeteria. No need for food. Go about your business and don't disturb me. Thanks. Luyu glanced at the obsequious Brother Hong, his expression unreadable. He spoke indifferently before climbing onto his bunk, grabbing his clothes, and leaving the dorm. He was going to take a shower. Inside the dorm room, Hong and the other two exchanged uncertain glances, unable to gauge Luyu's temperament. One of them spoke up, Brother Hong, this new guy doesn't seem easy to get along with. If he really stays in our dorm room long term, we won't have an easy time, will we? Another chimed in, yeah. Brother Hong, what should we do? Brother Hong frowned and pondered for a while before replying, even if he's difficult, we'll just have to put up with it. His fists are bigger than ours. Besides, this room was arranged by that teacher Wang. We can't change it. Hearing this, the other two couldn't help but feel uneasy. Brother Hong reassured them, but you two shouldn't worry too much. While I'm no match for him in strength, he won't be able to push us around easily either. Rest assured, I've got this under control. Brother Hong, as long as you've got it under control, we'll follow your lead. Exactly, Brother Hong, you call the shots. After leaving the dorm, Luyu remained unaware of what Brother Hong and the others were discussing. Because he didn't care. Even if he had overheard, it wouldn't have mattered. In this day and age, the world increasingly favors might over words. The days of treating those above with mutual respect and courtesy were fading. We owe it all to those who came from the capital. Without them, ordinary folks would have been completely wiped out long ago. Night fell. A blood moon hung high. Like a crimson birthmark, it branded the vast expanse of the sky, radiating a cold, eerie glow that was both chilling and mesmerizing. In the dormitory room, Luyu, lying on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up. Assuming his cultivation posture, he activated the 5 elements gathering technique. The scattered threads of spiritual energy drifting through the heavens and earth were captured by Luyu as the technique circulated. Yet Luyu's innate talent was evident even with his decent perception of spiritual energy. His speed in refining spiritual energy remained far slower compared to those prodigies. Luyu pursued not the mere accumulation of vital energy, but the cultivation of his ability to perceive and manipulate spiritual energy. Cultivation. It was like poring over books in a cold study, or hauling bricks on a construction site, or the solitary work of a creator. repetitive, monotonous, and utterly tedious.
The night passed swiftly. Suddenly, the loudspeaker outside the dormitory building blared. All academy trainees, rise immediately and assemble on the sports field. Get up immediately and assemble on the playground.
Lu Yu, still deep in cultivation, slowly opened his eyes, his expression shifting slightly.
The academy. Something was happening.
Shortly after Lu Yu awoke, his roommates Hong and the others also stirred.
Lu Yu wasn't close with them.
Naturally, there was no need to wait for them. He tidied his bedding, got up, and walked straight out of the dormitory.
The playground. By the time Lu Yu arrived, the space was already packed with people. Men and women, mostly under the age of 25. Over 1,500 people. Spread out flat, the entire field wouldn't hold them all.
Lu Yu was genuinely surprised to see so many people gathered. This was several times more than in his previous life.
In his previous life, there had been only about 200 people here.
It seemed his efforts had borne fruit. The credit for this went to Yan Xiaokuan and Yi Qingcheng.
I wonder if Xiaokuan is here.
Lu Yu scanned the surroundings, but after a quick glance, he couldn't spot Yan Xiaokuan anywhere.
He had been keeping an eye out for him yesterday.
But there was no word at all.
He shouldn't have gotten into trouble, right?
Lu Yu reassured himself inwardly.
At that moment, in the hallway of a building facing the playground,
Bai Zhan, Wang Tianming, and others stood there, surveying the crowd of over 1,000 people. These weren't ordinary people, they were geniuses with cultivation talent. They could become martial artists in the future. I never imagined our academy would recruit so many students. Bai Zhan's gaze swept over the densely packed crowd, his expression tinged with surprise and delight. Wang Tianming remarked, over 1,500, and we're not even at full strength yet. Bai Zhan acknowledged, you've worked tirelessly. With so many people, you've had to handle all their needs: food, drink, lodging, everything.
Getting this far hasn't been easy. Wang Tianming shook his head. This wasn't something I could manage alone.
Without the help of the locals from Ruzhou, the academy would have collapsed long ago. Bai Zhan paused, then nodded firmly. I'll make sure their contributions are properly recorded.
Wang Tianming gave a slight nod, saying nothing more. Meanwhile,
Zhao Mingzhi, Meng Yun, and the young man who had tested people's talents yesterday were maintaining order at the scene and organizing the queue.
Form up. Among them was Lu Yu.
However, with the sheer number of people present and Lu Yu being rather inconspicuous, no one noticed him.
After finding his spot, Lu Yu scanned his surroundings. Crowds of people filled the area, all trainees, it seemed.
Gathering any useful information proved difficult.
Lu Yu wasn't overly concerned about trouble brewing within the academy.
These individuals hailed from the imperial capital, and Lu Yu possessed thorough knowledge of them from his previous life. Therefore, he remained patient. People continued to gather on the field, their numbers steadily increasing, though the pace was slow. This was hardly surprising. Not everyone who came to the academy was a student. Many were here solely for safety or food. They weren't here to study. In terms of execution, they naturally lagged behind the students. Or soldiers.
Just then, the loudspeaker blared again. 3 minutes remaining.
Anyone not assembled on the parade ground will have their enrollment revoked and be expelled from the academy.
Countdown begins, 169, 168. The countdown echoed through the loudspeaker broadcast.
Simultaneously, a cacophony erupted from the dormitory buildings behind, accompanied by the clatter of hurried footsteps as a crowd surged out.
Chapter 201, Opening Ceremony. The announcement had an immediate effect.
As the countdown began, even those who had been dragging their feet suddenly became brisk.
With 3 seconds left on the countdown, no one else emerged from the dormitory building.
Lu Yu paid no attention to them, his gaze fixed on the hallway of the building ahead.
The person making the announcements was none other than the teacher Lu Yu had met yesterday. That teacher surnamed Wang. As the countdown ended, the clamor died down. Yet over a dozen lucky ones still hadn't made it to the playground by the countdown's end. Just as they were about to enter the field,
the young man who had been testing their talents appeared before the dozen or so individuals. They halted abruptly. The leader spoke up, "Instructor, please step aside.
We're here now."
"You're late," the young man said calmly.
"But we're almost there. It's not that far off."
The leader stammered awkwardly.
"Close enough?"
The young man stroked his chin. "If this were a monster invasion, at your response speed, your teammates would all be dead before you even showed up."
"What good would you be then?"
The dozen or so individuals fell silent. The young man continued, "As teacher Wang just stated, anyone failing to arrive within the stipulated time will be expelled from the academy.
You may leave now." "What? Just because we were a little late, you're kicking us out? What did we do wrong? On what grounds?"
The young man spoke calmly and without agitation. "Rules are rules. When the rules are clearly stated, and you still act this way, there's no reason for you to stay.
It's not like we didn't give you time.
When you entered the academy, it was made clear to each of you, this place isn't for idling away your days, it's for contributing to humanity. Clearly, your resolve isn't strong enough to remain here. The dozen or so individuals paled and flushed alternately upon hearing this, unable to find a rebuttal. After all, they were the ones who had exceeded the time limit.
Leave now. This is my final warning, the young man stated calmly.
The group exchanged helpless glances, their eyes darting toward the elevated platform where the dean and faculty sat. Only their words held authority. Bai Zhan looked at Wang Tianming.
Wang Tianming said, "This is a one-time exception. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Thank you, Teacher Wang."
Over a dozen people wept with emotion, rushing to thank Teacher Wang before joining the crowd on the field as the young man stepped aside to let them pass. After hearing Teacher Wang's words, the young man said nothing more and returned to the front of the field.
Near Xiaomingzhi and Meng Yun.
After the commotion caused by those dozen or so individuals, the noisy chatter on the playground vanished instantly.
No one dared to make a sound. They realized that defying the academy's rules could lead to expulsion, a consequence far too costly to risk. Thus, many instantly fell into line.
The trio led by Brother Hong, standing just one row away from Lu Yu, were no exception. Seeing this, Lu Yu felt a flicker of admiration. Teacher Wang was quite skilled indeed, using both carrot and stick. He had managed to tame these unruly factions. Otherwise, if these individuals were truly forced to work together, who knows what chaos they'd have caused. In the hallway of the teaching building,
Wang Tianming turned to Bai Zhan and asked, "You speak first, or should I?"
Bai Zhan replied, "You go first."
"All right."
Wang Tianming nodded once, then stepped into the center position directly facing everyone, the prime spot.
All eyes turned to him. Ahem.
Wang Tianming cleared his throat, looked at the crowd, and said calmly, "Hello everyone.
My name is Wang Tianming, and I'm a teacher at Ruwu Academy.
I believe many of you have seen me before, so I won't waste time with pleasantries." He paused briefly before continuing, "I've gathered you all here today to celebrate the official founding of Ruwu Academy.
Think of this as a simple opening ceremony. Welcome to Ruwu Academy."
His words fell. The entire hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Wang Tianming nodded and continued, "You all see clearly what the world has become. We've lost our homes, perhaps even loved ones and friends.
To change this, we must take action. This is precisely why the Ruwu Academy exists.
Relying on past experiences and methods to face the world as it is now is clearly not working.
We need strength.
We need many people to possess their own strength. Therefore, I hope every student who comes to Ruwu Academy will train diligently, enhance their strength, and use it to benefit the people. Only then will the Academy's purpose be fulfilled.
We must protect our homes and those we care about.
This isn't for others, it's for ourselves. I hope every student achieves results they can be proud of."
"Thank you."
The words fell. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, deeply moving many. Some even had tears welling in their eyes. Who could fathom what everyone present had endured, the great calamity that had befallen them, the onslaught of the monstrous beasts? Lu Yu hadn't lived through these events himself, yet he could still empathize with them. He had been through it all himself. "Next, our dean will address you all." Wang Tianming stepped aside after speaking. Bai Zhan stepped forward, addressing the crowd, "I am Bai Zhan, Dean of Ruwu Academy."
The entire crowd listened in silence. "We come from the imperial capital. Everything you've endured here, we've endured too.
Therefore, we share a common goal. Our purpose in coming is to eliminate these troublesome creatures once and for all.
Restore a peaceful environment for everyone. I won't dwell on other matters. For now, the academy will temporarily cease accepting new students and will begin formal training in cultivation.
Therefore, everyone, please steel yourselves to face the curriculum. This is for your own sake.
The academy will conduct assessments later. Those who pass may remain and secure favorable future employment.
Those who fail repeatedly will be expelled, losing access to free cultivation training.
Is that clear?"
"Understood," the crowd replied in unison.
Bai Zhan nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. "Very well.
I now hand things over to Teacher Wang to begin class assignments." In a dimly lit underground security room somewhere in Ruzhou, several figures gathered around a round table. Platters of delicate, steaming pastries adorned the surface, filling the small space with wispy smoke.
A man in a plaid shirt spoke up, "I hear today is the opening ceremony for Ruzhou Martial Arts Academy? Chapter 202, Class Assignments. Ruwu Academy."
Under Teacher Wang Tianming's arrangement, the 1,500-plus students were divided into 8 classes, numbered simply from 1 to 8. Lu Yu himself was assigned to Class 6.
He rather liked this number, it felt auspicious, signifying smooth sailing. After the class assignments were finalized,
Xiaomingzhi, Meng Yun, and the young man began registering everyone's names. This way, by looking at the names, they could tell who belonged to which class. If only there had been a computer available at that moment, it would have been perfect. But Lu Yu knew that was impossible. Why? Electricity was too scarce, and there was no signal. Even if you had a phone, computer, or other internet-connected device, it was nothing more than scrap metal at this moment, utterly useless.
This doesn't mean future generations would be stuck with such primitive methods.
Lu Yu knew of several materials and devices that could record information, replace phones, and even function as signal transmitters.
It's just that Rowu Academy might not have them yet.
Lu Yu dismissed the distracting thoughts swirling in his mind, refocusing his attention on Wang Tianming's speech ahead. Though he spoke at length, the core message was simple, outlining the Academy's expectations and rules, followed by a motivational pep talk. Not only had Lu Yu heard similar speeches countless times in his previous life, but given his current experiences, it was genuinely difficult for him to absorb these words anymore.
Perhaps there are also reasons that stem from knowing the circumstances behind it.
The entire opening ceremony proceedings lasted a full 2 to 3 hours.
Lu Yu wasn't particularly interested.
Nevertheless, he gleaned a great deal of useful information, the most crucial being the Academy's upcoming schedule. According to Wang Tianming, the 8 classes would each be led by only one teacher and 3 teaching assistants.
These instructors would oversee the classes in training and cultivation activities.
This included cultivation, foraging for food, clearing out beasts, and practicing martial arts techniques.
Most of these activities held little appeal for Lu Yu.
The only thing he truly cared about was martial arts cultivation.
Any martial arts techniques he could bring back from the imperial capital were far from ordinary.
While their quality might vary, they held significant importance to Lu Yu.
Martial arts techniques, like spirit stones and beast cores,
they were scarce commodities. As Lu Yu pondered this, the crowd on the field dispersed, each heading toward their respective classrooms.
Lu Yu didn't rush off.
Instead, he sought out Yi Qingcheng.
Lu Yu.
Yi Qingcheng approached him.
Which class did you get assigned to?
Lu Yu replied, Class 6.
What about you?
Yi Qingcheng replied, I'm in Class 3.
But our classrooms should be pretty close together.
Lu Yu thought for a moment, recalling Wang Tianming's earlier explanation of the classroom layout.
It seems to be right next door.
That's good. If anything comes up, we can communicate quickly. Yi Qingcheng flashed a faint smile. Lu Yu smiled faintly, about to say something.
Suddenly, a small group of people approached from a short distance away. There were 7 or 8 of them.
The leader appeared exceptionally robust, about 3 or 4 years younger than Lu Yu. They approached aggressively, clearly looking for trouble.
Lu Yu didn't recognize these men.
He grabbed Yi Qingcheng's hand and pulled her aside. He assumed they were after someone else. But unexpectedly, the group stopped right in front of Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng.
Lu Yu froze. He looked at the group again, but they didn't ring a bell. Could they be Qingcheng's friends?
Lu Yu pondered this as he glanced at Yi Qingcheng beside him.
He noticed Yi Qingcheng's expression mirrored his own.
Both were utterly bewildered.
Why was that? Didn't Yi Qingcheng recognize him either?
Lu Yu turned his gaze back to the group, holding Yi Qingcheng's hand with a calm expression. After the group came to a halt, the young man leading them first glanced at Yi Qingcheng, then shifted his gaze to Lu Yu, finally settling on the hand Lu Yu was holding. At that instant, a cold, menacing glint flashed in the young man's eyes.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Zuahu, a student from Class 3. May I ask which class you belong to?
Zuahu inquired. Lu Yu had noticed the expression in the man's eyes earlier and had some suspicions. He replied, Class 6.
Class 6?
Zuahu paused upon hearing this, glancing at Yi Qingcheng beside him.
I recall the student was in Class 3, wasn't she? Isn't this a bit too convenient? What exactly? Lu Yu inquired.
Zuahu replied, students from Class 3 should stick with Class 3. You're from Class 6, go back to your own class.
Lu Yu laughed at this. Who made that rule?
Zuahu declared, it's the Academy's rule. We're going to our own class now.
Please don't bother our classmates.
Lu Yu felt deeply annoyed. What business is it of yours if I hold my girlfriend's hand?
Right then, Lu Yu wasn't about to hold back anymore. He was ready to fire back.
At that moment, Yi Qingcheng spoke up, I don't believe I know you. My affairs are none of your concern. Her words were directed at Zuahu. Zuahu froze. The group behind Zuahu also froze in surprise.
Classmate, we're in the same class.
We'll get to know each other better as time goes on. You should be careful around students from other classes, Zuahu said pointedly. Yi Qingcheng remained unruffled. Thanks, but we knew each other before we even came to the academy.
With that,
Yi Qingcheng paid no heed to what the other might be thinking or about to say, simply pulling Lu Yu away. Brother Hu, should we teach that kid a lesson? One of Zuahu's henchmen suggested. Zuahu shook his head coldly.
No need. There's plenty of time.
We'll have plenty of chances to deal with him later.
They left the playground.
Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng walked toward their classroom.
Neither spoke much.
Lu Yu asked, why didn't you let me handle them earlier?
Yi Qingcheng replied, this is the academy. I don't want you getting into trouble.
Lu Yu paused, then flashed a smile and teased, well, with such a gorgeous girlfriend, it's hard not to get into trouble. Yi Qingcheng caught the implication in Lu Yu's words, and her face flushed instantly. Like the fiery red sun in the sky.
Parting ways with Yi Qingcheng, Lu Yu arrived at Class SAX's classroom.
Calling it a classroom was a stretch. It was essentially an enormous empty space, and that was about it.
At first glance, it resembled an unfinished factory. Bare and empty. On the floor, hundreds of neatly drawn square grids stretched out. By the time Lu Yu entered, the space was already crowded. The squares near the entrance were all occupied, leaving only the middle and back rows empty. He scanned the area, found an open spot, and strode over. Chapter 203, I am a level 0.8 martial artist. Lu Yu's arrival didn't cause much of a stir. At times like this, people focused solely on themselves. Who had the energy or concern for others? As for that, Lu Yu felt no particular discomfort about it. He wasn't the center of the universe. Not everything revolved around him. Lu Yu remained calm, finding an empty seat and sitting down. He waited for the professor and teaching assistants to arrive. During that time, nothing else happened except that more and more people filled the classroom. After waiting nearly 20 minutes, no one else entered from outside, and a brief silence fell. Before long, a slender white figure appeared silently before the crowd. It was none other than Mangyun. It's actually her. Lu Yu froze for a moment before regaining his composure. As Mangyun entered the classroom, the murmuring among the students abruptly ceased. Everyone recognized her. After all, Mangyun had already made her presence known on the playground earlier, publicly revealing herself. Her expression serene, she walked to the center of the room. Her gaze swept over the crowd below as she said, "Everyone, please take your seats. Don't block the view for those behind you." Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly. Those who had been standing began to sit down. Seeing this, Mangyun nodded and continued, "First, let me introduce myself. I am your instructor, Mangyun, and also your subject teacher. If you have any questions or encounter difficulties in your cultivation, you can come to me directly. I will share everything I know with you, empowering you to protect yourselves in this world and contribute to its betterment." Her words fell silent. The entire hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Mangyun lowered her hand slightly, gave a faint smile, and continued, "Next, I'll take attendance. Those present should stand up and respond with present." "Got it?" "Understood," the group replied. Mangyun nodded, opened the documents in her hand, and began the roll call. The Ruo Academy had a large number of students, divided into 8 classes. While this eased the teaching load, each class still had nearly 24 students. Teaching and managing them all proved quite challenging. Lu Yu sat in the middle row, waiting nearly 5 or 6 minutes before his name was called. "Lu Yu." Mangyun called out. "Present." Lu Yu stood up. "Ha! That voice. Why does it sound so familiar?" Mangyun froze upon hearing the voice, then turned her gaze toward Lu Yu. Their eyes met, and Mangyun felt a sense of déjà vu. Why did she feel this way? Who was this person? Mangyun still couldn't place him. Shaking her head, she withdrew her gaze and continued calling out names. Lu Yu remained utterly composed. Observing her expression, he guessed she might have forgotten him. But whether she recognized him or not, it didn't matter much to him. This was no longer that time. After a long wait, nearly 200 student names were finally called. Mangyun put away her documents, looked at the group, and said, "Those whose names were called earlier will now be students of my class 6. The rest, those who didn't come, weren't called, or came to the wrong place, needn't bother coming back." Hearing this, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. "Thank goodness we made it." Mangyun continued, "Your presence here today proves you possess talent. But talent alone doesn't make you strong. Talent combined with hard work is the key to becoming powerful. I know some of you here have already cultivated inner energy within your bodies. But most of you still don't know what inner energy is, how it originates, or how it makes us stronger. Today, I will explain some fundamental concepts clearly. I hope everyone will listen carefully and pay close attention." At these words, the crowd instantly perked up, paying rapt attention. "Where does spiritual energy come from?" Mangyun explained, "It's an energy that emerges from spatial rifts. Abstractly speaking, it's a new element. This energy holds immense power. It can mutate ordinary animals into formidable beings and enhance human strength. Vital energy, however, is what remains after spiritual energy is cultivated and refined by humans, a force that can be stored within the human body." She explained in meticulous detail, covering virtually all the fundamental concepts. The entire class listened with rapt attention, entering a state of flow as if a door to a new world had opened before them. But Lu Yu already knew all this. After covering the essentials to give everyone a foundational understanding of cultivation, Mangyun stated, "To achieve what I just described, there's one prerequisite: mastering cultivation techniques. This is the method to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into vital energy. Unlike the vital energy that arises spontaneously within your bodies, this method allows your vital energy to grow increasingly robust and enduring. This cultivation technique is called the 3-yang gathering cauldron art." The words fell. A ripple of commotion rippled through the entire classroom. 3-yang gathering cauldron technique? Never heard of it. Could this be the source of those deities' immense power? Lu Yu's expression remained largely unchanged upon hearing the name of this cultivation technique, though a faint sneer flickered in his mind. The 3-yang gathering cauldron technique was the precursor to the 5 elements qi gathering technique.
To put it simply, it was version 3.0, while the one Luyu was currently cultivating was version 5.0, the ultimate edition. The three yang gathering cauldron technique mentioned by Mangyun was a cultivation method researched at least 10 years ago. Its cultivation efficiency was relatively slow. But now, at this time, Luyu reasoned that the 5 elements qi gathering cultivation method might not have been released yet, but the latest version of the cultivation technique should have been researched long ago.
So why did Mangyun mention this particular technique? The only explanation was that the latest research findings hadn't been released yet. This meant Mangyun's cultivation method was outdated. Newly developed cultivation techniques or martial arts required extensive testing over time by numerous practitioners before finalization. Yet the latest techniques should have been thoroughly validated long ago. Mangyun explained, to become a martial artist, one must cultivate this technique, refining spiritual energy into martial energy. That is precisely why you are being taught these cultivation methods. Martial artists are ranked from level 1 to level 9. To determine your chi strength, visit the testing room. There's a machine there that can measure your power. Instructor, what rank are you? A student suddenly asked from below. Others also turned curious glances toward him. Martial artists remained an enigma to most. Mangyun paused, then replied frankly after a moment's thought, I am a 0.8 grade martial artist. Chapter 204, Truth Comes from Practice. A 0.8 level martial artist. The crowd froze at the news. How could there be such an odd classification system? A murmur rippled through the crowd below the stage. To be precise, martial artists who haven't reached level 1 are collectively called apprentice martial artists, but I'm just used to saying it this way. Mangyun remained composed as she explained, there's nothing unusual about this. The classification of chi levels isn't arbitrary, it's based on the strength of the individual's internal chi. The crowd listened intently. Mangyun continued, Qi is a form of energy, a force transformed from spiritual energy. This power can not only be harnessed by humans but also used to strengthen the body. Theoretically, cultivating inner strength involves numerous subtle thresholds. These successive thresholds form the basis for martial artist rankings. Although martial artists are categorized into only 9 ranks, advancing through these ranks is exceedingly difficult. Beyond innate talent, it demands relentless effort. Don't ever underestimate a 0.8 level apprentice martial artist. Even if I were alone against all of you, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. The statement sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. To everyone's eyes, Mangyun might be an instructor, but she didn't look particularly old. A girl could take on 200? Just because she has inner strength? Most in the classroom found it hard to believe. Only a handful who possessed inner strength and vaguely understood their own levels knew Mangyun wasn't lying. They had a rough idea of just how powerful inner strength could be. Just then, a muscular man in his early 20s stood up, facing Mangyun directly. Instructor, he said, I know how strong martial artists can be, but to say one person can hold off 200? That sounds a bit far-fetched. Don't just speak for me, I believe the vast majority here share this skepticism. The words fell. Some trainees in the surrounding seats flashed expressions of disbelief. Anyone who'd been in a brawl knew that adding just one person to the fight changed everything. It was like a qualitative leap. 3 people of similar age and build ganging up on another of equal stature, unless they were utterly foolish, the outnumbered side would be crushed. Even if the victim is a special forces soldier. That's the fundamental truth of gang fights. If you don't believe it, go ahead and try it. Many ants can kill an elephant, it's a real thing. But just now, Mangyun claimed she alone could take down nearly 200 trainees present here. That sounded like pure fantasy. Young man, what's your name? Mangyun asked, turning to look at him. My name is Zhou Daqiang. The instructor calls me Xiao Qiang, the muscular young man replied shyly. Zhou Daqiang. Mangyun nodded, then turned her gaze to the others. Do the rest of you share his opinion? The crowd remained silent. Mangyun said, speak freely. Don't worry about offending me. In this classroom, I will do my best to answer every question you ask that I can. She made her stance clear. Below. A new wave of murmurs rippled through the room. Not long after. Finally, a new student stood up and addressed Mangyun at the lectern. Instructor Meng, we truly have this question. No sooner had the words left his mouth than other trainees, seeing that asking questions was acceptable, began raising their own. Learning is learning, you must ask questions while you study. It's excellent that you've developed this habit. Mangyun first acknowledged the group, then shifted her tone, but as the old saying goes, truth comes from practice. I'm sure you've heard that before. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Mangyun said, since most of you doubt what I've said, it shows you still know nothing about the true power of martial artists. Your understanding remains stuck in the pre-cataclysm era. But that's all right, it's only natural. As your instructor, it is my responsibility and duty to enlighten you, to guide you. Her gaze swept across the classroom as she continued, now, everyone step back 10 paces. Those who can fight, preferably those with visible chi, come forward. The students froze, unsure of Mangyun's intent. I'll spar with you all. Mangyun stated casually. At that moment, those who grasped the meaning of her words all paled.
Expressions varied across the faces of the crowd.
Admittedly,
While they did doubt Meng Yun's abilities, it was merely suspicion, not a desire to court trouble or get beaten up.
for a moment everyone hesitated.
Even Zhou Daxiang, who had initially raised the question, hesitated.
Noticing their apprehension, Meng Yun reassured them, "You needn't fear what I might do.
This is merely a sparring match, nothing more than a controlled exchange.
It's not a life or death battle.
Rest assured." Hearing this, the doubts in their hearts eased slightly. Even so, after waiting several minutes, no one stepped forward.
Meng Yun remained calm, about to speak, when
Zhou Daxiang, who had raised the question initially, sprang forward in a single stride.
"I'll go." All eyes turned to him. "Brother Chang's going."
Brother Chang is a novice martial artist with inner strength too, though we don't know his level.
"Brother Chang seems pretty strong." "That's got nothing to do with inner strength, right?"
It's because Brother Chang practices boxing. Zhou Daxiang strode forward in a few long steps, positioning himself 3 or 4 meters in front of Meng Yun.
"Coach Meng, I'm here to learn." Meng Yun glanced at him, nodded, then turned to the others. "Anyone else?" Zhou Daxiang froze, then said, "Coach Meng, I was thinking."
Meng Yun cut him off. "You alone are no match for me." Hearing this, she cut off whatever Zhou Daxiang had been about to say.
He nearly choked.
His face flushed crimson. No matter a man's age, being told he's no match by a woman always stings with bitter resentment. Zhou Daxiang possessed a trace of inner strength within him and had some understanding of its power. He felt that the enhancement it provided to physical strength wasn't nearly as significant as Meng Yun had just claimed.
He desperately wanted to challenge Meng Yun to a one-on-one duel.
But she was, after all, the instructor.
Losing face in front of her wouldn't be good.
Zhou Daxiang thought it over and finally held his tongue, swallowing his words. Not long after Zhou Daxiang arrived, the crowd of trainees below began to stir.
Within a minute or two, another dozen or so people stood up and walked forward. Before long, dozens were now at the front. Meng Yun waited a moment. Seeing no one else come forward, she asked, "Is that all? Is there anyone else?" No one below responded.
At that moment, Zhou Daxiang spoke in a deep voice, "Instructor Meng, we are sufficient. If you can handle us, it proves that 200 people truly pose no challenge."
Chapter 205, A Battle Without Suspense. "Is that what you all think?"
Meng Yun ignored Zhou Daxiang's remark and addressed the others who hadn't stepped forward.
"Yes," someone replied. Meng Yun nodded. "Very well. Since none of you object, then it's settled. All of you, follow me." With that, Meng Yun walked out of the classroom. Led by Zhou Daxiang, dozens of people followed closely behind.
Lu Yu blended into the crowd at the rear, trailing along casually at the very back.
He didn't get involved,
because he knew this was a battle with no suspense.
Level 0.8.
Even someone with exceptional talent who began training at age 6 would need to practice until 12 to reach that level. Regardless of how powerful that level was, Lu Yu had only a faint thread of inner strength at the time, yet he could still knock down Brother Knife and the others.
How much more so at 0.8 grade? The term 0.8 grade. That was the combat power of an ordinary person multiplied by 1000. 10 minutes later, led by Meng Yun, Class 6 arrived at the competition grounds.
The space was spacious.
It could easily accommodate 100 people.
Meng Yun stepped onto the combat platform, then turned to look at Zhou Daxiang and the others, saying, "Come up." Dozens of people clambered up the steps.
On the platform, the space was clearly divided into 2 sections. One side held Meng Yun, the other side held Zhou Daxiang and the others.
Those not participating in the contest sat in the surrounding spectator seats, their gazes fixed on the action. On the stage, Meng Yun announced, "Let me briefly explain the rules. Victory is simple, either knock your opponent to the ground, unable to rise, or force them off the stage.
Any means are permitted. Understood?"
Zhou Daxiang and his group replied, "Understood."
"All right, let's begin," Meng Yun declared.
The words fell. The crowd, who had been slacking off on the stage moments before, instantly perked up, their vigilance heightened to the utmost.
Meng Yun's expression remained as calm as a still lake, without a single ripple.
Spectators on the surrounding stands began murmuring among themselves.
"Hey! What do you think who'll win, Coach Meng or Brother Chang?" "What do you mean?" "Coach Meng, of course.
Even though she's not quite a level 1 martial artist yet, she's the closest one we have.
If she didn't have some serious skills, how could she be in charge of training us?"
"Yeah. I think Coach Meng will win too, even though I've never seen her fight." "You all say Coach Meng will win, but I think Brother Chang will."
"Isn't the outcome already clear?"
"Brother Chang also has inner strength. He dared to challenge Coach Meng, which means he must have confidence in himself.
Otherwise, how could he dare to step up? That's too one-sided. If Coach Meng knew she wasn't a match for Brother Chang and his crew, why would she say that? Just to make things awkward for herself? I think Brother Chang won."
They had numbers on their side, and plenty of them possessed inner strength too. The match hadn't even started yet, but below the stage, the arguments were already raging. Lu Yu sat alone in a quiet corner, his gaze fixed on the stage. The heated arguments around him washed over him without stirring his composure. He had said it before, this was a contest where the outcome was obvious at a glance. There was no need for debate. Indeed, Zhou Daqiang's side had more people, and many of them possessed powerful energy. But they were facing a novice martial artist nearing the first rank. Those who've never encountered a martial artist's strength could never comprehend that even a 0.1 level gap meant a difference of several zeros. As these thoughts raced through Lu Yu's mind, on the combat platform, the battle finally commenced. The first to strike was Zhou Daqiang. He was the first to step forward, arguably the strongest among this group, making his move entirely logical at this moment. Ha! Zhou Daqiang charged forward with quick steps, unleashing a punch toward Meng Yun. This punch held back slightly. He didn't strike with full force. He still feared hurting this coach Meng. Unexpectedly, Meng Yun, seeing Zhou Daqiang charging at her with such ferocity, casually remarked, "Go ahead and give it your all. This is your last chance." Before Zhou Daqiang could process the meaning behind those words, the next moment, Meng Yun vanished before his eyes. Zhou Daqiang froze, his punch landing on thin air. How fast? Without warning, Meng Yun materialized behind Zhou Daqiang. But she didn't attack Zhou Daqiang. Instead, she plunged straight into the crowd behind him. Where did she go? Zhou Daqiang scanned his surroundings but saw no trace of Meng Yun. Just then, someone in the stands shouted, "Brother Chang, she's behind you." What? Zhou Daqiang's heart jolted. He spun around quickly. Still no sign of Meng Yun. Just as he was wondering where she had gone, the charging formation behind him suddenly fell into chaos. A series of muffled thuds echoed through the crowd. Zhou Daqiang saw his classmates looking panicked. What had happened? Before Zhou Daqiang could step forward to investigate, 2/3 of the trainees, for reasons unknown, collapsed instantly. They didn't utter a sound and couldn't even crawl to their feet. Seeing this, even someone as slow to react as Zhou Daqiang could tell this was definitely Meng's doing. Just as he was about to take action to stop it, he realized that besides himself, no one else was standing anymore. Silence. A full several minutes of silence. Whoosh. A series of sharp gasps erupted from the spectator seats. The onlookers stared in utter disbelief. Could this level of strength truly belong to a girl? The combat stage wasn't filled with dozens of kindergartners, it was filled with dozens of adults, grown men. And yet, she couldn't even hold off Instructor Meng for a single minute? How could that be possible? Just then, on the stage, Meng Yun emerged from the fallen crowd, reappearing before the trainees. She slowly turned to face Zhou Daqiang. Without uttering a word, Zhou Daqiang felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Only you remain," Meng Yun spoke, her ethereal voice like a disorienting spell that instantly made Zhou Daqiang feel the weight of immense pressure. To Zhou Daqiang, the Meng Yun before him now was a completely different person from the one 10 minutes ago. As he heard her words, sweat began to bead uncontrollably on his forehead. No way he could be her opponent. With only Big Brother Chang left, could he possibly be a match for Coach Meng? Well, it's hard to say. Looks dicey. The crowd below the stage buzzed with endless discussion. But the talk was pessimistic. After all, the technique Coach Meng had just displayed had completely stunned them. Lu Yu remained calm as he watched the stage, his mind already settled on an answer. Under the gaze of the entire Class 6, Zhou Daqiang looked at Meng Yun and managed to say, "Coach Meng, I'm done. I concede." Chapter 206, Insufficient Permissions. Surrender. Unexpected, yet understandable. The other dozens weren't a match for Instructor Meng. How could Zhou Daqiang alone stand against him? Moreover, Zhou Daqiang knew that no matter how skilled he was, he couldn't possibly take on all of them. For all these reasons, Zhou Daqiang ultimately chose to concede defeat. Meng Yun merely nodded in response, her expression unreadable as she murmured, Zhou Daqiang quickly threw a fist in salute and humbly asked, "Instructor Meng, what about them?" They referred to the classmates who had fainted. Meng Yun replied, "They're only temporarily unconscious. They'll wake up in a few minutes." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daqiang promptly saluted again and stepped aside. Meng Yun addressed the crowd in a measured tone, "This is the power of inner strength. What you've witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg. To glimpse its full potential, it all depends on how diligently and earnestly you train from this day forward." Hearing this, the trainees below the platform were instantly fired up. Meng Yun's demonstration of power had clearly made a far greater impact than any lengthy speech could have. If a woman could become so powerful through cultivating inner strength, why couldn't they? "Instructor Meng, just tell us what to do." "Yes. We'll do anything." Exactly. "Instructor Meng, just tell us what to do." Meng Yun was pleased with the trainees' enthusiasm. "Excellent. Maintaining this drive and passion will undoubtedly give you an edge in cultivation. Now, back to the classroom. Take these people back with you too." With that, Meng Yun turned and walked away. Zhou Daqiang snapped out of his daze and hurriedly called out to some classmates in the spectator seats, preparing to carry the unconscious students back to the classroom. Just then, one of the unconscious students on the floor stirred first, waking up with a dazed expression, completely unaware of what had transpired.
One after another.
Before long, nearly all those who had collapsed on the combat stage had regained consciousness.
Zhou Daqiang's pupils involuntarily contracted, and he felt a newfound respect for Instructor Meng.
The students of Class 6 returned to their classroom. Meng Yun wasted no time, immediately imparting the three yang gathering cauldron technique to the students.
This was a time-consuming process. Why? Because most of the academy students had never been exposed to cultivation before.
Concepts like the various meridians involved in cultivation techniques, or the acupoints scattered throughout the body, were utterly foreign to ordinary people. Moreover, concepts like spiritual energy and qi were entirely new to them. Therefore, imparting all this knowledge to the students in the classroom at once proved somewhat challenging.
Fortunately, Meng Yun didn't expect all the students to grasp the cultivation technique in just one day.
She distributed a copy of the cultivation technique to each person, explaining it aloud while the students listened attentively below. Occasionally, someone would stand up and raise their hand to ask a question. The classroom atmosphere was quite good. Lu Yu observed the scene, feeling a touch of surprise, but more than that, relief. In this lifetime, it seemed the world had undergone some positive changes.
The lecture stretched into the evening. No one had eaten lunch, and no one suggested going to eat. Everyone was intensely absorbed in the cultivation technique.
By then, Meng Yun had covered the main points. Returning to the stage, she looked out at the group and said, "That concludes today's lesson. After you return, practice diligently, but prioritize safety. It's best to have someone nearby.
Tomorrow morning, assemble here when the bell rings. Is that clear?"
Understood, the group responded in unison.
Meng Yun declared, "Class dismissed." The trainees instantly relaxed. After signaling their farewells to Meng Yun, they departed one by one.
Meng Yun paid no further attention, simply pushing open the door and stepping out. Lu Yu, inconspicuous among the crowd, watched her exit. After a moment's hesitation, he hurried after her.
Instead of heading to the cafeteria, Meng Yun took the path toward the office building.
Lu Yu followed from a distance, pondering how to approach her. When she abruptly halted at a corner. Without turning her head, she remarked, "You've been following me this whole time.
Aren't you going to say anything?"
Lu Yu paused in surprise, halting his steps.
A faint smile touched his lips as he murmured softly, "Coach Meng." Meng Yun turned and saw Lu Yu. "It's you. Director Meng, do you recognize me?" Lu Yu asked.
Meng Yun felt a sense of familiarity with this man, yet she couldn't quite place where she had seen him before.
"I have a vague recollection of you." Unable to come up with an answer, Meng Yun changed the subject. "You were looking for me?"
Lu Yu replied, "Yes."
"What do you need?" Meng Yun asked.
Lu Yu paused to consider before replying, "I have a question I'd like to ask the instructor."
"Go ahead," Meng Yun said.
Lu Yu said, "Instructor Meng, you mentioned in class earlier that martial artists at the first level can begin cultivating martial arts techniques, correct?"
Meng Yun replied, "That's correct."
Lu Yu pressed, "Then where can we find the martial arts techniques for our academy?" Meng Yun froze at this, her guard instantly rising. She stared at Lu Yu warily.
"What? You want to find martial arts techniques?"
Lu Yu replied, "Curiosity.
I want to see them." Meng Yun sensed the energy emanating from Lu Yu.
She detected that the qi within him seemed quite formidable. Though still below her own, among all the academy students she had encountered, it absolutely ranked within the top 5.
Frowning, Meng Yun scrutinized Lu Yu and demanded, "Who are you?" Lu Yu was a bit confused. "What do you mean?" Meng Yun's smile vanished.
Her voice turned cold.
"Which faction sent you here? What is your purpose at Ruwu Academy? What do you intend to do with those martial arts techniques?"
Lu Yu felt like laughing and crying at the same time, knowing she must have misunderstood.
"Instructor Meng, I'm nobody special.
I'm just an ordinary student who wants to see our academy's martial arts techniques."
"An ordinary student?" Meng Yun eyed Lu Yu suspiciously, frowning.
"I don't care where you're from. In this academy, if you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie low."
Lu Yu replied earnestly, "Instructor, I truly am just an ordinary person. That doesn't matter anymore." Meng Yun waved her hand. "You said you want to see the martial arts techniques, right?"
Lu Yu replied, "Yes."
Meng Yun declared, "Impossible."
Lu Yu.
"Why?" "Insufficient permissions."
Meng Yun said indifferently, "Because let alone you, even I don't have the permissions to view martial arts techniques." Lu Yu paused, as if something occurred to him. Meng Yun continued calmly, "Without the strength of a level 1 martial artist, one cannot cultivate martial arts techniques.
Viewing them would be useless. So only level 1 martial artists can view martial arts techniques?"
Lu Yu's eyes flickered as he asked softly.
Chapter 207, The Meeting. "Correct." Meng Yun nodded.
"Since you're so interested in martial arts techniques, you should naturally understand how precious they are."
Lu Yu replied, "I don't know." Meng Yun. "Then why do you want to see martial arts techniques?"
"Curiosity."
Lu Yu replied.
Meng Yun stared at Lu Yu, her expression speechless.
Just because you're curious, you want to see it? The reason sounded plausible enough, but coming from him, she found it hard to believe. If it's just curiosity, then there's nothing to be done about it, Mangyun stated bluntly. Once you become a level 1 martial artist, you'll naturally gain access to martial arts techniques. Hearing this, Lu Yu could only accept it. Then thank you, Instructor Meng. I'll take my leave. Seeing no chance to observe martial arts techniques, Lu Yu didn't press further and turned to leave. Just then, Mangyun suddenly asked, "What's your name?" "Lu Yu." "Lu Yu?" Mangyun repeated the name, recalling the one she had just called out earlier. She nodded and said to Lu Yu, "Work hard. Once your strength improves, you'll naturally be able to exercise certain privileges." "Thank you, Instructor Meng." "You're welcome." After parting ways with Mangyun, Lu Yu wandered around and eventually returned to Class AX's classroom. Though class had ended, the room was still crowded. Nearly half of them were practicing cultivation techniques. Lu Yu glanced briefly before withdrawing his gaze. His footsteps carried him to the adjacent classroom. Class 3. He came to find Yi Qingcheng. When Lu Yu arrived outside Class 3 and peered inside, it was completely empty. "Where is everyone?" Lu Yu froze for a moment. Weren't all the students supposed to return to their respective classrooms? Before Lu Yu could figure out the reason, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from behind him in the distance. Lu Yu froze for a moment, then turned to look. There! On the distant playground, a dense crowd of figures. They were heading toward the academy. Where did all these people come from? Lu Yu had no idea. Only upon squinting could he make out who they were. It was academy students. How did they get out? Could Yi Qingcheng and the others have left too? Lu Yu immediately considered this possibility and hurried downstairs. Outside the academy gates, a group of students returned, heads bowed, looking utterly dejected. Each one returned listlessly, heads bowed. At the very back of the crowd, Bai Zhan's figure stood out distinctly. He watched the trainees pass by, his expression calm, lost in thought. On the training grounds, Lu Yu joined the crowd, finding a vantage point to look down. Searching for the person he wanted to find. He searched for quite some time. He still couldn't spot them. But he noticed something: these newly arrived students must have just entered from outside the academy. What had they been doing? Why were they all in this state? Lu Yu's gaze remained calm, his thoughts racing like lightning. Just then, Lu Yu finally spotted Yi Qingcheng's figure in the crowd. "Qingcheng!" Lu Yu called out. Yi Qingcheng, who had been lost in thought with her head bowed, heard that familiar voice and instantly looked up. "Lu Yu! What are you doing here? I was waiting for you." Lu Yu leapt down from the elevated platform and approached Yi Qingcheng. "Where did you go? I saw you coming in from outside. Didn't you go back to the classroom just now?" Yi Qingcheng opened her mouth to speak, then paused. "It's a long story. Let's head to the cafeteria first. We can talk while we eat?" Lu Yu said, "All right." The two headed to the cafeteria, grabbed some food, and found a quiet corner to sit down. Lu Yu noticed Yi Qingcheng didn't look well and said, "You eat first. Let's talk after you've had your fill." Yi Qingcheng nodded. "Okay." They were nearly finished eating. Before Lu Yu could ask, Yi Qingcheng opened up. "We did go out." "Where did you go?" "We went to some places around the academy looking for supplies and rescuing people." "Looking for supplies? Rescuing people?" Yi Qingcheng nodded. "Yes. After finishing on the playground, we returned to the classroom. But Teacher Wang, who was leading us, spoke to us briefly before taking us back to the playground to regroup." "No wonder I heard such a commotion outside from the classroom next door," Lu Yu remarked. Yi Qingcheng whispered softly. "After we went out, we waited there for a while. Then we saw students from other classes being brought to the playground, 4 whole classes, nearly 700 or 800 people. That many." Later, the dean gave a speech. He led us out to clear the remaining beasts in the vicinity, rescue those buried under the snow, and gather supplies. Yi Qingcheng explained. Hearing this, Lu Yu finally understood. That explained why everyone he'd seen earlier looked so listless. So they were being sent out to work. But from these few words, Lu Yu also picked up on some crucial information. Rescue. Clear away the beasts. Supplies. The first two were straightforward enough. After all, the snow hadn't fully melted yet, and large drifts still lingered in lower-lying areas. If those people had followed his advice, their chances of survival were still quite high. But supplies? That opens up a whole new set of possibilities. As the saying goes, before the troops move, provisions must be secured. Without sufficient food, people can accomplish nothing. Could it be that the academy's supplies were insufficient? Lu Yu glanced down at his tray: 2 vegetable dishes, 1 meat dish, and a soup, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Yi Qingcheng said, then, under the dean's leadership, we went out for a whole day. We ate and drank outside, and encountered some minor troubles. Minor troubles? Lu Yu inquired. Yi Qingcheng nodded. We were attacked by a strange beast. It was only because the dean was with us that we managed to escape danger.
Upon hearing this, Luyu suddenly recalled something: most of you haven't even cultivated your inner energy yet. What kind of beasts could you possibly handle? The weaker ones were actually practice targets for us. Yi Qingqing explained. Hearing this, Luyu understood. So that's how it was. Everything makes sense now. Luyu murmured softly, how about you? Are you alright? Yi Qingqing shook her head. I'm fine. I've cultivated some inner strength already. Among the group that went out, my strength is definitely among the top. Only one person could barely keep up with me. Luyu wasn't surprised. Yi Qingqing possessed SSS tier talent, virtually the pinnacle of potential. Luyu hadn't heard of anyone else whose talent could rival hers. Glad to hear it. If you find any beast cores while hunting, make sure to keep them. They're valuable, they can accelerate your cultivation progress, Luyu reminded her softly. Chapter 208 Dean Bai. I know that. Yi Qingqing nodded and asked, what about you guys? What did you do today? Night. Back in the dormitory. The dorm lights had been turned off long ago. To save electricity. Luyu lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. No one came to disturb him. All day long, he'd been watching people. But he hadn't found the person he wanted to see. Why hasn't Xiao Kuan come to the academy yet? Could something have happened? Luyu frowned and thought. Yes. The person Luyu had been keeping an eye on all along was his good friend, Yan Xiaokuan. After they parted ways that day, Luyu had clearly told Yan Xiaokuan the academy's enrollment start date. Logically speaking, he should have arrived by now. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Could something have happened? Luyu considered the worst-case scenario. But in Ruzhou, such a situation seemed unlikely. First of all, the beasts in Ruzhou weren't that powerful. Second, the beast tide had long since passed. In such bitterly cold weather, the likelihood of a beast attack diminished significantly. Moreover, Yan Xiaokuan has cultivated inner strength. Even if he encounters a beast he can't defeat, escaping should be no problem. So why hasn't he returned yet? Luyu couldn't make heads or tails of it for the time being. If Yan Xiaokuan still hadn't shown up in a few more days, then he would have to go out and search for him himself. The night passed without incident. Dawn. The wake-up bell rang early. Luyu arrived at the assembly ground, just like yesterday. Students from each class returned to their respective classrooms to wait. Today, the scenes from yesterday did not reappear. Everyone was focused, and a hint of apocalyptic atmosphere hung in the air. Luyu entered Class SAX's classroom. The classroom was already packed to capacity. Luyu found his seat and waited for the teacher to arrive. Did you guys hear? Looks like we're not having class today, we're going out. Where are we going? To rescue people, find supplies, and clear out the beasts. What? How can that be? We haven't even settled in ourselves yet, and now we're supposed to go save others? Are you kidding me? I'm not joking. It's true. Yesterday, students from other classes went out with the dean. I heard several people died. What? That bad? Can I opt out? I don't want to go to my death. Probably not. They already scouted the area yesterday. If we don't go, it won't make sense. Plus, if we really refuse, I feel like we'll get expelled from the academy. The class buzzed with discussion, faces etched with worry. It was both confusion about the future and unease about the task ahead. Hearing the murmurs around him, Luyu immediately realized others must have picked up similar whispers, information that matched what he'd learned from Yi Qingqing. But going out? For Luyu, it was hardly a big deal. Thus, he remained one of the calmer individuals among them. He intended to use this time to venture out and gather some beast cores. Before joining the academy, Luyu and Yi Qingqing spent their time outside cultivation hunting weaker, isolated beasts. They had amassed quite a haul. However, weak beasts remained weak. Even if they reliably yielded beast cores, the spiritual energy contained within was far too feeble. Luyu and Yi Qingqing worked together, investing considerable time and effort to barely gather a few dozen small beast cores. Luyu didn't keep a single one for himself, giving them all to Yi Qingqing. This allowed Yi Qingqing to rapidly advance to a 0.3 grade martial artist within an extremely short period. Due to the infinite return system, Luyu's martial energy also surged dramatically. Consider this: a typical level 1 martial artist requires at least a year and a half to achieve this stage. To reach such a level in merely 3 months is nothing short of terrifying. And that's assuming one possesses above average talent. Given Luyu's natural aptitude, achieving level 1 martial artist status through his own efforts would normally take at least 2 years or 2.5 years if progress was hindered. Luyu was quite satisfied with this progress. The system was reliable. But why can't that intimacy level seem to budge? Currently, Luyu and Yi Qingqing's intimacy stood at 94. Just a little more, and it would be perfect. He could soon contract a second person. In Luyu's memory, Yi Qingqing possessed the highest talent among all he knew. While he hadn't heard of any other SSS tier talents, he was well aware of numerous SS tier talents. Ruwu Academy had none. It seemed that neighboring Yang City had one, and Changwu Prefecture in Lake Province reportedly had several SS-tier talents. These were the closest options to him. These were candidates he could contract without expending too much effort.
But luck was needed, he might not even get to know them. As for those farther away, the Imperial Capital, the Magic Capital, and the Flower Capital? Forget about it. While those cities boast many SS-tier geniuses, the sheer distance poses a major problem.
Times have changed since before the Great Cataclysm. Back then, trekking thousands of kilometers was no big deal.
Now, if you venture even a little farther, forget about powerful beasts suddenly appearing to attack. Even those unstable natural disasters and anomalies could kill you outright.
It's true that Bai Zhan and Wang Tianming came from the Imperial Capital, but they didn't make the journey alone. They traveled with the main convoy, first arriving at Changwu Prefecture before being assigned to Ruzhou. These were things Lu Yu learned only later in his previous life.
In short,
the key is figuring out how to break through this intimacy barrier. Everything else would fall into place naturally.
Just as Lu Yu was pondering solutions, Dean Bai entered the room.
The classroom instantly fell silent. Bai Zhan walked to the center of the classroom, scanned the trainees with his gaze, and said with a slight smile, "It seems everyone knows what we're doing today, so I won't waste any more words." The entire classroom listened in silence.
I know you enrolled in this academy for safety and sustenance. But do you understand where that safety and sustenance comes from?
It comes from the sacrifices of others.
These things aren't priceless. No one is born to give without receiving.
Bai Zhan looked at the crowd, speaking calmly. The purpose of establishing this academy is to protect our own homeland and our own people. Since you have received the sacrifices of others, you should give back in return. If you should lose your life in the process, it is still worth it.
I won't force anyone to join. Those unwilling may simply leave the academy. No further obligations required. Chapter 209, Selecting Group Leaders.
A murmur of discussion immediately filled the classroom.
No one's life was a gift. Dying while searching for supplies to save others would be a terrible waste. All the effort to survive would be wasted. Bai Zhan declared, "You have 3 minutes to decide. Those unwilling may leave the classroom immediately. Those willing to stay, remain where you are." 3 minutes. Not long, but not short either. It was enough for everyone to make their choice. Lu Yu was no exception.
He didn't need to make a choice, for he had long since decided his path.
Time ticked away, second by second. Soon, the time Bai Zhan had allotted was completely up.
Not a single student from Class 6 had left. Bai Zhan observed this with evident satisfaction. "Very well," he said. "Your decision shows that a glimmer of light still burns within your hearts. Given that, I can tell you all very clearly right here, staying here will be far better for you than going out into the world to struggle and fight your way through."
"That is my guarantee to you."
The trainees nodded in unison.
Truth be told, those who chose to stay weren't necessarily driven by ambition. Back when signal networks still existed, it was said that whatever you did could easily be caught and become known to many. But now, phones are just bricks.
Communication relies mostly on shouting, messages are delivered by runners, and danger lurks everywhere. Under these circumstances, just surviving is hard enough.
Who has the energy left to help others?
Bai Zhan understood this perfectly well, but he didn't spell it out. At times like this, people still need some good omens and faith. After Bai Zhan finished speaking and no one objected,
the trainees began to move. They gathered on the sports field.
Lu Yu blended into the crowd and followed along, though he remained largely unnoticed. When Class 6 arrived, another class had already taken the field ahead of them.
Judging by the sign in front of their formation, it was Class 2. Looks like all 4 classes are going out together after all.
Lu Yu glanced over and formed some conclusions in his mind. But he didn't rush. Instead, he waited patiently.
2 more classes hadn't arrived yet. After waiting nearly half an hour, the students from the other 2 classes finally arrived one after another.
They were Class 4 and Class 8. Yesterday's classes were all odd-numbered, and today it rotated to the even ones. With only 4 teachers, teaching assistants, and the dean at the academy, the manpower is insufficient. It seems the academy is truly strained. Lu Yu discreetly observed the last 2 arriving classes. After a quick mental calculation, he deduced the academy's purpose behind this arrangement. The academy was quite populated, but most were older individuals, ordinary people lacking any significant vital energy. These individuals couldn't be counted as combat strength, so Lu Yu understood the situation well enough.
Once all 4 classes were assembled,
Bai Zhan surveyed the crowd.
"Excellent. You are the future hope of our Ruwu Academy.
I sincerely hope our academy prospers evermore. And I hope that for every one of us who leaves, everyone returns."
Understood?
He hadn't raised his voice much, yet every person present heard him clearly.
"Understood."
The group shouted in unison.
"Excellent." Bai Zhan nodded.
"As for today's mission, I've already outlined it earlier and won't repeat myself. Before we depart, there's one crucial matter we must attend to first." The group froze at his words, instantly perking up.
What could this urgent matter be?
Bai Zhan explained, as you've seen, at least 600 or 700 of us are heading out today. If we all go out like this, should trouble arise, relying solely on me might not be enough to handle it. Therefore, we need to select several team leaders. Selecting team leaders. The crowd below froze, then their expressions shifted. Bai Zhan continued, there's no deep meaning behind selecting these group leaders. It's simply so that when we go out, we have someone to organize everyone and prevent things from descending into complete chaos. This is also for your own safety. You've joined the academy, and I want you all to return safely. Hearing the dean's words, the crowd finally understood. So that was what Dean Bai meant. They had thought he was about to establish some bureaucratic hierarchy. But how exactly would they choose? At that moment, Bai Zhan looked at everyone and said, let me explain how we'll select these group leaders. First, each class needs to elect 5 group leaders. Then, each group leader will randomly select members from their own class. Next, our upcoming operation will proceed as follows. I will coordinate directly with each team leader. Each leader must communicate and consult with their own class leader and manage their team members effectively. Should any incidents occur during the field operation, the team leader will bear corresponding responsibility. These words sparked a stir among the crowd below. The dean had just announced the selection of team leaders, an opportunity that was undoubtedly a huge advantage for everyone present. Although the dean said this team leader position holds no other significance. But is it truly meaningless? Anyone with half a brain can see the connection here. Once you have authority over people, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to pull off whatever you want afterward? Securing such a position within the academy? That's absolutely thrilling. So, many were tempted. Just as some were about to step forward and volunteer themselves. Bai Zhan's words poured another bucket of cold water over the crowd. Selecting a team leader isn't without its requirements. First and foremost, one must possess inner strength. Only then do communication, organizational, and management skills come into play. Those who believe they meet all 3 criteria may step forward now. The words fell. Those who had been eagerly preparing to recommend themselves instantly wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Vital energy. How gifted must one be to cultivate even a trace of it? And even if sheer luck left a trace of it lingering within someone's body, how many such individuals could possibly exist? It's like buying scratch-off lottery tickets. If you win enough to break even, you're already incredibly lucky. Let alone winning $1 million. After Bai Zhan said all that, he instantly eliminated 80 to 90% of the people. The few who remained. Either they didn't want to get involved in such a complicated affair, or they felt their own vital energy wasn't strong enough to compete, so they simply didn't step forward. As a result, the number of eligible candidates was cut in half again. In the end, only about 20 people remained standing. Among them was Lu Yu. Chapter 210, Departure. One of Lu Yu's reasons for coming to Ruwu Academy was to pursue martial arts techniques. This was for himself, and also for Yi Qingcheng. With such a golden opportunity to showcase himself before the academy's headmaster, what reason did he have to pass it up? Bai Zhan's gaze swept over those who had stepped forward, and he nodded slightly. There were more than he had anticipated. This was a good thing. Yesterday's outing had gone awry precisely because of the chaos. Today, he would certainly make sure everything was properly arranged. Are all of you volunteering to be team leaders? Bai Zhan asked. Yes, the 20+ members replied in unison. Good. Bai Zhan nodded with satisfaction. Then, next, I will select suitable candidates. Everyone, line up in a row. After a moment of chaos, the 20+ individuals formed a line. Bai Zhan approached the first person on the left, scrutinizing each one in turn. The person under his gaze dared not even breathe. That day, he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Dean Bai single-handedly driving back that enormous snow-winged white eagle. Qualified. With just a glance, Bai Zhan reached his conclusion. The speed was so swift that the man hadn't even had time to react. Was it over already? Why did it feel so unreal? Bai Zhan wasted no time, moving on to the next person. Pass. Keep up the good work. 20 people, one by one, were selected. Some rejoiced, others grieved. Because not everyone would be chosen. Those who were chosen received envious glances from their classmates. At that moment, Bai Zhan approached Lu Yu. Dean. Lu Yu addressed him respectfully. MHM. Bai Zhan acknowledged without any hint of special treatment. He scanned Lu Yu with his perception, sensing the chi energy within him. Ha! A hint of surprise flickered across Bai Zhan's face. Dean, what's wrong? Lu Yu asked. Bai Zhan snapped back to attention, looking at Lu Yu but not answering his question. Instead, he inquired, when you entered the academy, did you undergo a talent assessment? Yes, I did, Lu Yu replied. Come, extend your hand so I may examine it. Bai Zhan commanded without room for argument. Lu Yu complied. Bai Zhan gripped Lu Yu's wrist with both hands, channeling a thread of qi into his body. Lu Yu sensed the thread of energy but made no attempt to resist, allowing it to flow freely through his body. Moments later, Bai Zhan withdrew the energy, murmuring to himself with a puzzled look, this shouldn't be happening.
This kid's talent isn't that exceptional. Why is his energy progressing so rapidly?
His words were spoken softly, inaudible even to those listening intently.
Liu stood right before Bai Zhan yet couldn't make out the full words.
Only a few scattered words reached his ears.
But,
having lived 2 lifetimes, Liu could still discern clues from the man's actions and expression, even without catching his exact words.
he could still discern the meaning from the other's actions and expression.
This headmaster must have recognized his talent. A trainee martial artist with a B-grade talent theoretically, a level 5 martial artist was his absolute limit. Even with unlimited resources poured into him, it would remain so.
Because once you hit that wall, sheer effort alone won't cut it. It was like writing a novel.
Yes, it involved words and crafting a story, but you just couldn't produce something that satisfied you, something readers would enjoy. In such cases, beyond luck or a sudden epiphany, no amount of teaching techniques or methods will help you grasp the essence.
Natural talent determines one's ceiling. This isn't just empty talk. Of course. That said, it's not entirely absolute.
If you encounter some extraordinary opportunity that refines your innate abilities or directly boosts your power, it's not impossible. But the odds of that happening are 1,000 times slimmer than winning the lottery.
At that moment, Bai Zhan released Lu Yu's hand and asked, before coming to the academy, "Had you ever practiced cultivation?" "No." Lu Yu replied without hesitation. "I see." Bai Zhan nodded thoughtfully, seeming to recall something. He looked at Lu Yu with apparent satisfaction and declared, "You've passed." "Thank you, Dean," Lu Yu said.
Bai Zhan nodded and proceeded to examine the next candidate.
Soon, results were in for all 20+ candidates. Including Lu Yu, the total was definitely 20.
Only a handful were passed over and returned to their seats.
Bai Zhan announced, "Which classes are you all from?
Those in the same class may stand in the same row."
"Let me see." No sooner had he spoken. The 20 students began shifting restlessly. "Form up in your lines."
Lu Yu noticed that Class 2 had the most members of full 8.
Class 4 had 6, Class 6 had 2, and Class 8 had 4. Class 6 had the fewest. Only Lu Yu and Zhou Daxiang.
Bai Zhan glanced over and immediately began calling names.
You go back. I'll pick from another class." Before long, the 5 group leaders for each class were all selected. Each group leader was selected from their respective classes. This was for easier management, after all. Bai Zhan declared, "When we go out for activities, if I'm not present, you must all follow the group leader's instructions and arrangements. Is that clear?" "Understood. Let's go."
With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Bai Zhan led the massive group of nearly 1,000 people, carrying provisions and water, out of the academy in a grand procession.
Class 6.
The entire class positioned themselves toward the rear of this massive convoy.
Lu Yu and Zhou Daxiang led the way. The other 3 group leaders selected later positioned themselves on either side of the column, maintaining order for Class 6. "My name's Zhou Daxiang."
"What's yours?"
Zhou Daxiang asked casually. "Lu Yu." "Lu Yu?" "The Lu from Lu Xiaofeng, and the Yu from Yu the Great." "Oh. Nice name, much better than mine,"
Zhou Daxiang exclaimed, his eyes widening. "I thought I was the strongest in Class 6, but I never expected there to be someone as skilled as you hiding among us."
"I'm not that good. Stop being so modest. When the dean chose you, he didn't even hesitate.
But when he picked me, he actually hesitated for a moment,"
Zhou Daxiang said.
Lu Yu felt both amused and exasperated.
How could someone as boisterous as Zhou Daxiang notice such a small detail? "Ah," Zhou Daxiang added, "don't let my rough exterior fool you, I'm actually quite perceptive inside."
"Lu Yu,"
Zhou Daxiang chuckled. "So, where exactly is the dean taking us?"
"He hasn't said a word."
"Hey, Lu Yu, do you know?" "No idea."
Lu Yu shook his head.
Zhou Daxiang blinked, glancing around.
Snow still drifted from the sky, and ice hadn't fully melted from the ground. The familiar streetscape had been ravaged by natural disasters and monstrous beasts, leaving only fragmented, unrecognizable remnants.
Chapter 211, The Conspiracy. "Well, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. The dean wouldn't harm us anyway."
Zhou Daxiang surveyed the surroundings in vain before settling on this conclusion. Lu Yu remained non-committal. For this region of Ruzhou, he knew it like the back of his hand.
In his previous life, he'd spent years roaming these very streets of Ruzhou. Returning now, how could he not know exactly where he stood? But since the dean had made arrangements, he couldn't say anything. Just follow orders and that's that. In the dim basement, the 5 gathered once more.
The man in the plaid shirt stated, "Those people have set out again, using the pretext of rescuing people and searching for supplies. If we let them continue like this, Ruzhou will truly slip out of our control." The others fell silent upon hearing this.
Each person present was a prominent figure in Ruzhou.
They were either industrial magnates or commercial tycoons.
Their backgrounds were anything but ordinary.
Only government officials were absent. Their gathering here had a simple purpose: the apocalypse had arrived. They were simply seeking a safe place to stay.
This place was a safe haven they had prepared long ago. And today, what they discussed was not how to restore normalcy quickly. Instead, they harbored ulterior motives. That scheme was Rougeau. Hearing the man in the flowery shirt speak, a middle-aged, overweight man seated beside him interjected, "Whether things spiral out of control or not, I couldn't care less. What matters to me is safety. If the natural disasters outside persist and we do nothing about the rampaging beasts hiding here indefinitely, what can we possibly accomplish? We'll eventually eat into our reserves." The other three remained silent, their expressions showing little change. Their thoughts remained unreadable. The man in the flowery shirt declared, "If it's merely a matter of safety, then there's absolutely no need for concern. Those sent from above will ensure our safety." People from above? Exactly. Though we haven't formally met them yet, they've already sent messengers to relay the message down here. What did they say? Don't tell me they're telling us to act now? The middle-aged, portly man looked simple-minded, but his question was sharp. The man in the flowery shirt shook his head. Of course there's more to it than that. The others fell silent, listening intently. The man in the floral shirt pondered for a moment before speaking. The message from above is clear: we must take action to secure our current territory. The official forces were severely weakened during the Great Cataclysm, and we cannot allow them to recover now. The others listened, still not interrupting. The man in the flowery shirt continued, "To put it plainly, our purpose in acting is to defend our own interests. There's nothing more to say about that. But as part of the higher-ups' plan, they'll reward us far more generously than those who came from the imperial capital." At this, the middle-aged, overweight man finally spoke up. "What are these benefits?" The other three, who had remained silent, perked up at this, ears pricked. This matter was what truly concerned them most. The man in the flowery shirt stated bluntly, "Besides the cultivation technique we received earlier, the three Yang Gathering Cauldron Art will also get martial arts techniques, all free of charge. As long as everyone stays united and follows orders from above, they'll grant us considerable discretion. To put it simply, Rougeau is ours." As he finished, the man in the flowery shirt's eyes gleamed with excitement. The middle-aged fat man and the other three wore varied expressions, yet one emotion united them: excitement. As the saying goes, heroes emerge in times of chaos. Had the imperial capital's forces not arrived in time, who knows what chaos might have ensued. The man in the floral shirt declared, "Now, the imperial capital's envoys aim to restore order. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Otherwise, we'll lose our chance. Then, at the bargaining table, will be nothing but items on the menu." Hearing his words, the others began whispering among themselves. The man in the flowered shirt showed no impatience, waiting for their responses. He was from Rougeau. They were all in this together. After a moment of discussion, a stunningly beautiful woman asked, "So if we're going to take action, what exactly do you need us to do?" The man in the floral shirt replied, "Kill the students. Make the Rougeau Martial Arts Academy unable to continue operating." The beautiful woman's eyes flickered. Kill the students? That doesn't seem right. They're all our fellow Rougeau people. Killing so many. The man in the flowery shirt cut her off. "You must understand, without the higher-ups' orders, we'd have been abandoned long ago. From the start, they never intended to protect us." No one dared to contradict him. It was the truth. The beautiful woman protested, "Even so, we've never done such a thing before. This is an act that would provoke the wrath of both heaven and man." The man in the flowery shirt sneered, "Without survival, what use are propriety, integrity, shame, or morality? What good does clinging to those principles do?" The beautiful woman fell silent. The man in the flowery shirt continued, "Let me put it this way, the higher-ups didn't give us this information for us to choose. They gave it to us to carry out. If we can't do it, then sorry, we're out." The other four paled, their expressions instantly shifting to unease. The man in the flowery shirt continued, "That's all I have to say. What you choose to do is entirely up to you. I won't be the one to snitch. Whatever happens, you'll have to take responsibility yourselves." With that, the man in the floral shirt stood up, ready to leave. "Wait." The middle-aged, overweight man called out to him. The man in the floral shirt stopped in his tracks and turned to look back. "What is it?" The middle-aged, heavy-set man stood up and said, "It was precisely because of the information from above that we were able to save our lives and preserve our family's livelihood. Now, when those above need us to do something, we certainly won't refuse." The man in the floral shirt remained silent. The middle-aged, overweight man continued, "You were the first to receive the news from above. You should have the clearest perspective. Why don't you share your thoughts first?" The man in the floral shirt remained silent, his gaze shifting to the beautiful woman and the other two. "We all feel the same." The beautiful woman was the first to speak up. The other two nodded in agreement. A faint smile finally touched the man in the floral shirt's lips. "In that case," he said, "we can continue our discussion. This won't be just my one-man show." With that, he walked back. But he didn't sit down. He looked at the others and said, "According to the intel I've gathered, half of the Rougeau Academy trainees will still be coming out today. We'll target that half.
Yesterday we secretly released captured beasts to attack the student group, causing casualties.
Should we continue this today?
A middle-aged, muscular man asked. The man in the floral shirt shook his head.
Those casualties were too few. It's pointless and won't significantly impact the Ruwu Academy. If we're going to play, we play big.
Chapter 212, They Were Called Gods.
Go big?
The other four froze in surprise.
Exactly.
Only by doing this can we complete the task assigned by the higher-ups faster.
Otherwise, with just a few deaths each time, how many more must die before the Ruwu Academy is finally disbanded?
The man in the flowery shirt stated matter-of-factly. Hearing this, the others felt a chill run down their spines.
Second,
they felt a sense of dread toward the man in the floral shirt. It hadn't been long since the great catastrophe, yet people could become so brazen.
What, then, was there left for them to do?
The man in the floral shirt declared, "You needn't trouble yourselves with the process or methods.
I've already planned everything. All you need to do is provide some manpower."
What exactly do you intend to do? The elderly man with the crutch, who had remained silent until now, couldn't help but ask. The man in the flowery shirt replied, "That's not your concern.
As long as I have enough men, I'll do everything in my power to get the job done." The cane-wielding elder replied, "Very well. As long as you know what you're doing."
Of course. The man in the flowery shirt smiled.
This isn't just one person's affair, it's our collective responsibility. We rise and fall together.
Hearing this, the expressions of the other four eased slightly. Just as the man in the flowered shirt was about to conclude the meeting,
the old man with the cane suddenly spoke up, "Isn't there someone missing from our group?"
The others froze.
The man in the flowered shirt pondered for a moment before asking, what might Elder Zhao be referring to? "Yan Miao Jian Gong, Yan Wen," declared the elder addressed as Old Zhao. Yan Wen. Hearing this name, the expressions of those present grew somewhat peculiar. This man's name wasn't that of someone highly renowned in Ruzhou.
Yet he held significant importance.
Anyone with even a passing familiarity with matters above could easily uncover information about Yan Wen.
Why bring him up now, Old Zhao? Our higher-ups haven't shared any intel on him. Whether he's even alive remains unknown, chuckled the man in the floral shirt. Old Zhao shook his head. But from what I understand, just days before the Great Cataclysm began, Yan Miao's construction team seemed to be making some major moves.
Oh? What do you mean?
The man in the floral shirt perked up with interest. Old Zhao explained, Yan Miao Construction transported large quantities of building materials to the underground levels of Yangming Plaza. Moreover, their most skilled engineering technicians were secretly deployed there. I suspect Yan Wen and his group are hiding underground at Yangming Plaza. The words fell. The others murmured among themselves. I never imagined you'd be so concerned about this man, Master Zhao, the man in the floral shirt said, looking at Zhao Lao with surprise. In Ruzhou, he was worthy of sitting at the same table as us. Naturally, we paid him some attention. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Old Zhao's face as he continued, but that's not the main point. The crucial thing is that Ruwu Academy seems to have been established with Yan Wen's financial backing.
What? Yan Wen did it? How could that be?
We haven't heard anything about Yan Wen in quite some time.
Exactly. What would Yan Wen gain from this? The atmosphere in the small underground meeting room instantly grew heated.
Old Zhao spoke with feigned profundity. Because I've been keeping tabs on him, I've managed to gather a bit more information. Truth be told, we all know there's a hint of official backing behind this man.
Then his intervention makes perfect sense.
The others listened and began discussing.
Now that you mention it, it does make sense.
If it really is him, targeting Ruwu Academy would become much trickier.
Exactly.
The man in the floral shirt fell deep in thought after hearing Old Zhao's words. Although he was a native of Ruzhou and his company was based there, his business operations extended far beyond the city limits, having long radiated into surrounding areas.
Consequently, he was rarely in Ruzhou. Naturally, he wasn't very familiar with the current situation in Ruzhou.
And it was precisely this reason that had granted him the unexpected opportunity to speak with those above. He could relay the higher-ups' intentions down the chain. Though the higher-ups hadn't explicitly appointed him as the de facto leader of Ruzhou. In practice, that is precisely what he has become. Hearing the words of this elderly man surnamed Zhao, his interest was suddenly piqued.
He has considerable influence in Ruzhou?
The man in the floral shirt pondered for a long moment before asking. Old Zhao replied, he's competent. His influence lies primarily in his line of business. The one who truly wields significant power and provides crucial support is his wife, Miao Wan Miao. She's the one with the real wealth.
I see. The man in the floral shirt's expression shifted, a look of sudden understanding dawning on his face.
Master Zhao continued, my point in bringing this up is that to deal with the Ruzhou Martial Arts Academy, we must first cut off its lifeline. That way, we can take it down more swiftly. The man in the flowery shirt nodded slowly. Master Zhao speaks wisely.
That is indeed an excellent point of entry.
At that moment, the stunningly beautiful woman couldn't help but ask Dasong, actually, there's one thing I find quite puzzling.
Go ahead. If we're targeting the Ruwu Academy, why not go straight after that so-called principal and the teachers? After all, there's no signal here and the roads are complicated. Even if something happens, as long as we clean up the mess, it won't reach the imperial capital, the beautiful woman inquired. The other three immediately found her reasoning compelling. To resolve the issue, eliminating the source of the problem would clearly achieve the goal faster. But why? Not go straight for the target? The man in the flowery shirt let out a wry smile upon hearing this and asked the beautiful woman, "You've been running this operation for several years now, haven't you? How much firepower do you actually have at your disposal?" The beautiful woman paused slightly before replying, "Over a dozen trainee martial artists, that's something to show for it. But we don't have any level 1 martial artists." "What about the others?" The man in the floral shirt turned to the others. "We're in a similar situation," replied the middle-aged fat man and the others. "Then do you know the strength of that academy head?" the man in the flowery shirt pressed. "No idea." "At least a level 2 martial artist," the man in the flowery shirt declared gravely. "What? A level 2 martial artist?" Old Zhao and the others were stunned. They had barely encountered any level 1 martial artists, let alone level 2 ones. The man in the floral shirt declared, "You've witnessed how formidable a level 1 martial artist is. They can effortlessly slaughter hundreds of ferocious beasts as savage as tigers. Just how powerful could a level 2 martial artist possibly be?" The crowd fell silent, their faces frozen in sheer terror. As if they had recalled something utterly terrifying. At the very beginning of the Great Cataclysm, hundreds of thousands of monstrous beasts surged toward Ruzhou. It was those 20-odd level 1 martial artists who single-handedly held back this ferocious onslaught. They were hailed as gods. Chapter 213, The Mission. The man in the floral shirt said, "We don't even have a single level 1 martial artist under our command now. Taking on a level 2 martial artist is still too much for us." Old Zhao opened his mouth to speak. The man in the flowered shirt added, "While we have methods and strength to deal with those above us, the imperial capital also has its own people in high places. If trouble erupts below, it will inevitably alert those from the imperial capital. Pulling one hair affects the entire body, it's easy to stir up trouble. Therefore, attempting to directly confront the dean is unrealistic. Now is not the time to show our true colors. We must find a way to make them back down." Zhao Lao and the others nodded slowly in understanding. They understood. The man in the flowered shirt declared, "Enough with the small talk. Everyone prepare to send people. Trainee martial artists are acceptable too." "Got it," they replied in unison. Street. Snow swirled through the air. Bai Zhan led the group to a wasteland of ruins. Buildings lay shattered, exposed rebar twisted, some snapped, others melted. It wasn't hard to see how prosperous this place had once been. Most of the trainees present were from Ruzhou. They were quite familiar with Ruzhou, and seeing it reduced to this state, couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow. Bai Zhan halted the group and addressed them, "We've reached today's destination. This is it. Take a look around. Group leaders, arrange for your students to rest and eat here. Leave one leader to maintain order while the rest come over for a meeting." The words fell. The group leaders immediately sprang into action. In Class 6, Lu Yu, Zhou Daxiang, and the other 3 group leaders gathered to discuss. Of their class's 5 group leaders, only Lu Yu and Zhou Daxiang possessed strong abilities. The other 3 had been forced into their roles as substitutes. Therefore, Lu Yu and Zhou Daxiang naturally held more sway than the others. The other 3 accepted this without complaint. After all, in this world, might made right. "Bro Yu, Bro Chang, how should we organize our class?" asked a group leader from Class 6. Zhou Daxiang replied, "What's there to arrange? Didn't the dean just say? Leave one person to watch over everyone else, and the other 4 can go to the meeting. No need for any special arrangements. Lu Yu, what do you think?" He turned to Lu Yu, showing him ample respect. Lu Yu smiled. "Whatever plan you guys come up with is fine by me." Zhou Daxiang nodded. "Then it's settled. Shohei, you stay behind and keep an eye on Class 6. The rest of you come with us to the meeting with the dean. Sound good?" "No problem. All right. We'll follow Brother Chang." The group leaders chimed in one after another. Zhou Daxiang grinned and said, "All right, then let's all help arrange things and head over together." No one objected. Lu Yu naturally had no objections either. Managing such matters was no challenge for him, and besides, this was precisely the kind of work a team leader should handle. However, he was just a bit lazy. With Zhou Daxiang willing to take charge, he was perfectly content to let him handle it, as long as it didn't interfere with his own affairs. A few minutes later, Lu Yu and the other 3 departed, heading to find Dean Bai. The group leaders from other classes also headed there one after another. A dilapidated little house. It offered shelter from the wind and snow on 3 sides. Bai Zhan had been waiting here for quite some time. Lu Yu scanned the surroundings, finding nothing unusual. It was quiet and still. It seemed nothing of note existed nearby. Seeing others still hadn't arrived, Lu Yu maintained his composure and waited patiently. Zhou Daxiang and the others remained silent.
The team leaders, in perfect unspoken agreement, all waited.
Not long after,
All the team leaders had arrived.
among them was an old acquaintance of Lu Yu's, the dorm bully, Brother Hong.
Bai Zhan scanned the group and declared, "Since everyone's here, I'll get started." Silence fell over the group. Bai Zhan continued, "We brought out a large group, so the tasks will be divided among you.
Team 2, search the vicinity for survivors and rescue them.
Team 4, gather supplies and bring them back later. Team 6, clear the surrounding area of beasts. Spread out and seek help immediately if you encounter danger.
Team 8, handle logistics and support." That's the basic outline. Any objections?
After speaking, Bai Zhan turned his gaze back to the group and asked with a faint smile. Where there's a proposed solution, there's bound to be differing opinions and ideas.
A good proposal requires the collective wisdom of many. And so,
Several team leaders began discussing with Bai Zhan. They continuously refined the final plan.
after about half an hour,
Bai Zhan finalized it and declared, "That's settled."
everyone, get moving.
"Yes, sir." The group shouted in unison.
With the mission assigned, the 20 team leaders dispersed to carry out their tasks.
Lu Yu and the other team leaders from Class 6 also returned to their class.
Brother Chang and the others are back. Brother Chang, what did the dean say? What do they want us to do?
The group crowded around him.
Zhou Daqiang declared, "Our mission is to hunt down the strange beasts." What? Hunt down the beasts? How can we possibly handle those beasts with our strength? Brother Chang, what was the dean thinking? Hearing Zhou Daqiang's words, the group erupted in chaos.
They were all ordinary people, with few having cultivated inner strength.
How could they possibly handle those ferocious beasts?
Gloom settled over their faces.
No one wanted to lose their lives. Everyone, don't panic.
Listen to me, this situation isn't as dire as you all think. Zhou Daqiang pressed his hand downward as he addressed the group. There's an advantage to this.
What benefits? Brother Chang, don't try to fool us.
Yeah, don't just say that to comfort us.
Everyone said. Zhou Daqiang said, why would I deceive you?
This mission requires our team leaders to participate as well, so there's no need for anyone to feel unfairly treated.
And I wouldn't take advantage of you all over this either.
Hearing this, the members of Class 6 finally calmed down a bit. Brother Chang was widely recognized as Class 6's strongest member. His words carried real weight.
Come closer. I want to tell you all something. Quiet down and listen.
Zhou Daqiang beckoned with a wave of his hand. We're here to cultivate. The beast possesses something vital for our cultivation, something that can accelerate our progress.
What is it? Someone asked. The beast core. Zhou Daqiang declared. It contains spiritual energy that greatly benefits martial artists' cultivation. This mission carries risks, but the rewards are immense. The dean said the beast cores we obtain from hunting belong entirely to us, a privilege unheard of within the academy. The group murmured in discussion upon hearing this. Zhou Daqiang continued, if anyone objects to this mission, I can assign you to later tasks. However, if you obtain beast cores later, you'll be last in line for the spoils. Chapter 214, Grouping. The crowd reacted with mixed expressions. Each weighed the pros and cons. Yesterday's training had made everyone acutely aware of the hardships of cultivation. Now, a resource like beast cores, which could accelerate cultivation, how precious was that? Zhou Daqiang was right, his words made perfect sense. Those who contribute more should receive more. Those who contribute the most should naturally reap greater rewards. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone understands that. After all, no one would work themselves to the bone for nothing. With Zhou Daqiang having made his stance clear, the choice before everyone became straightforward, whether to act or not. At least most people were wavering. Seeing many still wavering, Zhou Daqiang pressed on, don't overestimate the threat of these beasts. If they've survived nearby without being eliminated by the dean, it means they pose little danger to us. Rest assured, the beasts around us are well within our capabilities. If you can't even face a few beasts, how can you become strong enough to shoulder great responsibilities? Hearing this, Liu glanced at him with a hint of surprise. His words carried a hint of brainwashing, yet they contained a grain of truth. Those already inclined to doubt would likely be swayed, while others might remain unconvinced. Choosing not to argue was simply giving him face. What truly astonished Lu Yu was that Zhou Daqiang possessed such awareness. He hadn't heard of such a figure before. It seemed he must be someone who had luckily survived. After Zhou Daqiang spoke, the others, even those harboring reservations, weighed the pros and cons before reluctantly agreeing. Of course. This wasn't a unanimous agreement all at once, but rather a piecemeal process. The process was a bit bumpy. But the outcome was favorable. At that moment, Zhou Daqiang's reputation soared to new heights. The other clan chiefs all admired him. Lu Yu also recognized this man's competence. He was someone who could get things done. After waiting a while, Zhou Daqiang encountered no objections and saw no one backing down. A faint smile touched his lips as he addressed the group. I'm genuinely surprised that not a single person has backed out. This is exactly what makes you worthy of being students of Ruwu Academy. Moreover, I guarantee that what I said earlier will come true.
I will do my utmost to protect your safety and ensure everyone leaves with abundant rewards. His brainwashing and inflammatory rhetoric instantly ignited the Class 6 students, erupting into thunderous applause. Though Class 6 included a few members in their 20s, most were still teenagers in age brimming with fervor and passion, like dry kindling ready to ignite at the slightest spark. Not to mention, Zhou Daxiang seemed to have considerable experience in organizing people, making his manipulation effortless.
Within mere minutes, he had everyone following his lead. This man possessed some real ability. Zhou Daxiang declared, since there are no objections, I'll break down the dean's tasks into detailed assignments.
Today, everyone just needs to follow their assigned duties.
The crowd fell silent, eyes fixed on Zhou Daxiang. The dean's task for us is to clear the nearby beasts. That is our primary mission.
Our class has over 100, nearly 200 people, with 5 group leaders.
Here's how we can divide it up.
Zhou Daxiang glanced at the crowd, many of whom he didn't recognize. He paused briefly before continuing, alright, let's form groups.
But instead of us group leaders assigning members, you'll choose your own.
You may freely choose your leaders, but each group should be as balanced as possible. Lu Yu and I can take on some stragglers to clear the beasts, while the other 3 leaders handle any stragglers that slip through.
What do you think? I have no objections. Brother Chang, we'll follow your lead.
Whatever you say goes.
Yeah. Big Brother Chang, you call the shots. The entire Class 6 group chimed in. Zhou Daxiang looked at Lu Yu and the other group leaders and asked, Lu Yu, what do you think? No need to ask me. Just assign me whatever you want, I'm fine with anything.
Lu Yu shrugged indifferently.
The other 3 group leaders felt the same way.
They hadn't been chosen as group leaders in the first place, they only got the positions because they were in Class 6. Their abilities were relatively weak, leaving them with little say in the matter. To them, Zhou Daxiang and Lu Yu were the true leaders of Class 6.
If no one has objections, then let's proceed with this plan.
Zhou Daxiang declared. Now, everyone, we can begin selecting our group leaders.
Go ahead and choose freely.
No sooner had the words left his mouth. Class 6 erupted into commotion. Everyone began scouting for a leader they deemed suitable.
The most sought-after choice, naturally, was Zhou Daxiang.
He was the only one who had ever fought the instructor, and his strength was undeniable.
Following a powerful group leader could significantly boost one's chances of survival. Indeed. Despite Zhou Daxiang's lengthy speech, it failed to dispel the lingering doubts in everyone's minds. Why?
Over these past months, everyone had witnessed countless life and death partings.
Sometimes, danger struck in an instant. Before you could even react, someone would be lying lifeless before your eyes.
Such things were commonplace.
Therefore, Zhou Daxiang is undoubtedly the most sought after among the 5 team leaders.
Lu Yu, meanwhile, was second. He was handpicked by the dean himself from Class 6 as someone capable of leading a team. His capabilities were undoubtedly formidable. He might not match Zhou Daxiang, but he's definitely stronger than those other 3 group leaders.
2 or 3 minutes later,
the students of Class 6 were divided into groups.
Sure enough,
just as Lu Yu had predicted, Zhou Daxiang had the largest crowd gathered before him, nearly 70 or 80 people. Lu Yu had around 40 or 50, while the other 3 group leaders each had only a handful, maybe 20 at most. Originally, Zhou Daxiang's group had even more people. But because it became too crowded, some had no choice but to join Lu Yu's group. Only after Lu Yu's group was full did they go to the other 3 group leaders. Otherwise, those 3 leaders would have had even fewer members. Seeing the sheer number of people before him, Zhou Daxiang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Nevertheless, he spoke with unwavering patience, my group is already too large. Please distribute some of your classmates to the other 3 group leaders. Otherwise, I might not be able to oversee everyone properly, which would be just as dangerous for all of you. Does everyone understand what I mean? The group of students looked around, seemingly pondering Zhou Daxiang's words. Yet no one moved. Everyone hoped someone else would volunteer to leave. Zhou Daxiang sighed helplessly and said, alright then, I'll assign some people. Divide 30 of you among the other 3 group leaders. My group will just have the same number as Lu Yu's. This is for everyone's sake. Chapter 215, A Discordant Voice. That's the honest truth. Zhou Daxiang knows his own limits. If he really took on that many people and failed to oversee them properly, he couldn't bear the responsibility if something went wrong. The trainees originally assigned to Zhou Daxiang's group instantly wore expressions of displeasure. They'd chosen this option precisely for safety. Now they were being told to switch to someone else. If only they'd chosen Lu Yu's group instead. He's still better than the other 3 group leaders. But regret was useless now. Zhou Daxiang had already begun randomly calling out names. Soon, the group was divided into 5 teams. Each group had a leader in charge of managing certain tasks. Zhou Daxiang announced, that's the temporary arrangement for personnel. I'll take my group over there. Lu Yu, you head that way. You. He began assigning tasks. Each team was properly assigned. Zhou Daxiang and Lu Yu chose a direction leading to an area that appeared relatively open. This open referred to a large area. The terrain was quite complex.
It was quite suitable for the two of them to handle. Lu Yu had no objections. There was little to discuss, it posed no significant challenge for him. His sole focus was the beast core. After a brief discussion among the group, decided. Just as Zhou Daxian was about to dismiss everyone and head out for the operation, Bai Zhan had arrived unnoticed. Dean. The team leaders turned to him in unison. Bai Zhan inquired, are all arrangements finalized? Yes, Director. Everything is set. We can proceed immediately. Zhou Daxian replied. He had orchestrated the entire operation himself, ensuring no one could claim credit for his work. Bai Zhan nodded. Good work. Very efficient. But once you're out there, prioritize safety. If you encounter any trouble you can't handle, just call me directly. Yes, sir, they replied in unison. Bai Zhan said, go. With that, the dean departed. Meanwhile, the group leaders of Class 6 led their respective teams to search the assigned areas for any remaining beasts that might have slipped through. Lu Yu's team was undoubtedly the largest. 50 people. Among the 4 classes, they were a conspicuous presence. Seeing so many people gathered, Lu Yu was overcome by a fleeting illusion. In his previous life, it was only after becoming the captain of the alien beast extermination squad that he had the opportunity to lead such a large group. He never imagined. This time, he had gathered so many people with such ease. It felt strangely surreal. At that moment, a tall, slender youth who didn't appear particularly old approached Lu Yu and called out, Brother Yu. Lu Yu turned his head. And you are? My name is Xiao Yan, the character 4 Fire Twice, and I'm a student at number 7 middle school. Xiao Yan replied. You know me? Of course I do. Xiao Yan replied without hesitation. We've heard all about your reputation at First High. Your academic achievements are renowned throughout the entire city. Lu Yu immediately believed his words. In Ruzhou City, while it might be an exaggeration to say every student knew him, it was perfectly normal for juniors in the same high school cohort to recognize him. He was the first in Ruzhou to refuse a guaranteed admission offer. Few knew the details, but anyone who mentioned it to his face was essentially stating the truth. It's all bad fame, Lu Yu said with a bitter smile. Giving up his studies and his future for a woman that was truly a brainless move. If he could go back in time and choose again, he wouldn't be so foolish. Only a handful knew about this. Lu Yu's family didn't know. Xiao Yan shook his head. Brother Yu, you're being too absolute. Your genuine character earns the admiration of many juniors. At least here at number 7 high, there are even more who look up to you. Poof. It was just youthful ignorance. You must never act that way in the future. Seize every opportunity that comes your way. Improve yourself, become outstanding, then someone worthy will naturally come to you. Lu Yu said. Thanks for the advice, senior. I get it. Xiao Yan replied. Only then did Lu Yu recall something. He looked at the other and asked, by the way, what brought you here? Is there something you need? Xiao Yan explained, well, you go, I used to live around here and know the area pretty well. If you're unfamiliar, you can ask me, I can recognize about 80 to 90% of it. You lived here? Yep. By yourself? Yeah. I'm from out of town. My parents are back home, not here. I don't even know how they're doing. Xiao Yan's mood sank a bit. Lu Yu paused for a moment, then patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder. Trust me, uncle and auntie will be fine. They'll be okay. Thanks for the good wishes, Yu. I believe they're safe too. Xiao Yan forced a smile. He couldn't make calls now, and he couldn't go far on his own. Finding his parents would be incredibly difficult. If he set off recklessly now, who knew if he'd even make it to his destination alive? Lu Yu had wanted to say more, but ultimately held back. He had enough on his plate already, he simply couldn't take on the burden of others. With his current abilities, there were simply too many things he couldn't accomplish. The group set off. Along the way. After a long trek, they arrived at a wasteland strewn with shattered concrete. It appeared they had been attacked by beasts. However, there was no sound of movement in the surrounding area. As if no beasts existed here. Monsters. This was one of Lu Yu's primary objectives. Only by gathering more beast cores could Yi Qingqing's strength increase more rapidly. Only then could he receive his return. If he relied solely on himself, who knew how many years it would take to become a true powerhouse? Lu Yu crouched down, scanned the surrounding ground, then turned to the group. After a moment's thought, he began assigning tasks. 10 of you will search straight ahead with me. 10 of you will search to the right. The remaining 10 will split into 2 groups and fan out along the upper left and upper right paths. If you encounter any beasts, eliminate them if you can handle it. If not, call for me and I'll deal with it. Under no circumstances try to handle these beasts alone. These creatures show no mercy. Treat them like hyenas or leopards on the grasslands. One misstep, and it could cost you your life. Hearing this, the group stiffened, nodding in understanding. Suddenly, a discordant voice cut through the crowd. Reporting, we don't want to take the front path to hunt monsters. We request to go the upper left path instead.
Please reassign us, team leader.
Chapter 216, The Troublemaker.
The moment this discordant remark was uttered, it instantly drew the attention of everyone nearby. Behold! Among the crowd stood a young man in his 20s. Before him was a middle-aged man. The speaker was none other than him. Lu Yu also spotted him, his gaze fixed calmly upon the man. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier showed no sign of discomfort whatsoever, continuing bluntly, "We feel this task might be beyond our capabilities, so, team leader, what do you think?"
Lu Yu looked at him and said, "This isn't something I'm assigning for you to handle alone. I'll be leading you through it. All you need to do is follow my commands."
"We're afraid we won't be able to handle it," the middle-aged man insisted, refusing to back down. Lu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Though he hadn't explicitly refused, the implication was clear in every word. "I just don't want to go, and I won't follow orders." The rest of the team fell silent, no one daring to speak up. The guy who spoke earlier clearly wasn't a student here, he was the kind of street-smart hustler who'd been out in the real world. It was actually pretty normal for him to be defiant. But this was an assignment given by their team leader. Refusing to carry it out would be openly looking for trouble. It would make things difficult for the team leader. What were they trying to pull? No one knew. The trainees in this group only knew the pressure had shifted to Lu Yu's side. "Why can't you do it?" Lu Yu glanced at the middle-aged man who had just spoken and asked. "We just feel like we can't complete the task the team leader assigned. We're afraid we won't do it well," the middle-aged man offered a seemingly reasonable excuse. Lu Yu studied the man. He realized the man wasn't actually that old, probably just in his early 20s. He just appeared more seasoned than his years. Just as Lu Yu was about to say something, he suddenly noticed several people standing beside the man who had spoken, subtly lending him support. A group? If your only concern is failing to complete the task, then don't worry about it at all. That's not something you need to fret over. I'm leading this team. If we don't succeed, the blame falls squarely on me. So just follow my instructions. Lu Yu calmly scanned the two men, his voice steady. "Can't we change the direction?" the man asked. "No. Once I've made arrangements, they cannot be altered unless there are unavoidable circumstances." Lu Yu shook his head. "What if we insist on it?" the man pressed. "How pushy." This time, the man didn't speak for himself alone, he said we. This statement carried significant weight. It meant his earlier words hadn't spoken for himself alone, but for a group. At the very least, it was those around him. After the man finished speaking, the 6 or 7 people beside him instinctively stepped forward a few paces, bolstering his arrogance. Their intentions were plain to see. The man was significantly older than Lu Yu. Whether it stemmed from perceived strength or age, there seemed to be an underlying element of defiance toward Lu Yu. Lu Yu speculated. This might be the spark that ignited this conflict. "Why don't you give it a try?" After hearing the man's words, Lu Yu looked at him, suddenly smiled, and asked. The man froze. He hadn't expected Lu Yu to say something like that. "Take him on." "Exactly. He's just a kid, what gives him the right to boss us around? He's got no skills whatsoever, he can't command respect. Let everyone see he can't possibly accomplish what the dean asked." The crowd around the man murmured in discontent. The tone of their words seemed to revel in stirring up trouble. These words instantly soured the mood within Lu Yu's group. The man finally snapped out of it. With so many voices backing him up, the lingering hesitation in his heart vanished completely. Perhaps this man really was a fool? The man said, "Lu Yu, we're not trying to antagonize you. We just want to switch routes. Once we switch, whatever you say goes, we won't object. But if you insist on being unfair like this, then we have no choice. We'll have no choice but to take this matter to the dean." Hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted slightly. Whispers spread through the crowd. Bringing the dean into this? That was serious. After all, at Ruwu Academy, the dean possessed the greatest strength and held the most sway. Once the dean intervened, matters would undoubtedly be resolved. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. The commotion within the crowd intensified. Everyone watched to see how Lu Yu would handle this situation. After all, as the team leader, if he couldn't manage even this, then there'd be no point in following Lu Yu anymore. After all, he couldn't guarantee everyone's safety. Lu Yu said, "So you've decided against taking the route I assigned?" "Team leader, don't put it so harshly. It's not that we won't go, it's that this arrangement is unreasonable. We could go, but if we fail, wouldn't that just cause trouble for you?" The man softened his tone slightly. But Lu Yu wasn't fooled. Retreating isn't necessarily defeat. It could also be positioning for the next offensive. If Lu Yu followed their line of reasoning, he risked losing credibility with the others. That was something Lu Yu could not accept. Therefore, to resolve this matter, he must properly handle this sudden development. Lu Yu glanced at them again and asked, "Are you all certain this is what you think?" "Absolutely." The man affirmed. Lu Yu stepped closer to the man and asked, "Really?" The man was older than Lu Yu, yet his height fell short of Lu Yu's. Standing before him, Lu Yu felt like a mountain looming over the man. As he spoke, A faint sense of pressure emanated from him. The man even wondered if his own perception was some kind of illusion. In his eyes, Lu Yu was nothing but a little brat. What could possibly be frightening about him? Yet he had indeed felt that oppressive pressure just now. It felt unreal. The man dismissed the thought and looked at Lu Yu. Yes, we are. Before he could finish. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred, brushing against the man's face before violently flinging him to the ground. Thud. A dull thud. The man's face made intimate contact with the floor. Xian! You actually dared to lay a hand on Brother Xian? Take him down. The others froze for a moment before erupting in fury, charging toward Lu Yu. Lu Yu watched them with a calm gaze. The next moment. Thud. 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 A series of dull thuds echoed as the 7 or 8 men were instantly knocked down. Chapter 217, Mission Execution. All of this. It all happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye. Many people present hadn't even registered what was happening. 7 or 8 adults were taken down with such speed and precision that everyone present was utterly stunned. Whoa! A gasp rippled through the crowd. Some of the students from Class 6 had challenged Meng Yan before. Meng Yan's strength was undeniably terrifying to them. They had no power to resist. They didn't even know what had happened. It felt like a child facing a grown man. Helpless. No way to break free. And now, many among them never imagined that the feeling they had experienced with Meng Yun would resurface once more with Lu Yu. This single move alone was enough to shock many. Among them, Xiao Yan. He never imagined that the senior who seemed so hopelessly devoted would be so ruthless when it came to action. And he was so skilled. Xiao Yan's eyes brimmed with admiration. Lu Yu paid no heed to the stunned reactions around him. He merely swept his gaze across the crowd and asked, "Does anyone else have any objections?" The words fell. Dead silence. Not a single soul dared to speak up. After all, who would dare to pull teeth from a tiger's mouth? That would be suicide. And this was merely a non-hostile situation. If these had been enemies or monstrous beasts, these people would already be dead. After a long wait, finally, someone whispered softly. No objections. Whatever the team leader says goes. With that first voice, more and more people began to speak up. Everyone affirmed Lu Yu's leadership position. Except for the 8 lying on the ground. 3 others who had been selected to continue forward were shivering in fear. 2 of them had been with the man earlier. They feared getting beaten for no reason. Only when the others shouted the slogan did they hastily join in. Terrified of displeasing Lu Yu. Since no one has any objections, let's begin. Follow my instructions exactly. If you encounter danger, shout for help loudly. I'll come to assist immediately. And the dean will assist as well. Lu Yu issued a warning. His current strength was passable, but still far from formidable. Compared to a level 2 martial artist, it was like crossing a chasm. Having the dean's backing would reassure them and prevent him from feeling overwhelmed and unsure where to begin. Before long, the others all set off to carry out their missions. Including that guy who called himself Xiangu earlier, along with his associates. And the 3 who were still conscious. Lu Yu glanced at the trio, then at the 7 or 8 figures sprawled on the ground. You lot, he said, wake them up. It's time for us to get moving on our own mission. Ah, yes, sir. One of them snapped to attention and rushed over to rouse them. The other 2, slower to react, also hurried off to shout. It took over 10 minutes. Xiangu and the 7 others finally stirred, each staring at Lu Yu with utterly disheveled expressions. They dared not meet his gaze, overcome with embarrassment. Originally, they had intended to teach Lu Yu a lesson, hoping he would back down. So they could take a safer route. Moving forward meant heading toward the 10,000 Immortals mountain range. That was the region where the most beasts appeared, and the beasts surrounding them had come from there. The route they were taking was undoubtedly the most perilous. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said that. Who in their right mind would willingly risk their life for no reason? No one. That's why they reacted so strongly just now. Lu Yu observed their grim expressions and guessed what they were thinking. He said, with me here, I'll do my best to protect your safety. If you truly don't want to go, you can go directly to the dean and leave the academy. I won't stop you. It's your choice. Xian and the others' expressions shifted upon hearing this. Lu Yu continued, if you change your minds, come with me. If not, I won't force you. Afterward, I'll report everything truthfully to the dean. These words struck at the very core of their concerns. Lu Yu finished speaking and paid them no further attention. He walked off on his own. The 3 men followed him first. Seeing this, Xian and the others weighed the pros and cons in their hearts. In the end, they decided to follow as well. Lu Yu led the way, scanning the surroundings. He did not look back. Yet he still sensed the approaching figures behind him. Yet he felt no surprise whatsoever. Those who came to the academy were people with no other options. No connections, no resources. Now, within the academy, they could guarantee your safety and your food. What more could you possibly want?
Outside, are there better options? Not for now. At least not for them. It's only natural that they came. After learning of their arrival, Liu paid them no mind and instead surveyed the surrounding terrain. Snow continued to fall from the sky. On the ground. Broken ruins, concrete debris scattered everywhere. Forget searching for anything, even walking wasn't easy. There was no way around it. When the beast tide surged upon the city, what could be done? Unlike those major cities with ample defenses and powerful guardians stationed there, that Rougeau retained any semblance of its former self was already remarkable. Next up was the dean's task of clearing out the beasts. Liu wouldn't slack off either. He would naturally carry it out diligently. This wasn't merely about completing the task, it was also about obtaining beast cores. Snow fell, wind howled. Soon. They had covered over 1,000 meters, yet despite the distance traveled, there was still no sign of movement. Beasts? None in sight. Liu's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of doubt lingered in his mind. This seemed slightly different from the situation in his previous life. He still remembered how the place was swarming with those beasts, yet he couldn't move a muscle. But now, after walking for so long, not a single one had appeared. By this point, Xiangu and the others had become utterly convinced of Liu's prowess. Liu's prowess had won them over. Team leader, how much longer do we have to search? Xian approached Liu, his face plastered with a flattering smile as he asked. Liu replied, what's the matter? Nothing. I was just curious, asking out of interest. Xiangu chuckled awkwardly. I'll let you know when the time comes. Until then, you should focus on searching the area thoroughly. Liu glanced at him sideways and said indifferently. Xiangu froze. This was clearly a jab at him. Because among those around Liu, he was the one who returned most frequently. And besides, he was the one standing right beside Liu. Xiangu was significantly older than Liu. Upon hearing this, his face turned a deep, dark shade of purple. After a long pause, he finally managed, yes, team leader. I understand. With that, Xiangu turned to leave. Just then, Liu abruptly halted, his brow furrowing slightly as his gaze fixed on a certain spot. Chapter 218, Ambush. Xiangu, who was about to leave, noticed Liu's unease and asked, what's wrong, team leader? Liu didn't respond, his gaze fixed intently on that spot. Xiangu was completely baffled. Not knowing what Liu was staring at so intently, he followed his gaze. Nothing was visible. The vast expanse of snow already obscured their vision. Yet Liu's expression shifted slightly. He snapped at the guy called Xiangu, quick! Tell everyone to head back. Huh? What? Call people back? Xiangu was utterly confused, his expression bewildered. At that very moment, Liu had already sprinted over 10 meters away. When Xiangu turned to look back at Liu, there was no trace of him left. Shock surged through his heart. He turned his head again. He saw Liu's figure had already sped so far ahead. Could a human possibly move that fast? Recall everyone immediately. There's danger, go notify the dean. Liu left those words behind before vanishing from sight. Upon hearing those words, Xiangu immediately grasped the two most critical points. Danger. But what kind of danger? Brother Xian didn't know. Yet seeing Liu's demeanor, Xiangu knew this matter was far from simple. If he had harbored any lingering dissatisfaction toward Liu moments ago, now that vanished completely. This wasn't because he had come to terms with it. Rather, the sheer power and speed Liu had just unleashed could have killed him hundreds of times over. After Xian thought about this, he snapped back to reality. He hurried off to find his classmates and warn them. Danger! Get out of here! Quickly! Xian's voice echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Liu had already appeared about 100 or 200 meters away. He stood atop a pile of rubble. High ground. The distant landscape was blanketed in white, obscuring everything. But Liu sensed the earth trembling. Yes. The ground trembled faintly, as if 1,000 horses were galloping beneath him. Yet before Liu, there was nothing. Liu couldn't see anything ahead, yet he could sense a faint, ominous aura approaching. It was moving fast. Before Liu could even see what was approaching, a piercing scream suddenly rang out behind him. Liu's heart skipped a beat. Forgetting whatever was approaching, he spun and leaped back toward the entrance. Before he could reach the others, another piercing scream rang out. Still far apart. A place where few people were. Liu had barely reached the source of the sound when he saw a classmate lying in a pool of blood. A vivid crimson gash marked his neck, blood trickling out with a hissing sound. This wasn't the work of a beast, it was murder. Beasts don't kill like this. Who would be bold enough to kill an academy student here? Liu's expression darkened as he crouched down to examine the body. Suddenly, a chill swept over his back. A bone-chilling cold. Liu's expression changed instantly. He lunged forward several steps, trying to dodge it. But the attacker moved too swiftly, there was no time to turn around. Liu had clearly underestimated the attacker's prowess. The assailant's speed surpassed his own by several degrees.
Within mere seconds, the figure caught up to Lu Yu and drove something sharp and icy into the flesh of his back.
In that instant,
Lu Yu felt death's breath upon him.
Looking for death? Attacking academy members here? You don't want to live anymore?
Lu Yu didn't know where the strength came from, but as death closed in, he instinctively roared. Those from Ruwu Academy, locals here, should have some understanding of this. After all, their reputation speaks for itself.
How many people had Bai Zhan protected? Did this attacker not realize that attacking academy students would invite Bai Zhan's vengeance?
Either this man had a prior grudge against the academy, or he had powerful backing that shielded him from the headmaster's vengeance.
Regardless of which scenario applied, it was absolutely not good news for Lu Yu.
Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the man visibly paused.
That pause,
brief as it was, it gave Lu Yu time to react. Seizing the moment, Lu Yu spun swiftly around and grabbed the man's knife-wielding arm. Seeing Lu Yu's lightning-fast reaction, the man instantly realized what had happened. Lu Yu had been using words to intimidate him.
He'd been tricked.
At that moment, Lu Yu also got a clear look at the man. A masked man whose age was impossible to gauge from his face. Only by examining the skin on his hands could one tell that this man was definitely no younger than 35. You're asking for death, the masked man snarled in fury, straining with both hands to wrest the dagger free.
Lu Yu wasn't about to give him that chance.
Seeing he had his hands pinned, Lu Yu aimed his foot at the man's wrist and delivered a swift roundhouse kick. Crack! Ugh! The blow landed precisely, drawing a muffled groan from the masked man. He was forced to let go of the sharp blade. Lu Yu glanced at the dagger. It was military grade. It was identical to the one he'd carried when he took Yen Shokuin to the 10,000 Immortals Mountains. Such a thing was extremely hard to come by.
How did this man even have one? And he knew how to use it? Who are you? Why are you trying to kill our academy's people?
Lu Yu flipped the dagger into his hand and confronted the man. The masked man's eyes flickered. He glanced at Lu Yu, then at the blade in Lu Yu's hand. After a moment's hesitation, without uttering a word, he turned and fled.
Trying to run?
Stop right there. Lu Yu's eyes darkened as he barked the command, immediately taking steps to pursue.
The man's strength and speed were undeniably swift, but Lu Yu's prowess was no slouch either.
Before the masked man could cover much ground, Lu Yu closed in behind him, reaching out to grab his back. Just then, the masked man abruptly halted and turned to face Lu Yu. Lu Yu paid no heed to the crowd, reaching out to seize him. The masked man stared at Lu Yu, suddenly revealing an eerie smile. His eyes shifted, taking on a different quality.
Lu Yu hadn't yet grasped the meaning.
The masked man abruptly raised his hand, scooped up something, and flung it toward Lu Yu's face. Whoosh! A cloud of white powder instantly exploded in the air. Lime! Lu Yu recognized it instantly. It was a trick he used to employ himself. Unbelievable! Now someone else had inherited it. As someone who'd used it before, he knew its purpose well. Seeing the white powder, Lu Yu stumbled backward, his dagger raised in a defensive stance, guarding against a sudden sneak attack from the masked man. After waiting for a while, the white powder had dispersed, yet no attack came from the man. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes a crack and scanned his surroundings. Where was the man? He had long since vanished. Chapter 219, Beast Tide? Someone dared to attack academy personnel? Could it be them? Lu Yu regained his composure and pondered briefly before a sudden possibility dawned on him. But there was no time for further thought. The sounds in the distance grew louder. The beasts were coming. Lu Yu's expression darkened slightly. His body shifted, and he turned to rush back. Danger's coming. Stop searching for the beasts, hurry back to find the dean. Xian shouted as he dashed toward the other paths. Some people, seeing him arrive, looked skeptical. Xiangu, what are you talking about? Didn't the team leader assign tasks? Why aren't you doing yours? How do you have time to be here? Someone asked. Xiangu gasped for breath. The team leader sent me here. You all need to leave immediately. He said danger is imminent and sent me to relay the message, find the dean, or we'll all lose our lives. Brother Xian, stop trying to fool us. If we don't finish our tasks, we'll be in real trouble when the team leader finds out later. Yeah. Xian, if you've got something to do, go handle it. We've got work to get done. The others chimed in. Everyone had witnessed the conflict between Lu Yu and Brother Xian earlier, including the physical altercation. They all assumed Brother Xian was here to sabotage things, seeking revenge against Lu Yu. Therefore, hardly anyone believed him. Brother Xian was crying. He was on the verge of tears. Even a fool could see how serious the situation was from Lu Yu's frantic expression earlier. If he hadn't properly handled the matter Lu Yu entrusted him with, given Lu Yu's capabilities, dealing with him would be no problem at all. But he had no way to make these people believe him. Brother Xian felt utterly helpless. At that moment, someone in the crowd noticed Brother Xian's state. It was Xiao Yan. He realized Brother Xian's expression didn't seem fake. This must be real. Everyone, I think Brother Xian is telling the truth. It must be what the team leader said. Brother Xian was with the team leader. He wouldn't have come out alone to deceive us. Xiao Yan explained to the group. The crowd immediately erupted into murmurs of discussion. Xiao Yan continued, if it really was the team leader who said it, then if we didn't do it and something happens, we'll have to take responsibility ourselves. If nothing happens, we can ask the team leader when we get back. Right now, we shouldn't delay the team leader's business. Some were swayed by his words. Xiao Yan continued, believe it or not, I'm convinced. I'm going with Brother Xian first. With that, Xiao Yan immediately walked over to Brother Xian. Several others, swayed by his impassioned words, followed suit. Only a few remained hesitant. Brother Xian was so moved he was on the verge of tears. Xian Ge looked at the remaining few, trust me. If I deceive you, you can go straight to the team leader and report me. Whatever the consequences, I'll take full responsibility. Your choice now is to believe in me. I swear. Hearing Xian Ji's words, the few who were still hesitating and conflicted immediately came down. Brother Xian, you said it yourself, we're following you. If anything goes wrong, you're responsible, someone warned him. Don't worry. I'll take full responsibility for my words. We'll all be witnesses. Now, let's hurry up and leave. If we wait too long, it'll be trouble. Xian Ge said. With the first wave successfully convinced, persuading the rest became much easier. At least it was far easier than if Brother Xian had tried to convince them alone. After all, the trust level among the group of the brothers in Xian's squad was still pretty low. In no time, Xian completed this feat. As the group made their way back, a series of tremors echoed from behind them. An earthquake? Everyone stopped abruptly, their eyes darting toward the source. Swish! 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 Lu Yu had already engaged the beasts. A ferocious tide of creatures, wind leopards, ice wolves, fiery clawed dogs, and countless others was surging toward him. Their numbers were staggering, well over 1,000. Though these beasts weren't high level, why were there still so many of them at this stage? Lu Yu couldn't fathom the reason. Gripping his dagger, he slaughtered the beasts with a grim expression. Beasts below the first rank were no match for a trainee martial artist of equal strength, just as ordinary people would be no match for tigers or wolves. However, a novice martial artist of this caliber possessed strength vastly superior to that of an ordinary person. That's what gave them the strength to handle these beasts. Too many. Too many beasts. Lu Yu slaughtered over 20 beasts in one breath, each struck down with a single blow. It required almost no effort. Even so, he felt his physical and mental stamina rapidly depleting. Fighting his way back, he had no time to extract the beasts' cores. The sheer number of beasts instantly exceeded Lu Yu's field of vision. Where did all these beasts come from? No one could answer that question for Lu Yu. But Lu Yu couldn't retreat. Behind him were the students of Class 6. If he didn't hold them off even a little, his companions might not make it out alive. Just as Lu Yu was about to be overwhelmed, with many beasts bypassing him entirely to charge toward his rear, a figure suddenly materialized not far from Lu Yu. Bai Zhan, the dean of Ruwu Academy. The dean has arrived. Lu Yu, dagger in hand, had just dispatched a beast when he caught sight of the dean. Your strength is impressive. At that moment, Bai Zhan also observed Lu Yu. Noticing the corpses of the beasts beside him, he gave a slight nod and offered his appraisal. Lu Yu stiffened slightly and clasped his fist in salute. Bai Zhan turned his gaze to the group of beasts, his brow furrowing slightly. The next moment, boom! A fierce gust of wind erupted from Bai Zhan's body. Thud! 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 In the blink of an eye, dozens of beasts had their skulls pierced clean through. Instant kill. True instant annihilation. A hint of shock flashed across Lu Yu's face, yet his heart remained calm. At the same time, he felt a touch of envy. If he possessed Bai Zhan's strength now, wouldn't obtaining beast cores be as easy as turning over one's hand? Damn! He'd have to think this through carefully. While Lu Yu watched Bai Zhan display his formidable prowess from the sidelines. Suddenly, Bai Zhan's expression shifted, a flash of anger crossing his face. Damn it! How dare you lay a hand on my academy students? Bai Zhan roared in fury. Lu Yu, who had been watching Bai Zhan intently, froze in shock. Why did the dean suddenly? Lu Yu seemed to recall something and turned his head toward the direction he had come from. Lu Yu, is it? Bai Zhan asked. That's me. Lu Yu clasped his fists in salute. Return immediately. Someone is attacking the trainees, don't let them succeed. Bai Zhan ordered. At those words, Lu Yu immediately recalled the masked man. Those people, they haven't left yet? Chapter 220, You've been duped. Time left Lu Yu no room for further thought. Since the dean had issued this order, he couldn't refuse. Without delay, Lu Yu bowed his fist toward the dean once more and declared, Yes, dean. Hurry! Bai Zhan urged. It was clear the dean was on the verge of fury. Even a fool could see it. Someone had dared to attack a student behind his back, essentially slapping him in the face. Whoever it was, he wouldn't let them get away with it so easily. Lu Yu received the order and turned to leave. He sprinted back along the path he had come. He could sense the dean intended to personally deal with those scheming behind his back. But with so many strange beasts suddenly appearing, he couldn't leave on his own. If he left, those behind him would surely suffer. He had to block these beasts from reaching the others. Otherwise, the casualties would be even heavier. Lu Yu activated his cultivation technique, channeling his chi to roar within his body. Power surged through his limbs, propelling him to his physical limit in the blink of an eye. At the camp where the group had initially dispersed, several platoons were now carrying out the task assigned by the dean. They were spread out widely, especially those tasked with rescuing survivors and gathering supplies. They were scattered like petals in the wind, spread out in all directions. To gather them all back together at once was virtually impossible. A group of masked figures in black robes appeared out of nowhere. The moment they materialized, they began silently and indiscriminately slaughtering the students of Ruwu Academy. By the time the others realized what was happening and attempted to resist, dozens of students had already been killed or wounded. At that critical moment, several class leaders gathered together. Armed with makeshift weapons like scrap rebar they'd picked up, they fought back against the masked attackers. Among them were Zhou Daxiang and men like Brother Hong. Possessing martial energy, they held a significant advantage over ordinary people. But when facing trainee martial artists who also possessed inner strength, they found themselves struggling. One slip-up meant injury or death. These masked assailants seemed professionally trained, striking with ruthless precision during combat, targeting vital points without hesitation. Just moments ago, nearly half of the team leaders were killed or wounded. Now, 5 masked figures, each possessing inner strength, were now encircling them. Though Zhou Daqian's group had numerical superiority, their combat skills were simply no match for these opponents. If not for their primal instinct for survival, they would have been wiped out long ago. What do we do? Why aren't the dean and the others back yet? We can't hold out much longer. Cries and screams filled the air. These survivors of the great catastrophe were now fading away one by one. A masked figure in black, leading the group, flashed a moment of reluctance in his eyes. But as if remembering something, the emotion vanished instantly, replaced by icy coldness. A katana gripped in his hand, his gaze locked onto Zhou Daqian, the strongest among the crowd. With a flick of his wrist, the blade flashed, streaking toward the back of Zhou's neck. Zhou Daqian was locked in combat with a formidable foe before him. Sensing the intense killing intent from behind, he inwardly cursed his misfortune, but there was no time left to react. At that very moment, a dark shadow streaked through the crowd. It landed squarely on the flat of the sword's blade. Clang! The shadow shattered instantly, its fragments dispersing into a wisp of white smoke that vanished into the air. The masked black-clad leader's arm went numb from the shock, his movement instantly distorted. The katana swung wildly to one side. He had narrowly avoided Zhou Daqian's vital points. The masked leader froze, his gaze darting toward the direction the shadow had come from. 20 or 30 meters away. A figure stood there. It's that kid from earlier. The masked man froze, his eyes darkening instantly. Indeed. The one who had arrived was none other than Lu Yu. And that dark shadow was the small pebble Lu Yu had just tossed. It had saved Zhou Daqian's life. Thank goodness he arrived in time. Lu Yu felt a slight relief seeing the masked man's attack miss. He had a favorable impression of Zhou Daqian saving him was worth it. He didn't let his guard down. With a swift step, he moved forward to confront the threat. The danger was far from over. The besieged group, who had been at a disadvantage, instantly lit up with relief upon seeing Lu Yu arrive. Another team leader. They had known each other when they chose their team leaders earlier. The arrival of even one person meant help for everyone. No way. Your defeat is inevitable. The masked man in black at the front ordered, "Hurry up. We're running out of time." The other 4 masked figures in black stiffened. Turning their gaze toward Zhou Daqian and the others, the murderous intent in their eyes intensified, transforming into an even more terrifying offensive. Suddenly, they erupted. In the blink of an eye, 2 more injured team leaders fell dead under their blades. Lao Hei! Xin Lang! Team leaders who recognized these 2 men instantly saw their eyes redden. Gripping steel pipes, they charged straight at the 2 black-clad, masked assailants, swinging their weapons. But the combat prowess and training of those 2 were clearly far superior to that of this group of team leaders. Before the 2 team leaders could even land a blow, the masked figures chose to meet force with force. 2 sharp clangs of metal clashing erupted as both steel pipes were knocked flying. Accompanied by 2 dull thuds, the 2 group leaders, now deprived of their weapons, groaned in pain, feeling as if their wrists were about to dislocate. Seeing this, the 2 masked figures closed in, thrusting toward the men's throats. The team leaders' faces drained of color as they scrambled backward. In that instant, Liu flickered forward, snatching the flying steel pipe midair and thrusting it toward the 2 masked figures. This pipe had been picked up from the ground amid the building's ruins. One end was razor sharp. None of them had used it correctly. Using it to strike someone posed the least threat. People. The greatest fear wasn't cuts, but stabs. That's what's most deadly to internal organs. As novice martial artists, their strength was still lacking. Their bodies aren't tough enough either. Such a basic weapon still packs a deadly punch. Sure enough,
Just as Lu Yu had anticipated, the expressions of the two masked figures shifted upon witnessing his offensive. They were no longer as reckless as before. Yet Lu Yu's movements did not pause as the two had anticipated. On the contrary, Lu Yu's speed increased even further. The two masked men had no choice but to retreat and defend themselves. To kill two people at the cost of injuring themselves. Clearly, in their eyes, it was hardly worth the cost. You've fallen for it. Lu Yu murmured emotionlessly as he observed their movements. Chapter 221, The Team Leader Squad vs. The Masked Duo. What does that mean? The two masked men froze in confusion, their guard instantly rising. This sudden intruder seemed oddly peculiar. Could this kid have some other scheme up his sleeve? With that thought, the two masked men prepared to attack Lu Yu. But they had been startled by Lu Yu's earlier move. Playing it safe, they opted to retreat defensively. Yet upon hearing Lu Yu's words, something felt terribly off. Yet they couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. As the two hesitated, Lu Yu seized the moment, turning to attack the other two masked figures. Their academy side was already struggling to hold their ground, and Lu Yu stepped in to resolve the crisis. Two more muffled thuds echoed. Two more threats were neutralized. The danger was averted. Thank you, the two hurriedly thanked Lu Yu. No problem. Lu Yu nodded. We've been tricked. The two masked men Lu Yu had initially stopped finally understood what it meant to be tricked. Just as they were about to move forward to attack again, Lu Yu had already turned and returned. He met them head-on. When masters clash, one round is usually enough to gauge each other's depth. Though Lu Yu wasn't a master himself, his single pebble had disrupted the masked leader's attack and repelled the assaults of his four companions. Such actions demanded considerable skill. How could anyone pull them off without sufficient ability? There was no other way. The first man Lu Yu had stopped began weighing his options internally. Should he engage Lu Yu? Before they could reach a decision, the masked leader stepped forward. 5 masked men against over a dozen team leaders, nearly half of whom were injured. By any measure, the odds of victory were slim. This statement referred to Lu Yu's side. Earlier, fending off the beasts had drained a significant portion of his chi. The subsequent journey and the sudden burst of exertion had taken a considerable toll on both his stamina and his chi reserves. After all, he was only a level 0.3 martial artist. He could sense that the leader of the opposing group possessed at least 0.5 level strength. 2 others were likely 0.3 level, while the rest hovered between 0.2 and 0.1 levels. In contrast, the members of their academy team generally didn't exceed 0.1 tier strength. The only relatively strong ones were Zhou Daxiang, who might be around 0.25 level, and the unnamed team leader, a young man whose strength might have reached 0.3 level. A rough estimate showed Lu Yu's side was almost completely outmatched. No chance of victory. At that moment, neither side made a move, and a brief standoff ensued. Zhou Daxiang and the stronger young man approached Lu Yu. No one was blind. They could tell who was stronger and who was worth aligning with. It made sense for the powerful to band together. If the others wanted to survive, this was their only option. What should we do? Zhou Daxiang asked Lu Yu in a low voice, his eyes darting warily at the men across from them. Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly, about to speak. The young man, clearly the stronger of the two, gasped, "What else can we do? Break through and fight them." Hearing this, Zhou Daxiang's brow involuntarily furrowed slightly. Clearly, he wasn't satisfied with the answer, for they were already no match for these opponents. If they charged head-on, casualties were inevitable on their side. Yet in this dire situation, it seemed there was no better option than the one he proposed. Asking Lu Yu earlier had been nothing more than a faint hope. To see if Lu Yu could offer a solution that would both resolve their immediate predicament and prevent further casualties. Even if, that hope seemed rather far-fetched. True. We should unite our strength to confront these creatures. Zhou Daxiang deliberated, then chose compromise. Lu Yu studied the man. He couldn't recall ever meeting him before. Another survivor, another lucky one. Who are you? Lu Yu asked. Pei Xian. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu nodded slightly. I think your approach just now might actually work. Pei Xian froze. He had expected Lu Yu to immediately refute him. Then he could have humiliated Lu Yu outright. But unexpectedly, Lu Yu actually picked up the thread. Wasn't this kid someone who disliked drawing attention to himself? Pei Xian's hostility toward Lu Yu softened slightly, as he'd found Lu Yu's earlier actions a bit too flashy. But I have a better solution. Lu Yu shifted his tone abruptly. A solution? Zhou Daxiang and Pei Xian both froze for a moment, staring at Lu Yu. What plan? Find a way to stall them. I'll go help the others. Lu Yu whispered. What? You're leaving? Zhou Daxiang and Pei Xian were stunned. Lu Yu gave them no chance to react. Grabbing his weapon, he charged straight at the masked leader. Holy crap! Is this guy that fierce? Exclaimed an older youth group leader. The other group leaders all turned to look. Only Zhou Daxiang snapped out of it first, shouting, "Everyone, charge! Let's fight them!" With that roar, Zhou Daxiang charged forward with a roar. Almost immediately,
Pei-san watched them both disappear into the distance, his expression one of shock. Regaining his composure slightly, his eyes sharpened as he charged toward the masked figure in black. He realized. The man Lu Yu had singled out was the leader of the opposing group, the strongest among them. The 4 masked men left behind were no slouches either, but leaving them to handle it would be far less stressful. Therefore, he wasted no words.
The remaining masked figures, witnessing this, were instantly enraged.
They were furious that these insignificant minnows dared to stir up trouble.
And so, in the blink of an eye,
the 2 groups clashed once more.
At the same time,
Lu Yu, wielding the steel pipe he'd picked up from somewhere, charged at the masked leader. It was a sudden, violent outburst. Without giving his opponent a moment to react, he charged forward with sheer momentum, targeting the masked leader. The masked leader froze for a moment, then felt a dormant volcano within him slowly awaken.
Rage erupted instantly. A mere brat dared to attack him?
Unfortunately, even if he wanted to issue threats now, there was no time. Lu Yu's assault was too relentless, leaving him no breathing room to speak. The situation was almost completely one-sided. Meanwhile, the squad leaders behind Lu Yu, having just witnessed his formidable display of power, were now buzzing with excitement, their energy skyrocketing like they'd been injected with adrenaline. They had just witnessed the sheer brutality of the masked leader. 6 of the 8 dead team leaders had fallen to his hands alone.
Chapter 222, Heavy Casualties. Just as everyone thought Lu Yu was about to crush his opponents outright, little did they know that Lu Yu, caught in the thick of it, was suffering in silence. When the strange beasts first attacked, he had already clashed with this man. This man's strength far surpassed Lu Yu's. Were it not for Lu Yu's vastly superior combat experience, it wouldn't have taken 3 rounds for him to be taken down. Lu Yu had initially planned to overwhelm the opponent with sheer momentum, hoping someone would come to his aid so they could defeat the foe swiftly. But after waiting for a long time, Lu Yu saw no one coming. Instead, the masked black-clad leader, having gradually stabilized his footing, identified Lu Yu's fatal flaw. That this kid simply wasn't as strong as he was. Flames of hatred danced in the masked leader's eyes as murderous intent surged toward Lu Yu. This brat must die. And so, the masked leader, gradually losing ground, launched his counterattack. Thud. Lu Yu's block was incomplete, failing to intercept the attack. The blow struck his right shoulder. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Lu Yu felt as if his arm was about to dislocate, the bones beneath his skin seemingly shattered into dust. Clang! 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 Lu Yu stumbled back several steps, his face turning slightly pale from the significant injury. Die! The masked leader let out a savage laugh, seizing the opportunity to charge straight at Lu Yu. His palm struck directly toward Lu Yu's face. Before the man arrived, the fierce wind struck first, the violent gale stinging Lu Yu's face. It felt like a scene from Jin Yong's martial arts novels had come to life, a single strike capable of shattering a skull. Lu Yu harbored no doubt about the sheer power behind that single strike. He had once been at this very stage himself. A 0.5 level martial artist could withstand the strength of thousands. The gap between him and his opponent was starkly evident. Unless, that is, his own strength could grow even greater. Boom! Another dull explosion echoed as Lu Yu blocked the masked man's punch with both arms held horizontally before him, barely managing to withstand the blow. Simultaneously, Lu Yu was sent reeling back over 10 paces before finally halting his retreat. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his lips. Cough. The gap is still too great. Seems I can't afford to slack off. Lu Yu wiped the blood from his lips, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Today is the day you die. The leader of the masked men growled, lunging toward Lu Yu. Just then, another masked man rushed over from a distance, grabbing the leader's arm with a slightly panicked grip. Something's wrong, boss. We have to leave now. What's going on? The leader frowned, demanding an explanation. The beasts are overwhelming us. We have to retreat. The masked man whispered urgently. How could it be so fast? Didn't we deploy half our reserves this time? The masked leader demanded, bewildered. Another masked man quickly added, Bai Zhan's genuinely furious. He's moving fast. They won't hold out much longer. The leader's eyes darkened as he fixed his gaze on Lu Yu. Can't we wait until I kill this brat before leaving? We're running out of time. Any further delay and we won't make it out alive, his subordinate warned. Damn it. The masked leader cursed, but there was nothing he could do. He hated Lu Yu for twice thwarting his plans and wanted to kill him, but he wasn't willing to risk his own life for it. Behind him lurked a raging level 2 martial artist. He certainly didn't want to bear the brunt of that fury. In a split second, he made his decision. Move. Gather our men and get out of here now. The masked leader commanded. Yes. The subordinate responded, then turned and bellowed at the others, retreat. The masked men who had been slaughtering the trainees froze upon hearing the order, then without a moment's hesitation, turned and fled. Some of the trainees who had been slaughtered were left utterly bewildered. They came as suddenly as they left? What the hell was going on? The remaining 7 or 8 squad leaders from the 4 classes were equally stunned. The masked assailants who had been attacking them had actually retreated. Watching the retreating figures of the masked assailants, Zhou Daxiang and the others did not pursue.
For them, preserving their lives was all that mattered.
Nothing else mattered.
Lu Yu had been pondering how to respond, but upon hearing their words, he instantly realized they intended to flee. Their actions confirmed his suspicion.
Why were they leaving? Without reason?
There could only be one reason: a presence stronger than them had appeared.
But who could possibly pose a threat to them here at the academy?
First, the faculty members and advisors within the college, and second, the dean. Both the faculty and advisors are stationed at the academy, which is quite a distance away. They simply couldn't have made it here in time. That leaves only one possibility: Dean Baijian has resolved the matter. Upon considering this possibility, Lu Yu immediately wanted to call others to pursue. But upon second thought, most academy students lacked combat experience. If they rashly pursued, they might fall into an ambush and be killed, which would only make things worse. Lu Yu channeled his qi, circulating it throughout his body. With a single step, he charged forward.
Think you can just leave? Stop right there.
Lu Yu pursued the masked leader. The leader's rage intensified, but now was not the time to confront Lu Yu. Kid, I remember you, the masked leader said coldly before vanishing from sight in a series of swift blinks. Lu Yu tried to pursue the others, but they were simply too fast.
He couldn't catch them. In the blink of an eye,
the masked men vanished without a trace. Only a field of corpses remained. Just then, a powerful aura swept in from the distance, descending before the crowd. The survivors looked up to see the headmaster had arrived, though none knew when. Baijian's face darkened as he surveyed the pile of corpses, his aura thick with killing intent. By now, the remaining trainees had all gathered in this open area. Compared to the beginning, their numbers had dwindled by a full 2/3. They had started out with 700 or 800 people. Baijian's heart ached with grief. Dean, they cried in unison, their spirits heavy. Some still looked shaken and disoriented from the recent terror. Baijian's expression turned cold as his gaze swept the area, landing on several black-clad corpses. He stepped forward, approaching one of the bodies. He pulled back the cloth covering its face to reveal the man's features. It was a middle-aged man around 30, unremarkable in appearance and offering no useful information. Baijian searched the body expressionlessly, finding nothing of value.
Chapter 223, Extracting the Beast Core. Seeing Baijian's gloomy expression, the others dared not utter a word. The dean.
The academy's foremost powerhouse, formidable in strength, with the ultimate authority to speak.
Who dared openly defy the dean's authority? No one dared speak up. After a long pause, Baijian addressed the crowd. Is there anyone here familiar with Rougeau? Step forward. Familiar with Rougeau?
The words had barely left his lips. Nearly half the crowd stepped forward, moving to the front of the group. Among them was the team leader.
This showed that Rougeau was home to quite a few outsiders.
Baijian's gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on several group leaders: Lu Yu, Zhou Daxiang, Pei Xian, and others.
Are you all familiar with Rougeau?
Yes,
they replied in unison.
Very well, Baijian nodded in acknowledgement. He then brought the bodies of all the masked individuals before them and said,
Identify these individuals. Are they from Rougeau?
Lu Yu and the others stepped forward to examine each body carefully.
Yes. They look very much like Rougeau natives. Pei Xian declared, though I don't recognize them personally, they must be from Rougeau. People from Rougeau? The moment Pei Xian uttered those words, he hadn't fully processed the implication. Before long, he himself realized something was amiss. He too froze in shock. People from Rougeau. Lu Yu studied these people, his mind utterly certain these were the people of Rougeau. Because these people were precisely those from above Rougeau. Thus, it was no surprise they were from Rougeau. It seemed he wouldn't need to resort to underhanded tactics. The academy already knew. But would this information alone be enough to give the academy the strength to fight back?
As Lu Yu's mind wandered, Baijian's expression darkened further upon hearing the answer.
So it was indeed someone from Rougeau. Those people.
Without another word, Baijian addressed the group. All right, I understand.
Tally the casualties, properly care for those injured, and summarize our gains. We're heading back. Return? Now. We're not continuing the mission?
Zhou Daxiang and the others asked.
No. We're heading back to the academy first.
Baijian said coldly before vanishing from the spot. The team leaders exchanged glances, looking at each other in confusion.
Back at the academy.
The supplies they had found and the people they had rescued were settled near the academy. The trainees who had accompanied them on today's mission were thus dismissed. The headmaster did not assign them further tasks, instructing them only to remain within the academy grounds.
Soon, news of today's events spread throughout the entire academy.
How could those living in peaceful times comprehend the sudden loss of someone close, the feeling of them simply vanishing? A somber mood enveloped the entire academy. Lu Yu didn't go anywhere. He sought out Yi Qingcheng.
Why the rush to find me? What's wrong? Yi Qingcheng asked. Lu Yu replied, have you heard about today's incident? I heard. Yi Qingcheng said. I heard that those of you who went out today suffered heavy casualties. Did you encounter a strange beast? What exactly happened? Lu Yu knew the dean had forbidden revealing the true reason, but Yi Qingcheng was unaware. Someone is targeting the academy students. Most of the casualties were caused by human hands. Lu Yu revealed. What? Killed by people? Yi Qingcheng exclaimed in shock. Lu Yu said, it's a long story. I'll tell you as we walk. Walking along the path, the two moved forward. After hearing Lu Yu's account, Yi Qingcheng finally grasped what had transpired. You mean someone deliberately targeted the academy students? Yi Qingcheng asked. Lu Yu replied, yes. Who would be so bold as to attack academy students? Yi Qingcheng couldn't comprehend it. Lu Yu replied, you'll find out soon enough. Yi Qingcheng glanced around and asked, Lu Yu, where are you taking me? Lu Yu replied, the headmaster killed many beasts today. I'm taking you to dig up some good stuff. Beast cores? Exactly. Alright, let's go. The sky gradually darkened. Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng slipped out of the academy under cover of night. With no martial artists patrolling the grounds, slipping out proved surprisingly easy. Treading through the snow, they arrived at the spot where Bai Zhan had blocked the beast earlier that day. Even now, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. On the ground, hundreds, perhaps thousands, of corpses from all manner of strange beasts lay scattered in disarray. A thin layer of snow had already settled upon them. Is all this the work of the headmaster? Yi Qingcheng asked, visibly shaken by the sight. Lu Yu walked over and nodded. Yes, he killed them all. Yi Qingcheng followed him and remarked, the dean's strength is truly formidable. Lu Yu crouched down and smiled. In time, you'll surpass him. Definitely. Yi Qingcheng nodded. Lu Yu smiled but said nothing more. He took out his prepared tools, a sharp dagger, and began to gut the beast. Such unranked beasts were relatively easier to handle. It's not like you'd be completely at a loss. All you needed was a reliable tool. Thus, Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng set to work. In the snowy landscape, a middle-aged man with a slap mark on his face walked with a grim expression. A young man addressed him, Boss, don't be upset. You did your best. Killing that many people means you far exceeded the mission requirements. Yu Guosong replied coldly, Humph. What good does that do? Not eliminating every last one of those energy-wielding bastards is unacceptable to the higher-ups. The young man tried to reassure him, the higher-ups just haven't processed it yet. Once they calm down, it should be fine. Yu Guosong cursed crudely, Bull. They won't calm down. They never saw us as human in the first place. Boss, you can't say that. The higher-ups. The young man tried to persuade him further. Yu Guosong cut him off. Don't try to brainwash me. I know better than you. If my family weren't in their hands, held hostage by them, I'd never help them with this. Hearing this, the young man paused slightly, sighed, and said nothing more. Yu Guosong rubbed his face. Enough of this gloom. We've finally gotten out. Let's focus on the real business first. Business? The young man asked. Boss, what business? You just said we're out here, but I still don't know what we're supposed to be doing. During the day, many of the beasts we captured earlier were killed by Bai Zhan. Those beasts must have had plenty of beast cores inside them. Let's go see if we can get our hands on some for our own cultivation. Yu Guosong revealed his true purpose. What? Beast cores? The young man froze upon hearing this. Chapter 224, No Meeting Without a Reason. That's right. Beast cores. Yu Guosong confirmed. Boss? You mean all those beasts that died today have beast cores? The young man clearly wasn't familiar with this concept and looked utterly bewildered. Yu Guosong sneered coldly, of course they do. Any beast killed instantly usually has a beast core, it's just a matter of size. Beasts below level 1 have a lower chance of producing one, but it's not impossible. The higher-ups told us they don't exist. Why did headquarters tell us that? The young man asked, puzzled. To keep us under tight control, of course. Yu Guosong replied without hesitation. A martial artist's cultivation requires either spirit stones or beast cores. At the very least, you need to find a place rich in spiritual energy to train. But for people like us, with our families held captive, how can we cultivate? What ability do we have to train on our own? Rely on our own insignificant talent? Forget it. With so many people around now, human lives are worthless. Unless we're top-tier geniuses, we'll never be noticed. Hearing this, the young man was profoundly shaken, no less than when he'd eaten a fried egg for breakfast. Everything in life requires self-reliance, cultivation included, Yu Guosong declared. It's just like university, you won't survive on just Professor Xie's assignments and the school's curriculum. That beast core? If you don't mine it, it'll just lie there wasted. Better to harness it for our own gain and boost our strength. The young man nodded. I understand, boss. Yu Guosong patted the young man on the shoulder. Of all the workers here, you're the one I admire most and trust the most. This is about fighting for a better future for us. The young man nodded firmly. I understand. Yu Guosong smiled. Alright, enough talk. Let's go. Got it. The young man responded, following Yu Guosong as they vanished into the snowy landscape.
Amidst the scattered corpses of strange beasts, Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng worked through the night, digging up numerous bodies. Each beast yielded a substantial haul. A beast core the size of a pinky finger glowed with a cold, crystalline light. Though barely larger than a grain of rice, the spiritual energy it contained was far denser than the air around them. If cultivation speed depended on how quickly one refined beast cores, then just 2 or 3 cores could enable a novice martial artist to achieve a breakthrough. Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng dug for several hours, amassing a substantial haul over 100 beast cores in total. This was already considered a major find. And this was merely from 1/3 of the beast corpses. It was unimaginable how many cores they could obtain if they excavated every single beast corpse. Yi Qingcheng remarked, Lu Yu, I'm nearly out of space for these beast cores. Do you have anything else I can use to carry them? Lu Yu glanced at the cloth bag at his waist, pulled out another empty one, and tossed it to Yi Qingcheng. Here. Take it. How did you have an extra bag for this? Yi Qingcheng asked as she caught it. Lu Yu chuckled, I figured we'd have a lot to collect, so I brought an extra one. Take it. Yi Qingcheng replied, alright. The two resumed their busy work. The bright moon hung high, like a jade disk set against the pitch-black night sky. Just as Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng were working away in high spirits, 2 uninvited guests arrived at this very spot. Seeing the corpses strewn across the ground, their bellies ripped open, Yu Guosong froze for a moment before his brows furrowed deeply. Is this the place, boss? The young man asked, scanning the surroundings. This is it. Yu Guosong replied. Ha! Did someone already come here? Why do these beast corpses look like they've been tampered with? You're right. They have been touched. We are too late. Yu Guosong's expression was grim, dark as night. Beast cores were vital resources that money couldn't buy. Thousands of beast cores stolen, what a colossal loss. Yu Guosong felt as if his heart were bleeding. Could it be that someone passing by saw them and just took them? The young man, noticing his boss's foul mood, spoke up, trying to soothe him. Impossible. Yu Guosong snapped. A passerby couldn't have worked that fast or taken that much. Look at the cuts, quick, precise, ruthless. This was done by a veteran. An expert. The young man froze. Then maybe we should just leave. If this person is that skilled at this sort of thing, what if they take us out? That would be disastrous. You're overthinking it. Don't you know how many forces are in Rougeau? Aside from those still buried under the snow, everyone else is out in the open. These small fry aren't even worth our trouble. This definitely isn't an ambush set for us. My only worry is if our own people intercept it. That would be the real trouble. The young man paused, then asked, Boss, what should we do? Yu Guosong's expression darkened as he turned to leave, but suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears from the distance. Someone? Or a beast? Yu Guosong wasn't entirely sure, but it made him reconsider leaving. Boss? What's wrong? Did you spot something? The young man asked. There's movement over there. Let's go check it out together, Yu Guosong said. Alright. The young man immediately agreed. Splash. Lu Yu was gutting the corpse of a strange beast. From the bloody flesh, he extracted a beast core tiny. Another one. Not bad. Lu Yu wiped the beast core clean on the ground before tucking it into his small cloth bag. Just as he was about to continue his work, a faint sound reached his ears. Rustling sounds, as if something was stepping through the snow. What was that? Someone was approaching? Lu Yu listened carefully, sensing something slightly off about the sound. He rose to investigate what was approaching. As his gaze swept over, he caught sight of the 2 figures. Yu Guosong and the young man. Lu Yu froze in surprise. He had never seen these 2 before. What were these 2 up to? Lu Yu didn't know, but judging by their demeanor, they didn't seem to be passing by or sightseeing. Were they here for the beast cores? A sinking feeling gripped Lu Yu's heart. Just as he was about to rise, the 2 men spotted him. It's you! Yu Guosong froze upon recognizing Lu Yu, then his eyes blazed with intensity. You know me? Lu Yu frowned. Of course. I told you I'd kill you. A cold smile curled the corners of Yu Guosong's mouth. Chapter 225, Strength. Kill me? Lu Yu froze, feeling like he'd heard those words somewhere before, though he couldn't quite place it. Yu Guosong paid no heed to whether Lu Yu had recalled it or not. The stinging sensation from the slap across his face still lingered as he declared, You've repeatedly obstructed me from completing my mission. You deserve to die. Mission? Lu Yu froze. What mission? Suddenly, it hit him. Earlier today, he seemed to have heard something similar. Who had said it? It was uttered by those who had ruthlessly attacked the academy students. Were these 2 part of that group? Lu Yu suddenly understood. His gaze turned to the 2 men, growing icy cold. These people had killed so many innocent souls they deserved to die. Boss, is this kid from the academy? The young man asked. That's right. I'll kill him. You wait a moment. Yu Guosong ordered, launching himself toward Lu Yu like an arrow leaving the bowstring. What incredible speed! Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint chill running through his heart. This speed far surpassed the burst he'd unleashed earlier that day. Emotion, too, is a form of power.
Take this punch. In the blink of an eye, Yu Guosong closed the distance and slammed his fist down. Lu Yu couldn't dodge in time and could only counter with a punch of his own. Boom! Snap!
Lu Yu's wrist dislocated slightly. Intense pain, like needles piercing his nerves, surged from deep within his flesh. Lu Yu stumbled back several steps, his expression shifting slightly. The agony nearly scattered the chi within him.
Come and get it.
Yu Guosong planted his foot firmly on the ground and charged toward Lu Yu once more.
Lu Yu's expression remained impassive.
His eyes narrowed as he channeled his martial arts techniques, unleashing a surge of inner energy. He focused entirely on confronting Yu Guosong's attack. The tremendous commotion naturally drew the attention of Yi Qingqing nearby. She had been digging for beast cores, intending to meet up with Lu Yu, only to find him locked in combat with someone. Beside them stood another figure. Two strangers. Yi Qingqing didn't know who these two were, but she wouldn't tolerate them attacking Lu Yu.
The smile vanished from Yi Qingqing's face almost instantly.
Her gaze turned icy as she moved swiftly toward Lu Yu. The young man watched Lu Yu and Yu Guosong's fight. He could tell his boss would definitely win. This kid's strength was no match for his boss. He felt no concern whatsoever. Just then, he suddenly sensed someone approaching from the side.
Someone else was coming.
The young man looked over, his gaze following the direction Yi Qingqing was approaching from.
A woman, a beautiful young woman.
The young man's eyes flickered as he stared at the girl, becoming somewhat lost in thought. She was truly breathtakingly beautiful, far more stunning than any girl he had ever seen.
But something seemed off about her expression? Her expression was off.
Just as he was about to step forward to ask why, the girl was heading toward the spot where her leader and that guy were fighting.
What was she up to? Was she on that guy's side? The young man instantly had an idea. He moved his feet and blocked Yi Qingqing's path. Hey, lady, what are you up to?
Move aside, Yi Qingqing said coldly. The young man replied, if you don't tell me what you're trying to do, it's hard for me to do as you say. Yi Qingqing lowered her head slightly.
If you don't move, I'll take you down too.
The young man froze. What did you say?
Yi Qingqing's patience snapped. With Lu Yu clearly at a disadvantage, why waste time with this fool?
Yi Qingqing lunged forward, slamming a palm strike toward the youth. The youth's expression darkened as his gaze sharpened, both palms striking out simultaneously.
Boom!
The youth was sent flying backward, stopping only after traveling over 10 meters.
Incredible strength.
The youth's face paled as he stared at Yi Qingqing, a hint of shock visible in his eyes. He was a trainee martial artist with 0.25 level strength by any measure, his power wasn't weak. Yet before this young girl, he couldn't even land a single blow? He sensed that Yi Qingqing's strength shouldn't be that much greater than his. Having repelled her opponent with a single strike, Yi Qingqing paid him no further attention, turning directly toward Lu Yu's location. Boom! Lu Yu was sent flying backward, crashing into a pile of rubble. Cough! Lu Yu coughed up a small mouthful of blood, his eyes dimming slightly. The vital energy he'd expended during the day hadn't fully recovered yet. Now, engaging in such an intense battle against someone stronger than himself, he stood to gain absolutely nothing. Yu Guosong approached Lu Yu expressionless. You disrupted my mission. I said I'd kill you, and I will. No one can stop me. Lu Yu propped himself up with one hand, his gaze fixed on his opponent. His face showed no fear, even carrying a faint smile as he replied, really? Quite a few people have wanted to kill me, but none succeeded.
Do you think you can?
Ha 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 ha. Where do you get all this composure? What tricks do you have left? Go ahead, use them. Yu Guosong sneered, his expression no different from a cat toying with a mouse. Of course I do. Lu Yu smiled faintly, his expression unchanging, while one hand quietly scooped up a handful of trash.
Did you ask my permission to kill him?
At that moment, a silvery, bell-like voice drifted in from the distance. Both Lu Yu and Yu Guosong froze, their gazes shifting toward the sound. Yi Qingqing soared through the air, delivering a powerful palm strike toward Yu Guosong. What immense force! Yu Guosong's pupils contracted as he clasped his hands together, attempting to block the strike before reacting further. Boom! A thunderous, muffled explosion erupted. Yu Guosong felt his body suddenly grow heavy, and the ground beneath his feet sank noticeably. Ha! Yi Qingqing's flying kick struck directly at Yu Guosong's face. So fast! Yu Guosong's eyes narrowed. He tried to grab Yi Qingqing's leg, but her speed was too great, her reaction even faster. In the air, there was an explosive crackling sound. With no chance to counterattack, Yu Guosong could only block again. Another dull thud echoed as Yu Guosong was sent reeling backward several steps. This seamless combo of swift strikes unfolded in an instant. Fast. Not even 3 seconds. From the moment Yu Guosong spotted Yi Qingqing to blocking 2 consecutive strikes, it was but a fleeting instant. Not just Yu Guosong, even Lu Yu himself nearly failed to react in time. Upon witnessing Yi Qingqing's first strike, Lu Yu snapped back into focus. After Yi Qingqing's kick, Lu Yu didn't linger. Clutching a handful of trash, he seized the moment and suddenly lunged forward, flinging it straight at Yu Guosong's face. Whoosh! A handful of trash flew through the air, hitting Yu Guosong, who hadn't even regained his footing, right in the face. He couldn't see a thing, his eyes were filled with filth.
Chapter 226, Crossing the Line.
Melted snow and filthy debris mingled together, seeping into Yu Guosong's eyes. The pain made him unable to open his eyes.
Ah!
Tears streamed from Yu Guosong's eyes as he roared in fury. Through blurred vision, his fists flailed wildly through the air, accompanied by a series of dull thuds. There was no doubt that if anyone had been hit, the consequences would have been horrific. His skull would likely be shattered, no doubt about it. This is the strength of a 0.5 level novice warrior, already vastly different from that of an ordinary person.
This move, you taught it to me. What, already forgotten so quickly?
Lu Yu murmured as he kicked straight at Yu Guosong's chest.
Thud. Yu Guosong sensed the attack but couldn't pinpoint its origin. His haphazard defense failed to block the incoming strike. The kick struck him squarely in the chest, sending Yu Guosong flying backward. At that moment, Yi Qingcheng, who was attacking Yu Guosong, also noticed Lu Yu's action. Seeing Lu Yu's actions, Yi Qingcheng was quite surprised. She hadn't expected Lu Yu to possess such a trick up his sleeve. Lu Yu hadn't missed the look in Yi Qingcheng's eyes, but now was no time for small talk. Take care of them first, Lu Yu said to Yi Qingcheng before charging forward again. Yi Qingcheng snapped back to her senses, steadying her composure. Her gaze shifted to the young man standing nearby, her eyes now filled with nothing but coldness. The young man saw something in Yi Qingcheng's eyes, a hint of murderous intent? This kid, who looked several years younger than him, was actually revealing murderous intent?
The young man was incredulous. But time allowed him no further thought, for Yi Qingcheng charged at him. Caught off guard, the youth could only scramble to defend himself. Lu Yu, meanwhile, approached Yu Guosong, his gaze piercing as he stared at the man. How should he put it? He and this man hadn't exactly been enemies. But this bastard had attacked the academy students and tried to kill him.
That was enough to make them mortal enemies.
Now, Yu Guosong sat half slumped on the ground, his limbs flailing wildly as he groped around. His eyes fluttered frantically, tears streaming down his face as he tried desperately to expel the filthy substance. But Lu Yu's earlier strike had been too sudden and had dislodged far too much. He'd been caught completely off guard, his chest filled to the brim. Now, there was neither time nor space to deal with it. Hearing footsteps approaching, Yu Guosong instinctively ducked backward. Killing someone? Lu Yu stared at the other man, his thoughts unknown. Had it not been for the apocalypse, he doubted they would ever have crossed paths in this lifetime. And now, they were about to turn blades against each other. Lifting a blade against one's own kind, especially those from the same region, was an agonizing act. You didn't have to die, Lu Yu murmured softly. But what you did crossed the line. Lu Yu murmured softly. Yu Guosong heard these words. Though his eyes remained blind, his face twisted into a sneer. Are you lecturing me? Lu Yu stared at him, saying nothing. Yu Guosong sneered coldly, don't play the saint here without having endured others' suffering. You don't understand at all. True enough. Lu Yu heard this and didn't argue. He merely nodded and murmured softly, then so be it. With that, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. Without warning, his chi erupted and a fist slammed into Yu Guosong's neck. Snap. A crisp snap echoed as Yu Guosong, caught off guard, failed to block the blow.
The fatal blow to his most vulnerable spot proved too much.
His neck snapped sideways and he drew his last breath. Lu Yu slowly withdrew his fist and gave a gentle push. Yu Guosong's eyes widened, a look of bitter resentment spreading across his face as he collapsed to the ground. The sound that followed signaled the man's complete demise. Lu Yu regarded the body without a trace of pity. After confirming death, he began searching the man's belongings. After a thorough search, Lu Yu found nothing of value. A few bills, a gold ring, nothing else. Frankly, these trinkets were of little use to Lu Yu. Lu Yu had hoped to find some spirit stones on the man that would have been a real treat. Alas, there were none. Lu Yu shook his head, silently admitting he'd been a bit greedy. Just then, not far away, Yi Qingcheng's battle also came to an end. The young man's strength wasn't as formidable as Yi Qingcheng's. It was only natural that he was defeated by Yi Qingcheng. Yi Qingcheng knocked the young man to the ground with a single palm strike, towering over him. You can't kill me. My boss is right over there. If you kill me, he'll kill you to avenge me. The young man's eyes were filled with terror as he stammered out the words. Hearing this, Yi Qingcheng glanced in Lu Yu's direction. The battle over there had long since ended, and the person the youth mentioned was already dead. Threatening her with a dead man was utterly useless. Seeing Yi Qingcheng's indifference, panic seized the youth. What do you want? Tell me. Whatever I have, I'll give it to you. Even if I don't have it, I'll find a way to get it for you. Just don't kill me. If you must blame someone, blame yourselves for targeting trainees, Yi Qingcheng murmured softly. The youth froze. The next moment, Yi Qingcheng flicked her wrist. The young man collapsed silently. His death was utterly without a ripple. At that moment, Lu Yu approached. Without glancing at the young man, he turned to Yi Qingcheng and asked, Xingcheng, how are you?
Are you hurt?
Yi Qingcheng snapped back to reality, shook her head, and smiled.
I'm fine. What about you? Lu Yu replied, I'm fine too. That sneak attack weakened him considerably. Otherwise, dealing with a 0.5 level novice martial artist would have been a bit tricky.
A 0.5 level apprentice martial artist is indeed formidable, Yi Qingcheng said, clenching her small fist. But one day, I will be much stronger than him.
Lu Yu smiled gently.
That's for sure.
I believe it.
Yi Qingcheng looked at Lu Yu, and they shared a smile.
Lu Yu, should we continue digging for beast cores?
Yi Qingcheng asked.
Lu Yu considered it for a moment before replying,
yes, we absolutely should.
Those two clearly snuck out without permission. Their superiors probably don't even know.
This doesn't affect our mission. The more cultivation resources we gather, the better it is for us.
All right. I'll follow your lead, Yi Qingcheng affirmed.
Thus, Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng searched the two corpses, found a random pit to dispose of them, and then departed. Numerous beast corpses remained unattended, meaning there were likely many more beast cores to be found.
That was that.
The two worked quietly until 4 or 5 in the morning.
Finally,
they had roughly searched through all the beast corpses scattered across the area.
However,
this time, the haul wasn't nearly as substantial as it had been in the first half of the night.
Chapter 227, Unlocking New Contract Slots. Xingcheng, how many beast cores did you get?
Lu Yu found Yi Qingcheng and asked directly.
Yi Qingcheng replied, not many. We lost over half.
Only got about 20-something. Just over 20 beast cores. Lu Yu's heart stirred slightly. There was still a large portion of the beasts left unprocessed.
The first half alone could have yielded hundreds of pieces. Why were there so few from the latter batch? Before Lu Yu could figure out the reason, Yi Qingcheng asked him, what about you? How was your haul?
Me? Lu Yu froze for a moment before replying with a wry smile, mine's the same as yours.
I thought I was the only one who didn't get any. That's strange. How could there be such a huge difference when they're all from the same batch of beasts?
Yi Qingcheng was puzzled. Lu Yu, however, considered another possibility that the beast cores evaporated. It had been nearly a full day since Bai Zhan had slain those beasts.
Moreover, these beasts were among the weaker ones.
Even if they could be instantly killed, it wouldn't take that long. The beast cores were relatively small and couldn't withstand prolonged delays. Considering this possibility, Lu Yu quickly glanced at the cloth bag at his waist. Opening it, he saw that the beast cores inside had shrunk in size. Every single one had shrunk.
Lu Yu was utterly horrified.
Watching the cores shrink felt like his heart was bleeding.
This. How could he have forgotten the most crucial thing? Noticing Lu Yu's unsettled expression, Yi Qingcheng asked, what's wrong, Lu Yu? Did something happen? You look a bit off.
Lu Yu looked at Yi Qingcheng and said, I forgot something very important.
What is it? This beast core, if not stored properly, it will dissipate.
The spiritual energy inside can't be preserved for long.
We need to use it quickly, Lu Yu stated concisely. What do you mean? Are you saying this beast core can't be stored for long?
Yi Qingcheng froze slightly and asked.
Lu Yu nodded. Exactly. Beast cores aren't like spirit stones.
They're the source of a beast's power, meant to unleash spiritual energy.
That means they aren't as sealed off. Spirit stones are different, they can be stored indefinitely.
The container we used for the beast core wasn't specially forged.
It lacks the ability to prevent the core's energy from dissipating. There's no way to stop it.
This is my fault, I didn't consider this possibility from the start. Lu Yu said with a hint of guilt. Yi Qingcheng didn't understand these matters, but after Lu Yu explained it once, she grasped the gist of what Lu Yu was explaining. So the reason we couldn't extract enough beast cores from the later monster carcasses was because they evaporated, not due to any other cause? Yi Qingcheng asked.
Lu Yu nodded. Exactly. That's precisely what I mean. In that case, shouldn't we find a place to cultivate immediately and refine these beast cores? Otherwise, after all that effort, it'd be such a waste if they all vanished.
Yi Qingcheng suggested promptly.
Lu Yu pondered for a moment before replying, you're right.
We should use these up quickly, or they'll go to waste. Yi Qingcheng glanced around. Then let's find a place nearby to cultivate. We should hurry to avoid wasting too many beast cores.
Lu Yu shook his head. No, we've been out all night. Staying out longer risks someone noticing we're not at the academy.
That would cause trouble. The headmaster and others would start suspecting something.
Then what? Yi Qingcheng asked.
Lu Yu glanced up at the sky. It's still dark.
If we hurry back now, we should make it in time.
Yi Qingcheng pondered for a moment, unable to think of a better plan.
All right, let's do that. Back at the academy,
Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng found a relatively secluded building and settled down in a spot that was reasonably clean.
Although many beast cores have evaporated, we still have quite a few left in our possession.
Yi Qingcheng turned the cloth sack upside down and emptied its contents.
There were easily 100 or 200. Seeing this, Luyu emptied out his own haul as well. 3 to 400. That was a full half more than Yi Qingqing's haul, and then some. Yi Qingqing froze slightly at the sight of Luyu's haul. She looked up at him and asked, "How did you get so many beast cores?" "That's way more than mine." Luyu chuckled, "I knew these things were valuable, so I moved a bit faster and grabbed a few extra. That's all there is to it. But not that many more." Yi Qingqing countered. Luyu replied, "Whether it's a lot or a little, it's all ours." Yi Qingqing froze at his words, then a faint smile spread across her face. Without delay, she said, "With so many beast cores, let's just keep them for ourselves. After all, we gathered them together." "No!" Luyu abruptly cut her off before she could finish. Yi Qingqing froze. "No need to be so formal," Luyu said. Yi Qingqing replied, "It's no big deal. There's no need to split them evenly. There aren't that many here anyway. We can share more next time when we get more." She assumed Luyu wanted to split them 50-50. Though touched by the gesture, she still felt it wasn't right. It was best for both of them to grow stronger together. No one should fall too far behind. During those months of relentless natural disasters, Luyu had discovered beast cores and always split them 50-50 with her. There really aren't many beast cores here. No need to split them evenly. That's more like it. You can have them all. Yi Qingqing was dumbfounded. Luyu, you mean give them all to me?" "Yep." Luyu nodded without hesitation. Yi Qingqing. "Then what about you?" Yi Qingqing asked weakly. Luyu smiled faintly. "Don't worry about me. I have my own plans." "This resource is different from other things," Yi Qingqing tried to remind Luyu. Luyu replied, "I know. Precisely because I know how precious they are, I want you to use them all to strengthen yourself. I've already said I won't hold you back. When you train hard, it gives me the motivation to train harder and catch up to you." Hearing these words, it seemed quite reasonable, yet something felt off. An indescribable feeling. "Enough, don't dwell on it. Just take these and cultivate. I'll guard you while you absorb these beast cores. Focus on boosting your strength as quickly as possible." Luyu pushed the beast cores toward her, his voice gentle as he spoke. Then he stood up and walked out. Yi Qingqing's eyes flickered, filled with profound emotion. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Luyu's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Contracted target Yi Qingqing's intimacy with you has increased by 5 points. Current intimacy level, 99. Successfully unlocked the next contract slot for the host." Chapter 228, Breakthrough. Hearing the system's notification, Luyu nearly jumped for joy. After waiting so long, the second contract slot was finally unlocked. The thought of the system's corresponding power boost sent a wave of excitement coursing through Luyu. This brought him one step closer to becoming a true powerhouse. From this day forward, his strength would surge rapidly. Luyu moved to a spot outside the house, staying close enough to Yi Qingqing. She was still in seclusion, and he needed to guard her meditation to prevent any disturbances that might disrupt her profound cultivation. During his vigil, Luyu also pondered his own affairs. Now, he had unexpectedly gained an additional contract slot. This slot must be utilized wisely. Not only must he find a talented genius, but also someone whose values aligned with his own. That way, increasing intimacy wouldn't be so difficult. With Yi Qingqing, progress had been relatively smooth, yet they hit a snag at the final hurdle. There was little he could do about it. They only had a few months. So short. The fact that she'd reached this level of closeness with me meant she'd already opened her heart considerably. If you'd been with someone more reserved, you might not have made any progress at all by now. That's perfectly normal. So Luyu felt no resentment whatsoever. He just wished things could move a bit faster. The people who appeared in Rougeau gave him a sense of pressure. Caught between the forces above Rougeau and the Imperial Capital Academy, they were either destined to take the lead or become cannon fodder. There was almost no possibility of remaining neutral. Currently, Luyu's strength ranked among the top 5 in the entire academy. Yet, such power was still far from sufficient. Yesterday, when the academy students clashed with the group from Rougeau, the balance of power was starkly evident. And this was achieved only because both sides were still adhering to the rules. These rules were invisible, not spoken aloud, certainly not written down. Instead, an unseen line stretched between the two sides, constraining their actions. No one knew how long either side could maintain this restraint. Based on Luyu's past life experience, none of this should have unfolded so rapidly. Some unseen force must have accelerated the timeline. Luyu must prepare his plans in advance. At present, Luyu actually had 2 options available for the contract. One is my own good brother, Yan Xiaokuan. The other was Yang Fengyi, the captain of the police squad. Both possessed exceptional innate talent, at the very least SS tier. Before encountering SSS tier geniuses, they were undoubtedly the best choices. Besides, did he really need to build rapport with Yan Xiaokuan? Just sign the contract directly. As for the police chief squad leader, though their relationship wasn't exactly warm, he could still see some common ground between them. They were kindred spirits in certain ways. Simply put, they shared common ground.
With Lu Yu's gift of gab, persuading the other to boost intimacy and establish a contract wouldn't be too difficult.
Lu Yu could choose either of these options.
The only question was where Yan Xiaokuan had gone.
Was he still beneath Yanming Plaza?
Just as Lu Yu was deep in thought, a powerful fluctuation suddenly erupted from the room behind him.
A breakthrough. Lu Yu whipped his head around, his gaze fixed on the room.
Though he couldn't see the scene inside, he could sense the power unleashed by that force. It was the fluctuation of martial energy.
And
this surge of qi energy continued to grow, showing no signs of abating. It seemed Yi Qingcheng hadn't fully refined all those beast cores. Just as Lu Yu was lost in thought, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. Your contracted partner Yi Qingcheng's power has advanced by 0.01.
You have received a corresponding power return. Please collect.
The system's message had barely finished echoing. Lu Yu instantly felt a surge of qi materialize within his body, merging seamlessly with him. This unexpected gain caused a burst of power to erupt from within.
Break through to your heart's content.
Let me experience just how terrifying the cultivation speed of an SSS-tier genius with supreme talent can be. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, clenched both fists tightly, and murmured.
They say cultivation transcends time, but the same holds true for practice. It's like when you're deeply focused on a task, you easily lose track of time. The principle is fundamentally the same. Yi Qingqing's seclusion lasted 3 full days. These 3 days, nothing extraordinary occurred at the academy, all remained calm and peaceful. The academy neither sent students out nor arranged for teachers or mentors to lecture them.
Instead, it let the students review and practice the cultivation methods their teachers had taught them.
Lu Yu learned this information from his roommate.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt not the slightest bit displeased. Instead, he was delighted. It was perfect timing, as Yi Qingcheng had a large number of beast cores that hadn't been refined yet. If they were to leave abruptly, without proper means to preserve such a large quantity of beast cores, they would surely vanish.
That would truly be a waste. For both Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng, that would be a tremendous loss.
Such a large quantity of beast cores wasn't something one could come by any time.
Yi Qingcheng understood this principle well. Lu Yu understood it even more keenly.
Rather than attending some teacher's lectures, it was far more practical to diligently refine these beast cores, transforming them into a tangible part of his own strength.
Therefore, these past days, Lu Yu hadn't gone anywhere.
He'd mainly been taking care of Yi Qingcheng. He fetched whatever she needed, prepared meals, and so on. In short, he attended to her needs and assisted wherever possible. Beyond that, Lu Yu couldn't resist the urge to practice his cultivation techniques, honing his rusty skills.
He also exercised daily lifting weights to build strength and refining his footwork.
Though he currently lacked suitable martial arts techniques to cultivate, he could still focus on enhancing his physical conditioning. His battle with Yu Guosong had made Lu Yu realize that combat experience and physical conditioning were crucial. If your body isn't up to par, even abundant inner energy is useless. You won't be able to use it effectively, and you won't win. Therefore, it was useless. These past days, Lu Yu had been training relentlessly. 3 days later, the morning of the 4th day. As usual, Lu Yu brought breakfast and arrived at Yi Qingqing's door. Boom! A powerful, invisible aura surged out from the room. Even standing outside the door, Lu Yu sensed a trace of immense power. Congratulations, host. Your contract partner Yi Qingcheng has enhanced her strength, granting you a corresponding power return.
Chapter 229, Raiding the Family Home. She broke through? Reached 0.4 tier. What an astonishing cultivation speed.
Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Lu Yu couldn't help but pause, his heart filled with shock.
Even with the aid of the beast core, leaping over an entire minor tier threshold in just 3 days?
Such cultivation talent was truly beyond compare.
Too powerful. Was this the power of an SSS tier talent?
The refined spiritual energy and cultivated inner strength were far deeper than those of any novice martial artist at the same level. As Lu Yu stood in stunned awe, the door to the room slowly creaked open. Yi Qingqing appeared before him.
Lu Yu, you're here.
I have great news to share. Yi Qingqing beamed upon seeing him, about to blurt out the joyous news of her breakthrough. But before she could speak, she sensed something amiss in the fluctuations of martial energy emanating from Lu Yu. It felt exactly like someone who had just broken through.
Lu Yu, you broke through too?
Yi Qingqing's gaze swept over him. She probed the fluctuations of his qi energy, finding them nearly identical to her own. Shocked beyond belief, she stared at him and asked. Lu Yu smiled at her words, gave a slight nod, and replied, yes, I just broke through not long ago.
I was actually about to tell you the good news. How is that possible?
Yi Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Lu Yu as if he were some kind of monster. She clearly remembered that just a few days ago, his qi level had only been 0.31. How could he have broken through to 0.4 so quickly? He didn't possess a beast core, nor did he have spirit stones for cultivation. Moreover, his cultivation talent seemed inferior to hers. How could he have advanced so rapidly? Could it be that the talent assessment had been flawed that day?
The thought struck Yi Qingcheng, and she instantly clung to this possibility. After all, Lu Yu had no one backing him, no connections, and no cultivation resources. Talent was the only explanation left. If Lu Yu claimed to be SSS tier talent, then just how exceptional must his innate ability be? It must be far beyond even SSS grade. The look in Yi Qingcheng's eyes as she gazed at Lu Yu subtly shifted. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lu Yu felt uncomfortable under her gaze, squirming unnaturally like an insect before asking. Yi Qingcheng asked, Lu Yu, tell me honestly, is your talent not actually B grade? Why would you say that? You said your talent was inferior to mine, yet your cultivation breakthroughs are faster than mine. How is that possible? Yi Qingcheng voiced her confusion. Lu Yu replied, not at all. You're overthinking it. I just broke through recently too, it's not as fast as you imagine. Yi Qingcheng shook her head. No. I reached 0.4 tier by refining that pile of beast cores. What about your breakthrough? Don't tell me you secretly stashed away a batch of beast cores to cultivate with. Lu Yu. He had actually considered saying that just now. But now that Yi Qingcheng had called him out, he couldn't repeat the same line. That would just make him sound like he was recycling a tired joke. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before saying, Qingcheng, tell me, is it possible that I just practiced and then broke through? Break through while cultivating? Yi Qingcheng asked, slightly taken aback. Exactly. Lu Yu nodded, spinning his tail. Think about it. I'm just an ordinary person. Where would I get such extraordinary, heaven-defying methods? Besides cultivation, what other way is there to grow stronger? No, right? So how could I possibly be lying to you? I genuinely broke through while cultivating. Yi Qingcheng. Something felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Lu Yu saw that Yi Qingcheng still seemed skeptical, so he spread his arms wide and said, why don't you try searching me? See if there's anything that could have helped me break through so quickly? Yi Qingcheng replied, it's not that I don't believe you, I'm just curious. Lu Yu chuckled, next time, I'll let you see for yourself. Yi Qingcheng stared at Lu Yu and asked, is your talent truly inferior to mine? Lu Yu nodded. Yes, it is. He spoke the truth. His talent truly lagged behind hers. Without the system, he might never have come close to her level in this lifetime. This world was harsh and unforgiving. That's why Lu Yu was deeply grateful to the system for granting him this underdog's chance at a comeback. Yi Qingcheng heard this unsurprising answer, her lips parting slightly. She had wanted to say something, but held it back instead, saying, what I meant wasn't that you have to be worse than me. Lu Yu cut her off. I know what you mean. No need to explain. Rest assured, I'll never deceive you. Yi Qingcheng paused slightly, then nodded with a smile. I believe you. Lu Yu didn't pursue the topic further. Instead, he lifted the thermos in his hand and said, hungry? Come see what tasty treat I brought you. What is it? Yi Qingcheng's curiosity piqued, she leaned in to take a look. A faint, refreshing fragrance tickled Lu Yu's nostrils, stirring something deep within him. His heart, stubbornly disobedient, gave a sharp thud. Teacher's building. Bai Zhan, Wang Tianming, and 3 others gathered for a meeting. Dean, it's been 3 days. Should we continue hiding inside the academy? The young man looked at the dean and asked softly. What's the matter? The young man, Lin Dong, continued, if we keep waiting like this, our supplies will soon run out. We won't last much longer. At this rate, we won't even need help from others, our own people will scatter. The others' expressions darkened slightly upon hearing this. They knew Lin Dong spoke the truth. Bai Zhan remained calm, offering no immediate response. He was well aware of the problem, but he too was powerless to solve it. For though his power was formidable, he couldn't protect so many people at once. With so many deployed, he simply couldn't watch over them all. Neglecting them meant trouble would arise. Yet staying put meant squandering resources. No matter what he did, it seemed like a mistake. The enemy lurked in the shadows, while they operated in the open. Seeing this, Zhao Mingzhi and Mengyan remained silent. They were merely instructors assisting with the academy's development, not its core members. With their capabilities, they couldn't influence the academy's decisions. Their role was simply to fulfill their duties. How about I go find their hideout? After a moment of silence, Lin Dong, seeing no one else speak, glanced at Bai Zhan and Wang Tianming and suddenly proposed a bold suggestion. The words instantly stunned all 4 men. Everyone understood Lin Dong's intent. He wanted to raid the troublemaker's home base. Chapter 230, Breaking Free. This was Ruzhou. Lin Dong wasn't from Ruzhou either, he was an outsider too. He was unfamiliar with the area. To locate the local kingpins of Ruzhou in such a hostile environment was undoubtedly a daunting task. I know this is a bit tricky, but I don't think this approach is entirely impossible. With so many people involved, plus the dean and teacher Wang, we're bound to find a breakthrough. Lin Dong spoke calmly, yet his words brimmed with confidence, compelling others to trust him. Zhao Mingzhi and Mengyan held no decision-making power. They chose to relinquish their right to speak. The only ones who could make the decision were Bai Zhan and Wang Tianming. These two were seasoned veterans themselves. How could they fail to grasp the meaning behind Lin Dong's words? To catch the thief, catch the king first. To curse someone, curse their mother first. This was a timeless truth. Taking the offensive was undoubtedly far better than this relentless defensive stance. At the very least, it would allow them to seize some initiative. It would prevent them from being gradually worn down by those people. Transportation is already underdeveloped, and communication is downright abysmal. When it comes to a war of attrition against the local strongholds in Ruzhou, the academy simply cannot match these forces. Wang Tianming turned to Bai Zhan. After a moment's deliberation, Bai Zhan asked, "Have you heard anything about the escort squad?" Wang Tianming clarified, "Are you referring to the instructors escorting the academy to Yang City?" "Exactly." Bai Zhan nodded. Wang Tianming shook his head. "No word from them yet. They must still be en route, right? Still on the road? That route was blazed by me. It should only take a few days at most. How could they not have arrived by now? What are they doing? Could they have run into trouble like Meng Yun and the others?" Bai Zhan said with a hint of displeasure. Wang Tianming replied, "Statistically, it's possible. Though unlikely, it's an objective factor we can't ignore." Bai Zhan frowned. He certainly knew the journey carried risks. It was just that he was currently facing difficulties here and lacked sufficient manpower, which was making him feel irritable. Wang Tianming added, "But based on the timeline, they should return to the academy within 2 days. At that point, the dean can question them personally." Hearing this, the anger that had clouded Bai Zhan's face dissipated in an instant. "Question them? How could I possibly dare? If they even make it back, I'll be praying for miracles." Bai Zhan shook his head. Wang Tianming and the others present dared not respond. The remark was far too dangerous. The burden and responsibility were immense. These were members of the patrol squad. This patrol squad was different in significance from Zhao Mingzhi and Meng Yun's unit. They had been transferred from the Southern Lake Province Patrol Bureau, unlike Zhao Mingzhi, who came from Yang City. These men were the core of the patrol bureau. But Bai Zhan didn't care about any of that. He didn't care whether Zhao Mingzhi and Meng Yun were present or not. He just started ranting. It was pretty awkward. Somewhere underground in Ruzhou, a passageway. A towering, muscular man swept his cold, fierce gaze over the group of dozens before him. "Has anyone seen Yu Guosong and Xiao Chang?" The words had barely left his mouth when a stir rippled through the ranks. "What's wrong with Deputy Captain Yu?" "No idea. Deputy Captain Yu didn't show up today. No idea where he went. No wonder Captain Lu was so furious. They've been at odds for ages." The crowd murmured among themselves. But no one stepped forward to answer Captain Lu's question. Captain Lu's eyes darkened slightly, his expression grim. Yet inwardly, he felt a quiet satisfaction. He'd finally caught this guy making a mistake. After all, this wasn't an ordinary time. Going out without permission could lead to severe punishment. If higher-ups found out this kid had wandered off, he could very well be stripped of his position outright. In that case, all the martial artists would be at his command. The thought made team leader Lu inwardly jubilant, though his expression remained grim and unsettled. He addressed the group, "I don't care where he is or what he's doing. Everyone, find him now. Turn the entire base upside down if you have to find Yu Guosong." "Yes, sir," the group responded in unison. Yangming Plaza underground parking garage. The snow had finally melted. The concrete wall that had sealed off the underground parking garage was now pushed down by the united effort of the crowd. A thick, pungent gas, a mix of blood, decay, and excrement, escaped from within. Some rushed outside to breathe fresh air. "We're free! We're free! We're finally out!" Those who had been trapped underground for months poured out of the parking garage, shouting toward the sky. One after another, more and more people joined them. It felt like being reborn, like liberation. At that moment, in an inconspicuous corner, a female police officer in uniform strode out of the underground parking garage, her long legs striding confidently. When that streak of blood-red light from the sky fell upon her eyes, she felt a momentary discomfort and instinctively shielded them with her hand. This person was Yang Fengyi. She had been trapped here alongside the others who had sought refuge in the underground parking garage. Only now, with the blockade lifted, did she finally have the chance to escape. Yang Fengyi's expression bore no trace of her former demeanor. Her entire face was cold and icy, not uttering a single word. By all rights. As the one who saved everyone's lives, her appearance here should have prompted many to rush forward to acknowledge her. Yet strangely, some of those who emerged with her avoided her like the plague as they passed by, keeping their distance and daring not to approach. This was very strange. Yang Fengyi noticed this too, but she paid it no mind whatsoever. Not a flicker of emotion crossed her face. She glanced around and was about to leave. Just then, 2 men in black suddenly appeared before her. They blocked her path. Yang Fengyi was forced to halt, frowning as she regarded the 2 figures before her. Simultaneously, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. "Miss Yang, our boss wishes to see you," one of the men in black said to her. "Who is your boss?" Yang Fengyi's dark brows furrowed even deeper. The man in black replied, "Miss Yang, you'll find out if you come with us." "What if I refuse to go?" Yang Fengyi sneered coldly. The man in black replied, Miss Yang will come with us. Because for you, there's only benefit, no harm. Our boss wants to collaborate with you. Oh? Yang Fengyi was taken aback. In Ruzhou, she didn't know anyone, she had no interest in making connections and didn't bother to learn about them. Yet now, someone actually wanted to meet her and propose a partnership? Interesting. Chapter 231, The Boss Behind the Scenes. But then again, how did they know she was here? Well, Miss Yang, asked the first black-clad man to speak. Lead the way. Yang Fengyi said calmly. Please, Miss Yang. The man in black gestured, stepping aside to make way. Yang Fengyi gave a slight nod and strode out ahead. Soon, guided by the two men in black, Yang Fengyi was led to the edge of a collapsed ruin. Yang Fengyi's expression remained unflinching, her composure unwavering. At that moment, one of the men stepped forward and pressed a hidden button. A muffled rumble echoed, and the ground began to tremble faintly beneath their feet. Yang Fengyi's expression remained composed, though she felt a flicker of surprise within. What was this about? Before long, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared beneath the ground. Of course, it wasn't a hole in the true sense, but rather a vertical elevator shaft. Could this underground space hold hidden wonders? As Yang Fengyi's beautiful eyes flashed, the elevator from below had already risen to the surface, appearing before everyone. Miss Yang, please. A man in black made a gesture of invitation. Yang Fengyi hesitated for a moment, but her face showed little fear as she stepped forward. The three stepped out of the elevator. With a low rumble, the elevator slowly descended, and above, the space quickly returned to its original appearance. On the surface, nothing seemed different. Guided by the man in black, Yang Fengyi felt as though her eyes had been opened. Beneath the earth lay an entire city resembling an underground labyrinth. It resembled the setting from that movie, The Wandering Earth. Only, the underground city before Yang Fengyi was far more spectacular than anything in that film. Who could have built this? How had she never heard a whisper about it before? Yang Fengyi was genuinely stunned. There were far too many people living underground, more than she had seen in that underground parking garage. And these people seemed completely unaffected. Life continued in perfect order. Without formidable organizational skills and financial resources, it would be impossible to pull off such a massive project without a whisper. Yang Fengyi couldn't help but feel curious about the person behind all this. She had seen the shelter Lu Yu had set up before. But nothing as spectacular as this. Who exactly was seeking her out? A flicker of curiosity stirred within Yang Fengyi. Finally, guided by two men in black, Yang Fengyi arrived at a simple underground cottage, an ordinary-looking house. Beneath this earth, to have such a house. Ventilation, water, it was livable. Then the value of this single house far exceeded that of a villa above ground. Far more precious. Miss Yang, our boss is inside. You may go in now, said the man in black. All right. Yang Fengyi nodded. The two men in black withdrew. It seemed there were no ambushes nearby. No danger. Yang Fengyi glanced around before stepping inside. Inside was a small sitting room with seating and a young boy. It's you? Yang Fengyi froze slightly upon recognizing the face. The academy. After Yi Qingcheng broke through to level 0.5, Li Yu didn't rest. Instead, he dragged Yi Qingcheng into training. This training differed significantly from ordinary people's routines. Lu Yu selected exercises focused on strength, speed, and most crucially, resilience. Strength, naturally, required no elaboration. Before becoming a level 1 martial artist, brute force was undoubtedly the most reliable asset for a novice practitioner. Greater strength meant a higher probability of victory. The same principle largely applied to the strength of one's inner energy. Speed, however, was divided into two aspects: neural reaction speed and physical reaction speed. Nerve reaction speed can be trained. Physical movement speed is no different. This is equally crucial and pivotal in any combat encounter. The last point requires no explanation, everyone understands it. Coincidentally, the academy had yet to assign tasks or training to the students these past few days. Lu Yu took Yi Qingcheng to the back of the academy. They found a massive boulder to practice these very skills. Not only would it strengthen their physical conditioning, but it would also help them learn to better control their inner energy. Having been a martial artist in his previous life, Lu Yu possessed some expertise in this area. The other trainees, however, looked utterly bewildered. Those who felt motivated would attempt to practice the techniques, hoping to increase the inner energy the teacher had mentioned. Those who had little interest in it, or those who simply didn't grasp the importance of inner strength, chose to slack off. They waited for the teacher to begin instruction. Their progress would undoubtedly lag far behind. Lu Yu desired the human race to grow powerful, so that when the time came to purge those formidable beasts, they would possess greater strength and act with greater ease. But this matter was beyond his current capacity to address. Not to mention that his abilities aren't up to the standard of teaching others, his qualifications simply aren't sufficient either. This is unacceptable. Thud. 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 A series of muffled thuds echoed from a secluded spot behind the academy.
Lu Yu lifted a boulder 2 or 3 times larger than himself, raising it high and then lowering it.
With each repetition, his muscles danced like spirits. They pulsed relentlessly.
With each exertion, Lu Yu's veins bulged and sweat poured down his body. His clothes were already soaked through with sweat. Yet Lu Yu uttered not a single complaint. He continued to tirelessly forge his body,
repeating the cycle over and over like a perpetual motion machine.
This was the path he had chosen. No matter how rugged and treacherous the path became, he would press forward with unwavering resolve. What Lu Yu didn't know was that not far away, Yi Qingqing stood there, watching him for a long time. It was still early. She had deliberately arrived ahead of schedule today.
Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Yu had arrived even earlier than her. Is this why you, despite your talent being inferior to mine, keep catching up to me?
Yi Qingqing murmured softly, her gaze fixed on Lu Yu's bare back. The shelter. Lu Jinyu, her parents, and Yang Fengyi's mother were clearing land inside, using the greenhouse to cultivate crops. They had already created a space like that. The group was diligently studying vegetable cultivation techniques. Those who had been away from the countryside too long might have forgotten that vegetable cultivation was a profound science in itself. And this was precisely one step in Lu Yu's plan.
Post-disaster reconstruction was imperative. He intended to seize the initiative.
Several days later, outside the academy, a group of weary travelers suddenly arrived. Clad in cold weather leather jackets, their defiant gazes suggested they were no pushovers.
Chapter 232, Perfect Execution. Behind the academy. Thud. 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 A series of dull thuds echoed. It kept going.
Only, the further back it went, the fainter the sounds became. Not to the point of being exaggeratedly faint, but it was clearly discernible that they were diminishing. This didn't mean Lu Yu had stopped lifting. Rather, as he lowered it, his movements grew gentler.
It wasn't the abrupt lifting and lowering of the beginning. 45, 46, 50.
Lu Yu stood in a horse stance, his arms wrapped around the massive boulder weighing over 1,000 pounds. He lifted and lowered it, shedding some of the force with each repetition. Lu Yu felt his control over his strength growing increasingly natural and effortless.
Lu Yu, stop training. Come over and rest for a bit?
At that moment, Yi Qingqing approached carrying 2 water jugs, a hint of concern in her expression as she addressed him.
All right. Coming right up.
Lu Yu responded, somehow finding a burst of strength to lift the stone one last time before finally setting it down on the ground.
Phew.
Lu Yu exhaled deeply, a hint of satisfaction flashing across his face as he walked toward Yi Qingqing.
Qingqing. Here, have some water first.
Yi Qingqing opened the bottle for Lu Yu and handed it to him. Lu Yu didn't hesitate, taking it and gulping it down thirstily.
Slow down.
You shouldn't drink so fast after intense exercise. Seeing this, Yi Qingqing hurriedly tried to stop him.
Lu Yu set the bottle down and chuckled, it's fine. I only do this occasionally.
Even occasionally is bad for your health. Yi Qingqing snatched the cup from Lu Yu's hand.
Lu Yu scratched his head and said, all right, I'll listen to you.
Yi Qingqing glanced at Lu Yu's drenched clothes. Despite the snowy cold, he was soaked in sweat, a clear sign of just how intense his workout had been.
She couldn't help but ask, Lu Yu, is this kind of training really effective? It feels like it doesn't help much with cultivation.
Lu Yu replied, it definitely works. Not only does it strengthen your physical constitution, but it also hones your control over qi.
Control over inner energy?
Yi Qingqing inquired.
Lu Yu nodded.
Yes. Qi is a form of power that resides within every martial artist. However, without dedicated practice, no one can master its control. It's like studying. You need to read books, solve problems, learn singing and dancing. It takes a long time to accumulate before you see results.
It's the same principle.
Yi Qingqing seemed to grasp the concept only partially.
I don't feel any difference. It feels just like before.
The same as before?
Lu Yu studied her intently and asked, in what way? It's the level of control over the energy.
After practicing, I don't feel much difference. Yi Qingqing recalled carefully and answered Lu Yu honestly.
Really?
Lu Yu was skeptical. This method had worked for many others back then, including himself.
It couldn't possibly fail with her.
But he trusted Yi Qingqing's words. She had no reason to deceive him.
It's true.
With your training, only my instinctive reaction speed improved after practice. I felt that benefit, but nothing else.
Yi Qingqing insisted. Is that so?
Lu Yu felt a twinge of doubt, still not entirely convinced.
Why don't you try lifting that boulder?
Lu Yu pondered for a moment, glancing at the massive rock nearby. After a brief consideration, he suggested to Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing replied, all right. With that, she walked over to the boulder. She paused, her eyes fixed on the stone before her. Exhaling a breath of stale air, she placed both hands on the boulder and suddenly exerted all her strength.
Ha!
With a low shout, the boulder instantly lifted off the ground. Lu Yu's gaze remained fixed on Yi Qingqing's movements, particularly her body, observing the fluctuations of her inner energy. The physical prowess of a martial arts practitioner surpasses that of an ordinary person.
but they still remained within the realm of the ordinary. Lifting this boulder wasn't particularly impressive. The crucial part was lifting it intact and setting it down without damage. For a level 0.5 martial artist, this remained quite taxing. Their chi control simply wasn't refined enough. Yet before Lu Yu's eyes, Yi Qingqing accomplished what he had done with effortless ease. Moreover, she did it with far greater ease than he had. Lu Yu clearly saw Yi Qingqing wielding her inner strength with near-perfect mastery. There was simply no room for improvement in her practice. A few days prior, Lu Yu hadn't personally observed Yi Qingqing's training sessions, focusing most of his attention on himself instead. Today was his first time observing, and it left him utterly stunned. As the boulder was lifted to head height and then gently lowered, the entire process took little time and exerted minimal strain. Returning to Lu Yu's side, Yi Qingqing asked without breaking stride or raising her voice, "Well, Lu Yu, did you notice anything?" Her cultivation methods were all taught to her by Lu Yu. She trusted Lu Yu completely. What did he see? Lu Yu couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh inside upon hearing this. What else could he see? That she'd perfectly harnessed her inner energy for a strength training session? But there was still something peculiar about it. Why had Yi Qingqing's control over her chi improved so rapidly? By Lu Yu's estimation, even if she trained using his method, it should take at least 10 days, a week's time. Could Yi Qingqing be secretly practicing behind the scenes? Lu Yu rubbed his nose. Suddenly, in that instant, he felt the same sense of unease Yi Qingqing must have felt when suspecting the mysterious nature of his own strength's improvement. I never expected this reversal to come so quickly. Lu Yu had his suspicions, but he needed to verify them. Give me your hand, let me see. Lu Yu demanded without room for argument. All right. Yi Qingqing nodded and extended her hand. Lu Yu seized her slender, white wrist and began his examination. Moments later, Lu Yu opened his eyes. How is it? Yi Qingqing asked. Lu Yu replied, nothing to worry about. You're fine, exactly as I expected. Your innate talent is simply too exceptional, which is why you don't experience the sensations I described. Is that so? Then is there still hope for me? Yi Qingqing blinked her large eyes, looking at Lu Yu as she asked. Lu Yu, how does this relate to being saved? This is a good thing. It means you can achieve what others have worked so hard for without all that effort. How awesome is that? Chapter 233, The New Teacher. Oh, I see. I was wondering what was wrong with me. Yi Qingqing blinked her eyes as she looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu naturally caught Yi Qingqing's gaze. His expression turned slightly helpless as he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. So this is what they mean by all roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome? Now, he finally understood why Yi Qingqing had become an unparalleled powerhouse in her previous life. With such terrifying innate talent and such astonishing natural gifts, it would be hard not to become a powerhouse. Yet to his surprise, upon hearing his words, Yi Qingqing shot him a withering glance and retorted, "Look who's talking. You're no different. You clearly possess that talent, yet you hide it away." Hiding it? Lu Yu froze at her words, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Could the existence of the system count as hiding it? Just as Lu Yu was about to respond, the academy suddenly echoed with the sound of ding ding ding. The sound interrupted their conversation. They both looked toward the source of the sound. It's the academy bell, the assembly bell. Lu Yu recognized its meaning. Yi Qingqing asked, "Assembly? Does that mean we need to go now?" Lu Yu replied, "Probably. The urgency of the bell suggests we should go." Yi Qingqing asked, "Then shall we go?" "Let's go." Lu Yu tidied himself up, then left the area with Yi Qingqing. Ding dong ding dong. The academy bell rang out, and all the students gathered with remarkable speed. Like fish returning to the sea, they all converged on this square. All students, form ranks according to your class assignments. Hurry up and get organized. Wang Tianming shouted from the platform of the teaching building. This only heightened everyone's tension. Why the rush? Had something major happened? Lu Yu also separated from Yi Qingqing. He made his way to the position for Class 6, the spot where he had originally stood. Glancing around, he saw people still streaming into the plaza, far from reaching full attendance. However, the pace of arrival was rapid. At this rate, it shouldn't be long before everyone was accounted for. Lu Yu scanned the area once more. Once he had a rough grasp of the situation, he stopped worrying about it and simply remained where he was. Only, the area that had seemed somewhat crowded before now felt somewhat sparse. Lu Yu paused in surprise. He had almost forgotten that many had been killed or injured when the 4 classes went out together that day. Many faces he hadn't even fully recognized, people he hadn't gotten to know well, were gone. As for the others, Lu Yu couldn't say. But those around him, front, back, left, right, he still had some recollection of. He remembered. In front of him was a girl no more than 2 years older than him. Now, it seemed she was no longer there. Perhaps something happened to her that day? Lu Yu had seen his share of life and death, but whenever he witnessed similar events, he couldn't help but sigh. There was nothing he could do to change it. Excuse me, could you please step aside?
Just then, a girl's voice sounded behind him.
Oh. Certainly. Lu Yu snapped back to attention and instinctively made way for the person behind him.
A girl with light makeup approached, stopping right where Lu Yu had been standing. She stood there steadily.
Lu Yu. 5 or 6 minutes later. No one else came to the field.
Meng Yun, the teacher in charge of Lu Yu's class, approached them and said, "Alright, those of you in the back, move up a bit. Don't just stay stuck in the rear." Under her arrangement, Lu Yu also moved to a spot further forward.
I'll start taking attendance. When I call your name, respond with present. Got it? Meng Yun instructed.
Understood, the group replied.
Meng Yun nodded and began the roll call. Zhang Sanfeng. Li Taizhu.
As Meng Yun called out each name, she crossed off those who didn't respond.
After completing the roll call,
Class 6 was missing nearly half its students. Many faces wore expressions of profound gloom. Not long ago, these were all living, breathing people right beside them.
Gone in an instant.
And it wasn't due to accidents, but human error.
How could this not make everyone feel a sense of shared sorrow? Roll call complete. Stand at attention.
Please wait patiently. Meng Yun closed the folder in her hands after calling the last name and addressed the group.
A moment later.
Perhaps they were waiting for other classes to finish roll call and tally their numbers.
A few moments passed. Everyone's gaze converged on the teaching building. Baishan, Wang Tianming.
These were the sole figures of the academy. With them present, the trainees felt a sense of security. Baishan began to speak. The initial pleasantries and formalities were set aside. Let's focus on the most crucial parts of Baishan's speech. Baishan declared, "Today, our academy welcomes a new group of teachers. They will fulfill their duties as educators and guide you all in your studies. Please give them a warm round of applause." Clap, clap, clap. The applause thundered across the field. At that moment, over a dozen young men looking no older than their 20s, clad in leather jackets, approached the edge of the field. They seemed out of place among the crowd.
Yet no one voiced any objections or doubts.
The brutal beatings of recent days had made everyone much more compliant.
The newcomers, however, mostly sneered at the trainees with utter disdain.
Baishan declared, "From now on, some of them will be your instructors.
All subsequent lessons and assignments will be arranged by your instructors." Understood?
Got it, the group replied. Baishan nodded and turned to Wang Tianming beside him.
Old Wang, you handle the arrangements for what comes next, okay?
Understood, Dean.
Wang Tianming nodded in agreement.
On the sports field, Lu Yu, standing among the crowd, immediately spotted the sudden appearance of over a dozen figures. It was hard not to notice them, for each possessed formidable inner strength.
Their origins clearly weren't simple. Yet among them, there seemed to be no one Lu Yu recognized. At that moment, Wang Tianming was also assigning new teachers to various classes. Classes that had previously lacked instructors would now have someone to oversee them.
Previously, 2 classes had shared one teacher.
One teacher shared between them. Now, finally, each class could have one of their own.
Under Teacher Wang's arrangement, Class 6, where Lu Yu was enrolled, retained its teacher Meng Yun remained in charge. There were almost no changes.
Lu Yu didn't have much to say about it.
Before reaching level 5 martial artist, he could cultivate on his own. However, when it came to martial arts techniques, he truly had nothing worthwhile.
These things were simply too expensive.
In his previous life, he had exhausted his finances and could only barely afford a few. It was like a broke guy trying to buy a house, he just couldn't afford it.
Chapter 234, A Single Encounters Enmity.
In his previous life, Lu Yu possessed 3 martial arts techniques. Each was acquired at different stages, some traded for, others purchased. Even then, he had to take out loans and spread the payments over 10 years just to scrape together enough for 2 of them.
One word, expensive.
Martial arts techniques were treasures forged by practitioners through immense time, effort, and dedication akin to martial manuals. Every martial artist treasured them like precious gems.
Expecting to acquire someone else's martial skill for free? That's practically impossible.
Martial arts manuals are categorized into 4 major tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Each tier is further subdivided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and supreme levels. The 3 martial arts techniques Lu Yu possessed were merely yellow grade.
The road ahead is long and arduous.
In this world, obsessing over money is wrong, but having not a single penny is even worse. You'd be stuck in place. As Lu Yu pondered this, he kept an eye on his own class's movements. When he confirmed that Class 6's teacher had been finalized, his gaze drifted toward the other classes in the distance. Lu Yu naturally cared little for those unrelated to him. But he was deeply concerned about his wife. He had heard Yi Qingqing mention it. Her class's teacher seemed to be that young man named Lin Dong. He was apparently a level 1 martial artist, fairly strong.
He didn't know.
Just then, Lu Yu spotted the teacher of Yi Qingqing's class. It wasn't Lin Dong, someone else had taken his place. It was one of the newly arrived teachers. Lu Yu didn't recognize this person, but their uniforms were all too familiar. They were from the patrol bureau. The patrol squad. He never expected even them to be assigned as teachers.
Lu Yu gave the man a quick once-over before looking away. Nothing remarkable about him.
Just as he looked back, a familiar face seemed to flash before his eyes. It flashed by.
This person felt strangely familiar, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. And
they had a grudge between them. This was a primal, instinctive reaction deep within Lu Yu, like a scene from a movie suddenly playing before his eyes. Lu Yu's body and mind froze abruptly, his gaze darting back to look. A slightly familiar face appeared within Lu Yu's field of vision.
It's him!
Lu Yu narrowed his eyes, recognizing the man.
Wang Ning, the squad leader of the patrol team.
Lu Yu recalled that Wang Ning had been dispatched to assist with security operations following the uprising in the 10,000 Immortals Mountains.
And then, with the outbreak of the Great Cataclysm, Wang Ning had naturally made his way to the nearest city, Ruzhou.
In Ruzhou, Lu Yu had crossed paths with Wang Ning once during his escape, though that encounter had been far from pleasant. Lu Yu had inadvertently blocked his path and was promptly kicked aside, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Had Yan Xiaoquan not returned early and roused him, otherwise, he would have either frozen to death or been torn apart by ferocious beasts. This grudge must be avenged. Just then, Wang Ning in the distance seemed to sense someone watching him and turned his gaze over. But by then, Lu Yu had already averted his gaze. Wang Ning saw no one looking his way. A trace of confusion flitted across his brow, but he quickly dismissed it, pushing the matter from his mind. Once all classes had been assigned their new teachers, Bai Zhan addressed the group. These are your new teachers. If you have any difficulties or questions, feel free to ask your teachers. If your teacher can't answer, feel free to come directly to me. May our academy flourish in martial arts. May martial arts flourish, the crowd roared in unison. Afterward, Bai Zhan addressed the assembly further. Mostly words of encouragement and motivation, which we won't go into here. After the assembly concluded, Liu followed Meng Yin back to the classroom of Class 6. Nothing had changed, it remained as empty as ever. Once everyone had settled into their seats, Meng Yin addressed the students of Class 6, from now on, I will be your instructor. I hope you will cooperate with me as much as possible. This will benefit both me and all of you. The students listened quietly, not interrupting. Meng Yin continued, today, our class has no external assignments or other tasks. We will remain in the classroom to review the cultivation technique I taught you last time. Does anyone still have questions about the 3 Yang gathering cauldron technique? Or perhaps you're unsure how to apply it? Now is the time to ask, and I will provide answers. The words had barely left her mouth. Immediately, numerous students scrambled to voice their questions. Teacher, I still struggle to remember these acupoints and meridian pathways. Is there a better way to memorize them? Teacher Meng, I followed the technique exactly as written during my practice session, but it seems like my qi didn't increase at all. Meng Yin paused slightly, taken aback by the sheer volume of questions. Regaining her composure, she said, hold on. Those with questions, please raise your hand and ask one at a time. Don't all speak at once. Alright, starting with you. Lu Yu glanced at the stage, then surveyed the crowd around him. He felt a bit bored. He had already figured out most of this cultivation stuff in his previous life. Listening to it again now wouldn't be of much help to him. However, even if he felt bored, he couldn't leave just yet. It was too special. Lu Yu could only wait idly. Meanwhile, he practiced his cultivation techniques, practicing to master his qi. Yi Qingqing's talent allowed her to skip many steps. Lu Yu didn't have that advantage. Even with the system's infinite returns, mastering control still depended entirely on his own efforts. Half a day passed in this manner. It was time for lunch. Meng Yin paused her lecture and announced, that concludes today's session. No need to come back this afternoon. The students of Class 6 couldn't help but light up with excitement at the news. It was practically every student's dream school. But there's homework. Meng Yin's next sentence sent everyone's hearts plummeting again. Homework. Unconcerned with their thoughts, Meng Yin continued, don't worry, it's a simple task. It shouldn't be difficult for you. Before tomorrow's class, each of you needs to bring an item called a beast core to class. Beast core? What is that? Never heard of it. Where do we even find one? The classroom erupted in murmurs, faces filled with confusion. The term beast was something they had only learned about within the academy. Beast cores? Almost no one present had ever seen such a thing. It was only natural that they felt perplexed. Chapter 235, After Class Assignment. A beast core is something found within a beast's body. Think of it like a car's engine. With this engine, a beast can continuously grow stronger. Without it, it remains a low-level beast forever. Meng Yun explained to the group. The class listened, only partially grasping the concept. Some still didn't grasp it. Meng Yun continued, this thing is a crystal stone within the beast's body. It's a stone imbued with spiritual energy, similar to spirit stones but distinct. This object can accelerate everyone's cultivation progress. Just remember one thing, it's a good thing. That's all you need to know. At her words, the class instantly grasped the meaning. So this beast core was a source of energy. Meng Yun continued, today's assignment is for you to find one of these stones. It doesn't matter if it's strong or weak or how you acquire it. As long as you bring it to class tomorrow, you'll have completed the task. Understood? Got it, the group replied in unison. Meng Yun nodded. Those who complete the task tomorrow may attend class. I will teach you how to use these beast cores for cultivation. Those without one will only be able to watch others use theirs here. Hearing this, expressions varied across the group. At that moment, a hand shot up. Go ahead. Meng Yun tapped the person with her finger, signaling permission to ask. The person stood up and asked, Teacher Meng, may we leave the academy? Of course. Meng Yun nodded without hesitation. I'll arrange with the gatekeeper to grant you free access. However, this privilege is limited to these 2 days. Additionally, you may form teams to hunt the beasts together. This will help minimize casualties among you all. Another hand shot up. Meng Yun nodded. Another student stood up and asked directly, but teacher, didn't someone target our academy and attack our students a few days ago? What if they ambush us and try to kill us? Hearing this, the entire class paled. Right. How could they have forgotten this most critical threat? As the saying goes, guarding against ghosts is easy, but guarding against people is hard. If someone truly wanted to target academy students, the methods and success rates would far surpass those of beasts. After all, those are merely low-level beasts, lacking much intelligence themselves. Humans are different. They can guess exactly what's going on here. Recalling that day when so many perished at the academy watching acquaintances die right before their eyes, the sheer horror of it all still sends shivers down the spine. The lingering fear. How could anyone not panic? After another person raised this question, the others all turned their gaze toward Meng Yun. No one wanted to die. Especially to die for nothing. Meeting the eager gazes of the others, Meng Yun remained calm and composed. Her voice steady, she said, there's no need to worry about that. The principal is already addressing the issue. I'm confident we'll have a resolution soon. You may leave now. I guarantee no one will harm you. Your only task is to survive within the jaws of the beasts. Everything else is taken care of. The students in the classroom exchanged glances at her words. It wasn't that they didn't trust the academy. It was just that when it came to life or death situations, anyone would think twice. It was a matter of respecting one's own life. Meng Yun sensed their apprehension and added, if you're truly worried, you can team up with others for safety. If that still doesn't ease your fears, you may choose not to submit this assignment. The only consequence is missing tomorrow's class. Weigh the pros and cons, the decision is yours. Class dismissed. With that, Meng Yun gathered her papers and left the classroom. The students of Class 6 trickled out in small groups. Overhearing snippets of their conversations, the general idea was clear: they planned to form teams to hunt the strange beasts and obtain their cores. The entire class seemed to ignite with excitement. Lu Yu observed the myriad expressions on his classmates' faces and instinctively rubbed his nose. Recalling his experiences at the academy in his previous life, along with the teaching methods there, Meng Yun was actually quite gentle. The assignment was simply for each person to bring back a beast core. You could hunt a beast to get one by one, or even trade for one. There was actually a lot of leeway in how you approached it. If this were Lu Yu's previous life, each person would have been forced to hunt down 10 beasts. Not only would they have needed the cores, but they'd also have to haul back the carcasses as proof they killed the beasts themselves, not someone else. By comparison, the current approach was far more humane. Lu Yu speculated it was likely due to the increased population. With so many people, if overly harsh methods were used, would likely scare everyone away. With this thought, Lu Yu stepped out of the classroom, not heading straight to the cafeteria for lunch. Instead, he walked to the hallway of the adjacent classroom and peered into the classroom there. Through the glass, he could see. On the podium, Lin Dong seemed to be speaking about something, while the students below the podium listened intently. Lu Yu stood outside the classroom, a fair distance away, unable to hear clearly. He spotted Yi Qingcheng inside the classroom. Still talking, class isn't over yet. Lu Yu glanced inside once, then turned his gaze away. Hands in his pockets, he stared off into the distance, waiting for Yi Qingcheng to come out so they could grab lunch together. But while Lu Yu waited, some students from Class 6 had also not left. Like Lu Yu, they had come to the corridor of the neighboring classroom, casting anxious glances at the classroom before settling to wait outside. It seemed they were waiting for someone too. Lu Yu glanced at them briefly and quickly deduced. They were likely seeking partners to hunt the strange beast. Lu Yu noticed that the energy fluctuations emanating from these newcomers were all quite weak. It was insufficient to face the beasts alone. Lu Yu's gaze swept over the group before quickly withdrawing. Though slaying a beast and obtaining its core posed no great challenge for him. But he had no intention of helping others without reason. Some things simply had to be done by one's own hand. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice called out from behind him, "Hey! Lu Yu, what are you doing here?" Lu Yu froze, turning to see Zhou Daxiang approaching. The third strongest fighter in Class 6. What does he want with me? Though puzzled, Lu Yu kept his composure and replied, "Waiting for someone."
Waiting for someone? Zhou Daxian looked surprised. With your abilities, do you really need someone else to help you finish your assignment? It seemed he assumed Lu Yu was here solely to complete the assignment as well. Chapter 236, by Liehu. Lu Yu caught the implication in his words, but he had no intention of explaining himself. He saw no need for it. Then why are you here? Lu Yu glanced at him and asked. Oh. Zhou Daxiang replied, I saw you here, so I came over to say hello and show some concern for an old classmate. Oh, I see. Lu Yu nodded and said no more. Zhou Daxiang, standing beside him, had wanted to say more but suddenly felt as if something had lodged in his throat, leaving him unable to speak. Is there anything else? Seeing his discomfort, Lu Yu asked. Zhou Daxiang gave an awkward smile and stammered, actually, there is one thing. Not homework, I hope? Lu Yu asked. With your abilities, finishing the teacher's assignments shouldn't be difficult. Of course not. Zhou Daxiang replied without hesitation. But merely completing the teacher's assignments is too simple. I just asked the teacher about it. These beasts are also ranked. Higher level beasts have a greater chance of dropping beast cores, while lower level ones have a lower chance. The teacher said that the higher the level of the beast, the more beneficial its core is for our cultivation. So you're planning to hunt level 7 or 8 beasts? Lu Yu asked. Level 7 or 8? Zhou Daxiang's eye twitched violently as his heart pounded uncontrollably. Are you kidding me? He'd never even seen such powerful beasts before. Where would he even hunt them? Classmate, don't mock me. Even the dean is only a level 2. With my meager strength, how could I dare take on a beast of that caliber? Zhou Daxiang said with a bitter smile. At best, we might manage to kill something below level 1 that's about our limit. Lu Yu stroked his chin, offering no reply. Zhou Daxiang continued, I heard earlier that 10 kilometers north of our academy lies the lair of a white flame tiger beast. It's a level 0.8 beast. If we could get its beast core, it would be an incredibly profitable haul. A level 0.8 beast. Lu Yu's eyebrows shot up slightly as the white flame tiger's details instantly flashed through his mind. White blazing tiger. A beast dwelling in frigid highlands, its cubs born with 0.3 level strength. Upon maturity, their power surges by 1 level, a formidable creature indeed. The defining trait of this beast was its exceptionally robust physique. Impervious to blades and arrows. Its claws, capable of shattering gold and splitting stone, could effortlessly tear apart an unarmored human martial artist. But its most terrifying trait is its speed. It accelerates to 100 km per hour in a single second and can halt abruptly at will, truly terrifying. Moreover, this beast possesses territorial instincts. Wherever it appears, it claims the surrounding territory as its own. These beasts can also grow stronger by devouring other beasts and consuming beast cores. Given this, whether the white blazing tiger Zhou Daxiang mentioned truly reached 0.8 tier remains to be seen. So, Lu Yu, are you interested in this? Zhou Daxiang asked. Interested? Lu Yu recalled the beasts Bai Zhan had slain that day. Most were below level 0.3 and not particularly powerful. His need for beast cores was definitely insatiable. Now, hunting a more powerful beast depended not only on luck but also on information. After all, Ruzhou was a vast place. Moreover, the weather was terrible, and there was always the risk of being attacked by other beasts. Finding a powerful beast under such conditions was exceptionally troublesome. Lu Yu was naturally interested in this information. But there were at most only 2 white fierce tigers in existence. Given Lu Yu and his group's strength, dealing with them would still be quite tricky. Moreover, even if they managed to take them down, how would they divide the spoils if too many people participated? Pondering these issues, Lu Yu deliberated for a moment before saying, Tell me everything you know about this. I want to hear it all. Zhou Daxiang perked up at this and immediately began explaining to Lu Yu. So, in the area north of the academy, there were 2 white fierce tigers, 1 male and 1 female. The female white blazing tiger had just given birth to cubs not long ago and was still quite weak. Zhou Daxiang had learned of this before joining the academy. Though he possessed some martial energy back then, he knew he was no match for them and thus avoided provoking them. Coincidentally, during class, Mang Yun had assigned a task that involved precisely this. This reignited Zhou Daxiang's interest in that location. So you're saying there are 2 adult white fiery tigers and 3 cubs, and we can obtain beast cores from them? Lu Yu asked after hearing the explanation. Zhou Daxiang nodded. That's right. I think we should give it a shot. After all, the beast cores from lower tier beasts won't be that helpful to us. Zhou Daxiang's inner strength hovered around 0.3. Killing a weaker beast truly wouldn't satisfy his needs. But would a level 0.8 beast be that easy to deal with? Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng were currently the 2 strongest trainees in the academy. Yet asking Lu Yu to figure out how to deal with these 2 white blazing tigers still felt a bit risky. Before level 0.5. Whether it was human martial artists or beasts, the difference between them might not be that significant. But once they surpassed the 0.5 level, each incremental advancement meant an exponential surge in power.
Just look at Mang Yun back then, she could take on the entire class single-handedly.
Level 0.8. Not someone to be taken lightly.
Lu Yu pondered for a moment before saying, you must understand that a beast of such power isn't something to be taken lightly.
Zhou Daqiang nodded. I know. That's why I thought of bringing you along. If we get 2 or 3 more people, that should be enough.
2 or 3 others?
Lu Yu asked.
Zhou Daqiang replied, right, from other classes, the stronger group leaders. With their help, we should be able to take down those 2 white blaze tigers.
2 of them are actually in this class. This class? Lu Yu's first thought was of Yi Qingcheng.
There were only 2 strong members in the neighboring class.
Right. And there's another one. I've already sent someone to fetch him. He'll be here shortly.
Zhou Daqiang said.
Listening to Zhou Daqiang, Lu Yu nodded and said nothing more. Judging by the other's tone, it seemed there shouldn't be any issues. He must have a plan ready, right?
He'd decide whether to join once Yi Qingcheng arrived.
So the 2 waited.
Just then, the other person Zhou Daqiang mentioned arrived.
Class 8's group leader, Pei Xian.
Lu Yu turned his head and recognized the man. It's you.
Chapter 237, all present. Yes.
The newcomer was none other than Lu Yu's teammate from the day the team leader's elite squad clashed with the masked men. He still remembered when he first arrived. Pei Xian hadn't exactly held a favorable impression of him.
It's you. Lu Yu? Pei Xian recognized him instantly.
Zhou Daqiang chuckled. Good to see you know him. No need for introductions, then we shared life and death that day.
That builds a bond stronger than any other kind. Lu Yu agreed with that sentiment.
It's just that he didn't place much importance on it. He valued his own capabilities more. Team leader Lu, your performance that day truly amazed all of us present. If not for you, more of our team might have perished. So, on behalf of those of us who survived, I want to say thank you.
Pei Xian bowed deeply, his words sincere.
Lu Yu hurriedly helped him up and said, no need to be so formal. We all did our part that day.
Otherwise, none of us would have escaped. It wasn't something I could have done alone.
Pei Xian smiled upon hearing Lu Yu's words. Zhou Daqiang chimed in, that's right.
No need for modesty. To survive a brush with death is pure luck, pure blessing.
Pei Xian turned to Zhou Daqiang and asked, Daqiang, you said you had something important to discuss with me.
What is it? I haven't even had my meal yet and you dragged me over here. It's huge news, of course. But let me keep you in suspense for now.
Zhou Daqiang replied.
Oh? Pei Xian replied.
Zhou Daqiang pointed to the classroom next door and said, someone else is about to come out.
Once everyone's here, I'll tell you all at once. Pei Xian couldn't help but mutter under his breath, what kind of thing is it that you have to make such a big mystery out of it? Lu Yu stood nearby, listening to their conversation, feeling somewhat surprised. This Zhou Daqiang, why did he seem to have such good rapport with people from other classes? Had these 2 known each other before? Lu Yu didn't know, and he didn't ask. At that moment, Yi Qingcheng's class also ended. Lin Dong led the way out.
Zhou Daqiang and Pei Xian immediately paled, stepping aside with utmost deference. Lu Yu, however, showed little change in expression, merely stepping aside to make room for him. Lin Dong felt a slight surprise. As he passed by Lu Yu, he deliberately glanced at him. His astonishment deepened. Moments later, the students in the classroom began to file out. Yi Qingcheng gathered her belongings and carried them out. A young man with a slightly roguish yet handsome look followed closely beside Yi Qingcheng and said, Qingcheng, let's grab a bite to eat together? I'll treat you to something delicious.
No, thank you.
Yi Qingcheng declined politely.
What's the big deal?
It's just a meal, not like we're going anywhere.
Come on. I'll treat.
The cafeteria food isn't bad, but it's always the same old stuff every day. I'll have them make something special just for us. The young man persisted, refusing to give up. Yi Qingcheng furrowed her delicate brows, her expression turning icy.
I said no. Please don't bother me again. Got it?
The young man froze in place. Yi Qingcheng ignored him and strode out of the classroom. Lu Yu, waiting outside, spotted Yi Qingcheng immediately. He raised his hand and waved at her. Her brows relaxed and a captivating smile graced her lovely face.
Lu Yu. Right here.
Lu Yu waved back.
Coming.
Yi Qingcheng replied, walking towards Lu Yu.
This scene
was witnessed by the young man who had followed them out. The young man's face darkened completely. His gaze toward Lu Yu turned dark and ominous.
At that moment, Zhou Daqiang was also scanning the crowd.
Suddenly, he called out to someone, Zuahu.
Zuahu. Amidst the crowd.
The young man, who had been looking displeased moments before, froze upon hearing the call and turned his gaze in that direction.
Over here. Zhou Daqiang didn't realize he was still shouting. Zuahu looked grim but nodded nonetheless. Several underlings followed suit, gathering around Zuahu. Brother Hu, one of the underlings, called out. Zuahu took a deep breath and said, let's go. We'll go take a look. The group marched toward Zhou Daqiang in a large procession. Qingcheng, why did it take you guys so long to get out of class? Are you hungry?
Lu Yu looked at Yi Qingcheng with concern. We actually finished class earlier, but the teacher gave us homework and spent extra time explaining it, Yi Qingqing replied softly. She loved how Lu Yu cared for her. Noticing Yi Qingqing seemed a bit down, Lu Yu asked, "What's wrong? You look a little upset." Yi Qingqing was about to speak. Her smile vanished abruptly when she noticed someone suddenly appear beside her. Lu Yu felt something was off. Following Yi Qingqing's gaze, he caught sight of Zuohu and his group. Zuohu! Hadn't he warned me last time? Lu Yu's expression instantly turned cold. Had this guy been bothering Yi Qingqing again? At that moment, Zuohu and his men also spotted Lu Yu. What he cared about most was Yi Qingqing standing right in front of Lu Yu. Why was she with that brat again? Zuohu's expression darkened slightly. He didn't even notice what Zhou Daxiang, who was talking to him and Pei Xian nearby, was saying. Do you two know each other? Zhou Daxiang noticed Zuohu's distraction. Seeing him staring at Lu Yu, he paused mid-sentence and asked instead. We've met once, Zuohu replied calmly, successfully concealing the shadow of menace flickering in his eyes as he averted his gaze. So you do know each other. Perfect, that saves me the trouble of introductions. Come, I'll share our plans for the upcoming project with you all. Those not specifically called upon, please step aside. Zhou Daxiang said politely. The other students he referred to were, of course, the group of hangers-on surrounding Zuohu. Hearing Zhou Daxiang's words, Zuohu's entourage immediately grew displeased. They were all students of the same academy, why should they leave? At that moment, Zuohu slowly spoke up, as Ah Chang said, you guys should leave first. Yes, sir. Hearing their leader's command, the entourage quickly calmed down and departed one after another. Zhou Daxiang glanced around and said to the others, this isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere quieter. Sounds good. Pei Xian, who had been quietly observing Lu Yu and the others, agreed. I'm fine with it too, Lu Yu replied. Is Qingqing among the people you invited? He directed the question at Zhou Daxiang. Zhou Daxiang didn't answer. He glanced around, beckoned with a wave toward the distance, and a lean young man joined their small group. He gave a brief self-introduction. My name is He Liang. Zhou Daxiang's face lit up with a smile upon seeing him. He turned to Lu Yu and said, now we're finally all here. Will this beauty be joining us too? Chapter 238, Possible Spirit Stones. Hearing Zhou Daxiang's words, Lu Yu knew he hadn't called Yi Qingqing. Of course not. Yi Qingqing was naturally more aloof due to her family background. How could she casually befriend just anyone? With so many people already here, do we really need more? Lu Yu glanced around. Including him, there were now 5 people. If Yi Qingqing joined, that would make 6. Setting aside whether the small group could handle those 2 white fierce tigers. Even if they could, how would they divide the spoils? A single beast couldn't possibly yield 2 beast cores. Yi Qingqing asked, what exactly are you guys going to do? Lu Yu replied, kill a beast. Our assignment is to obtain 1 beast core, so our group is going to hunt a stronger beast for its core. Yi Qingqing asked, can we still add members? Add people? Lu Yu froze, turning to look at Zhou Daxiang. Anyone who wants to come is welcome. Bring as many people as you like. Zhou Daxiang's eyes lit up with delight at the prospect of Yi Qingqing joining. He had heard rumors of her formidable strength. Lu Yu frowned. With so many people going, will there be enough spoils to share? Loot? Pei Xian, He Liang, and Zuohu all turned to look at Zhou Daxiang. They still didn't know what Zhou Daxiang intended to do, but spoils of war? That definitely had something to do with their upcoming mission. Given that, they were bound to take it seriously. Otherwise, who would want to do it? Zhou Daxiang, upon hearing this, hesitated, a rare occurrence. Hesitation. What was going on? Lu Yu keenly sensed something amiss. If it was merely about hunting beasts, why such an expression? Something fishy was going on. The others also sensed something was off, but they couldn't pinpoint why. They simply weren't privy to the details yet. After a long hesitation, Zhou Daxiang still hadn't explained the reason. He glanced around before saying to the others, there are too many people here. Let's find a quiet place, and I'll tell you then. This remark was primarily directed at Lu Yu. Only Lu Yu knew what he intended to do. Lu Yu stared intently at Zhou Daxiang's expression for a long moment before finally nodding. All right. Moments later. The group arrived at a secluded, deserted corner. Can you tell us now? What is it? Zuohu, who had been watching Lu Yu and Yi Qingqing act all lovey-dovey the entire way, was seething inside. His tone wasn't exactly pleasant as he addressed Zhou Daxiang. Zhou Daxiang looked at them and smiled. Allow me to keep you in suspense a little longer. Wait a moment. First, answer me a question. What question? Asked Pei Xian. Zhou Daxiang replied, it's not really a question. I just want to ask if your teacher has assigned you homework yet? Homework? The group froze for a moment. Zhou Daxiang continued, Lu Yu and I are in the same class. We have homework. I want to know, do you have any? A moment of silence fell. Pei Xian said, I haven't gotten any. He was in class 8. What about you guys?
Zhou Daxiang nodded, turning his gaze toward Yi Qingcheng, Zuohu, and the others. The three of them were in the same class. If one had it, then surely they all did. Zuohu frowned and said, "We have it." "What is it?" Zhou Daxiang seemed quite interested in this. "Nothing too difficult. We just have to hunt down a beast ourselves, carry its carcass back, and bring back another beast core," Zuohu replied truthfully, holding nothing back. There was no way to lie about this. The other two were in his class. If he lied, they'd see right through him. There was no point in doing so. One beast plus one beast core? For you, sure, it's no big deal. But for the others? That's a hellish challenge. Zhou Daxiang couldn't help but exclaim after hearing the details. Pei Xian listened and agreed. His strength was barely enough to handle one of the beasts the dean had slain that day. That was the absolute limit. As for the others, they hadn't even cultivated their inner energy yet. Facing a beast? One encounter would likely mean death. There was no need to overthink this. It was inevitable. Therefore, Zhou Daxiang and Pei Xian would both think this way. But Lu Yu would never think that way. Their teacher had never imposed a strict requirement that they must kill the beasts themselves. You could pick up the slack or go for an exchange. By common sense, the safety margin was still relatively high. "It's fine, right?" Zuohu remarked indifferently. "The teacher never said we had to kill them ourselves. You could kill them yourself or have someone else do it. Either way is fine." Zhou Daxiang froze upon hearing this, then nodded in agreement. "True. I hadn't considered that." Shaking his head again, Zhou Daxiang added, "Never mind that. Let's get back to what we came here to discuss." At these words, Yi Qingcheng, Pei Xian, and the others immediately perked up. They still didn't know why they were here. Lu Yu hadn't had time to explain the situation to Yi Qingcheng either. As Zhou Daxiang explained to the group, the others gradually grasped the reason for their summons. Two white blazing tigers. Grade 0.8 beasts. Their expressions varied, each harboring different thoughts. What a 0.8 level beast signified was something every person present understood. Danger. After all, not a single person present possessed strength exceeding 0.5. Could they truly kill those two beasts? It felt like a long shot. And most crucially, even if they managed to kill those two beasts, dividing the combat rewards would be tricky. Lu Yu and Zhou Daxiang need beast cores. Yi Qingcheng, Zuohu, and that young man named He Liang. All three of them also need beast cores, plus the beasts' carcasses. Though Pei Xian doesn't need to hand in assignments, beast cores aren't just for that purpose. The main use is for personal cultivation. Who wouldn't want something that could enhance their strength? Two beast cores definitely wouldn't be enough to go around. After a moment's thought, Zuohu also realized this issue. He didn't hold back, furrowing his brow as he asked Zhou Daxiang, "That doesn't add up, Chang. The beasts you mentioned, leaving aside whether we can handle them, even if we do manage to kill those two, how will we split the spoils?" These words laid bare the very concern weighing on everyone's minds. It was laid bare on the table. All eyes turned to Zhou Daxiang. Even Lu Yu felt a pang of curiosity. He sensed Zhou Daxiang was holding something back. It definitely wasn't as straightforward as he made it seem. Sure enough, Zhou Daxiang looked at everyone, paused for a long moment, as if making an important decision, and finally spoke. "It's true. If there were only those two white blazing tigers, it definitely wouldn't be enough to share among all of us. But what if I told you their den might contain spirit stones?" Chapter 239, The Request. Spirit stones? Except for Lu Yu and Yi Qingcheng, the other three froze in surprise. What are spirit stones? Zhou Daxiang observed the astonished expressions on the other three faces, feeling a hint of confusion himself. "You don't know what spirit stones are? Didn't your teacher tell you?" Pei Xian, Zuohu, and the others exchanged glances, but none could discern anything. They genuinely didn't know. Zhou Daxiang found it odd but didn't dwell on it. He explained, "In this world, besides beast cores, there's another resource that aids cultivation. That resource is called spirit stones. Spirit stones form when spiritual energy gathers and solidifies into ore. A single spirit stone contains dozens or even hundreds of times more spiritual energy than what you can gather from the air." Whoa! Someone sucked in a sharp breath. The spiritual energy within beast cores, due to the violent forces within them, might only have 3 or 4 layers usable. Even so, that energy was only several times denser than the air outside. That was already the absolute limit. Dozens of times? That was unimaginable. Zhou Daxiang explained, "Of course, when I say dozens or even hundreds of times, that depends entirely on the quality of the spirit stone. Not every stone contains such an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. Still, even the lowest grade spirit stones allow you to refine spiritual energy much faster than from the air, and the energy extracted is far more stable than what you'd get from a beast core." Upon hearing Zhou Daxiang's words, the group grew intrigued, their interest in spirit stones piqued. Though their innate talents might not be the most extraordinary among ordinary people, they would undoubtedly stand out. Their cultivation progress could have been even faster. However, certain practical constraints limit their ability to fully demonstrate their potential. Daxiang, are these spirit stones really as good as you say? Don't try to fool us. Pei Xian asked. Zhou Daqiang shook his head. No, I have nothing to gain by lying to you. There's no point. Zuohu asked, Chang, how did you learn about these spirit stones? Where did you get this information? Zhou Daqiang replied, I knew about it even before I entered the academy. I heard from others that it was precisely because spirit stones were there that Bai Liehu went to seize the territory. Zuohu pondered this answer. Lu Yu was also surprised. No wonder Zhou Daqiang wasn't worried about the beast cores and spoils not being enough to share. So, there were spirit stones in that place after all. These things were far more precious than beast cores. They carried almost no side effects for humans, unlike beast cores which contained violent energies. If one carelessly absorbed that violent energy during refinement, their body would suffer. It could even impair one's innate talent. That was precisely why Lu Yu felt so astonished. If we go, we don't necessarily have to kill those two beasts. Luring them away would suffice. As long as we get inside, find the spirit stones, and leave immediately, we don't even need to kill the beasts. Zhou Daqiang looked at the others and murmured, We've all embarked on the path of cultivation. You should all understand how arduous it is. Within the academy, many things still require us to strive for them ourselves. Now we have a good opportunity. Whether you seize it or not is entirely up to you. If you choose not to go, I won't force you. Just don't spread what I've said today. With that, Zhou Daqiang fell silent. The choice was now in their hands. Yi Qingcheng listened, feeling a stir of interest within her, but she gave no outward sign. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Lu Yu. The others didn't respond immediately either, each deep in thought. Each had their own thoughts. Should they risk their lives to search for spirit stones? Lu Yu shot Yi Qingcheng a reassuring glance while his mind raced through the pros and cons. Spirit stones. These had to be mined from spirit stone deposits. They weren't something you could just stumble upon. There were rumors of spirit stones flowing out, but how reliable was that? Could they actually obtain spirit stones? And even if they did, would there be enough to share? There were 6 of them in total. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu turned to Zhou Daqiang and asked, By the way, Daqiang, are you certain there are spirit stones in there? Will there be enough to justify this risk? Seeing Lu Yu's blunt question, Zhou Daqiang's smile faded. He replied solemnly, Strictly speaking, I'm not entirely certain. What? Not sure? Everyone froze in shock. Zuohu's face darkened instantly. Chang, if you're not sure, why did you send me? For fun? Seeing this, Zhou Daqiang chuckled, Don't get so worked up. This information came from someone else. Someone else? Zuohu pressed. Zhou Daqiang nodded. Yes. A dying man told me. He seemed to be a martial artist. I saved his life, but I couldn't keep him alive. Then he told me about this matter. He told me to find a way to get it someday, saying it would be of great help to me. I never went because I'm no match for those two beasts. He mentioned there are many spirit stones there, but I'm not sure. But I think it's worth a try. Be careful, and you should be fine. Even if there's nothing there, it's no loss. Worst case, we can just treat it as a trip for fun. Zuohu was rendered speechless. Turns out Zhou Daqiang's information wasn't firsthand after all. It came from someone else. Then why not share this with the teachers? If they got involved, our chances would be much higher. Pei Xian pondered for a long moment before asking. Zhou Daqiang shook his head. I know that, but what if dealing with these two beasts proves too difficult? How much would I have to give up to cover the cost of the teachers' involvement? Paying too much wouldn't benefit me, and paying too little wouldn't satisfy the teachers. After much deliberation, I abandoned the idea. I see. Pei Xian nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, Lu Yu listened to Zhou Daqiang's explanation. The credibility of this information rose slightly in his mind. Though the venture sounded risky, how could one expect extraordinary returns without taking some risks? Lu Yu found himself able to accept this. After pondering for a moment, he addressed Zhou Daqiang. In that case, Qingchun and I can go. But I have one condition. What condition? Zhou Daqiang's face lit up at Lu Yu's agreement, and he hurriedly asked. Lu Yu stated, regardless of how many people join later, when dividing the spoils, it must be based on contribution. Those who put in more effort get more, and those who contribute less get less. Is that acceptable?